Chapter 1 Martial Arts Talent System, Chi and Blood Layer 1. Ding, Martial Talent System Binding in Progress. Inside the dimly lit dilapidated rented house, Lu Sheng sat on top of his bed, gazing blankly at the virtual panel in front of him that only he himself could see. What is this? Lu Sheng rubbed his temples, his face somewhat haggard. So, am I traveling through? After Lu Sheng had digested all the memories in his brain, he was only an afterthought when he realized that he had actually traveled across the world. Lu Sheng was originally a net article writer in the 21st century, and it was not easy to write a work with a first booking of over 10,000, so on that day, he dragged his fox friends to the KTV, and had a wonderful and exciting alpine flow. But I don't know if it's because the body is too weak due to the words every day. In the middle of the exciting game, eyes closed, legs stirred, and when Lu Sheng woke up again, he was already here. Lu Sheng rubbed his temples, and it took a long time before he was able to completely run through the memories in his mind. This world was similar to the blue star of Lu Sheng's previous life, somewhat like a parallel world. It was just that unlike the blue star of his previous life, in this blue star nowadays, the aura was revived and the martial arts were born. Ordinary people could become martial artists by practicing martial arts, and had a supreme status in the society. The fundamental reason why martial artists have an extremely supreme status in human society is that at the same time as the revival of the spiritual chi, an interdimensional rift suddenly appeared in the sky of the blue star, and in that interdimensional rift, the foreign devils invaded. The existence of the foreign devils became a sword blade hanging above the heads of every human race. Ordinary weapons couldn't do anything for these foreign devils. The only way to resist the invasion of foreign devils was to become a martial artist, a powerful martial artist. At first, the entire blue planet was plunged into the havoc of the foreign devils, but with the emergence of the martial arts path and the birth of martial artists, the human race slowly began to recover the territory invaded by the foreign devils. Eventually, on top of the wasteland, a human kingdom was re-established. Da Xia. And this is the status of the martial artist, why in the society of the incomparable supremacy of the reason. Lu Sheng is a senior high school student in Cloud City of Da Xia. In this era, the martial arts were started from a young child, and the curriculum was also related to how to become a martial artist. Even the college entrance exam was changed into a martial arts entrance exam, assessing each candidate's martial arts talent and martial arts cultivation. Thus, they were able to enter into the superbly positioned martial arts academy. Just want to become a martial artist is not so easy thing. Every year the martial arts college entrance examination, there are millions of people, but can become a martial artist in the martial arts college entrance examination before, but only hundreds of thousands of people. The probability of becoming a martial artist is almost 1 in 10. Because of this, Lu Sheng's school had decided to open a martial arts class to bring together all the prideful people in the school who had become martial artists, so as to increase the school's advancement rate, as well as its grades. And tomorrow, it was time for the election of the martial arts class. Martial arts class, according to the memories of my predecessor, as long as I can enter the martial arts class, I will be able to receive abundant resources and cash rewards. Lu Sheng sat on top of his bed and murmured. He glanced around looking at this dilapidated rental house and a helpless smile appeared on his face. This predecessor of his own was an orphan in this world, and even the rental house that he lived in nowadays was something that his predecessor was barely able to rent by working part-time after school every day. Because of this, most of the energy was focused on working to earn money, resulting in the predecessor's martial arts cultivation not being very good, and nowadays only barely crossing into the realm of quasi-martial artist. Wanting to enter a martial arts class was simply delusional. But if I can't enter the martial arts class, in a few days it will be time to pay the rent again, and I don't have any money on me right now. Lu Sheng sighed helplessly. Some time ago, his predecessor had gotten very sick, resulting in taking out his entire body savings to cure the disease, but even so, he hadn't been able to carry through the invasion of the disease, thus allowing Lu Sheng to cross over. It seems that joining a martial arts class is my only goal next. It's only for a day. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he once again fixed his gaze on top of the virtual system panel in front of him. Martial arts talent system? What is it? Lu Sheng tapped on the system and began to view it. This system randomly refreshes a martial arts talent every week. Each martial arts talent possesses a different effect. Some martial arts talents are permanent while others have a time limit. According to the different martial arts talents, this system has divided them into different levels: white ordinary, green rare, blue epic, purple legendary, red supreme, golden legendary, 7-colored holy, and chaos divine. May I ask the host if he will start refreshing his first martial arts talent? Seeing the introduction above the system panel, Lu Sheng's eyes instantly became bright. Sure enough, Golden fingers are all must-haves for every traveler. System, refresh. Without any hesitation, Lu Sheng directly chose refresh. With Lu Sheng's current foundation, it was basically impossible to become a martial artist within a day, and the only hope was in the system in front of him. Ding, the system is being refreshed, please wait. Ding, system refreshed successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining the green quality talent quick upgrade. Rapid upgrade, a one-time martial arts talent that raises the host's current martial arts cultivation by 1 realm. Looking at the above introduction about his martial Dao talent, Lu Sheng's eyes instantly became bright. Boosting martial arts cultivation by 1 realm, wouldn't this be? Before Lu Sheng could react, in an instant, a surge of qi and blood from somewhere unknown was instantly injected into Lu Sheng's body. Thud. Vaguely, it seemed that a muffled sound could be heard coming from within Lu Sheng's body. In the next moment, a powerful aura directly permeated out from Lu Sheng's body. Faint qi and blood surrounded Lu Sheng's body surface. Qi and blood dispersed externally, this was clearly the sign of the martial realm. Originally, Lu Sheng was already at the quasi-martial artist realm, and under the rapid escalation boost, he directly went from the quasi-martial artist realm, and forcefully elevated to the martial artist level, successfully coming to the qi blood layer. A moment later, Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes, and a color of joy even surfaced in his eyes. Is this the power of a qi blood realm martial artist? It's really powerful. In this way, tomorrow's selection for the martial arts class will basically be stable. Thinking of this, the joy in Lu Sheng's eyes became even more intense. The second chapter of the Budo class selection shocked the crowd. The next day, when the sunlight gently splashed over the earth of Cloud City, giving a layer of light golden veil to one building, Lu Sheng woke up early from his rental house and walked towards the school. Lu Sheng's school is Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School, which is not very far from Lu Sheng's rented house. He bought a breakfast on the road and ate it while walking, and it only took a few minutes to arrive at the gate of No. 1 Middle School. According to the memory in his mind, Lu Sheng directly walked towards the martial arts training ground of the first middle school. Today's martial arts class screening was in this place. The martial arts training ground was huge and was able to accommodate thousands of people. When Lu Sheng arrived, he could already see quite a few people sitting in the rest area of the dancing training ground. Lu Sheng came to his class's location, the area of the senior class. He casually found an unoccupied spot and sat down, and began to observe the surroundings. Despite having the memories of his predecessor, Lu Sheng still trusted what he saw with his own eyes more. Soon, the students of the first class also came over one after another, and when they saw Lu Sheng they also revealed a look of surprise. Lu Sheng, aren't you sick? Why do you still have to come to the selection for the martial arts class? Yeah, obviously a quasi-martial artist can still be sick, you're not going to laugh me to death and inherit my flowers. Many people said to Lu Sheng jokingly. Listening to the words of the crowd, the corner of Lu Sheng's mouth slightly twitched. He had to say that the predecessor was also wasteful enough. Obviously he had already become a quasi-martial artist, although it was not as powerful as a martial artist, but such things as getting sick would still rarely happen. Not to mention getting sick and giving birth to one's own life. However, Lu Sheng didn't care about the jokes of the crowd. No matter what they said, Lu Sheng didn't open his mouth and just silently looked above the field of the martial arts training center. Only to see that on top of the field of the martial arts training center, a pitch-black instrument had been placed. The body of the instrument seemed to be made of some kind of inkstone material, emitting an extremely thick and heavy aura. Class 1 people, come with me, prepare to start testing. Suddenly, a voice rang in Lu Sheng's ears, and Lu Sheng looked over, only to see a big-bellied Mediterranean middle-aged man standing in the middle of the first class's rest area, waving at them. For a moment, the people in the first class got up and walked towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the class teacher of the first class, called Wang Xing, and was also a martial artist of the Qi blood realm. Although he looked big-bellied, his heart was still very good. For students like Lu Sheng who had family difficulties, he would more or less help them out. Lu Sheng also stood up and followed behind the crowd, walking towards Wang Xing. Along the way, Lu Sheng also heard these classmates of his constantly talking. I don't know which of our classmates will be able to enter the martial arts class today. That's a martial arts class. As long as one is able to enter the martial arts class, basically all of them will be able to enter some good martial arts academies. That's right, martial arts classes recruit geniuses. There's still some time left before the martial arts entrance exams. Anyone who can become a martial artist at this time has a top-notch existence in any school in Cloud City. I reckon that only the class president and the class flower in our class will have the chance to enter the martial arts class. Class president, class flower? When he heard those two words, Lu Sheng's eyebrows slightly raised as he looked towards the two figures in front of him. Those two stood in front of everyone, especially the boy, holding his own head high, giving off a feeling of being unstoppable. This person was the class president of the first class, called by Mo, who had already become a martial artist a month ago. At Bai Mo's side, there is a girl wearing a JK uniform with a slender figure and thighs like white jade. It was the class flower of the first class, Chu Yenran. At the same time, it was also one of the only two martial artists in Class 1. Bai Mo and Chu Yenran? Lu Sheng merely glanced at them and withdrew his gaze. And at this time, the crowd of Class 1 had already arrived in front of the Qi and blood tester under the leadership of Wang Xing. They began to direct the crowd to perform the test one by one. Lu Sheng stayed at the back of the crowd, somewhat bored, when suddenly, a commotion came from the front. Hiss! The 5th level of Qi blood, is this the strength of the class president? In the end, class president in just 1 month's time, he is cultivated from the 1st layer of Qi blood to the 5th layer of Qi blood. Such cultivation, even if you look at the martial arts class, it's still a top existence. Hearing this voice, Lu Sheng again couldn't help but look towards the front. He only saw Bai Mo raising his head high, and at his side, above the Qi and blood detector, there were scarlet numbers floating. 5 points of Qi and blood, 5th level of Qi and blood. After a quasi-martial artist crossed over to martial artist, he stepped into the realm of Qi-blooded martial artist, and the strength of Qi-blooded martial artists was divided according to the strength of their Qi blood. 1 point of Qi and blood was the 1st level of Qi and blood, and once they reached 10 points of Qi and blood, they reached the pinnacle of the Qi and blood realm, and could start sprinting to the next realm. Seeing this, Wang Xing on the side was also smiling from ear to ear. The more students that entered the martial arts class, the better it would be for him as well. Hurry up, Yan Yan, it's your turn. Wang Xing smiled and said to Chu Yanyan who was beside him. Chu Yanyan nodded expressionlessly and stood at the position before Bai Mo, stretching out her own pair of white jade hands. Qi and blood injection. Buzz buzz buzz. The instrument emitted a faint chirping sound. In the next moment, a scarlet number also surfaced once again. 5. Again, it was the 5th level of Qi blood. When he saw this, Wang Xing's already smiling face became even more excited. Good good good. Worthy of being the 2 top students of our first class. You guys go down and have a good rest first, let the other students test. Wang Xing said to the duo in a pleasant manner. In response, the duo merely nodded and did not say anything. After all, having become martial artists, their status had become even more supreme. Wang Xing did not care about this either, and simply directed the students at the back to start testing one by one. But the results at the back were a little less than ideal. Apart from Bai Mo and Chu Yenran, surprisingly none of them were able to raise their Qi blood to 1. Wang Xing had some regrets in his heart, but with 2 geniuses in the class, Bai Mo and Chu Yenran, it was already very good. Soon, it was Lu Sheng's turn. Wang Xing glanced at Lu Sheng, a little surprised, and couldn't help but say, Lu Sheng, aren't you still sick? Lu Sheng smiled at Wang Xing. Teacher Wang, I want to try. Wang Xing looked at Lu Sheng and shook his head helplessly. That's just it, just letting you try it is just the thing to make you die. Lu Sheng's foundation was not very good to begin with, not to mention that Lu Sheng had gotten sick a few days ago, and in Wang Xing's opinion, this move was just to let Lu Sheng die. Lu Sheng didn't explain anything, he just silently walked to the Qi and blood tester and put his palm on top of the instrument. The Qi and blood in his body instantly surged into the instrument. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by a burst of micro-beeps, the next moment, a scarlet number violently surfaced above the instrument's display. 1 point of Qi blood, 1 level of Qi blood. Chapter 3 Ranking and Assessment, Elimination at the end. Qi and blood level 1. On the display screen of the Qi and blood tester, the scarlet number 1 was reflected in everyone's vision. Wang Xing, who was on the side, looked at the number on top of the display, and his entire pupil couldn't help but shrink slightly. This is... Lu Sheng, you've become a martial artist. Wang Xing's voice suddenly drew up. It was also because of Wang Xing's exclamation of surprise that caused the surrounding people to look towards this place, even though students who had already been eliminated and were unable to enter the martial arts class couldn't help but look. When they saw above the display, the scarlet numbers, everyone revealed a shocked expression. This... Lu Sheng has actually become a martial artist. How is this possible? A few days ago Lu Sheng was sick, how come he suddenly became a martial artist today? For a moment, everyone's eyes converged on Lu Sheng under the instrument. Their eyes contained different emotions, some had complicated eyes, some had skeptical eyes, and some had a strong color of shock. I didn't expect this guy to be able to become a martial artist as well. Inside the rest area, IMO wrapped his hands around his chest and glanced at Lu Shang, smiling faintly, but the color of contempt in his eyes did not cut down the slightest bit. Lu Shang in the class was originally in a small transparent existence. In by most opinion, Lu Shang became a martial artist, but it was just a fluke. And he is a real genius. Xu Yanran on the side also glanced at Lu Shang. A pair of beautiful eyes seemed to have a curious look emerging. Lu Shang is still really a fellow with no presence. Xu Yanran murmured before withdrawing her gaze. Her thoughts were the same as Bai Mo's. It was just a guy who became a martial artist by fluke. Teacher Wang, am I considered qualified to enter the martial arts class? Lu Shang looked at Wang Xing, who was still in shock, and spoke softly. Only then did Wang Xing react, looking at Lu Shang as if he had seen a diamond in the rough that had yet to be polished. Qualified and qualified, as long as the Qi blood can reach one, you will be able to join the martial arts class. You should rest on the side first, later someone will take you to the martial arts class to report. Wang Xing smiled and patted Lu Shang's shoulder. He had thought that only 2 students in his class would be able to join the martial arts class today, but who knew that this Lu Shang, who had never been inconspicuous, had given himself a surprise. Having 3 students in a class enter the martial arts class was also enough to make Wang Xing's face grow. One must know that there were more than 20 classes in the 3rd year of the first middle school, and some classes might not even have a single student who could join the martial arts class. The class he was teaching had 3 of them, which undoubtedly made him look good. So much so, when he spoke to Lu Shang, he became a little gentler. Lu Shang didn't care about this, he just silently sat down in the rest area and waited silently. As time passed, more and more students' tests ended, and a burst of ghostly cries came from time to time in the middle of the martial arts training center. Many students couldn't accept the fact that they hadn't become a martial artist. After all, the status of a martial artist was superb, and there were even many resource rewards in the martial arts class. Everyone wanted to enter it. Unfortunately, wanting to become a martial artist and joining the martial arts class wasn't that easy. I don't know how long had passed. The test in the martial way training hall gradually came to an end. Watching the number of people in the martial way training hall become less and less, Lu Shang's heart couldn't help but look forward to it. Those who were still able to stay in the martial arts training hall were basically students who had become martial artists and were qualified to join the martial arts class. The number wasn't very large. Lu Shang took a cursory glance. Counting himself, there were about 30 people. The entire 3rd year of high school had more than 1,000 people, and those who were able to become martial artists in this time period were only about 3 dozen, so this number, it was really a bit small. Ta-da-day. Suddenly, a sound of leather boots trampling on the ground came. The people who remained in the martial arts training hall looked towards the direction from which the sound came, only to see that, at the entrance of the martial arts training hall, a burly figure wearing a black trench coat had appeared at an unknown time. That person was wearing a black trench coat, and underneath the trench coat was a camouflage military uniform. One eye was covered by a black eye patch, and the entire person's face looked even more solemn and incomparable. Accompanied by this person's entry, the entire martial arts training center, moreover, could not help but be filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. He looked around and spoke blandly. My name is Chen Jin, Jin of Suppression. I am the teacher of your next martial arts class. Of course I am not accustomed to people calling me teacher. You can call me an instructor. Chen Jin's booming voice resounded throughout the martial arts training hall. After saying that, he picked up the document in his hand and glanced at it. Without further ado, I've already got the results of the test you all just took, and based on your martial arts cultivation, you've been ranked. Depending on the ranking, the treatment of resources you enjoy amongst the martial arts classes is also different. Now everyone come over and line up to receive the resources that belong to you here from me. Hearing this, Lu Shang's eyes instantly lit up. Immediately, Lu Shang lined up and prepared to collect his resources. Soon, it was Lu Shang's turn. Chen Jin glanced at Lu Shang and said indifferently, "What's the name?" Lu Shang. Lu Shang. Ranked 33, 3 bottles of Qi blood pills as well as 3,000 rewards. Hearing this, the corners of Lu Shang's mouth twitched slightly. If he had just counted correctly, it seemed that there were only 33 people in the martial arts class counting himself. Chen Jin handed Lu Shang the 3 glass bottles, and again took out a bunch of money and handed it to Lu Shang. Lu Shang looked at the 3 bottles of pills as well as the money, and his eyes became bright all of a sudden. The rent is finally there. And resources. For his ranking of 33, Lu Shang didn't care too much. After all, he had only just broken through as a martial artist. Anyway, as long as he was given time, with the existence of the system, he was bound to be able to become a top martial artist. After collecting the resources, Lu Shang returned to his position. A few moments later, after all the students had collected their resources, Chen Jin was the one who looked around and spoke faintly. The martial arts class is able to receive more resources, but if you want resources, everything is something you need to fight for yourself, so I've decided that there will be a weekly ranking test, and the higher the ranking, the more resources there will be. And those who rank at the bottom. 2 consecutive times of being at the bottom, they will be directly eliminated and leave the martial arts class, returning to their original class. Saying that, Chen Jin's gaze swept over Lu Shang, as well as the other 2 guys ranked outside the 30th percentile. Chapter 4, Purple Talent, Upgrade. Listening to Chen Jin's words, Lu Shang was even more aware of Chen Jin's gaze, and the joy in his heart disappeared little by little. The final elimination? He had already been at the bottom once, which meant that he would be directly eliminated if he was still at the bottom in next week's ranking test? Thinking of this, Lu Shang's brows couldn't help but knit slightly. He had joined the martial arts class with great difficulty, and even enjoyed the benefits of the martial arts class, if he was eliminated after just a week of perseverance. How could Lu Shang be willing? It seems that it's better to seize the time to improve. Lu Shang gripped the 3 bottles of qi and blood pills in his hands. With the help of the qi and blood pills, and the presence of the system himself, he was bound to be able to get out of the bottom of the rankings test next time. Chen Jin's words set off a wave amongst the students of the martial arts class. However, most of the students had blazing gazes as they looked towards those students ranked before them, desiring to get a higher ranking in the next examination. As for Lu Shang, seemed to have become a little transparent again, and no one cared. Even the 2 guys who ranked before Lu Shang didn't even look at Lu Shang. After all, Lu Shang was only at the beginning of the Qi blood realm, while although they were also at the bottom of the list, they were already at the 2nd level of Qi blood cultivation. In their opinion, even if they gave Lu Shang a week's time, it was impossible for Lu Shang to break through, let alone surpass them in the examination. Alright, I've said what I need to say. You guys will allocate the time for the next week on your own, and after the next ranking assessment is over, we will officially start the training of the martial arts class. After saying that, Chen Jin left the martial arts training room without looking back. Seeing this, Lu Shang also took a deep breath, left the martial arts training room, and returned to his home. Contacting the landlord, Lu Shang left $1,000 and transferred all the remaining $2,000 to the landlord. The rent was renewed for 4 months. Although the rental house was rather shabby, Lu Shang wasn't someone who cared too much about that. For Lu Shang, being able to have his own independent space and being able to live in it was fine. Next week is the ranking test. If I can't get rid of the bottom results, I'll be eliminated. Lu Shang murmured, and his gaze landed on top of a bottle of qi blood pill. Without any hesitation, Lu Shang picked up the bottle of qi and blood pill, took out a red pill from it, and put it into his mouth. At the same time, in conjunction with the basic breathing technique, he began to digest the medicinal power in the qi and blood pill and raise his cultivation level. The basic breathing method was an extremely common cultivation technique in Grand Xia, and as long as one crossed into the quasi-martial artist realm, they were all able to receive a copy. Lu Shang had naturally mastered this kind of technique as well. Just like that, Lu Shang began to silently raise his cultivation level in his own home. Time, too, passed little by little amidst Lu Shang's cultivation. Soon, a week's time passed. Inside the rental house, Lu Shang was sitting on top of his bed with a helpless face, and next to Lu Shang, one of the bottles of qi and blood pills had been completely depleted, leaving only empty glass bottles. This talent of the predecessor. It's simply hard to explain. Lu Shang rubbed his temples and sighed continuously in his heart. It had to be said that Lu Shang's own talent was really a bit too poor. It had only taken a week to digest a bottle of qi blood pill, and his cultivation level had only risen from the first entry into the first level of qi blood, to the peak of the first level of qi blood. There was still a long way to go before crossing over to the second level of qi blood. Trying to ascend with my own talent is still too difficult. Lu Shang lamented. However, Lu Shang's mind moved slightly, and the system virtual panel appeared in front of Lu Shang. A faint light flickered in Lu Shang's eyes. A week had passed, and it seemed that his martial talent was able to be refreshed again. The last refresh had given him a rapid upgrade talent, and although it was only a one-time talent, it had allowed him to successfully cross over into the martial realm and join the martial Dao class. Then this time. System, refreshing talent. Ding, refreshing talents in progress, please wait. Lu Shang glanced at the panel and realized that along with the system's refreshing, the previous green quality rapid upgrade talent had disappeared. Lu Shang wasn't very sorry about this. After all, it was a one-time talent, and his cultivation level had been raised, so there was no use in keeping it. It's just that I don't know what talent can be refreshed for me this time. If another rapid upgrade comes along, I'll be able to guarantee that I won't be at the bottom of the examination. Lu Sheng's heart couldn't help but look forward to it. Ding, the system refresh was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple quality talent upgrade. Upgrade Cluck, a permanent martial arts talent that drastically increases the speed of cultivation and at the same time raises the current stage of cultivation by one realm. Surprisingly, it's a purple talent. Lu Sheng's eyes immediately shot out a brilliant light. Purple talent, amongst all of the system's martial talents, it was a talent that was at the 4th rank, and was definitely considered to be a very good talent. I didn't expect it to appear on my second refresh. Along with the appearance of the martial talent, the familiar power once again filled Lu Sheng's body, and Lu Sheng hurriedly sat down on the bed and felt the changes in his body. Wisps of qi and blood surged into Lu Sheng's body and began to flow little by little. A moment later, Lu Sheng's body shook slightly, followed by a raging aura that directly diffused from Lu Sheng's double peak of the 2nd level of qi and blood. Originally, Lu Sheng had already cultivated to the peak of the 1st layer of qi and blood, and under the enhancement of upgrading his cackling talent, he had directly elevated to the 2nd layer of qi and blood talent. Lu Sheng ran the basic breathing method, and the qi and blood, which was still extremely stiff, became incredibly smooth at this moment. Worthy of being a purple talent, while raising my level, I was even able to enhance my cultivation efficiency. On the other hand, my talent has been strengthened. Lu Sheng was overjoyed in his heart. In this way, maybe I'll be able to advance even further in tomorrow's examination. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, Lu Sheng took out the qi and blood pill from another bottle of qi and blood pill, put it into his mouth, and began to digest the medicinal power in it. This time, the speed of the medicinal power's digestion became even faster, and in just 10 minutes, he managed to digest a qi blood pill. The efficiency didn't know how many times more powerful it was compared to the previous days. Next, it's time to seize the time to cultivate. Lu Sheng's heart rejoiced, and he couldn't wait to start continuing his cultivation, as one qi and blood dan after another was devoured by Lu Sheng, and the aura on Lu Sheng's body became even more powerful. Chapter 5 Qi Blood 3rd Layer, Chenjin's Surprise. The next day, Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes. Thick strands of qi and blood power filled Lu Sheng's skin, emitting a powerful aura. 3rd level of qi and blood now. The corner of Lu Sheng's mouth revealed a smile. The purple talent upgrade Cluck was indeed terrifying. Not only did it raise his cultivation realm, it even raised his talent up a notch. Although it wasn't able to be compared to those top demons, compared to his previous self, his cultivation speed had definitely increased by more than 2 times. In just one night's time, he had refined a bottle of qi and blood pills and had managed to raise his cultivation from the peak of the 2nd qi and blood layer to the current 3rd qi and blood layer. The current me is always not at the bottom. Lu Sheng's eyes had a flash of brilliant light in them. Cloud City No. 1 Middle School, Martial Arts Training Center. Due to the establishment of the Wudao class, the Wudao training hall of the first middle school was directly requisitioned by the Wudao class, and it was extremely difficult for other ordinary class students to enter it. The classroom of the Wudao class was the Wudao training hall. Lu Sheng came to the martial arts training hall, but found that in the center of the field, placed as similar to the wooden man-like things. Lu Sheng was a bit curious, but looking at Chenjin's expressionless face standing next to him, he narrowed his neck and didn't go forward to ask, but found a seat where no one was sitting and waited for the test to begin. A few moments later, the students of the martial arts class arrived one after another, and each one of them had a different expression on their faces, with the most being a look of confidence. It was as if they were full of confidence in their own strength. After Chenjin saw that the students of the martial arts class had all arrived, he then faintly opened his mouth. Without further ado, let's start this week's ranking assessment, or that one sentence. The ranking determines the resources you will be issued in the martial arts class, while those who are at the bottom for 2 consecutive times will be eliminated and disqualified from continuing their studies in the martial arts class. What we want in the martial arts class are geniuses from the first school, not people who are just waiting to die. Do you hear me? Chenjin suddenly burst out, his voice sounding like a bell as it exploded in the martial arts training room. Hear and understand. The crowd opened their mouths one after another. Lu Sheng touched the tip of his nose, not knowing why. He always felt that Chenjin glanced at himself when he said that he was mixed up in food. However, Lu Sheng smiled faintly, and a look of confidence appeared on his face. Eliminated? It was impossible to be eliminated. Chenjin nodded in satisfaction as he listened to the loud voices of the crowd, then pointed to the wooden-like things around him and explained. This ranking test is very simple. Fight these martial Dao puppets. These martial Dao puppets are programmed to all start from the strength of the Qi blood layer. You will fight these martial Dao puppets and defeat them. Every time you defeat a martial Dao puppet, the strength of the martial Dao puppet will increase by 1 realm, and in the end, I will rank you all based on the realm and performance of the martial Dao puppets that you defeated. Now, those who I read, come forward. Saying that, Shenzhen took out the list and began to read. By M.O., Zhu Yanran, Lu Shang. In total, Shenzhen read out 15 people, just enough for each of them to fight against a martial puppet. Lu Sheng touched the tip of his nose and walked up to one of the martial Dao puppets. Begin! After everyone stood in place, Shenzhen opened his mouth blandly. Accompanying the fall of his voice, those martial Dao puppets that were originally still stationary, a red light instantly flashed in their eyes, and immediately afterward, they unexpectedly stood up on their own. An aura of a Qi and blood layer emanated from the body of each martial Dao puppet. Lu Sheng's eyebrows slightly raised, he took a deep breath, his eyes instantly became stern, his Qi and blood surged, and he instantly killed the martial Dao puppets. Shenzhen looked at the fighting crowd and swept his gaze across. Well, by most practical combat ability is good, he has already raised the martial Dao puppet to the 5th level of Qi blood. Looking at his aura, he probably already has the cultivation of the 6th level of Qi blood. This Chu Yenran's talent is also not bad, although she hasn't yet opened into the 6th level of Qi blood, she has already reached the peak of the 5th level of Qi blood. To be able to make it this far in a week's time is not bad. Shenzhen looked at them one by one. Basically every time he saw a student, he would silently comment in his mind, and then on the list in his hand, he would write down something. This guy has already defeated a martial arts puppet at the 2nd level of Qi blood. Not bad. Wait. This is Lu Shang? Shenzhen looked at them one by one, and his gaze landed on Lu Shang's body. One could only see that Lu Shang's body exuded a powerful Qi and blood fluctuation, and in front of Lu Shang, the martial Dao puppet instantly erupted at the 3rd Qi and blood layer after being defeated by Lu Shang. However, even so, facing the martial Dao puppet at the 3rd level of Qi and blood, Lu Shang's face did not have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his face was calm, and his fist was instantly covered with a layer of faint Qi and blood as he violently pushed horizontally. Dang! The terrifying force directly smashed onto the chest of the martial Wei puppet. In an instant, the light that flickered in the eyes of the martial Dao puppet unexpectedly went out in an instant. When the martial Wei puppet's eyes flickered with light once again, at this moment, the martial Wei puppet's cultivation level directly turned into the 4th level of Qi blood. This. Shenzhen's pupils shrunk slightly as he watched the scene. How could he not have thought that in just a week's time, Lu Shang, who was still ranked at the bottom of the list and had only just broken through the Qi blood realm, would be able to defeat the martial puppet at the 3rd Qi blood layer? His aura of the 3rd Qi blood layer is surprisingly so solid. Shenzhen carefully observed Lu Shang's breath fluctuations, and a flash of shock could not help but appear in his one eye. In a week's time, cultivating from a beginner martial artist to the 3rd level of Qi blood, with such a solid foundation, and even being able to defeat a martial arts puppet of the same realm. Shenzhen's heart trembled slightly. This son's talent is so heaven-defying. Shenzhen's one eye had a flash of light. It seems that we need to observe him properly. Shenzhen murmured, then wrote down a few words on the list, after Lu Shang's name. Key observation. Shenzhen then watched as Lu Shang gradually became undefeated at the hands of the martial Dao puppet at the 4th level of Qi blood, before he shifted his gaze to the other students. A few moments later, Lu Shang was defeated and his body was already wet with sweat. But even though Lu Shang was defeated, Lu Shang's eyes were bright. The enhancement of martial talent is truly powerful. Although it is a forced realm enhancement, the foundation is extremely solid, it can be said to be perfect. It's also because of this that I was able to defeat a martial Dao puppet of the same realm, so I won't be at the bottom again. Lu Shang's heart murmured. Chapter 6 Fist Master, Fist Comprehension doubled. Soon, the first round of people who started the examination were all finished. One of the things that made Lu Shang a little surprised was that this guy by MO had actually raised to the 6th Qi blood level in just a week's time, and had successfully defeated a martial arts puppet at the 6th Qi blood level. This talent was a bit terrifying. Lu Shang silently withdrew his gaze and returned to the rest area, waiting for the rest of the people to assess. While the others were assessing, Lu Shang didn't stay idle and began to observe the others' battles, accumulating battle experience for himself. After roughly 1 incense stick of time had passed, the second round of examinations also ended. Thus, this time's ranking examination ended. Shenzhen signaled everyone to return to their positions and sit down, while he himself came to the center of the field and took out the list and began to read out the rankings of this examination. Lu Shang, Qi blood 3rd layer, 20th place. When Lu Shang heard his name, he raised his eyebrows slightly and was also a little surprised. 20th place. Although it was only a moderate to low grade amongst the martial arts classes, compared to before, it had already improved very quickly. Lu Shang's ranking was also something that slightly surprised the crowd in the martial arts class. After all, last week, Lu Shang was still at the bottom of the list, but now he had already become the 20th place. However, it only slightly surprised them. Especially those students who ranked in the top 10 were even more unimpressed. Only the 2 students who were ranked outside the 30th rankings before revealed a bitter expression after hearing Lu Shang's ranking. Lu Shang had ranked 20, which meant that the bottom of the list would be between the 2 of them. Lu Shang's ranking set off a slight ripple in the middle of the martial arts class, but it quickly calmed down. After Qingjin read everyone's rankings once, his gaze swept over the crowd. This examination is not bad, no one has been at the bottom twice in a row. This also shows that you all have your own enterprising spirit as well. Such a state of affairs is good. From now on, we will be conducting the martial arts class. And the study of the martial arts class is also very simple. After fighting with the martial arts puppets 20 times a day, the rest of the time you guys are free to allocate. What I want is not a waste of time with only cultivation, but a true martial artist with strong combat power. Apart from the daily training of fighting with the martial arts puppets, I will choose one day every week to train you in the theory course. No one can be absent from the theory class, or else you are eliminated. By the way, the next ranking test will take place a month later, and as usual, the ranking determines your next resource allocation, while those who are at the bottom twice in a row will be directly eliminated. Qingjin's words traveled into everyone's ears. Next month? Lu Shang rubbed his chin. With the existence of the purple talent upgrade clock, he was bound to be able to upgrade himself another notch in a month's time, and the weekly refresh talent was also able to bring about an increase in his strength and cultivation. Then let's set a small goal: next month's ranking test, enter the top 10. The corner of Lu Shang's mouth arched out. The higher the ranking, the more resources would be rewarded, and under such conditions, Lu Shang naturally wanted to seize every opportunity to earn more resources. Subsequently, Lu Shang went to Qingjin's place to collect his own resources, and this time, he collected the resources for the next month, plus Lu Shang's ranking had been raised. A full 15 bottles of qi and blood pills were collected, plus a monetary reward of $5,000. What made Lu Shang slightly surprised was that after he collected the resources, Qingjin even patted his shoulder, having that one-eyed look at himself. Cultivate well, I'm optimistic about you. These words made the corners of Lu Shang's mouth twitch a little, smiled at Qingjin, and left the martial arts training center. What was the meaning of Qingjin's words Lu Shang didn't bother to think about, but it was naturally good to have a good relationship with Qingjin. Subsequently, during the next period of time, Lu Shang began his frantic cultivation. Every day, apart from the 20 times he had to fight against martial puppets to improve his actual combat skills, the rest of the time, Lu Shang spent on improving his cultivation. In just a week's time, with the bonus of upgrade clock, Lu Shang also managed to raise his cultivation to the 4th level of qi blood. Lu Shang is also satisfied with this. After all, the cultivation to the back to improve more difficult, if not with the existence of the upgrade clock. I want to break through the 4th layer of qi blood within a week, undoubtedly is a fool's dream. Inside the rental house, Lu Shang sat cross-legged on top of his bed. A week has passed, so I can start refreshing my martial talent. Lu Shang's mind moved slightly, and the virtual panel appeared in front of Lu Shang. System, start refreshing. Ding, refreshing martial Dao talents, please wait. A familiar electronic tone sounded in Lu Shang's mind. Lu Shang noticed that with this refresh, the upgrade clock didn't disappear. After all, it was labeled as a permanent martial arts talent, and once it was refreshed, it would accompany Lu Shang for the rest of his life. Ding, the system refresh was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue quality talent Fist Master. Master of Boxing, born a master of boxing, doubles efficiency when comprehending boxing martial arts and boxing related things. Blue talent? Lu Shang raised his eyebrows slightly lost in his heart. However, Lu Shang also knew that the higher the level of the talent, the lower the chances of it being refreshed were naturally, and the 3 talents that he had refreshed right now were all pretty good, at least none of them appeared as white talents. The blue talent was already very good. Fist Master? Lu Shang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly felt as if he had gained many more insights in his mind, as if he had been practicing boxing for several years. It seems like it's time to find a martial art that suits me. Lu Shang stood up from his bed. The current Lu Shang had only a basic breathing technique. Of course, for the current Lu Shang, the basic breathing technique was still able to be used, but the martial arts. With Lu Shang's predecessor's situation, he simply didn't have enough wealth to purchase martial arts, let alone learn them. Whereas a martial art was something that could increase a martial artist's combat power, currently Lu Shang had gone through a week of training, and his practical combat skills had pretty much been honed. If he wanted to increase his strength, he would either have to increase his cultivation or practice martial arts. Previously, Lu Shang hadn't thought about what kind of path he should take, but now that the blue talent, Fist Master, had appeared, it had already made a good choice for Lu Shang. Perhaps we can try to go to the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall to choose a boxing martial art that suits us. With that, Lu Shang walked out of the rented house and headed in the direction of the Cloud City Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. Chapter 7, The Mysterious Heaven and Earth Dojo, Blue Linglong. The Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall is an extremely special place in Cloud City. It is said to be a great summer martial arts alliance of the strong in the fight against foreign devils, suffered a serious injury, the cultivation of 10 no one had to retreat in the Cloud City. Thus, he created the Heaven and Earth Taoist Center. There are also people who say that Tiandi Daoguan is a relative of one of the strongest members of the Martial Arts Alliance. Anyway, there are many different opinions, saying anything. But the only thing that can be confirmed is that in the Tiandi Dao Hall, if you can pass some of the tests of the Tiandi Dao Hall, you will be able to get free martial arts. You know, this is a martial art. Martial arts, for a martial artist, is extremely important. A martial artist in the end, strong or not only depends on the martial artist's cultivation, but also more importantly, the power of the martial arts, as well as the martial artist's mastery of the degree of martial arts. Let's put it this way, a martial artist of the second Chi blood layer who has practiced martial arts is even able to defeat a martial artist of the third Chi blood layer who has not practiced martial arts. Because of this, martial arts were very sought after amongst martial artists. Thus, the price of martial arts was extremely high, even the lowest level Chi blood realm martial arts were able to sell for 5 figures in the market. And it was still the kind that had a price without a market. In the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall, however, it was possible to obtain martial arts for free. This also led to the status of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall in Cloud City being very high, not even inferior to the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance's branch in Cloud City. Even in Tiandi Dao Hall, paying a certain amount of tuition fees was able to join Tiandi Dao Hall and become an outer disciple of Tiandi Dao Hall. There was a chance to be instructed by the master of the Tiandi Dao Hall. Although the identity of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall's master was a mystery in Cloud City, it was undeniable that those who had been instructed by the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall's master had all become powerful martial artists later on. This was also the reason why Lu Shang chose to go to the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall at this time. With the upgrade clock and Master Fist technique, he might be able to pass the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall's test, and thus be able to get a free martial arts school in the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. Lu Shang used the memories in his mind to travel through the streets and alleys of Cloud City, and soon he stopped in front of an extremely spacious building. It was an ancient colored building, and above the gate, 4 large words appeared extremely conspicuous. Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. Lu Shang glanced at it, took a deep breath, and walked towards the gate of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. In the middle of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall, many disciples wearing the clothing of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall stood in different positions, practicing. Lu Shang took a cursory glance and realized that most of these disciples of the Tiandi Dao Hall were surprisingly already martial artists of the Chi blood realm. The only ones that were still in the quasi-martial artist category were the 3 or 2 younger guys. There was even a portion of them that even the current Lu Shang couldn't see through each other's strength. It was evident that the other party's strength was definitely above his own. What needed to be known was that these were also only the outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. Worthy of being the most special place in Cloud City, it's amazing that even the outer disciples are all Chi blood realm martial artists, and there are even some outer disciples whose cultivation is above the Chi blood realm. Lu Shang's heart couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At this time, Lu Shang suddenly realized that these disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall were looking at themselves in unison. One of the young men who seemed extremely gentle slowly walked over, first giving Lu Shang a martial artist salute, and only then did he open his mouth to ask, "This little brother, what is the reason for coming to my Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall?" Lu Shang slightly looked a little bit rushed, and set out the purpose of his coming. "I heard that the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall is able to obtain martial arts for free, and I am here." Lu Shang in the end was still crossing over from the 21st century, his face was relatively thin, and when he said this again, his cheeks were slightly reddened. The youth smiled and didn't care, just said smilingly, "That's true, but if you want to obtain my Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall's martial arts, but you have to pass the test, is little brother ready?" Lu Shang nodded. Seeing this, the youth didn't say anything more. "In that case, little brother, come with me." With that, the youth was leading Lu Shang in the direction of the interior of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. At this time, the surrounding disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall withdrew their gazes. Lu Sheng followed the youth's side, and vaguely in his ears, he could still hear the murmurings of these disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. Hee, I didn't expect that someone would want to come to my Tiandi Dao pavilion to whore for nothing, although the pavilion master is willing to take out these Qi and Blood Realm martial arts free of charge, but it's not that simple to get your hands on them. Not it, these recent days, but no one can pass the test after all. These days, but the owner of his old man personally sit down. Want to fool the owner of his old man is not so easy thing. Hee, what the heck, just take it as a joke. Lu Sheng couldn't help but frown slightly as he listened to these people. The old pavilion master was sitting in personally? For a while, Lu Sheng's heart was also a little curious about what kind of existence this one was, whose identity was like a mystery in the middle of Cloud City. Soon, under the youth's leadership, Lu Sheng arrived at the internal grounds of the Tiandi Dao Hall building. The grounds were huge, even a few points larger than the martial arts training hall of Cloud City's first middle school. In the middle of the grounds, an old man was lying on top of a rattan chair, his eyes lightly closed, looking extremely cozy, and beside the old man, a young girl with an extremely gentle face sat quietly beside the old man, holding a book in her hands and looking at it with great interest. The two didn't seem to notice the arrival of the youth and Lu Sheng. Until the youth brought Lu Sheng to the front of the two, the youth bowed respectfully to the old man and the young girl. Senior master, second senior sister, this little brother wants to try my Heaven and Earth Dao Hall's test to obtain a martial art. Saying that, the youth glanced at Lu Sheng, who then reacted and bowed slightly to the old man as well as the young girl. Kid Lu Sheng, meet the pavilion master, meet. When it was his turn to bow to the young girl, Lu Sheng was at a loss as to what to address the other party. The young girl raised her head, the gentle sunlight shone on the young girl's face that was like sheep's milky jade, above the cheeks could even see the subtle hairs gently reflecting the light. The young girl smiled slightly, but it was like the gentle spring breeze, and her gentle voice, like heavenly music, entered Lu Sheng's ears. My name is Blue Linglong, I am the teacher's second disciple. Hearing Blue Linglong's voice, Lu Sheng seemed to be a little intoxicated for a moment, and it was only when the youth beside him gently touched Lu Sheng's body that Lu Sheng reacted, and hurriedly bowed to Blue Linglong. Greetings, Miss Lan. Chapter 8 Test of Strength, Mighty Dojo Disciples. Blue Linglong didn't say anything about Lu Sheng's outburst, she just smiled gently, closed the book in her hand, looked at the old man, and said softly, Teacher, how about I organize the test next? The old man lying on top of the rattan chair by the side didn't even raise his eyes, only nodding silently. Seeing this, Lan Linglong stood up, her concave and convex figure, coupled with that gentle countenance, was giving off an unassailable air. She looked towards Lu Sheng and softly explained, although teacher has taken the martial arts of the Qi and Blood Realm, free of charge, in order to benefit the people of Cloud City, but in order to obtain the martial arts you need to pass a test, you should know this, right? Lu Sheng nodded. It was because of this that Lu Sheng didn't come to the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall right away to obtain a martial art. Instead, he came here after raising his cultivation to the 4th level of Qi blood and refreshing his Fistmaster talent. Naturally, he was fully prepared. Although the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall took out martial arts for free, if you wanted to get free for nothing, you really might not be able to take advantage of this without showing a little bit of skill. Seeing that Lu Sheng knew the rules of the Tiandi Dao Hall, Lan Linglong also stopped explaining too much and just said, the test of the Tiandi Dao Hall is divided into 3 directions: strength, qualification, and martial arts talent. The strength test is very simple, as long as one is able to reach the Qi and Blood Realm, they will pass. As for the qualifications, Blue Linglong looked to the side of the old man lying on top of the rattan chair and smiled apologetically, or I need the teacher to take a shot, the disciples this little bit of humble cultivation, after all, still can't compare to the teacher. The old man didn't say anything, and Lan Linglong didn't mind, just continued, as for martial arts talent. Although I say that the martial arts of my Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall is free, but if you don't have martial arts talent, even if you are given martial arts, it's still a waste. And different people specialize in different martial arts talents. Some people's talents are above sword techniques, while some people's talents are above blade techniques. I will test your martial arts talents so that I can choose a suitable Qi and Blood Realm martial arts for you. Have you heard all of this clearly? Lu Sheng nodded, clear. In that case, Lan Linglong smiled politely and looked at the body of the youth beside Lu Sheng. Wang Lin, I'll leave this task to you. Wang Lin smiled. What second senior sister said, Wang Lin will definitely comply. Immediately, Wang Lin looked at Lu Sheng and said with a smile, little brother, I'm offended. After saying this, an extremely powerful aura instantly erupted from Wang Lin's body, and a faint Qi and blood surrounded Wang Lin's body. Just this aura alone caused Lu Sheng's eyes to narrow slightly. It was very strong. Lu Sheng only had this thought about the aura that Wang Lin had erupted. At this moment, Lu Shang's ears slightly twitched and a faint voice entered Lu Shang's ears. Tisk, senior brother Wang Lin is a peak chi blood realm martial artist, isn't second senior sister purely embarrassing this guy? Yeah, a few days ago someone also came to my Tindy Dao Hall, and they all let those junior brothers and sisters who were at the beginning of the chi blood realm make a move, so why are they suddenly letting senior brother Wang Lin make a move today? Hee, whatever, usually it's not that easy to watch senior brother Wang Lin strike, today it's just right to borrow this kid's light and let us observe. Hearing these voices, Lu Shang's remaining light looked towards the outside of the venue, and he saw several sneaky figures lying outside the window, looking towards himself and Wang Lin. Peak chi and blood realm? Lu Shang was slightly surprised in his heart. He hadn't thought that the extremely gentle-looking youth in front of him was actually a peak chi blood realm martial artist. However, Lu Shang took a deep breath, and there was also a wave of defiance surging up in his heart. Brother Wang, be careful! Lu Shang shouted explosively, and his cultivation at the 4th level of chi and blood instantly erupted. Dang! Lu Shang's paws fiercely exerted force as his chi blood was injected into his legs, but in the next moment, his entire body was like a cannonball as he killed Wang Lin. Although Lu Shang's cultivation was only at the 4th level of chi blood, the rapid upgrade, as well as the upgrade cluck, forced Lu Shang's cultivation up 2 realms, making Lu Shang's foundation extremely solid. Coupled with this week's time, Lu Shang had honed his real-world combat experience with the martial puppets in Cloud City 1, and even though he didn't have any martial arts, his battle power was also extremely terrifying. Thud! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Lu Shang's fist pushed out horizontally, his thick chi and blood venting wildly as he slammed into Wang Lin's face. However, in response, Wang Lin merely smiled faintly, and just as Lu Shang's fist was about to land on top of Wang Lin's face, Wang Lin's figure suddenly disappeared. Lu Shang's heart tightened slightly, and a strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped Lu Shang's heart. Before Lu Shang could react, Lu Shang felt a cold touch coming from his neck. In an instant, Lu Shang's body stiffened in place, only to see that one of Wang Lin's hands was grasping Lu Shang's neck, and there was still a hint of a smile on his face. I lost. Lu Shang couldn't help but sigh, and within his eyes, there was even a flash of loss, but it was quickly filled with an even stronger battle intent. It's already not easy for the 4th level of chi blood to be able to do what you're doing. The average person doesn't even have a chance to get close to me. Wang Lin smiled faintly, then he withdrew his palm and looked towards Blue Linglong. Only when he looked over, Wang Lin froze a little. He only saw that the old man who was originally lying on top of the rattan chair had sat up at some point, and a pair of cloudy eyes landed on Lu Shang's body. Wang Lin was stumped for a moment, then he immediately bowed to Lan Linglong as well as the old man. Teacher, second senior sister, young brother Lu Shang's strength has already been tested by me, 4th level of chi blood, his foundation is extremely solid. Listening to Wang Lin's words, Lan Linglong nodded. In fact, without Wang Lin saying it, Lan Linglong was able to tell. She was just about to speak when an old voice came from her side. Kid, come over here for a moment. Hearing this voice, Lan Linglong also froze and looked at the old man, and her beautiful eyes carried a hint of incomprehension. She understood her master. It was hard to get her master to take interest in ordinary things, but it was only now that she was able to get her master to open his golden mouth. Me? Lu Shang scratched his head somewhat blankly, but still obediently walked to the old man. When Lu Shang walked in front of the old man suddenly stretched out his hand and touched Lu Shang's body quickly, as if he was feeling something. Lu Shang was a little uncomfortable being touched, and just wanted to stop it, but he saw that the old man had already stopped his hand, and a flash of light exploded out of his cloudy eyes. You only crossed into the chi blood realm half a month ago? Chapter 9, The Mind of the Old Pavilion Master, an Introduction to the Rohan Fist. What? Breaking through the chi and blood realm only half a month ago? For a moment, even Lan Linglong's face was slightly shaken. Outside the arena, the voices of those disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall who were secretly lying outside the windows also began to become silent at this time. Breaking through the chi blood realm half a month ago? Now it was the 4th level of chi blood? Although it was said that this speed wasn't terribly heaven-defying, and it wasn't impossible for some people with slightly better talent to do it with some cultivation resources. But when they looked at Lu Shang's clothes, it didn't look like he was very rich. Moreover, if Lu Shang was rich, how could he come to the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall to obtain free martial arts? For a while, even Wang Lin, who was on the side, looked at Lu Shang with a slight change in his eyes. Half a month's time to break through to the 4th level of chi blood, this speed couldn't be said to be too fast. At least he, Wang Lin, couldn't do it. Bone age 18, roots are perfect. It was as if the old pavilion master didn't care about the other people's changes in expression. He just looked at Lu Shang's body on his own, and from time to time, there was an essence light bursting out from a pair of old eyes. Lu Sheng was being looked at by the old pavilion master, and immediately felt some numbness in his scalp. Everything about himself seemed to have been seen through by the old pavilion master in front of him. Generally speaking, seeing through one's own cultivation was nothing, but the other party was even able to see when he had broken through the qi and blood realm. This means, it was somewhat terrifying. Worthy of being the most mysterious person in Cloud City. Lan Linglong glanced at Lu Sheng and then looked at the old pavilion master. Looking at the old pavilion master's thoughtful expression, there was also a touch of surprise in her beautiful eyes. With so many years of understanding of his teacher, when the old pavilion master revealed such an expression, I'm afraid that he has already moved some thoughts. Thinking of this, Lan Linglong's heart moved slightly, but did not show it. Although Lu Sheng's cultivation speed was relatively fast, but wanting to become his own senior brother could not be that simple. Sure enough, the next moment, the old pavilion master's voice slowly sounded. What martial arts do you want? The old pavilion master's gaze landed on Lu Sheng's body, and his pair of eyes seemed as if he wanted to see through Lu Sheng's entire being. Hearing this, Lu Sheng didn't have any hesitation and directly said, a boxing-type martial art. The talent that he had refreshed this time was Master of Boxing, and he naturally wanted to put this talent to good use so that he could raise his ranking amongst the martial arts classes and obtain more resources. The old pavilion master had said so Lu Sheng wasn't coy anymore. Boxing? The old pavilion master fell into thought, and after a few moments, the old pavilion master's palm slightly flipped over, followed by a yellowish book appearing in his palm. On top of the book, there were several large characters that were imprinted on it. Luhan Fist. Wang Lin looked at this martial art, and his pupils suddenly shrunk slightly. Blue Linglong on the side was even surprised when she looked at the Luohan fist that appeared in the old pavilion master's hands. She knew that this Luohan fist was not a qi and blood realm martial art, but a blood-refining martial art on top of qi and blood martial arts. Only a blood-refining martial artist could cultivate it to perfection. Of course, if some exceptionally gifted demons, they would also be able to start it in the qi and blood realm, but if they want to cultivate it to the fullest, the talent required would be exceptionally horrifying. At least Lan Linglong hadn't seen such a demon at the moment. Sure enough, teacher is trying to test Lu Sheng, just. Would it be a little too hard to test Lu Sheng with the blood-refining martial arts? Lan Linglong couldn't help but think in her heart. But although Lan Linglong thought so in her heart, she did not stop her teacher. After all, wanting to become her senior brother was not an easy thing. Thinking of this, there was also some color of anticipation surfacing in Lan Linglong's heart. Just as Lan Linglong thought so in her heart, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall outside the arena had already become a bit noisy. Surprisingly, it's a blood-refining realm martial art. What exactly does teacher his old man want? Normally, shouldn't they only give away one qi blood martial art? No, although Lu Sheng's talent is good, he hasn't passed the martial arts talent test yet either, so it's reasonable to say that the teacher wouldn't have taken the martial arts out. Could it be that teacher wants to test the other party? Outside the arena, quite a few dojo disciples whispered and discussed the Luohan fist in the old master's hands. It's just that this test is too difficult, even among all the outer disciples of our Dao Pavilion. Those who are able to initiate this martial art at the Qi and Blood realm are all phoenixes in general. That's not true. What exactly is the teacher thinking? The crowd was a bit puzzled in their hearts. In the middle of the arena, the old master handed Lu Sheng the Luohan fist in his hand and said indifferently, "Don't blame me for not reminding you, this Luohan fist is a blood-refining martial art. If you can get it started within a day, I will send you a creation. If you can't, today's matter ends here. You won't be able to get it even if it's a qi blood martial art. Of course, you can also choose to give up this opportunity. In the hands of the old man, randomly choose a qi and blood martial arts to leave. The choice is all in your own hands." After saying that, the old pavilion master's gaze locked onto Lu Sheng's body, wanting to see how the other party would choose. Blood-refining martial arts? Lu Sheng's gaze was instantly fixed on the Luohan fist, and he could no longer move away. This is a blood-refining martial arts put in the black market, is able to sell to the six-figure price of the sky, now even appeared in front of their own. Lu Sheng licked his lips, and the color of frenzy surfaced in his eyes. As for the words in the mouth of the old master, Lu Sheng selectively discarded. He now has the Fist Master enchantment, may not be able to start it. Moreover, Lu Sheng also wanted to see where the limits of the Yi Fist Master were. Without any hesitation, Lu Sheng directly took the Luohan fist over, sat down on the ground and started flipping through it. Dense fonts were imprinted on top of the book, and Lu Sheng was completely captivated by the contents of the book after just a single glance. As Lu Sheng looked deeper and deeper into the book, a blurry figure appeared in Lu Sheng's mind, and he could vaguely see the figure's appearance, which seemed to be Lu Sheng's appearance. The silhouette in his mind, along with Lu Sheng checking out the Luohan fist, even learned the moves in the Luohan fist, and began to cultivate them in a single step. For a while, Lu Sheng's attention fell on the figure in his mind, and everything in the outside world was no longer noticed by Lu Sheng. Along with Lu Sheng observing the moves of the silhouette in his mind, Lu Sheng's heart couldn't help but have quite a few insights about the Luohan fist appear. It was as if he had been practicing the Luohan fist for a very long time. And at the same time, in the middle of the outside world. As the old pavilion master looked at Lu Sheng, who was turning a deaf ear, a touch of appreciation surfaced in his pale eyes. The reason he had just said that was just to test Lu Sheng's heart. If Lu Sheng chose the second, perhaps Lu Sheng's destiny with himself would end here. But if Lu Sheng chose the first, even if Lu Sheng didn't succeed in initiating the Luohan fist within a day, he himself wouldn't begrudge a chi and blood martial art. Originally, the old pavilion master had thought that Lu Sheng would hesitate for a while, but who knew that Lu Sheng had chosen the first one without hesitation? Such a mentality was also something that the old pavilion master appreciated more. Teacher, are you planning to find me a junior master? At this time, Lan Linglong sat next to the old pavilion master and said gently. As soon as these words came out, a shocked look appeared on the face of Wang Lin, who was on the side, and he looked horrifiedly at the old pavilion master. What? The old pavilion master was going to take on a disciple? For a moment, many complex emotions flashed through Wang Lin's heart, and he glanced at Lu Sheng, who was pondering the Luohan fist on the side with a complicated expression. He knew that he had paid a small price to be able to worship under the old master, but even so, he had only become an outer disciple, and he might not be able to be instructed by the old master once a year. And Lu Sheng even made the old pavilion master initiate the idea of accepting a disciple. This is somewhat too outrageous. Hearing Lan Linglong's words, the old pavilion master smiled, stroked his beard, and smiled faintly. It's too early to say this, whether or not he can become your youngest disciple, it still depends on this kid's next performance. Although the Luohan fist is not a powerful martial art amongst the blood-refining martial arts, I'm afraid that if a person without any foundation in boxing cultivates it, I'm afraid that he may not be able to get started in a few months' time. Want to be initiated within a day, the difficulty is very great, for the teacher is only to see this little guy cultivation speed as well as the foundation is very perfect, slightly moved some thoughts, everything. Still wait until after today. Listening to the words of the old pavilion master, Lan Linglong also nodded. It is true that Lu Sheng is letting the old pavilion master move his mind a little bit, but just as the old pavilion master said, whether or not he can become the old pavilion master's disciple is still really unknown. However, just as Lan Linglong was about to reopen the books in her hands and kill time, Lu Sheng, who was originally sitting on the ground, suddenly stood up, and there was even a touch of clarity surfacing in his eyes. The old pavilion master's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze instantly landed on Lu Sheng's body. It was only when he felt the aura on Lu Sheng's body that the old pavilion master's pupils contracted violently at this time. Only what was seen. Lu Sheng took a step forward, and a strong chi and blood fluctuation surged out from his body, followed by the chi and blood converging on top of Lu Sheng's fist. It was violently pushed horizontally. Clang! In an instant, as if there was a Sanskrit sound exploding, Lu Sheng's fist instantly tore through the air in front of him. Immediately afterward, the old pavilion master's exclamation of shock also instantly exploded. The chi is rigid and strong, and the sound of Brahma appears at first. This is the sign of an introduction to the Luohan fist. Chapter 10 Worshipping the Old Pavilion Master, a Family. The old pavilion master's voice resounded in the middle of the arena. For a moment, no matter if it was Wang Lin or Lan Linglong, or even those outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Pavilion who were lying outside the arena peeking, their pupils violently contracted at this time. One must know that the Luohan fist is a blood-refining martial art. Even if some blood-refining realm martial artists wanted to introduce it, they all needed to spend a period of time, and this guy in front of them who was only at the 4th level of chi blood. Surprisingly, it only took less than a quarter of an hour to be initiated into it. Such a talent. Everyone's hearts and minds couldn't help but tremble slightly at this time. It is really too terrifying. The old pavilion master's pair of pale eyes even had a flash of light in them, and the aura on his body was also slowly withdrawn at this time. The eyes that looked at Lu Sheng were filled with admiration. Not bad, the foundation is so solid, the talent is first class, and on top of the martial arts talent, it is also a unique existence. Perhaps The old pavilion master's heart already had his own plans. On the side, Lan Linglong also recovered from her shock at this time, once again resuming the same tranquil appearance as before. She gently put down the book in her hands, her gaze fell on the old pavilion master's body, and she said in a warm voice, "Teacher." The old pavilion master nodded slightly. And at this time, Lu Shang had also awakened from that state of epiphany from before, feeling the countless more experiences in his mind. There was also a touch of joy surfacing in Lu Shang's eyes. Worthy of being a martial art, just by being an introductory one, it has increased my combat power by several layers. If I were to face a martial puppet of the same realm, I would even be able to crush it with a single move. Martial arts can be a very important means for a martial artist, especially powerful ones, although Lu Shang didn't know what level of martial arts the Luhan fist was, but from his own feelings, it wasn't any ordinary goods at least. Thinking of this, Lu Shang also looked back, turned around, and looked at the old pavilion master, and then bowed slightly. Many thanks to the pavilion master for granting me martial arts. Lu Shang was very clear that if it wasn't for the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion, he would probably have to wait for some time if he wanted to acquire martial arts, and relying on the financial rewards given by the martial arts classes, even if he was able to buy martial arts, the odds were that they would all be some ordinary goods. It could be said that the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion had given himself a great deal of help. The old pavilion master looked at Lu Shang's appearance, his heart grew more and more appreciative as he stroked his beard, his eyes constantly sizing up Lu Shang. A moment later. Cough cough cough, kid, would you like to worship old man as your teacher? The old pavilion master's pale voice entered Lu Shang's ears, and hearing the old pavilion master's words, Lu Shang was slightly stunned. Worship the old pavilion master as a teacher? He knew that this old pavilion master was an extremely mysterious existence in Cloud City, and even the Cloud City Martial Arts Alliance, the officials, and even some of the military's top brass had to give the old pavilion master a few moments of face in the face of the old pavilion master. If one became his disciple, one's own cultivation path would be much smoother. Wang Lin, as well as those outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Pavilion who were lying outside the arena peeking in, had their hearts and minds shaken when they heard these words from the old pavilion master. Is this master teacher his old man actually going to take on another disciple? One must know that although master teacher his old man has opened the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion and has countless disciples, the only one who could allow master teacher to personally take on a disciple aside from senior sister Lan is that senior sister. I didn't think that would actually accept another disciple today. It looks like we're going to have another third senior brother on our heads. Outside the arena, a single outer disciple of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall whispered. Within a pair of eyes, they even revealed an extremely strong color of envy. Of course, other than envy, they didn't have any extra expressions left. After all, they asked themselves, any one of them couldn't do what Lu Shang generally did, just a quarter of an hour to get started with the blood-refining martial arts, and it was still only under the 4th level of Qi blood cultivation. It was only natural that such a talent would make the old pavilion initiate the idea of taking on a disciple. After a short period of being stunned, Lu Shang also gradually came back to his senses, and he looked at the old pavilion master in front of him without any hesitation. He immediately bowed slightly to the old pavilion master. Teacher above, accept my disciple's bow. After saying that, Lu Shang then performed a disciple salute to the old pavilion master. Lu Shang didn't have any hesitation in this matter. Now that he urgently needed to improve his strength, he also needed someone to escort him. For the current Lu Shang, it was undoubtedly a huge help. And from the fact that the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall was able to selflessly bring out the martial arts, Lu Shang's heart was quite favorable towards this new teacher. After all, the existence of martial arts, but extremely precious a lot of martial artists, would rather put their own martial arts on the side of the rotten, may not be willing to take out the martial arts for other people to learn. To be able to become a disciple of the old pavilion master, Lu Shang's heart was naturally very happy. Good, good, good. From today onwards, you are the third disciple under the old man. I didn't expect that the old man would be able to meet a genius like you this time out of the gate. It's really that the heavens have not been kind to the old man. The old pavilion master let out a loud laugh, his old face even surfaced a touch of joy at this time. Cough cough cough. Immediately afterward, the old pavilion master didn't know if it was because he was too happy, but he actually coughed. Seeing this, Blue Linglong on the side, her face changed slightly, and with a hint of concern, she asked, Teacher, you. The old pavilion master waved his hand, no harm, it's an old problem, it's just. The old pavilion master's eyes slightly darkened a few points at this time, and then his gaze fell on Lu Shang's body. Lu kid from today onwards, you will follow your second senior sister to learn, the old man Has other things to do. Lu Shang nodded, then turned around and slightly bowed to Lan Linglong. Lu Shang, meet second senior sister. Lan Linglong smiled gently and said softly, junior senior brother doesn't need to be polite, in the future we will be a family. Family. When he heard these 3 words, Lu Shang's heart was slightly moved. No matter if it was in his previous life, or in this life, he was all alone. I didn't expect that in today. I could still hear someone say such words to myself. Well, many thanks to senior sister. Lu Shang nodded. Chapter 11 Martial Artist Realm Division, Blue Linglong Strength. Greetings third senior brother. Wang Lin, who was on the side, also reacted, and after a slight smile, he bowed slightly to Lu Shang. In the end, they were only outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Pavilion. In the Heaven and Earth Tao Pavilion, except for Lan Linglong and the seldom appearing senior sister, who was said to have become a high-ranking member of the military, all of them were external disciples. Regardless of the age of the outer disciples, when they met the disciples personally recruited by the old master of the pavilion, they were all to be called senior brothers and sisters. It was just like Lan Linglong. Lan Linglong's age was probably in her early 20s, but in the Heaven and Earth Taoist Pavilion, those who had become disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Pavilion even earlier than Lan Linglong had to respectfully call Lan Linglong as second senior sister when they met her. Therefore, it was the same when such a thing fell on Lu Shang. Lu Shang also responded in a hurry. Although it was said that he had become a disciple of the old pavilion master, he couldn't put on airs either, could he? Alright, Lanner, you just take little Lu to learn about our Heaven and Earth Taoist Pavilion. Master still has things to do, so I'll leave first. The old pavilion master said with a smile. Lan Linglong and Lu Shang nodded slightly, and immediately, the old pavilion master's figure, in front of both Lan Linglong and Lu Shang, disappeared in place like a bubble. Looking at the old pavilion master's disappearance, which was like a divine skill, Lu Shang was also a bit surprised. As if she could tell what Lu Shang was thinking, Blue Linglong on the side smiled and said, "This is just an insignificant means of the teacher, just get used to it in the future." Lu Shang nodded, then his face became hesitant. Seeing this, Lan Linglong was somewhat puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Lu Shang scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "Sister, that's what, we don't seem to know our teacher's name yet." As soon as these words came out, Lan Linglong's pretty face couldn't help but slightly twitch at the corners of her mouth. Thinking back to their passage in the middle of the grounds, it seemed like this hadn't really been mentioned. Lan Linglong's slender hand gently held her forehead. "Teacher, his old man is really careless, he can forget such a thing." "That's just it, since teacher asked me to teach you, so be it. As for our teacher's name, called Kong Xen, there's nothing to hide." Hearing this, Lu Shang nodded. Afterwards, Lan Linglong brought Lu Shang to show his face amongst all the outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Tao Pavilion, and also announced Lu Shang's identity. From this moment onwards, all the outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall knew that their Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall had an additional third senior brother. Even though this third senior brother of theirs was only a little guy at the 4th level of Qi blood, it did not affect their respect for Lu Shang in the slightest. It had to be said that those who were able to become outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Tao Pavilion, not to mention how talented they were, but their mentality was very good. There were no complaints because Lu Shang had become their third senior brother. Instead, they treated Lu Shang as if he was their brother. After a simple announcement, Lan Linglong brought Lu Shang back to the previous arena. "Feel free to sit down. So you're still a student of Yunchang No. 1 Middle School's martial arts class now?" Lan Linglong sat down on a chair, her pair of beautiful eyes falling on Lu Shang's body as she smiled gently. Lu Shang was not polite and sat down, nodding his head. Blue Linglong's long and slender fingers gently snapped the desktop, seemingly in deep thought. Only after a moment did Blue Linglong slowly say, "Since you're still a student of the martial arts class, and you can't stay in the Dao Hall at all times, how about this? During the daytime, you'll complete the training of the martial arts class, and when the training is over, you'll come to the Dao Hall to look for me, and I'll bring you to cultivate." Lu Shang nodded. If Lan Linglong didn't say anything, Lu Shang was also prepared to make this arrangement. Lu Shang took a sip of the tea placed on the desktop and asked with some curiosity, "Senior sister, what realm of martial artist are you? And what kind of person is the eldest sister that those people are talking about?" To be honest, Lu Shang was really a bit curious about how strong Lan Linglong was. After all, to be able to become the disciple of the old pavilion master, and to be able to be respected so much by all of the outer disciples throughout the entire Heaven and Earth Taoist Pavilion, one would think that it wasn't a simple figure. There was also the senior sister in the mouths of those disciples. Lu Shang could clearly remember that when they said the 3 words senior sister, each and every one of their faces carried an extremely strong color of respect. So much so, Lu Sheng was extremely curious about Eldest's senior sister in his heart. Lan Linglong glanced at Lu Sheng and couldn't help but smile slightly. This smile, however, was like a spring breeze, as if peach blossoms were spread across the face. Blue Linglong did not immediately answer Lu Sheng's question. Instead, she inquired, "Before answering this question of yours, you should answer a question of mine first. How much do you know about the division of martial realms?" Lu Sheng scratched his head. "All I know is that there are quasi-martial artists, blood martial artists, and blood-refining martial artists. As for the blood-refining martial artists above, I don't know." The realms of martial artists, Lu Sheng also knew through the knowledge taught in the classroom. However, among the realms of martial artists taught in the school, there was no mention of the realm above the blood-refining martial artist. According to the words of those teachers, there were some things that they knew too much about, which might not be a good thing. Lan Linglong nodded. "You're right, in the martial realm, there is a division between qi and blood refining, and above blood refining, it's the passing vein." Penetrating veins? Lu Sheng heard such a term for the first time and was also a bit curious. Well, it is the passing vein. The qi and blood realm contains qi and blood, and enhances the capacity of qi and blood. When the qi and blood reaches 10 points, it reaches the limit of the qi and blood realm, and is able to start sprinting towards the next realm. The blood refining realm quenched the qi and blood, strengthening the quality of the qi and blood. Every time you refine it, you will be able to raise your own qi and blood by one level. Of course, some exceptionally gifted demons will even be able to raise it by more. Generally speaking, when one's qi and blood reaches 100, one can sprint towards the vein passage realm. The so-called passing veins is to use one's own qi and blood to impact the veins of the entire body, and when all the veins of the entire body are opened up, then the peak of the passing veins realm is reached, and one can sprint towards the next realm. As for the next realm, we call it the viscera refining realm. Viscera refining realm, quenching the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, elevating one's own flesh and blood as well as organs to a limit. Martial artists who are able to elevate their cultivation to this step, looking at the entire Cloud City, there are only more than 20 people. As for the question you just asked, Lan Linglong smiled politely, carrying a touch of extremely peacefulness. I am one of the Cloud City's viscera refining martial artists. Chapter 12 Strong Strike, Fortitude. What? Lu Sheng listened to Lan Linglong's words, and after looking at Lan Linglong's appearance, his entire body couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Blue Linglong was actually a viscera refining realm martial artist. As Lan Linglong said, in the entire Cloud City, there were no more than 20 martial artists in the viscera refining realm, and Lan Linglong, surprisingly, was one of them. How is this possible? Blue Linglong looked like she was only in her early 20s, not much older than herself, at most 2 or 3 years old, but she was already a viscera refining realm martial artist? This talent. No wonder Lan Linglong was so respected by the outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. It turns out that apart from the fact that Lan Linglong is the second personal disciple of Kong Xen, he actually has such a terrifying strength. Blue Linglong looked at Lu Sheng's expression and didn't say anything, just silently waiting, or rather, observing. Blue Linglong want to see their own this little brother, after learning about their own strength, will be what kind of reaction. Soon, Lu Sheng awoke from his shock, and after he let out a bitter smile, his face was filled with a color of perseverance. I didn't think that senior sister's talent would be so terrifying, but... Lu Sheng's heart gradually calmed down. It was true that Blue Linglong's talent was terrifying, but don't forget that he had a system on his body, and with the martial arts talent that was refreshed every week, sooner or later, he would be able to make it to Blue Linglong's step one day, and even surpass Blue Linglong. Blue Linglong looked at Lu Sheng so quickly calmed down, is also a little surprised. The heart of Lu Sheng's evaluation cannot help but raise a notch. Immediately, Blue Linglong slowly opened her mouth. As for your second question, what kind of person is Eldest's sister? As she said that, Blue Linglong's pretty face also revealed a touch of admiration. Eldest's sister is the teacher's daughter and a true demon. Lu Sheng was a bit surprised. Teacher's daughter? Apart from that, Lu Sheng was even more surprised by the latter part of Lan Linglong's sentence. To know that Lan Linglong's talent was already very terrifying in Lu Sheng's eyes, but in Lan Linglong's mouth, this eldest senior sister, whom he had never seen before, was a true demon. Then how terrifying an existence should this eldest sister of his own be? Above the viscera refining realm? Lu Sheng was even a little afraid to imagine it. After all, the current Lu Sheng was only at the 4th level of qi and blood, not to mention the viscera refining realm. Even a blood refining realm martial artist was a relatively terrifying existence in Lu Sheng's eyes. Immediately, the two of them chatted for a while and finalized their cultivation plan. In Lan Linglong's plan, apart from the martial arts classes, Lu Shang would need to come to the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall to practice the Luhan fist whenever he had time, and at the same time, Lan Linglong would also give Lu Shang some pointers. A martial artist's progress was naturally slow if they were just figuring things out on their own, but if they had a strong person to give them guidance, this progress was enough to be much faster. In this way, during the next period of time, Lu Shang, apart from completing his training tasks in the martial arts class, came to the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall to cultivate whenever he had the time. This period of time could be said to have allowed Lu Shang to savor the taste of busyness. Don't look at Lan Linglong's entire person, who was extremely gentle, but when it came to teaching Lu Shang to cultivate, he had changed into a different person. Extremely strict. However, whenever Lu Shang had the slightest irregularity or failed to meet Lan Linglong's requirements, he would be punished by Lan Linglong. In contrast, the training of the martial arts class had instead become Lu Shang's means of rest. However, Lu Shang didn't just have any aversion to it, instead, he was happy to do so. Although cultivation was a bit more difficult, Lu Shang was able to clearly feel that his own strength was increasing at an extremely terrifying speed. Just like this, 2 weeks passed. At night, Lu Shang sat cross-legged on top of his bed at home, his entire body looking a few points thinner than 2 weeks ago. However, through his clothes, it was possible to see the extremely strong muscles on Lu Shang's body. It was as if he was filled with endless power. After 2 weeks of cultivation, under Lan Linglong's guidance, coupled with the resources rewarded by the martial arts class, Lu Shang had also managed to raise his cultivation to the 6th level of Qi blood. It should be known that when a martial artist's realm reaches the later stages, the difficulty of each realm would be raised by 1 notch, and to be able to raise 2 realms within 2 weeks, apart from the upgrade clock enchantment, Lan Linglong's guidance was also very important. Thinking of this, Lu Shang couldn't help but feel a slight movement in his heart. Immediately after that, the system panel appeared in Lu Shang's field of vision. Host, Lu Shang. Cultivation, 6th level of Qi and blood. Martial arts, Luohan fist, small success. Martial arts talent, upgrade. Purple, fist master, blue, strong strike, white. Looking at his system panel, Lu Shang's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. The strong strike talent was a talent that Lu Shang had refreshed last week, and it was only the most common white talent. The effect was only to have the chance to set off a strong strike in the middle of a battle, thus making his offensive power increase to 150%. Moreover, the chance of triggering it was very low, with only a 5% chance of being able to trigger it. But after all, it was a white normal talent, and Lu Shang didn't have too much demand for it. Forget about the time, I'll be able to refresh the talent today. I don't know what kind of martial arts talent will be able to be refreshed out this time. Lu Shang murmured faintly, and there was even a touch of anticipation in his eyes. System, refresh. Ding, refreshing martial arts talent, please wait. A familiar electronic tone sounded in Lu Shang's mind. Ding, the system refresh was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the green quality talent, perseverance. Perseverance, heart like a rock, standing firm. The host's willpower has increased, and he will face any difficulties with a resolute heart. Along with the refreshment of his martial talent, Lu Shang instantly felt that his mindset, at this time, seemed to have undergone a slight change. The things that had plagued Lu Shang before seemed to have turned into some big deal in this moment's Lu Shang. It was as if anything would be solved under his own perseverance. Perseverance? Lu Shang blinked his eyes, although it was said that this perseverance talent didn't do much to improve his strength and cultivation or even his cultivation talent. But it was also considered a good supporting martial talent. With this talent, one's mind would also become more stable, so much so that when one faced some difficulties in the future, one would also be able to face them calmly by virtue of one's perseverance. Not bad at all. Lu Shang raised his eyebrows and smiled before lying down on the bed, ready to rest. Chapter 13 Alien Demon Battlefield, Out of the City. On the following day, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, waving down a circle of heat waves. The entire Cloud City woke up under this circle of heat waves. Lu Shang also stood up from his bed, and after briefly waking up for a moment, he entered the restroom to wash up. Although today was the weekend and there were no training sessions in the martial arts class, but over at the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall, Lan Linglong was keeping an eye on Lu Shang at all times. According to Lan Linglong's words, Lu Shang's current strength was still too low. As Kong Xen's disciple, this little cultivation, if it was spread out, it would lose the face of the entire Tiandi Dao Hall. In this regard, although Lu Shan was somewhat helpless, there was nothing he could do. Therefore, today, he still needed to go to the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall to train. Soon, Lu Shang packed up his things and headed towards the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. third senior brother. Good morning, third senior brother. Coming, third senior brother. Entering the Heaven and Earth Tao Hall, all the outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Tao Hall, regardless of their age, smiled and greeted Lu Shang after seeing him. During this half a month's time, Lu Shang was also considered to be thoroughly acquainted with the people of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. As Lan Linglong had said, they were family. Lu Shang smiled and responded one by one, and then came to the arena. Entering the arena, Blue Linglong was already waiting for Lu Shang in the arena, only to let Lu Shang some surprises. Usually Blue Linglong wore clothes or extremely light casual kind of loose clothes, but today, Blue Linglong is wearing tight combat training clothes. The tightly fitting clothes completely outline Lan Linglong's concave and convex figure. With the perfect body proportion, even though Lu Shang and Lan Linglong were already very familiar with each other, he still couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose. Falling his gaze on the tip of his nose, he didn't dare to look at Blue Linglong's body. Coming? Blue Linglong didn't seem to notice Lu Shang's abnormality and just asked. Lu Shang nodded and asked with some curiosity, "Senior sister, are you dressed like this today?" With the change in clothing style, it was obvious that there was something going on. Lan Linglong smiled and glanced at Lu Shang. "It's not that I have something to do, but you have something to do." Me? Lu Shang was puzzled. What could he have something to do? Lan Linglong let out a faint smile. "Although your progress during this period of time is not bad, you are facing either the puppets from the martial arts class or the senior brothers in the Tao Hall. Although the senior brothers fought with you, they were all point blank, but as a martial artist, especially a martial artist with good talent like you, in the future, you will inevitably have to enter the alien demon battlefield. You will have to fight with the alien demons. At that time, what you will face every day can be a day of licking blood from the mouth of a knife, and with your current combat experience, you will be nothing more than cannon fodder when you enter the alien demon battlefield." Listening to Lan Linglong's words, Lu Shang's face became slightly more grave. Alien demon battlefield. Hundreds of years ago, the interdimensional rift suddenly descended on Blue Star, and the foreign devils were born. However, Blue Star also ushered in the descent of aura revival, thus giving birth to the existence of martial artists, and it was because of this that the Blue Star human race did not completely disappear under the invasion of the foreign devils. But even so, the existence of foreign devils is still hanging above the head of the Blue Star human race above the sword. The alien demon battlefield was the place where the Blue Star human race fought off the alien demons. There are human martial artists dying every moment, and blood has become the only tone of the foreign devil battlefield. As a martial artist, in the Blue Star human society enjoys a high status treatment, but the same, every martial artist, after reaching a certain age in cultivation, must enter the foreign devil battlefield. Blue Star vigorously cultivated martial artists, and even went so far as to establish a martial arts academy, in order to cultivate more and stronger martial artists, so as to be able to fend off foreign devils on the foreign devil battlefield. Lu Shang was only a senior high school student now, but sooner or later, one day, Lu Shang would have to enter the alien demon battlefield and defend against the alien demons. Thinking of this, Lu Shang's face was also slightly heavier. Then what does senior sister mean? Lu Shang looked towards Lan Linglong. Blue Linglong's pretty eyebrows gently raised, and above her stunningly beautiful face, a mischievous smile even hung out. Naturally, it is for you to meet blood properly. Cloud City, East Gate. Lu Shang, who had already changed into a white combat uniform, followed behind Lan Linglong and walked towards the East Gate. At the East Gate, there were even martial artists in military uniforms, gazing at the location of the gate with solemn faces, seemingly watching for something. When Lu Shang saw the city gates, his heart had also known about the meet the blood in Lan Linglong's mouth. This senior sister of his own was going to take himself out of the city. Although it was said that the heart of the Blue Star's human race was the foreign devils in the sub-dimensional rift hanging above the sky, along with the emergence of the aura revival, not only the human race gave birth to martial artists. The animals that lived in the wild also evolved and became more powerful in the aura recovery. These animals have been nourished by the spiritual chi, and have long been invulnerable to swords and spears, and the ferociousness in their bodies is even more thoroughly stimulated along with their evolution. For such creatures, the Blue Star people named them fierce beasts. And these ferocious beasts is also become an addition to the foreign devils, one of the factors that threaten the survival of the human race. Compared to the existence of those foreign devils, these ferocious beasts were much less dangerous, and even ordinary people among the human race would not encounter ferocious beasts as long as they did not casually walk out of the city gates. Therefore, when Lu Shang saw the city gates, he already knew what Lan Linglong wanted to bring himself to do. Go out of the city. Hunting the ferocious beasts. Thinking of this, Lu Shang's heart not only did not have the slightest bit of panic, but instead, a touch of excitement surfaced in his heart. It had already been a month since he came to this world, and he had even become a Chi blood realm martial artist. But Lu Shang had never seen blood before. Lu Shang followed behind Lan Linglong and walked towards the city gates. When she arrived at the city gate, Blue Linglong took out a token from her pocket that Lu Shang had never seen before and handed it to the military martial artist guarding the city gate. Lu Shang realized that the two military practitioners revealed a look of respect, respectfully returned the token to Blue Linglong, and even gave Blue Linglong a salute. Immediately, they were released. However, Lu Shang didn't care. After all, Lan Linglong was one of the less than 20 viscera refining realm martial artists in Cloud City. Having such treatment was undeniable. Walking out of the city gates, smelling the fresh smell in the air, Lu Shang's mind was vaguely relaxed. Do you know what to do? Blue Linglong's voice rang out. Aha! Lu Shang nodded. Afraid? Not afraid, even. Lu Shang paused, and a smile appeared on his face. There's still some excitement. Chapter 14 Wild Trial, Blue Linglong's Complications. Blue Linglong took a deep look at Lu Shang, who still had some excitement left on his face, and was somewhat surprised in her beautiful eyes. Lu Shang's life experience, she is also considered to understand very well, but has never been out of the Cloud City. It is reasonable to say that people who have never seen blood, when they hear that they are about to fight with ferocious beasts, they will be more or less afraid of some emotions. How come this guy? Lan Linglong pondered for a moment, but still reminded, what you will face later is a ferocious beast. It's not in the same class as those martial arts puppets you faced before. This is really going to be a life and death struggle. After all, Lu Shang was also his junior brother, and during this period of time and Lu Shang's contact down, the two were also very familiar with each other. Lan Linglong didn't want Lu Shang to suffer in the hands of the ferocious beasts because of his carelessness. However, Lu Shang said as if he didn't care, I know. Looking at Lu Shang's appearance, Lan Linglong wanted to say something, but in the end, she just sighed silently in her heart. It's just that, it's good to let this little guy suffer. Anyway, with me around, he won't be hurt. Thinking of this, Lan Linglong also stopped saying anything. Although Lu Shang had shown good talent during this period of time, there was a huge gap between talent and real combat. In Lan Linglong's opinion, Lu Shang was just a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. It was just right that this refining, letting Lu Shang see blood while also letting this guy suffer, would also be of great benefit to Lu Shang. Immediately, Lan Linglong brought Lu Shang and walked towards the depths of the suburb. Not knowing how long had passed, Blue Linglong brought Lu Shang to a jungle. Looking at the dense trees in front of him, Lu Shang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he vaguely seemed to be able to feel that in the middle of this jungle, there seemed to be some dangerous aura radiating out. This is it, from now on, today you will spend your day in the jungle. Lan Linglong smiled faintly, and after saying a sentence at Lu Shang, she unexpectedly directly transformed into a black shadow and disappeared from Lu Shang's field of vision with a swish. Second senior sister. Lu Shang still wanted to ask something, but Lan Linglong had already disappeared. Lu Shang touched the tip of his nose somewhat awkwardly. This is gone? Lu Shang scratched the back of his head and looked at the jungle in front of him, and after pondering for a moment, he still took a step towards the jungle. Just the moment he entered the jungle, Lu Shang's vigilance was raised to the extreme. Although Lu Shang hadn't been out of the city, after so many years of schooling, he more or less still had some understanding of the countryside. Although the Blue Star's ferocious beasts are said to be no threat to the people in the city, but that is based on the fact that there are people from the military and the martial league stationed there, and once we really enter the wilderness, even a martial artist of the Chi blood realm needs to be on their toes. There was a faint glow flickering in Lu Shang's eyes as he swept his gaze around, wary of everything beside him. The pace, too, was slowly moving towards the depths of the jungle. And at the same time, not far from Lu Shang, on top of the trunk of a sky-high tree, Blue Linglong, who had a black combat uniform, stood quietly above it, and the black tightly fitting clothing completely outlined Blue Linglong's body. It was concave and convex. Her gaze had been locked on Lu Shang's body, and as she looked at Lu Shang who was so vigilant, a gentle smile finally appeared on her smooth face. Not bad, knowing to be vigilant around. Admittedly, as Lu Shang's senior sister, even though letting Lu Shang go out of the city was for the purpose of refining Lu Shang, how could she possibly let Lu Shang really fall into a crisis? In the outskirts, not to mention Chi blood realm martial artists, even blood-refining martial artists could die under the sharp claws of ferocious beasts if they were not careful. Still, it's important to keep a good lookout. In the wild, just being vigilant is far from enough. Lan Linglong murmured faintly, her figure following Lu Shang's steps, moving gently. Deep in the jungle, a huge bear whose body was filled with golden hair gazed intently at the youth in front of him wearing a white combat training suit. A tyrannical color filled the huge pupils. Roar, roar, roar. Golden giant bear hissed, huge palm, like a fan, fiercely fanned toward the youth in front of him. The wind swept, but also has a surge of chi and blood power, from the golden giant bear's palm above the outbreak. The speed was so fast that it left a residual shadow in mid-air. However, just when that meat palm was about to fall on the youth's gaze was incomparably calm. The next moment, the youth slowly raised his right hand. The right hand was clenched into a fist. Chi and blood surged. Golden light flashed. Wah! A Sanskrit sound suddenly exploded in the middle of the jungle, and vaguely, it seemed as if one could hear the sound of Buddha resounding in the fist light. Immediately after, the youth's fist ruthlessly collided with the golden giant bear's palm. Thud! A muffled sound came, only to see that the palm, which was like a bushel, was instantly pierced through by the terrifying fist light the moment it came into contact with the youth's fist. Roar, roar, roar! Blood gushed out, and the golden giant bear also let out a miserable hissing sound at this time. A cold aura flashed through the youth's eyes. I'll kill you while you're sick. The youth's paws fiercely exerted force, and the entire person was like a cannonball, killing the golden giant bear with a straight hook. Dang! Another fist was thrust out horizontally, and a terrifying fist light instantly burst out. In just a split second, it pierced through the giant bear's chest. In the moment the chest was pierced through, the giant bear's life force also began to rapidly drain away, and after only a moment of stiffness, it collapsed straight toward the back. As the youth looked at the collapsed golden giant bear, his eyes were finally filled with a color of fatigue. The third head. The youth murmured faintly. Swish! Suddenly, a black figure appeared by the youth's side, and the sudden appearance of the silhouette also caused the youth to be startled, but when he saw the silhouette's face, the youth was relieved. It's seen your sister, how did you appear without God realizing it? You almost scared me to death. The youth touched his chest as if he was really frightened. It was only on his face that he wore a playful expression. Admittedly, the youth in front of him was Lu Shang, while the black silhouette beside him was naturally Blue Linglong. Blue Linglong complexion glanced at Lu Shang, and then glanced at the golden giant bear that fell on the ground. Life force is gone, a pair of beautiful eyes, there is a touch of shock quietly surfaced. Chapter 15 Kong Xen's shock, a week. To be honest, before seeing all this with her own eyes, Lan Linglong would never have imagined in any way that all this in front of her was actually done by Lu Shang. From the time Lu Shang entered the jungle, until Lu Shang encountered the first ferocious beast. Until now, the golden giant bear. Every single time, it brought a huge shock to Lan Linglong. If she didn't know that it was really Lu Shang's first time out of the city and his first time facing a ferocious beast, Blue Linglong would even think that Lu Shang hadn't survived in the wild for a while before. There was no way. Lu Shang was acting far too calm. It was so calm that it didn't seem like Lu Shang's age group, or a martial artist who was going out of the city for the first time, could do it at all. Regardless of whether it was the first beast he faced or the golden bear in front of him, Lu Shang's performance was remarkable. Even in the face of the beast's berserk state, or in the face of a life and death crisis, Lu Shang's handling was perfect. Lu Shang was perfect. Blue Linglong glanced at the golden giant bear lying on the ground with a complex expression, and a complex color flashed above her pretty face. Between a gentle wave of her hand, the corpse of the ferocious beast lying on the ground had already disappeared. Alright, let's stop here today. Lan Linglong said softly. Lu Shang nodded and instantly followed by Blue Linglong's side as he walked towards the direction of Cloud City. After returning to Cloud City, Lan Linglong said to Lu Shang, from now on, apart from practicing in the daily martial arts classes, you don't need to train in the Dao Hall, so follow me and go out of the city to sharpen your skills. Lu Shang didn't feel anything about this arrangement from Lan Linglong. During this period of time, the training in the martial arts class, and the training in the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall had long since made Lu Shang somewhat disinterested. On the contrary, killing ferocious beasts in the countryside had ignited the excitement in Lu Shang's blood. Therefore, Lu Shang agreed without hesitation. Immediately, Lan Linglong let Lu Shang go back on his own, while she herself returned to the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. Blue Linglong just returned to the Taoist Hall and walked towards a courtyard at the back of the Taoist Hall. In the courtyard, Kong Xen was lying on top of a rattan chair, enjoying the light that poured down from the canopy. Back? Kong Xen said without looking back as he lay on top of the rattan chair. Lan Linglong nodded and walked straight to Kong Xen's side, then sat down. How did that little guy behave? Did he get scared? Kong Yunchang said smilingly. However, as Lan Linglong listened to these words, a look of embarrassment surfaced above her pretty face. Kong Yunchang's eyebrows slightly raised. What? Did this brat perform poorly? But it's not a big problem. I remember when I took your eldest sister out of the city to see blood for the first time, it took me 2 or 3 days to slow down. Isn't it the same now that you've entered the military? Kong Yunchang said with some disinterest. After all, this kid is only seeing blood for the first time. When we let him get used to it for a while, he will naturally be fine. Kong Yunchang instead comforted Lan Linglong at this time. Listening to her own teacher's words, the color of embarrassment on Lan Linglong's face became even more intense. Lan Linglong brewed her words for a bit before she was slowly opening her mouth. Teacher. Junior brother's performance is too surprising. Immediately, Lan Linglong told Kong Yunchang about Lu Sheng's performance today, one by one. After Kong Yunchang heard this, his entire body froze on top of the rattan chair. A full dozen seconds passed before a flush surfaced on top of Kong Yunchang's aged face. Are you saying that this kid was able to calmly deal with a ferocious beast the first time he faced it? Still able to face it calmly? Even after seeing blood he was able to remain calm? The hell is a little guy who has never seen blood able to do that? Kong Yunchang's tone was slightly raised a few points. Within a pair of pale eyes, there was also a flash of surprise that surfaced, only that this flash of surprise was only a flash. Lan Linglong nodded and said softly, I've also read the information on Junior-Senior brother. He has never been out of Cloud City, which means that today is really the first time he has faced a ferocious beast and seen blood. The flush above Kong Yunchang's face dissipated little by little, regaining his composure. I didn't expect that in the middle of Cloud City, in addition to meeting you little guy, there is actually someone else who can bring surprises to the old man. There was a glint of light flickering within Kong Yunchang's eyes. Although, it's not like this Xia doesn't have this kind of innately calm demon, but this kid is also a bit of a surprise to old me. Kong Yunchang murmured, and a moment later, as if he had thought of something, he looked towards Lan Linglong. Does your senior sister know about my accepting a disciple? Lan Linglong shook her head. I haven't told my senior sister yet, she has too many things going on in the military, so I'll tell her when I have the chance. Kong Yunchang pondered for a moment. If old me remembers well, that place seems to be about to open. It's better to tell your senior sister about Lu Shang, just to see if we can get this little guy to go to that place to hone his skills for a while. Lan Linglong's eyes had a flash of essence within them. Teacher, what you mean is? Kong Yunchang nodded, although it is said that the old man is also sufficient to teach him, but during this period of time. Kong Yunchang slowly looked in the direction of the canopy, a pair of cloudy eyes, but there was a touch of ruthlessness that surfaced. Something, again, is a bit unpeaceful. The old man is really distracted. Blue Linglong sniffed and was also silent for a moment. Since this is the case, then tell senior sister about Lu Sheng's matter. I think that senior sister is also very happy to know that she has one more junior brother. Lan Linglong said. As soon as she thought of the short-serving senior sister in her memories, a soft smile appeared on Lan Linglong's face. During this next period of time, Lu Sheng finished his training in the martial arts class every day in the fastest time possible, and after that, he directly left the city. According to Lan Linglong's words, there were times when Lu Sheng should be allowed to face crises on his own, in order to better stimulate Lu Sheng's potential. Lu Sheng also recognized this, so with the token that Blue Linglong had given him, he was also able to freely enter and exit Cloud City. Lu Sheng entered the countryside alone. Whether or not Blue Linglong was with him, then only Blue Linglong herself knew. Just like this, in the midst of the wilderness grinding, time was also slowly passing. A week's time passed in an instant. During this week's time, with his various martial arts talents, Lu Sheng also managed to raise his cultivation to the 7th level of Qi blood. Even the Luohan fist had also managed to cultivate it to a grand completion, and it was only a step away from perfection. And along with the passage of time, soon, the second ranking examination of the martial Dao class was about to arrive. Chapter 16 Gift, the Prodigal. Dots of starlight struggled to crawl across the entire canopy. The Cloud City under the night curtain appeared quiet and peaceful. Inside the dilapidated rented house, Lu Sheng sat cross-legged on top of his bed, but his gaze was looking straight at the space in front of him. A virtual panel that only Lu Sheng could see slowly emerged. Host, Lu Sheng. Cultivation, 7th level of Qi and blood. Martial arts, Luohan fist, great success. Martial arts talent, upgrade. Purple, fist master, blue, strong strike, white, perseverance, green. Lu Shang's gaze swept over the system panel in front of him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. I have to say, the talents that have been refreshed during this period of time are a complete all-around boost for me. Lu Shang murmured slightly. The upgrade clock had boosted Lu Shang's cultivation speed, and in a certain way, Lu Shang's talent, which was extremely trashy on its own, was also strengthened under the upgrade clock's boost. There was no need to mention the Fist Master, which was extremely useful above the comprehension of fist-type martial arts. Although it was only a blue talent, it was also extremely powerful. The Strong Strike talent, on the other hand, caused Lu Shang's battle power to be increased. As for Perseverance, it also caused Lu Shang's heart to be strengthened to a certain extent. It's almost time to refresh the new talent. Lu Shang gently spoke, looking at the system panel in front of him, and faintly spoke. System, refresh. Ding, refreshing martial talent, please wait. A familiar electronic tone sounded in Lu Shang's mind. Ding, the system refresh was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white quality talent, Wanderer. Prodigal, while in a situation where you are alone, the host's defense is increased by 20%. As he watched the white light flash before his eyes, a piece of information also flooded into Lu Shang's mind. Defense power increased. A brilliant light flashed through Lu Shang's eyes. His eyes fell on top of the Wanderer talent. Although this Wanderer talent in front of him was only a white talent, its effect was very good. Alone, that is, when one had no partner or friend by their side, one's defense would increase by 20%. Don't underestimate this 20% increase in defense. This increase was enough to allow Lu Shang to crush his battle power in the same realm. Battle-type talent. Lu Shang's eyebrows raised slightly. After this period of time of studying the system, Lu Shang had also gradually summarized the types of martial talent that the system had refreshed. Lu Shang had categorized them into battle power type, auxiliary type, and talent type. Among them, the auxiliary type was the martial arts talent of Perseverance and so on, which improved in the heart as well as other aspects. The talent type was the martial arts talents like Upgrade Clock and Fist Master. The remaining was the battle power type. Although it's only a white talent. But it's enough. Tomorrow's examination might be able to try to impact the top 10. Lu Shang murmured, and there was even a color of delight emerging from his eyes. Although it is said that he has now become a disciple of Kong Xen, with the second elder sister Lan Linglong personally teaching, but the resources of the martial arts class still made Lu Shang salivate. Thinking of this, Lu Shang began to adjust his state, preparing to face tomorrow's second ranking examination in the best possible light. A ray of white light dispersed the stars in the sky. The sunlight broke through the night's blockade and completely descended above Cloud City. Inside the rental house, Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes, and there was even a powerful aura within his body that burst out involuntarily. It's almost time. Lu Shang softly murmured, then walked out of the bed, simply washed up, and then walked towards the direction of Yunchang No. 1 Middle School. Soon, Lu Shang arrived at the martial arts training center. He didn't know if it was because he got up too early today, but Lu Shang was the only one in the martial arts training center. Lu Shang didn't care about this, he just casually found a seat and waited for the test to begin. Along with the passage of time, more and more students from the martial arts class came to the martial arts training hall, and some of the students also greeted Lu Shang when they saw him. The martial arts class had already been open for more than a month, and although Lu Shang had spent most of his time soaking in the Heaven and Earth Taoist training hall, he had gradually gotten acquainted with some of the students from the martial arts class. Perhaps it was because there were more people, and the martial arts training center had started to become noisy. A moment later, a dull footstep came from outside the door. Upon hearing this footsteps, the martial arts class students inside the martial arts training hall closed their mouths. They were all too aware of who the owner of this footsteps was. Lu Shang slowly cast his gaze in the direction from which the sound came. Sure enough, a burly middle-aged man wearing a black trench coat, but with one eye covered by a black eye patch, slowly walked in. He didn't know if Lu Shang was wrong, but he was clearly able to see that Chen Jin's face had a hint of vicissitude as well as fatigue on it. Lu Shang raised his eyebrows slightly. He also remembered that Chen Jin's time in the martial arts class seemed to be somewhat less during this period of time. Apart from the weekly theory class, Chen Jin had left in a hurry after briefly looking at the training of the crowd at the martial arts training center. This was also the reason why Lu Shang had enough time to train at the Heaven and Earth Tao Hall. Chen Jin had just stepped into the martial arts training hall, and a pair of stern eyes swept over the crowd, and only after seeing that the crowd had all arrived, did he slowly open his mouth. No more nonsense. What day is today, you should all know. It's still the same sentence. If you want to get more resources, use your full strength as much as possible in today's examination. Those who bottom out twice in a row will be directly eliminated. The moment Chen Zhen's words came out, amongst the crowd there was immediately a thin youth with a touch of bitterness on his face. The last time he was the bottom. It's the same old rules, strike at the martial puppets. When you can't hold on anymore, it's over. Chen Zhen waved his big hand, and instantly those martial Dao puppets sitting quietly on top of the field violently opened their own eyes, and scarlet light flickered within the eyes of the martial Dao puppets. The person whose name I read, come up and take the lead in the test. Chen Zhen spoke blandly. By Mo, Chu Yanran, Lu Shang. Hearing his name, Lu Shang's eyebrows raised slightly, and he immediately walked out from the crowd and stood in front of Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen read out 10 people's names, and he swept over the 10 people standing in front of him, especially after pausing for a moment on Lu Shang's body, before he said indifferently. Begin! Chapter 17 Crossing the Ranks in Battle, Chen Zhen's Mind. Along with Chen Zhen's words falling, the crowd also looked for a martial Dao puppet to face. Lu Shang looked at the martial Dao puppet in front of him, and a faint light flickered in his eyes. Last time, without practicing martial arts, I was able to defeat a martial Dao puppet of the same realm. This time, Lu Shang's heart stirred slightly. Although he said that he was only at the 7th level of Qi blood now, but with the grand completion of the Luohan fist, and the combat experience of hunting ferocious beasts in the wild during this period of time, perhaps one could impact the 8th Qi blood layer, or even the 9th layer of the martial Dao puppet. After all, the martial Dao puppet was just a dead thing. Although it had cultivation on its side, it was extremely stiff in combat, and it wasn't a difficult thing to want to fight across the ranks. Just as Lu Shang thought so in his heart, the martial Dao puppet in front of him had already killed Lu Shang. Only the current martial Dao puppet was only at the 1st level of Qi and blood. Lu Shang merely gently pushed out a palm horizontally and crushed it, causing the cultivation of the martial Dao puppet to directly increase to the 2 Qi blood layers. Just in time to see just where my limits have been this month, Lu Shang murmured in his heart as he once again killed the martial Dao puppet. For a while, in the middle of the grounds, the 10 students from the martial Dao class took on their respective martial Dao puppets. Chen Zhen stood in the middle of the corner, his one eye even sharper as he swept over the crowd. In a month's time, these little fellows have improved quite well. Especially that kid from the Bai family, his cultivation has even reached the peak of the 8th Qi blood layer, and he is only one step away from the 9th Qi blood layer. In the end, he's a pride from a martial arts family. Perhaps in less than a month's time, he'll be able to impact the blood refining realm. Chen Zhen's gaze swept over by Mo and couldn't help but nod. He then moved his gaze to the others. This Chu Yanran. Chen Zhen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Chu Yanyan, who was constantly exchanging blows with the martial Dao puppet, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Although it's slightly inferior to Bai Mo, but it also has a cultivation level of the 7th level of Qi blood, and before the global argument, it was also able to cultivate to the blood refining realm, so it's a good seedling. The talent of these 2 little fellows are not bad. When the matters of the battlefield are resolved during this period of time, they might be able to focus on cultivating them. A thought flashed through Chen Zhen's mind. As for this fellow Lu Shang, Chen Zhen's gaze landed on Lu Shang's body. Only to see that, in front of Lu Shang, the cultivation level of the martial Dao puppet had unexpectedly risen to the 6th level of Qi blood. Even the aura on Lu Shang's body was extremely majestic. Such a rich Qi blood. This is... Chen Zhen's gaze was instantly locked onto Lu Shang's body, and his one eye couldn't help but shrink slightly. 7th level of Qi and blood. How is this possible? Chen Zhen couldn't help but let out a cry of shock. That is, he was standing in the middle of a corner, and no one heard his cry of shock. In a month's time, from the 3rd level of Qi blood to the 7th level of Qi blood, such a speed. Even Bai Mo can't match. Chen Zhen's heart immediately set off an uproar. Although it was said that as early as the first ranking examination, Chen Zhen had noticed that Lu Shang's talent wasn't weak, but then during this period of time, because of other things bothering Chen Zhen, it resulted in Chen Zhen not carefully observing the crowd of the martial arts class. Even his impression of Lu Shang was still stuck a month ago. And now when he saw Lu Shang, who had already cultivated to the 7th level of Qi blood, even he, the instructor of the martial arts class, couldn't help but be shocked. That kid Bai Mo comes from a martial arts family, and even more so with the aid of countless resources. It's only been a month's time to raise 3 realms, and this kid. Chen Zhen was silent for a while, and turned over the document in his hand, which clearly recorded the background information of the students in the martial arts class. When he looked at the background information with the word orphan written on it, Chen Zhen became more and more silent. This kid's talent seems to be even more impressive than I thought. Shenjin murmured faintly, his gaze locking onto Lu Shang's body without even moving away. And at this time, Lu Shang once again crushed the martial Dao puppet at the 6th Qi blood layer with a punch, causing the cultivation level of the martial Dao puppet to rise by another layer. Qi blood 7th level. It's at the same realm, I just don't know how Lu Shang's combat skills are. Shenjin's eyes narrowed slightly. The martial puppet at the 7th level of Qi and blood exuded an even more powerful aura as it pushed out a palm horizontally, raging Qi and blood, and it was filled with an extremely powerful aura. It wanted to suppress Lu Shang. However, in the face of such a terrifying Qi and blood fluctuation, Lu Shang's face didn't even have the slightest ripple of expression. He merely stood in place and looked indifferently at the martial puppet that was coming towards him. Just when the martial puppet's palm was about to land on Lu Shang's body, he saw that Lu Shang's body slightly shifted a few points to the right. Immediately after that, a fist pushed horizontally. A faint golden glow flickered above Lu Shang's fist. Thud. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the martial arts puppet at the 7th level of Qi blood instantly collapsed under this fist. This is a martial art. Shenjin stared dead on at Lu Shang's fist, looking at the fist that flashed with a faint golden light. The light in his one eye became brighter and brighter. Wait, this kid has no power, how did he get martial arts? The martial arts class doesn't seem to reward martial arts, does it? There was also a tinge of doubt surfacing in Shenjin's one eye. If one wanted to obtain martial arts, one would either have to go to the Martial Alliance to purchase them, or go to the black market, or they would be prepared by the martial arts families themselves. But Lu Shang didn't look like one of these three in any way. This kid's body might have some secrets. Shenjin murmured faintly. And at this time, the shattered martial puppet slowly healed once again, and its aura became even more powerful. The 8th level of Qi and blood. At this moment, the cultivation level of the martial Dao puppet had been raised to the 8th level of Qi blood. With martial arts, defeating a martial Dao puppet of the same realm is not a difficult task, but when facing a martial Dao puppet of a higher realm, it is not an easy task to defeat. Shenjin murmured, his gaze locking onto Lu Shang's body. It was only when Shenjin's gaze landed on Lu Shang's body that he saw that Lu Shang's body actually moved at this time. Wait, what does he want to do? Shenjin's pupils shrunk slightly. Even though he was the instructor of the martial arts class, he was a little confused as to what Lu Shang wanted to do. To know, that was a martial arts puppet at the 8th level of Qi blood, the longer it could last, then the higher Lu Shang's grade would be. Lu Shang was moving at this time? Just as Shenjin's heart was a little puzzled, Lu Shang's body had already rushed to the front of the martial arts puppet, facing the extremely terrifying martial arts puppet with a terrifying aura. Lu Shang slowly raised his fist once again. His lips opened slightly. Lu Ohan. Fist. A faint voice spat out from Lu Shang's mouth, a golden radiance, mixed with a burst of Brahma sounds exploded violently. Dang! Terrifying power instantly swarmed out from above Lu Shang's fist, eventually venting on the body of the martial arts puppet. Only a muffled sound came from it. The next moment, the martial Dao puppet that was originally still extremely terrifying unexpectedly collapsed again at this moment. Chapter 18 ranks 3rd. How is this possible? Shenjin looked at the scene in front of him with a deadpan expression of disbelief in his one eye that was extremely dense. One punch. Just one punch. It had crushed the martial Dao puppet at the 8th level of Qi blood. Such battle power. Hiss. For a moment, even Shenjin could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Incorrect. This kid's martial arts. However, Shenjin was able to become the instructor of the martial arts class. Naturally, he was not a mediocre person, and with a glance, he was able to see that this martial art of Lu Shang's did not seem simple. Blood refining martial art. A bright flash of light flickered in Shenjin's one eye. Looking at Lu Shang's appearance, it seems that he has already cultivated this blood refining martial art to the grand completion realm. Such a talent. Shenjin's breathing couldn't help but become a little sharp at this time. The commotion on Lu Shang's side naturally attracted the attention of the other students. Even the other martial arts class students who were fighting with the puppets couldn't help but look towards Lu Shang. This guy. Mo looked at Lu Shang, who had already defeated the puppet at the 8th level of Qi blood, and frowned slightly. One had to know that even he was still tangling with the martial arts puppet at the 8th Qi and blood layer and had not defeated it, while Lu Shang had surprisingly already done it. Humph. As a member of a martial Dao family, no matter if it was in his previous class or in the martial Dao class, Bai Mo had always been among the best. For his former classmate, Bai Mo had never even cared about him. Even though Lu Shang had shown some talent amongst the last rankings, it didn't make Bai Mo put him in his eyes. And now, even though Bai Mo hadn't done anything, but looking at Lu Shang's results that had surpassed his own, Bai Mo's heart couldn't help but show some disgust towards Lu Shang. Immediately, he let out a cold snort and fully concentrated on fighting against the martial puppet in front of him. Lu Shang's movements also caused some sense of crisis to appear in Bai Mo's heart. On the side, Xu Yanran was dressed in tight clothes, completely revealing her already well-developed figure as if it was an S-shaped curve. Her eyes looked towards Lu Shang, and there was also a color of surprise that surfaced. I didn't expect that student Lu Shang's talent was so powerful. Even Bai Mo hadn't defeated the Chi Blood 8th layer puppet, but he did it. Perhaps can make a good contact. Xu Yanran's heart thought so. It wasn't just the two of them, the students of the martial arts classes of the entire martial arts training hall also had different thoughts appearing in their hearts as they looked at Lu Shang's side of the situation. Only amongst these thoughts, most of them were still shocked. Soon, the crushed martial Dao puppet slowly recovered, and its aura once again skyrocketed. 9th level of Qi and Blood. An even more massive aura spread out from the body of the martial Dao puppet, and even more so, it carried a mighty pressure that vastly pressed towards Lu Shang. Lu Shang's brows frowned slightly. Sure enough, spanning across two realms, just a mere face-to-face, it actually made me feel a hint of oppression. However, the corner of Lu Shang's mouth rose slightly. Perseverance trigger. Although the auxiliary martial talent wouldn't bring Lu Shang an obvious boost, it had a very good effect at certain specific moments. Coupled with Wanderer trigger. Defense was increased by 20%. Come to battle. The triggering of the two talents also gave Lu Shang a huge amount of confidence. Immediately, he was killing towards the martial puppet. Only this time, even though Lu Shang had already used his full strength, when his fist landed on the martial Wei puppet, a stinging sensation came from his own fist instead. The puppet's body had become even more rigid as its cultivation level had increased. However, an even more intense color of excitement surged out of Lu Shang's eyes. Just in time, let me see just where my limits are. Lu Shang roared lowly as his fist thrust out madly across the room. A fist mark was crazily declared, as if it was that downpour, continuously smashing onto the martial Dao puppet. Dang 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 dang. In the middle of the venue, there was also a burst of vibrating sounds. In the corner, Shenzhen's gaze stayed locked on Lu Shang's body, and the color of shock in his one eye gradually dissipated, and was replaced by an extremely rich color of appreciation. Talent and battle prowess are both superior, and in the face of a martial arts puppet whose cultivation far exceeds his own, he is also able to face up to it. This son's heart is also excellent. Not bad, not bad. Shenzhen rubbed his chin and looked at Lu Shang with more and more satisfaction. A few moments later, even though Lu Shang had used his full strength, and even triggered several strong strikes in the middle of the battle. But in the end, the gap in cultivation was not something that could be crossed so easily. After holding on for a full incense stick, Lu Shang was inattentive and still fell into the hands of the martial puppet. Although Lu Shang had some regrets in his heart, his eyes were bright. My current battle power is probably around the 9th level of Qi Blood, so if I can cultivate the Luohan fist to the perfection realm, I might be able to defeat it. Of course, there are still some differences between a martial puppet and a real martial artist, but I'll be able to at least be invincible under the 9th level of Qi Blood now. Lu Shang made a judgment in his heart about his current battle power, and was relatively satisfied. Along with Lu Shang's defeat, the students in the first round of tests also ended. Shenzhen didn't announce their results, he just called Lu Shang to the side after calling the students for the second round of tests to come forward. From his seat, Bai Mo watched Shenzhen call Lu Shang away alone and couldn't help but frown slightly. Does this guy even summon the instructor alone? I don't know why, since Lu Shang had taken the lead in defeating the puppet at the 8th level of Qi Blood earlier, Bai Mo was also looking at Lu Shang with a little more and more displeasure. He always felt that this guy had stolen the limelight that belonged to him. And in the middle of the corner, Shenzhen looked at Lu Shang in front of him, and his face suddenly became a bit serious. Lu Shang, where did the martial arts on you come from? In addition to the black market, the martial alliance, and the martial arts handed down by martial arts families, there was another way of acquiring martial arts. Devil cult. The foreign devils descended, Disya martial artists are certainly all hot-blooded people, but there are always some speculative people, chose to defect to the foreign devils, and became the foreign devils' spies in Disya. And these people are called the devil cult. The existence of the devil's cult in the Great Xia is like a street rat, everyone shouted. However, the Grand Xia was unable to uproot this tumor. Sometimes, in order to develop its own church members, the demon cult even went so far as to use martial arts as bait, compelling Xia martial artists to become a member of the demon cult. Due to Lu Shang's background information, Qinzhen was afraid that Lu Shang had been compelled by the devil cult in order to obtain martial arts, so he had specifically sought out Lu Shang to ask about it. After all, Lu Shang's talent is here, in the future, if it does not die prematurely, at least as a refined Viscera realm martial artist, and may even be beyond the refined Viscera realm. Qinzhen didn't want Lu Shang to go astray because he didn't know people well. Looking at Qinzhen with a serious expression, Lu Shang was a bit puzzled and said blankly, "Where did the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall get this? As long as you pass their test, you can get the martial arts for free." Listening to Lu Shang's explanation, Qinzhen also remembered the existence of the Heaven and Earth Tao Hall in a trance. "I see." Qinzhen nodded, and then he looked at Lu Shang with a hint of envy in his eyes. "So, you're joining the Heaven and Earth Tao Hall now?" Being able to get martial arts from the Heaven and Earth Tao Hall was not an easy thing in itself. Although the Heaven and Earth Tao Hall claimed to give away martial arts for free, they also needed to pass a test. And those who were able to pass the test were basically quite talented. In addition to being able to obtain martial arts, they were also able to join the Tiandi Dao Hall and become the outer disciples of the Tiandi Dao Hall. Lu Shang had obtained the martial arts from the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall, so that naturally meant that Lu Shang had already joined the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. "Aha!" Lu Shang nodded and replied. Joining the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall was not a secret matter, so Lu Shang naturally did not hide it. Qinzhen patted Lu Shang's shoulder and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. Being able to become an outer disciple of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall is rare in Cloud City, but with your talent, it's normal." Outer disciple. Lu Shang touched the tip of his nose. In Qinzhen's opinion, was he just an outer disciple of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall? However, it was also true that apart from his eldest and second senior sisters, his teacher had only taken in one disciple. It was normal for Qinzhen to think that he was only an outer disciple. After all, to be able to become an outer disciple, with the backing of an extremely mysterious force like the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall in Cloud City, was already very good. If Qinzhen knew that those outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall called themselves third senior brother with every mouthful of. Lu Shang glanced at Qinzhen without leaving any traces and nodded his head in a hurry. After inquiring clearly about Lu Shang's source of martial arts, Qinzhen also put his heart down and signaled Lu Shang to find a place to rest. He then began to observe the other examination students. Along with the passage of time, after roughly half an hour had passed, this ranking examination had finally come to an end. The results of all the students had been recorded by Qinzhen on top of the document in his hand. "Assemble!" Qinzhen stood in the center of the field, his voice like a bell, violently exploding. The crowd immediately stood up and came to line up in front of Qinzhen, with a hint of anticipation in their eyes as they looked towards Qinzhen. Qinzhen also did not talk nonsense and immediately announced the current ranking. First place, Hongwu. Second place, Jian Yunlong. Hearing Qinzhen's words, Lu Shang's eyebrows slightly raised, and his gaze landed on a burly youth, as well as a youth with an extremely bland face. They were clearly Hongwu, who was ranked 1 or 2, as well as Jian Yunlong. Both of their cultivation levels had already reached the 9th level of Qi blood, especially Hongwu, who had cultivated to the peak of the 9th level and would soon be able to break through to the peak of Qi blood. The two of them becoming the first and second place was expected by Su Yu. In the next moment, Qinzhen's voice sounded again. Third place, Lu Shang. Chapter 19 Twisted by Mo, rejecting Chu Yanran. Third place Lu Shang. The moment Qinzhen's voice rang out, a single gaze instantly converged on Lu Shang's god. Envy, shock, disbelief, and even. There was also a touch of grimness. Lu Shang's brows frowned slightly, and he couldn't help but look in one of the directions. However, he saw Bai Mo sizing himself up with that icy gaze, and after seeing Lu Shang looking towards him, Bai Mo snorted coldly and shifted his gaze. This guy. Lu Shang frowned. Honestly, he didn't know why Bai Mo was looking at himself with such a gaze. Although he and this guy were also considered old classmates, they had never come into contact before. When he was still in the ordinary class, this guy had long since become a martial artist, and even more so, he never interacted with people like him. Even when he entered the martial arts class later, he had never had any contact. Why was he suddenly sizing himself up with such a gaze? Lu Shang shook his head and put this thought behind him. Whatever his reaction, he himself was too lazy to have any contact with this guy. Chen Zhen's voice continued to ring out. Fourth place, by Mo. By Mo, who was on the side, couldn't help but clench his own fists even more after hearing his ranking, and with those slightly grim eyes, he glanced at Lu Sheng's back. Fourth place. There were veins appearing above By Mo's forehead. Damn it, if it wasn't for this guy, this third place would be mine. By Mo's heart couldn't help but roar lowly. Ever since he saw Lu Sheng take the lead in defeating the puppet at the 8th Chi blood level, By Mo's heart had an unpleasant emotion towards Lu Sheng. Now, after hearing that he was only ranked 4th, he had somehow blamed Lu Sheng for everything. He refused to admit that he was not able to do so. However, the thoughts in By Mo's mind were not known to anyone. Chen Zhen's voice was still ringing out, announcing the rankings of the crowd this time. Soon, the names of the previous 32 had all been announced. Only the last ranking remained and was not announced. Chen Zhen's gaze landed on the last place student and he spoke faintly. 33rd place, Zhang Long. At these words, Zhang Long's face instantly turned pale. Bottom of the list. This was his consecutive bottom place. This also meant that he had been eliminated. According to the rules, those who have bottomed out twice in a row are directly eliminated. Chen Zhen looked at Zhang Long with a calm gaze. Although there were many resources in the martial arts class, they were all limited, so Chen Zhen naturally could not tolerate someone mixing resources amongst the martial arts class. If it was just one time at the bottom, it would still be acceptable, but if it was 2 times in a row at the bottom, it was no longer a matter of talent. Rather, it was attitude. Zhang Long opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say, and finally lowered his head, hanging his head down as he walked towards the outside of the martial arts training hall. I know. The crowd, including Lu Sheng, watched in silence as Zhang Long's figure slowly disappeared into the martial arts training center. Everyone listen to me carefully, joining the martial arts class is not for you to wait for death here. The resources of the martial arts class are limited, and as the instructor of the martial arts class, I will absolutely not allow anyone to mope around under my watch. Either grab all the time you can to improve yourself, or be like this Zhang Long today, and be directly eliminated during the next examination. Do you hear me? Chen Zhen let out a low roar, his voice echoing throughout the entire martial arts training center. Understood. The crowd opened their mouths in response. Chen Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction, and immediately began to distribute this month's resources, according to the rankings. When it was Lu Sheng's turn, Lu Sheng was the one who discovered that this time's resources, apart from the Qi and blood pills, there was actually a bottle of black pills. This is... Lu Sheng saw such an elixir for the first time. Limit-breaking Dan. Chen Zhen explained after handing the resources to Lu Sheng. When the Qi and blood realm is reached, after the Qi and blood reaches its limit, you can take this limit-breaking pill to raise your Qi and blood limit. Limit-breaking pills are extremely rare, and only the top 3 ranked people in the martial arts class can obtain them. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's eyes immediately erupted with a brilliant light. In the realm of the Qi and blood realm, after most martial artists raised their Qi and blood to 10 points, they had already raised their Qi and blood to the limit, and at this time, they would need to start quenching their Qi and blood to cross over into the blood refining realm. However, there were some heavenly prides that were able to reach their limits to 11 points, 12 points, or even 13 points. In the Qi and blood realm, the higher the limit that the Qi and blood could reach, the more powerful they would be in the subsequent path of martial arts. An ordinary blood refining realm martial artist, perfecting the quenching once, raises 10 points of Qi and blood, while those who have broken the upper limit are able to raise 11, 12, or even 13 points. Perhaps the previous advantage was only a few points of Qi and blood, but as the realm got higher and higher, the gap became more and more obvious. The limit-breaking pill was in existence that helped martial artists break the upper limit of Qi and blood, so it was obvious how precious it was. By Mo, who was ranked after Lu Sheng, even had a rich color of jealousy appearing in his eyes. Although he came from a martial arts family, but a treasure like the limit-breaking pill was something that even his Bai family would need to pay a great price to obtain. This damned Lu Sheng, if it wasn't for him, this limit-breaking pill would be mine. Bai Mo's fists were clenched, and his face couldn't help but look slightly grim. Lu Sheng hurriedly put the limit-breaking Dan away for fear of dropping it. This was a good treasure. When he reached the upper limit of Qi and blood, then he would take this Qi and blood pills, it would be perfect. Soon, the resources were distributed. Chen Zhen seemed to have some other things to do, and immediately announced that this was the end of the day, and that those who were willing to stay and train would continue to do so, and those who were not willing to do so could also dispose of the next period of time on their own. He then left the martial arts training center in a hurry. Bayamo took the resources he had received and looked at Chu Yenran on the side, and his face, which was originally still a bit grim, softened a bit after seeing Chu Yenran. Yen, am I still going to be your chaperone today? Bayamo and Chu Yen as well as Lu Shang were all in the same class before. Although Bayamo didn't care about Lu Shang, Chu Yen's talent was also good, plus the person was also pretty, so naturally, they were often in contact. In the previous month's time, Bayamo was also often practicing with Chu Yen, beautifully named as a companion, but Bayamo's mind has been clear. Bayamo had thought that today Chu Yenran would also be the same as in the past, practicing together with himself, but who knew that Chu Yenran was shaking her head? No, there are other things today, so let's not cultivate together. Hearing Chu Yen's words, although Bayamo was a little lost, he could understand. It was only when Bayamo saw Chu Yenran's next action, the heart that was already calm, was at this time, once again set off a storm. Chu Yen stepped on her slender thighs, and the tightly fitted clothing, moreover, outlined Chu Yen's exquisite body more and more alluring. She slowly came in front of Lu Shang, who was preparing to leave, her hands behind her back, making an extremely playful expression. Mr. Lu Shang, I have some questions on boxing, can I ask you for some advice? The warm and soft voice, coupled with that playful expression, caused the people in the surrounding area to suddenly breathe a little sharply. As Bayamo looked at this scene, his expression instantly became hideous to the naked eye. Lu Shang. It's this Lu Shang again. First the limit-breaking Dan, then Chu Yenran. This guy. A color of ruthlessness flashed through Bayamo's eyes, and with a cold snort, he left the martial arts training hall without looking back. As for Lu Shang, he looked at Chu Yenran, who came up to him and first froze, then his face became strange. Good fellow, Chu Yenyan actually looked for herself to solve her confusion? One must know that Chu Yenyan was not only the class flower of her class before, but even after coming to the martial arts class, she had also been the dream girl of many students in the martial arts class. Coupled with the fact that her talent was also good and her ranking was hovering around the top 10, she was even more admired by many people. Just before Chu Yenyan has been in contact with Bayamo's strength talent is there, resulting in a lot of people on Chu Yenyan also are distant but dare not blaspheme. As for Lu Shang, although they are all old classmates, but the contact is also less, coupled with this period of time worshipped Kong Yen Chang, every day under their second senior sister's cultivation. To be honest, in Lu Shang's opinion, Chu Yenran is certainly lovely, just compared with his second senior sister. After all, it is still a little bit worse flavor. Originally before not much contact, now Lu Shang even more do not intend to continue to contact Chu Yenyan, immediately is faintly said, sorry, I have other things, what is the problem, you ask others? After saying that, he walked towards the outside of the martial arts training center. When the surrounding students of the martial arts class heard Lu Shang's answer, each of their faces immediately became odd. Doesn't this guy know that Chu Yenran is showing goodwill? Grass, if Chu Yenyan was showing favor to me, I would have been on my head a damn long time ago. This Lu Shang is simply a waste. Damn it, there was once a beauty placed in front of you, but you don't know how to cherish it. Lu Shang, you're simply not a good son. Not only were the other martial arts class students furious one by one, the expression above Chu Yenran's pretty face also became stiff bit by bit. Sorry about that. I still have things to do. You find someone else. Lu Shang's words echoed in Chu Yenyan's mind, but she felt inexplicably familiar. Wasn't this the damn word she used to reject Bayamo? Now it had landed on herself? For a while, Chu Yenyan looked at Lu Shang's back as he left, and was also in a bit of a trance. A moment later, Chu Yenyan's pretty eyebrows rose slightly. This girl doesn't believe it anymore, you guys are so unattractive to women. After saying that, Chu Yenyan stomped her foot and also left the martial arts training center. Chapter 20, The Rohan Fist is Perfected. Cloud City, a huge courtyard was quietly located in Cloud City near the city wall. And above the gate of the courtyard, there were even two words that were emblazoned above it with dragons flying. Bai Family. In the middle of one of the Bai family's study rooms, Bayamo sat on a chair with a gloomy face, looking at the utensils placed above the desktop. Bayamo's heart, for some unknown reason, suddenly surged with an extremely strong anger. With a violent wave of his large hand, the vessels that were lying quietly on top of the desktop were swept away by Bayamo's large hand and directly fell to the ground. Splat! The vessels fell to the ground and turned into pieces. Lu Shang. Bayamo's eyes were incomparably gloomy, as if he was a devouring lion. Today's scene constantly flashed through Bayamo's mind. First, Lu Shang had taken the lead himself, defeating the martial Dao puppet of the 8th Chi bloodlayer and enjoying the limelight, and then he was summoned by Qingjin alone. Although he didn't know what Xinjian had said to Lu Shang, this kind of thing that could bring him closer to the instructor of the martial arts class, in by most opinion, this should clearly belong to him. But it was Lu Shang who had jumped the gun. After that, Xu Yanran, who had clearly been practicing together with himself, had even found an extremely lame excuse to reject himself for Lu Shang as well. As the White family's youngest son, but also gifted, from the beginning of becoming a martial artist, has always been above the existence of people of the same age. But in the case of an orphan like Lu Shang, he had suffered a loss. How could this make Bai Mo endure? For a moment, Bai Mo's heart couldn't help but ignite a burst of flame, wanting to burn Lu Shang completely. Incoming! Bai Mo let out a low roar. Instantly, the door of the study was slowly pushed open, and a middle-aged man whose face looked extremely ordinary walked in. The middle-aged man walked in with an expressionless face, then bowed slightly to Bai Mo. Young master! Bai Mo looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and there was even a touch of ruthlessness surfacing in his eyes. Go, do away with that Lu Shang, I don't want to be able to see this fellow appear in front of me in the days afterward. Bai Mo almost gritted his teeth as he spoke viciously. The middle-aged man's brows frowned slightly as he said in a deep voice, Young master, that Lu Shang has already become a martial artist, and even though he hasn't filed in the martial alliance yet, randomly striking out at a martial artist is a very troublesome matter. Although the Bai family was considered a first-class existence in the middle of Cloud City, it wasn't that easy to take a shot at a martial artist. At least, one couldn't strike out openly. After all, the status of a martial artist was extremely transcendent, and coupled with the existence of foreign devils, a martial artist was even the only weapon against foreign devils, so if you killed a martial artist at will, even if you were an even more powerful martial artist, you would be punished by the martial alliance all the same. Even the Bai family was no exception. Humph. I don't care what method is used. In short, I don't want to see this guy appear in front of me again. Bai Mo snorted coldly, his gaze grim as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. What? My family has raised you for such a long time, and you can't even do this well? The middle-aged man was silent for a while, and there was even a touch of helplessness surfacing on his face, then he bowed slightly once again. Yes. After saying that, the middle-aged man respectfully retreated out. Only when Bai Mo was the only one left in the study, the expression on Bai Mo's face became more and more hideous. Lu Shang, a little orphan, also dares to steal this young man's limelight, in this Cloud City. This young man really has too many ways to get you killed. Bai Mo's gloomy voice echoed in the study. After Lu Shang left the martial arts training center, he went directly to the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. Originally, he was thinking of going out of the city, but now it was almost evening, so if he went out at this time, he might not be able to come in at night. At night, even with the token given by Lan Linglong, it would be very troublesome to come in. Therefore, Lu Shang was prepared to cultivate in the Taoist hall today. In the center of the arena, Lu Shang stood alone in the empty arena, and after taking a qi and blood pill, he immediately felt that his body's qi and blood had been mobilized at this moment. Immediately, he began to rehearse the Luhan fist. In the end, it was a blood-refining realm martial art. Lu Shang was only at the qi blood realm now, and even with the He Fist Master enchantment, which doubled the comprehension of the fist, now that a month had passed, he had only cultivated it to a grand completion. Distance from perfect. There was still a long way to go. Lu Shang thrust out horizontally with fist after fist. Above his fists, golden light flickered gently, and vaguely, it was as if he could hear a majestic Brahman sound that exploded in the arena. Outside the arena, many of the outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall were even able to hear this burst of Sanskrit sounds. When they looked towards the middle of the arena, Lu Shang's figure, there was also a color of envy surfacing in their eyes. Worthy of being the third senior brother, only a month ago, it was only the fourth Qi blood layer, now it's already the seventh Qi blood layer. Look at the strength of the third senior brother. Even a martial artist of the eighth Qi blood layer may not be the third senior brother's opponent. Isn't that so? A month ago, third senior brother couldn't even do anything close to Wan Lin, and some time ago, when I saw third senior brother practicing against Wan Lin, he was even able to shake Wang Lin. This talent is just too terrifying. Outside the arena, one of the outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall couldn't help but whisper. Lu Shang's changes in this month's time were naturally seen by them. In just a month's time, Lu Shang was as if he had been transformed into a new person, and his progress was so terrifying that it made quite a few outer disciples' jaws drop. In the end, it's someone who can make the pavilion master accept his disciple. I'm afraid that it won't be long before third senior brother will be able to drive across into the blood-refining realm. Once he crosses into the blood-refining realm, amongst us outer disciples, there will only be a handful of people who are able to surpass third senior brother. The crowd looked at Lu Shang, who was constantly practicing his martial arts, and gently discussed. At this moment, Lu Shang in the arena seemed as if he couldn't hear the discussion outside, and was only silently rehearsing the Luohan fist. Along with the melting of the qi and blood pill, Lu Shang's body seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of qi and blood, supporting Lu Shang's long hours of cultivation. Not knowing how long had passed, Lu Shang's entire body gave a slight lurch. Immediately afterward, an extremely arcane fluctuation spread out from Lu Shang's body. Wah! Suddenly, a Sanskrit sound exploded violently from within Lu Shang's body. The magnificent sound spread out, and even the outer disciples outside the arena were able to hear it clearly. When they heard this Brahma sound, each and every one of their faces revealed a look of disbelief as they violently looked towards Lu Shang's location. One could only see Lu Shang slowly pushing a fist horizontally. Dang! The air in front of him was instantly torn apart by an extremely terrifying force, and the space in front of him was turned into a vacuum in an instant. A bright golden light flashed continuously above Lu Shang's fist. At this moment, Lu Shang seemed to have transformed into a martial arts monk in general, exuding a peaceful atmosphere, but at the same time, above his fists, the power of killing was extremely terrifying. This is... Quite a few outer disciples looked at this scene, and their pupils suddenly shrunk slightly. Buddha's light breaking through the body, the momentum is like that of a Luohan, this. This is clearly the sign of the consummation of the Luohan fist. Suddenly, an outer disciple directly exclaimed in shock. And along with the sound of this cry of alarm, there was even the sound of a voice sucking in cool air, which was immediately passed out from all directions. Quite a few of the outer disciples looked at Lu Shang with an extremely strong look of shock in their eyes. Perfection of the Luohan fist. What kind of concept was this? One must know that Luohan fist was a blood-refining martial art. Even a blood-refining realm martial artist would need a long period of time to be able to initiate it, let alone cultivate it to perfection. It could be said that an ordinary blood-refining realm martial artist who wanted to cultivate a blood-refining martial art to perfection would at least use years to calculate. And Lu Shang was only a Qi blood realm using a month's time to cultivate the Luohan fist to a great achievement, not to mention, even just now, unexpectedly cultivated the Luohan fist directly to perfection. Such speed. Such talent. Simply terrifying. For a while, in addition to the color of shock in the eyes of the crowd, they were also all filled with the color of respect. Lu Shang's talent had completely convinced them. At this moment, Lu Shang was also gradually awakening from that arcane state from before, and after feeling the changes in his body, a color of surprise surged in Lu Shang's eyes. The Luohan fist has been perfected. The current me, even if I were to face a martial puppet of the 9th Qi blood layer again, I might be able to crush it. A brilliant light flickered in Lu Shang's eyes. Don't look at the fact that the Luohan fist was only cultivated from great completion to perfection, but the increase in battle power that it brought to Lu Shang was terrifying. At least enough for Lu Shang to defeat a martial arts puppet at the 9th level of Qi and blood, of course if it was a martial artist at the 9th level of Qi and blood. Even if he was not defeated, Lu Shang would be able to fall undefeated. Thinking of this, the smile on Lu Shang's face also became more and more intense. Today's harvest is quite good. Lu Shang glanced outside the arena, but realized that time had already passed for an unknown amount of time, and the sun above the canopy was already dim, as if it was about to set. Is it evening already? Lu Shang's eyebrows raised slightly, and then he simply packed up and prepared to leave the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. It was only when he was walking out of the arena, Lu Shang realized that the outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion around him seemed to have undergone some changes in the way they looked at him. Is there a flower on my face? Lu Shang muttered in some confusion, touched the tip of his nose, and slowly left the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall under the gaze of the crowd of outer disciples. Chapter 21. Out of the city, middle-aged man in sackcloth. It wasn't until Lu Shang's body disappeared after the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. Only then did this group of outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall come back to their senses, and only then did the color of shock in their eyes recede little by little. In the end, it's still third senior brother. Yes, those who can become disciples of the Pavilion Master are indeed all demons. On their faces, only a sliver of respect remained. However, Lu Shang was completely unaware of all this. After returning to his shabby rented house, he was lying straight on the bed, and during the rehearsal of the Luohan fist, although he had the assistance of the Qi and blood pill. But it was also very tiring. Lu Shang lay on the bed and took out a glass bottle from his bosom. Within the glass bottle, a black elixir was stored quietly. Looking at this black elixir, Lu Shang's eyes also brightened up all of a sudden. Limit-breaking pill? Then let's set a small goal and raise our chi and blood to the limit first. To be honest, Lu Sheng didn't know how much his chi and blood limit could reach. If he looked at it according to his original talent, 10 points would be his limit. But under the upgrade clock, his talent had been upgraded, and he didn't know if it would raise his chi and blood limit. However, even if it didn't raise one's chi and blood limit, with this limit-breaking pill, one would still be able to raise one's chi and blood limit to something like 11 or 12 points. It was also very good. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng solemnly placed the limit-breaking pill in a hidden location, and only then did he return to his bed with satisfaction, and slept peacefully. The next day, Lu Sheng woke up with satisfaction, and after simply washing up, he went to Yunchang No. 1 Middle School, ready to finish the training of today's martial arts class in the fastest time possible. For the current Lu Sheng, simply practicing against the martial Dao puppets basically didn't help Lu Sheng's cultivation much anymore. Instead, it was a waste of time. For Lu Sheng, it was better to go out of the city and hunt ferocious beasts to improve himself the most. After spending an hour in completing the training prescribed by Qinjin, Lu Sheng packed up his things, put on a white combat training suit, and walked towards the city gates. When he passed through the city gate, Lu Sheng skillfully handed the token that Lan Linglong had given him to the general guarding the gate, and then he walked out of the city gate with ease. Just as Lu Sheng walked out of the city gate, behind a large tree near the city gate, a middle-aged man dressed in cloth quietly watched Lu Sheng's figure, and it was only after Lu Sheng walked out of the city gates that a flash of light appeared in that pair of calm eyes. I thought it would take a little more effort to find an opportunity, but I didn't think that this kid would dare to leave the city directly. In this way, it really is heaven helping me. The middle-aged man murmured, and there was even a touch of ruthlessness surfacing in his eyes. Kid, I'm sorry, although your talent is good, but in Cloud City, after offending the young master, I can only follow orders. The middle-aged man spoke softly, then walked out of the city gates with quick steps. However, just as the middle-aged man walked out of the city gates, Lan Linglong, who was dressed in a black combat uniform, walked out silently without knowing when. Her pair of eyes with autumn water gently landed on the middle-aged man's body. Surprisingly, someone is following behind junior brother. A thick layer of frost hung above Lan Linglong's gentle and absolutely beautiful face. It's best if you don't let me see you make a move against senior brother, or else. I don't care which power you are from Cloud City. Blue Linglong's voice carried a touch of extreme killing intent in it, and with her gentle temperament, it was a bit out of sync. Although, Blue Linglong verbally said that she would let Lu Sheng train alone in the countryside, but how could she, who was a senior sister, easily let Lu Sheng step into danger? Don't look at Lu Sheng's current training place, there is not two powerful beasts, but sometimes not afraid of 10,000, afraid of what if Blue Linglong's mind was full of thoughts, and her figure gently flickered before disappearing in the same place. In the middle of the jungle, Lu Sheng, with his bare hands and empty fists, was facing an extremely large glistening tiger. Above the tiger's forehead, a crooked king word, but exudes a majestic atmosphere. Roar, roar, roar. The tiger's huge eyes stared at Lu Sheng in front of him. Hissing and roaring, there was a surging and violent chi and blood that spread out from the body of the tiger. This fierce tiger beast in front of him was actually a fierce beast at the 8th level of chi blood. Sure enough, there is still a huge gap between a martial puppet and a martial artist or even a ferocious beast. A mere ferocious beast of the 8th chi blood layer gives me a feeling that is comparable to a martial puppet of the 9th chi blood layer. Thoughts flew through Lu Sheng's mind. Afterwards, the entire figure of the person violently killed the fierce tiger beast in front of him. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing that Lu Sheng was not bluffed by his aura, the fierce tiger was furious and opened its bloody mouth, killing towards Lu Sheng. However, Lu Sheng had been dealing with ferocious beasts a lot during this period of time, and his combat experience had long been different from what it used to be, coupled with the perfection level Luhan fist. The current Lu Sheng. Unless it was a martial artist or a ferocious beast at the 9th level of chi and blood, there was almost nothing that could threaten Lu Sheng. Break! Lu Sheng let out a low heave, and there was even a ray of golden light above his fist that instantly flickered. That bright golden light was as if it carried a sharp edge. It instantly pushed out horizontally. Dang! The fist wrapped with an extremely powerful force instantly smashed onto the body of the ferocious tiger beast, directly piercing through that tiger's body in the instant of contact. In the next moment, the eyes of the fierce tiger darkened at an extremely fast speed. Eventually, lost all of its life force. Lu Sheng's eyebrows slightly raised, skillfully stripped the fur from the fierce tiger's body, and again, he divided the fierce tiger's blood and flesh, using a small knife, and put it into his backpack. The blood and flesh of ferocious beasts as well as some specific parts were a great tonic for martial artists. Even if Lu Sheng couldn't use it himself, he would be able to exchange it for some money in the market. It was also considered some extra income in the midst of cultivation. Just as Lu Sheng packed up the tiger's body and prepared to continue deeper into the jungle, he stood still with a slight freeze in his body. His eyes looked ahead. In front of Lu Sheng, a middle-aged man wearing hemp clothes appeared there at an unknown time. The middle-aged man's appearance was extremely ordinary, but when the middle-aged man's gaze fell on Lu Sheng's body, in Lu Sheng's mind, an extremely strong sense of crisis immediately emerged. Chapter 22 I'm in. Lu Sheng did not recognize the hemp-clothed middle-aged man in front of him, but the moment the middle-aged man's gaze landed on Lu Sheng's body, Lu Sheng felt that dense goosebumps sprang up on top of his skin. As if the middle-aged man's eyes were like a knife, gently cutting across his body. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the hemp-clothed middle-aged man in front of him and said indifferently, "Who are you?" Although his tone seemed to be flat, Lu Sheng's entire spirit was taut at this moment. But whenever this middle-aged man in front of him made any movements, Lu Sheng would react instantly. However, facing Lu Sheng's inquiry, the hemp-clothed middle-aged man smiled. He looked at Lu Sheng and let out a faint smile. Lu Sheng, a student of the martial arts class at Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School, cultivation at the 7th level of Qi Blood, mastery of martial arts, tentative strength at the 8th level of Qi Blood or below. His parents died when he was young, living alone in Cloud City. His current address is number 38 Yang Street in Cloud City. What I said should be correct. The middle-aged man's voice entered Lu Sheng's ears, and every word of his that fell into Lu Sheng's ears was as if it was a small hammer that gently struck on top of Lu Sheng's heart. His own background information was actually known by the other party. Then the other party's intention. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Trying to kill me? Who wants to kill me? By MO? Lu Sheng spoke calmly. To be honest, facing the unfathomable hemp-clothed middle-aged man in front of him, it was false that Lu Sheng's heart wasn't flustered. However, with the effect of fortitude, Lu Sheng was able to calm down at the first time, and his mind quickly flashed through his experiences during this period of time. Logically speaking, he should not have provoked anyone during this period of time. But the other party had investigated everything about himself, and even appeared here, so the purpose was self-evident. As for who the other party's mastermind was, Lu Sheng thought about it, and it was only by MO. After all, during this period of time, only by MO had looked at himself in the wrong way. By MO was the most likely. Of course, there could be other reasons, but Lu Sheng said the word by MO just because he wanted to test it out from the middle-aged man in hemp clothes. Sure enough, when he heard the word by MO, the calm face of the hemp-clothed middle-aged man slightly rippled, but it quickly disappeared cleanly. In the end, it's smart if he hadn't messed with the young master in time, maybe Cloud City would have another refined Viscera realm martial artist. It's a pity that you have offended the young master in this Cloud City. There will never be a day for you to get ahead. The voice of the hemp-clothed middle-aged man gradually became cold, and even from his body, Lu Sheng began to feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. This kind of oppression, even Lu Sheng before, in Wang Lin's body have not felt. That can only mean that the other party's strength has already exceeded the Qi and Blood realm. A blood-refining realm martial artist. Lu Sheng's pupils shrunk slightly, and when the aura of the hemp-clothed middle-aged man just escaped, his body instantly moved. Without any hesitation, he directly threw the combat backpack on his body towards the hemp-clothed middle-aged man. The entire person flew towards the back. Qi and blood exploded out and infused into Lu Sheng's feet, and the entire person fled frantically as if he were a cannonball. Lu Sheng was not a cutie. He was facing a suspected blood-refining realm martial artist, and he was bound to be no match for the other party. The only way to escape towards Cloud City, even without entering Cloud City, as long as you can let the people guarding the military of Cloud City see you, your safety can get an effective guarantee. As for hard contact, he himself is iron, but not a head iron. The hemp-clothed middle-aged man looked at the backpack that flew towards him, his brows slightly knitted, gently waved his hand, and the raging Qi and blood violently erupted out. The backpack didn't even get close to the hemp-clothed middle-aged man and instantly exploded, turning into pieces and dissipating. He looked at the direction Lu Sheng had fled in and raised his eyebrows slightly. Indeed a smart person, to think of returning to Cloud City. The hemp-clothed middle-aged man slowly raised one of his feet. Under the gap in strength, even if I let you run 50 meters, within 3 breaths, I will surely kill you. As the words fell, the hemp-clothed middle-aged man's foot also took a step towards the front in a smooth manner. In an instant, surging chi and blood gushed out crazily from the body of the hemp-clothed middle-aged man, and his violent breath, which was mixed with an extremely terrifying pressure, pressed towards the direction of Lu Shang in a vast and majestic manner. The whole person is like a ghost, with an extremely terrifying speed, instantly as close to Lu Shang. Feeling the extremely terrifying aura coming from behind him, Lu Shang's face also surfaced with an unsightly look. Damn it, is this the strength of a blood-refining realm martial artist, such a terrifying speed? Lu Shang's heart was a bit unwilling, he clearly did nothing, but on the contrary, someone wanted to kill him. Grass. Lu Shang's fire was also completely galvanized at this time. From the time he crossed over to this world, Lu Shang only wanted to live a good life, from the beginning when he had to find a way to join the martial arts class for the sake of rent, to improving himself in order not to quit the martial arts class, to the latter when he worshipped the master Kong Xen. Lu Shang relived his life, but also just to make his life a little better. But now, Lu Shang was the one who realized that wanting to live in this world was not something easy. Even if you don't cause trouble yourself, trouble will come to you just the same. In this world, the foreign devils were watching intently. The existence of martial artists even destined this world to be a world of the weak and the strong. Don't look at the fact that under the leadership of the Grand Xia Martial Alliance, most of the martial artists were fighting to defend their homes against the foreign devils. But at all times, there is light and there is darkness. Filthy things never die out in the world. Trying to kill me, I won't let you guys have a good time either. Lu Shang let out a low roar, his eyes instantly turned red, and he even directly stopped his steps, violently turned around, and yelled at the hemp-clothed middle-aged man. "HM? A little bit interesting." The hemp-clothed middle-aged man's eyebrows slightly raised, and there was even a touch of teasing color in his eyes. "I'd like to see how a mole like you won't let me have a good time." Lu Shang just felt that in his mind, there was a hot blood, violently rushed up, just wanted to move, but realized that he didn't know in his own front, there was an extra arm as white as jade. Accompanied by a gentle voice into the ears of Lu Shang. "Alright junior brother, I'm here." Chapter 23 Change of Heart. "I am." A gentle voice, as if it was a wisp of spring breeze, was sent into Lu Shang's ears. Lu Shang's body slightly condensed. The original scarlet eyes and angry emotions also seemed to gradually become quieter along with this voice that was like a spring breeze. In front of Lu Shang, Lan Linglong, who was dressed in black, appeared at an unknown time. That white jade-like arm gently blocked Lu Shang's front. The seemingly slender and powerless arm, but at this moment, it contained a huge amount of energy. Lu Shang looked blankly at Lan Linglong in front of him, and the anger in his heart was gradually calmed down at this time. His voice, which was beating in his throat for a moment, came out hoarsely. "Senior sister." Within the hoarse voice, it contained some different emotions within it. Obviously, the Lu Shang from before was already furious beyond measure. He hated the hemp-clothed middle-aged man who wanted to kill himself, and he hated Bai Mo who was the mastermind behind it all. Even more, he hated this world of the weak and the strong. But when Blue Linglong's voice came and her figure stood in front of him, the anger and resentment in Lu Shang's heart disappeared without a trace. Blue Linglong looked at Lu Shang, who gradually calmed down, and smiled faintly with a playful look at the corner of her mouth. She stretched out her own hand and gently rubbed Lu Shang's hair, speaking in a voice that was like a stream. "Everything, there's senior sister." Hearing these words, Lu Shang's heart was slightly shaken. Lu Shang had thought that he had traveled to this world and was alone. It wasn't until he worshipped Kong Xen and met Lan Linglong that he slowly felt a trace of warmth. But in Lu Shang's heart, he had always been alone. And now, with the appearance of Blue Linglong, it was like a small flame appeared in the darkness. Lan Linglong slowly withdrew her gaze, and the gentleness on her face dissipated little by little at this time. She calmly looked at the hemp-clothed middle-aged man in front of her without speaking. However, it gave the hemp-clothed middle-aged man a great sense of oppression. The body of the hemp-clothed middle-aged man paused in place, his eyes staring at the Blue Linglong in front of him, seemingly judging how strong Blue Linglong was. A moment later, the hemp-clothed middle-aged man's eyes became slightly gloomy for a few moments, and he said in a deep voice, "The Bai family of Cloud City is doing something, so please don't stop, Your Excellency." He didn't know the bottom line of the woman in front of him, but he knew that just the iffy aura emanating from the other party's body was enough to create a strong crisis for himself. But as the butler of the Bai family, he was confident that no one would not give face to the Bai family in the middle of Cloud City. Other than the martial alliance, the military, basically no one would mess with a groundbreaking snake like a martial arts family. By family. Lan Linglong gently swept the strands of hair in front of her eyebrows, and despite the coldness of her voice, it still carried a hint of spirituality. Is it very powerful? A faint voice rang out from her mouth, but it caused the hemp-clothed middle-aged man's heart to sink violently. The other party had unexpectedly not given the Bai family the slightest bit of face. Your Excellency, my Bai family's position in the middle of Cloud City is unrivaled, and it even has a refined Viscera realm martial artist personally in attendance. Don't piss off my Bai family for a small Chi blood realm. Your Excellency, don't make a mistake. The hemp-clothed middle-aged man clearly aggravated his tone when he said that his family had a refined Viscera realm martial artist. One must know that in the middle of a remote city like Cloud City, apart from the martial alliance and the military who had martial artists beyond the refined Viscera realm sitting in the middle of the city, a refined Viscera realm martial artist was already in existence that topped the sky. He did not believe that anyone would not be afraid of a martial arts family with a Viscera refining realm martial artist. In his opinion, he knew most of the Viscera refining realm martial artists in Cloud City, but among the ones he knew, there was definitely not this woman in front of him. Even if this woman brought a strong sense of crisis to himself, and did not even place the white family in his eyes, the hemp-clothed middle-aged man merely felt that the other party might not know how terrifying the white family's strength was. As long as he told all of this, the other party would inevitably choose to stand by and watch because they were afraid of the power of the Bai family. Just as the hemp-clothed middle-aged man was thinking this way, not even the slightest ripple rose above Lan Linglong's stunningly beautiful face. What a white family! A refined Viscera realm martial artist sitting in the town. What a big bully! Blue Linglong's voice gradually became icy cold, although she looked extremely gentle most of the time. But it didn't mean that Blue Linglong didn't have a decisive side. When the bottom line is offended, even if she was as gentle as water, she would likewise turn into piercing ice. And unluckily, the disciples of Tiandi Dojo, or Lu Shang, was Lan Linglong's bottom line. Now, the other party had already violated this bottom line. At first, when the hemp-clothed middle-aged man listened to Lan Linglong's words, he was still a bit complacent. After all, a martial arts family with a refining Viscera realm martial artist in town was definitely the best in the entire Cloud City. But listening to the words that followed, he felt that something was wrong. The hemp-clothed middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, could it be that you don't intend to give my Bai family?" Only, before the hemp-clothed middle-aged man could finish his words, Lan Linglong's figure had already disappeared in place. In the next moment, as if a black phantom, Blue Linglong instantly appeared in front of the pockmarked middle-aged man. The middle-aged man didn't even have time to react, but he saw Lan Linglong gently lifting her arm. A stinging pain came from the middle-aged man's throat. The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but he realized that his throat seemed to be strangled at this moment, and he could not make any sound. Immediately after, the middle-aged man felt that his vision gradually became blurred, and finally, his eyes went black, and he collapsed straight towards the back. Blue Linglong stood in place, indifferently watched the middle-aged man's body directly fall down, took out a silk from her bosom, and gently wiped the blood remaining on her hands. She then turned around. Only when she looked at Lu Shang, the frost on her face melted in an instant. She smiled faintly at Lu Shang and beckoned. "Let's go, junior brother, let's go back to the martial hall." Lu Shang listened to Lan Linglong's voice ringing in his ears before a smile spread out. Aha! On the road, Lu Shang didn't say anything in silence, and Lan Linglong was also quietly walking in front of Lu Shang. Until after both of them had entered Cloud City, Lu Shang looked at Lan Linglong's back and couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister, did I cause trouble for you guys?" Lu Shang lowered his head as he uttered this sentence. In his previous life, Lu Shang, as an online writer, had a slightly withdrawn personality and didn't know many friends. He also hated to trouble others. Even after crossing over, Lu Shang upholds the principle of not bothering other people as much as possible. Now, the crisis of the middle-aged man in hemp clothes was solved by Blue Linglong. However, it also made Lan Linglong completely offend the Bai family. This made Lu Shang's heart warm and grateful to Blue Linglong, but at the same time, he was also a little worried that if Blue Linglong stood up for herself, would it make the white family's anger and transfer it to Blue Linglong's body? Although it was said that Lan Linglong was a martial artist of the refined Viscera realm, the Bai family was not weak in the slightest. Moreover, the Bai family was the leader of Yun City, and it was not just a simple matter of having only one Viscera refining realm martial artist in town. If it was because of himself that Lan Linglong or even the entire Tiandi Dao Hall suffered the wrath of the Bai family, Lu Shang would feel even more resentful in his heart. Therefore, Lu Shang was silent on the way. Facing Lu Shang's words, Lan Linglong didn't answer immediately, and the silence between the two of them resumed. It was only when the gate of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall had appeared in front of the two of them that Lan Linglong's body came to a slight pause. She slowly turned around. Looking earnestly at Lu Shang, she stretched out her arm, rubbed Lu Shang's hair, and smiled gently. "Little senior brother, remember, if the Bai family dares to find trouble for you afterward, look for senior sister to back you up." Lan Linglong laughed, her smile becoming even more intense than before. "You can rest assured about this matter of the Bai family, although our Heaven and Earth Dao Hall has never shown its sharpness, but for some of the Xia scum, the Dao Hall doesn't mind showing off its blade either." As Lu Shang listened to Lan Linglong's words, the lump in his heart slowly dissipated at this time. Lu Shang slowly raised his head, and the depressive look on his face was swept away, replaced by a bright smile. At this moment, the youthful intent slowly emerged from Lu Shang's body once again. Got it, senior sister." As she watched Lu Shang gradually calm down, the smile on Lan Linglong's face became brighter and brighter. She let out a light laugh. "Alright, just don't think too much. After you go back, take a good bath, sleep comfortably, and forget about this matter." Lu Shang nodded, then made a deep bow to Lan Linglong and walked towards the direction of the rental house. Blue Linglong watched Lu Shang's back become blurred little by little, and the smile on her face slowly dissipated. She took out a cell phone, found a number on top of her address book and dialed it. "Hello?" A moment later, a calming voice came from the phone. Lan Linglong also spoke softly. "Hey, eldest sister. Someone is picking a fight." Chapter 24 Kong Xen. Under the dim canopy, an ancient city stood silently above the earth. The mottled walls of the city were even rendered in an almost black ink-like color. The entire city was filled with a murderous aura from the inside out. Even the temperature of heaven and earth seemed to have become much colder due to the standing of this city. And at this moment, in the middle of this city, inside an extremely simple-looking building, a woman wearing a military uniform was sitting on a chair, her eyes staring deathly at a screen in front of her. The woman's figure was extremely tall, her hair, which looked like a flame, gently fell down, and her eyes, however, were as if they were sword blades, sharp and incomparable. She crossed her legs, and her entire body exuded a seriousness-inducing aura. Suddenly, a cell phone ringtone came from the woman. The woman's eyebrows slightly knitted as she took the cell phone out from her bosom, and after seeing the name on top of the phone, that serious look, however, was as if ice and water were melting, instantly becoming gentle. "Hey, senior sister." The woman's voice was as if that clear spring was flowing. The corners of her mouth hung in a curve. It was just that she didn't know what was said on the other end of the phone, and the smile at the corner of the woman's mouth disappeared bit by bit. In its place was a touch of sternness. "I know, just leave this matter to me." The woman spoke indifferently, then hung up the phone. Casually picking up a nearby communicator, she said indifferently, "Find out the details of the Bai family in Cloud City for me. The martial arts family has enjoyed so much of Xia's resources, it's time for them to contribute their contribution. To dare to be so blatant and take action against martial artists, the Bai family, really thinks that he's the emperor of the land in Cloud City, doesn't he? That's right, doesn't their Bai family have a refined Viscera realm martial artist in town? Since that's the case, let him come to my Demon Slayer town to guard it for 20 years. After saying that, the woman didn't even give the head of the communicator a chance to respond in any way yet, and directly hung it up. After the tall woman hung up the phone, she sat on the chair and fell into silence. "Junior brother? It seems like it's time to go back and take a look, just to see how this junior brother that father has found for me is doing." Saying that, the woman's red lips that looked like flames rose slightly. And just at this time, a hurried figure barged into the room. It was a burly man dressed in an extremely burly outfit. The strong man's body was even covered with a path of hideous scars, and the whole person's body was also radiating a powerful aura. It was only after breaking into the room and seeing the woman that the entire person became respectful. He hurriedly bowed slightly to the woman in front of him. "General Kong, a golden body has been deployed on the side of the foreign devils, and it has already caused the deaths of hundreds of soldiers. Do you think we should send out the Demon Slayer squad?" Listening to the burly man's words, the woman's eyebrows slightly raised as she slowly stood up, clearly wearing a military uniform, but there was an air of lethargy that permeated out. She stretched her waist, and her voice slowly rang out. "A mere golden body also dares to act recklessly outside of my demon slaughtering city. That's just it. Let's use his core as a meeting gift for my youngest senior brother." After saying that, the woman took a step and instantly disappeared into the room. "And this person was clearly the eldest senior sister of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. Demon Slayer City Town Guard Envoy, Kong Xen. The darkness of the night dispersed darkness and shrouded the entire Cloud City. In Cloud City, in the main hall of the Bai family's residence, a variety of rare ingredients were placed on a square round table, and Bayemo sat in it, smiling as he toasted to the white-haired old man sitting on the main seat. "Grandfather, I didn't expect you to come out of the gate today, my grandson toasts you." Bayemo was in a very good mood at the moment. First of all, that Lu Shang who had messed with him, he himself had already dispatched his own housekeeper to take action to solve it. Although it was said that his own housekeeper had not yet returned to resume his orders, Bayemo was not worried. After all, his housekeeper was a peak blood refining realm martial artist, so dealing with a small chi blood realm martial artist like Lu Shang was nothing more than a handful. Thinking that the guy who had stolen his thunder was about to die, Baimo's heart was naturally overjoyed. Plus, today, his grandfather even awoke from his seclusion. His strength had risen greatly. The White family's position in Cloud City will also rise, and their own identity as the White family's youngest master will become even more noble. How could this not make Bayemo happy? So much so that all night today, Baimo's face was covered in a bright smile. "It's still my family Amor." The white-haired old man, Baimo's grandfather, who was also the Bai family's refining viscera realm martial artist, Bai Yunfeng smiled as he accepted Baimo's toast, looking at Bayemo with soft eyes. "It's all because Grandpa taught me well." Bayemo spoke respectfully. On the side, Baimo's father was also smilingly looking at this scene, all in the appearance of heavenly bliss. Between the pushes and swaps, the atmosphere in the hall gradually became hot. Baimo's face even had a touch of flushing on it as he said to Bai Yunfeng, "Grandpa, don't worry, when the next martial arts class test is held, my grandson will definitely be able to strike first place and give you a good fight for your grandpa's face." Bai Yunfeng couldn't help but feel even more joyful in his heart as he listened to Baimo's words. Good, worthy of being my Bai family's unicorn son." Ha ha ha. Bai Yunfeng laughed out loud. He had been in seclusion for so many years, and now that he had managed to raise a small realm, as soon as he came out, he saw his own grandson being so understanding. Naturally, he was soothed. Only, just when the atmosphere in the hall was hot, suddenly there was a sound of breaking air. "Who?" Bai Yunfeng suddenly shouted explosively as a pair of pale eyes violently shot out a stern sharpness. Immediately afterward, a powerful aura instantly erupted from Bai Yunfeng's body. To the side, Bayemo looked at Bai Yunfeng with excitement in his eyes. Is this the strength of a viscera refining realm martial artist, worthy of being grandpa? What Bayemo had in his heart was merely a yearning for his grandfather's strength, but there was no worry in his heart. Bayemo was confident that in the middle of Cloud City, as long as his grandfather was there could never be any problems. Under Bai Yunfeng's massive aura, outside the hall, a burly figure slowly appeared, as well as an extremely amiable-looking figure. The former wore a military uniform, and his entire body exuded an aura of steel majesty. The latter, on the other hand, was wearing an ordinary shirt, and there was even a smile on his face. "Hee, Elder Bai, why aren't we welcome?" The amiable figure spoke with a smile, giving off an extremely gentle feeling. Bai Yunfeng's face changed slightly when he saw the two people in front of him, and then a bright smile emerged from his face. "Ha, so it's Xinguan Chen and Alliance Master Yun. I'm sorry to have missed the welcome. Bayemo as well as Baimo's father also revealed a look of surprise when they heard this. Xinguan, Alliance Master? The only ones who could be labeled with such a title were the Martial Alliance Sub-Alliance as well as the two handlers of the military stationed in Cloud City. Looking at the entire Cloud City, it was definitely the person with the most terrifying strength and the most monstrous power. Unexpectedly, they had appeared in the Bai family today. It must be that after Grandpa's breakthrough, his strength has risen so much that even the town guards and allies need to draw closer to my Bai family. Bayemo thought so in his heart, and for a while, the entire person's heart became more and more arrogant. Sure enough, I'm the proud son of heaven in this Cloud City. As for Lu Shang, that orphan-like thing doesn't even deserve the qualification of lifting shoes with me. No need. Chen Xinghua, who was wearing a military uniform, still had a stern face in the face of Bai Yunfeng's welcome. He slowly looked at Bayemo, his eyes as if they were like sharp blades. Let's put aside the matter of Elder Bai's great increase in strength for now. Let's talk about the matter of this grandson of yours letting someone assassinate my grandsia martial artists. What? The moment these words came out, Bai Yunfeng's face changed violently. He hadn't thought that these two fellows in front of him would be the ones to have such a thing happen. For a moment, Bai Yunfeng couldn't help but look at Bai Mo, his countenance incomparably gloomy as he said in a deep voice, "More, is there such a thing?" Bai Mo's heart gave a slight jolt. He hadn't thought that this matter would be revealed so quickly. This damned guy can't be careful about what he does. Bai Mo cursed in his heart. But still, he was incomparably calm on the surface, in his opinion, with his grandfather around. As long as he bit the bullet and said that he hadn't done such a thing, even the Jin guards and alliance masters wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Immediately, Bai Mo bowed to Jin Guanchen as well as the Cloud Alliance Master and respectfully said, "The matter in the mouths of the two seniors, the later generation really has not heard of it. Could it be that the people under the seniors have made a mistake?" Bai Yunfeng was relieved when he heard his grandson say this. After all, Bai Mo was still very well behaved in front of him, and in Bai Yunfeng's opinion, it was absolutely impossible for him to lie in front of himself. Immediately, Bai Yunfeng said with a smile, "Both of you, look, my grandson has said so. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter." He. At this time, the Cloud Alliance Master, who hadn't said anything, spoke up smilingly. "Elder Bai, since we are all here, we naturally have conclusive evidence. Otherwise, do you think that your Bai family is worth the two of us coming together?" The moment these words came out, Bai Yunfeng's face instantly became incredibly ugly. Perhaps it was because the previous atmosphere was too jovial, causing Bai Yunfeng to not care about these details, and now that he thought about it carefully, his mood instantly sank into a depression. He looked at Bai Mo, his eyes slightly cloudy, and said with an ugly expression, "More, tell it like it is." Bai Mo's face instantly turned a little pale when he was given such a look by Bai Yunfeng, and there was even a strong sense of unease in his heart. For a moment, Bai Mo didn't even know what to say. Bai Yunfeng looked at this scene. In his heart, how did he still not know that this good grandson of his family had done something? Assassinating a martial artist, even if they were the same martial artist, once they were found out, it was a major crime. Bai Yunfeng's heart instantly sank into a trough. Chapter 25 Demon Slaying Order. Even though the Bai family was one of the top martial arts families amongst Cloud City, but facing a behemoth like the military and the Martial Alliance, they were a joke. Moreover, the other party now has clear evidence. This charge is bound to fall. Just Bai Mo, as the most gifted person amongst the younger generation of the Bai family, was even the Bai family unicorn child who had been spoken of by his own mouth. Bai Yunfeng is not willing to see Bai Mo appear any situation. For a moment, Bai Yunfeng's brain began to race. Father. At this time, Bai Mo's father also couldn't help but look at Bai Yunfeng with a hint of supplication in his eyes. "Mo is your own grandson." Hearing these words, Bai Yunfeng's heart sighed slightly. Just as Bai Mo's father had said, this Bai Mo was still his own grandson after all. Thinking of this, Bai Yunfeng also had to pull down his old face and bow to Chen Jinshou as well as the two Yun Alliance masters. "Both of you, can this matter be viewed in the context that old me also fought for Xia in the past and killed a lot of foreign devils? And leave it at that?" Bai Yunfeng spoke in a deep voice. As a refined Viscera realm martial artist, in his youth Bai Yunfeng had also been to the foreign devil battlefield, hunting and killing foreign devils and guarding the human race's defenses. In Bai Yunfeng's opinion, the contributions he had made to Grand Xia were enough to defuse this crisis. However, listening to Bai Yunfeng's words, Chen Jinshou's face was expressionless, while a wry smile hung on Alliance Master Yun's face. "Elder Bai, there's no need to say these words to us. We have come today for one thing only." After saying that, Alliance Master Yun looked towards Jinshou Chen who was at the side. Chen Jinshou waved his big hand, and instantly a token appeared in his hand. And on top of that token, a pattern was engraved. On top of the pattern, the sky was filled with foreign devils that seemed to be destroying the entire heaven and earth. Underneath the foreign devils, there was an extremely ancient city that stood quietly between heaven and earth, as if it had become a line of defense to stop the foreign devils. On the back of the token, there were two words printed on it. Demon Slayer. This is. The moment Bai Yunfeng saw this token, his pale eyes shrunk violently, as if he had seen something shocking. Demon Slayer Order. In an instant, a wave of shock was set off in Bai Yunfeng's mind. This. So much so that at this point in time, Bai Yunfeng's speech became a bit stuttered. Slap. Suddenly, a crisp slap sounded violently. Only to see that Bai Yunfeng's slap was slapping on Bai Mo's body, and Bai Yunfeng's entire face became somewhat hideous. You, what the hell have you done?" Bai Yunfeng yelled almost hysterically. "Father!" Bai Mo's father looked at this scene and instantly hugged Bai Yunfeng who was in the midst of his rage. Although he was a little puzzled as to why Bai Yunfeng was so enraged, but Bai Mo was ultimately his own son, and he always had to take a side or two. Bai Mo's cheeks instantly became red and swollen, and he stood frozen in place, his eyes even more stagnant. He didn't understand why his grandfather, who had obviously appreciated himself just now, suddenly became furious. Sinful animal. Simply a sinful animal. Bai Yunfeng stared at Bai Mo dead in the face. If it wasn't for Bai Mo's father holding Bai Yunfeng in place, maybe he would have rushed up to fix Bai Mo properly again. Father, calm your anger, you should at least let him or explain. Bai Mo's father held Bai Yunfeng, preventing him from making a move. Bai Yunfeng's chest continued to rise and fall. Although he didn't know why the demon slaughtering order had appeared here, it was clear that the things Bai Mo had done had incurred people he shouldn't have incurred. I said. At this time, a low voice slowly sounded. Chen Jinsho's gaze was bland as he looked at the several people of the Bai family in the middle of the hall, and his voice was as if it was a heavy hammer that struck at the hearts of the several people of the Bai family. Have you made enough of a scene? If you've made enough of a scene, then it's time to do things according to the rules. Chen Jinhua spoke blandly. Demon Slayer City Order. Cloud City Bai Mo assassinated a martial artist. From now on, abolish the title of the Bai family's martial arts family and erase all contributions. From now on, Bai Yunfeng of the Bai family will lead 10 pulse-passing realm martial artists and 50 blood-refining realm martial artists from the Bai family to go to Demon Slaying City at once to guard Demon Slaying City for 20 years. Only after 20 years can they return. After saying that, Qinjin slowly put away the token that had the word Demon Slaughter engraved on it. His gaze calmly swept over Bai Yunfeng, who was already as white as a sheet of paper, and said indifferently. Elder Bai, you only have 2 days. If you can't arrive at Demon Slayer City after 2 days, the military will issue a daxia kill order. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Chen Jinsho as well as the 2 Cloud Alliance masters left the Bai family without looking back. Only Bai Yunfeng was left sitting in a chair with his entire body in a trance, while Bai Mo as well as Bai Mo's parents on the side were all still a bit confused about the situation in front of them. It's over. My Bai family is finished. Bai Yunfeng suddenly screamed miserably. At this time, even if Bai Mo's father was still a bit confused about the situation, he still smelled a hint of an unusual flavor. Father. This. Bai Mo's father's face was a bit ugly. Bai Yunfeng swept over Bai Mo's father's face and finally landed on Bai Mo's body. He stretched out his pale fingers and pointed at Bai Mo, trembling. Wanting to say something, he eventually closed his eyes in pain. That's just it, son. Gather all the people of the Bai family and immediately follow me to Demon Slaughter City, otherwise. The Bai family will really be finished. As for Mor. In the future this Bai family in Cloud City only you are left alone, you yourself. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Bai Yunfeng staggered out of the hall as if he had lost his soul. Bai Mo looked at Bai Yunfeng's appearance and recalled the words Chen Jin had said earlier. His entire face was pale. He lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, and there was even a tinge of resentment surfacing in his eyes. Lu Sheng. It's you again. Bai Mo roared lowly, and his entire face became hideous at this moment. How could he not know that this current situation of the Bai family today was definitely inextricably related to Lu Sheng? If I don't kill you, it's difficult to eliminate this hatred in my heart. Bai Mo's body was constantly trembling and hysterical. It was also the case that Bai Mo's parents were now a little hexed by Bai Yunfeng's words and couldn't notice Bai Mo's situation. Otherwise, they would have definitely woken Bai Mo up. Soon, the Bai family's crowd was gathered together and left the Bai family along with Bai Yunfeng. In the middle of the large courtyard, Bai Mo was the only one left, standing alone. He, who was only at the Chi Blood realm, had escaped this punishment instead. Chapter 26 Big Sister is coming back. Outside the Bai family residence. The 2 of them, Chen Jinsho and Cloud Alliance Master, stood on top of one of the eaves, watching the Bai family's crowd leave Cloud City and head to Demon Slayer City. I don't know what that little guy called Lu Sheng is all about, but he was able to make the bigwigs of Demon Slaughter City notice him. Alliance Master Yin touched his somewhat blossoming stomach and gazed at the Bai clan's crowd with a smirk. Tisk, TSK, just now when I heard the higher-ups call me, I almost thought I was going to have bad luck. On the side, Chen Jinsho had his hands behind his back, his face still solemn. It wasn't until after the Bai family's crowd had left Cloud City and disappeared from his field of vision that he said in that icy voice. During this period of time, the Martial Wei family is really a bit disobedient, if not for the fact that right now, Xia really needs their presence to help fend off the foreign devils, otherwise. A flash of sharp light flashed from Chen Jinsho's eyes. It's just as well, taking advantage of this matter of the Bai family, to kill the chicken and make an example of the monkey, otherwise these martial arts families are really thinking that, since they are the head of the ground, no one would dare to touch them. Humph. Chen Jinsho snorted coldly, and within his voice, it was also filled with an extremely dense fury. AI, what can we do then? We can't kill all of these guys. Alliance Master Yun sighed, his gaze gradually becoming deeper. Chen Jinsho paused, his eyes had a thoughtful look, as if he was pondering whether this plan was feasible or not. As Allied Lord Yun looked at Jinsho Chen's appearance, he couldn't help but slightly twitch the corners of his mouth. Damn, the people of the military are really all a bunch of murderous bastards. Allied Lord Yun cursed, then said with some headache, alright, leave the next thing to me, you military are still just responsible for your city defense. After saying that, Alliance Master Yun waved his hand at Chen Jinghua as if he was somewhat disgusted. Immediately, he disappeared into thin air. Chen Jinsho glanced at the Bai family's courtyard and finally disappeared into the night. Inside the rented house, Lu Shang was lying on the bed, looking out the window from time to time. The White family. Lu Shang murmured faintly, and a smear of killing intent surfaced from within his eyes. He also didn't know if Lan Linglong helping herself out would completely provoke the Bai family, and at that time, if the Bai family started targeting the entire Tiandi Dao Hall because of himself, Lu Shang would not feel good in his heart. So, in the usual time period, Lu Shang had already gone to sleep, but now he was tossing and turning and could not sleep. Ding! Suddenly, a message popped up on the cell phone placed at the bedside. Lu Shang picked up his cell phone to check it out, but found that it was a news pop-up window. Lu Shang glanced at it, and then his entire pupil slightly shrunk, and he violently sat up straight. The Cloud City White family is suspected of assassinating Grand Xia martial artists. All martial artists above the Qi blood realm will immediately head to the alien demon battlefield and guard the battlefield for 20 years. A piece of news instantly appeared in Lu Shang's field of vision. This. A look of shock surfaced on Lu Shang's face. Just now, he had been worried about whether the Bai family would transfer their anger onto the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall, and now they were suddenly being investigated. A flash of light flickered in Lu Shang's eyes. Recalling what Lan Linglong had said to himself, Lu Shang instantly made the connection. Senior sister. Lu Shang couldn't help but feel a little moved in his heart as he gripped his cell phone. To know, the Bai family was like a snake in the ground in Yin City, so he thought that even if his senior sister wanted to move the Yin family, she had paid a small price for it. Thinking of this, the touching in Lu Shang's heart couldn't help but deepen a lot. It seems that we still need to get stronger. Whether it is a foreign race hanging over the heads of all the Xia human races, or some of the darkness in the world. Only with strong strength can we better protect ourselves, and even protect the Dao Hall. Lu Shang murmured faintly, his eyes gradually became firm. After not having any worries, Lu Shang lay on the bed, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he closed his eyes. A moment later, his breathing also became calmer. On the following day, Lu Shang woke up early and first went to school, completing today's practice for the martial arts class before heading to the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. Only, when he was in the martial arts class, Lu Shang realized that Bai Mo's appearance from before had really changed too much. If the previous Bai Mo was like a proud rooster, then the current Bai Mo was disheveled by an unknown amount. Only, I don't know if it was Lu Shang's illusion, he clearly felt that when he was practicing, Bai Mo seemed to be stealthily peeking at himself. The days even carried a hint of grimness. Just when Lu Shang looked over, Bai Mo again used a very fast speed to move his gaze away. Although it was extremely secretive, it was still detected by Lu Shang. This guy. Lu Shang's eyes narrowed slightly, observing Bai Mo for a while before he withdrew his gaze. As much as I want to kill you, this is still within the city after all. Lu Shang murmured slightly in his heart as a flash of killing intent passed through his eyes. If you're still so persistent, then I wouldn't mind finding an opportunity to get you killed. Lu Shang wasn't a saintly mother. As early as when Bai Mo had found someone to take a shot at him, in Lu Shang's heart, he had long wanted to get Bai Mo killed. It's just that, later on, a series of things developed really fast, and the Bai family had been investigated. So much so that the current Bai family was rapidly declining in Cloud City, and in the entire Bai family, there was only Bai Mo left, as well as some old and weak people. But if this guy wanted to make some small moves, Lu Shang wouldn't mind using some underhanded means to get him killed. A flash of ruthlessness passed by Lu Shang's face. After silently completing the training in the martial arts class, Lu Shang left the martial arts training center without looking back. It was as if there was nothing between him and Bai Mo. Mo stood in the middle of the corner, his face grim as he watched Lu Shang's figure disappear from his field of vision. The rapid decline of the Bai family had also caused a huge uproar in Cloud City. Just today, Mo had felt the eyes of many people change as they looked at him. In the past, his own dog's legs, now look at his eyes, also with a hint of disdain, and even after seeing himself, even more quickly slipped away, does not seem to want to have anything to do with himself in general. Although it wasn't revealed in the open, this kind of secret reaction still made Mo's heart furious. When the Bai family was at its peak, it had always flattered itself, and now that the Bai family was in decline, it was quickly disconnecting its relationship. This filled Mo's heart with rage. Everything. Is this Lu Shang guy? Mo's fists couldn't help but clench up, clenching his teeth, and his body trembled slightly because he was too angry. In Mo's opinion, if it wasn't for Lu Shang, the Bai family wouldn't have fallen so far, and he himself wouldn't have turned from the previous Bai family's young master, the pride of the sky, to what he was now overnight. In his mind, only one thought remained. Revenge against Lu Shang. Only in this way could he vent the anger in his heart. As for his grandfather and father, before they left, they warned him not to think about revenge or something like that, but it was completely thrown out of Mo's mind. After Lu Shang's figure disappeared from Mo's field of vision, Mo's face gradually became calm. He silently walked over to a martial arts puppet that no one had trained and began to frantically train it. After leaving the school, Lu Shang arrived at the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall and met Lan Linglong in the middle of the arena. Senior sister, last night. Lu Shang hesitated for a moment, wanting to open his mouth, but was directly interrupted by Blue Linglong. Lan Linglong smiled faintly, still looking gentle and incomparable. Junior brother, these things don't need to be taken to heart, didn't we all say it, we're a family? Since we are a family, naturally, we share the same blessings and difficulties, said Blue Linglong. Winked at Lu Shang. Lu Shang was silent for a while, and only after a moment did he reveal a smile. Humph. Lu Shang nodded heavily. Alright, the most important thing for you to do right now is to properly improve your strength, complete the college entrance exam, and enter the martial arts academy. That's what you should be doing at the moment. As for the dojo side, there's still elder sister me. Lan Linglong dotingly rubbed Lu Shang's hair. Is the martial arts college entrance examination? And the martial arts academy? Lu Shang's heart murmured slightly. Alright, yesterday's matter is a small episode, next is still according to the plan we made before, go to hunt ferocious beasts outside the city. Whenever you reach the limit of your chi and blood, when will this stage of training be over? Lan Linglong said with a smile. Lu Shang nodded and instantly began to pack up his things, preparing to head outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Right. Just as Lu Shang was about to leave the Dao Hall, Lan Linglong seemed to have thought of something and called out to Lu Shang. Lu Shang turned back and looked at Blue Linglong somewhat doubtfully, only to see Blue Linglong faintly smiling. In a while, Eldest senior sister is going to make a trip back to Cloud City. When that time comes, you should perform well in front of Eldest senior sister's hands. Have a lot of good things. Eldest senior sister? Lu Shang's heart stirred slightly. It was also a bit curious. In the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion, no matter if it was those outer disciples or Lan Linglong, when the three words eldest senior sister were mentioned, each and every one of them had a look of respect on their faces. There was even a look of admiration amidst the respect. Obviously, this eldest senior sister of theirs had a lot of prestige in the Dao Hall. I don't know what kind of a person eldest sister will be. Although Lu Shang had some curiosity in his heart, he quickly calmed down and left the Dao Hall after nodding at Lan Linglong. Chapter 27 Purple Talent, Killing. A week later. Lu Shang stood above a vast wilderness. Dressed in a combat uniform, above his fists, he carried a pair of finger tigers. The finger tigers flashed with a burst of cold aura. This pair of finger tigers was specially given to Lu Shang by Blue Linglong. The material was very good, the whole body was made of alloy. Even when facing a ferocious beast of the blood refining realm, it was able to tear apart the opponent's body. With the presence of the finger tiger, coupled with the perfection realm's Luhan fist, Lu Shang's battle power was even more increased by an unknown amount. At this moment, in front of Lu Shang, an extremely large wolf-type ferocious beast looked at Suyu intently. The wolf-type beast's fur showed a hint of purple luster. Within its huge body, there was an extremely powerful chi and blood that continuously filled out. If a martial artist was here, if he saw this wolf-type ferocious beast in front of him, he would definitely recognize that this wolf-type ferocious beast in front of him was actually a peak chi blood realm ferocious beast. Purple Moon Wolf. Even martial artists whose chi blood had reached 10 points would not dare to fight against it. At this moment, Lu Shang was calmly standing in front of the purple moon wolf, as if he was standing on a stake, not moving at all. Roar, roar, roar. Within the tyrannical pupils of the purple moon wolf, there was a scarlet glow flickering as it continuously roared lowly, as if it was threatening Lu Shang. In the next moment, the purple moon wolf's figure instantly shot out, wrapped in an extremely powerful aura, leaving a purple residual shadow in place, killing Lu Shang. Seeing this, Lu Shang's eyebrows slightly raised, and the corner of his mouth also drew out an arc at this time. So impatient to find death? Lu Shang murmured softly, and along with the fall of his voice, in an instant, an extremely raging chi and blood directly erupted from within Lu Shang's body. 9th level of chi and blood. Admittedly, during this week's time, Lu Shang had also cultivated his cultivation from the 7th level of chi blood to the current 9th level of chi blood. It was only half a step away from the 10th level of chi blood. Chi and blood surged and was injected into both fists. Lu Shang slowly built up his strength, and just when that purple moon wolf was already less than half a meter away from Lu Shang violently pushed out his fist horizontally. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A bright golden light appeared above Lu Shang's fist. A burst of Brahma sounds rang out violently. On top of that morose finger tiger, it was also shrouded in golden light, emanating a powerful aura. Thud. In an instant, the finger tiger instantly landed on the position of the purple moon wolf's abdomen, and the powerful force, combined with that sharp finger tiger. In an instant, it pierced through the body of the purple moon wolf. Blood gushed out. Along with the life force, it rapidly drained away. The third one. Looking at the already dead violet moon wolf, Lu Shang murmured faintly, and a touch of fervor surfaced within his gaze. He skillfully dissected the purple moon wolf and took out those valuable parts of the purple moon wolf and put them into his backpack. This week's time had not only caused Lu Shang's cultivation to rise to the 9th level of chi blood, but also because Lu Shang had gone out of the city every day to hunt and kill ferocious beasts to sharpen himself. After killing quite a few ferocious beasts and selling them into the black market, Lu Shang's wealth had gradually accumulated. By now, Lu Shang's card even had hundreds of thousands of dollars in it. It's true, becoming a martial artist is a profiteering profession, but likewise, martial artists who want to go further and purchase resources need to spend a lot of money. Lu Shang shook his head. Don't look at the fact that he had hundreds of thousands of very large amounts of money in his card, but Lu Shang knew very well that just one of the limit-breaking pills awarded by the martial arts class before, just one, would be able to be sold for a high price of $500,000 in the martial league. The money in his own card wasn't even enough to buy a limit-breaking Dan. Thinking of this, Lu Shang packed up his things and prepared to walk towards Cloud City. Counting the time, it's also time for the talent refresh. I just don't know what kind of talent can be brushed out for me this time. Lu Shang murmured faintly, and a hint of anticipation surged in his eyes. Inside the rental house, Lu Shang sat cross-legged on top of his bed, his gaze falling on the void in front of him. A system panel that only Lu Shang could see slowly emerged. Host, Lu Shang. Cultivation, 9th level of Chi and Blood. Martial Arts, Luhan Fist, Perfection. Martial Arts Talent, Upgrade. Purple, Fist Master, Blue, Strong Strike, White, Perseverance, Green, Wanderer, White. Looking at his system panel, Lu Shang's eyebrows raised slightly. It seems like I have to find some time to cultivate a new martial art. The Luhan Fist has already been perfected, and there is no improvement if I continue to cultivate it, unless I am able to spread the subsequent paths on the basis of the Luhan Fist. Lu Shang murmured, then shook his head. Although the Ye Fist Master was powerful, it wasn't yet enough to help him push the Luhan Fist further back into the realm. Unless a higher grade fist talent was refreshed afterward. It's better to refresh the talent first. Suyu's gaze landed on top of the system, followed by a slight movement of his mind. System, refresh. Ding, refreshing martial arts talent, please wait. A familiar electronic tone sounded in Lu Shang's mind. Ding, the system refresh was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple quality talent Killing. Killing, for every creature killed, the host will permanently gain 100,000th of the physical quality of the target killed. Purple talent. Lu Shang's heart jolted, followed by his breathing becoming fiery. Ever since the last time he refreshed his upgrade clock, he hadn't refreshed a purple talent for a long time, and even the blue talent was only one, Fist Master. Most of them were white and green quality talents. Unexpectedly, this time, a purple talent was refreshed. Killing? Lu Shang took a deep breath and his eyes landed on top of the introduction of the Killing talent. The more he looked, the brighter Lu Shang's eyes became. This is an unprecedented growth talent. Lu Shang murmured. Although it doesn't help me in any way right now, but afterward, as long as I kill the ferocious beasts and slowly gain their physical qualities, when time passes, my physical qualities will be incomparably terrifying. Lu Shang's voice had a hint of excitement in it. The martial artists together, from Qi and blood refining, the 100 veins, and even the viscera refining realm, were all designed to strengthen their physical qualities. And this, killing, talent in front of him was undoubtedly the best talent to strengthen one's physical quality. Just by constantly killing, one would be able to make one's physical quality increase infinitely. It seems that next is even more necessary to go out of the city to hunt and kill. Lu Shang looked at the system panel, blinked his eyes, and murmured slightly. Chapter 28, Crazy Killing, 10 Layers of Qi and Blood. It's just a bit of a pity that it was a while ago. If I had mastered the killing talent before, my physical quality would have definitely improved by a cut now, and my battle power would have been able to be quite powerful as well. Lu Shang shook his head with some regret. Martial artists in the Qi and Blood realm and blood refining realm were mainly focused on strengthening their Qi and Blood, although it was said that when strengthening the Qi and Blood would feed back and strengthen the physical quality to a certain extent. However, if the physical quality was strong, it was able to occupy a certain advantage in the same realm, or even across the ranks. However, although it came a little late, there are still 20 days until the next ranking test, as long as this period of time to seize the time to improve, the first place in this martial arts class. Lu Shang's eyes gradually became brighter. Thinking of this, Lu Shang also gradually calmed down, and after glancing at the night color outside the window, he honestly laid down on the bed and slept. The next day, above the wilderness, Lu Shang was wearing a silver-colored finger tiger, looking at the wolves in front of him, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Just in time, try out the effect of kill. Lu Shang murmured. The wolf pack in front of him was the silver moon wolf pack. The purple moon wolf that Lu Shang had encountered earlier was evolved from a silver moon wolf. When a wolf king was born amongst a group of silver moon wolves, the wolf king was able to gradually evolve into a purple moon wolf by devouring the moon essence every day. The weakest purple moon wolf has a cultivation level of the 8th level of Qi blood. As for the silver moon wolves, the strongest of them is not more than the 6th level of Qi and blood. But silver moon wolves, because they have not yet evolved, are pack-type ferocious beasts. Generally, even if it is the 7th level of Qi blood or even the 8th level of Qi blood of the martial artists, encountered the silver moon wolves, cannot make a move, try not to make a move. Looking at the silver moon wolves in front of him, Lu Shang's eyes blazed with heat, and his hands with finger tigers couldn't help but tighten their grip. The next moment, the black figure instantly charged into the wolves. In just an instant, a burst of hissing and screaming came from the silver moon wolves. In the midst of the wolves, Lu Shang continuously swung his fist. Every time he swung his fist, a silver moon wolf died in Lu Shang's hands. Nowadays, Lu Shang was already a martial artist of the 9th Qi and blood layer. Coupled with the Luhan fist of the perfection realm, he had the power to fight even against martial artists of the 10th Qi and blood layer, or even those who had broken the upper limit of Qi and blood and had 11 points of Qi and blood. Those Qi blood 7 layer or even Qi blood 8 layer dare not face the silver moon wolves in front of Lu Shang. It was nothing more than that. Lu Shang's eyes gradually became brighter. He could clearly feel that after he killed a silver moon wolf, vaguely, his body seemed to be stimulated by an extremely weak warm current. Although this feeling was extremely weak, it was also something that could indeed be felt. Is this the effect of killing? Lu Shang's eyes became brighter and brighter. Just by killing a few silver moon wolves, I was able to feel that my strength slightly improved, although not much, but according to this speed, if I am able to kill all of the silver moon wolves, I will be able to at least improve 0.1% on top of my original physical quality. Lu Shang murmured. Immediately, the speed at which he swung his fist became faster and faster. Densely packed fist shadows emerged, and a brilliant golden light appeared in the midst of the wolves. Buzz buzz buzz. There was even a burst of Sanskrit sounds that instantly resounded. Under the shroud of golden light, at this moment, Lu Shang seemed to have transformed into an angry Luhan. Kill! Lu Shang let out a low cry. Blood instantly splashed out. In an instant, the entire battlefield was surrounded by an extremely thick smell of blood. After roughly 2 to 3 minutes had passed, on top of the earth, the corpses of the silver moon wolves were lying on the ground horizontally and vertically, and blood was continuously flowing out. Lu Shang stood on top of the earth, panting slightly, but the corner of his mouth was outlined in an arc. The boost that 38 silver moon wolves gave me has probably caused me to raise 1,000th of my original base. Lu Shang's eyes brightened. Although it was said that killing only boosted the physical quality by 100,000%, but don't forget that the physical strength of a ferocious beast was several times that of a human. In other words, just by killing 10,000 fierce beasts of the same realm, Lu Shang's physical quality would be able to be comparable to that of a fierce beast of the same realm. Coupled with the powerful martial arts, it would be hard for Lu Shang to not fight beyond his rank. It had to be said that the effects of the kill were truly terrifying. The only trouble was that it would take a little too long to reach the physical strength of a ferocious beast in the same realm. However, for the current me, there's plenty of time. Lu Shang looked at the surrounding wilderness, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew more and more intense. For the current Lu Shang, the training in the martial arts class was basically useless, and going to the school was just a way to fulfill Qinzhen's request. The main thing was still hunting ferocious beasts in the countryside. Lu Shang licked his own lips, and the color of excitement in his eyes didn't even fade away. There's still a long time to go, now. The hunt begins. Time flew by. The light of the blazing sun above the dome of the sky gradually dimmed and began to fall in towards the other side of the mountain. An orange-red halo of light rendered the entire sky. Lu Shang stood above the wilderness, and by his side, there were quite a few corpses of ferocious beasts lying around. The blood, moreover, was thick to the extreme. Some people who hadn't seen blood before were able to vomit from the shock of that foul odor in the air even if they took a breath here. The current me has already improved my physical quality by 1/10 of my original base. Lu Shang breathed in the air in large gulps, and a rare look of fatigue appeared on his face. Today's day, Lu Shang had basically spent it in the midst of hunting. When his qi and blood ran out, he got high on medicine. It was a good thing that he had accumulated quite a bit of wealth during this period of time and purchased quite a few qi and blood pills, otherwise if he went on according to this killing method of Lu Shang's, he would probably be completely exhausted in less than an hour. However, the effect was also very good. The current Lu Shang's physical quality, compared to yesterday, had already improved by 1/10. The cultivation level of the ferocious beasts in this area is too low, and it's too slow to improve. It seems that we need to find a new area to hunt in tomorrow. The higher the rank of the ferocious beasts, the greater the boost will only be with the killing talent. Lu Shang murmured softly. It was true that killing was only able to gain 100,000th of the physical quality of the target killed, but if Lu Shang was able to kill an alien demon king, even 1/10 of it would be enough to raise Lu Shang's physical quality to the refined viscera realm, or even a higher realm. Of course, this was just an analogy. Lu Shang shook his head and began to clean up the battlefield. The corpses of these ferocious beasts were treasures that could be exchanged for money. Without these corpses, with Lu Shang's life-threatening killing method, the consumption of qi and blood pills would be very serious. Lu Shang roughly calculated that the qi and blood dan consumed in one day today, if converted into money, even reached a terrifying 100,000. Sure enough, the martial artist's path is too costly. Lu Shang shook his head and began to silently clean up the battlefield. During this next period of time, after Lu Shang had gotten a taste of the sweetness, he also turned on his killing frenzy. Basically, he left the city very early in the morning every day, and only slowly returned to the Cloud City when the city gates were about to be blocked. As for Lu Shang's cultivation level, it also began to rise little by little along with his daily killings. 10 days later. Lu Shang was sitting on top of the bed in the rented house, his eyes tightly closed, and there was a surge of qi and blood in his body that was constantly surging. The blood flowed through Lu Shang's limbs and bones, and even through his skin, a red color could be seen flowing continuously. Lu Shang sat quietly, and along with the passage of time, his breath began to gradually become stronger. A moment later, Lu Shang violently opened his eyes. His body trembled slightly. An even more powerful aura permeated out from Lu Shang's body. The 10th level of qi and blood has arrived. Lu Shang murmured faintly, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. 10 days of cultivation, in the midst of that endless killing, Lu Shang had finally raised his qi blood to 10 points. Not only his cultivation, but even Lu Shang's physical body strength had reached twice its original base. Under the enhancement of the killing effect, during the 10 days of frantic killing, Lu Shang's fleshly body had already been strengthened in an extremely terrifying manner. The current me has the power to fight even against those martial artists who are 12 or even 13 in qi and blood. Even if I face a blood-refining realm martial artist, even if I'm not defeated, I'll be able to manage to retreat in one piece. Lu Shang spoke excitedly. The improvement during this period of time could be considered very terrifying. Not only had his cultivation increased, but his physical body had also been strengthened. Immediately, Lu Shang looked into the void. The system panel slowly emerged. Host, Lu Shang. Cultivation, Chi Blood 10th Layer 10. Martial Arts, Luhan Fist Perfection. Martial Arts Talent, Upgrade. Purple, Fist Master, blue, Strong Strike, white, Perseverance, green, Prodigal, white, Killing, purple, Luck, green. In the Martial Arts Talent column, a green talent had suddenly appeared. Good Luck. This was a talent that Lu Sheng had refreshed a few days ago, and although it was only a green talent, it was able to permanently boost Lu Sheng's luck. Luck was a nebulous thing, and as of yet, Lu Sheng hadn't realized where the effect of good luck was manifested. However, more was better. Lu Sheng glanced at his system panel with satisfaction, stretched his back, and was just about to lie down when a beep came from his cell phone. Lu Sheng picked up his phone and found that it was a message sent to him by Lan Linglong. Senior sister? Lu Sheng was a little surprised and clicked on the message. Seeing the message sent by Blue Linglong, Lu Sheng's eyes immediately had a brilliant light burst out. There's no need to leave the city tomorrow, eldest sister is back. Chapter 29 Jean Dan. System upgrade required. Is eldest sister back yet? Lu Sheng looked at his cell phone, the message sent over by Lan Linglong, and after a moment of contemplation, he then put the phone aside. It's really curious what kind of person eldest sister is. Lu Sheng shook his head, and there was more than a touch of anticipation in his eyes. Afterward, Lu Sheng laid down on top of the bed and looked at the night outside the window, and before long, he fell into a deep sleep. The sunlight of the following day gently knocked on the doors and windows, spreading on Lu Sheng's face. Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes, and after glancing at the time, he got up from the bed, went to the restroom, and after a simple wash, Lu Sheng then packed up his things and prepared to head to the dojo. Because today was the weekend, there was no need to go to school. In addition, Lan Ling had also sent a message to Lu Sheng last night, so Lu Sheng was ready to go directly to the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. Soon, Lu Sheng arrived at the Taoist Hall. However, when he arrived at the door of the Taoist Hall, Lu Sheng realized that there was a hint of something wrong. Usually, even if he came to the Taoist Hall at this hour, he would be able to see many disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall practicing in the Taoist Hall. But today, standing at the entrance of the Tao Hall, one could not even see a single person. What situation? Lu Sheng looked at the Tao Pavilion in front of him with some surprise, and was puzzled in his heart. But even if he was puzzled, Lu Sheng still took a step and walked towards the center of the dojo. Just as he walked into the dojo, Lu Sheng was able to hear an icy voice coming out from within the arena. What are you all practicing day in and day out? You can't even do the simplest stance, and you have the nerve to say that you are my Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall's outer disciples? It seems that during the time I haven't returned, father and senior sister, they were still too merciful. Even though you are all outer disciples of the Tao Pavilion, you all represent the reputation of my Heaven and Earth Tao Pavilion when you pull it out, and one by one, you don't cultivate properly, you just think of being lazy every day. A bunch of wastes. Hearing this voice, Lu Sheng's expression immediately became a little strange. Could the owner of this voice be my eldest senior sister that I've never met? Lu Sheng couldn't help but murmur, looking towards the arena with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Isn't there something wrong with the time I came now? Lu Sheng touched his head and looked at the arena in front of him. Surprisingly, he was a little uncertain whether he should go in or not. From the point of view of these voices coming from within the arena, the senior sister of his own, it seems that she is not some kind of good Just as Lu Sheng's heart was a bit floundering, that one icy voice once again came from within the arena. What are you still doing outside? Since you're here, come in. Hearing those words, Lu Sheng immediately had goosebumps coming out of his body, and he looked in the direction of the arena with some horror. To know, he was now 100 meters away from the arena. Plus, he couldn't see himself in the arena. Under such circumstances, he was even able to detect his own existence? How powerful should this be? Lu Sheng swallowed his saliva, and the hesitation in his heart dissipated. Although he was a little apprehensive, he obediently walked towards the center of the arena. Only when Lu Sheng walked into the arena and saw the appearance of the arena, Lu Sheng froze. The only thing he saw was Kong Yunchang lying on top of a rattan chair, with a pot of tea placed next to him. Next to Kong Yunchang, Lan Linglong sat quietly on the chair, holding a yellowed book in her hands, looking at it with great interest. And apart from the two of them, on top of the high platform of the arena, there stood a tall woman with a head full of red hair, dressed in tightly fitted combat uniforms, and a layer of frost permeated her entire face. If Lan Linglong was gentle to the extreme, then this tall woman in front of her was a representative of coldness to the extreme. In the middle of the arena, each and every outer disciple of the Heaven and Earth Tao Pavilion was standing in place in an extremely bizarre posture, and each and every one of them had a somewhat grim expression on their face. Other than the very few disciples who were still able to maintain their composure, the other outer disciples were all staggering at this moment, as if they were about to directly fall down in the next moment. Even so, those disciples who were able to remain stable were all flushed, as if they were enduring some kind of pain, and sweat was secreted along their foreheads. This is... Lu Shang looked at the scene in front of him and was completely somewhat confused. Along with Lu Shan walking into the arena, that tall woman's gaze moved to Lu Shang's body. Is this junior brother? The tall woman's eyes lit up, and the moment her words fell, she unexpectedly appeared directly in front of Lu Shang. Lu Shang's pupils slightly shrunk, and without even reacting, the tip of his nose caught a fresh fragrance, and immediately afterward, an extremely perfect figure stood in front of Lu Shang. Gulp! Sniffing that burst of fresh fragrance, Lu Shang couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and his eyes began to dodge a little. 10 layers of qi and blood, solid foundation, not bad, not bad. Old man, I didn't expect you to find such a genius. That voice, filled with imperial sisters, slowly rang out. Only then did Lu Shang carefully survey the woman in front of him. What fast legs, oh no, what speed. Lu Shang's face flushed slightly. Although he had been a man for 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he had been this close to a woman. Even though he had experienced a lot, Lu Shang was still a little unable to hold on. Hee, can't you see that your junior brother is a little confused right now? Kong Xen, who was lying on top of the rattan chair, spoke smilingly and waved his hand at Lu Shang. Alright, little Lu, come over here. Only then did Lu Shang, as if relieved, obediently arrive in front of Kong Xen. Teacher, senior sister. Lu Shang first bowed slightly to Kong Xen as well as Lan Linglong. This is... Lu Shang scratched the back of his head, and his afterglow couldn't help but sweep over a glance at the tall red-haired woman. Lan Linglong slowly closed the book in her hand and said gently, she's our senior sister now, Kong Xen. Hearing these words, Lu Shang fully understood. At this time, Kong Xen was also walking slowly with her slender thighs, her gaze constantly sweeping over Lu Shang's body. Meeting for the first time, well. This will be a meeting gift. Saying that, between Kong Xen's palms flipping slightly, a thing that flickered with a faint golden light, like a projectile, appeared in her hands. The golden pellet seemed to be filled with an extremely terrifying power, and Lu Shang felt as if he was gazing at an extremely terrifying existence just by looking at it. This is... Lu Shang's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, a line of subtitles probed out in front of Lu Shang. Ding, Sword Demon Clan Jindan detected, can be devoured. Looking at the pop-up in front of him, Lu Shang's pupils shrunk slightly. Golden Dan. Although it was said that the highest amongst the realms of martial artists that Lu Shang was currently aware of was the Viscera refining realm, Lu Shang was aware that wanting to condense the Golden Dan was not something that easy. Regardless of whether it was a foreign devil or a human martial artist, the existence of those who were able to coalesce the Jindan was not a top-notch existence. Unexpectedly, this eldest sister of his own, the subsequent thing he took out, was actually such a treasure. Just what was the meaning of devourable? Above the pop-up? Devourable? What does it mean? Lu Shang was a little puzzled in his heart. Soon, in front of Lu Shang, a line of subtitles appeared once again. Devouring the Golden Dan can act to replenish the system's power and upgrade the system's level. Upgrade? Lu Shang was even more surprised. His own system was still able to upgrade? What effect does the system have after it is upgraded? Lu Shang asked hurriedly in his mind. However, it was as if the system had fallen into silence, and it took several seconds before I was able to probe out a pop-up screen again. By raising the level of the system, you can raise the refresh probability of high-level martial talent. Refresh probability? Lu Shang's eyes immediately had a brilliant light flash through them. Lu Shang had thought that the refreshment of the system's martial Dao talents were all completely random, but he hadn't thought that the refreshment of this martial Dao talent had a probability. Then what is the current probability of the talent's refreshment? Lu Shang inquired in his mind again. The system didn't let Lu Shang wait too long this time, and it quickly popped up. Refresh probability, white 60%, green 20%, blue 15%, purple 4%, red 0.5%, gold 0.1%, colorful 0.09%, god 0.01%. Looking at the subtitles that popped up from the system, Lu Shang's eyes narrowed slightly. The probability of purple color is surprisingly only 4%, and the probability of the higher grade martial talent behind it is surprisingly so low, with such a probability, I'm afraid that I might not be able to refresh a god-grade talent even if I refresh it for a dozen or 2 decades. Lu Shang couldn't help but murmur in his heart. So, the system upgrade that can raise the probability of refreshing a high-grade martial arts talent, which means that after the system level is raised, the chances of me being able to obtain a higher grade martial arts talent will also be higher, and when that time comes. Lu Shang quickly understood the benefits of the system upgrade. It seems that if I want to become more powerful, I still need to upgrade my system level. Lu Shang couldn't help but clench his fist. He then landed his gaze on the golden dan in Kong Xen's hand. This golden dan. Ha! Suddenly, Kong Xen suddenly exclaimed as she looked at Lu Shang with some curiosity. Although it is said that the people who condensed the golden dan have been killed by me, but the power contained in the golden dan is such that even a martial artist of the refined viscera realm wouldn't dare to touch it, and a chi blood realm is actually able to ignore the oppression of the golden dan. Worthy of being my youngest disciple. Hearing these words, Lu Shang froze and then reacted. Previously, when he had first seen the golden dan, he had indeed felt an extremely terrifying aura, and he couldn't help but want to retreat in his heart. But he didn't know if it was because his perseverance talent had worked, and he had actually adapted to this aura. Since that's the case, then this item will be given to you. After saying that, Kong Xen lightly threw the golden pill to Lu Shang. This treasure that was enough to cause many martial artists to boil when placed in the outside world seemed to be nothing in Kong Xen's hands. Chapter 30 The Magnificent Kong Xen, Standing Pile. Lu Shang's hands were in a frenzy as he took the golden pill that Kong Xen threw over. Looking at the golden pill that he held in his hands, Lu Shang immediately had an unreal feeling. Although Lu Shang didn't know what effect the golden pill had, just the terrifying power contained in the pill was enough to show that the pill was extraordinary. It was enough to illustrate the extraordinary nature of the golden dan. Plus, apart from Kong Yunchang and Lan Linglong, the eyes of the other disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall had become fiery when they looked at themselves. It further illustrated the uncomplicated nature of the golden dan. And it was such a thing that seemed to be nothing in Kong Xen's eyes. This. Lu Shang looked at the golden dan in his hand and couldn't help but lick his own lips, but he still raised his head and looked at Kong Xen. Eldest sister, this is a bit too expensive, I can't take it. In the end, Lu Shang still suppressed the touch of greed within his heart. Despite the fact that the golden dan in front of him was able to raise his system level, Lu Shang was not a rash person. Now that he had accepted such a great gift from Kong Xen, this favor would eventually have to be returned. Kong Xen waved his hand without any concern. This is nothing. If you want, go to my place in the future. I will be able to find you a few foreign devil gold body to kill every day, and pull out their gold dan for you. As soon as these words came out, the corner of Lu Shang's mouth twitched slightly, and his face became a little strange. How was it that in Kong Xen's mouth, a golden body level existence was like a fish to be slaughtered, easily able to be killed? One must know that the existence of the golden body realm was several realms above the refined viscera realm. Looking at the entire southwest region of the Grand Xia, there were definitely no more than a couple of martial artists with such a cultivation level. But Kong Xen did not put it in her eyes in the slightest. How terrifying was this big senior sister? Strength of his own? Lu Shang's heart couldn't help but fall into a wave. Alright junior brother, since eldest sister has said so, then you can take it. As eldest sister said, this golden dan is really nothing to eldest sister. At this time, Lan Linglong's gentle voice slowly sounded. Hearing Lan Linglong's words, Lu Shang then hesitated for a moment before putting away the golden dan, and then slightly bowed to Kong Xen. Many thanks, senior sister. Kong Xen waved her hand and casually sat down on a chair, her gaze suddenly blazing as she looked behind Lu Shang and chided. All of you stand still, since I'm back, you guys don't want to be lazy. Originally, because of Lu Shang's arrival, one by one, the Dao Hall disciples who had begun to look for an opportunity to slack off, after hearing Kong Xen's words, one by one, their faces changed, and then they once again stood up in accordance with that bizarre posture. Lu Shang, at this time, was also sitting on a chair, looking at the standing posture of one of the Dao Pavilion disciples, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Eldest sister, what's the point of them standing like that? Although Lu Shang was able to see that standing in a posture was very taxing on physical strength, but what effect it had, Lu Shang didn't know. Kong Xen glanced at Lu Shang and explained, this is standing pile, it is a way for the military to exercise the soldier's physique. You should know that apart from their own chi and blood, a martial artist's physique is also very important. Some martial artists with a strong physique, doing cross-stage battles is not a difficult thing at all, so exercising the physique while cultivating the chi and blood, this has a better effect on the realm afterwards. Right. Kong Xen seemed to have thought of something, her gaze fell on Lu Sheng's body, and a light flashed in her eyes. Why don't you try it too? It's just right for me to see how your physique is. Listening to Kong Xen's words, Lu Sheng's heart was also a little foolish. During this period of time, with the killing talent, his physical quality, that is, his physique, had improved quite a bit. It was just that Lu Sheng didn't have any too clear perception of the strength of his current physique. It was just right that he could try out this weird standing position to see what level his physique, in fact, had reached. Good. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up as he stood up and walked towards the open space. Just follow their example and stand. The longer you stand, the stronger your physique will naturally be. Kong Xen's reminder came from behind. Lu Sheng nodded, then stood next to one of the Dao Hall disciples and followed his example, and began to assume that weird posture as if he were a cat. Rest area. As Lan Linglong watched Lu Sheng's movements, she couldn't help but let out a scolding cry. Eldest sister, junior brother is only at the Qi and Blood realm and has not yet started to temper his body. You're asking him to stand on stakes so early. What if he breaks from practicing? Kong Xen's gaze fell on Lu Sheng's voice and said blandly, don't worry, I know what's in my heart. Although Kong Xen said so, Lan Linglong's heart was still a little worried. After all, martial artists in the Qi and Blood realm were mainly focused on Qi and Blood, and most of the things like quenching the body were still placed in the 100 Veins realm before proceeding. Alright, since your eldest sister said so, she naturally has a number in her heart, don't worry. At this time, Kong Yun Chang, who hadn't said anything, spoke up in a rare moment. Only then did Lan Linglong put her heart down and looked at Lu Sheng. At this time, Lu Sheng had almost learned the posture of standing piles. Standing pile was originally not difficult to learn, but it was like horse stance. At first, they might all be able to do it, but with the passage of time and the stimulation of gravity on the muscles, it would be hard to stick to it if they did not have a strong perseverance and physical fitness. Lu Sheng learned the stance and stood quietly in place. In the beginning, Lu Sheng merely felt a bit awkward and did not feel anything else. However, with the passage of time, Lu Sheng realized that when he kept this posture, the muscles of his entire body seemed to be enduring a huge force, and the soreness instantly stimulated Lu Sheng's nerves. Sure enough, this stance isn't as simple as I thought, but my current physique, compared to before, is also a lot stronger, so I should be able to hold on for a while. Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart. Rest area. Kong Xen's pair of beautiful eyes gently narrowed as she looked at Lu Sheng, who was maintaining his stance, and suddenly spoke. Senior sister, how long do you think junior brother will be able to hold on? Lan Linglong mused for a moment. Senior brother didn't start tempering his physique, so he'll probably be able to hold on for about 2 minutes. 2 minutes was basically the upper level that a peak Qi blood martial artist could hold on to. However, the corners of Kong Xen's mouth rose slightly as she said softly. 2 minutes? But why do I feel that senior brother is able to hold on for 5 minutes? Chapter 31. He can't really last 5 minutes. Aha! 5 minutes? Lan Linglong looked at Kong Xen with some surprise. To know, 5 minutes, that was all the time those blood-refining realm martial artists from the military could achieve. How could Kong Xen have such great expectations for Lu Sheng? Although it was said that Lu Sheng's talent was good, Lu Sheng had only come into contact with pile standing for the first time, and compared to those who had been practicing for a long time, Lu Sheng was like a beginner. How long could a beginner in the Qi and Blood realm last? Although Lan Linglong had some doubts in her heart, she didn't say anything. She knew very well how terrifying the eyesight of this senior sister of hers was. As long as it was something she said, there would basically rarely be any mistakes. 5 minutes? Lan Linglong's pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Sheng's body. Maybe little senior brother can really bring me a surprise. For a while, a hint of anticipation also surfaced within Lan Linglong's eyes. In the arena, the other disciples of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall also had their gazes fall on Lu Sheng's body. Poor third senior brother, who has never been exposed to staking before, has been grabbed by the eldest senior sister for training today. Someone looked at Lu Sheng with a hint of pity in his eyes and shook his head. I don't know how much time third senior brother was able to hold on for the first time. Wang Lin, how much time did you hold on for the first time you were exposed to pile standing? Someone looked to the side at Wang Lin, who was still holding on. At this moment, Wang Lin was already sweating profusely, and his face was even more red, so it was obvious that he was still holding on. But after hearing the words of the crowd, he also opened his mouth with difficulty and said, back when I first came into contact with standing piles, I was already at the 7th level of Qi blood, and I barely managed to hold on for a minute. 1 minute? This result is already very good for someone who first came into contact with pile standing, at least it's already at the same realm level. Wang Lin's talent is good. The crowd glanced at Wang Lin with some surprise, and then their gazes fell back on Lu Shang. Third senior brother's first contact with standing piles, and he's at the peak Qi blood realm. He should also be able to hold on for a minute, or even longer. Well, 1 minute should be able to hold on. Maybe third senior brother will also be able to hold on for 2 minutes, knowing that for 2 minutes, even those martial artists in the peak Qi blood realm from the military are almost at this level of achievement. The crowd murmured, but their gazes were dead set on Lu Shang. Some people even secretly looked at the clock placed above the walls of the arena and began to silently time themselves. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. 1 minute. Soon, time passed little by little, and a minute passed. When everyone looked at Lu Shang again, they realized that although dense sweat had been secreted on Lu Shang's forehead, his body was extremely stable. But his body was extremely stable, without the slightest trace of shaking. A touch of envy surfaced in some people's eyes. Worthy of being the third senior brother, to be able to be accepted by the pavilion master as a personal disciple, it really isn't a simple character. The first time I came into contact with standing stakes, a minute's worth of time surprisingly didn't even make the third senior brother falter. Yes, it seems that this third senior brother of ours has a bit of a strong physique. The crowd gently murmured. As for Lu Shang at this time, he had begun to feel that the muscles in his entire body seemed to have begun to secrete lactic acid, and that burst of soreness constantly stimulated Lu Shang's cerebral nerves. This movement, although it seems simple, but to keep it up all the time, it's not that easy. Lu Shang's heart faintly lamented. It was also that during this period of time, with his killing talent, he had improved his physique quite a bit. Otherwise, if he attempted to stand on piles today, a minute would probably make it quite difficult for him. Not so much so that now a minute had passed and it was only slightly sour. But, although it's a bit painful, it's also a kind of tempering for the whole body if you can stick to it. A brilliant light flashed through Lu Shang's eyes. Lu Shang was naturally able to realize that although standing on piles was painful and even involved his entire body's muscles, this kind of pain was caused by the fact that his muscles were being tempered. If he persisted for a long period of time, his own physique would also improve bit by bit. Worthy of being an eldest sister, even knowing such a cultivation method. Lu Shang murmured faintly in his heart, then he still composed himself and meticulously followed the staking posture and persisted. And time, too, slowly passed amidst Lu Shang's persistence. Soon, 2 minutes had passed since Lu Shang had begun his stance. During the 2 minutes, Lu Shang had no other changes except for the fact that he was sweating more than before, and his face was slightly reddened. The body was still extremely stable. The disciples of the surrounding heaven and earth Taoist hall looked at Lu Shang, who was still as stable as a mountain, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. Wang Lin, who had been holding on before, had also been lying disheveled on the ground at this moment, looking at Lu Shang, who had been holding on for 2 minutes, and there was bitterness surfacing on his face as well. No wonder the pavilion master would personally take in a disciple. Third senior brother's physique is even comparable to mine. Wang Lin shook his head. As early as a month ago, Wang Lin was a peak Qi and blood realm martial artist, and now Wang Lin had broken through the Qi and blood realm even earlier and reached the blood refining realm. Seeing that even after becoming a blood refining realm martial artist, he only lasted for more than 3 minutes standing on piles, and Lu Shang, although he only lasted for 2 minutes, but looking at Lu Shang's appearance, holding on for another minute was not a problem at all. In the rest area, looking at Lu Shang's ability to remain stable after 2 minutes, Lan Linglong's face clearly had a look of surprise. However, soon enough, this surprise was replaced by a gentle smile. Worthy of being a junior brother. That smile was like a spring breeze that slowly flowed across one's face. Time was still passing little by little. 2 minutes. 2.5 minutes. 3 minutes. Soon, the time came to 4.5 minutes, and at this moment, Lu Shang also seemed to have reached his limit, and his body began to tremble continuously. This kind of trembling was no longer something Lu Shang could control, it was completely the muscles of his entire body reaching their limits and involuntarily trembling. Even the posture of the stakes began to be distorted by the constant trembling. Lu Shang's face also began to distort because of the tremendous pain of standing on piles. However, in the arena, all the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall were only looking at Lu Shang with admiration in their eyes at the moment. 4.5 minutes already, third senior brother, this first time standing pile. Won't really be more than 5 minutes. Chapter 32 in 6 minutes and 38 seconds. As soon as this sentence came out, many people's faces began to become strange and silent. The first time they tried to stand on piles, they were able to last for 5 minutes. And it was still a chi and blood realm martial artist. One must know that 5 minutes, even some martial artists who had first entered the refinement realm might not be able to do so, and only those martial artists in the military who had begun to beat their bodies from the chi and blood realm were able to do so at the beginning of the practicing blood realm, and were barely able to achieve a 5-minute duration. It could be seen how difficult it was to want to stand on piles and hold on for 5 minutes. Wang Lin's talent was already considered good amongst the outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Pavilion, and he was only 1 or 2 years older than Lu Shang, and now he was also a blood-refining realm martial artist. But he was still only able to hold on for more than 3 minutes. While Lu Shang, however, he had already held on for 4.5 minutes, and was even catching up towards the 5-minute mark. Such a physique was really something that a chi blood realm martial artist could do? Worthy of being a third senior brother. In the end, the 1,000 words in his heart were only able to converge into this one sentence, which was slowly spat out. Time passed little by little. The time was about to reach 5 minutes. Lu Shang's posture at this moment was already completely deformed, and above his face, there were even veins bursting out. Sweat, just like splashing out water, flowed down crazily without any money. The color of his face was also flushed from before, and began to become somewhat pale. It hurts. Lu Shang's brain at the moment was filled with nothing but pain, and the muscles throughout his body were constantly sending out pain signals, stimulating Lu Shang's nerves. This feeling was like having thousands of ants that were constantly gnawing on one's flesh and blood. It was extremely unbearable. It was also that Lu Shang had previously refreshed his perseverance, talent, otherwise, he really might not have been able to hold on for such a long time. Although it was said that Lu Shang's physique had already gone through the enhancement of killing and surpassed martial artists of the same realm, when Lu Shang persisted for 4 minutes, he had already reached the limit of what Lu Shang's body was capable of holding on to. The only reason why he was still able to hold on at the moment was purely by virtue of the perseverance brought about by the perseverance, talent. Hold on, at least. Also cross the 5-minute barrier. Lu Shang's heart constantly hinted to himself. Although Lu Shang didn't know what the 5 minutes point of time represented, Lu Shang knew that the longer one persisted with something like staking, the more benefits it would have for him as well. Although his heart had already given himself plenty of hints, his body's limitations had been constantly signaling Lu Shang. It seemed to be signaling that it was no longer possible to continue holding on. Hold on. Hold on for a while longer. Lu Shang's heart continuously cried out, as if he was cheering himself up. Time, at this time, seemed to have become much slower, and the days felt like years. Not knowing how long had passed, Lu Shang felt that his consciousness seemed to have begun to become blurred under the stimulation of pain. The vision in front of his eyes began to become blurry, and everything seemed to be cloaked in a layer of heavy shadows. Alright, let's stop here today. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded in Lu Shang's ears. Listening to this voice, Lu Shang's already blurred consciousness finally couldn't hold on anymore. The whole person's eyes closed, the whole person's body seemed to lose consciousness, and fell straight towards the back. Just before Lu Shang's consciousness was completely blurred, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be a pair of warm palms, gently dragging his head. After that, everything has been completely unknown. Not knowing how long had passed, Lu Shang felt that there seemed to be a warm current in his body, gently flowing. Along with the influx of this warm current, the muscle cells of his entire body seemed to have turned into hungry ghosts at this moment, crazily devouring the power in that warm current. Gradually, Lu Shang felt that his body began to regain a lot of strength. This feeling is so refreshing. Lu Shang's heart couldn't help but groan. Immediately, he slowly opened his eyes. However, he realized that he was still in the arena, only that he was lying on top of a rattan chair, and by his side, Lan Linglong was quietly flipping through books. Kong Yunchang was lying on top of another rattan chair, taking a nap. Kong Xen, on the other hand, was sitting on a side chair, crossing her legs, that slender thighs, gently swaying, white jade-like skin, even more greedy. Awake? Kong Xen's gaze landed on Lu Shang's body and spoke faintly. Lu Shang hurriedly wanted to get up, and the next moment. Hiss! A soreness from the muscles of his entire body stimulated Lu Shang, causing his face to instantly become distorted. Lie down properly, after standing for so long, this little body of yours can't take it. Kong Xen spoke blandly, only in those eyes, there was a touch of relief surfacing. Lu Shang nodded and lay down on top of the rattan chair, only then did he feel that the soreness disappeared for a few moments. After resting briefly for a while longer, Lu Shang felt slightly better, and only then did he look at Kong Xen with some curiosity. Eldest senior sister, how long did I last? When these words came out, a complex color clearly appeared on Kong Xen's face. Only after a short silence did Kong Xen slowly open her lips. 6 minutes. 38 seconds. When uttering this data, Kong Xen's voice still had a trace of complexity in it. In fact, when she saw Lu Sheng for the first time, Kong Xen noticed that Lu Sheng's physique was not simple, and was even comparable to some martial artists who had just entered the blood-refining realm. Therefore, when talking to Lan Linglong, Kong Xen directly reported the score of 5 minutes. In Kong Xen's opinion, 5 minutes might be the limit that Lu Sheng could hold on to. But who knows? Although Lu Sheng had reached his physical limit early on, he insisted on holding on for a longer period of time by virtue of his thoughts. To know this achievement, even if we look at the entire military of the Great Summer, can in the Qi blood realm such a realm adhere to such a long time? Currently, none of them have been born yet. Such a talent. Such a heart. All that remained in Kong Xen's heart was a strong color of appreciation. 6 minutes and 38 seconds? Lu Sheng nodded thoughtfully. Kong Xen looked at Lu Sheng in surprise. Aren't you happy? Lu Sheng scratched his head somewhat blankly. Happy about what? Isn't this a way to exercise the body? Is it surprising that it lasted for so long? I can see that some of the Dojang masters and brothers are also able to do it. When these words came out, the corner of Kong Xen's mouth suddenly twitched slightly. Good fellow, I almost forgot that Lu Sheng was a first-time contact with standing piles, and naturally, he didn't know how terrifying this achievement of his was for a beginner. As for what Lu Sheng said about those masters and brothers of the Dojang who were also able to do. Damn it, those who were able to hold on for 6 minutes, which one of them wasn't someone who had been settling in the blood-refining realm for a long time? There were even martial artists of the pulse-passing realm. It's normal for them to be able to do it, but you are a small Qi blood realm. If it wasn't for Lu Sheng being his own little senior brother, listening to such words, Kong Xen would have long ago still not been able to stop her foul temper and give the other party 2 slaps. Really loaded. But even so, Kong Xen still rubbed her brow with some heart fatigue. He. Lan Linglong on the side laughed, closing the book in her hand, and said in a warm voice, you don't know, junior senior brother, this achievement of yours is already even comparable to a martial artist of the 2nd, or even the 3rd, layer of blood refining. Hearing Lan Linglong's words, Lu Sheng then scratched his head in realization, and a silly smile appeared on his face. Am I this strong? Dang. Just as Lu Sheng's words fell, he received a chestnut. Kong Yunchang didn't know when he sat up straight, and reached out his hand to heavily knock Lu Sheng's head, saying in a bad mood, Brat, don't be a good boy when you've gotten a bargain. Although your physique is good, but the Great Summer territory is vast, it's not like there's no one who can do it. Your master I was able to hold on for 10 minutes the first time I stood on piles, what's this little bit of time of yours? When Lu Sheng heard this, he immediately revealed a look of surprise. 10 minutes. How terrifying was this? For a moment, a look of respect also appeared on Lu Sheng's face. Worthy of being a teacher. Looking at Lu Sheng's look of respect, Kong Yunchang also heatedly smiled, extremely self-satisfied. It was just that Lan Linglong and Kong Xen, who were on the side, looked at each other after hearing Kong Yunchang's words, and could not help but laugh helplessly. When Kong Yunchang first came into contact with staking in the beginning, he had indeed persisted for 10 minutes. But at that time, Kong Yunchang could be at the peak of the blood refining realm. Compared to Lu Sheng, the gap between the two was self-evident. However, when Kong Yunchang said so, the two men, being daughters and disciples, naturally wouldn't expose Kong Yunchang's words. It was also considered that Kong Yunchang had earned enough face. Alright, today you are considered to have broken the limit for once, just take a good rest for a day. Martial artists together, although diligence cannot be less, it should also be done slowly, one cannot be impatient. Kong Yunchang stroked his beard and rushed at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng nodded, and after resting for a while more, feeling able to walk, he then bowed to Kong Yunchang, Lan Linglong, and Kong Xen, and bid farewell. Looking at Lu Sheng's back as he left, Kong Yunchang's eyes narrowed slightly, and within those cloudy eyes, there was suddenly a faint flash of light. Girl, do you think it's appropriate to let Lu Sheng go to that place? Kong Xen glanced at Lu Sheng's voice before he slowly withdrew his gaze. Talent is good, physical fitness is even far beyond the same realm. From the previous staking, the heart is also full, there is no problem to go to that place. Just that place wanna go in, must pass the examination, even I speak, may not be good. Chapter 33 Upgrading the System. Kong Xen was slightly silent for a while and said faintly, "Ask for a quota first. If he doesn't give it, let that old man come to me. As for the matter of the examination, I don't think this kid has much of a problem." Kong Xen nodded. "Alright, I'll make arrangements when the time comes. But, after going to that place, wouldn't junior apprentice brother not be able to take the entrance exam? In case if he fails, he won't be able to enter the martial arts academy?" Kong Xen lay on top of the rattan chair, his face still calm as ever. "What? Even if your little senior brother fails, is it any wonder that old man me, and you, and this little senior sister of yours, can't teach any better than the group of guys from the Martial Dao Academy?" A touch of pride surfaced above Kong Xen's old face. Kong Xen smiled faintly at his words and stretched his waist, completely outlining that tantalizing curve. "That's true, the ones that come out of the Martial Arts Academy ultimately have to go to the battlefield to train before they can truly be cultivated, and there are times when it's not as good as the talents cultivated by our military. In that case, I'll go ask for a spot later." Kong Xen smiled. On the side, Lan Linglong listened to the conversation between the two, sitting serenely in her chair with a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth. Lu Shang returned to the rented house with great difficulty. Even though he had rested for some time at the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall, the pain that breaking the limits had brought to his physical body was also causing Lu Shang to have some difficulty walking. But fortunately, the rental house wasn't too far away from the Heaven and Earth Taoist Center, so he slowly walked back. Lu Shang sat on his butt on the bed and let out a long breath. "This staking is still really tiring. I'd rather kill ferocious beasts for a day than stand staking for 5 minutes. Lu Shang shook his head. Then he began to check his body changes. The physique seems a bit stronger than yesterday, but the improvement is still too slow. Lu Shang murmured. Compared to killing, the strengthening of the physical body is simply one heaven and one earth. If it wasn't for the fact that killing was a purple talent, if Lu Shang had practiced for a month by virtue of standing pile, he might not have improved as much as killing did in a day. After all, standing on piles is extremely exhausting, but also to endure a lot of pain. And killing only needs to keep killing. Sitting on top of the bed, Lu Shang laid down for a while, and then from his bosom, he took out the golden dan that Kong Xen had given to him earlier. On the golden dan, there was a faint golden glow. There was even an extremely dense energy hovering in the golden dan, and just by taking it out, Lu Shang was able to feel that the atmosphere in the entire room seemed to have become a bit oppressive. Worthy of being a golden dan that only a golden body powerhouse can condense, even after death, it is still able to have such a terrifying sense of oppression. Lu Shang's eyes lit up slightly. Just looking at this golden dan in his hand, Lu Shang was in deep thought. The energy contained in the golden dan was very rich, and if he was able to devour it, he would definitely be able to raise his cultivation by a long distance. The upgrade of the system also required this golden dan. For a while, Lu Shang didn't know whether to devour it himself or use it to upgrade the system. After pondering for a long time, Lu Shang finally decided to use the golden dan to upgrade the system. After all, the energy contained in the Jin Dan was too much, not to mention whether Lu Shang had the means to absorb it, even if he could. Even if it could be absorbed, just a trace of energy in the Jin Dan would be enough for Lu Shang to absorb for a long period of time. However, if the Jin Dan was used as an upgrade system, then the probability of refreshing one's higher level talent would be increased. A high-grade talent, at some point, was a lot more beneficial than raising one's cultivation. Even if one was able to refresh one's god-grade cultivation talent, perhaps one's cultivation in a day would be able to compare to one's absorption of a long period of time's Jin Dan. For the current Lu Shang, using it as an upgrade system was undoubtedly the best choice. After pondering for a moment, Lu Shang's mind moved slightly and directly called up the system panel. "System, how to upgrade?" Lu Shang asked gently in his mind. The system didn't answer Lu Shang, only in the next moment, the golden dan in Lu Shang's hand instantly disappeared. Only then did the system pop up a subtitle. Ding, devouring the sword demon race's golden dan, estimated devouring time, 19 hours and 36 minutes, please wait. Looking at the subtitle that popped up above, Lu Shang's eyes also lit up slightly. It was about 12 noon now, which meant that tomorrow evening, the system would be able to upgrade successfully. By then, the next time he refreshed his martial arts talents, he would be able to have a higher probability of refreshing to a higher grade of martial arts talents. "I hope won't let me down," Lu Shang murmured faintly. Immediately, he lay down on the bed, and within a short time, Lu Shang was drowsy and fell asleep. Don't look at the steak standing for just a few minutes, but the consumption of Lu Sheng's physical body and even his spirit was great. So much so, that within a few minutes of lying on the bed, he fell asleep. The next day, outside Cloud City, Lu Sheng was standing on top of the wilderness with silver-colored finger tigers in his hands. By Lu Sheng's side, there were even quite a few corpses of ferocious beasts, quietly lying on the ground with blood flowing. In front of Lu Sheng, there was an extremely terrifying black giant bear, gazing at Lu Sheng. Only to see, Lu Sheng took a step out, and in an instant, surging chi and blood surged out. A fist pushed horizontally. The golden light instantly skyrocketed. The terrifying force directly pierced through the black giant bear's chest, and blood gushed out as its vitality drained away. Thud! The corpse of the giant bear fell heavily to the ground. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, letting his breathing gradually stabilize, and then the corners of his mouth arched. After resting for a day yesterday, this morning when the gates of Cloud City had just opened, Lu Sheng came to the outskirts of the city to hunt ferocious beasts and improve his physique. Cultivation has already been cultivated to the 10th level of Chi and Blood. According to what Senior Sister said, the Chi and Blood realm requires one to cultivate their Chi and Blood to the limit as much as possible, and when the limit is reached, there will be a feeling of shackling in oneself. But currently I don't feel the shackles, and I don't know if it's because of the upgrade clock, or if killing has enhanced my physique. But for me, it's a good thing. Lu Sheng smiled. Then with a slight movement of his mind, a line of subtitles appeared before his eyes. Time required to upgrade, 1 minute and 6 seconds. Above the subtitles, that number was still decreasing. Looking at the subtitles in front of him that only he could see, the smile at the corner of Lu Sheng's mouth became even more intense. The system is about to upgrade successfully. Chapter 34. Looking at the subtitles in front of him, Lu Sheng's heart was slightly excited. Watching the numbers above the subtitles slowly decreased. A moment later, in Lu Sheng's mind, a crisp voice came. Ding, the system upgrade is complete. You can check the chance of refreshing. Listening to this crisp voice, Lu Sheng immediately tapped on the system's refresh probability. Refresh probability: white 30%, green 35%, blue 20%, purple 10%, red 4%, gold 0.8%, colorful 0.15%, god 0.05%. Looking at the refreshment chances in front of him, Lu Sheng's eyebrows slightly raised. The first thing was that the probability of the white martial arts talent had decreased, and secondly, the probability of all the subsequent martial arts talents had increased. The most notable of these was that the purple color had increased from only a few percent to 10%. The probability of the red talent had even reached 4%. Although it seems that the increase is not great, but before the purple talent refresh is only a few percent, you can still refresh to the purple talent. And now the probability of the red talent is about the same as the probability of the previous purple talent, plus they still have the good luck talents enhancement. Maybe one day one would be able to refresh the red talent. Just the purple talent alone could give himself such a terrifying boost, not to mention the red talent. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up and he immediately looked at his system panel. Host, Lu Sheng. Cultivation, Chi and Blood 10th layer 10. Martial Arts, Luhan Fist Perfection. Martial Arts Talent, Upgrade. Purple, Fist Master, blue, Strong Strike, white, Perseverance, green, Wanderer, white, Killing, purple, Good Luck, green. Refresh count, 1. Ha! Lu Sheng instantly noticed the extra line above the system panel. Refresh count. What does this mean? Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. The previous refreshing of the martial arts talent was refreshed once a week, and now this extra refreshing number of times. Could it be that it could still be accumulated? Lu Sheng clicked on the introduction about the number of refreshes. Refreshing times: increase the number of times of refreshing once a week, can accumulate the number of times of refreshing, 10 times of refreshing, can be directly redeemed for random red talent, 100 times of refreshing can be directly redeemed for random gold talent. Looking at the introduction about the number of refreshes, Lu Sheng's breath instantly became fiery. Directly redeeming random talents? This was a bit too terrifying. Purple talents were so terrifying, let alone red talents or even golden talents. Even a supportive red talent would be a huge boost for Lu Sheng. Only Lu Sheng quickly calmed down from his ecstasy. Although he was able to redeem it, the time it took was a bit too long. 10 refreshes was 10 weeks, almost 2 months. 100 refreshes would be even more than a year. For the current self, such a long period of time couldn't be wasted. Although it's not a loss to use more than a year's time to exchange for a golden talent, but the current me needs to face the martial arts class examination, and even the martial arts entrance exam, so naturally I can't waste such a long period of time. But this red talent. Lu Shang's gaze fell on the first half. There is still nearly half a year until the college entrance exam, so if we use 2 months to exchange for a red talent, maybe it's not that much of a loss, or even, it's possible to redeem 2 red talents. Lu Shang murmured faintly, his eyes looked over and over again above his refresh count, and in the end, he still didn't choose to refresh it, but instead, he was prepared to save it up and directly redeem the red talent. After all, the probability of refreshing the red talent was only 4%, so why not use 10 refreshes and exchange it directly? If he was unlucky, he might not be able to pop out a red talent even 10 times. Lu Shang felt that it was better to play it safe. This time's upgrade of the system, although there isn't much of an upgrade for me at the moment, there are more features that have appeared. This golden Dan is not a loss. A smile spread across the corners of Lu Shang's mouth. Currently, martial talents can't be refreshed, and they have to be saved to redeem red talents, so raising my chi and blood ceiling and improving my physique are what I need to do most at the moment. This path of killing ferocious beasts is a long way to go. Lu Shang smiled faintly and collected the valuable parts of the ferocious beast corpses on the ground. Then he continued to go deeper into the countryside, hunting ferocious beasts. A week later, Lu Shang arrived in the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. In a week's time, Lu Shang had managed to raise the upper limit of his chi and blood to 11 points. Only after raising it to 11 points, Lu Shang realized that he seemed to vaguely feel the existence of shackles. However, with the existence of killing, Lu Shang's physique continued to rise, and this feeling of shackles began to disappear again. In the end, it could no longer be felt. Could it be that the enhancement of the physique is able to increase the upper limit of chi and blood? Lu Shang pondered. Only for this discovery, Lu Shang wasn't sure. In the end, Lu Shang was only a rookie who had just crossed into the world of martial artists. However, although Lu Shang didn't know, he couldn't help but have a teacher and 2 elder sisters. The second elder sister didn't know, but he still had the eldest elder sister. The first elder sister didn't know that she had a teacher. That's how arrogant he is. Therefore, Lu Shang appeared in the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. Inside the arena, Kong Xen and Lan Linglong were sitting in the rest area talking and laughing, while Kong Yunchang's figure had disappeared once again. Lu Shang had already gotten used to Kong Yunchang's sudden disappearance and sudden appearance. Taking a pitying look at those outer disciples who were forced to stand on stakes by Kong Xen, Lu Shang smiled and walked over towards Kong Xen and the others. Junior brother is here? Lan Linglong and the others naturally noticed Lu Shang's arrival a long time ago and spoke with a gentle smile. Lu Shang bowed to the 2 senior sisters and then skillfully found a chair to sit down. Kong Xen glanced at Lu Shang and said with a smile, "What are you doing in the Dao Hall today? Is there anything you don't understand?" During this period of time, Lu Shang was also considered to be familiar with Kong Xen. Kong Xen also knew that Lu Shang, this guy, could be said to really have nothing to do. If he came today, he was bound to have encountered some trouble or have something he didn't understand. Lu Shang smiled sarcastically. In front of this senior sister of his, he seemed to be like a guy who had stripped off his clothes. There were no secrets to speak of at all. Solely, Lu Shang also no longer hid anything and asked softly, "Senior sister, will a person's upper limit of chi and blood become higher because of the strength of their physique?" As soon as these words came out, a brilliant light instantly flashed through Kong Xen's eyes. Chapter 35 9 Xian Golden Body Transformation. Kong Xen suddenly stretched out her hand and put it on Lu Shang's shoulder. Before Lu Shang could react, Lu Shang felt that a stream of warmth surged into his body along the position of his shoulder. In an instant, the flesh and blood cells of his entire body seemed to be activated under the stimulation of this warm current, crazily devouring this stream of warmth. However, it was not known whether it was because that warm current was too powerful, but even though the flesh and blood cells of his entire body began to devour it frantically, they did not absorb even the slightest bit of that warm current's energy. A moment later, the warm current slowly disappeared from his body. Lu Shang also came back to his senses. It was just that when Lu Shang looked at Kong Xen, he caught a hint of shock from within Kong Xen's eyes. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Lan Linglong, who was at the side, also detected a hint of something wrong and softly inquired. Kong Xen had an extremely complicated gaze at Lu Shang, and then slowly opened her mouth, only she did not answer Lan Linglong's words, but chose to answer Lu Shang's question from before. In general, the upper limit of a martial artist's chi and blood is dependent on a martial artist's physical strength. If a martial artist is treated as a container, then the size of the container is how much chi and blood it holds. And the existence of the capacity is in contrast to the martial artist's physical strength. So, the question you just inquired about, in a certain sense, does exist, the upper limit of chi and blood. There are times when it is true that it can be affected by the strength of the body. Listening to Kong Xen's words, Lu Shang was also enlightened. No wonder he clearly felt the existence of the chi and blood shackle when his chi and blood reached 11, but on the contrary, under the enhancement of kill, his body strength was strengthened, and this kind of feeling suddenly disappeared. It turned out that it was because of such a situation. But Kong Xen's words suddenly took a turn. Although the chi and blood limit is, say, dependent on a martial artist's physical strength, it is only a part of it, and when the chi and blood limit reaches a certain level, no matter how one enhances one's physical strength, one will not be able to continue to enhance one's chi and blood limit. After all, how much water a container can hold, apart from its capacity, it also depends on the hardness of the container. If the container is not hard enough, injecting him with too much water, sooner or later, it will also be too much water, and thus not be able to withstand the pressure, and completely shatter. Therefore, physical quality is only one part of the equation, most of it still relies on the talent of the martial artist. Kong Xen looked at Lu Shang and slowly explained. Lu Shang nodded. If this was the explanation, then Lu Shang understood. It seems that relying on killing to enhance one's physical quality and thus raise one's chi and blood limit is certainly a solution, but it's not a long-lasting solution, and it's always necessary to enhance one's own talent in order to be able to reach a higher chi and blood limit. Lu Shang murmured in his heart. It's just your physical body strength, why is it improving so fast? Suddenly, Kong Xen asked. There was a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Obviously, a week ago, Lu Shang's physical strength was only comparable to that of a martial artist who had just entered the beginning blood refining realm, and just now, when she herself surveyed Lu Shang's physical body. However, he had discovered that Lu Shang's physical body strength was even comparable to a martial artist at the second level of the blood refining realm. Such a terrifying rate of flesh body enhancement was something that even Kong Xen had never seen before. As the Demon Slayer City's town envoy, Kong Xen didn't know how many demons he had seen, and even the demons that came out of that place had seen quite a few. But one that could rival Lu Shang in terms of flesh cultivation had never been seen before. This cultivation speed was just too fast. Flesh body cultivation, and the cultivation of chi and blood, was not a dimensional thing in itself. It could be said that the difficulty of flesh body cultivation was definitely several times, or even 10 times, that of chi and blood. But even so, Lu Shang was still able to raise his physical body to the second level of blood refining in a week's time. This was somewhat terrifying. For a while, Kong Xen's eyes that looked at Lu Shang carried a hint of shock. Hearing Kong Xen's words, Lu Shang's eyes slightly condensed. Sure enough, is it still easy to find some clues when the killing is raised too quickly? Lu Shang couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Although he said that Kong Xen and Lan Linglong were very good to him, it was better to try not to say anything about things like the system if you could. After all, if this kind of unthinkable thing was said, Lu Shang didn't know what kind of reaction the two Kong Xen and Blue Linglong would have. Solely, Lu Shang already had an answer in his heart. Lu Shang revealed a look of confusion. I don't know, just try to stand on piles every day and then it improves. In order to avoid the risk of the system being exposed, Lu Shang was only able to disguise himself as a flesh body heavily pried. Only then could he explain how his flesh body was able to improve so quickly. As expected, the corner of Kong Xen's mouth twitched slightly as she listened to Lu Shang's words. Good lord, what do you mean by suddenly improving by trying to stand on piles every day? If this sentence was heard by the group of people from the military, one wondered if they would tear Lu Shang's mouth apart. Although staking was able to improve the strength of the physical body, the improvement was very limited. Some people who wanted to have higher attainments in the physical body would choose to practice the physical body cultivation method instead of piling. That is, there were too many people in the military, so it was only because of this that they developed a method such as standing piles that was suitable for everyone and could improve the strength of the body. Thinking of this, Kong Xen fell into a deep thought. Blue Linglong on the side also revealed a look of surprise. It was obvious that even Blue Linglong was a bit surprised by this answer from Lu Shang. Is there anything wrong? Lu Shang scratched his head and asked honestly. Lan Linglong let out a bitter smile. This is not what's wrong, my junior brother, this is clearly. The bitter smile on Lan Linglong's face became even more intense. It's clearly a demon. Lu Shang hemmed and hawed and did not speak. It was only after a few moments that Kong Xen slowly came back from the silence and looked towards Lu Shang, her palm gently flipping over. Immediately afterward, a jade slip appeared in Kong Xen's hand. "Junior brother, take this back and look at it." Lu Shang looked at the jade slip in Kong Xen's hand with some curiosity. The jade slip was extremely ancient, but Lu Shang was able to feel a trace of arcane fluctuation from within the jade slip. Blue Linglong on the side, when she saw this jade slip, the color of surprise also appeared on top of her small face, and when she looked at Kong Xen, she carried a trace of incomprehension. "What is this?" Lu Shang asked curiously. Kong Xen slowly spoke. "The method of body refining, the 9 metaphysical golden body transformation." Chapter 36, Cultivating the 9 metaphysical golden body transformation. Whether it's raising one's cultivation level or raising the strength of one's physical body, there are different cultivation methods. It's just that the Qi and Blood realm and the Blood refining realm don't need cultivation methods because they only need to raise their Qi and Blood, which can be done by relying on practicing martial arts. It's only at the 100 veins realm, when one uses Qi and Blood to open up the body's 100 veins and nurture aura, that one would use the cultivation method. And for physical body cultivation, aside from the staking I taught you before, practicing the method of body refining is also one of the best ways to enhance the strength of the physical body. Take this book 9 Xian Golden Body Transformation back and cultivate it properly first. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Kong Xen said with a smile. Lu Shang's eyes lit up as he took the ancient jade slip from Kong Xen's hands. The method of body refinement. Just these 4 words alone were enough to prove that the body refining method was not simple. "Many thanks, senior sister." Lu Shang bowed to Kong Xen. It had to be said that although he hadn't been in contact with Kong Xen for a long time, but just from this period of time, the chance Kong Xen had given himself was extremely rich. First, it was the Golden Dan of the Golden Body powerhouse of the Sword Demon clan, and then this current door, the 9 Xian Golden Body Transformation. Even Lu Shang did not know how he should repay Kong Xen. He could only silently vow in his heart to become stronger and repay Kong Xen in the future. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me first. This 9 Xian Golden Body Transformation is not so easy to be able to cultivate. I'll give you a month's time. If in a month's time, you're able to introduce the 9 Xian Golden Body Transformation to the door, then I'll send you another great creation. If you are unable to introductory the 9 Xian Golden Body Transformation in the middle of a month's time, then the great creation that I just mentioned, just pretend that I didn't say it. Of course, you can also not accept the 9 Xian Golden Body Transformation, in which case, I will still prepare a great creation for you." Kong Xen looked deeply at Lu Shang, wanting to see what Lu Shang's reaction was. 2 different choices. It was exactly the same as Kong Yun Chang's situation before. Hearing the familiar words and techniques, a smile appeared on Lu Shang's face. He looked at Kong Xen and said softly, "Since senior sister has said so, 1 month's time, I'll definitely be able to get started with the 9 Xian Golden Body Transformation." "Good." A flash of appreciation surfaced within Kong Xen's eyes. "Cheer up, I'll wait for the day you surprise me." Kong Xen spoke smilingly. Afterwards, the 3 of them chatted for a few moments. Lu Shang left the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall and prepared to go home. Looking at Lu Shang's departing figure, Lan Linglong was a bit eager to speak, and finally couldn't help but open her mouth. "Eldest sister, aren't you putting a little too much pressure on junior brother? A month's time to introductory the 9 metaphysical golden body transformations. There aren't many people in the entire Grand Xia who can do it. Furthermore, senior brother is only at the Qi Blood realm. Although his physical body strength has reached the requirements of the 9 mysteries golden body transformation, but wanting to be initiated in a month." Lan Linglong looked at Kong Xen with some confusion. However, in response to Lan Linglong's words, Kong Xen merely smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I have it in my heart." Giving him a goal is also just a mere look at his heart. After a month, even if he is unable to get started, as long as he is able to grasp some of the skin, that great creation I spoke of will still be little brothers. Hearing Kong Xen's words, Lan Linglong then looked at Kong Xen with some anger. "Senior sister, your temperament and that of master teachers are really carved out of the same mold." Kong Xen smiled without saying a word, gently tasting a mouthful of tea in her cup. A flash of other colors flickered in her eyes. Inside the dilapidated rental house, Lu Shang sat cross-legged on top of his bed, looking at the jade slip in his hand. After pondering for a moment, Lu Shang picked up the jade slip and stuck it on top of his brow. Immediately, a cool sensation surged into Lu Shang's mind. The next moment, A stream of extremely complicated information instantly surged into Lu Shang's mind from the outside world, and in just a moment, Lu Shang felt as if his brain was about to overload at this moment. It was only after more than 10 minutes that Lu Shang was able to adapt to this feeling of brain swelling and pain. And right at this time, a magnificent voice also violently exploded in Lu Shang's mind. The 9 metaphysical golden body transformation. One turn of a heavy heaven, ascend to the 9 heavens, condense the fleshly golden pill, and transform into the golden body exaltation. The magnificent voice was filled with a majestic color as it swept vastly through Lu Shang's mind. In an instant, a blurry golden figure emerged within Lu Shang's mind. It began to maneuver in Lu Shang's mind. Lu Shang stared at the golden figure in his mind, his eyes were mesmerized, and for a while, it was as if he was mesmerized. He didn't know how long it had been, but when Lu Shang opened his eyes again, the window had already been replaced by a patch of black. Eh? Is it night already? Lu Shang froze slightly and lost his smile. I didn't expect that after looking once, such a long time had passed in the outside world. Lu Shang shook his head, and then he began to ponder the information he had seen in his mind, as well as the figure's movements. He fell into a deep thought. The 9 metaphysical golden body transformation is divided into 9 levels. The first level uses chi and blood to refine the physical body. If one is able to initiate the first level, the physical body is comparable to a martial artist in the blood refining realm, and the second level uses spiritual energy to transform the physical body. The physical body is comparable to the 100 vessels. Lu Shang murmured faintly, thinking carefully. According to the 9 metaphysical golden body transformation, if the more powerful the physical body is, then the easier it is to get started. Give it a try. Without any hesitation, Lu Shang immediately sat down on top of the bed, recalling in his mind the trajectory of the golden body figure that had been running chi and blood in his mind earlier. Immediately, he began to silently manipulate the chi and blood of his entire body, and began to slowly operate according to the trajectory in his mind. When Lu Shang just mobilized his chi and blood, he found that the chi and blood were extremely violent, and he didn't even talk about controlling these chi and blood. Even trying to make these chi and blood become docile was a bit troublesome. Not to mention following the trajectory in his mind. Sure enough, it's difficult. There was a flash of light in Lu Shang's eyes. Water dripping over a stone, take your time, and you'll always be able to suppress you completely. Lu Shang smiled faintly, his mind instantly became calm, and within his eyes, there was even a touch of perseverance surfacing. The perseverance talent was unleashed. Just like that, Lu Shang began to slowly deal with the chi and blood in his body, trying to tame the chi and blood in his body. Time also flew by amidst Lu Shang's cultivation. In the blink of an eye, there was already a ray of light that quietly climbed up the window of the room and landed on Lu Shang's face. Chapter 37 is perfectly suppressed, and the third examination begins. Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes. A flash of brilliant light flashed from Lu Shang's eyes. A night's time has finally suppressed that violent chi and blood in the body. Lu Shang's voice was slightly hoarse. Both eyes were even faintly able to see a trace of blood. The night's cultivation had also consumed too much of Lu Shang's energy. But in the end, the effect was still good. After a night of cultivation, Lu Shang had also finally suppressed that violent chi and blood in his body. Nowadays, the chi and blood in Lu Shang's body could be said to be like a docile sheep. Although his cultivation hadn't increased much, with Lu Shang's control over the chi and blood in his body, if he unleashed his martial arts with his chi and blood, his attacks would become even more powerful. If Kong Xen and the others were here and heard Lu Shang's words, they would definitely be shocked beyond belief. The reason why the 9 metaphysical golden body transformation was very difficult to cultivate was because this body refining martial art quenched the physical body with the cultivator's own strength. Thus, while enhancing the physical body, it was able to feed back on one's own cultivation. Most of the other body refining martial arts used external forces to quench the physical body, and the 9 metaphysical golden body transformation was completely the opposite. But it was also because of this that the cultivator still needed to control his own power to a very fine degree before he could start cultivating his physical body by quenching it. Therefore, the difficulty of cultivating the Jiuxian golden body transformation was definitely several times that of other body refining methods. The difficulty came up, but if one was able to cultivate it successfully, it would also have very great benefits for the cultivator himself. As for a martial artist, if he wanted to control his power perfectly, the time he needed to use was very long. The higher the cultivation level, the more time it would take. Even for a martial artist of the chi and blood realm, it would take at least a month or two to perfectly control their power. Moreover, that wasn't even counting the start of cultivation after controlling the power. Lu Shang, on the other hand, had managed to master his own qi and blood to near perfection in just one night's time. Such a terrifying speed, once it was spread out. I'm afraid that I don't know how many powerful people who practiced the 9 Xian golden body transformation would be shocked. It was just that Lu Shang didn't know about all this. Lu Shang rubbed his somewhat distended brow and sighed. Just suppressing one's own qi and blood is so difficult, not to mention, running the qi and blood for a week in accordance with the trajectory of the 9 metaphysical golden body transformation. The amount of time that would be consumed in this is, once again, massive. It seems that I won't be able to get started with the 9 Xian golden body transformation before the ranking examination. Lu Shang said helplessly. The ranking examination was held once a month, and there were only the last few days left before the next ranking examination. That's just it, it's better to properly cultivate the 9 Xian golden body transformation during this time. Lu Shang stretched his waist and began to follow the way of the 9 Xian golden body transformation, running his own qi and blood, silently refining his physical body. Time passed little by little. Soon, a few days passed slowly. Lu Shang sat cross-legged on top of his bed. His entire body was like an ascetic monk sitting on top of his bed, withered, not knowing how long he had been sitting cross-legged on top of his bed. If one looked closely at Lu Shang's body, one would be able to notice that there was a slow flow of power in Lu Shang's body. This power was filled with an explosive feeling. Suddenly, Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes, and a faint red glow flickered from within Lu Shang's eyes. 5 days have passed, and the places where the qi and blood have run through are only 1/3 of the first level of the 9 metaphysical golden body transformation, and if I want to completely run through all of them, it would all take at least half a month. Lu Shang murmured faintly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise at this time. It seems that accomplishing eldest sister's request isn't too difficult. Thinking of this, the smile at the corner of Lu Shang's mouth couldn't help but become even more intense. Lu Shang took a deep breath, and the power that had been faintly visible before, but it instantly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Lu Shang's aura was also beginning to converge. Just from the breath alone, the Lu Shang at this moment was no different from an ordinary person. It's almost time for this third ranking test. I don't know if the current me will be able to impact the first place position. Although the training in the martial arts class was now better than nothing for Lu Shang, the resources of the martial arts class still smelled good. The higher the ranking, the more resources one could get. This first place resource. Lu Shang was very excited. Thinking of this, Lu Shang hurriedly went to the restroom, and after simply washing up, he hurriedly walked towards the direction of Yunchang No. 1 Middle School. Soon, Lu Shang arrived at the martial arts training center of Cloud City Middle School. When Lu Shang arrived, there were already quite a few people in the martial arts training hall. Perhaps sensing Lu Shang's arrival, many people looked at Lu Shang. Nowadays, Lu Shang's reputation in the martial arts class was very big. In addition to getting third place in the last ranking examination, it was the matter of the Bai family before. A martial arts family like the Bai family, as the local snake of Cloud City, had been exiled to the alien demon battlefield just for assassinating Lu Shang. Among them, no one would believe it if they said that Lu Shang was just an ordinary person. Later, it was only after they knew from somewhere that Lu Shang seemed to have joined the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. The Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall was extremely mysterious and even extremely protective in Cloud City. If Lu Shang had become an outer disciple of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall, then this matter would be better explained. Lu Shang. Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out. Only to see Chu Yanyan wearing a black short sleeve, the lower body was a black pleated skirt, black hair gently falling down, but appeared to have a few points of youthful beauty. Chu Yanran looked at Lu Shang and walked over with a big smile on her face. Today is the ranking tested. Is there any certainty to impact the first Ah? When these words came out, many people looked at Lu Shang. Even Hongwu as well as Jian Yulong, who had gotten first and second place in the last ranking test, couldn't help but look at Lu Shang with a hint of scorn in their eyes. The last ranking test Lu Shang was the one that got the third place, this time. With Lu Shang's terrifying cultivation speed, perhaps he could really impact the second place, or even the first place. Feeling the gazes of many people fall on his body, Lu Shang's brows slightly knit. This Chu Yanran really can make things happen. Lightly a sentence, unexpectedly attracted so much attention to himself. Sure enough, women would only affect the speed of one's cultivation. Especially beautiful women. Of course, big sister and second sister were excluded. Lu Shang thought so in his heart. Immediately, Lu Sheng didn't even look at Chu Yanran, so he skipped over Chu Yanran and came to a place where no one was sitting. What was in Chu Yanyan's guy's heart? Was Lu Sheng not clear? Before he showed his potential, even if he was an old classmate, she didn't even look for himself until he got the third place in the last ranking examination, but he took the initiative to talk to himself. This kind of mind. Oh. Lu Sheng sneered in his heart. And being ignored by Lu Sheng, Chu Yanran's hand hung in the air, and the smile on her face became a little stiff. Quite a few people looked at this scene, and their eyes towards Chu Yanyan became a bit strange. This behavior of Lu Sheng also caused Chu Yanyan's heart to have a nameless anger, but once she thought of Lu Sheng's talent, as well as the things that had happened in the Bai family before, Chu Yanyan still rigidly held back this anger. As if nothing had happened, she found a seat and sat down, but her face remained stiff. At this moment, in the corner of the martial arts training center, Bai Mo's gaze had been resting on Lu Sheng's body, his gaze incomparably cold. Even at the sight of Lu Sheng, Bai Mo's fists couldn't help but clench. Lu Sheng. Bai Mo's face was slightly distorted, and a tyrannical color filled his eyes. Hee, how does it feel to step on my Bai family and get up, today? I will make everything you have now, completely destroyed. Bai Mo's heart roared with rage, so much so that his expression became somewhat hysterical, and it was because he was sitting in the middle of a corner that no one saw his hideous appearance. Bai Mo took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, slowly spreading out his palms. Only to see that in Bai Mo's hand, a dark red pill was quietly lying in the center of Bai Mo's palm. Looking at this elixir in his hand, the flash of tyrannical color in Bai Mo's eyes became even more intense. With this thing, when the time comes for the ranking test, I will make you lose face. A touch of cold color flashed from within Bai Mo's eyes. Lu Sheng sat in his seat and waited quietly. Soon, Qinzhen's figure also appeared in the middle of the martial arts training hall, and along with Qinzhen's appearance, the training hall gradually became quiet. Qinzhen glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, I won't say what day today is, I don't want to see anyone else eliminated from the martial arts class today. With these words, the arena became even more silent. The guy who was ranked second from the bottom last time, but became the bottom of the pile due to mad elimination, also had a bitter smile on his face. However, before we start the ranking test, let's say one thing first. Qinzhen's voice slowly sounded. The crowd looked at Qinzhen in puzzlement, and Qinzhen didn't hang on to the crowd's minds as he immediately said indifferently. For this ranking examination, the Cloud City Town Guardian Envoy, as well as the Martial Alliance Sub-Alliance Masters will be visiting to watch, and at that time, your performances can all be seen by them. Those who perform well, what are the benefits? Naturally, you don't need me to tell you. Along with these words of Qinzhen's falling, in an instant, a burst of blazing breaths came from the entire martial arts hall. Chapter 38 Sister is here? One by one, the eyes of the students of the martial arts class gradually became fiery as they looked at Qinzhen. Even their breathing became a bit rapid. The Cloud City Town Guardian Envoy and the Martial Alliance Sublord were coming to watch their ranking test? One must know that these two people, they were an existence that turned the clouds in the entire Cloud City. What martial arts families, what other forces, in the middle of Cloud City, these two were the true existence that suppressed everything. Ordinary times, not to mention them, even some martial arts family head level of existence, may not be able to see them. And now, not only would one be able to meet these two, but one would even be able to show one's potential in front of them. If one could be seen by either of the two of them, then the future can be described as a boundless scenery. Thinking about this, even the first-ranked Hongwu as well as the second-ranked Jian Yunlong were a bit excited. Only Lu Sheng sat in his seat with a calm face. The town guardian envoys and sub-alliance lords came to see our ranking examination? Lu Sheng had no other thoughts about this information other than being slightly surprised in his heart. Granted, there was an opportunity to express himself today, but whether or not he would be able to get the other party to look at him was also a question. Instead of fantasizing about the scenario after being looked upon, it would be better to finish today's ranking examination properly. With 2 lifetimes of experience, coupled with the existence of the perseverance, talent, Lu Sheng had been able to make his mood calm at all times. While in the middle of the corner, Bai Mo's brows were slightly furrowed. Are those two guys coming as well? There was a touch of indignation in Bai Mo's eyes. When he thought that it was those two fellows who came to his home, causing all of his loved ones to have to head to the Demon Slayer town to guard it for 20 years, another fire of anger ignited in Bai Mo's heart. No matter what, when the time comes, no matter what, I will break Lu Sheng into pieces. Bai Mo's heart roared lowly. This third ranking test was a real combat test, where the person with a low ranking could challenge the person with a high ranking, and the person with a high ranking could not refuse. And this was also an opportunity that Bai Mo had grasped for a long time. Thinking of this, a streak of killing intent flashed through Bai Mo's eyes. Chenjin first told the crowd to prepare properly, while he himself left the martial arts hall, seemingly to greet those two. At the main gate of Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School, Chenjin as well as a middle-aged man in formal overalls stood at the entrance, their gazes occasionally looking towards the streets in the distance. The middle-aged man in overalls seemed to have sweat stains emerging above his forehead, and the entire person was a little nervous. Instructor Chen, why do you think the Jinshou envoy and the allied lords suddenly want to come to our Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School? The middle-aged man, perhaps because he was too nervous, took the initiative to find a topic. Although Chenjin was calm and collected on the surface, he was still a little nervous inside. Although he was the teacher of the martial arts class in Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School, and even more so, he was a person who had retired from the Fade Demon battlefield, but even if he was a veteran of the Alien Demon battlefield, compared to a town envoy of a party city, not only was there a gap in status, but there was even a huge gap in strength. Chenjin shook his head. I don't know either. I only realized that the town guardian envoy and the alliance master both were coming over through your summons, principal. Admittedly, this middle-aged man in overalls was clearly the principal of Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School. Don't look at him as the principal, but in reality, a school's principal was also directly under the jurisdiction of the Martial League, and to put it bluntly, his superior was the ally of a side of the city. Now that his boss had come to check on him, no matter if he had done a good job or not, there was always some panic in his heart. I also don't know if the group of little brats in the martial arts class can perform well, if there is a slight mistake. A bitter smile appeared on the principal's face. Chenjin said in relief, don't worry principal, the students in the martial arts class are the ones that I have watched over, although they are not considered to be very rebellious, there are a few good seedlings. As he uttered this sentence, Chenjin could not help but think of Lu Shang's figure. Just as the two of them were talking, at the location of the distant street, a few figures slowly emerged. Looking at the several figures in the distant street, both Chenjin and the principal's bodies could not help but stand up at this time. Coming! Chenjin spoke softly. The headmaster looked ahead, only to suddenly furrow his brows slightly when he saw the several silhouettes. I do recognize the Alliance Master and the Town Guardian Envoy, but who is the fellow following both the Alliance Master and the Town Guardian Envoy? Chenjin also looked towards the front, and suddenly saw two silhouettes beside the two people of the Town Guardian Envoy and the Allied Lord, striding their slender thighs as they slowly walked towards Cloud City No. 1 Middle School. Chenjin's eyebrows slightly raised, and he couldn't help but scrutinize them for a few moments. I do recognize the woman next to her. She is the second disciple of the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion's owner, and is said to already be a martial artist at the Viscera refining realm. I didn't expect her to come as well. It's just that the one next to. Chenjin's eyes narrowed slightly. He was able to sense that the woman beside Lan Linglong was somewhat familiar, but he just didn't know when he had seen her before. Even as the two of them pondered in their minds, the Town Guardian Envoy and the Alliance Master, as well as the two of them, Lan Linglong and Kong Xen, slowly arrived at the entrance of Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School. I didn't expect you guys to come out so early, I thought we were late. The slightly blessed Cloud Alliance Master smiled and opened his mouth, giving off an extremely amiable feeling. Seeing this, the two of them, the headmaster and Chenjin, immediately hastened to say, not too late, it's just right, we've only just come out. Alliance Lord, Jinjin, these two. The principal looked towards Alliance Lord Yun with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. However, Alliance Master Yun only gave a look to the principal, and then he looked at Kong Xen with a smile on his face. You see. Kong Xen lightly glanced at the gate of the first middle school and said in that flat voice, I'm here today just to have a look, I don't care about your matters. Hearing these words, the hearts of both Alliance Master Yun and Jinshou Chen were slightly relieved. It was only then that Alliance Master Yun hurriedly said to the principal, all right, old Wang, hurry up and make some arrangements. It was only at this time that the principal was able to react and hurriedly greeted Chenjin as he led a few people towards the martial arts training hall. Along the way, the principal accompanied a smiling face and stood behind the several people, saying in a voice that only he and Chenjin could hear, what exactly is this person's origin? Why did I just feel that Alliance Master Yun was surprisingly somewhat respectful when facing this person? The principal asked cautiously. Chenjin looked at Kong Xen's back and shook his head. I don't know either, but someone who can make the two of you, Alliance Master Yun and Lord Jinshou, treat him like this, I don't think it's a simple character. I didn't expect such a big shot to come to our school today. The principal pondered for a moment, a bitter smile spreading across his face. I also don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for such a big shot to come to our Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School. Just as the two of them were discussing in whispers, the gate of the martial training hall, too, had appeared in the crowd's view. Alliance Master, Town Guardian Envoy, both of you, this way please. The principal changed his countenance with an extremely fast speed, and with a smiling face, he led the crowd into the middle of the martial arts training hall. Inside the training hall, Lu Xing gently closed his eyes, seemingly taking a nap. But in reality, he was silently mobilizing the qi and blood in his body, silently operating in accordance with the first level of the 9 metaphysical golden body transformation. Anyway, the examination had not yet begun, so it would be better to take advantage of this time to cultivate for a moment or two. Only, before he had practiced for long, a burst of whispering sounds came from his ears. Hiss, is this our Cloud City's Martial Alliance leader and Town Guard Envoy? It's better to hear than to see, and now that I've taken a look, they really are both big shots. Yes, just who was the guy beside the Cloud Alliance Master in Shenjinghua? You do not say, but also strange good-looking Lu. Listening to the words of the crowd, Lu Sheng's heart felt something wrong, slowly calmed the qi and blood in his body, opened his eyes, and looked towards the direction where the voice came from. Only to be seen, the blonde Cloud Alliance Master, as well as the cold-faced Shenjin, led by the principal and Shenjin, slowly walked into the martial arts training center. And beside the Cloud Alliance Master and Shenjin, there were two extremely beautiful landscapes. One person was as tranquil as jade, giving off a feeling like a spring breeze. One person's temperament was tall, as if it was a blazing flame. Looking at these two figures, Lu Sheng's face instantly became somewhat strange. Second senior sister? Eldest senior sister? Lu Sheng looked towards the two, and Lan Linglong and Kong Xen both noticed Lu Sheng's gaze looking over. Lan Linglong smiled faintly at Lu Sheng, and there seemed to be an intention of cheering in her eyes. Kong Xen, on the other hand, nodded gently. However, none of them said anything. Lu Sheng somewhat awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. The ranking test his two senior sisters suddenly appeared here, but it made Lu Sheng somewhat confused, and even somewhat confused. Wow, that beautiful sister seems to be smiling at me. Hee, that beauty next to me even nodded her head at me. I didn't think that I would be able to see such a beautiful woman today. For a while, the crowd in the martial arts class also whispered because of the actions of both Lan Linglong and Kong Xen. Among the crowd, Xu Yanran looked at a woman who looked like a spring breeze and a woman who looked like a blazing flame, and for a while, she actually had a feeling of inferiority, not even daring to look at the two. Fearing that the blazing light on the two of them would scorch her in general. Instructor Chen, begin. Alliance Master Yun held a large belly and spoke with a smile. Shenjin nodded, then took a step out and stood in front of the crowd, his gaze instantly becoming serious. Silence. Shenjin spoke in a low voice, carrying a sense of majesty. In an instant, the entire martial training hall instantly became incomparably quiet. Chapter 39 Challenging Lu Sheng. Shenjin's prestige had always been high amongst the martial arts classes. Along with his opening, the crowd in the martial arts class instantly quieted down. Shenjin was also slightly relieved in his heart. Damn, today there is a leader to inspect. If this group of little brats give themselves some no, when today is over, we'll certainly have to properly rest a little bit of them. But now it's okay, all of them are quite giving face. Shenjin's gaze swept over the crowd, and said in a deep voice, today, the ranking test, will be conducted in accordance with the ring mode. Those with low rankings may challenge those with high rankings, and those with high rankings may not be refused. Above the ring, defeat your opponents as much as possible, don't worry about injuring your opponents. Martial artists together, there is a death but no life, this time to dilly-dally. When you guys graduate from the Academy of Martial Arts at that time, and enter the alien demon battlefield, this kind of behavior is just looking for death. With me here, and all the leaders here, there is no need to worry about anything happening, understand? Shenjin roared lowly. The crowd of the martial arts class also responded. Understood. Inside the rest area, Alliance Master Yin looked at the scene in front of him with a smile. Having a warrior retired from the alien demon battlefield to be the teacher of the martial arts class, this model of Cloud City No. 1 middle school is not bad. It seems like it should be popularized across the entire city when there's a chance to do so. The principal at the side smiled respectfully. Nowhere, it's just a trick. Alliance Master Yin smiled and didn't reply, only his eyes looked towards Chen Jinsho and spoke with a smile. How about it, old Chen? Is there any interest in having the military and my Alliance Martial Union cooperate a bit to cultivate the next generation of these little guys? Chen Jinsho still had an indifferent face, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly nodded his head. At this time, Shinjin also mobilized the motivation of the people in the martial arts class and turned his head to look at Alliance Master Yun and the others. Alliance Master Yun nodded. Only then did Qingjin reset his gaze on the crowd of the martial Dao class and said in a deep voice, "Now, the examination begins. Let's start with the ladder of the rankings." After saying that, there was a student from the martial Dao class who took a step forward and started the challenge. Lu Shang sat in his seat, boredly watching the battle above the ring, but in his heart, he was pondering why his two senior sisters had suddenly come to this place. It couldn't be that they had come to cheer themselves on. And why were his two senior sisters still following around Alliance Master Yun and Jinsho Chen? Even Lu Shang also discovered that the two of them, Alliance Master Yun and Chen Jinsho, were vaguely extremely respectful towards their own senior sister. To know, Cloud Alliance Master and Chen Jinsho could be said to be the pillars of Cloud City, and in a certain sense, the two of them were the true rulers of Cloud City. What martial arts family and what viscera refining realm martial artist were not enough to look at in front of the two? Previously, I only heard from second senior sister's mouth that eldest senior sister was a high-ranking member of the military, but now it seems that eldest senior sister's status in the military is very high. Lu Shang was really a bit curious in his heart. While Lu Shang was pondering, in the rest area, the two of them, Alliance Master Yun and Jinsho Chen, looked at the calm-faced Kong Xen, but in their hearts, they were a little unsure of what to do. This morning, they suddenly received a message from Kong Xen, asking the two of them to accompany him to come to Cloud City No. 1 Middle School to watch the ranking examination of the martial arts class without exposing Kong Xen's identity. This had made it difficult for the two for a long time. Now that Kong Xen was sitting beside them, don't look at the fact that the two of them, Cloud Alliance Master and Chen Jinsho, still maintained their former prestige, but even if they said a single word, they couldn't help but look at Kong Xen, fearing that they hadn't said that sentence well enough and put this one in a bad mood. But fortunately, from start to finish, this one didn't show anything. Old Chen what do you think this one is doing here all of a sudden? Alliance Master Yun couldn't help but transmit his voice. Chen Jinsho was silent for a moment. Do you remember what happened with the Bai family before? The little guy that the Bai family assassinated earlier was a student from the martial arts class of Cloud City No. 1 High School, called Lu Shang. The Cloud Alliance Master fell silent, and it was only after a while that a voice sucking in cool air came out. Hiss. So, this one is specifically here to see this little guy Lu Shang? No, what kind of god is this Lu Shang that he could make this one personally return to Cloud City and personally observe his examination? Alliance Master Yun was really a bit puzzled. Chen Jinsho shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either, but still said, however, to be able to let this one take a fancy to him, I think that this little guy isn't a simple character, right, perhaps? We are going to have a demon in Cloud City. Cloud Alliance Master took a deep breath, if that is the case. There was even an exquisite light flickering in his eyes. Then we must do whatever it takes to make friends with this little fellow. Just as the two of them were chatting idly, the challenges below had already gone on for quite a few matches. Most of them were ranked 20 or 30 challenging guys one rank higher than themselves. There was nothing to see. Even Lu Shang was a bit drowsy from watching them. During this period of time, Lu Shang had been hunting ferocious beasts in the countryside at all times, and what he had experienced and tried was not something that could be compared to this group of students in the martial arts class who had yet to see any blood. In Lu Shang's eyes, the way they fought was no different from playing house. Not to mention the two Cloud City bigwigs in the rest area, as well as Kong Xen and Lan Linglong both. Boring. Kong Xen couldn't help but spit out two words as she looked down below in boredom. On the side, Lan Linglong sat serenely in her seat and said with a smile, "We're here to see Junior Brother, not to see them, so why should we care?" Kong Xen stretched her waist, her perfect figure stretched out lazily, a ray of sunlight spread on her body through the window, adding a few points of nobility to Kong Xen. This group of little guys, if I say, why don't you just pull them all directly to the battlefield for a few days of training, and it won't be like this? Kong Xen said with a hint of disdain. Blue Linglong smiled and didn't say anything, only her gaze gently fell on Lu Shang's body, and coincidentally at this time, Lu Shang also looked over. Blue Linglong gave Lu Shang a look that your eldest sister was going to die of boredom. Lu Shang was a bit helpless and rubbed the tip of his nose just when he wanted to stand up and prepare to start his own challenge. Suddenly, in the middle of the corner of the martial arts training center, a hoarse voice slowly sounded. Instructor, I want to challenge Lu Shang. As soon as these words came out, the crowd's gazes followed and they looked over, only to see Bai Mo slowly standing up, his gaze landing straight on Lu Shang's body. This. Chen Jin's brows were slightly furrowed. He also did not expect Bai Mo to come forward to challenge Lu Shang at this time. Who didn't know about the Bai family's affairs in the entire Cloud City? For Bai Mo to challenge Lu Shang at this time would be somewhat meaningful. What does this guy want to do? The Cloud Alliance Master looked at the scene in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. This Bai family had been exiled to the alien demon battlefield because Bai Mo had allowed someone to assassinate Lu Shang, and Bai Mo had luckily stayed behind because he hadn't yet reached the blood refining realm. Even a little cutie. All knew that Bai Mo must have hated Lu Shang in his heart. Now in front of so many people, Bai Mo challenged Lu Shang. This is a bit intriguing. If this Lu Shang is an ordinary person, it's just that I will pay a little attention to the time, not let Lu Shang have any accidents on the line. But Lu Shang and Kong Xen have a close relationship with each other, and Kong Xen is still here. If under the eyes of Kong Xen let Lu Shang rubbed a little skin, then the Kong Xen's anger. You have to know that this person is a ruthless person who was able to chase and cut even the heterodyne king, not to mention his own tiny alliance leader. Bai Mo looked at the hesitation on Chen Zhen's face and sneered in his heart. Sure enough, they are all a bunch of snobbish guys. When something happens to my Bai family, even you as an instructor treats me as a spoilsport. All. This is all because of Lu Shang. Bai Mo's heart had long been completely twisted at the moment of the Bai family's exile, and was able to pull anything onto Lu Shang. Instructor, this rule is what you said, the lower ranked person challenges the higher ranked person, and the higher ranked person cannot refuse. I think Lu Shang. You shouldn't refuse it either. Bai Mo smiled and looked at Lu Shang with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Chen Zhen's heart was a little bitter. Had he known that Bai Mo was going to challenge Lu Shang, he would have definitely found a way to make sure that the two couldn't bump into each other. The relationship between the two was like fire and water. If they fought a little too much in the ring, in front of the two big names, it would be troublesome. Just the rules are their own set down, now cannot back out of it. Just when Chen Zhen's heart was somewhat entangled, he heard a calm voice ringing out. Good. Lu Shang slowly stood up and looked at Bai Mo with a calm face. Lu Shang, you. Chen Zhen's brows knitted slightly. He wasn't worried that Lu Shang wasn't Bai Mo's opponent, but he was afraid that if Bai Mo went crazy at that time despite everything, it would be troublesome. Lu Shang smiled faintly at Chen Zhen. Instructor, we can't break the rules, right? Since he wants to challenge me, I also really want to settle some of the things that happened before. Although Lu Shang's voice was a bit calm, but for some reason, Chen Zhen, after listening to Lu Shang's words, felt that his back was vaguely cold. Chen Zhen at this time is the realization that he does not seem to understand Lu Shang. This guy is also a person who is vindictive. Bai Mo let someone assassinate Lu Shang, although for such a long time, Lu Shang never did anything, but it does not mean that Lu Shang has forgotten about this matter. It was just that he hadn't been able to find the opportunity. And now, Bai Mo had almost delivered the opportunity to Lu Shang's mouth, so how could Lu Shang waste such a good time? After Chen Zhen was silent for a moment, he looked deeply at Lu Shang before he slowly spoke. Good. Chapter 40 seconds. It's finally time for Junior Brother's turn. The previous examination was so boring. Kong Xen stretched her waist, and there was finally a hint of luster in her gaze. At the side, Lan Linglong looked at her eldest senior sister somewhat helplessly and softly said, Eldest senior sister, can't you see that the one who challenged junior senior brother is Bai Mo, the person from the martial arts family who had struck out at junior senior brother earlier? There was a flash of killing intent in Kong Xen's eyes as she said faintly, so what? Is it hard to believe that he's still a match for junior senior brother? Not to mention that junior senior brother's physical body is already comparable to a martial artist at the second level of blood refining. Just junior senior brother's cultivation is not something that this kid can match. Wanting to take a shot at junior senior brother also depends on whether he is worthy or not. Kong Xen had a hint of disdain in her voice. How she does not know the identity of Bai Mo, but also for Bai Mo's small mind to understand clearly, just in the Kong Xen view. This guy wants to find his own field in his own little brother's body. Is absolutely impossible. Lan Linglong didn't say anything, just that her smile grew more and more intense. She had the same thoughts as Kong Xen. It was just that although the two of them didn't think that way in their hearts, the two of them, Chen Zhenshou and Yun Allied Master, who were on the side, were already nervous. Old Chen, you have a higher cultivation level, so pay attention in a while, but don't let Lu Shang lose half a hair. Alliance Master Yun murmured. The corner of Chen Zhenshou's mouth twitched slightly. Good fellow, at this time you have a higher cultivation level, right? Why didn't I see you laying low in the past? Now that there is something going on, you are only thinking about your own high cultivation level. Although Chen Zhenshou didn't say anything, but in his look towards the ring, he was also a little more cautious. This little guy who was related to Kong Xen, no matter what, he can't make any mistakes. Above the ring, Lu Shang slowly walked up. Bai Mo had already been waiting up there. Watching Lu Shang walk up to the ring, a hideous smile also appeared on Bai Mo's face. Lu Shang. You caused my family to die, are you satisfied now? Lu Shang's brows knitted slightly as he looked at the slightly maniacal Bai Mo and said indifferently, What? When you killed me, did you think about this consequence? Humph. Bai Mo snorted coldly, his appearance looking more and more maniacal by a few points. So what if I kill you? This world itself is weak and strong. If the human race is weak, they will be devoured by the foreign devils. Is there anything wrong with you being weak and being killed by me? Lu Shang sneered, then according to this statement of yours, so your Bai family is weak and was exiled, what is wrong with that? If your Bai family was able to override the martial alliance, how would you end up in this situation today? How dare you? Bai Mo roared angrily, and he didn't know if it was because Lu Shang's sentence had completely stimulated Bai Mo. Bai Mo's entire pupils became scarlet at this time. Eloquent. Seek death. In an instant, a powerful aura surged out from within Bai Mo's body, and a faint reddish glow flowed through Bai Mo's body. The 10th level of Qi and blood. Admittedly, in this month's time, Bai Mo had also managed to raise his cultivation to the 10th level of Qi and blood. Terrifying power instantly surged into Bai Mo's fist. Die for me! Bai Mo's heart roared, and above his fist, wrapped in an extremely powerful energy, he violently killed Su Yu. Hiss, this fellow Bai Mo has actually cultivated to the 10th level of Qi blood. This cultivation speed is really terrifying. I didn't expect that after the White family has fallen and doesn't have that many resources, this Bai Mo is still able to cultivate so fast. Yes, it seems that Lu Shang this time, he is afraid that he is a bit fierce. The crowd in the martial arts class could not help but suck in a breath of cool air for a moment when they felt the aura on Bai Mo's body and looked at Bai Mo's overpowering killing style. Even Chen Jin's brows knitted slightly at this time. This Bai Mo is really laying down the law. Terrifying power converged on top of Bai Mo's fist, killing Su Yu with such speed that even a martial artist of the same realm had to be careful when faced with Bai Mo's punch. Lu Shang wasn't some ordinary martial artist of the 10th Qi blood layer. As early as several days ago, Lu Shang had already broken the upper limit of Qi and blood, cultivating his Qi and blood to 11 points. Although it was only a 1-point increase in Qi and blood, the increase that breaking the upper limit brought to Lu Shang was terrifying. Only to see that Lu Shang slowly took a step. His right hand was raised lightly. Facing the fist that was about to land on his body, Lu Shang's face was calm beyond compare, and that right hand also fell violently at this time. Dang! The seemingly light palm landed on top of Bai Mo's head, instantly erupting in extremely terrifying force. Instantly. It was the interruption of Bai Mo's entire attack, and along with it, the entire person was viciously smashed on top of the ring. Accompanied by a muffled sound, above the ring, it was directly smashed out a crack. In an instant, the entire martial arts hall became quiet. One move. In just one move, he had crushed Bai Mo, who was at the 10th Qi blood layer. As the crowd in the martial arts class watched the scene in front of them, everyone's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Even Hongwu, who was ranked first, and Jian Yunlong, who was ranked second, looked at Lu Shang with a hint of scorn in their eyes at this moment. Such a terrifying power of Qi and blood, could it be that he has already broken the upper limit of Qi and blood? Chen Jin's eyes instantly brightened, as a soldier who had retired from the Fey Demon battlefield and was himself a 100-pulse realm powerhouse. Naturally, he was able to see that Lu Shang's Qi and blood exceeded the ordinary 10 layers of Qi and blood. It was clearly a case of breaking the upper limit of Qi and blood to be able to do so. I didn't expect that in just 2 months' time, this Lu Shang had cultivated from the first layer of Qi and blood to the realm of breaking the Qi and blood ceiling today. Such a terrifying speed. Chen Jin's heart set off a wave. Not only Chen Jin, but Chen Jin guards, Alliance Master Yun, and the principal of the first middle school also had shocked looks on their faces when they saw this scene. This fellow. No wonder he was able to have a relationship with Lord Kong, this talent. Alliance Master Yun couldn't help but murmur in his heart. One must know that being able to break the Qi and blood ceiling in the Qi and blood realm itself was not an easy thing, and it might be good to have one emerge from within 1,000 Qi and blood 10th layers. Not to mention, Lu Shang hadn't been cultivating for too long. For a while, the hearts of the crowd were all set ablaze. Lu Shang! I want you to die. Suddenly, just as the crowd had different thoughts in their minds, above the ring, Bai Mo suddenly roared in mad fury and struggled to get up from the ground. He then pulled out a dark red elixir from his bosom and instantly swallowed it. Chapter 41 The Demon Entry Pill. A few days ago, In the courtyard of the Bai family. Bai Mo was sitting on top of the steps of the compound, looking at the empty compound, his eyes filled with the color of resentment. The moonlight fell down, making Bai Mo look a little lonely. He, the young master of the hallowed Bai family, has now turned out to be like this. It really is the world that is unpredictable. Suddenly, a laughing voice slowly resounded in the courtyard. Who? Bai Mo stood up violently, his face hideously twisted like a hysterical beast. He looked in the direction where the sound came from, only to see a figure in a black robe slowly emerge from the location of the gate of the Bai family's compound. The black robe was bloated and obscured the figure of this person. What are you? Bai Mo stared deathly at the black-robed man in front of him. The black-robed man's body gave a slight lurch and stood at a position that was only a few meters away from Bai Mo. He slowly raised his head, revealing a miserable white face under the illumination of the moonlight. What I am is not important, what is important is whether you can really swallow this breath, young Master Bai? Within the black-robed man's voice, it seemed to carry a touch of compulsion. After hearing the black-robed man's words, Bai Mo immediately clenched his fists, and on top of his forehead, he couldn't help but burst his veins. Gulp? Heh, my Bai family is at least a martial arts family. How many contributions have I made to the great Xia? And now just for the sake of a tiny orphan, I've actually exiled everyone in my Bai family to Demon Slaughter City. This goddamned Grand Xia, goddamned martial alliance. Bai Mo roared lowly, and his voice was even filled with madness. As the black-robed man looked at the extremely maniacal Bai Mo in front of him, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but draw out an arc. Then do you want to take a breath? Want to have that culprit who made your Bai family exiled die in your hands? The black-robed man's voice, which was like a magical sound, traveled into Bai Mo's ears. Bai Mo's body trembled slightly, and a touch of excitement surged in his eyes. You have a solution? Bai Mo looked excitedly at the black-robed man in front of him. The black-robed man smiled faintly and slowly stretched out his hand, spreading out his palm. A dark red elixir lay silently in the black-robed man's hand. Find a chance to eat it. At that time, that Lu Sheng is nothing more than a plaything in your palm. Cloud City, inside a dimly lit room. A thin figure sat quietly on a chair, and in front of him, an extremely simple wooden table was placed. On top of the wooden table, a candle was lit, and the dim light of the fire gently swayed, endeavoring to illuminate the entire room. In front of the wooden table, a huge TV screen was placed. Above the television screen, there was a picture floating. If someone from Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School was here, they would have realized that the images playing on the TV screen were the scenes inside Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School's martial arts training hall. Watching Lu Shan lightly smashing Bai Mo's body heavily on top of the ring, a look of disdain appeared on the face of the thin figure. A waste is indeed a waste, so what if he is a disciple of a martial arts family? He has already become a moth. But the thin figure glanced deeply at that TV screen and slowly stood up. It's also time to do what I should do. The corners of the skinny figure's mouth rose slightly as he stretched out his arm and removed the black robe on the side and put it over his body. It's also time to take a look at that one senior of ours. The black-robed man murmured softly, slowly walking towards the door. In the middle of the TV screen, a low roaring voice came out. Lu Shan! I want you to die. Inside the martial arts training center. Bai Mo instantly swallowed that one dark red elixir into his mouth. In an instant, an extremely terrifying energy instantly exploded within Bai Mo's body. Rumble. Vaguely, Lu Shang, standing above the ring, was able to hear a rumbling sound coming from within Bai Mo's body. It was as if there was a rushing river that was madly rushing at this time. Wisps of black breath slowly emerged from under Bai Mo's skin. There was even an extremely evil aura that instantly surged out. Roar, roar, roar. Only to see Bai Mo's entire body, in an extremely bizarre manner, instantly swelled up, and his originally flat skin, at this moment, seemed to have turned into a toadskin, with a piece of disgusting pus bulging up everywhere. The pustules exploded, and the black liquid instantly dripped onto the ground. What the hell? Lu Shang looked at the suddenly changed Bai Mo when his pupils slightly shrunk, and a strong sense of crisis welled up in Lu Shang's heart. Just before Lu Shang could react, Bai Mo, whose appearance had changed drastically, seemed to be like a crazed ferocious beast, instantly killing Lu Shang. Bai Mo's aura instantly skyrocketed at an extremely terrifying speed. Peak chi and blood. Blood refining first layer. Blood refining second layer. Blood refining third layer. In just an instant, the aura on Bai Mo's body was already comparable to a martial artist of the third layer of blood refining. Die. Bai Mo's eyes were incomparably red, and black air currents surrounded above his hideous body as he violently killed his Lu Shang. This is... Inside the rest area, Alliance Master Yun, Jingwo Chen, and the principal of Cloud City No. 1 Middle School stood up violently, their gazes fixed dead center on Bai Mo above the ring. Their faces instantly became ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye. A shade of color surfaced violently. Demon entry pill. Alliance Master Yun spoke almost through clenched teeth. Chen Jinshou's countenance instantly became cold. The two seemed to have thought of something horrifying, and a layer of shadowy color was even more shrouded above their faces. It seems that after so many years of tranquility in Cloud City, you two fellows are living too comfortably, aren't you? The demon entry pill appeared in Cloud City. There must be that group of guys from the demon sect messing around, and you two, as the town guardian envoy and the sub-alliance leader, didn't even know a single bit of news. An ice-cold voice suddenly resounded in the ears of the two. The two men's bodies, in this instant, directly became stiff and incomparable. Not good, Lu Shang. Below, Qinzhen, who was outside the ring, looked at Bai Mo, who had suddenly changed, and was first stunned into shock. Subsequently, when Bai Mo killed Lu Shang, it was only at this time that Qinzhen was able to react to the fact that Lu Shan was still above the ring. Hearing Qinzhen's voice, Kong Xen also reacted in a hurry, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with a cold color, just wanted to make a move to suppress Bai Mo when Kong Xen, however, saw that in the face of Bai Mo, who had already become a demon and was even comparable to a third-level blood-refining martial artist, Lu Shang even slowly raised his arm. Chapter 42 Seconds. I concede. Luhan fist. A low murmur suddenly spat out from Lu Shang's mouth. It was accompanied by a burst of golden light that opened up at first. Buzz buzz buzz. Above the ring, there was even a Sanskrit sound that completely resounded at this moment. The magnificent Sanskrit sound seemed to be wrapped in an extremely holy luster, instantly spreading. Lu Shang slowly raised his palm and gently clenched it into a fist. In the next moment, it pushed out horizontally against Bai Mo, who was killing in front of him. Wanderer, being in a situation where one person is alone, defenses increased by 200%. Strong strike, a chance to make one's feats increase by 105%. The two talents were instantly triggered at this moment. Bai Mo's killing blow landed fiercely on top of Lu Shang's shoulder, powerful enough to easily kill any Qi Blood Realm martial artist. Don't forget that although Lu Shang's cultivation was only at the Qi and Blood Realm, his physical body was still comparable to a martial artist at the second level of blood refining. Even though Lu Shang had not yet initiated the 9 turns golden body transformation, with the first cultivation track of the 9 turns golden body transformation, Lu Shang's physical body was even more powerful than that of a blood refining second layer martial artist. Coupled with the prodigal man talent, the defense was increased by 2 times. Bai Mo's killing force that landed on Lu Shang's body only caused Lu Shang's shoulders to gently shake for a moment, but there was no more reaction. And at this time, Lu Shang's fist also instantly landed on top of Bai Mo's chest. Good luck, triggered. The strong luck caused Lu Shang's killing blow to instantly land on Bai Mo's weak point, the location of his heart. Coupled with the power of the Luohan fist perfection realm. Thud. Above the ring, there was merely a muffled sound. The next moment, that Bai Mo's body, which had already started to become somewhat deformed, shook violently, as if it had been hit by some extremely terrifying force. That toad-like skin began to continuously crack, and a pustule also, at this moment, instantly exploded, with pitch-black liquid crazily secreting out. Ah! Bai Mo let out a painful scream. Immediately afterward, his flesh unexpectedly exploded instantly at this moment. Blood and flesh filled with a foul-smelling odor instantly splattered away, spilling out all over the place. The entire martial arts training hall also fell into silence along with Lu Shang killing Bai Mo. How is this possible? Qinzhen, who was on the side, looked at the scene in front of him, and his pupils couldn't help but contract slightly, even though he was a 100 Veins realm martial artist, but looking at Lu Shang, who only had the cultivation of the Qi Blood realm, killing Bai Mo, whose cultivation had exploded to the 3rd level of blood refining after taking the demon entry pill. Qinzhen's pupils instantly shook. Jun, your brother. In the rest area, Kong Xen looked at Lu Shang, who was standing above the ring, and a different light was faintly flickering in his eyes. The Qi in blood is long. It seems that Junior senior brother has already figured out some of the flavors of the 9 turns golden body transformation. Ah! Kong Xen murmured softly, and there was also a flash of shock in his eyes. Lan Linglong smiled as she sat in her position, looking at Lu Shang serenely, only that her eyes, but she didn't know when, had already curved into a crescent moon in general. It's worthy of being a junior brother. Really powerful. Lan Linglong spoke with joy in her heart. This little fellow. On the side, the two of them, Alliance Master Yun and Jinsho Chen, glanced at each other, both seeing the shocked color in the other's eyes. Worthy of being the one who was favored by this one, facing by Mo who had taken the demon entry pill, he was even able to cross the ranks and kill him. Such a terrifying battle power, I haven't seen it in the entire Cloud City. Jin Guanchen opened his mouth to say a rare word, and then fell into silence again. Ah! Suddenly, a cry of alarm resounded in the martial arts training center. One could only see that Chu Yenran was sitting in her seat, her complexion was incomparably pale, and in front of her, a piece of blood and flesh and white ink had fallen. Murder! Murder! Chu Yenran shouted in panic. And her shouting so loudly was also what completely roused the other students of the martial arts class who were in shock. They looked horrifiedly at Lu Sheng who was standing quietly above the ring, their eyes filled with complex emotions. What's the situation? Why has Bai Mo suddenly turned into a monster? I don't know, but I can feel that after Bai Mo turned into that monster, even when he didn't look at me, I felt a sense of deathly crisis. Hiss. Such a terrifying strength, but still decapitated by Lu Sheng, this Lu Sheng is simply terrifying. The crowd in the martial arts class whispered. For a while, the focus of the discussion was all on Bai Mo and Lu Sheng. Bai Mo's sudden change was something Qinjin hadn't expected, especially since there were two other big names visiting today. It simply made Qinjin's scalp numb. He was a veteran who had experienced the battlefield, so he was naturally able to see what exactly Bai Mo was taking. But this kind of obviously only the group of devil sects that are like rats have. Why Bai Mo? Qinjin could not think too much in time. Looking at the somewhat panicked crowd of the martial arts class, Qinjin could only harden his heart and pacify the students of the martial arts class first. Especially Chu Yenran. Bai Mo's flesh and blood falling in front of her had already caused her to lose her color. While in the middle of the rest area, the two of them, Chen Jinshou and Yun Allied Master, were still caught up in the shock brought about by Lu Sheng's appearance, completely unaware that Kong Xen, who was on the side, had already landed her gaze on the two of them. The two of you. Tell me now. Why? Would a young master of a martial arts family, a tiny senior high school student, have something like the demon entry pill on his body? Could it be that Cloud City has been corrupted by the people of the devil cult? Icy cold voices entered the ears of both Alliance Master Yun and Chen Jinshou. For a moment, both of their bodies suddenly trembled slightly and snapped back to their senses. Above his forehead, on his face, and on his body, a large amount of sweat began to secrete out, and facing Kong Xen's icy gaze, he wiped the sweat with some difficulty. On the other hand, the Chen Jinghua on the side was calmly bowing to Kong Xen. My lord, give me half a day's time, I will give your lordship an explanation. Kong Xen looked disdainfully at Chen Jinghua and said indifferently, too long. Half an hour, I'll give you half an hour. If I don't see news within half an hour, you don't want to be this town guard envoy. Follow me to Demon's Lair City and guard the defense line for 100 years. Yes. Without any hesitation, Jing Guanchen instantly answered, then left the martial training hall without looking back. I can arrange for the people from the military, you, the guy from the Martial Alliance. Kong Xen again landed her gaze on Alliance Master Yun. Although I'm not from the Martial Alliance, there are quite a few people from the Martial Alliance who give me face. What? Aren't you going to give me a statement? Kong Xen looked at Cloud Alliance Master with a calm expression, waiting for his answer. Alliance Master Yun's entire countenance instantly became bitter and incomparable. In fact, without the need for Kong Xen to say that one sentence, he also knew that the one in front of him was definitely someone he could not offend, not to mention the fact that the other party was not someone from the Martial Alliance. However, with the other party's position and strength, wanting to have a certain say in the Martial Alliance is not a difficult thing. Moreover, this matter today was originally his own ineptitude as a sub-leader of the Martial Alliance. Thinking of this, a look of ruthlessness also surfaced on the face of the Cloud Alliance Lord. Please Lord, give me half an hour's time. When the time comes, I can't get any news, I'll be at your disposal. The Cloud Alliance Lord's face was ruthless, and he immediately opened his mouth. Kong Xen sat in his seat and slowly withdrew his gaze. Seeing this, the Cloud Alliance Lord first froze for a moment, then reacted in a hurry and hurriedly left the martial training hall. Watching the two Cloud City big shots leave, the principal of Cloud City No. 1 Middle School was also a little confused, but once he thought about what had just happened, and after seeing the attitude of the two big shots towards Kong Xen, for a moment, the principal of Cloud City No. 1 Middle School, too, became a little wary. He glanced at Kong Xen with some fear and said in a low voice, My lord, do you think we should continue today? Although he didn't know Kong Xen's identity, from the attitudes of both Alliance Master Yun and Jinsho Chen, he was able to tell that the identity of the one in front of him was definitely not simple. Continue. Why don't you continue? Does everything have to be postponed to a later date just because a little guy took the demon entry dan? Since this guy is already dead, the matter of the demon entry dan is naturally somewhat investigated. You Cloud City First Middle School will just follow the plan honestly. Kong Xen spoke blandly. The principal of Yunchang No. 1 Middle School let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his own forehead, before making a look at Chenjin. At this time, Chenjin had also finally pacified the students of the martial arts class. Other than that Chu Yenran whose face was still a bit pale, the rest of them were much better. Although killing people was a bit cruel in their eyes, they were still martial artists after all, and they had adapted to it after a while. The ranking test continues. Lu Sheng, do you want to continue the challenge? Chenjin looked towards Lu Sheng above the ring. Lu Sheng's eyebrows slightly raised, and his gaze landed on Jin Yunlong's body, who had ranked second in the last ranking test. Being watched by Lu Sheng's gaze, Jin Yunlong's face immediately darkened, although he also wanted to maintain his ranking, but recalling the sparring match between Lu Sheng and Bai Mo just now, he was still very self-aware. Without any hesitation, Jin Yunlong directly spoke, I admit defeat. Lu Sheng wasn't surprised to see this, he just silently moved his gaze to Hong Wu's body with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. As if to say, what about you? Hong Wu's face was also slightly unsightly, but in the way of his own face, he still stiffly walked up, looked at Lu Sheng, and took a deep breath. Come, battle. Chapter 43 The Demon Cult. The Three Veins of Heaven and Earth. Cloud City, Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. At the entrance of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall, a thin figure was shrouded in a loose black robe. The sun shone down, but it was impossible to see this person's face. He gently raised his head, and was barely able to reveal his slightly pale cheeks. Looking at the large gateway of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall in front of him, the black-robed man's mouth couldn't help but draw out an arc. Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. I didn't think that someone like me would be able to meet an old-timer of the human race one day. The black-robed man let out a strange laugh, then slowly lowered his own head, staring flatly ahead as if he was waiting for something. A few moments later, within the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall, a calm sound of footsteps was heard. Only to be seen, a refined youth slowly walked over. He looked at the black-robed man in front of him, smiled faintly, and said softly, "You've finally come." The black-robed man, as if he had already known that there was this person in front of him, just said lightly, "I didn't expect to be able to meet a fellow from the heavenly vein here. It seems that your heavenly vein isn't willing to do so." When the youth heard this, he didn't seem to hear the mockery in the other party's words in general, and just still maintained a smile. Treating the old seniors of the human race, it is always necessary to be a little more dedicated, otherwise the heaven, earth, and human veins will always have to pay a big price. Ha! The black-robed man snorted, then said calmly, "Already?" The youth nodded. Without any hesitation, the black-robed man took a step out and stepped directly into the gates of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. Since this is the case, then let the two of us meet this old senior of the human race. The black-robed man murmured, his figure gradually merging into the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. The two of them slowly walked towards the depths of the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion, and along the way, the outer disciples of the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion, laying crookedly on the ground, seemed to have passed out. So much so that the two men's entry did not set off many waves. In the deepest part of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall, there was a backyard. The backyard was filled with many precious trees that could not be named, and there were even colorful flowers gently swaying along with the breeze. Between heaven and earth, a fresh fragrance filled the air. Just by breathing a breath, one can feel that the whole person seems to become refreshed. In the small courtyard, a rattan chair was quietly placed there. An old man, lying on top of the rattan chair, gently rocking, the sun in the sky above shed a ray of light, falling flat on the old man's body. Gentle sunshine, fragrant air. Everything was that cozy. The old man quietly lay on top of the rattan chair, seemingly taking a nap. Only not long had passed, but the old man's eyelids trembled slightly, and then slowly opened his eyes. Within his eyes, the color of endless vicissitudes filled them. He seemed to have sensed something, and faintly and unnoticeably glanced in the direction beyond the small courtyard, before quickly withdrawing his gaze. This group of fellows, they are really tiresome. The old man softly opened his mouth, his voice was neither happy nor sad, not mixed with the slightest bit of emotion, what was there was merely endless calmness. A moment later, outside the small courtyard, 2 footsteps were heard. Only the owner of those 2 footsteps did not seem to be in a hurry to come in, only at the entrance of the small courtyard, they stopped. Afterward, a voice with a smile slowly sounded. Demon Sect Human Vein. Zhao Changshan, meet Elder Kong Xen Sr. Devil Cult Heavenly Vein. Wang Lin, greet Pavilion Master. Two voices sounded at the same time, yet both carried a hint of respect. Kong Xen Chang lay on top of the rattan chair and slightly closed his eyes, his face calm. Since you've come, then come in, it's hard not to believe that. The two Heaven's Pride sons of the devil cult are still afraid of this old man of mine? Kong Xen Chang spoke indifferently. Subsequently, the sound of the halting footsteps also sounded once again, and slowly walked into the courtyard. The figures of the black-robed man Zhao Changsheng, as well as the elegant youth Wang Lin slowly emerged. The two of them were extremely docile and well-behaved when they saw Kong Xen Chang. First they respectfully made a slight bow to Kong Xen Chang, who was lying on top of the rattan chair, and then Zhao Changsheng was able to reveal a smile and spoke. Old Senior is still really cozy. Nowadays in this world, it's even possible to live so comfortably. It's just that Old Senior is living so comfortably, but our devil cult's heart is a bit jittery. Zhao Changsheng smiled faintly, and his eyes narrowed slightly along with his smile, carrying a touch of sharpness as he looked straight at Kong Xen Chang, who was lying on top of the rattan chair. However, Kong Xen Chang acted as if he hadn't heard Zhao Changsheng's voice, and he just kept his own gaze on Wang Lin. I didn't expect you to be the group of people from the heavenly vein, but it's true, the three veins of the devil religion. The human vein has a religion, the earthly vein conforms to the devil god and divides the 3, 6, 9, etc., but on the contrary, the heavenly vein is mysterious to the extreme, and the martial arts alliance and the military and the devil religion have fought for so many years, and they still seldom see the people from the heavenly vein. I didn't expect that the old man today was also able to see the air of the heavenly vein. It is really looking down on the old man. Kong Xen Chang smiled faintly as his gaze landed on Wang Lin's body. The corner of Wang Lin's mouth still had an elegant smile. How about the heavenly vein? How about the devil sect? If the pavilion master is willing to accept me as a personal disciple, I don't mind betraying the devil sect either. As soon as these words came out, the face of Zhao Changsheng on the side suddenly changed slightly and he looked gloomily at Wang Lin on the side with a stern look in his eyes. Wang Lin, what are you up to? Zhao Changsheng chided. It was just that Wang Lin seemed to be just like Kong Xen Chang and didn't care about Zhao Changsheng on the side. Accepting an apprentice? Kong Xen Chang smiled slightly, as if he had thought of something, and slowly sat up straight. If my little disciple didn't show up, perhaps I really don't mind, will accept you as a disciple. It's just a pity that my little disciple, but my close disciple, you compared to him. You are not yet worthy. Kong Xen Chang's tone seemed to aggravate a few points at this moment. Wang Lin's elegant face had a rare expression that moved for a few points, but he quickly returned to his previous appearance. Third senior brother's talent is indeed not weak, but to be compared to the entire Great Xiao's heavenly pride, it's always still a bit worse. Wang Lin spoke indifferently. Kong Xen Chang laughed coldly and didn't answer his question, only saying faintly, "Tell me, what is it that your demon sect wants to do by going to such great lengths to find old me?" Wang Lin's brows furrowed slightly and he also chose to remain silent. As for Zhao Changsheng on the side, he took a deep breath and his gaze landed on Kong Xen Chang's body, and a bright smile surfaced on top of his pale face. Naturally, I am asking you, the old senior of the human race, to have a good retirement. Don't be greedy for the affairs of the demon god and the human race. As soon as these words came out, a brilliant light instantly exploded from Kong Xen Chang's eyes. Cloud City First Middle School. Inside the Martial Arts Training Center. Thud. A muffled sound came out. A lanky figure ruthlessly smashed on top of the ring, and the tremendous force even made the ground of the ring involuntarily crack open a crack. And on top of the ring, there was a thin figure standing. This standing figure was clearly Lu Shang. As for the fellow who had been crushed by Lu Shang and fell to the ground, it was Hongwu. Hongwu struggled to get up from the ground, looking at Lu Shang with a strong look of scorn in his eyes. I lost. Hongwu said, almost gritting his teeth. Although it was said that last month, Hongwu had already cultivated to the peak of the Qi and Blood realm, now that a month had passed, he still hadn't broken the upper limit of Qi and Blood. After all, wanting to break the Qi and Blood ceiling wasn't that easy. Out of 1,000 peak Qi and Blood realm martial artists, it would be good to have one that could break the Qi and Blood ceiling. Although Hongwu's talent was good, it was impossible to break the Qi and Blood ceiling without spending some time. And Lu Shang had already broken his own Qi and Blood ceiling days ago, raising his Qi and Blood to 11. Coupled with that physical body that was comparable to a blood-refining second-layer martial artist. One could almost describe it as dish abuse. Along with Hong Wu's admission of defeat, the crowd of martial arts classes below looked at Lu Shang with more and more respect. First, he defeated the demonic by MO, then he forced Jin Yunlong to admit defeat, and now he instantly killed Hong Wu. Such strength was simply terrifying. Even Shenzhen, a 100-pulse realm martial artist, had looked dumbfounded at this moment. Although he had already noticed Lu Shang during the first ranking examination, and had even focused on observing Lu Shang during the last ranking examination. However, he hadn't expected that after only a month's time had passed, Lu Shang had already grown to this point. Even he, a veteran who had retired from the battlefield, was a bit shocked by the situation today. And in the middle of the rest area, Kong Xen watched Lu Shang defeat Hong Wu, and only then did the coldness of the years on his face disappear bit by bit. She stretched her waist lazily, completely revealing her perfect body. Only then did Kong Xen fatally open her mouth. With Junior Master's strength, there is almost no one of the same age in this small cloud city. Who was Junior Master's opponent? Perhaps. As father said, it's also time for Junior Senior Brother to look at a more distant landscape. Blue Linglong on the side sat serenely and did not open her mouth, but only said softly, "Senior Sister. Don't you think that the timing of the appearance of this demon entry Dan is a bit too coincidental?" Hearing Lan Linglong's words, a light flashed through Kong Xen's eyes. Immediately, he heard Lan Linglong's voice continue to ring out. "First, Bai Mo had someone assassinate Junior Master, which also moved you to come back and take a look. The Bai family has clearly been exiled, but just as we were observing Junior Master's ranking examination, the demon entry pill appeared. The appearance of the demon entry Dan, with Senior Sister your temperament, naturally you want to properly investigate the entire Cloud City, but now. The Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall, there's no one there. Chapter 44 The Devil Sex means, the gate of reception. With Senior here, no matter if it's the demon god or our demon sect, it's always a bit uneasy. Even if seniors have all returned to seclusion, but a day without seeing you completely wasted, seniors, there is always some uneasiness in our hearts. So, please also ask Senior to completely retire in this Cloud City." Zhao Changsheng smiled faintly as he looked at Kong Yunchang in front of him, but there was a touch of a sinister color emerging from his eyes. Only, in response to Zhao Changsheng's words, Kong Yunchang's face was neither sad nor happy. He only looked at Zhao Changsheng calmly. "Even though old man I'm old, I'm not so old that I'm threatened by you two juniors. A forged bone, a person who broke a piece of the shackle, wants to threaten old me? It seems that after so many years have passed, the demon sect still can't change that arrogant character," Kong Yunchang said calmly. Zhao Changsheng smiled slightly. "With the strength of the two of us, let alone threatening Senior, we're not even worthy of lifting Senior's shoes, just. Does Senior really think that since we dared to come over, that it's just the two of us? Although my devil cult despises the human race, but it's not all stupid." Zhao Changsheng's smile was incomparably thick, and his entire body revealed an extremely strong confidence. It was as if everything was firmly grasped by Zhao Changsheng. Kong Yunchang glanced faintly at Zhao Changsheng, then immediately dropped his gaze onto Wang Lin's body and sighed slightly. "Back when you came to the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall for the first time, I could tell that you, this fellow, are not some kind of person who rests on his laurels. Your heart is filled with ambition. This ambition would even go to any lengths to achieve its goal, so I didn't take you under my door. I just never expected that you would be a person from the heavenly vein." Wang Lin smiled gently and said, "But isn't this world like this? You use me, I use you. As long as I can go to the end, everything is worth it." Kong Yunchang was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. "So, you guys have made up your minds to completely waste my old bones today?" Kong Yunchang's voice was incomparably calm, but it was only Zhao Changsheng and Wang Lin's two faces that changed slightly when they heard these words from Kong Yunchang. Between heaven and earth, an extremely terrifying sense of oppression suddenly emerged. It was as if there was an invisible mountain between this small area of heaven and earth that slowly came toward the two to suppress them. The two people's bodies trembled slightly at this time, so much so that their facial expressions changed due to this extremely terrifying sense of oppression. A single sweat, instantly secreted out from underneath the two men's skin, falling to the ground and dampening the floor. Kong Yunchang was at this time, but at some unknown time, he stood up. He had his hands on his back, and his entire aura, at this moment, instantly changed, directly from the dying old man from before, instantly transforming into an existence filled with the aura of a patriarch. Let the old man take a look. Within this Cloud City, there are 10 shackles and 2 body hidden, while outside of Cloud City, there are 2 golden body powerhouses hovering. This lineup should be able to casually bring down a provincial city of Dixia. I didn't expect that it would choose to take a shot at old me. It seems that even though I'm old, I still make your demon sect jealous. Kong Yunchang seemed to be muttering to himself, only accompanied by the sound of his voice. Zhao Changsheng's face instantly became incomparably ugly. You haven't had your cultivation wasted. Zhao Changsheng let out a sharp voice. He looked at Kong Yunchang incredulously, and even in the face of that extremely terrifying pressure, at this time, Zhao Changsheng couldn't help but open his mouth. Impossible. You've obviously been heavily injured by the three demon kings joining forces, and with the demonic energy entering your body, even in the entire Grand Xia, there's no one who can dissolve the invasion of demonic energy, so how are you still able to detect their presence? Zhao Changsheng roared lowly, a look of disbelief all over his eyes. Kong Yunchang slowly looked towards Zhao Changsheng, a look of contempt surfacing in his eyes. Sure enough, you bunch of demonic sect brats have no one in sight, give you a little color and you really think that you've counted your blessings. People really are all a bunch of losers. Kong Yunchang slammed Zhao Changsheng nonchalantly, so much so that Zhao Changsheng's pale face, at this moment, was turning green and red. The entire person's face was extremely ugly. However, I would like to know, you, a fellow from the heavenly vein, following behind this group of fools from the human vein, aren't you afraid of exposing yourself and being slapped to death by the old man? Kong Yunchang looked at Wang Lin with some curiosity. It was just that although Wang Lin was being suppressed by that terrifying pressure and looked a bit pained, his expression was as calm as ever. Only after hearing Kong Yunchang's words did Wang Lin's face reveal a smile with difficulty. Elders said that with my cultivation, I'm not even worthy of lifting your shoes, but... Wang Lin slowly raised his head, and when he looked at Kong Yunchang, his eyes became eerie. Our heavenly vein is not the group of fools from the human vein. If I don't have complete certainty, how could I possibly reveal the identity of my heavenly vein? Kong Yunchang's heart moved slightly, and there was a feeling of uneasiness that instantly surfaced. And basically the moment Wang Lin's voice fell. In the middle of a jungle close to Cloud City, a black pillar of light instantly shot up into the sky. An extremely terrifying aura completely rippled between heaven and earth, and the pillar of light was wrapped in an extremely terrifying force, as if it was going to completely pierce the entire dome of the sky. And within that pitch-black light pillar, there was even an extremely evil aura that instantly surged out. Rumble. In an instant, the winds and clouds between the heavens and the earth changed color. The black pillar of light seemed to contain an unparalleled power, and the moment that pillar of light arrived at the dome of the sky, the originally calm sky, at this moment, it seemed as if a hideous mouth had been torn out, completely revealing itself to everyone in Cloud City. This is... Kong Yunchang looked at the hideous crack above the canopy, and his pupils shrunk violently. The gate of reception, are you heavenly veins? Looking for death. Kong Yunchang roared, and an extremely terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth. Wang Lin's face still wore that bizarre expression. In the face of Kong Yunchang's roar, Wang Lin let out a strange laugh and instantly knelt down on the ground, raising his head and looking towards the hideous opening in the sky above. His face also became frenzied at this time, and he folded his hands together with a pious gaze. Heavenly vein disciple Wang Lin greets the Demon King's descent. A hissing sound came out from Wang Lin's mouth. Do you think this is a coincidence, senior sister? Inside the rest area, Lan Linglong's ghostly voice rang out among Kong Xen's ears. The current heaven and earth Dao Hall, but there's no one there. If the group of guys from the demon cult were rushing towards the teacher. Then now. Lan Linglong's words didn't even finish as a thin layer of frost instantly covered Kong Xen's face. They dare. Kong Xen let out a low chortle, and there was even an iffy aura surfacing on her body. Just this breath, if nothing else, even made the surrounding space slightly distorted. Kong Xen's heart, at this moment, has already set off a burst of uproar. So many years, Kong Xen has always been accustomed to the use of force to suppress everything, any not accustomed to, any plotting and scheming. In the view of Kong Xen, everything can naturally be suppressed by absolute force. And on the contrary, this way, the effect is also really good. So many years, guarding the Demon Slayer city, no matter whether it is a foreign devil, or that demonic religion, Kong Xen is confident that their own power can suppress everything. It is also no longer like to use their brains. And now, listening to the Blue Linglong's analysis, although Kong Xen does not like to use the brain, but also is definitely not a stupid, naturally can see the pros and cons of that. Coupled with the special identity of his own father, it was really possible that the devil cult would come at his own father. For a moment, a flash of coldness flashed through Kong Xen's eyes. No, I have to go back and take a look. Junior brother here will be left to you. Kong Xen's heart burst with irritation, and after dropping a sentence, his figure instantly disappeared into the martial arts training hall. As Lan Linglong watched the scene, she couldn't help but smile helplessly. Just as she was about to look at Lu Shang, she felt something in her heart and couldn't help but look towards the window of the martial arts training center. Just when Lan Linglong saw the scene outside the window, her tranquil appearance suddenly became a little stiff. A hideous crack appeared above the canopy out of nowhere. And underneath that crack, there was a pitch-black pillar of light, coerced with an extremely terrifying power that seemed to be constantly holding up that crack. This is... Blue Linglong's voice couldn't help but become a little fuzzy. And at the same time, Kong Xen had just left the martial arts training hall, her figure hovering above mid-air, slowly coming to a halt, her eyes filled with a cold aura similarly looking towards the hideous crack above the canopy. A flash of anger also instantly surfaced on her handsome face. The gate of reception, this group of scum from the demon sect, how dare they? Kong Xen angrily rebuked, and with that slender thigh, he took one step and instantly disappeared between heaven and earth. Above the dome of the sky, the crack that had suddenly appeared, as well as that extremely thick pillar of black light, also instantly attracted the attention of quite a few people in People's Cloud City. This included the military as well as the Martial Alliance who were thoroughly investigating the demon cult incident. When Jinsho Chen and the Cloud Alliance Master looked at that crack and pillar of light above the canopy, the hearts of the two of them actually paused at that instant. Chapter 45 Level 1 Alert. This. Inside the Martial Alliance office. The blossoming Yun Alliance Master stood above the balcony, looking at the black cracks above the canopy, a single piece of sweat involuntarily falling down. Immediately afterward, his body began to shake frantically as a flash of panic surfaced. To know, even when he was facing the demon entry Dan and Kong Xen's rebuke, he was not so flustered, but facing that hideous crack above the canopy, he, one of the true power figures of Cloud City, was also completely flustered. The door of reception, the alien demonic rift. Demon King descends. Alliance Master Yun's voice was slightly trembling and filled with a sense of fear. This, Cloud City is only the most remote city in Desya. Why would there be the appearance of the gate of reception? What the hell is going on here? Alliance Master Yun's voice seemed to be shivering, but soon, he reacted. Instantly, he rushed out of the office and yelled. Everyone in the Martial Alliance, listen to the order. Immediately put down all the things in your hands, immediately ascend to the city walls, and sound the Level 1 alarm. In an instant, Alliance Master Yun's voice directly spread throughout the entire Martial Alliance building. Countless martial artists in the Martial Alliance building, after hearing the voice of Martial Alliance Master Yun, their faces were first slightly stunned, followed by a look of disbelief on their faces. But still, they quickly reacted and quickly put down what they were doing and rushed over in the direction of the city wall. Cloud City. Military Division. Shen Xinghua stood in a military barracks, looking at the picture that appeared on the screen inside the barracks, and in the picture, it was the black crack that appeared above the canopy. Looking at the crack that revealed an extremely evil aura, Chen Jinsho's face, which was already ice-cold and incomparable, was even more gloomy to the point of being able to drip water at this time. Damn it, there is indeed the figure of a demon called Rat in the middle of Cloud City. Shen Jinsho's voice carried a hint of coldness. Everyone listen to the order, board the city and prepare for defense. At the same time, sound the military's first-level alarm and signal the provincial capital for assistance. Chen Jinsho methodically issued one order after another. At once, the military soldiers, as if they were machines, followed the orders and began to execute them. Chen Jinsho looked at the images within the screen with a look of gravity in his eyes. The gate of reception has appeared, the people of the devil cult have shown up again, it's just that I don't know which of the three veins of heaven, earth, and humans it is. It's just that Cloud City, a small and remote city, why would the gate of reception be placed here? Could it be that it's directed towards Jinsho Kong? Jinsho Chen murmured, a hint of incomprehension in his eyes. Woo. An urgent voice instantly spread throughout the entire Cloud City. And along with the resounding of this urgent alarm sound, countless crowds of people who were still walking on top of the streets began to change their faces. They began to run towards their homes, with a look of panic in their eyes. Swish, swish, swish. A number of figures rushed out in all directions of Cloud City, and they rushed over towards the location of the city gates, their eyes filled with a look of gravity. Level 1 alert, what exactly is the situation? And that crack in the sky, what the hell is that? For a time, the entire Cloud City became flustered. A murmuring voice also resounded among the streets and alleys. I don't know, but a level 1 alarm is no joke. when a level 1 alarm rings. It clearly represents a disaster at the level of extinguishing the city. Damn it, our cloud city is just a small remote city. Why would a city extermination level disaster happen? The faces of these martial artists were a bit ugly, but they still rushed over in the direction of the city walls. The alerts from the Martial Alliance and the military were divided into several levels. A level 3 alert represented that there were ferocious beasts or demonic cultists at work, requiring all of them to cooperate with the inspections of the Martial Alliance as well as the Grand Xia military in order to prevent these people from causing trouble in the city. As for the level 2 alert, it represented that there was a disaster such as a ferocious beast tide occurring, requiring the city's military as well as the Martial Alliance to join forces to fend off the invasion of the ferocious beast tide. As for the first level alert, represents the occurrence of a city-destroying level disaster, and often when this kind of alarm is sounded, either the defenses of the alien demon battlefield have fallen, and the alien demons are about to descend in the middle of the Great Xia territory. Either or there is a new alien demon battlefield being born. No matter which. It was an extremely terrifying disaster for any city, even a provincial city. And above the first level alert, there exists a special level alert, when the special level alert is pulled. It represents the complete fall of all the alien demon battlefield defenses, and the alien demons will descend into the Great Summer Borderlands with impunity. Countless people will die in this catastrophe. Countless martial artists would become the best food for the foreign devils. Countless cities would be completely destroyed. Since the establishment of the Grand Xia, the special alert had been sounded twice. Each time it was sounded, it meant that the entire Xia would enter a final battle to the death, and all ordinary martial artists would be taken over by the military and the Wushu Union. All those who disobey orders, no matter who they are, will be directly beheaded on the spot. The Xia will turn into an iron bucket. And now, the first level of alarm was sounded, and the entire Cloud City was thrown into chaos, but fortunately, the military and the people from the Martial Arts Alliance quickly stepped in. A portion of the people were mounted on top of the city walls and prepared for defense, while a portion of the people appeared in the streets and alleys of Cloud City to pacify all the people. At the same time, in the middle of the Martial Arts Training Center of Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School, urgent alarms sounded continuously. Shenzhen and the principal's faces instantly became ugly as the two of them glanced at each other, and then Shenzhen said in a deep voice to the somewhat panicked students of the martial arts class in front of them. All the students of the martial arts class stay where they are and do not move. Do not step out half a step inside the martial arts training center. With that, Shenzhen looked towards Lan Linglong. Although Shenzhen did not recognize Kong Xen, he knew the identity of Lan Linglong, the second disciple of the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion Master, and even had a refining Viscera realm cultivation. Right now, within the martial arts training center, Lan Linglong's cultivation level was the highest. Blue Linglong also noticed Shenzhen's gaze. The smile on her face slowly dissipated, only a calm color. Blue Linglong gently opened her mouth. Instructor Chen can arrange it himself. As for Lu Shang, I need to take it away. Shenzhen's brows slightly knitted. Although Lu Shang was a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall, he was also a student of the martial arts class. If he could, he would prefer Lu Shang to stay in the martial arts training hall. This was safer. After all, Lu Shang's talent was good again, and under such a crisis, Shenzhen preferred Lu Shang to stay under his own nose. Chapter 46 Threats. This. Shenzhen's face was a little hesitant. To be honest, according to his idea then, Lu Shang or stay in the school is safer. After all, there are a lot of martial arts teachers in the first middle school of Yunchang. It's enough to protect the safety of this group of students. But the one in front of him was the second disciple of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall, Lan Linglong. She herself was a refining Viscera realm martial artist, and Lu Shang, who had her by his side, was even safer. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shenzhen looked at Lan Linglong and said in a deep voice, "Please leave Lu Shang's safety to Miss." After all, Lu Shang was also considered his own student. Lan Linglong smiled faintly and spoke gently, "Don't worry, Lu Shang is my junior brother. No matter what, I won't stand by and watch something happen to my junior brother." As soon as these words came out, Shenzhen's pupils shrunk slightly. Lu Shang was actually Lan Linglong's junior-senior brother? That meant that Lu Shang had already become a personal disciple of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall? Previously, Shenzhen merely thought that Lu Shang had joined the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion and was just an outer disciple, but what Shenzhen didn't expect was that Lu Shang would be able to become a personal disciple of the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion. It must be known that the mysterious master of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Pavilion only had a total of 2 personal disciples. The first personal disciple was a high-ranking member of the military. As for what status, Chen Zhen's status was not qualified to know, but from the previous situation in the martial arts training hall, the status was definitely not low. Otherwise, it would not be the case that even the two handlers of Cloud City were extremely respectful towards each other. As for the second disciple, that is, Lan Linglong in front of him, he was likewise one of the top powerhouses in Cloud City, being one of the few refined Viscera realm in Cloud City. It could be seen how terrifying the two personal disciples of this Heaven and Earth Dao Hall were. Lu Shang had become a personal disciple of the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion. To a certain extent, Lu Shang's talent. Chen Zhen took a deep breath. He was prepared to focus on observing Lu Shang before, but despite this, he was still blind and failed to see Lu Shang's potential. Chen Zhen couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart, and then he said in a deep voice to Lan Linglong, "In that case, Miss Lan, please make yourself at home." Lan Linglong smiled faintly, waved her hand at Lu Shang who was on the side, and said softly, "Junior brother, let's go." Lu Shang nodded, although he didn't know where his second senior sister wanted to take him, but looking at the dark and hideous crack that split above the canopy, Lu Shang's heart palpitated immensely. It was obvious that this current situation was already beyond the heights that he could reach. Lu Shang took a deep breath, followed by Lan Linglong's side, and slowly left the martial arts training center amidst the crowd's gaze. Chen Zhen watched the silhouettes of the two people disappear. His face gradually became grave. He and the principal at the side exchanged a glance, and then he said in a deep voice, "All the teachers of Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School, gather immediately." Ordinary teachers lead all the students of Cloud City into the basement. Teachers of the martial artist realm, students can head to the martial training hall to gather. Cloud City No. 1 Middle School is on alert. Chen Zhen's voice, under the augmentation of his qi and blood, was vast and majestic, as if it was a wave that swept through the entire Cloud City No. 1 Middle School. The Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall, in the courtyard. Kong Yunchang looked at the pitch-black crack above the canopy, and a trace of fluctuation finally surfaced on his originally ancient and wave-free face in a rare manner. He slowly landed his gaze on Wang Lin who was on the side and said in extremely calm words, "Do you know that you are looking for death?" The faint voice contained an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Wang Lin, who was originally suppressed by Kong Changyun's pressure, did have the corners of his mouth rise slightly at this time. "Elder Kong, if Senior Kong doesn't prepare properly and exposes himself today, wouldn't he be looking for death?" Kong Yunchang put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "But even if you bring the door of attraction, you will still die the same way today. It's not like you don't know that in the middle of this Cloud City, it's not just me, this old man, ah." Accompanying the fall of Kong Yunchang's words, a dainty voice snapped out. "A bunch of rats, how dare they act recklessly in my Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall." Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Changsheng as well as Wang Lin both couldn't help but look over in the direction where the voice was. Only to see that above the Madeira of the compound, a slender figure slowly emerged, and above his delicate face, it seemed as if a thin layer of frost was shrouded. Along with the appearance of this person, the temperature between the entire heaven and earth seemed to have dropped a lot at this time. In the surrounding space, vaguely, it seemed as if one could see strands of white snowflakes floating out of thin air. "Eldest senior sister, you have finally come." Wang Lin looked at the figure above him in midair and couldn't help but smile. Kong Xen looked at Wang Lin as well as Zhao Changsheng below with an icy face, and a delayed color even surfaced in her beautiful eyes. "Who is your big sister? Don't pull the strings here, I am only disgusted by you now." Kong Xen's voice contained an extremely dense killing intent, and along with her voice, a pressure that was slightly weaker than Kong Yunchang's pressure also erupted at this time. "Dang!" A muffled sound came from the courtyard. The two people who were already somewhat unable to withstand Kong Yunchang's pressure, at this time, it was as if they had been hit hard, and a mouthful of fresh blood instantly gushed out. Wang Lin was okay, but after Zhao Changsheng spat out this mouthful of blood, his entire face became pale, and his breath was also instantly weakened at this time. "Grass! What are you doing pissing off this mother Tyrannosaurus?" Zhao Changsheng couldn't help but curse Wang Lin in his heart. "Damn, you are a yoke realm, breaking the first yoke of the human body. Even if you are hit hard by the pressure, you will be able to recover very quickly, but damn, I'm not ah. But I'm not a ing ah. You show off, can you not bring me on ah?" Of course, Zhao Changsheng could only silently vent these words in his heart. After all, under the two streams of mighty pressure, it had become extremely difficult for him to even speak at this moment. "Father, keep an eye on the two of them. After I have completely destroyed that door of attraction, I will come back to properly clean them up, and strive to destroy their demon cult stronghold in Cloud City." With that, Kong Xen was turning around, preparing to head to the location of that crack above the canopy. Although it was said that the door of attraction was able to attract the Demon King and the alien demonic space down, as long as it was destroyed before the attraction was completed, it would be able to prevent such a thing from happening. And this little thing, Kong Xen could still do it. However, just as Kong Xen turned around, Wang Lin below him laughed. I advise Eldest senior sister not to do this, after all. After you do that, I can't guarantee that there will be any changes there in Demon Slaughter City. Chapter 47 Demon Cult Plan, Tide of Fierce Beasts. Kong Xen's body, above midair, completely solidified. She violently turned around, and an extremely harsh killing intent violently erupted from her eyes. She stared deathly at Wang Lin, who was already half kneeling on the ground. However, even in the face of two extremely terrifying pressures, Wang Lin still had a smile on his face. It looked like it was so gentle. Eldest senior sister. You don't really think I'm a cutie? Right, knowing that you are in the middle of this cloud city, but not counting you in. If that's the case, the face of the demon sex heavenly vein is going to be cleaned out by me. Wang Lin still said in that elegant voice. It was just that when he said that, it caused a thick frost to cover Kong Xen's face. Are you threatening me? Kong Xen stared down at Wang Lin, and in his hands, there was an extremely terrifying force that was slowly gathering. It was as if the next moment, there would be an extremely terrifying attack that would land on Wang Lin's body. However, in the face of such a situation, the smile on Wang Lin's face did not disappear, but instead became even more intense. He narrowed his eyes and spoke with a smile. If elder sister wants to beat me to death, it's better to consider the situation in Demon's Lair City. Once I am dead, above the battlefield of Demon's Lair City, the demon gods will get the information, and at that time, the demon gods will naturally attack Demon's Lair City in a big way. A Demon's Lair City without a town envoy. Although it's still difficult, as long as we give them some time and spend some cost then. It can be overthrown just the same before you rush back, eldest sister. It depends on whether this Demon Slayer City is important in eldest sister's heart, or whether killing this little minion of mine is more important. Wang Lin said, revealing snow-white teeth. The smile looked sunny and incomparable, but it was just that the sentence he said was filled with a morose color. You. An extremely dense anger surfaced on Kong Xen's face. She wanted to strike, but Wang Lin's words did wake her up. Demon Slayer City. Kong Xen's face was incredibly gloomy. How do I know if what you said is true or not? Your demon cult is nothing more than traitors to the foreign devils. They would listen to your orders? Wang Lin smiled without saying anything, just quietly looking at Kong Xen. Suddenly loving you directly, Kong Xen's face changed slightly and she took out a token from her bosom. The token trembled slightly and a voice entered Kong Xen's ears. Town Guardian Envoy, there is a change in Demon Slayer City, please return as soon as possible. The foreign devils have sent out 3 devil kings. Hearing this voice, Kong Xen's face became even more ugly. Father. Kong Xen looked towards Kong Yunchang, his eyes constantly flickering. Although Kong Yunchang hadn't heard the voice coming from within the token, he had guessed a lot when he saw Kong Xen's face change. Only Kong Yunchang's face remained calm, his hands were behind his back as he spoke blandly, since that's the case, Demon's Lair City can't do without you, you can go back. But Kong Xen's brows were slightly furrowed, and she wanted to say something, but she was directly interrupted by Kong Yunchang. What? Do you think that your old man I can't lift my sword anymore, or do you think that these little guys of theirs can do anything to me? Kong Yunchang's voice was extremely bland, but it was filled with an extremely domineering aura. Kong Xen didn't hesitate, he just looked deeply at Wang Lin below. You'd better pray to die in your father's hands. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands, I will make your life worse than death. As the cold voice fell, Kong Xen's body flickered slightly and immediately afterward disappeared between heaven and earth. When Wang Lin saw this, he didn't care, he just moved his gaze over Kong Yunchang's body as he smiled and spoke. Old Pavilion Master, now that there are no other people in the way, what do you say? Let's have a good talk? Kong Yunchang sneered, talk about what? With you, a tiny remnant of the demon cult, what does an old man have to talk about? Do you really think that just a mere gate of reception will be able to make me fold my arms? You late generations have really forgotten the strength of us old guys. Kong Yunchang's voice slowly fell, and in an instant, an aura that rose up to the sky instantly gushed out from Kong Yunchang's body. Rumble. In the middle of the courtyard, a rumbling sound was heard, and vaguely, it seemed as if one could hear the sound of swords colliding ringing out. Immediately afterward, a wisp of sword chi slowly emerged. Along with the emergence of this wisp of sword chi, the surrounding space immediately split open a crack, as if it could not withstand this terrifying force. Kong Xen's face remained as usual. After so many years of not making a move, it seems that no matter whether it's the foreign devils or your demonic religion, has really forgotten how Lao Fu beat you into a water dog in the first place. The surfacing of the sword chi, Wang Lin and Zhao Changsheng both merely felt as if there was a sharp sword blade above their skin, pointing at it. It seemed that as long as the two of them made the slightest movement, these sword blades hovering above their skin would take away their lives without hesitation. Zhao Changsheng's face immediately turned pale as he felt that things seemed to have gone a little beyond his expectations. According to the orders he received, he only needed to obey that guy from Heavenly Pulse, and to put it bluntly, he had come here to show off his courage. But on the contrary, this old fellow, who was clearly wasted, was still able to burst out with such terrifying power. He didn't even know when Wang Lin had released the gate of reception. Zhao Changsheng felt like he had been tricked. And he had been cheated very badly. He seemed to be a little cutie himself, foolishly following behind Wang Lin, and at any moment, he could be directly kicked out by Wang Lin. For a moment, Zhao Changsheng's mind went blank. On the other hand, Wang Lin, who was beside Zhao Changsheng, remained calm. I naturally know the old pavilion master's demeanor back then, but today isn't the past after all, is it? The gate of reception, with your strength, old pavilion master, you'll naturally be able to resolve it in less than an incense stick. But this one incense stick of time is also enough for the people of my demon sect to slaughter the entire Cloud City. Wang Lin's words slowly fell, and in an instant, Kong Xen's body slightly trembled and fiercely looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes, which were originally ancient wells and wave-free, at this moment, were bursting out with an extremely stern aura. You're looking for death. Kong Xen's voice contained a wave of anger. However, Wang Lin seemed as if he couldn't notice it and said to himself, how about we play a game, old pavilion master? I'll give you time to think about it, but for every minute that passes, my demon cult's lurkers in the middle of Cloud City will strike and slaughter 1,000 people. Of course, your old man can also choose to purge the demon cult's children in the middle of Cloud City, but the door of attraction will not give your old man such a long time. The door of attraction has not yet been completely opened. You naturally have the ability, but once the door of attraction is completely opened, Desya once again gave birth to a foreign devil rift. At that time it will depend on whether Desya still has the ability to establish a city in the middle of this new foreign devil rift. Wang Lin said, and the smile on his face suddenly became demonic. The killing intent in Kong Xen's eyes became more and more intense, but he didn't make a move. Since the other party dared to say this, it naturally means that the other party has the power of self-preservation, and the people of the demon cult who are lurking in the middle of the Cloud City, they don't know, unless the other party is exposed, or Wang Lin says it. One's hands are basically tied right now. But Kong Xen suddenly regained his composure and said indifferently, you seem to underestimate the people from the military and the martial alliance in the middle of Cloud City. It's impossible for them to succeed in your demon cult's maneuvers. The demonic smile on Wang Lin's face didn't cut down, but instead became even more intense. Then what if they don't have time? Along with Wang Lin's words fell a sharp and unpleasant whistling sound suddenly sounded outside of Cloud City. Whistling. The sound spread throughout the entire wilderness. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble slightly, and above the desolate earth, sand flew in an instant, and it seemed like there were a large number of things that were rampaging above the earth and trampling on it. Knock, knock, knock. A burst of low sound continuously exploded. Above the city wall of Cloud City, there was a soldier in military uniform looking towards the direction where the sound came from. Only when he saw the scenery in front of him, his face immediately lost its blood color. It's a tide of ferocious beasts. Suddenly, the soldier yelled out. Immediately afterward, the entire wall above the city became panicked. Quite a few soldiers looked towards the wilderness, only to see that on top of that desolate earth, dust rolled, and within that rolling dust, countless ferocious beasts, their eyes becoming red beyond compare, stared dead on at Cloud City, as if within Cloud City, there was something that they wanted. On top of the city wall, Chen Jinsho had already come up a long time ago, and by his side, was the plump Cloud Alliance master. The two looked at the scene in front of them, their faces ugly to the extreme. Damn it, first the gate of reception, and then the ferocious beast tide, what the hell is wrong with today? Chen Jinsho let out a low growl, and his eyes were also slightly scarlet. On the side, Yun Alliance Master had a gloomy expression. Have you informed Jinghua Kong? With Jinghua Kong around, Cloud City is unharmed. It was just that when Alliance Master Yin uttered these words, Jinsho Chen's face did not have the slightest bit of blood on it. Demon Slayer City is in turmoil, and in order to prevent Demon Slayer City from being destroyed and the foreign devils from entering the Great Xia frontier in a big way, Xinghua Kong had to go back. And the support from the provincial city side will take another hour to arrive. That is to say, the current Cloud City, no matter if it is the Gate of Guidance or this present tide of ferocious beasts, can only be resolved by ourselves. As soon as these words came out, Alliance Master Yin's plump body shook violently, and his face similarly began to turn pale and unimaginably pale. Chapter 48 Wang Lin's Epilepsy. On top of the city wall, the faces of both Xin Guanchen and Alliance Master Yun were hard to see. This matter cannot be told, otherwise the morale of the entire Cloud City will be dealt a blow, and this is something we absolutely cannot accept. Chen Jinsho took a deep breath and said in a deep voice to Cloud Alliance Master. Cloud Alliance Master was in a trance, but listening to Chen Jinsho's words, he also understood that once this matter was told, the morale of the entire Cloud City would be lost, and when the time came to fend off these ferocious beast tides and the foreign devils that appeared at the gate of reception, I'm afraid that it would instantly fall apart. I know. Alliance Master Yun nodded with some difficulty. Now. Chen Jinsho slowly looked towards the wilderness earth, a touch of ruthlessness surfacing in his eyes. Although I don't know how these guys from the devil cult did it, but wanting to disturb the peace of the entire Cloud City, I, Chen Shanha, will be the first to refuse. Chen Shanha let out a low chortle as a long spear emerged in his hand, a wisp of red tassel gently fluttering along with the wind. Chen Shanha let out a loud chortle, Erlangs. Cloud City is in danger, the ferocious beasts have invaded, follow me to defend against the ferocious beasts and protect the peace of Cloud City. In an instant, raging aura instantly erupted from Chen Shanha's body, raging chi and blood surrounded Chen Shanha's body as if it was a hideous python. Within his eyes, red light erupted. Only a single step was seen as Chen Shanha took a step forward, and the long spear in his hand instantly swept out. Terrifying power also completely erupted at this time. Kill! A voice that rushed to the heavens completely resounded. Above the city walls, a soldier in uniform also instantly reddened his eyes when he saw this. Gentlemen, defend the enemy. Kill the enemy with the town guard. Protect the peace of Cloud City. One by one, the soldiers roared out. First squad, chi and blood weapons at the ready, blast the center of the beast tide. Second squad, open the city gates immediately and go out to meet the enemy. Third squad, quickly transport weapons and supplies, do not be slow. Fourth squad. A command was instantly passed out from above the city walls. Each and every soldier, at this moment, seemed to have transformed into a war machine, and methodically began to execute each and every order. Alliance Master Yun stood on top of the city wall, surrounded by martial artists from the Martial Alliance who had their gazes on Alliance Master Yun. Alliance Master Yun took a deep breath and said without a good breath. What are you looking at me for? Damn Chen Shanha, this dog dare to go out, can't it be that the people of my Martial Alliance, but also weaker than their military a chip? Martial Alliance martial artists listen to the order. Follow this alliance lord. To kill the ferocious beasts and protect the peace of Yun City. Cloud Alliance lord burst out, that seemingly plump body, but at this moment, the same step was taken, and a rusty machete in his hand violently emerged, filled with a tyrannical aura. He rushed towards the heading Chen Shanha with a low roar, son of a Chen Shanha, just you military people have a backbone, right? I in Tianyang when I was killing the enemy in Nine Dragons City, you're still a high school student in the motherer, in front of the old man to pretend what? Saying that, there was likewise an extremely terrifying chi and blood that erupted out, sweeping between heaven and earth. Outside the city, countless soldiers, Martial Alliance martial artists, fought to resist the invasion of the ferocious beast tide. On the other hand, in Cloud City, it was extremely quiet. It seemed to have not been hit by anything in general. And this was the significance of the existence of the Grand Xia military and the Martial Alliance. Defend against foreign enemies. Defend the territory. The status of the martial artist, why the supremacy? It is because of the responsibility they bear. They have a mission that belongs to them. Whether it's entering a foreign devil battlefield, entering a city to defend against foreign devils, or guarding the Great Xia territory against the invasion of ferocious beasts, everything they do is just to make the Great Xia a better place. Everything they did was just to make the ordinary people of Grand Xia live in greater safety and peace. Perhaps among these martial artists, there were one or two rat droppings. After all, no one is perfect. Not to mention the martial artists after having gained great power. But in the entire Grand Xia, most of the martial artists, too, were walking in one direction. Protect the human race. Protect the Grand Xia. To secure the people. In the courtyard of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall, Kong Yunchang's gaze looked into the distance as if he was able to see through everything. Outside the city, endless dust rose to the sky. Fighting against it was a path of scarlet chi and blood. It was only after a long time that Kong Yunchang slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Wang Lin, a rare smile surfacing on his old face. You've underestimated the martial alliance and the military after all. The ferocious beast tide might be an idea, but it's not enough if you want to threaten old me with a ferocious beast tide. Kid, I don't know what kind of undercard you have on you, but you might have to miscalculate today. Kong Yunchang spoke indifferently, but between his words, he was filled with an extremely strong confidence. That was confidence in the control of the situation. The smile on Wang Lin's face slightly faded, but it was still on his face after all. Sure enough, this mission was not that simple from the start. Since that's the case, then we can only use the lives of the people of this Cloud City to make you self-inflicted injuries, Senior Ah. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly had a flash of purple light in them. Immediately afterward, Wang Lin's entire figure unexpectedly disappeared directly into place. When he reappeared, he was already suspended in midair, and on top of his skin, a purple pattern slowly emerged. The entire person looked demonic to the extreme. Oh. To be able to break away from the old man's pressure, it seems that I underestimated you after all. Kong Yunchang's eyebrows slightly raised as he looked toward Wang Lin, who was suspended in midair. On the other hand, Zhao Changsheng, who was still kneeling on the ground, was confused at this time. What was the situation? This heavenly pulse guy was actually able to get out of Kong Yunchang's pressure? Then what did he come for? Zhao Changsheng's eyes became a little confused. Before, his own superior was clearly saying that he would let himself cooperate with Wang Lin, and that he would be able to help if Wang Lin was not defeated. But now, help a hammer ah! There Wang Lin himself was able to escape from Kong Yunchang's pressure, but what about himself? Himself is still kneeling here ah! Zhao Changsheng's heart did not know why, but an extremely dense color of grief and indignation suddenly emerged. It's over, it seems like he has really become a punching bag. All caught himself in the pit right. Is he not a person of the devil's religion? Wang Lin was suspended in midair. The purple line seemed to give Wang Lin an extremely terrifying power. He glanced at Kong Yunchang, then suddenly let out a long whistling sound. Newt. The sound was piercing and instantly spread throughout Cloud City. Countless Yun City's people, martial artists who heard this sound couldn't help but look towards the direction where the sound was. What's the situation? Who is this guy? What does he want? Countless martial artists looked at Wang Lin, who was suspended in midair, in disbelief. It was only accompanied by this ear-piercing long whistling sound. Immediately, an extremely terrifying chi and blood fluctuation suddenly erupted from within the various corners of Cloud City. A voice shrouded in black robes stepped out from within the corners of Cloud City. Their eyes were filled with a cold color as they raised their heads and looked toward Wang Lin, who was suspended in midair, and their gazes gradually became frenzied. For the demon god! They let out a low roar. Immediately afterward, a weapon of various shapes appeared in their hands, and without any hesitation, they instantly killed toward the innocent people and martial artists around them. For a time, the originally peaceful and incomparable Cloud City instantly became chaotic at this time. Ah! Who are you and why are you striking out at me? Don't kill my child. Who the hell are you guys? A miserable voice rang out, and countless innocent people looked blankly at the group of guys in black robes in front of them. Their hands rose and fell, and blood burst out. Many of the people, in their hands, instantly lost their lives. How dare you! An explosive shout rang out violently, as if it was a thunderbolt falling down from above the sky, vast and majestic. The black-robed people in the entire Cloud City even became dazed when they heard this voice. It was also because of this voice that the people and martial artists in the entire Cloud City were reacting. Damn it, it's someone from the demon cult! A martial artist suddenly shouted out, and instantly a look of fear appeared on the faces of those ordinary people. Demon cult! To this group of ordinary people, it was no different from those foreign devils. Inside the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion, Kong Yunchang's face became completely gloomy, and it was from his mouth that the explosive cry just now resounded. He stared deathly at Wang Lin above the midair. You're really looking for death? Kong Yunchang let out a low roar, took a step and instantly appeared in front of Wang Lin, and without any hesitation, a fist was pushed out horizontally. However, just as Kong Yunchang's fist would land on Wang Lin, a faint purple shroud of light directly enveloped Wang Lin. Dang! Kong Yunchang's fist ruthlessly smashed on top of the purple shroud, and a terrifying power was vented out. However, the purple shroud unexpectedly only flickered slightly and not even a crack surfaced. I didn't expect that the heavenly vein would even give you such a treasure. Kong Yunchang's face became even more somber. Wang Lin smiled faintly at Kong Yunchang. This item is enough for me to last 3 minutes in your old man's hands, although it's not long, but would you like to take a look at the head? Kong Yunchang looked towards the sky, followed by a slight contraction of his pupils. One could only see that the crack above the heavens became bigger and bigger, and vaguely, one could even see a pitch-black, ink-like aura, slowly diffusing out. The black aura was growing in number, constantly pouring through the crack and into the heavens and earth. Seeing this, Kong Yunchang's face sort of became even more gloomy. The spatial rift that the gate of reception had broken through was getting bigger and bigger, and it would take less than 3 minutes to completely open up the passageway. At that time, the foreign devils will also descend completely. The entire Cloud City will be reduced to rubble, becoming the first casualty of this battlefield of foreign devils. So, whether it's to beat me to death or to stop the gate of guidance, you old man make your own choice. Wang Lin looked at Kong Yunchang in front of him with a smile. Of course, no matter which one, these 3 minutes are enough time for my demon cult's people to slaughter most of the people in Cloud City. However, if Elder Kong injures himself, I don't mind making them stop. Elder Kong, consider it yourself. Wang Lin looked at Elder Kong Yunchang with a smile on his face, with a feeling of victory. Kong Yunchang's face was gloomy, but soon, Kong Yunchang regained his composure. He looked at Wang Lin in front of him faintly and said calmly, I have to say, your plan is really perfect. No matter which one I choose, it's unacceptable for Desya. It's just that you seem to have forgotten one thing. Kong Yunchang spoke blandly. What thing? Wang Lin's eyebrows raised slightly and he said without any concern. Kong Yunchang smiled faintly. You forgot that. In this Cloud City, besides the martial artists of the Martial Alliance and the military, as well as those idle martial artists in society, there is also the existence of martial arts families. Their existence is likewise a C-pin for Cloud City. When these words came out, Wang Lin's pupils shrunk slightly. Before he could open his mouth, Kong Yunchang violently waved his hand. An extremely arcane energy directly wrapped Wang Lin. I admit that I can't open your shield for a short time, but trapping you is still easy. With that group of martial arts families in Cloud City, old me is at ease. So, enjoy the last few minutes of your life, old me. We'll go and come back. After saying that, Kong Yunchang's figure suddenly disappeared between heaven and earth. Only Wang Lin, who was surrounded by a wave of arcane energy, was left standing dumbfounded between heaven and earth. This is impossible. The group of guys from the martial arts family have long since been corrupted by a life of ease. In the face of such a crisis, it's absolutely impossible for them to make a move. They would only choose to protect themselves. That's right, it must be like this. Wang Lin seemed to be comforting himself as he spoke to himself, and his eyes gradually became maniacal as he violently looked in the direction that Kong Yunchang had left and watched Kong Yunchang head to the gate of reception. Since you chose to do so, then fine, then let you watch as Cloud City is slaughtered cleanly by my demon sex people. Let the people of the entire Grand Xia take a look at what kind of person the former Sword Saint really was. Disregarding the people of Cloud City, you, the Sword Saint, will also end up being verbally attacked by the people. Wang Lin gradually went insane, and immediately afterward, he violently looked towards Zhao Changsheng, who was still kneeling in the middle of the small courtyard, and said with a crazed expression, You, go to Cloud City for me, find the two of you, Lan Linglong and Lu Shang, and kill them before that old man comes back. Along with Kong Yunchang's departure, the pressure in the small courtyard gradually disappeared. Zhao Changsheng stood up with a blank mind, enjoying the feeling of freedom, and then he heard Wang Lin's voice. He glanced at Wang Lin in midair and a color of resentment flashed in his eyes. However, he still respectfully bowed to Wang Lin. Yes. Chapter 49 Martial Arts Family. After Zhao Changsheng bowed to Wang Lin, he quickly walked out of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall's compound. It was just that he didn't go looking for the two Lan Linglong and Lu Sheng to kill them as Wang Lin had said. Instead, he directly chose to run in the direction of the outside of the city. I poo. Thought I was here to help you aid in the battle, heck I'm just an outcast. Now also want to let me do things. You yourself are difficult to protect. I do not trip this muddy water. Bye you Lu, little master I do not serve. Zhao Changsheng sneered in his heart and quickly swept towards the direction of the city. In the middle of the street, Lan Linglong took Lu Shang and ran in the direction of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. Senior sister, what the hell is going on here? Lu Shang's face was incredibly gloomy. It didn't matter if it was the crack above the canopy, the wave of ferocious beasts outside the city, or that Wang Lin who suddenly appeared in midair. Lu Shang all had a sense of incomprehension. How did Cloud City suddenly become like this today? The serenity on Lan Linglong's face also disappeared bit by bit and was replaced by a cold color. I didn't expect that our Heaven and Earth Dao Hall had even mixed in someone from the devil cult. Devil cult. Lu Shang's heart froze. Lu Shang was no stranger to the demon cult, no matter if it was the propaganda of the Martial Arts Alliance or in his studies at school. Lu Shang knew of the existence of the demon cult. More so, he knew that they had become traitors to the foreign devils, and in the middle of the Great Xia, they were an existence that everyone shouted at. However, Lu Shang did not expect that all of this today was all caused by the demon cult. Remember by Mo who challenged you before, he was compelled by the devil cult. Lan Linglong said calmly, but the speed at which she led Lu Shang to the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall was not slow at all. It's just that it wasn't normal for the demon cult to appear in a small city like Cloud City. They're most likely rushing towards teacher. Teacher? Lu Shang was even more puzzled. Lan Linglong then said, there are some things that are too late to talk about now. Now that the devil cult has struck out against Jin City, the safest place to go is the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. I will first take you back to the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall, with senior sister and teacher there. It will naturally be safe. Just as Lan Linglong said that, Wang Lin's figure appeared in midair. The scene afterward was also completely displayed in front of Lan Linglong and Lu Shang's eyes. Damn devil cult. As Lan Linglong looked at the black-robed devil cultists in front of her who were laying their hands on a group of ordinary people, a murderous intent immediately surfaced on her handsome face. She took a deep breath. Senior brother, it seems that the Dao Hall isn't safe anymore either. The people of the devil cult have already made their move, in order to ensure the safety of the people. Little senior brother, are you ready? Lu Shang was also looking at the scene in front of him, and was a bit jaded. He clearly saw that a woman holding a young child was slashed above her shoulder by a black-robed man, but in order to protect the young child in her arms, that woman even stiffly blocked the child under her own body. With a body of flesh and blood, she wanted to protect the young child in her arms. This group of... Lu Shang's eyes instantly became incomparably red, and his face became hideous. No matter if it was from his previous life, or everything he had experienced in this life, it caused Lu Shang to look at the scene in front of him, while generating a wave of nameless anger. Outside of the city, there are people from the military and the Martial Alliance, and the Gate of Guidance has a teacher out there, so there's not much of a problem. As for the people of the demon cult inside this city, junior brother, you are also a martial artist now, and the mission of a martial artist is to protect the ordinary people of the Grand Xia. Protecting the boundaries of Grand Xia from being invaded by foreign devils, protecting the human race of Grand Xia from foreign devils, traitors of the devil cult, and from being brutalized by ferocious beasts. Blue Linglong's voice was incomparably calm, and in her hand there was even a sword blade that looked like a cicada's wing that slowly emerged, and a wisp of sword she slowly emerged and opened up, accompanied by a burst of sword sounds. So, the safety of Cloud City, it's our turn to guard. Are you afraid, junior brother? It's possible that the devil cult's sword will fall on your body, and it's possible that you'll die in the devil cult's hands today. Lan Linglong's words entered Lu Shang's ears. Lu Shang's breathing became even more ragged. He stared deathly at the person of the devil cult in the distance who was wearing a black robe, and let out an explosive cry. Senior sister, there's no need to say anything, I won't be afraid. This group of scum, I'm going to get them killed. Lu Shang let out a low roar. Silver-colored finger tigers appeared on top of his fists, chi bursting out between the surges of chi and blood. Blue Linglong glanced at Lu Shang with satisfaction, and then softly said, yeah. These scumbags, they really deserve to die. Accompanied by the fall of Lan Linglong's words, her entire figure instantly transformed into a residual shadow, killing towards the people of the devil cult who were mercilessly slaughtering ordinary people ahead. The cultivation level of the viscera refining realm exploded. Lu Shang also took a deep breath and ran towards the nearest direction. At this moment, Lu Shang's mind was completely filled with endless rage. The figures of the devil cult surfaced in various places in Cloud City. Cloud City No. 1 Middle School, at the entrance of the school. Chen Jin was holding a crippled battle sword, standing horizontally with a hint of indifference in his gaze. And beside Qinjun, the principal of the first middle school, as well as a group of first middle school's martial artist teacher leaders, stood at the entrance, their gazes vigilant as they looked around. Swish, swish, swish. A black silhouette appeared at the location of Yunchang No. 1 Middle School's gate, and as they looked at the school in front of them, a hideous color surfaced within their gaze. Hee, school if we can kill all the students inside this school, this is a big credit. Maybe the resources exchanged will be enough for each of us to raise a realm. Saying that, these people of the devil cult wearing black robes revealed cruel smiles. Looking at the members of the demon cult that had suddenly appeared, a flash of anger surfaced on the face of the principal of Yunchang No. 1 Middle School, who had just wanted to speak, but was stopped by Qinjun. The principal said angrily, "Qinjun, I am the principal, what are you doing?" However, Qinjun lightly took out a worn-out token from his pocket and wore it above his chest. According to the position, you are the principal and I am the teacher, so naturally I listen to you. But now that the demon cult has invaded, the entire Cloud City is a battlefield. And I, Qinjun, Shanghai City, 36th Legion, 2nd Battalion, Centurion, now order all of you to retreat back to the school area to prevent the people of the devil religion from sneak attacking this gate. Has me, Qinjun, one person is enough. Remember, this is not a discussion, but a military order. Qinjun's icy cold voice instantly rang out, a rich fury instantly erupted from Qinjun's body. You. The principal looked at Qinjun, his face sinking slightly. I am not someone who is greedy and afraid of death. However, Qinjun did not even give the principal a chance to speak. The military order has been given, those who disobey it will be beheaded. With that said, Qinjun dragged the crippled blade and slowly walked towards the people of the demon sect in front of him as a raging aura slowly erupted. Qinjun slowly raised the battle blade in his hand, aiming it at the person of the demon sect in front of him, and spoke blandly. Those who take a step die. In the middle of the streets of Cloud City, Lu Sheng thrust a fist out horizontally at a member of the demon cult. Luhan fist. An angry low roar resounded from Lu Sheng's mouth. A golden light instantly erupted, and instantly, the demon sect member in front of him, who was only at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm, hadn't even reacted yet. He was blown out of his head by that terrifying power. White, red instantly splashed out. Lu Sheng looked at this scene with an icy face, then looked towards a shivering girl beside him. Are you alright? Lu Sheng's somewhat stiff face pulled out a smile with difficulty. There were teardrops swirling in the girl's eyes, but as she looked at Lu Sheng in front of her, her heart became much more settled. Big brother. Can you take me to my mom? The girl said timidly, but her eyes were a few points darker at this time. That group of bad people appeared and I got separated from my mom. Looking at the girl's appearance, Lu Sheng's heart could not help but tremble slightly. This group of damned things. Lu Sheng cursed in his heart, and he didn't know if the girl's mother was still being poisoned by the people of the demon cult after she got separated from the girl. However, looking at the girl, Lu Sheng felt as if he was somewhat unable to refuse. Sighing slightly in his heart, Lu Sheng still stretched out his hand, pulled the little girl's hand, and tried his best to say in a gentle voice, "Let's go, big brother will take you to find mommy." The little girl's dark eyes suddenly brightened a few points, stretched out her small hand, and was held in Lu Sheng's hand. Just as Lu Shan was about to take the little girl away, suddenly a sense of crisis instantly surged into Lu Sheng's heart. Lu Sheng turned around fiercely, but he saw a figure wearing a black robe holding a battle sword, ruthlessly slashing towards himself. Die for me! The black-robed figure laughed hideously. The speed was so fast that when Lu Sheng reacted, the blade was no more than half a meter away from Lu Sheng. An intense life and death crisis filled Lu Sheng's heart. With such a terrifying speed, even if Lu Sheng wanted to resist, he couldn't. Humph! A bunch of scumbags, how dare they kill in front of the old man? Right at this time, a neutral voice suddenly rang out. Only to see that an old figure instantly surfaced. In the next moment, it was as if the black-robed man who was still killing towards Lu Sheng had received a heavy blow, and his entire person flew out backwards fiercely, smashing into the wall. Thanks, senior. Lu Sheng was first stunned, and a wave of fear ran through his heart, but he also quickly reacted. The pale figure slowly turned around and looked at Lu Sheng, revealing a smile. Ha, the young man did well. At your age, the old man wouldn't dare to fight with someone from the devil cult. Lu Sheng touched his nose. If he wasn't too careless, how could he be sneak attacked? Lu Sheng was a little embarrassed instead. I don't know the senior's name. Lu Sheng asked again, wanting to dispel this embarrassment. Elder? Ha ha ha. The old man suddenly laughed out loud as he took a step forward, and a raging aura instantly erupted from his body. Cloud City, Li family, Li Xiaotian. Li family. Martial arts family. Lu Sheng's heart stared slightly as he listened to the old man's words. Accompanied by Li Xiaotian's voice falling in, suddenly, amongst the various corners of Cloud City, there was likewise a voice ringing out. Damn, unexpectedly letting old man Li steal the limelight. Cloud City, Wang family, Wang Tang is here, demon cult, how dare you be reckless. Cloud City, Zheng family, Zheng Long. Cloud City, Tian family. Cloud City, Zhu family. A burst of shouts exploded in the corners of Cloud City, accompanied by a burst of extreme chi and blood fluctuations that instantly appeared at first glance. In the face of the invasion of the demon sect, Cloud City's martial arts family is also finally at this time show their muscles. Chapter 50 The Stunner of the Crowd. Haha, you guys, you really are shameless. Li Xiaotian laughed out loud as he listened to the explosive shouts that came from one corner of Cloud City. Only in the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared, and was replaced by a touch of grimness. He looked around at the figures shrouded in black robes, and a cold killing intent filled his eyes. I don't know how many foreign devils I killed in the foreign devil battlefield back then, and you group of foreign devil traitors dare to act recklessly in Cloud City. Is it true that you think that we, this group of old men, can't lift our swords? Those who disrupt the tranquility of Cloud City. Die. An icy cold voice rang out from Li Xiaotian's mouth. Li Xiaotian took one step and surging chi blood instantly gushed out. The scarlet chi blood coerced an extremely terrifying airwave. Kid, although the courage is commendable, but you are still young after all, these scumbags will be handed over to us old guys, you better go home. Li Xiaotian turned his back to Lu Sheng and spoke blandly. Lu Sheng looked at Li Xiaotian's back, obviously a stooped old man, but at this moment, in Lu Sheng's eyes it became incomparably tall. Senior. Lu Sheng murmured as if he wanted to say something. But Li Xiaotian didn't seem to have any intention to continue communicating with Lu Sheng, as he took one step and instantly transformed into a residual shadow, killing the nearest demon cult member. Old fellows, can you still lift your swords? Li Xiaotian cut down a member of the demon sect with a single slash and laughed out loud. The voice was impassioned, and with the boost of chi and blood, it instantly spread amongst the streets and alleys of Yun City. Ha ha, old thing, in the beginning, old me was your superior, what are you barking at? When Laozi was a soldier, you were still digging mud in the martial arts academy. Don't mention whether you can lift your sword or not, even when entering the alien devil battlefield, Lao Fu was still able to cut alien devils with his sword, ha. At once, amongst the various corners of Cloud City, a voice of response soon came. In the face of these half-joking, half-bragging words, the smile on Li Xiaotian's face became more and more intense. Screw your superiors, everyone is at the refined viscera realm, they are all retired, and they still want to engage in the military set. I'm sorry, old man won't eat now. Li Xiaotian yelled at a direction, once again took a step out and came to the side of a member of the demon sect, the battle knife in his hand, fell down fiercely. Puffing. The knife entered the flesh and blood splattered. Today, let's see, who has killed more demon cult pups. Good. Good. A voice in the middle of the air with excitement instantly rang out. Subsequently, it was possible to see that above the various streets of Cloud City, there was an extremely terrifying aura that rose up to the sky. Where that aura was located, the surrounding members of the demon cult instantly turned into birds and beasts and began to flee. Although they can mercilessly slaughter ordinary people, but facing this group of martial arts family people, the identity was reversed. Lu Sheng looked at the scene in front of him and listened to the sound of the voice, and a color of confusion emerged in his eyes. Martial Wei family. Exactly what kind of existence was it? From the time Lu Sheng had traveled across, the only martial Wei family that Lu Sheng had ever come into contact with was the Bai family. When Bai Mo let people assassinate Lu Sheng once felt that these martial arts families were the assholes of Dixia, obviously enjoying many treatments and many resources of Dixia, but not doing any real work. Even assassinate martial artists. From that moment on, martial arts families left a stereotypical impression in Lu Sheng's mind. But now, looking at this one person from the martial Dao family, in the time of Cloud City's distress, but without hesitation, he chose to step in. It didn't matter if they were at the viscera refining, 100 veins, or blood refining realms. It was clear that some of the demonic sect members were still above them in terms of strength, but on the contrary, they didn't retreat in the slightest and continued to engage these demonic sect members in battle. 4. It was the ordinary people behind them. Such a scene wildly impacted the stereotypical impression of martial arts families in Lu Shang's mind. So much so that the stereotype that had been left behind because of the white family had cracked open and gradually began to transform. Lu Shang looked blankly at all this in front of him. Until Big Brother. Behind Lu Shang, the little girl pulled Lu Shang's hand. Her eyes were no longer wet, instead they were filled with a feeling of security. Big Brother, are you still going to take me to find my mom? The little girl looked at Lu Shang with childish eyes. Lu Shang looked back at the little girl and suddenly smiled. He reached out his hand, rubbed the little girl's hair, and said with a smile, "Go, Big Brother will take you to find mommy." Lu Shang took the little girl's hand and slowly walked towards a direction. That direction. The corpses of the members of the devil religion, chaotically placed on the ground. There is a figure crazy and the members of the devil religion fought hard to this road. Sweep out a piece of clarity. No. This is impossible. In midair, Wang Lin, who was trapped by Kong Xen, looked down at Cloud City, his face gradually becoming manic. As he watched a member of the demon sect die at the hands of a martial arts family, an extremely strong look of unwillingness surfaced in his eyes. Why? These martial arts families have clearly been enjoying their ease for such a long time. Why would they still strike? No. It shouldn't be like this. They clearly should have fled or closed their doors. Within Wang Lin's maniacal eyes, there was also a flash of confusion that surfaced. Obviously, the Bai family could have assassinated the great Xia Celestial Pride for the sake of a thought of one of their own members, and in Wang Lin's opinion, this group of martial arts families should have been selfish. It should be as the Bai family is. Just why? It was clear that if they knew that confronting the members of the demon sect, even if it was their martial arts family, they would lose a lot of energy and even be removed from the martial arts family. But why did they still choose to strike without hesitation? This. In the end, why? Wang Lin was extremely puzzled in his heart. No. Even if a martial arts family makes a move, so what? Kong Xen has already wasted so much time. Even if they make a move at this time, they won't be able to stop the gate of attraction anymore. As long as the gate of attraction completely opens the passageway and the Demon King descends, at that time, the entire Cloud City will just as easily turn into an earthly inferno. I haven't lost yet. I still have hope. Wang Lin suddenly seemed to have thought of something. His gaze snapped to the sky above, looking at the black energy that was getting denser and denser and the crack that was getting more and more powerful in terms of pressure, and the color of madness in his eyes began to become even more intense. Ha 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 ha. In the end, it's still me who's going to win, ah. Wang Lin laughed out loud. Outside of Cloud City, Chen Shanha, Jun Tianyang led the military and the martial alliance to defend against the ferocious beasts outside of Cloud City. Terrifying offensives constantly erupted between heaven and earth, wrapped in extremely terrifying power. Every time an attack fell, an unknown number of ferocious beasts instantly exploded and were completely killed. But even so, the tide of ferocious beasts was still endless, as if there was no end in sight. Old Chen, this ferocious beast tide is still secondary. The most important thing is still that door of attraction, ah. Yun Tianyang spoke with a gloomy expression as he held his rusty battle sword and cut down a viscera refining realm ferocious beast with a single slash. A touch of fatigue had already surfaced on Chen Shanha's icy face. Even for him, a bone-forging realm martial artist, he was feeling a bit exhausted after killing many ferocious beasts in a row. He raised his head and looked towards the crack above the dome of the sky, a color of worry surfacing in his eyes. The gate of reception. Chen Shanha murmured, a touch of unwillingness in his eyes. No matter if it was Yun Tianyang or Chen Shanha, they both knew very well that the crisis in Cloud City this time was not some demonic sect rebellion, nor was it some tide of ferocious beasts. The most dangerous thing was still that subdimensional rift that appeared above the canopy. Once the rift is opened, then it will be a brand new alien devil battlefield. Even if the support from the provincial city side arrives, it still won't be able to salvage the situation. The entire Cloud City will be transformed into a true hell on earth. Damn it, there is a change in Demon Slaughter City, and Jinshokong had to leave. Otherwise, with Jinshokong around, how can this yet to be open subdimensional rift threaten us? Chen Shanha somewhat unwillingly swept the lance in his hand out horizontally, a powerful force that instantly took away the lives of several ferocious beasts. Although he was the Cloud City town guard, he couldn't even get close, let alone stopping the gate of reception. Although the bone forging realm was a top-notch existence in Cloud City, it was still impossible to fly. Yun Tianyang's face was equally gloomy. That's just it, even if that Fey devil descends, before I die, I won't let them easily take half a step into Cloud City. A flash of madness violently surfaced on Yun Tianyang's face. Wait, who is that? Just as Yun Tianyang was about to explode, Chen Shanhe suddenly exclaimed. Yun Tianyang suspiciously looked in the direction Chen Shanhe's finger was pointing, followed by a slight contraction of his pupils. One could only see, above that canopy, an old figure, with both hands behind his back, stepping on the void, walking step by step towards the direction of the crack. How does this figure somewhat resemble the pavilion master of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall? Yun Tianyang said with some hesitation. The pavilion master of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall? Isn't he a veteran retired from the battlefield? How can he fly to the heavens? Chen Shanhe's voice carried a strong wave of disbelief. They were naturally aware of the existence of the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion. After all, the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion had produced such a great person like Kong Xen. It was just that pavilion master of the Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. They had also seen his rank's identity information in the Martial Alliance. He was just an ordinary veteran who had retired from the battlefield. His cultivation level was only at the 100 Veins realm. Although it was said that he was able to teach such students as Kong Xen and Lan Linglong, in Chen Shanhe and Yun Tianyang's opinion, it was only because of Kong Xen and Lan Linglong's own natural talent, coupled with the fact that perhaps this pavilion owner had some ability in teaching students. As for the pavilion master's own strength, they didn't care too much. The Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion's mysterious, if not transcendent, status in Cloud City still mostly came from Kong Xen. After all, Kong Xen had come from the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion. On the contrary, this pavilion master, although he did not often appear, gave many martial artists in Yun City, and even martial arts families, a feeling of being a high person in the world. But Yun Tianyang and Chen Shanhe had long ago checked the other party out amongst the Martial League ranked identity information. Therefore, the moment Kong Xen left, the two of them were desperate in their hearts. But now, this pavilion master, who was just an ordinary retired veteran in their eyes, was stepping into the void at this moment. One must know that a martial artist who wanted to fly into the sky would need at least a cultivation level above the bone forging realm to be able to do so. This was also the reason why Chen Shanhe and Yun Tianyang, two of Cloud City's handlers, were unable to do anything in the face of the cracks above the canopy. They were not yet able to fly into the sky. What the hell is this? Yun Tianyang looked at Kong Yunchang above the canopy with some jaws dropped, his mind going blank. This was like your ordinary neighbor suddenly becoming a multi-millionaire one day. The heart was shocked beyond measure. I don't know either. Chen Shanhe was also looking at all of this with some bewilderment. Not only outside the city, but in Cloud City, many people saw the figure of Kong Yunchang who was stepping into the void. Isn't this the pavilion master of the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion? That divine and invisible pavilion master of the Heaven and Earth Dao Pavilion? Why is he in the sky? Flying in the sky? Hiss. I knew back then that the pavilion master of the Heaven and Earth Daoist Hall was definitely not simple, so it seems that my eyesight hasn't regressed yet. You put your mother's fart, you were clearly still bashing the Heaven and Earth Daoist Hall for giving away free martial arts yesterday. For a while, in the middle of Cloud City, many martial artists couldn't help but open their mouths as they looked towards the canopy after resolving the members of the demon sect. Teacher. Lu Shang had just delivered the little girl to her family when he raised his head and saw Kong Yunchang above the sky dome. Lu Shang's eyes likewise had a hint of shock in them. He knew that his teacher wasn't simple, but Lu Shang hadn't expected that this cheap teacher of his would be so powerful. On top of another street in Cloud City, Lan Linglong, her hands stained with blood, raised her head in the same way as she listened to the murmurs coming from the distance. It was just that unlike the others, looking at Kong Yin growing above the sky dome, Blue Linglong's face was a color of worry. Teacher's body. Above the sky dome, Kong Yunchang had his hands behind his back, stepping on the void step by step as he slowly walked towards the crack. It appeared to be slow, but with each step, there was a distance of hundreds of meters that was directly brought closer. And along with Kong Yunchang's step by step, a sword chi slowly surfaced around Kong Yunchang. The sharp sword chi even caused the surrounding space to begin to distort. In a moment, Kong Yunchang's figure arrived in front of the crack, looking at the pitch-black energy constantly surging in front of him, and the evil aura, bit by bit, diffused from the crack. A touch of disgust also surfaced in Kong Yunchang's eyes. Only to see, Kong Yunchang slowly raised his arm and pointed his finger at the pitch-black crack. The Great Summer Borderlands. Do not yet allow you Fey devils to go unchecked. Chapter 51 Gentlemen, lend me your swords. Along with the fall of Kong Yunchang's voice. Between Kong Yunchang's two fingers, a white light slowly emerged. Along with the emergence of this white light, an extremely stern aura instantly erupted from within that white light. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, the entire Cloud City was able to hear an extremely crisp sword chirp suddenly resonate between the entire heaven and earth. Wait, why is my sword out of control? Me too, clearly my sword has been following me for decades, why is it unexpectedly out of my control at this time? Damn it, what the hell is going on here? In the middle of Cloud City, some of the martial artists holding sword blades exclaimed. Only to see that the sword blades in their hands, no matter if they were good or bad, sharp or otherwise, at this moment, the moment that a white radiance surfaced. Surprisingly, it began to tremble crazily. It seemed as if some terrifying existence had been born, and these sword blades uncontrollably wanted to worship. 10,000 swords worship, monarch of swords. Outside Cloud City, Chen Shan has seemed to have thought of something, and there was even a flash of horror surfacing on his face. It was only the instant this flash of horror surfaced that it was replaced by a strong color of joy. Great Summer Sword Saint. The owner of this heaven and earth Dao Hall is actually the Great Summer Sword Saint. Chen Shanha suddenly roared out, his face began to turn flushed, and his entire person was even more excited. Great Summer Sword Saint. Yun Tianyang on the side seemed to be frozen, looking at the pale figure above the sky dome, his eyes were filled with a blank look. In the middle of the sky. Wang Lin looked at the pale figure above the sky dome, and his originally elated face, at this moment, seemed to come to an abrupt end, and even directly became stiff. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Obviously, 10 years ago, he was heavily injured by the demon god, and his own cultivation was 10-1, so why was he still able to erupt with such a terrifying aura? The power of the demon god simply cannot be dissolved with the current power of Great Xia, so why is Kong Yunchang still able to erupt with peak power? Wang Lin roared lowly as a look of panic began to surface on his face. He really didn't understand that someone who had obviously been heavily injured and wasted 10 years ago was now suddenly back at his peak. It even looked even more terrifying than 10 years ago. Damn it! Why is this happening? Wang Lin clenched his fists and frantically smashed on top of the energy shield in front of him, only no matter how hard he tried, the shield was like steel and couldn't be shaken at all. Even the ripples couldn't even be lifted. Kong Yunchang! You're not dead yet! Suddenly, a low roar came from within that pitch-black crack. The voice contained an extremely strong anger. It was even majestic. The voice was like rolling thunder, violently exploding above the dome of the sky, coercing an extremely terrifying force, as if it was going to turn the entire heaven and earth upside down. However, in the face of such a voice, Kong Yunchang's face merely arced. As if he were mocking, he laughed coldly at the existence within the rift. The foreign devils have not yet died out, how can I, Kong Yunchang, swallow my breath? I said that. In this great Xia borderland, it's not yet your turn for the Fey devils to act recklessly. Kong Yunchang's voice slowly fell. Along with it, there was also that Kong Yunchang's finger. Between his fingers, a strand of white on was pinched. In an instant, the white mane came out of Kong Yunchang's hand. Buzz buzz buzz. Another crisp sword sound instantly exploded. All of you. Lend your swords. Kong Yunchang's magnificent voice exploded above Cloud City. Ha, old senior, feel free to use this sword, it is an honor for this sword to be able to cut down that foreign devil. That's right, old senior, take the sword. In the middle of Cloud City, one swordsman laughed out loud and directly threw out the swords in their hands. Those sword blades that came out of their hands, as if they were pulled by a certain force, instantly swept in the direction of Kong Yunchang. The sword blades merged together and smoothly transformed into an extremely large sword blade that was suspended between heaven and earth. Wisps of razor-sharp sword chi hung down from above this massive sword blade, wrapped in an extremely terrifying might. Buzz buzz buzz. The huge sword trembled as if it had a spiritual nature, emitting a crisp sword chirp. Go! Kong Yunchang spoke blandly. The white aura instantly crashed into the giant sword, and with the addition of the white aura, the aura of the giant sword unexpectedly skyrocketed once again. Terrifying power instantly erupted. With an extremely terrifying speed, the giant sword directly charged towards that pitch-black crack. Rumble! The terrifying power caused every part of the space caused by the giant sword to tremble slightly, as if it was somewhat unable to withstand this force. I am unwilling. A roaring voice came from within the crack. Within the voice, it was filled with an extremely strong unwillingness. It was clear that the passageway would be able to be opened soon, but it was because of Kong Xen's existence that this passageway had yet to be opened and died out once again. Dang! The giant sword ruthlessly chopped into the pitch-black crack. Within the crack, a miserable scream was heard. It seemed like countless living beings were completely obliterated under this attack. The extreme power instantly destroyed the crack. Eventually, that black energy was finally unable to withstand the power of the sword blade in general, as if it was an ebbing tide, slowly dissipating into the crack. Kong Xen looked at this scene blandly, and with a gentle wave of his large hand, a wave of arcane energy instantly healed that extremely hideous-looking crack. Chang succeeded. In the middle of Cloud City, outside of Cloud City, countless martial artists looked at this scene and were first stunned, followed by a wave of ecstasy that instantly surged into their hearts. Ha! It worked. Cloud City is safe. Old Chen, we've succeeded. Outside of Cloud City, Yun Tianyang somewhat excitedly hugged Chen Shanha, and an extremely excited look even appeared on his plump face. Rather than Chen Shanha being an unsmiling person, at this moment, after watching that crack above the sky dome heal, a rare stiff smile appeared on his face. Yeah, we made it. Cloud City is safe. Chen Shanha's heart was agitated, his gaze fixed dead center on Kong Xen above the sky dome. And at this moment, Kong Xen stood between heaven and earth, looking at the space that had healed in front of him. A smile also emerged on his face. After all, still old. Suddenly Kong Xen lamented, and in the next moment his face directly turned pale. Pooh! A mouthful of fresh blood gushed out, and immediately afterward, Kong Xen's body unexpectedly fell straight down from above the sky dome. Chapter 52 Kingwood. Senior. Kong Xen's body crashed down from above the sky dome, and countless martial artists' pupils shrunk slightly at the sight. They let out a cry of alarm and were just about to step forward to catch Kong Xen's, but there was a figure that was even faster. Only to see that Lan Linglong didn't know when she stood on top of the city wall, watching Kong Xen's body fall down, her feet slightly exerted force and violently stumped. It directly rushed out, catching Kong Xen and resting safely on top of the city wall. Looking at the pale Kong Xen, Lan Linglong's face became more and more worried. Teacher. Lan Linglong hurriedly took Kong Xen's pulse, and after sensing that Kong Xen's pulse was stable, she also let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, she said in a deep voice to the martial artists who were looking over, "Gentlemen, my teacher is physically ill, so I'll leave the safety of Yun City to all of you next." After saying that, Lan Linglong didn't even give these martial artists a chance to continue speaking, and with Kong Xen in tow, he left the city walls and walked towards the direction of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. As each of the martial artists watched Kong Xen being carried away by Lan Linglong, although there were many words and even questions in their hearts, they couldn't find the right opportunity to speak up. Seeing this, how could Chen Shanha and Yun Tianyang not know what Lan Linglong had in mind? Immediately, they opened their mouths. The tide of ferocious beasts and the people of the demon sect have yet to be exterminated. Gentlemen, some of your thoughts, it's better to save them for after these matters have been resolved. Looking at Chen Shanha, who had directly uncovered the minds of himself and the others, many people's faces were a little embarrassed. However, very quickly, it was time to hide this kind of mindset and start working on the members of the demon sect and the tide of ferocious beasts. Without the interdimensional rift created by the gate of reception, the threat of the tide of ferocious beasts and the members of the demonic sect was also drastically reduced. Originally, the most important thing in Wang Lin's mind for this plan was the gate of reception. The demon cult members and the ferocious beast tide were merely there to hold Kong Xen back. Just who knew? This group of seemingly corrupted martial arts families were actually able to burst out with their past luster. This was also the biggest failure in Wang Lin's plan this time around. Watching a member of the demon cult as well as countless ferocious beasts die in the hands of the military, the martial alliance, and the martial arts families. Wang Lin, who was controlled in midair, became more and more hideous. He continuously bombarded the controlling force left behind by Kong Xen, but in the face of such a hard force, Wang Lin was still unable to shake it, despite already being in existence beyond the bone-forging realm. He was only able to watch as his plan was dissolved bit by bit. He was unable to do anything about it. The wave of powerlessness in his heart eventually turned into a roar. Along with the passage of time, the Cloud City military, the Martial Alliance, and the martial arts families, after paying many prices, finally resolved the threat of the wave of ferocious beasts and the members of the demonic sect, completely. As for Wang Lin, he was directly escorted away by the people from the Martial Alliance, and as for where he went, no one knew. Lu Shang, on the other hand, also returned to the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. Looking at the disciples of the Tiandi Dao Hall who had awakened one by one, Lu Shang directly walked into the backyard of the Tiandi Dao Hall. Inside the room in the backyard, Lan Linglong was sitting on top of the bed, looking at the unconscious Kong Xen, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Senior sister. Lu Shang first bowed, then looked at Kong Xen, a complex color filled in his gaze. It was really because what happened today was too shocking to Lu Shang. With all of this, Lu Shang felt like his mind was in chaos. Junior brother, I know that you have a lot of questions in your mind, and I will explain them to you one by one afterward, but the most important thing right now is still to let teacher awaken. Lan Linglong looked towards Lu Shang and said softly. During this period of time, there will be few people from the military side of the martial alliance, and even the martial arts families who want to visit teacher, but there is no way for teacher to do so in this current situation. I still need to heal teacher's wounds, so I'll leave these matters to you. Lu Shang was silent for a moment, then nodded. Gentlemen, teacher is physically ill right now, so I'd better ask you all to go back. Lu Shang stood at the gate of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall. And outside the gate, there was a powerful member of a martial arts family, as well as Yun Tianyang and Chen Shanhe. After ending the crisis in Yun City, they also finally knew the identity of this mysterious Heaven and Earth Tao Pavilion master. One by one, they all wanted to meet it. After all, with Kong Xen's status in Xia, not to mention meeting him, even if they were to observe him from afar for a moment or two, it would be an extremely difficult thing to do. Although it is said that what they said in their mouths is that they feel that Kong Xen is able to save the waves of madness and save Cloud City from the flames of water. But the intentions therein are unknown to anyone. And now that Cloud City has just experienced the invasion of the demon cult, whether the members of the demon cult have been cleaned up or not, no one knows. Plus now, Kong Xen's body is sick. In case something happened, it would be serious. However, although there is Lu Shang here to block, but one by one are all people old and sophisticated guys, find the excuse is even better than one by one. Although Lu Shang has been a man for 2 lifetimes, he can't stand up to the madness of this group of people. Just when Lu Shang was a bit exhausted, a faint voice suddenly sounded. Gentlemen, if you have anything to do, just look for me directly. Why do you need to look for my father? Accompanied by the sound of this voice, the crowd looked over, only to see a woman in military uniform slowly appearing between heaven and earth. The crowd's eyes revealed a touch of respect and even scorn when they saw this woman in front of them. Greetings, Town Guard Kong. The crowd paid a slight bow to the woman, as did Jun Tianyang and Chen Shanhe. Lu Shang also let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the visitor. The visitor was clearly Kong Xen. If Kong Xen hadn't appeared, Lu Shang didn't know if he would have been able to resist the enthusiasm of this group of guys. I can understand the people from the Martial Alliance and the Martial Way family, but you, Chen Shanhe, being a member of the military, when did the military have to pull strings? Kong Xen said indifferently with an ice-cold face. Chen Shanhe's face changed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he once again bowed. My subordinate knows that I am wrong, please punish the Jin guards. Kong Xen's mood at the moment was already unpleasant. This group of demon cult fellows knew that he was in Cloud City and even went so far as to launch an attack in Demon Slayer City. Although he had returned in time to repel the invasion of foreign devils in Demon Slayer City had also paid a small price. Now looking at this group of rear guys, who were actually still trying to pull strings and make a face for the sake of pulling strings, there was even more of a depressed air surrounding his heart. All give me a roll. Kong Xen gave a low heave, and an extremely terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire Heaven and Earth Dao Hall. The faces of the crowd instantly became pale, but still, after paying a bow to Kong Xen, they left in a hurry. Senior sister. Only then did Lu Shang's face reveal a smile as he hurriedly bowed to Kong Xen. Looking at Lu Shang, Kong Xen's cold and pretty face always softened a few points. It's been hard on you during this period of time. Let's go, take me to meet my father. Lu Shang nodded and said that he led Kong Xen towards the backyard. Cloud City, on top of a small hill outside the city. Zhao Qingcheng sat paralyzed on the hillside, looking at the Cloud City in front of him, panting, his chest still heaving. As he looked at Yun City, which was already safe and sound, a stern color also surfaced in his eyes. This damn Wanglin, he even wanted me to be cannon fodder. I poo-poo. Now it's good that you've been captured by the people from the Martial Alliance. I'd like to see if you can still play the bully. Still Heavenly Pulse is great. A heavenly vein can disregard the people of my human vein as human beings. You. Zhao Changxing's heart had a lot of fire in it, and now that no one was around, he was cursing to his heart's content to vent his anger. Only after a full quarter of an hour of cursing did Zhao Changxing's mouth dry up and stop his insults. Now it's good, the demon sect's plan failed. If I return to the demon sect like this, I will inevitably be implicated. It's just that now my body has already been engraved with the demon sect's brand, it's hard to mess up. Zhao Changsheng rubbed his temples somewhat painfully. In his heart, he was also even more indignant towards Wang Lin. If it wasn't for this guy, I wouldn't know how nourishing my life in the demon sect would be, his grandmother. Zhao Changxing couldn't help but want to insult Wang Lin again. However, in the face of no one around, Zhao Changxing's insults were like his fist hitting cotton. It simply couldn't exert any energy. So, this younger brother of mine was taken away by the people of the Martial Alliance, life and death unknown, and you're still alive? Suddenly, a faint voice rang out amongst Zhao Changxing's ears. The moment he heard this voice, Zhao Changxing's entire body instantly became stiff, and immediately afterward, he jerked his head back and looked in the direction the voice came from. Who? Only to see, behind Zhao Changsheng, a youth in casual sportswear, as if he had just finished a workout, was standing right behind Zhao Changsheng, moving his limbs. After noticing Zhao Changsheng's gaze, a smile appeared on the youth's face. So, tell me, why did you come out alive when my brother was taken away by the Martial Alliance? Fleeing from the battlefield, what kind of offense should this be if the protector of your human lineage knew about it? Although the youth was smiling, that smile was extremely cold, especially when accompanied by the fall of the youth's words. The temperature between the entire heaven and earth lowered quite a bit. You? Zhao Changsheng looked at this fellow in front of him, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Who are you? The youth stopped moving and slowly walked towards Zhao Changsheng, eventually stopping at a position that was no more than half a meter away from Zhao Changsheng. Heavenly Pulse. Wang Mu. Wang Mu. The moment he heard this name, Zhao Changsheng's pupils shrunk violently. The devil cult Heavenly Vein, although mysterious in the eyes of the official Xia, was not very unfamiliar to those within the devil cult. After joining the devil cult for so many years, Zhao Changsheng had also heard many rumors about the Heavenly Vein. Among them was a guy called Wang Mu. Obviously, he only had a cultivation level of less than golden body, but he had joined forces with the foreign devils and killed several Xia golden body powerhouses. He was greatly appreciated and rewarded by the demon god and the demon sect. His status was even more extremely supreme in the demon sect. Even his superior, the protector of human veins level, needed to be respectful in the face of Wang Mu. What Zhao Changsheng hadn't expected was that such a great figure of the devil cult would appear in front of him. What Zhao Changsheng didn't expect was that the Wang Lin he had insulted was actually this person's younger brother. For a moment, above Zhao Changsheng's forehead, a dense cold sweat began to secrete. Great Lord, Zhao Changsheng instantly became a bit stuttered, and for a moment, he unexpectedly didn't know what to say. There was suddenly an endless fear in his heart that slowly filled out. Such a character had found himself, plus Wang Lin was the other party's brother. Then himself. For a moment, the fear in Zhao Changsheng's heart became more and more intense. Wang Mu quietly looked at Zhao Changsheng without any emotional fluctuations in his eyes, and after a moment, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. To be able to come out alive, even though you betrayed the teachings of the demon sect, you're a pretty smart person, and I for one like smart people. As for my unseasoned brother, he's still a bit stupid after all, thinking that with his own little tricks, he could make the great summer sword saint mutilate himself, which is a joke in itself. It was as if Wang Mu wasn't speaking to Zhao Changsheng, but rather talking to himself. This also caused Zhao Changsheng's heart to let out a slight sigh of relief. Only the next moment, Wang Mu was a slight turn of phrase. But this brother of mine, although he is no good, but in the end, he is still my bloodline blood relative of one mother. In theory, I should be the one to let you give my brother a burial. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Changsheng's pupils shrunk slightly, and without any hesitation, he instantly turned his body around, his chi and blood surging as he prepared to flee. It was only when this thought of his had just risen that he felt a powerful force blocking him in place. Unable to move. A single drop of sweat fell from above Zhao Changsheng's forehead. He looked at the harmless youth in front of him in horror, and what was in his eyes was merely endless fear. But I've also said that I'm a person who likes smart people the most. So, Wang Mu looked at Zhao Changsheng with a smile. Do one thing for me, and after this thing is done, I'll let you leave the human pulse, or even join the heavenly pulse. But if this thing isn't done... A hint of danger flashed in Wang Mu's eyes. I will make you realize what it means to be worse than death. Zhao Qingsheng looked at Wang Mu in front of him in horror, couldn't help but swallow his saliva and spoke cautiously.
I don't know what is it that your excellency wants me to do.
Wang Mu smiled faintly, slowly walked to Zhao Qingsheng's side, got close to his ear and whispered.
Go to Tianqing City, find the Star Academy, and then. Chapter 53 10 Saints of the Great Summer, Star Academy. Tiandi Dao Hall, in the backyard.
Lu Shang and Lan Linglong were sitting in the courtyard, but their gazes were looking towards the room from time to time.
They waited anxiously.
A few moments later, the door to the room was slowly pushed open, and Kong Xen walked out with a tired face.
Watching Kong Xen come out, Lu Shang will give you and Lan Linglong immediately stood up. Senior sister, how is teacher? Lan Linglong inquired. Lu Shang also looked at Kong Xen with inquiring eyes.
Kong Xen rubbed her temples. The old man had a dark wound on his body originally, and although it has been suppressed for so many years, it is still a time bomb after all. This time forcibly, also will this time bomb detonated, I also can only barely suppress the dark injury. Want to heal then?
It's still necessary to go to the medical sage.
Lan Linglong's brows knitted slightly, and her face was also somewhat embarrassed.
However, Lu Shang was extremely bewildered as he listened to these words. Kong Xen noticed Lu Shang's countenance, and her tired face could not help but smile. I almost forgot, our junior brother doesn't know anything yet.
Lan Linglong glanced at Lu Shang and also smiled helplessly.
Senior sister, are you going to say it, or should I come and explain it to little senior brother? Kong Xen waved her hand, signaling the two to sit down, while she herself also found a chair and sat down.
Anyway, currently the old man is not doing anything, so why don't I explain it to junior senior brother as well? Hearing these words from Kong Xen, Lu Shang immediately sat up straight. Lu Shang was able to vaguely detect that Kong Xen was not a simple person, but Lu Shang had not thought at all that this teacher of his would have such a terrifying strength. It also made Lu Shang's heart more and more curious about Kong Xen's passage. Kong Xen was on the tea table, picking up a teacup and taking a sip, ready to moisturize her throat, but she noticed that Lan Linglong and Lu Shang's eyes were slightly strange.
What's wrong? Kong Xen was a bit puzzled.
But he saw Lu Shang said with some embarrassment, Senior sister, this teacup, I just drank it.
Kong Xen's body immediately stiffened, but fortunately, the habit of being on top that had been cultivated over the years still quickly allowed Kong Xen to calm down, and she said without any good humor, What? What's wrong with drinking some tea? You're my junior brother, can't you drink it? Kong Xen spoke in a righteous manner. Forget it, just say it.
With that, Kong Xen was directly forcibly changing the topic, looking at Lu Shang, and after briefly pondering, he slowly opened his mouth.
Do you know why Great Xia was able to resist the invasion of the foreign devils?
Listening to Kong Xen's words, Lu Shang also fell into deep thought, and after a moment, those histories about the Great Xia in his mind were also put together bit by Lu Shang. The invasion of the foreign devils, the most important reason why the Grand Xia was able to resist was the birth of the martial artists. The Grand Xia martial artists were united as one, and ultimately, the foreign devils were resisted outside the battlefield.
Lu Shang spoke out his answer. Kong Xen nodded.
To say so is not wrong, but it is not fundamental.
Lu Shang's face straightened as he listened to Kong Xen's explanation.
The invasion of the foreign devils was a catastrophe for the entire Blue Star, but it was also a chance. The appearance of the foreign devils has led to the recovery of the Blue Star's aura, and some things that can only exist in myths alone have tangibly appeared in reality. For the current Xia, some of the streams of immortals that exist in myths are nothing more than powerful martial artists.
Powerful martial artists that can split mountains and break the sea, and even affect the existence of space. And this is the most fundamental reason why the Xia was able to defend itself against the foreign devils. The foreign devils are strong enough to suffocate the entire Grand Xia, but the reason why Grand Xia is able to remain unharmed today, and even fend off the foreign devils outside of the battlefield, is because I, Grand Xia, have so many top-notch martial artists. What you said before about the unity of the people is certainly true, but it's not entirely true. If there are no powerful martial artists at the forefront, then even if the entire Grand Xia is united, in the eyes of the mighty Fey devils, they will be nothing more than slightly stronger ants.
Kong Xen's words, which entered Lu Shang's ears, also caused Lu Shang to be slightly surprised. This other kind of explanation was slightly different from what Lu Shang had previously learned in the middle of the school, but Lu Shang felt that what Kong Xen had said was what was at the root of Dasha's ability to resist the foreign devils.
So does all this have anything to do with the teacher? Lu Shang was still unable to connect what Kong Xen had said with Kong Yunchang.
However, Kong Xen glared at Lu Shang, who had interrupted him, and then continued with his previous words. And in our Grand Xia, we call these top martial artists the 10 Saints.
10 Saints.
Upon hearing these two words, Lu Shang's pupils slightly shrunk as he seemed to understand something. Previously, when he was still in Cloud City cleaning up the members of the demon sect, when Kong Chang's feet stepped into the void, Lu Shang had vaguely heard someone call his teacher a sword saint. And now, once the 10 Saints appellation came out, Lu Shang seemed to understand something. Kong Xen's voice continued to ring out. The 10 Saints of the Grand Xia are the C-pins of the entire Grand Xia, and their existence is the main reason why the foreign devils are unable to invade the Blue Star. The existence of the 10 Saints represents the top realm of Grand Xia martial artists.
Just as you think in your heart, Father is one of the 10 Saints.
Great Xia Sword Saint. When these words came out, even though Lu Shang had already vaguely guessed something in his heart long ago, after hearing Kong Xen's words, his heart was still shocked that Kong Yunchang was one of the 10 Saints. For a moment, Lu Shang felt his breath blazing a little. For Lu Shang, despite the existence of the system, the 10 Saints were still a very distant existence, a big shot that Lu Shang was currently unable to come into contact with. But on the contrary, such a great person had appeared by his side, and had even become his teacher. Just why teacher? Lu Shang's heart still had a lot of questions, but for a moment he didn't know where to ask from. Kong Xen sighed at the sight and explained, although Father is one of the 10 Saints, but 10 years ago, he encountered the backstabbing of the demon god and left a lot of dark wounds in his body, so he had to seclude himself and recuperate.
The reason why I chose Cloud City
is also because Cloud City is too small, in the middle of the Great Xia territory, just like a drop in the ocean. It's easier to be able to hide your identity. I just didn't think that this group of scumbags from the devil cult, with a nose like a dog, still followed the traces and found Father.
Hearing this, Lu Shang's heart was already clear.
No wonder something like today happened. Lu Shang transposed himself in the demon cult's top management. If he was the one who had discovered one of the 10 Saints of the Great Summer, or the injured 10 Saints, he would definitely try to find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, once this one of the 10 Saints regained his cultivation, it would be a powerful enemy for the demon cult, and even for the foreign devils. It was just that their plan, in the end, failed. They hadn't counted on the fact that despite being injured, Kong Yunchang was still able to explode to his full strength.
It was just that this outburst would make Kong Yunchang's dark injuries even more severe. So, I'm now a disciple of the 10 Saints of Grand Xia? Lu Shang swallowed his saliva, still seeming a bit shocked. Seeing this, Kong Xen and Lan Linglong couldn't help but smile. What? Becoming a disciple of one of the 10 Saints of the Grand Xia, do you still not know enough?
No, it's not like that. Lu Shang hurriedly explained. Just by looking at his senior sister's expression, Lu Shang knew that the other party was poking fun at him. I just think that this matter is too metaphysical. Lu Shang touched his nose. By the way, senior sister, then the medical sage that you guys just talked about is also one of the 10 sages of the Great Summer? Lu Shang asked with some curiosity. Kong Xen nodded. That's right, it's just that the relationship between Father and this medical sage is a little complicated. Lu Shang's brows knitted slightly. Could it be that there is a disconnect between this medical saint and teacher? Kong Xen said helplessly, it's not that, it's just that Father, this person's temper is rather stubborn. He doesn't want to waste too much of Xia's resources because of himself alone. Originally, Father's injuries the medical saint was able to heal them, it just takes too much resources. So Father refused and had a big fight with the medical sage, and eventually chose to come to Cloud City to live in seclusion. For a while Lu Shang didn't know what he should say about Kong Yunchang. You say that Kong Yunchang was stubborn, but then again, Kong Yunchang was thinking for the sake of Daxia. After all, the resources that could make Kong Yunchang reject it should be how huge it was. But you say that Kong Yunchang was looking out for the Great Xia, right? But on the other hand, he was physically ill, causing one of the 10 Saints of the Great Xia to not have the strength to defend against the foreign devils, which in itself was another kind of irresponsibility. One could only say that the views were different when viewed from different directions. Then this time, Lu Shang looked at Kong Xen and Lan Linglong. Kong Xen waved her hand. So this time, Father has already passed out, just send it directly to the medical sage. When Father wakes up, things have already been done, there is no way for him to back out if he wants to. Otherwise, with that stubborn temper of his, then, I'm afraid he's still unwilling. Lu Shang nodded, then he asked with some curiosity, Senior sister, tell me more about the 10 Saints. With regards to the Great Xia 10 Saints, Lu Shang was still very curious. After all, Lu Shang had only known about such characters from books, and his own senior sister, being the daughter of a teacher and a high-ranking member of the military, might know more.
Kong Xen smiled and without hesitation, directly introduced. The so-called Great Xia 10 Saints are the 10 people who have gone to the highest realm amongst the 10 domains of Great Xia. HM? So, senior sister you mean? That's right, the Great Xia 10 Saints are not fixed. As long as someone is able to surpass everyone within that domain, then they are one of the 10 saints. The domain of the Great Xia 10 Saints encompasses many swords, guns, literature, martial arts, Taoism, law, medicine, painting, and ice. These are the 10 saints of the Grand Xia. The reason for the 10 saints involves a lot of information that you won't be able to know until afterward. What you can know right now is that when you've gone to the extreme in a certain field, you'll be able to call yourself a saint. Perhaps in the future, De Xia will not be limited to 10 saints, there will also be 11 saints, 12 saints, and even more saints will be born, but for the time being, there are only these 10 domains, out of which there have been saintly existences. Listening to Kong Xen's words, Lu Shang gradually became clearer. Although there were still some doubts that hadn't been explained, Lu Shang already knew everything in general. So, if teacher is going to the medical sage for treatment, are you guys leaving too, senior sisters? Lu Shang looked at the two of them, Kong Xen and Lan Linglong, as if he had thought of something. Kong Xen nodded silently. This is natural, father is in a coma right now. If I let senior sister take father away by herself, I'm afraid that the group of people from the devil cult won't stop. The only one who will accompany me all the way is me. As for the senior sister, originally father had arranged for her to go to the medical saint to have some things to do, it is natural to follow. And you? Kong Xen looked towards Lu Shang. Lu Shang's heart was a little reluctant to give up, although it was said that he had not been worshipping Kong Yin Chang for too long, but during these years in the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall, Lu Shang had also felt a warmth that did not exist before. For such a place that could be said to be home, Lu Shang was really unwilling to part. In fact, with Junior Brother's talent, there is no longer any point in staying in Cloud City. Originally I was going to let you go to that place afterward, so it's just as well to bring it forward. Suddenly, Kong Xen's voice sounded in Lu Shang's ears. Huh? Lu Shang looked at Kong Xen with some bewilderment. There was some confusion. What place? Kong Xen and Lan Linglong exchanged a glance, then looked at Lu Shang and said solemnly. Star Academy. Upon hearing this, Lu Shang's pupils shrunk slightly. As a senior, he naturally knew what the Star Academy was. The Star Academy was an extremely special martial arts academy in the entire Great Xia, simply because the Star Academy was not in the Great Xia territory, but rather in the middle of a foreign devil battlefield. The aura recovered, and the foreign devils descended. With the birth of martial artists, the Grand Xia martial artists drove the foreign devils out of the Blue Star territory, but also had to open up a foreign devil battlefield. In the middle of the foreign devil battlefield, Grand Xia built a city, specializing in resisting the invasion of foreign devils. Among them, in one of the foreign devil battlefields, Grand Xia built a city called Tianqing City to defend against the invasion of foreign devils in that battlefield. The Star Academy was established in the Heavenly Star City. The Star Academy is special, not only because it is located in the Heavenly Star City, but because the enrollment of the Star Academy is not through the martial arts advanced examination. Rather, the Star Academy examines all of the students in Grand Xia and sends invitations to those who have passed their examination before the entrance exam. Those students who had gotten the invitation needed to pass the Star Academy's test if they wanted to enter the Star Academy. If they passed, they would naturally become students of the Star Academy. And once they didn't pass, would lose their qualifications for the Martial Arts College entrance examination, and could only wait for the opening of the next Martial Arts College entrance examination, and participate in the Martial Arts College entrance examination as a repeat student. Chapter 54 Choices. Plus, the Star Academy was located in the middle of the Heavenly Star City, which was itself in the middle of the alien demon battlefield. The level of danger was very high. What's more, students of the Star Academy, aside from having a protection policy for their freshman year, once they reached their sophomore year, they needed to start completing the Star Academy's missions. And these missions, most of them were related to fending off foreign devils. Many of the Star Academy students were likely to die in the missions. This also led to the fact that very few students of the Star Academy were able to survive until graduation. There was even a year where no student from the Star Academy managed to survive to graduation. It could be seen how special the Star Academy was. It was also because of this special Star Academy that caused some of the students who had even gotten an invitation letter from the Star Academy to give up this examination opportunity. After all, whether or not you can join is one thing, but rather, after joining the Star Academy,
whether or not you can live to graduate is a problem.
But even so.
But anyone who could live to graduate from the Star Academy, in the future, became a senior member of the Great Xia, or even a powerful martial artist.
They became the mainstay of this Xia's defense against the foreign devils. Therefore, the Star Academy was a place of yearning and fear in the eyes of all the students of Grand Xia. As for Lu Shang, after hearing Kong Xen's words, he was also in deep thought. Kong Xen just silently looked at Lu Shang and didn't rush to speak. After a moment, Lu Shang slowly raised his head, looked at Kong Xen, and softly said, "What senior sister means is that she wants me to join the Star Academy?" Kong Xen nodded. If one were to say where the most haunting place in the entire Grand Xia is, then it is undoubtedly the Star Academy without a doubt. Of all the martial arts academies in the entire Grand Xia, the Star Academy's faculty is the most luxurious, and enjoys the richest treatment and resources. If you are able to enter amongst the Star Academy, your future is unlimited. But at the same time, once you join the Star Academy, it also means that you are no longer a student, but a warrior fighting in the heavenly Star City. Lu Shang's eyes narrowed slightly. Kong Xen's words were correct. A student of the Star Academy, in a certain sense, was really a warrior fighting in Tianqing City. Of course, this is only my intention. If you are unwilling, junior brother, I won't force myself on you. Kong Xen spoke softly. Lan Linglong on the side didn't say anything either, just quietly waiting for Lu Shang's choice. Granted, in both of their eyes, entering the Star Academy was the best path, but everyone had choices that belonged to them. If Lu Shang was unwilling, they would respect Lu Shang's choice. Star Academy? Lu Shang murmured, and everything that had happened in Cloud City today could not help but appear in his mind. Lu Shang suddenly realized, don't look at Cloud City in the middle of the Great Xia territory, only the invasion of ferocious beasts at unusual moments would cause Cloud City to be slightly turbulent. However, Lu Shang also knew that if there were no tens of thousands of martial artists in Grand Xia who had fought on the battlefield of the foreign devils, it would be absolutely impossible for Grand Xia to be as it is now. With regard to the foreign devils, even though Lu Shang had traveled across the world, there was a hidden grudge against the foreign devils within the memories of his predecessor. Coupled with what he experienced today, the devil cult was mercilessly slaughtering innocent people, and they were merely traitors to the Fey devils, and they had already done such appalling things. Once that day, the foreign devils really tore through the Great Xia's defenses and descended into the Great Xia's borders. Lu Shang didn't even dare to imagine what an unimaginable disaster that would be. How many people will die under the claws of the foreign devils? And fending off the foreign devils was certainly dangerous. But it is also a responsibility of being a Great Xia human race. Lu Shang took a deep breath, and when his thoughts gradually became clear, Lu Shang was also realizing that his brain, too, seemed to have gradually become clearer. He looked towards Kong Xen and smiled faintly. Senior sister, if it's possible, I'm still quite interested in this Star Academy. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Kong Xen and Lan Linglong glanced at each other and both revealed a smile. Although it was said that they did not interfere with Lu Shang's choice, they were happy in their hearts that Lu Shan was able to choose the Star Academy. After all, although they weren't from the Star Academy, the things they did, and even the beliefs in their hearts, weren't one and the same as the Star Academy. Since we've already chosen, then go back and pack up. Tomorrow we'll officially depart. Kong Xen thundered. Lu Shang didn't dilly-dally, stood up, and after bidding farewell to the two of them, he walked towards his home. Watching Lu Shang's figure gradually disappear into the courtyard, Lan Linglong only then sighed, although junior-senior brother's choice makes me glad, but that place of the Star Academy is still a little too dangerous after all. Kong Xen was silent for a moment before she said, if I could, why would I wish for junior-senior brother to go to the front line? It's just that although Great Xia seems to be stable, that's because there are tens of thousands of martial artists, generals, on the front line, using their lives to defend against the invasion of the foreign devils. If the people at the back only know how to enjoy themselves, the blood of those at the front will have been shed in vain. As long as the foreign devils are not extinguished, all the human races in the Great Xia will be restless for one day. There always has to be someone to do something. If there is no one to do, then the Great Xia is really in jeopardy. Lan Linglong also fell into silence. Immediately, Kong Xen pulled out her cell phone, found a number on top of her address book, and instantly dialed it. Soon, a calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Town Guard Kong, what is it? Kong Xen didn't talk nonsense. Give me a place in your examination. Kong Xen's words caused the person on the other end of the phone to be silent for a long time, and it was only after a moment that he said, "Jinghua Kong, this is not in line with the rules of my Star Academy." A touch of impatience surfaced between Kong Xen's brows. "Cut the crap with me. It's not like there aren't people from the higher-ups who are filling up your place, so how come I can't? Or is it that you people from the Star Academy think that I, the Demon Slayer City's town guard envoy, am not qualified?" The phone was silent once again before it said in that ghostly voice, "Those people's heirs died in battle, they won't say anything. But if the person you Kong Jinghua stuffed in dies? I'm afraid you'll tear down the Star Academy." The sound of the phone was loud, and the blue linglong on the side heard the voice on the other end of the phone and couldn't help but laugh. Rows of black lines immediately fell above Kong Xen's forehead. She clenched her teeth fiercely. "You give or you don't give. If you don't give, I'll tear down the Star Academic Mansion for you right now." Chapter 55 Teenagers Setting Sail. In the end, under Kong Xen's threat, the guy on the other end of the phone finally agreed. Done. Kong Xen rushed at Lan Linglong, showing off and generally shaking the cell phone in her hand. Lan Linglong helplessly shook her head. "This big senior sister of hers don't look like she is in a high position in the military, but there are times when she is really like a little kid. Get ready, tomorrow, it's time to leave this place as well," Kong Xen said to Lan Linglong. Lan Linglong nodded, then prepared to arrange for the follow-up. The situation on Cloud City's side had also completely caused the provincial city to shake. In the end, the provincial city sent out a golden body powerhouse to personally arrive in the middle of Cloud City and thoroughly investigated the matter of the demon cult. Hardly had he found quite a few remaining members of the demon cult in the middle of Cloud City. Cloud City was completely cleaned up. It was only when that golden body powerhouse wanted to come to the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall to pay a visit to Kong Yunchang that he was driven out in front of countless people. But even so, that golden body powerhouse didn't show any sign of embarrassment. Instead, he remained respectful. It seemed that being kicked out was also an honor. The people of Cloud City didn't see it as strange anymore. After that one incident, Kong Yunchang's identity was also known by the people of Cloud City. As for Lu Shang, after returning to his home, he lay on top of his bed and looked out the window, his eyes slightly drifting. "The foreign devil. Devil religion," Lu Shang murmured, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. After all, Lu Shang was still someone who had traveled across, and Lu Shang didn't have too many feelings about this situation in Xia today. When he had joined the martial arts class, he had only done so in order to be able to live in this world. After all, if he didn't join the martial arts class, at that time, Lu Shang couldn't even afford to pay for his rent. It was only later on, as he crossed over into the ranks of martial artists, Lu Shang's mentality began to change little by little. From the moment the White family took action against him, Lu Shang changed his mindset from one of getting by, to one of wanting to become stronger and stronger. At that time, Lu Shang believed that the only way to live in this world peacefully was to become even stronger. So much so, that the Lu Shang of that time was filled with stereotypes about martial arts families. However, with the appearance of the devil cult, the appearance of the Gate of Guidance, and the descent of the Fierce Beast Tide, Lu Shang's mindset was once again transformed. The foreign devils, the devil religion. Two sharp swords hanging above the heads of the entire Xia population. When these two sharp swords fall down, no one in the entire Grand Xia will be able to escape. Lu Shang is also the same. From this moment on, Lu Shang realized that he seemed to have certain goals vaguely in his mind. Those martial arts families that should be like moths in Lu Shang's opinion, when faced with the invasion of the devil cult, they stood up without any hesitation. Despite the fact that there were some strong people in the demon sect that they were no match for, knowing full well that they would probably die in the face of the demon sect as well. But they still stood up. For what? Lu Shang did not know. As for his own teacher, although he was seriously injured, if Kong Yunchang really wanted to leave, even the descent of the Gate of Reception would not be able to stop Kong Yunchang. But even so, Kong Yunchang still spared the risk of a complete eruption of the dark injuries within his body, risked death, and struck out. With a single sword, he severed the spatial passage of the Gate of Guidance. In fact, along the way, Lu Shang wondered what these martial artists were for. Obviously, this world was weak and strong, but it was very different from the weak and strong that Lu Shang remembered. Lu Shang lost sleep. A sleepless night. However, fortunately, Lu Shang's cultivation and physical body were no longer in the realm of ordinary people, so a night without sleep wouldn't have any effect. Getting up from on top of the bed, Lu Shang looked around the entire room. The rental house wasn't very big, and could even be described as shabby, but it was just such a rental house that carried Lu Shang, and even Lu Shang's predecessor, for more than 10 years. It's time to leave.
I don't know if it's because I came here with my own soul, and my memories also carry the memories of my predecessor. At this moment, Lu Shang's heart suddenly had a wave of unwillingness to let go. Lu Shang simply packed up his things, but realized that he didn't seem to have anything to pack up. In the end, Lu Shang still put on a brand new dress and slowly walked out of the rental house. Only Lu Shang didn't go to the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall, but instead came directly to Yunchang No. 1 Middle School. Under the circumstances of having experienced the baptism of the devil cult, Yunchang No. 1 Middle School should logically become a place where the members of the devil cult would focus on cleaning up. But on the contrary, Yunchang No. 1 Middle School surprisingly didn't have a single student who had gotten into trouble. Instead, it was the teachers of Yunchang No. 1 Middle School. Many of them died in this calamity. Among them, there was Lu Shang's high school class teacher, Wang Xing. That person who had once given Lu Shang a lot of help. Lu Shang's heart was slightly blocked, and without realizing it, he came to the martial arts training center. At this moment, the martial arts training center was empty. Lu Shang casually found a seat and sat down, silently looking at all this in front of him. The Martial Way Training Hall was the place where Lu Shang's path as a martial artist began. It was here that Lu Shang formally joined the martial arts class and solved his immediate needs. It was only later that Lu Shang joined the Heaven and Earth Tao Hall and worshipped Kong Xen. Granted, Lu Shang's growth did not have much to do with the martial arts class, but it had to be admitted that without the existence of the martial arts class, Lu Shang, despite the presence of the system, would still be sleeping underneath whichever bridge hole he was under right now. Leaving? Suddenly, a low voice came from behind Lu Shang. Lu Shang hurriedly stood up, turned around, and looked in the direction the voice came from. Instructor! Lu Shang responded, looking at the figure in front of him. Only when he saw this figure, Lu Shang fell silent. The person who came was clearly Qinzhen, the instructor of the martial arts class. When he first met Qinzhen gave off an extremely majestic feeling, and even made many of the students of the martial arts class fearful in their hearts. Lu Shang was the same. However, after a long period of contact with Lu Shang, he realized that although Qinzhen seemed majestic, everything he did was just for the betterment of the students in the martial arts class. In the midst of his majesty, yet he also carried a hint of ironic tenderness. Instructor, your arm. Lu Shang's gaze landed on the location of Qinzhen's empty cuffs. Facing Lu Shang's gaze, Qinzhen was smiling indistinctly and said with a big grin, "Hey, what's wrong with that? When I was in Mountain and Sea City, I hadn't seen anything, not to mention a broken arm. I even saw one of my comrades with my own eyes. His body was trampled by the feet of a foreign devil, and turned into mush." Seemingly with a big grin, but in reality, Qinzhen still couldn't help but redden his eyes when he said those words. He patted Lu Shang's shoulder. "Sit down." The two of them, Lu Shang and Qinzhen, sat down together, overlooking the entire martial arts training center. I didn't realize that old master of the Heaven and Earth Tao Hall was actually a sword saint, one of the 10 saints of Great Xia. Qinzhen suddenly let out a sigh of emotion and moved his gaze to Lu Shang's body. Being able to worship under this old senior is your good fortune. In the end, it's still the old senior who has a good eye. Although I can see that you're extraordinary, I didn't expect that your talent would be so heaven-defying. In just 2 months' time, you've gone from being a beginner in the martial artist realm to being the number 1 person in the martial arts class today. Kid, not bad. Qinzhen's face wore a smile, as if he wasn't disheveled by the loss of his arm. Just Lu Shang still couldn't help but open his mouth. "Instructor, what in the world is going on with your arm?" What else could be going on? Qinzhen pulled out a wine bottle from his pocket and opened his mouth to take a wild drink. Spicy breath burst out in Qinzhen's mouth. It's not the group of guys from the devil cult. Sooner or later, one day, the martial alliance will uproot the people from the devil cult. There was a touch of fury emerging from Qinzhen's eyes. Lu Shang hesitated for a moment before he said, "Instructor, don't you guys have any grudges?" When he said this sentence, Lu Shang's face obviously became a bit tangled. Resentment? Resent what? Resentment that the sword saint old-timer is living in seclusion in Cloud City? Qinzhen was able to see what was going on in Lu Shang's mind at a glance, and suddenly smiled. In the end, you still haven't seen the entire Grand Xia with your own eyes. You'll never know what the 10 saints of the Grand Xia mean to the Grand Xia. Qinzhen smiled and spoke. It is an honor for the entire Cloud City for the old seniors to be secluded in Cloud City. They have given too much for Daxia. Don't say that yesterday's events are reproduced. Even if the old senior directly left and let that door of attraction open up the spatial tunnel and open up a new foreign devil battlefield, no one would say anything. Do you know why this is? Qinzhen looked straight at Lu Shang and said, Lu Shang became more and more puzzled in his heart. Shenzhen slowly spoke, because they are the future of the entire Xia. If it wasn't for the existence of the 10 saints of the Grand Xia would have long since disappeared cleanly under the invasion of the foreign devils, and the human race would have been completely wiped out in the Blue Star. The existence of the Great Xia 10 saints is the hope for the continuation of the entire Great Xia human race. Only they are able to resist the foreign devils, and only they are able to protect the Great Xia in peace. You casually find a martial artist above the streets of Cloud City and ask him if he would be willing to exchange his life for the life of the Sword Saint if he were to use his own life. I can tell you very clearly that is very willing. Lu Shang's body trembled slightly, and his heart seemed to gradually brighten up. Kid, remember the words. No egg is left intact when the nest is overthrown. Shenzhen patted Lu Shang's shoulder, took another sip of the wine in the wine pot, and laughed loudly. Soon you'll be leaving as well. The Star Academy side has already sent over the invitation. This is probably the handiwork of that big senior sister of yours. I, who am an instructor, although I say that I'm not yet worthy to know something about the Star Academy, or even the Heavenly Star City. But there is a sentence for you. Shenzhen looked deeply at Lu Shang. The supremacy of a martial artist's status comes from the responsibility above their shoulders. Those who are martial artists open the way of the world, protect the peace of the world, and preserve the peace of the ages. And all of this you will see when you arrive at Heavenly Star City. Shenzhen's words continuously resounded within Lu Shang's ears, and Lu Shang's entire being was caught up in these words, becoming somewhat confused. A moment later, Lu Shang slowly stood up and made a solemn bow to Shenzhen. Many thanks, instructor. If Lu Shang's heart was still confused before he came to Cloud City No. 1 Middle School, then now. Even though Lu Shang's heart was not yet firm, he was already able to see the hidden path through that thick fog. To open the path of all ages, to protect the peace of the world, and to preserve the tranquility of the ages. Shenzhen's words were like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed down in Lu Shang's heart, leaving an indelible mark. Instructor. Student here, farewell. Lu Shang took a deep breath, then resolutely turned his body and slowly left in the direction of the gate of the martial arts training center. Shenzhen reclined on top of the seat and crossed his legs, watching Lu Shang's figure slowly disappear from his view. A few moments later, Shenzhen smiled faintly, drank a mouthful of wine, and with his only remaining hand, gently slapped on top of his thighs, shaking his head, and the sound of a small song slowly sounded in his mouth. I must know that the young man apprehended the cloud day, had promised the earth. The first stream. The young man alone treads the flat river. Looking back to the party for. Fix the sea needle. Lu Shang welcomed the sunlight and slowly raised his head. The sky was cloudless and clear. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Lu Shang's mood was completely ignited by the blazing sun. I might understand. Lu Shang murmured softly and took a step towards the Heaven and Earth Tao Hall. Outside the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall, Kong Xen and Lan Linglong were already waiting. An armored car was parked at the entrance of the Heaven and Earth Taoist Hall, and Kong Yunchang was lying down in the armored car to rest. When Kong Xen and Lan Linglong saw Lu Shang walking towards them with a smile on the corner of his mouth, there was also a hint of surprise in their eyes. They hadn't thought that Lu Shang would be so quick to come to his senses from yesterday's events. One must know that if it was when the two of them were young and encountered such a thing, it would be impossible for them to calm down without a few days. Even Kong Xen and Lan Linglong were ready to enlighten Lu Shang's psyche for the rest of the journey. It was just that they didn't expect that after just one night's time, Lu Shang had calmed down. Worthy of being a junior brother. A smile appeared on Lan Linglong's face. Although Kong Xen didn't say anything, her expression was also very satisfied. Packed up? Aren't you going to bring anything else? Kong Xen looked at Lu Shang's empty hands and inquired. Lu Shang smiled faintly. There is nothing to bring, there is still some money in the card, so I will buy whatever I need at that time. Kong Xen looked deeply at Lu Shang, then smiled faintly. A clear choice. After saying that, Kong Xen opened the car door and directly sat in. Lu Shang was a little puzzled by this look from Kong Xen, but still, under Lan Linglong's urging, he sat in the armored car. Chapter 56. Traveling to the Star Academy, soaring up. An armored car was speeding over the wilderness. It clearly looked extremely bumpy, but inside the vehicle, it was extremely smooth. It was hard to even feel a little bit of vibration. Lu Shang and the three of them were sitting in the car, and there was a specialized driver driving the car. Lu Shang looked at Kong Xen, who was calmly lying inside the armored car, his eyes tightly closed and his face pale, and a hint of worry could not help but appear between his eyebrows.
Senior sister, is teacher really alright?
To be honest, as Kong Xen had been unconscious, Lu Shang was still a little worried in his heart. Kong Xen waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, father is now just the outbreak of a dark injury in his body, causing him to fall unconscious. With father's cultivation, there won't be any problems within half a year. As long as it is sent to the medical sage within half a year, everything will be solved." Hearing Kong Xen's words, Lu Shang was only able to put his heart down. And at this time, Kong Xen was pulling out an ancient book from her bosom. On top of the book, there were several large words written. "The Subterranean Dragon Phaseless Sword." Lu Shang's gaze was instantly attracted to that book.
Kong Xen's voice slowly sounded.
"Originally, according to father's idea, I would have waited for some time before handing this martial art over to you, but it couldn't be helped. As you can see, things came too suddenly.
The appearance of the demon cult broke teacher's plans, so it can only be passed on to you by me." With that, Kong Xen was handing the Subterranean Dragon Phaseless Sword to Lu Shang. "Senior sister, this." Lu Shang received the Subterranean Dragon Phaseless Sword and looked at Kong Xen. Kong Xen smiled faintly. "Since you have worshipped under father, who is the person with the deepest attainments in the Great Xia Sword Dao, although father has yet to see your talent in the Sword Dao, I think it is not weak.
This Subterranean Dragon Phaseless Sword is father's lifelong mastery, looking at the entire Great Xia, the only martial arts that can be compared to this one are those created by the other 9 saints. You're about to break through the blood refining realm. After you break through the blood refining realm, you can start practicing this martial art. However, this martial art still can't be easily passed on, so for these few days, I need you to thoroughly memorize this martial art inside your head, and when we separate this martial art, I need to recycle it up."
Hearing Kong Xen's words, Lu Shang also nodded.
As for Kong Xen's words about his sword talent not being weak, Lu Shang even somewhat couldn't help but blush for a few moments. He knew his own situation best.
What was that about not being weak? That was not having any talent in this area at all, right?
His own boxing talent was certainly stunning in Kong Xen's opinion, that was also because of his own boxing master talent.
And about the talent of the Sword Road. Lu Shang hadn't refreshed it yet right now, okay?
But that was fine, all he needed to do now was to memorize the Subterranean Phaseless Sword and he would be done with it. As long as you give yourself a certain amount of time, you will definitely be able to refresh your martial arts talent for the Tao of the Sword.
By then, he would be able to cultivate and be done with it.
Immediately, Lu Shang quieted his mind and began to silently memorize the contents of the Subterranean Dragon Phaseless Sword in his head. With the upgrade clock, Lu Shang's talent had improved while his memory had also been improved to a certain extent. It was true that the Subterranean Dragon Phaseless Sword was a bit complicated, and there were even some places that Lu Shang couldn't understand at all, but that didn't stop Lu Shang from memorizing it in his own head. Just like this, the armored car sped over the wilderness while Lu Shang stayed in the car, silently memorizing the martial arts.
Time passed little by little.
Apart from the necessary daily supply time, the vehicle had been traveling through the wilderness. The Blue Star territory was really too big, and Yunchang was too remote to have an airport, plus with the unconscious Kong Yunchang, they could only rely on the armored vehicle to send them to the airport in the provincial city. The journey of which would take a day and a half. After all, some of the roads had been destroyed by the ferocious beasts, as well as the invasion of the foreign devils in the past, and couldn't be like the highway that existed before the revival of Aura. The time taken, too, was a bit longer. But fortunately, the 3 of them were all martial artists, and although it was a bit boring, they were able to endure it. Soon, a day and a half passed. Lu Shang had also managed to imprint the Subterranean Phaseless Sword inside his brain. The armored car was also slowly traveling to the gates of the provincial city.
Arrived. Kong Xen said softly as she looked at the extremely large city in front of her.
Lu Shang returned from his memories and looked at the city in front of him, which was unknown how much larger than Cloud City, and a touch of shock surfaced in his eyes. Worthy of being a provincial city, I guess it's the size of 3 or 4 Cloud Cities.
Lu Shang lamented.
Lan Linglong smiled faintly. Where else is this? Jiangnan City is just one of the smaller cities among the dozens of provinces in Daxia. When you arrive at the imperial capital that day, you will truly see what is called a big city. Lu Shang was slightly surprised. He had thought that Jiangnan City was already very big as a provincial city, but in Lan Linglong's mouth, it seemed to be nothing more than that.
Then let's enter the city now?
Lu Shang had some impatience in his heart to see the prosperity of this Jiangnan City.
However, Kong Xen smiled faintly. We are naturally going in, but you. Let's separate here. Lu Shang froze and looked at Kong Xen suspiciously.
Kong Xen gently flipped her palm at this time, and a blue card appeared in her hand. On top of the blue card, a star that shone with brilliance was engraved. Each star seemed to be flickering with its own light, wanting to completely light up the entire dark sky. On the back of the card, the word star was written.
Senior sister, this is.
Lu Shang spoke in confusion.
Remember what I told you earlier about the Star Academy?
The invitation letter from the Star Academy has already been sent to Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School, and this card in my hand is a symbol of the Star Academy's identity. From now on, the Star Academy's test for you will begin. Hearing Kong Xen's words, Lu Shang's eyes narrowed slightly.
The test, it's begun? What was the situation? However, Lu Shang did not open his mouth, but waited for Kong Xen's explanation. Sure enough, Kong Xen's words continued to ring out.
From the moment you receive the invitation letter from the Star Academy's test for you will be considered to have officially begun. And the first test of the Star Academy is to travel alone from your own city to Heavenly Star City. We brought you to Jiangnan City, which is actually already considered a violation, although those guys from the Star Academy who said I violated the rules wouldn't dare to say anything. But we're not some backdoor people either, so the rest of the journey will require you to walk alone, junior brother. Saying that, Kong Xen handed Lu Shang the card that represented the Star Academy. At the same time, he also handed Lu Shang a black bracelet. This one is a spatial bracelet. You only need to inject your chi and blood into it to be able to view the inner space of the bracelet, and inside, I've already prepared some of the supplies you'll need for the road.
Kong Xen looked at Lu Shang with a smile.
Lu Shang was in a trance as he took the card and the spatial bracelet from Kong Xen's hands, suddenly feeling a bit of an unreal feeling.
But senior sister. Lu Shang swallowed his saliva and looked at the vast city with curiosity in his eyes. Can't I really go to Jiangcheng City to take a look?
Lu Shang was still a bit reluctant. This was still Lu Shang's first time to go out of Cloud City, no matter if he had traveled across, or his predecessor. Lu Shang still wanted to see the prosperity of the provincial city.
This is whatever you want, but what I want to remind you is that from the moment you get the invitation letter, you have to arrive at the Star Academy within a month, and you've already wasted a day and a half at the moment, which means you still have 28.5 days to arrive at the Heavenly Star City. Kong Xen glanced at the time and smiled slightly.
Jiangnan City is still 2,000 miles away from Tianjin City. With your cultivation, 28.5 days is just about enough time to get there, but if you want to go to the provincial city to take a stroll and waste that much time, it's also whatever you want. Right, since you went to the Star Academy, give me a good performance in the Star Academy, if you don't pass the Star Academy's test words. The smile on Kong Xen's face grew more and more intense. Just looking at Kong Xen's smile, Lu Shang couldn't help but shiver.
I don't mind cleaning up your mess for my teacher. Gulp.
Lu Shang swallowed his saliva, suddenly feeling that the eldest senior sister in front of him had become a bit strange. He couldn't help but look at Lan Linglong, but realized that Lan Linglong was only smiling and gazing at herself, and didn't seem to have the intention of helping herself in it. Lu Shang sighed in his heart. It seemed that he could not escape. The next road can only rely on themselves. Lu Shang got up helplessly, opened the car door and walked down.
Junior brother, have a good journey. Bang.
The car door was ruthlessly shut, accompanied by Kong Xen's voice that was slightly tinged with a hint of a smile. The armored car's engine was instantly started, accompanied by a burst of roaring sound, raising a piece of dust, and killed straight into the gate of Jiangnan City, completely disappearing from Lu Shang's field of vision. On top of the road, only Lu Shang was left standing dumbfounded, holding the black spatial bracelet in his hand, as well as the Star Academy's identity card.
This.
Lu Shang looked at the vanishing armored car and murmured.
Tell me where exactly the Star Academy is instead? I can't even find the ing direction. It was just that Lu Shang's murmuring naturally couldn't be heard by Kong Xen and the others.
Lu Shang scratched his head, then fixed his gaze on the spatial bracelet. According to what Kong Xen had said, Lu Shang injected his chi and blood into it bit by bit, and suddenly the space of the bracelet appeared in Lu Shang's field of vision.
The space was not large, roughly 10 square meters.
But it was also enough to hold a lot of things. As Kong Xen had said, she had prepared a lot of supplies for Lu Shang, but it was only limited to things like water and compressed cookies. Luckily, in the spatial bracelet, Lu Shang had found a map of the Great Summer Territory.
That was why he wasn't unable to find his way.
Tianqing City was located in the eastern part of the Great Xia territory, while Jiangnan City was in the southern part of the Great Xia, and the distance was about 2,000 kilometers, as Kong Xen had said.
Thinking of this,
Lu Shang raised his head and after glancing around, he followed the direction of the southwest. In fact, Lu Shang was somewhat indifferent to the fact that he was going to Tianqing City alone. Although it was said that on the way, one might encounter the threat of ferocious beasts, but don't forget, Lu Shang had the yi-killing talent on his side, so it was unknown whether the ferocious beasts were a threat to Lu Shang, or whether Lu Shang was a threat to these ferocious beasts. It's just right, take these fierce beasts to strengthen my body, and strive to raise my body refining by one realm and break the chi and blood ceiling one more time before entering the Heavenly Star City. A bright light flickered within Lu Shang's eyes. He took a step and slowly walked in the direction of the southwest. 28 days later. At the foot of a mountain range, Lu Shang looked at the wolves that surrounded him and surrounded him firmly, and the corner of his mouth drew an arc.
Luhan.
Fist. A faint voice resounded from Lu Shang's mouth.
Golden light instantly burst out. Vaguely, it seemed as if there were Sanskrit sounds exploding.
Terrifying power erupted violently.
Dang 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 dang.
Accompanied by a muffled sound, a wolf-type ferocious beast instantly died. A warm current flowed through Lu Shang's body, and in the next moment, Lu Shang's body slightly trembled, and an even more terrifying aura permeated out from Lu Shang's body.
Body refining
is already comparable to the 4th level of blood refining. Feeling the increase in his body's strength, Lu Shang's eyes also had a color of joy emerge. After parting ways with Kong Xen and the others, Lu Shang set off on the road to Heavenly Star City alone. During the 20 days, Lu Shang had encountered quite a few crises, and even suffered the pursuit of a ferocious beast at the 5th level of the blood refining realm. However, fortunately, Lu Shang's body refinement was also comparable to the 2nd level of blood refinement, and after playing some tricks, he managed to evade the pursuit. Although the crisis was rushed, Lu Shang's gains were also great during the 5 days. Body refinement had not only been raised to the 4th level of blood refinement, but even the upper limit of chi and blood, Lu Shang had also cultivated to 14 points from the previous 11 points. When he raised his chi and blood ceiling to 14 points, Lu Shang also vaguely felt the existence of the shackles. But as Lu Shang's body refining improved, this feeling of shackles gradually disappeared. So much so that now, it was as if this feeling had never appeared. It's true that the stronger the refining body is, the higher the upper limit of chi and blood will be, but senior sister also said that refining the body is only the capacity, and to raise the upper limit of chi and blood even more, the most important thing is the talent. Talent is the weight that the container can bear. Lu Shang murmured, then slowly raised his head and looked towards the southwest. Vaguely, Lu Shang could already see the outline of an ancient city. Although I don't know how far my talent can support my chi and blood ceiling, naturally the more the better, let's just hope that after
half a month, the system can bring me some surprises. Chapter 57 Confident Zhao Changsheng.
Lu Shang swept towards the direction of Heavenly Star City. A few moments later, a black figure slowly surfaced in the location where Lu Shang had been before.
In his hands, he was holding a document. On top of the document, there was clearly a picture of Suyu. The black figure glanced at the corpses of the ferocious beasts around him, and after pondering for a moment, he took out a pen from somewhere and began to write on top of the document in his hand. Body refining, chi and blood dual cultivation. Body refining talent is heaven defying. Within a month, raise 2 realms, can be cultivated. Remaining talent not yet discovered.
After writing the evaluation, the black figure looked in the direction Lu Shang had disappeared and suddenly smiled faintly. First the heir of that one, and now the shut-in disciple of the old sword saint. This year's Star Academy, there are really a lot of little monsters. But this is good. If it's not a monster, the Star Academy really doesn't accept them. Gently shaking his head, the black figure unexpectedly directly disappeared between heaven and earth. Heavenly Star City. The ancient city walls were covered with black bloodstains. Even on top of this side of the city wall that had its back facing the Great Xia territory, it was still the same. The entire city, as if it was like a flood beast, silently hovered above the earth. But whenever there was any wind blowing, this flood beast-like city would also erupt with the terrifying power that belonged to him. Compared to the murderous aura that permeated above the walls of Heavenly Star City. The interior of Tianqing City, but a peaceful, not at all sea, this is actually the front line of the great summer against foreign devils. Inside Tianqing City, around the streets, countless vendors selling sounds ringing, a peaceful look. Just the only thing that is a little different is these vendors are more or less physically handicapped, or elderly people.
youth, normal people, in the large and small streets, but seems very rare. In the location of Tianqing City near the city gate, a vast area was occupied. At the edge of that vast area, an extremely scribbled-looking gate was constructed. Above the gate, a few large words were written crookedly. Star Academy. At the location of the gate, an old man wearing a security uniform, lazily lying on top of a rattan chair, just sat at the location of the gate, enjoying the light of the sun. Suddenly, the old man in the security uniform slowly opened his eyes and lazily glanced towards the location of the city gate. A wry smile surfaced on his face. He slowly stood up, stretched, and rushed inside the Star Academy, calling out, "Come on, guard the gate for a few days." The old man's voice spread throughout the Star Academy. Only along with the fall of his voice, there was no movement, not even the slightest breeze came out. The old man's face gradually became strange as he gave a dry cough. 30 points. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanying the fall of his words, in the middle of the Star Academy, a figure instantly rushed out. "I'll do it. Elder Wang, leave this task to me, I promise to guard it well." "Screw this is clearly what I saw first, get the hell out of my way." "I bah. Let's see who comes first." For a while, a burst of chaotic shouting and cursing came from within the Star Academy. And in the midst of these shouts and curses, a figure dashed out at great speed, appearing at the location of the gate in an instant. The person wearing an extremely exaggerated clothes, obviously is the day of 3 volts, but wearing a mink coat, neck, wrist above, is hanging in extremely expensive-looking gemstone beads. He just appeared at the location of the gate, rubbed his hands together, and smiled heatedly at Elder Wang. "Elder Wang, let's leave this task to me." Elder Wang glanced at the visitor with a strange expression and said, "I say Bai Ming, you're wearing such thick clothes in this summer, aren't you hot?" Bai Ming smiled and said, "Elder Wang, cultivation, this is cultivation, do you understand?" Fine, old man, I don't understand, okay?" Elder Wang waved his hand and glanced at Bai Ming without any good humor, then dragged the chair slowly into the Star Academy. "I'll leave it to you in the next few days and on, when those little guys come, you'll be on your own." A flash of surprise surfaced in Bai Ming's eyes as he waved his hand at Elder Wang's back. "Elder Wang, take care, Ang." Until Wang Lao's figure disappeared from his field of vision, Bai Ming hemmed and hawed and moved a small chair from somewhere and sat down on it comfortably. "Bastardly," he said to the middle of the Star Academy, "Gentlemen, these 30 points are mine, you'd better go back honestly." There was first a burst of silence in the Star Academy, followed by a burst of roars. "I'll go to Nima Bai Ming, if you have the ability to compete in a fair and just manner, what's the point of using a treasure tool? Bai Ming, don't let me catch you in the act, or I'll make you pay 100 times over." Cursing within the Star Academy, while Bai Ming seemed to be oblivious to the general, reclining in his chair, but his eyes were looking towards the location of the gate of the Heavenly Star City, and his eyes were even more full of fervor. Come on, whether or not seniors' points for the next year can be scraped together, it's up to you guys, dear schoolmates." At the same time, in a room in a hotel not far from the Star Academy, Zhao Changsheng was sitting next to the window, just able to see the direction of the Heavenly Star City gates. He looked at the watch on his wrist with some boredom, dragging his cheeks with one hand, and said with some boredom, "I don't know what that guy Wang Mu asked me to come to Tianqing City for. Is it possible that I still have to make a move against this group of guys in Tianqing City? Isn't that properly looking for death?" Zhao Changsheng yawned and stretched. "No, they're heavenly pulse people, one by one, are all old silver coins. I can tell from that Wang Lin incident. I still need to be careful, especially in a front line of the Grand Xia like Tianqing City. Once I'm discovered, it's very hard to escape." Zhao Changsheng murmured faintly, then a flash of pride leapt up in his eyes. "But with my stealthy method, basically no one will be able to see me, even a golden body realm martial artist won't be able to feel the demonic aura in my body." Zhao Changsheng's face carried a touch of pride. The reason why he was able to sneak into Cloud City, and even escape from within it, was all thanks to his concealment method. Otherwise, just the demonic aura in his body would have been enough for the people from the Martial Alliance and the military to discover. Even now, when he entered the Heavenly Star City, it was also because of his stealthy method that he was able to escape the probing of the Heavenly Star City's military. Chapter 58, The Enthusiastic Star of Heaven Crowd. Just as Zhao Changsheng was conceited that his method of concealment was powerful, at the front desk of the hotel he was staying at, several figures in military uniforms walked up to the front desk and spoke solemnly. "Who made the tip-off call?" Behind the front desk, an old man with one ear missing suddenly stood up, eagerly pulling the hands of the several military figures and said excitedly, It's me. The military members looked at the old man and said in a deep voice, "What's the situation?" The old man smiled and spoke, "Just now a thieving-looking little doll came to my hotel to open a store, and as you know, which one of the people who open a store in our Heavenly Star City isn't a guy with great eyesight?" Old man, I hit my eyes, the guy's aura was all lewd, so I reported it. The military members looked at the old man with a stunned expression, and then their faces turned strange. Just because of this? Or else? For a while, silence filled the air. Several military members and the old man stared wide-eyed. In the end, the military member rubbed his temples with a bit of a headache and sighed. Just because he has an obscene temperament, you're reporting him as a member of the demon cult? The old man smiled and said, "I say you little doll just came to serve in Heavenly Star City, right?" The military member froze and looked at the old man with some confusion. The old man continued, "Which one of our Heavenly Star City's people isn't retired from the front line, and there are very few guys who have all their limbs and are still young?" The military member pondered for a moment, and still said with some skepticism, "But during this period of time, the Star Academy enrollment has begun, so it's normal to have young people, ah?" The old man said indifferently, "His identity card is fake." "How can you be sure?" "Hee, the old man was buying fake IDs before joining the army. Whether it's a fake ID or not, the old man will know at a glance. If it was the group of little guys enrolled in the Star Academy, they wouldn't have used a fake ID to get a room." Listening to the old man's words, a few of the military members instantly glanced at each other and their faces became serious. He said in a deep voice to the old man, "Take us to have a look." "All right." The smile on the old man's face instantly became bright, and he immediately led a few members of the military towards Zhao Changsheng's room. And in the middle of the room, Zhao Changsheng was still looking at the location of the Tianqing city's gate in a bored manner. Suddenly, there was a short knock on the door. Zhao Changsheng's heart tightened slightly, but his face quickly became back to normal. "Who is it?" Zhao Changsheng opened his mouth. "Room check." Outside the door, a serious voice came. A flash of doubt instantly flashed through Zhao Changsheng's eyes, and in this instant, Zhao Changsheng's first thought was that he had been discovered. However, once he thought about the power of his concealment method, even the military guarding the city gates did not detect it, he was also relieved. Perhaps, it's just a normal room check. Just that there are still people on the front line who have rooms for fun? Zhao Changsheng muttered in his heart, but still walked to the door and prepared to open it. Opening the door, he suddenly saw several military members in uniform standing at the door. Zhao Changsheng smiled and opened his mouth. "A few of you, I'm alone in this room, so there's no need to check the room." The military members spoke indifferently, "Show me your ID card." Zhao Changsheng's eyebrows raised slightly, but he obediently handed over his ID card. The military member took the ID card and glanced at it, then his eyes snapped. "Take it down." Accompanied by this person's words, the few military members around him didn't hesitate to strike, and between the surges of qi and blood, with an extremely terrifying speed, they rushed over towards Zhao Changsheng. Zhao Changsheng was first stunned, and then a strong sense of crisis in his mind also stimulated Zhao Changsheng. Without any hesitation, Zhao Changsheng instantly took out a jade slip and directly crushed it. Buzz buzz buzz. A wave of arcane energy directly wrapped Zhao Changsheng up, and in the next moment, Zhao Changsheng's entire person unexpectedly disappeared directly out of thin air. And the two military members naturally pounced. For a moment, the military member's face also became a bit ugly. "Comrade, I told you that this guy has a ghost, it must be the guy from the devil cult." The old man with broken ears said excitedly, seemingly not scared by the appearance of the demon cult members. There was simply endless excitement. Several members of the military were stony-faced. "Report to the higher-ups and conduct a city-wide screening." After saying that, several military members were ready to leave, but they were directly stopped by the old man with broken ears. Don't go." The military members' brows slightly furrowed as they said in a deep voice, "Members of the devil cult are present, please don't hinder us from carrying out our official duties, old man." Who knew that the old man with broken ears said without any concern, "Who cares about you carrying out your official duties, old man? I have merit in reporting, hurry up, give me the reporting bonus. Otherwise, I'll make a scene at your military department, saying that you're withholding the hard-earned money of us, the people." For a while, the military members' faces became even more strange, but they still honestly wrote a certificate and handed it over to the old man. "Just take this certificate and go to the military department to exchange it. If there is still information on the members of the demon cult, please also ask the old man to report it as soon as possible." The old man holding the proof strip smiled as he solemnly placed it in his pocket and waved his hand. "Well said. Don't you have official duties to perform? Hurry up. After saying that, he was driving the several members of the military directly out. At the same time, in a wilderness outside of Tianjin City. Space was slightly distorted, and Zhao Changxing's figure slowly emerged. His face was incredibly gloomy. As Zhao Changxing looked at the heavenly star city not far away, an even more puzzled look surfaced on top of his gloomy face. My concealment method is so brilliant that no one under the golden body realm can detect my aura, so why did I still attract the attention of the military? If I hadn't spent half of my savings and purchased a teleportation jade slip within this sect, I might have really planted myself within this heavenly star city. Saying that, Zhao Changxing raised his hand, and a jade slip that had cracked open a few times lay peacefully in the center of his hand. It can still be used for the last 2 times, damn it. Zhao Changxing clenched his teeth. He recalled his behavior in the middle of Heavenly Star City several times, and he really couldn't figure out where exactly he had been exposed. Of course, if someone from Heavenly Star City knew about Zhao Changxing's question, they would be able to give a perfect answer. Because they were the enthusiastic Tianjin masses. Doing this kind of thing was simply their old job. Thinking about it, there was really something that he couldn't figure out, so Zhao Changxing didn't bother to continue thinking about it, and continued to drop his gaze to the location of the city gates. It seems that this heavenly star city, in a short period of time, still can't go in. Chapter 59 Arrival at the Star Academy. Zhao Changxing scratched his head. Until now he was a bit confused as to where exactly he had been exposed. After thinking about it, Zhao Changxing really couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to continue thinking about it. He simply stayed at this small hill location and secretly looked in the direction of the Heavenly Star City gates. Anyway, that guy only asked me to come to Heavenly Star City, observe the candidates of the Star Academy, and then wait for him, and didn't say what he was going to do. It's still waiting inside the city, it's still waiting outside, whatever. Zhao Changxing took a deep breath, and with a face of fleshly pain, he placed the jade slip, which had already split open with a crack, into his spatial bracelet with a precious hand, and only then did he honestly look towards the city gates. It's about time, shouldn't it? This group of little brats should have arrived as well. On top of the streets near the city gates of Heavenly Star City, one by one, the people living within Heavenly Star City poked their heads out from inside their houses, looking towards the location of the city gates with a curious expression. He, I don't know how much I can earn this year. What words? What kind of words are you? These people are the future pillars of our dasha, how can we earn their money? We are just trying to make ends meet. One by one, the residents of Tianjin City were talking to people they knew well, but their gazes landed in unison at the entrance of Tianjin City. It seemed to be waiting for something. Soon, a young figure appeared at the location of the city entrance. When the first person appeared, there were also more and more young people who appeared at the entrance of Heavenly Star City. It was just that they didn't immediately enter within the Heavenly Star City, but instead obediently stood at the city gate, lined up, and accepted the inspection, the only way they would be able to enter within the Heavenly Star City. After all, Heavenly Star City is the front line of the Great Summer's defense against the foreign devils. Not just anyone can come in, that is, during this time, it is the time for Star Academy's enrollment, otherwise, on weekdays, unless one had a certificate on them, or a military order or something like that, no one could enter the middle of Heavenly Star City. Of course, those residents were excluded. Coming. Looking at one of the young figures that walked in, those residents on both sides of the street, a brilliant light burst out from their eyes. They looked at this group of young people with a blaze in their eyes, that looked as if it was like a big gray wolf that had seen a white rabbit. A little brother, do you want to open a room here in our place? It's fair and square, just $3,000 a night. My ass, I only need $2,999 here. Little friend, I am the #1 fortune teller in Tianjin City, can you come to me for a fortune telling? Maybe, it will even allow you to pass the Star Academy's test. A voice of this kind was heard endlessly around the streets. These little guys who were already dusty and had survived in the wild for a month, or even longer, were staggered when they heard these shouts. Good guy. The residents of Tianjin City, are they all this enthusiastic? Just $2,000, $3,000 a night hotel. This is also too dark. For a while, they were even a little confused. But those enthusiastic residents of Tianjin City are smilingly walked out, pulling these young people toward their own store inside. Here is the Heavenly Star City, is it? Luhan's silhouette slowly appeared in the Tianjin City's city gate location. Looking at this mountain-like city, eyes have a touch of curiosity color surfaced. Just before Lu Sheng could carefully survey the entire Heavenly Star City, he heard a noisy voice coming from the location of the city gate. Hiss. Surprisingly, it's the young city lord of Heavenly Dragon City. I didn't expect him to come to participate in the enrollment of the Star Academy as well. Yes, the city lord of Heavenly Dragon City is a golden body realm powerhouse, and his heir thought to be a top-notch existence as well. Hearing these noisy voices, Lu Sheng also looked in the direction of the voices, only to see a young man dressed in fancy clothes with an ice-cold face, letting the surrounding murmurs continue to ring out. He was stoic and unmoving. It was as if he couldn't hear the noises around him. After accepting the inspection of the soldiers at the city gate, he also entered the Heavenly Star City. Wait, why is this guy so weird? It's a bit interesting. There are quite a lot of capable and weird people in this Star Academy's examination. The Sky Dragon City young city lord was only a mere introduction, and after more and more youths arrived at the Heavenly Star City, the gates of the city became incomparably lively. These people. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he swept his gaze over the surrounding youths, and a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. It should be known that after this month of rushing cultivation, Lu Sheng's chi and blood had already been cultivated to 14 points, and even his body refinement had been elevated to the 4th layer of blood refinement by virtue of killing. Placed in the previous Cloud City, it was already an extremely heaven-defying existence. But in the middle of this Heavenly Star City, just in terms of cultivation, Lu Sheng's cultivation was relatively ordinary. Most of the youths had peak chi blood cultivation, and in Lu Sheng's observation, most of them had already broken the chi blood ceiling. As for how much they had actually reached, Lu Sheng did not know. Worthy of being the most top-notch academy in Grand Xia, those who are able to obtain an invitation from the Star Academy are all not the heavenly prides of various fields in Grand Xia. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, and within his eyes, a touch of lofty battle intent also emerged. Good thing too, the only way to motivate me is to have this kind of environment as well. Lu Sheng smiled faintly and slowly walked towards the location of the city gates. It was true that these youths who had received invitations from the Star Academy were all the Great Xia's heavenly prides. However, Lu Sheng's heart did not have any fear. There was merely endless excitement. That was the kind of excitement that only came from a kindred spirit meeting a kindred spirit. More importantly, currently, Lu Sheng's talent refreshes had already accumulated to 9, and he was only 1 week away from being able to accumulate to 10. At that time, he would be able to use 10 refreshes to exchange for a red talent. Just the purple upgrade clock and killing alone brought a terrifying boost to himself, and even more so, he had been recognized by a great summer sword saint like Kong Xen. Then this red talent that overrides the purple talent. How terrifying it should be. Lu Sheng's heart carried a hint of anticipation as he walked towards the city gates. The red talent was certainly powerful, but the same. One's current goal was still to pass the Star Academy's enrollment test. Just as Lu Sheng was walking towards the city gates, at the same time at the location of a small hill not far from the Heavenly Star City, Zhao Changsheng was hiding at the back, his gaze looking towards the location of the city gate from time to time. Tianlong City's young city lord, TSK, this Star Academy's attraction is really big. And that little guy who was covered in chains, the chi blood probably has 15 points, this talent is a bit heaven-defying. No wonder that Guy Wang Mu would let me come to the Star Academy. This is a big deal for the Star Academy during this time, if I mess up at this time. He. Zhao Changsheng suddenly let out a cheap laugh. His gaze swept over the location of the city gates, and he soon saw a familiar figure. As he looked closer, his face gradually became strange as he looked at that familiar figure in face. I'm able to see this guy even in this place. Zhao Changsheng suddenly screamed, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. If this guy is here, then doesn't that mean that he came here with the permission of the Sword Saint Old Senior? If that's the case, if I lay my hands on the Star Academy, I'm afraid that I've offended the Sword Saint once again. A saint. If he knows that there's a shadow of me in it, he's afraid that he's going to get me killed? Zhao Changsheng's face became a bit ugly. Previously, the experience in Cloud City had left him somewhat impressed even now. So much so that between his eyebrows, there was even a shade that surfaced. Admittedly, the person he saw was clearly Lu Sheng, who had appeared at the entrance of the city. That's just it, it's better to be careful next and try not to expose it. Zhao Changsheng murmured, his gaze flickering slightly as he looked at the city gates. Lu Sheng obediently lined up at the gates of Heavenly Star City and waited for the inspection, his gaze also sweeping over the surroundings from time to time, observing the guys around him who were participating in the enrollment test of the Star Academy.
Apart from the young city lord of Tianlong City, who had caused a lot of marvels from the crowd before, there were also several guys that made Lu Sheng's impression deeper. A figure is obviously extremely thin, but the body is wrapped in silver white chains, that chains hanging down on the ground, even are able to the ground are smashed out of a big pit of evil. But in the body of that thin-looking youth, it was as if there was nothing. There was also a person with an extremely sturdy figure, and although his face was a bit fierce and vicious, but from time to time, he revealed a simple smile, which was a bit different from his ghastly face. The contrast was great. However, the qi and blood in this person's body was extremely rich. Even though Lu Sheng and him were separated by a distance, he was still able to feel the blazing qi and blood coming from the lanky youth's body. In addition to these two people, Suyu also noticed someone else. It was a young girl in tights, with a sword case that seemed to be crafted out of pear blossom wood on her back. Vaguely, Lu Sheng could feel a sharpness coming from the young girl's body. Although in his own teacher cannot be compared, but among the same age, was extremely outstanding. Compared to them, Lu Sheng instead felt that he was somewhat ordinary. However, they had their talent, and Lu Sheng also had his own substance. A body at the 4th level of blood refining was enough for Lu Sheng to easily pass the Star Academy's examination. Soon, the line moved slowly. After Lu Sheng handed the soldiers his identification and the card representing the Star Academy, he was released and entered the Heavenly Star City. All around, the noisy shouts reached Lu Sheng's ears. Even some of the residents of Heavenly Star City, after seeing Lu Sheng, all of them walked towards Lu Sheng with their eyes glowing red. Lu Sheng was a bit overwhelmed by these enthusiastic residents, but once he thought that today was the last day to report to the Star Academy, he couldn't care less about the pushing and shoving of these enthusiastic residents, and followed the map's guidance and walked towards the direction of the Star Academy. And those who watched Lu Sheng escape from their own hands, Lu Sheng also did not show the slightest regret, but as smilingly said, "This is the 6th person to report. It seems that this year's enrollment has a chance to break the double-digit Oh, it's not easy to say, now this is the 1st level." After a brief exchange, a few people looked at each other and revealed bad smiles, heading towards the other youths who had just entered the city. One by one, they were like big gray wolves in sheep's clothing. Those young people who had come to participate in the Star Academy's examination, each one of them seemed to be inexperienced, and were at a loss for words in the face of the enthusiastic residents and vendors. Meanwhile, at the gate of the Star Academy, Bai Ming was lying on a chair. Bai Ming was lying on a chair, using a newspaper to cover his face, resisting the sun's erosion. Behind him, inside the Star Academy, however, a whispering voice was heard. He, there are still 6 hours left, the reporting time will pass, and no one has come yet. It seems that those old-timers still have their skills. I heard that an old-timer even discovered a member of the demon cult today, and got a reward of $30,000 at the military department. Hiss, that's 3 points, envious. This damn Bai Ming, how the hell did he let him grab this mission? 30 points, I need several months to earn it. Listening to the whispers that kept coming from behind him, Bai Ming slowly took the newspaper down and lazily rushed towards the Star Academy. Gentlemen, it's better to be good and do your own thing. If those old men find out, hey, when the time comes, it's your points that will be deducted anyway. Behind him, there was first a slice of silence, and then a few rustling sounds could be heard, and it was clear that someone had quickly left the vicinity of the gate. Seeing this, Bai Ming smiled faintly and slowly looked ahead. In the front, there were already several extremely young figures that were walking in the direction of the Star Academy. It was just that between them, they seemed to be undifferentiated, and vaguely, there was still a distance left between them. Looking at these few guys, Bai Ming also had a smile on his face. It was just that this smile, how he looked at it, was somewhat obscene. He rubbed his hands together and licked his lips, a touch of fervor in his gaze. These can all be my future meal ticket. It's not in vain that I spent 20 points to exchange a disposable treasure tool. Dear schoolmates, your senior is coming. Just as Bai Ming was excited in his heart, those several figures also slowly appeared at the entrance of the Star Academy. One of the youths in fancy clothes paid a slight bow to Bai Ming, then softly asked, "Dare I ask this senior, where is the Star Academy reporting office located?" Chapter 60, The Star Academy's Examination. Among the crowd, Lu Sheng was clearly there. Only, Lu Sheng didn't open his mouth, but only looked at the young lord of Tianlong City, who was dressed in fancy clothes, to take the lead in opening his mouth. Report? Bai Ming slowly raised his head and revealed a smile. What report? The Sky Dragon City young city lord was first stunned when he heard this, and then his brows furrowed slightly as he took out his Star Academy's identity card and said, "I have received an invitation letter from the Star Academy and have come to report today.
so I would also like to ask this senior too. I don't care who you are, I don't know about the report anyway. It was only that before the Sky Dragon City young city lord could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Bai Ming in a hard voice. He waved his hand, lazily reclined on his chair, and lazily said, I don't care what exactly you guys are here for, and I don't know what the academy has done anyway, I don't know anything about the report. Of course. I'm not an unsympathetic person, you people in the future can be my good schoolmates. Bai Ming looked straight at the young city lord of Tianlong City, the smile on his face grew brighter and brighter. Want to know where to report? Give this on it. Saying this, Bai Ming rubbed his fingertips. Looking at such a blatant Bai Ming, the Sky Dragon City young lord obviously still hadn't been exposed to such a situation, and directly froze in place. And Lu Shang's expression became a bit strange. So? This is blatantly asking for favors? Is this Star Academy really decent? Lu Shang's heart's curiosity about the Star Academy was immediately cut down by a few points. Especially when he looked at the ragged and tattered gate of the Star Academy, Lu Shang's heart was even more hesitant. No problem. The Sky Dragon City young lord spiraled back to calmness without any hesitation and immediately took out a card from his own pocket and handed it to Bai Ming. There's $100,000 inside the card, I think. That price should be enough to purchase a qualification from the senior. Bai Ming's eyes instantly brightened when he saw the bank card in the hands of the young lord of Tianlong City. Standing up directly from his chair, he grinningly accepted the bank card in the young city lord's hands, one hand resting on the other's shoulder with an attentive smile. I like people like you, school brother. I don't know what school brother's name is? In the future, in the middle of the academy, I can also take care of school brother. The young city lord's brows slightly knitted, obviously a little less adapted to this kind of enthusiasm of the other party, but in the way of the other party is after all a student of the Star Academy, and in the future is his own senior, to bring the relationship closer, but also good. Long Tianxing. Long Tianxing said indifferently. So it's Long Shuedi, good to say, ahem, the reporting point of this academy is just after the gate. Here, see that old man wearing security guards, go to him, then you can report. Saying that, Bai Ming looked towards the gate only, and nudged his mouth at the old man lying lazily inside the security room. Looking at such a close distance, Long Tianxing's face immediately became a little ugly. Spent $100,000 and bought one of these? Although it is said that he is not short of money, but it is not so expensive to spend such a large price to buy a useless information like this. The key is, even if he bought it himself, other people also heard it. This is equivalent to one's own this is doing a good deed? For a time, in Long Tianxing's heart, there was a hidden anger that was ignited. Are you playing with me? Long Tianxing stared angrily at Bai Ming. Bai Ming immediately revealed an innocent expression, how am I playing you? If I don't tell you, do you know that there is a reporting point there? And the smile on Bai Ming's face slightly tightened for a few moments as he calmly looked at Long Tianxing, so you're planning to have a fight with me here? Bai Ming's words were like a pot of cold water that was suddenly poured on Long Tianxing's body, and Long Tianxing instantly became sober. Although Long Tianxing's face was still a bit ugly, it now did not have the same anger as before. That's right. Bai Ming revealed another smile and lazily reclined on top of the rattan chair. What a lot of nonsense. Suddenly, an icy voice came from behind Lu Shang. Only to see a youth suddenly rushing up, with a face of impatience, ready to directly report to the old man of security. Only, just as that youth had just walked to a position shoulder to shoulder with Bai Ming, who was originally still lazy, suddenly opened his eyes. There was even a touch of cold color surfacing in his eyes. Did I let you pass? As soon as these words came out, an extremely powerful sense of oppression instantly surged out from Bai Ming's body. In just an instant, that youth's body instantly became stiff, and above the entire person's forehead, there was even a large sweat that fell down. Under that wave of pressure, he felt like there was no way for his body to move. When the nearby crowd saw this, their faces also changed for a while, although they didn't feel Bai Ming's pressure as intuitively as the youths did, but just the wisp of breath that escaped. All of them were made to feel as if they were on the verge of a great enemy. Although it was said that they were all prides from various regions of the Grand Xia, at this time, most of them were still at the level of the Qi and Blood realm, impacting the Qi and Blood limit. Only one or two were at the cultivation level of the Blood refining realm. Of course, if it was around the time of the college entrance exam, they might even become stronger, but now there can be as much as half a year before the college entrance exam, and they are all just little guys who have yet to grow up. Sure enough, the Star Academy's examination isn't that simple.
Lu Sheng stood in the middle of the crowd, his eyes slightly narrowed as he watched Bai Ming. From the moment he entered Heavenly Star City, Lu Sheng felt that something was wrong. Heavenly Star City was a key city on the front line, the danger factor that it had to face was great, and it was basically impossible to allow ordinary people to enter the middle of Heavenly Star City. However, when Lu Sheng entered the Star Academy, he realized that this Heavenly Star City was extremely similar to the other mainland cities. Other than the great level of alertness, it was surprisingly no different from an ordinary city running. Plus, those two enthusiastic Heavenly Star residents. So, the Star Academy's examination, from the time we enter the Star City has been opened, the previous Star residence is just 1 point, and now the Star Academy gate of this senior. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze fell on the body of Bai Ming who was lying on top of the rattan chair, and a flash of brilliant light flashed from Lu Sheng's eyes. It's the second test of this Star Academy. Chapter 61 Lu Sheng's Strength. Lu Sheng was actually not the only one who thought like this. Anyone who was able to directly reject those Heavenly Star City residents who walked here was naturally not some kind of fool. The moment Long Tianqing was stopped by the other party, coupled with that youth being suppressed in place by Bai Ming's pressure, not daring to move. Vaguely, they had also thought that this might be the Star Academy's examination. It was just that none of them moved, just silently watching the scene before them. Lu Sheng was naturally the same. Guns hitting heads, it wasn't a wise choice to go straight over now. Lu Sheng stood in the middle of the crowd and silently glanced at the time. There are only the last 3 hours left before the 1-month mark. Lu Sheng murmured faintly. Within 3 hours, reporting in front of that one old man. Might not be that difficult, just this Star Academy senior. Lu Sheng's gaze landed on Bai Ming's body, his eyes slightly scornful. Although he could not see through the other party's cultivation, but just that one escaping pressure. Lu Sheng was also able to be very clear about the other party's strength. At least the cultivation level of the viscera refining realm. Placed in Cloud City, they were all top-notch existences. Worthy of being the Star Academy, any random student that comes out is at least a refined viscera realm martial artist. Lu Sheng murmured, his gaze looking towards the location of the gate. Senior. You are. Long Tianqing looked at Bai Ming, his eyes narrowing slightly. We're not allowed to go over? Long Tianqing's voice gradually became a little cold, he felt as if he had been tricked by the other party. Obviously, after using $100,000 and getting the location of the reporting office, not to mention, it seemed that the other party did not intend to let himself go over. This would be somewhat unreasonable. Hey, the location is the location of the money, as for the past well. Bai Ming rushed at Long Tianqing with a hefty smile. If you're willing to give me some more money, I wouldn't mind letting you go over. Once these words came out, the coldness on Long Tianqing's face seemed to lessen by a few points, and after a short period of contemplation, Long Tianqing actually did open his mouth. Senior, make a price. Long Tianqing opened his mouth blandly. As the young lord of Sky Dragon City, he naturally did not lack money on him, and if he could exchange money for the opportunity to report, it would undoubtedly be worth it for him. After all, if one could use money to enter the Star Academy, one would think that many people would be willing, right? Especially after participating in the Star Academy's examination, once one didn't succeed in entering the Star Academy, then one could lose the opportunity to participate in the college entrance examination this year. If you wanted to take the college entrance exam, you could only wait for next year. And since he had chosen to participate, he naturally wanted to enter the Star Academy directly. When Bai Ming saw this, his eyes instantly brightened, and he sat up straight, his eyes as if he had seen a great benefactor. Good deal, worthy of being the young lord of Tianlong City. Senior, I won't pitch you, how about 1 million? 1 million and I'll let you pass directly. Bai Ming rubbed his hands together and looked at Long Tianqing with an expectant face. Good. Without any hesitation, Long Tianqing directly took out a card and handed it to Bai Ming, faintly saying, "It's always possible to let me through now. Although it is said that you are a senior, but I also have a temper, if the senior still continues." There was a touch of dangerous color surfaced in Long Tianqing's eyes. $1 million was not a big problem for him. But if the other party still wants to continue so, he himself wouldn't mind letting the other party take a look at the depths of Tianlong City. Bai Ming eyes fell on the bank card above a moment cannot move, smilingly took over the other side handed over the bank card, but also directly performed what is called the god level face change.
First of all, a slap directly fell on the body of the youth who wanted to go over, knocked it back dozens of steps after moving their own small chairs, smilingly said. You please. You take your time. Welcome to your next visit. Long Tianqing walked towards the door afterward, only when he listened to Bai Ming's words, he still couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. Also next visit, light your big man. Long Tianqing took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the old man in the security uniform, then respectfully handed over his Star Academy identity card. Student Long Tianqing, here to report. The old man in the security uniform slightly opened his eyes, and after glancing at Long Tianqing, he took out a worn palm seal from inside a drawer and stamped it on top of the identity card. Alright, go straight in, someone will take you to familiarize yourself with the school. After saying that, the old man in the security uniform once again put his hat over his face and seemed to have fallen asleep. So simple? Long Tianqing was a bit surprised, his face was even slightly strange, but he still honestly walked into the middle of the Star Academy. This was successful? Lu Sheng and the others' faces were slightly strange as their gazes fell on Bai Ming. $1 million to enter the middle of the Star Academy? This was a bit too cost-effective. One must know that 1 million might perhaps be a lot for the average person, but for martial artists, especially for them, the Heaven's Pride martial artists, it wasn't a lot. Even for Lu Sheng. If he sold the materials on the ferocious beasts he hunted on the road this month, he would be able to come up with $1 million. It was just. This 1 million in exchange for a place to enter, let Lu Sheng is really some heartache. Before Lu Sheng decided, a young man walked up to Bai Ming's face and handed the other party a bank card with a smile. Senior, this is my buying money. 1 million. For these Heaven's Pride martial artists, it wasn't a difficult thing. If they were able to use $1 million and buy a spot to report, honestly, for some people, it wasn't a loss. It's just that. Facing the bank card handed by this person, Bai Ming only slightly raised his own eyelids, yawned, and lazily said. 1 million is the first person's discounted price, the second person. 2 million. As soon as these words came out, the man's face instantly became stiff. 2 million. 1 million he could still take out, but 2 million. Could be a bit much. For a moment, that person's face turned iron blue, and a surge of qi and blood surged out vaguely. Pa! Just before he was exposed, Bai Ming's slap was slapped towards the opposite side. With a terrifying force, he directly slammed the other party heavily and flew out, and in the end, smashed onto the ground. Didn't your teacher ever tell you that if you want to make a move, it's best not to let the enemy notice? Bai Ming smirked as he looked at the youth who had been smashed out, then swept his gaze over the surrounding crowd and said smilingly. I forgot to tell you guys, the second person 2 million, the third person 3 million, and the fourth person 4 million. So? Want to go over, give money. For a while, a burst of tumultuous sounds came from the crowd. Where the hell is this Star Academy's examination anymore? It is clearly a robbery. Not right. Robbery to money are not so fast. Is this really the people of the Star Academy? A wave of anger surfaced in the hearts of the crowd. They were here to report, not to be humiliated. Let's all go together, I don't believe it, he alone can't stop all of us. Among the crowd, someone suddenly spoke. The crowd's eyes also brightened instantly when they heard these words. Yes. No matter how strong he was alone, with so many people together, someone would be able to rush through. As long as he rushed over, it was hard to believe that he would still be able to make a move. Thinking of this, the breath of the crowd instantly became hot, and immediately afterward, the crowd glanced at each other and unexpectedly rushed towards the location of the Star Academy's gate in an extremely tacit agreement. Lu Sheng's eyes similarly had a flash of light in them, and he also followed the crowd, rushing towards the direction of the gate. Finally reacted, this term of schoolmates isn't too bad. When Bai Ming saw this, his face didn't just not have any anger, there was just a smirk. It's just that these little fellows have not underestimated me as a senior. Bai Ming murmured softly, and then slowly took a step forward. In an instant, an extremely raging aura directly erupted from within Bai Ming's body. Scarlet-colored qi and blood surrounded Bai Ming's surroundings, as if it was like a hideous blood-colored python, wrapped in a frightening aura. If you want to go over, then show some skill. Bai Ming let out a low heave, and an extremely terrifying pressure instantly rushed out. The few guys who were closest to Bai Ming, when they felt this pressure, their faces instantly turned pale and their speed began to decrease quite a bit. Even though Bai Ming had not made a move, most of these students who had come to participate in the examination were still just peak chi blood. Just this pressure alone was enough for them to drink a pot of water. It was just. Some people couldn't withstand this pressure, but some were able to walk as if they were flat. Lu Shang's figure instantly rushed out. When that pressure landed on Lu Shang's body, Lu Shang's speed was certainly affected to a certain extent, but it didn't prevent Lu Shang from continuing to charge towards the front. Bai Ming's pressure, of course, was powerful, but compared to the pressure of that gate of guidance that Lu Shang had seen in Cloud City, the difference was still too great. There are still the last 30 meters. Lu Shang's gaze landed on the location of the Star Academy's gate, and there was a flash of brilliant light in his eyes. It wasn't just Lu Shang who was like this, a man with chains wrapped around his body, as well as a youth with an extremely stout figure, and a young girl carrying a pear blossom wooden sword case were likewise like this. The four of them didn't seem to be affected by Bai Ming as they continued to charge in the direction of the gate. Oh? A little interesting? Bai Ming's gaze swept over the bodies of Lu Shang's four. Only 4 small stones appeared in Bai Ming's hands at an unknown time, and he looked at the 4 with a hint of a bad smile in his eyes. Want to go over? Not so easy if so easily let you guys go over, that group of old guys shall not pit away the points on me Bai Ming's words fell, and the stone in his hand was instantly thrown out. Swish swish swish. A cracking sound instantly rang out as chi and blood were injected into the stones, as if giving them an extremely terrifying power. These stones were as if they had eyes, charging straight towards Lu Shang's 4 people. Seeing this, the youth with chains wrapped all over his body, his face remained unchanged, and his withered body slightly shook, and at that moment, it was as if those chains wrapped around his body had transformed into his limbs. Instantly, they killed towards that stone. Only, the power within the stone was ultimately not something he could resist. The moment the stone exploded, terrifying chi and blood instantly impacted on his body. Humph. The youth stifled a snort, and his face directly turned pale. His body unexpectedly knelt directly on the ground. As for the stout youth facing that one tiny stone, his naive eyes immediately disappeared cleanly, and he let out a low roar at that stone. Break! The stout youth pushed out with a fist horizontally. There was no fluctuation of chi and blood on his body, and there was just pure to the extreme of the power of the flesh. Dang! The fist made contact with the stone and instantly exploded. As for his body, it was also heavy and instantly fell back from the rear. In the end, it was unable to continue forward. And seeing this, the young girl who was carrying the pear blossom wooden sword case behind her gently tapped the sword case behind her. Instantly, an extremely graceful looking long sword instantly rushed out and was held in the young girl's hand. Wah! Vaguely, it seemed as if a sword roar resounded out. Between the sword light whistling, it landed on top of the stones. The end was not much different from the other 2 guys, although it looked like it was in better shape, but after all, he was still forced to stop his pace by the stones. As for Lu Shang, when he was facing the stone that was killing towards him, there was also a color of gravity surfacing in his eyes. In an instant, Lu Shang suddenly turned his body around, and the chi and blood in his body instantly surged. Luhan fist. Lu Shang let out a low roar, and on top of his fist, there was a golden light that suddenly soared. At the same time, Wanderer. Strong strike. Good luck. The 3 talents were stimulated at the same time. The good luck enchantment directly allowed Lu Shang to set off the strong strike effect. The attack power was directly increased. The surrounding area was empty, directly triggering the prodigal talent, and the defense power was instantly increased. At the same time, Lu Shang's body's chi and blood surged continuously, flowing out towards a certain fixed way. Jiu Xian Golden Body Transformation. In an instant, above Lu Shang's body, there was actually a faint golden glow flickering. Sincerely. Within a month's time on the road, Lu Shang had already managed to completely cultivate the first level of the 9 Xian Golden Body Transformation. Although Lu Shang's physical body had long been comparable to a blood-refining realm martial artist, under the support of the 9 Xian Golden Body Transformation, even though Lu Shang's physical body realm was only at the 4th level of the blood-refining realm, it was enough to stand proudly against physical body cultivators of the same realm. It's no exaggeration to say that Lu Shang's current strength was even able to resist flesh body cultivators at the 5th level of blood refining. Give me. Shatter. Lu Shang shouted explosively, and with the addition of his fleshly body, chi and blood, and talent, this punch instantly erupted with unparalleled power. and the stone that contained rich qi and blood instantly exploded the moment it made contact with Lu Shang's fist. The qi and blood surged. Lu Shang merely felt as if the qi and blood in his body had been shocked. But compared to the other three, Lu Shang had unexpectedly resisted the impact of the stone with a hardened hand, and then, once again, he rushed over in the direction of the gate. Chapter 62: The Stimulated Crowd. Woody. After Lu Shang's one foot stepped into the gate of the Star Academy. And along with the moment Lu Shang stepped through the gate of the Star Academy, that pressure that had erupted from Bai Ming's body unexpectedly disappeared in an instant. Success! Lu Shang's heart rejoiced, and he let out a sigh of relief. Somewhat grimacing and rubbing his chest, Lu Shang could not help but sigh with emotion. In the end, he was a student of the Star Academy, and with just a random move, he had to release all of his cards before he was barely able to rush in. But the good thing is that now it finally worked. Lu Shang let out a sigh of relief and slowly looked towards the old security guard who was lying quietly in front of him. And the moment Lu Shang entered the gate of the Star Academy, there was a flash of essence light bursting out from Bai Ming's eyes. A fleshly body at the 4th level of blood refining. 15 points of qi and blood cap. A little bit interesting, it seems that this term, there is also going to be a ruthless person. Bai Ming took a deep look at Lu Shang's back, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and then he withdrew his gaze and sat quietly on top of the rattan chair. Not only Bai Ming, but the other students participating in the examination were even more shocked as they watched Lu Shang enter the Star Academy. One should know that just by facing Bai Ming's pressure, they had to stop their steps and their speed became slow. Not to mention that Bai Ming had directly struck out. Although for Bai Ming that was just a casual strike, but for them, it was extremely terrifying. Even the other three guys who were able to resist the pressure had to retreat in the face of this strike from Bai Ming. And Lu Shang unexpectedly carried that force hard and forced his way into the Star Academy. For a while, many people looked at Lu Shang's back, filled with scorn. This guy. The youth with chains wrapped around his body looked at Lu Shang's back, and a touch of battle intent surged out from his eyes. No wonder my teacher wanted me to come to the Star Academy. Those who are able to receive an invitation from the Star Academy are none other than the top heavenly pride. I'm not weak either. The youth murmured, unexpectedly standing up directly, seemingly ready to continue rushing in. The lanky youth was equally curious as he looked at Lu Shang's back, and seemed to have thought of something, and with a naive smile, he scratched the back of his own head, and also took a step forward, ready to continue in. On the other side, the young girl carrying the sword case, her beautiful eyes gently swept over Lu Shang's back, and immediately, there was a flash of surprise surfacing in her eyes. Immediately afterward, a defiant expression surfaced on her face, and after taking a deep breath, she also continued walking towards the gate. Lu Shang naturally didn't know what kind of eyes the crowd outside the gate was looking at him, as he looked at the old man in front of him wearing a security uniform and handed over his identity card. Student Lu Shang, here to report. Perhaps hearing Lu Shang's voice, the old man slowly moved the hat covering his face away, and with his cloudy eyes, he looked Lu Shang up and down. Lu Shang? That name is a bit familiar. The old man seemed to be pondering something. A moment later, a flash of light suddenly flickered in those turbid eyes, followed by a return to calm. He looked at Lu Shang and revealed a smile. So it's Elder Kong's disciple. No wonder that little fellow Kong Xen would seek out the Star Academy to ask for a spot, to be able to break through the blockade of the Bai Ming brat and be the first to enter the gate. Not bad, very good. Lu Shang wasn't surprised that the old man knew his name. After all, Lu Shang knew that he had asked for this spot for himself from his own senior sister. It was just that what made Lu Shang slightly surprised was that his senior sister was just a little guy in the other party's mouth. It seems that the other party is at least all people of the same generation as his own teacher worthy of being the Star Academy. Even a security guard was so unfathomable. Lu Shang became more and more respectful. The old man didn't make things difficult for Lu Shang, took out his seal and stamped it on top of Lu Shang's identity card, then said, "Go in, someone will lead you." The old man waved his hand. Lu Shang nodded and bowed to the old man again before walking towards the interior of the Star Academy. Finally. Made it. Lu Shang was slightly elated in his heart. Reported. Perhaps it had successfully entered the Star Academy. Looking at Lu Shang's back as he left, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Strange, a disciple of the old sword saint, why isn't he practicing sword techniques? But on the contrary, his identity was said by that little nymph Kong Xen herself. Is it possible that the old sword saint is not prepared to hand over his inheritance to others? The old man murmured faintly. Think it's true, even Kong Xen, that little fellow, didn't get the old sword saint's approval. This Lu Sheng's talent, although it looks quite good, just want to reach the old sword saint's requirements. I'm afraid there's still a long way to go. Saying that, the old man was withdrawing his gaze. If Kong Chang knew what this person was thinking, he would definitely be speechless to the extreme. Kong Chang, why not want to take a look at Lu Sheng's swordsmanship talent? Just not yet started. The people of the devil's religion came to mess things up. This let Kong Chang how to do it. At the same time, outside the gate of the Star Academy. After the crowd watched Lu Sheng successfully report success in front of the old man, one by one, their breathing began to become fiery. They also realized that this Bai Ming didn't seem to be intending to make things difficult for them, but rather examination from the Star Academy. For a while, the students participating in the examination were also rioting, and the chained youth, the lanky youth, and the sword-carrying young girl who were originally only a dozen or so meters away from the gate before also seemed to have been affected by Lu Sheng's influence, and rushed in the direction of the Star Academy's gate. The scene suddenly became a bit disorganized. Just all this, Lu Sheng was completely unaware of. At this moment he followed the direction that the old man said, and walked into the Star Academy. The area of the school mansion was so large that at a glance, one couldn't even see the end of it. A building, quietly standing on top of the earth. Lu Sheng looked at it with a glance, and his eyes were filled with the color of curiosity. School brother is here to report, right? Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out. One could only see a white-haired youth standing in front of Lu Sheng, smilingly looking at him. Lu Sheng was first stunned, then he reacted and made a slight bow to the white-haired youth before he said, "Good day, senior. That old senior said to let me in. Someone will follow me." The white-haired youth directly interrupted Suyu's words, turned around and was walking towards a direction. Although Lu Sheng was a bit puzzled, he obediently followed behind the white-haired youth. Until the white-haired youth brought Lu Sheng to a place similar to a martial arts training center, and here, Lu Sheng also saw the first reported Tianlong City young lord, Long Tianqing. Chapter 63, Second Order Beast Demon. Lu Sheng looked at the Sky Dragon City young lord in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. This fellow also impressed Lu Sheng rather deeply. Out of the blue was $1,100,000. Even if Lu Sheng had been frantically hunting ferocious beasts during this period of time, he might not be able to come up with it in a short period of time. Although the Long Tianqing in front of him was relying on money to successfully enter the Star Academy, Lu Sheng didn't underestimate the other party because of it. After all, those who were able to obtain an invitation to the Star Academy's examination were all top-notch heavenly prides. Especially when he didn't know a person very well, Lu Sheng wouldn't easily underestimate anyone. Brother, did you pay to come in as well? Long Tianqing had perhaps waited here for a long time, and it was not easy to see a person come in, so he also smiled and spoke. Not. Lu Sheng shook his head. I called in. The smile on Long Tianqing's face instantly became a bit awkward, and there was a faint glow flickering in his eyes. Called in. Long Tianqing took a deep look at Lu Sheng, although it was said that he didn't see Bai Ming make a move, but just from the pressure that Bai Ming released on that young man, it was able to see that Bai Ming's terror. And Lu Sheng was actually able to fight his way in under Bai Ming's nose. This is a bit of something. Long Tianqing suddenly recalled that when he set out, his unreliable old father had given himself a meaningful look with just a few words. You will be killed when you go to the Star Academy. At that time, Long Tianqing didn't care. Coupled with the fact that his own chi and blood ceiling had reached a terrifying 16 points, looking at the entire history of Tianlong City, he was also able to rank among the top 10 demons. More than that, Long Tianqing's eyes are higher than the top, although it is said that at the gate of the Star Academy, a small snack deflated a little, but Long Tianqing did not care. After all, that Bai Ming are already in the Star Academy for a period of time to learn the senior, give yourself some time, they are also able to do. Until he saw Lu Sheng, heard Lu Sheng that sentence after. Long Tianqing suddenly felt that perhaps the talent that he was proud of, in the middle of this Star Academy, is nothing. However, Long Tianqing smiled and opened his mouth. I don't know what the hell the Star Academy is up to, obviously we've all reported, but we're made to wait here, and I don't know what we're waiting for. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly, waiting? Here? Lu Sheng's heart suddenly had a bad premonition. From the moment he entered the Heavenly Star City, Lu Sheng felt that this Heavenly Star City, and even the Star Academy did not seem to be what he had imagined. Common sense seemed to not work here.
Just wait, I guess the academy is also preparing to wait for everyone to arrive before allocating them together.
Long Tianqing lazily sat on the chair and lazily opened his mouth.
Lu Sheng did not say anything. His intuition made Lu Sheng feel that things might not be that simple. Although he was sitting and resting, Lu Sheng was still in high spirits. If this Star Academy really didn't follow the rules,
he himself would be able to react at the first opportunity.
Along with the passage of time, there was also a figure that walked into the room. Among them were the three guys that had impressed Lu Sheng. The small room wasn't very big, plus Long Tianqing seemed to be a social bull, and soon the people who didn't know each other gradually established a topic of conversation. Through the crowd's conversation, Lu Sheng also knew the names of those three guys. The guy with chains wrapped around his body was called Gu Yun, and was said to be from Ice City in the northern part of the Grand Xia. As for the naive youth, he was from Dragon City in the eastern part of the Grand Xia and was called Xia Kong. As for the young girl carrying the pear flower wooden sword case, she was from Sword City in the western part of the Grand Xia and was called Yu Qian Xian. I don't know if it was Lu Sheng's illusion or not. After that young girl knew Lu Sheng's name, she was sizing herself up from time to time. It seemed to be comparing herself to something. Lu Sheng also did not care, just quietly waiting for the reporting personnel to arrive.
Time passed little by little.
Soon, the reporting time on top of the invitation was also slowly passing. The location of the Star Academy's gate. Around Bai Ming, there were quite a few youths lying around, their bodies all green and red. And beyond the streets, there were quite a few guys that were rushing towards the Star Academy. Bai Ming raised his wrist and after glancing at the time, a relieved smile appeared on his face as well.
This mission is finally completed.
Bai Ming sat on top of the rattan chair and stretched, then stood up, lifted the rattan chair, and rushed around, as well as the youths that kept rushing behind him, and opened his mouth with a smile. Gentlemen, the reporting time has arrived, so
you have been eliminated.
As soon as these words came out, those youths lying on the ground each revealed a look of unwillingness. And those group of youths who were rushing towards the Star Academy were even more indignant after hearing this sentence.
By what right?
Those people of Heavenly Star City have blocked us for such a long time, and your Star Academy didn't even care for a moment.
And now you're saying that time is up and we've been eliminated.
Where is there such a rule?
Someone couldn't help but open his mouth, and within his words, there was a strong look of unwillingness.
At this time, how could they not have reacted to the fact that everything at the gates of that Heavenly Star City was not a test? It was only the unwillingness in their hearts that still caused them to automatically ignore this fact.
That's right, even if it's a test, you should say so in advance. Someone chimed in.
As Bai Ming listened to the words of the crowd, the smile on his face faded bit by bit, and his gaze gradually became stern.
Shut up!
Bai Ming let out a low heckle, his voice mixed with qi and blood, instantly resounding as if it were a lion's roar that rolled out.
In an instant, those youths participating in the examination, under this lion's roar, instantly turned pale, as if they had suffered a heavy blow.
Bai Ming faintly swept a glance around. What? Is it hard to believe that when you guys enter the front line later on and defend against the foreign devils, before the foreign devils attack, you'll still have to be told in advance?
Joke.
Since you've come to this Heavenly Star City, how is the assessment a matter of my Star Academy, so you must be informed.
Who do you think you guys are?
What a big face. To remind you, you all have been eliminated, the Star Academy's identity card on your body has been invalidated, and within 1 hour, you have not left the Star Academy.
Handle them according to the demon cult personnel.
After saying that, Bai Ming walked towards the middle of the Star Academy without looking back. As he passed the security old man, Bai Ming suddenly changed his face and rubbed his hands together with a shy smile. Hey, Elder Wang, my points? Elder Wang raised his head indifferently and glanced at Bai Ming, a smile appearing on his face.
So it's little Bai. Mission completed?
Bai Ming pointed outside the gate to the still resigned group of youths and said with a smile, done.
Finished well.
Oh, in that case. Elder Wang glanced outside the gate, then his gaze fell on Bai Ming. The money earned today, the old rules, I'll take 9 and you take 1.
Bring it.
Elder Wang stretched out his hand and looked at Bai Ming with a smile. The smile on Bai Ming's face instantly became stiff, and he let out a dry laugh.
That what?
Points I don't want. As a student of the Star Academy, I should consider the school.
How can I still talk about money when I'm helping the Star Academy?
You take care of your health, Elder Wang. The kid takes his leave. After saying that, Bai Ming's figure instantly rushed towards the depths of the Star Academy, and his speed was so fast that he even left a trail of residual shadows in mid-air.
However, the next moment,
one could only see Elder Wang gently probing out his arm.
Dang!
A muffled sound came from the depths of the academy.
An invisible force instantly erupted from Elder Wang's body, as if it had transformed into an invisible palm, directly grabbing the fleeing Bai Ming back. Wang Lao.
Bai Ming, who had been grabbed back, had a lifeless look on his face.
Kid, you don't know the rules, so the punishment is to forfeit all of your earnings for today. Elder Wang spoke indifferently. Of course, I'm not Pickpocket Joe. How about giving you 3-point rewards? It's very reasonable, right? Elder Wang looked at Bai Ming with a smirk.
At this moment, Bai Ming no longer had the same arrogance that he had outside the main gate, and nodded frantically as if he was a little chicken.
At the same time, in the middle of a small courtyard of the Star Academy,
an old man dressed in hemp clothes sat in front of a worn-out television set, while a picture was playing in the worn-out television set.
Within the picture, they were all the people who had passed the examination and were waiting in the small room.
Looking at one of the little ones who were chatting away, a smile appeared on the hemp-clothed old man's face.
Well, there are 38 people who have successfully reported this year, more than a dozen more than last year. It seems that this year's Great Summer's Pride is not bad. Little Zhang, the usual rules, give these little guys a bit of a look. The hemp-clothed old man spoke without looking back.
And behind him, a white-haired youth with a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. After hearing the hemp-clothed old man's words, he also gently nodded his head.
All right, elderly.
After saying that, the white-haired youth slowly left the small courtyard.
TSK, Tianlong City's young city lord, the ancient tomb successor, and that old man's disciple. The Sword Saint's heir and the Sword Immortal's disciple even came, these two guys together.
The hemp-clothed old man looked at the picture in the television set as if he had found a big gossip. His eyes instantly became bright.
Interesting, really interesting. The smile on the hemp-clothed old man's face suddenly became thick.
In the middle of the small room, Lu Sheng quietly sat on his seat, waiting for the people from the Star Academy to arrive. All around, the students who had successfully reported were also excited and started to communicate. The customs of their hometowns were told. Lu Sheng glanced at the time and realized that the time for reporting had already passed, but the people from the Star Academy didn't show up.
What's the situation?
Lu Sheng's brows furrowed slightly, and there was suddenly an uneasy feeling in his heart. Lu Sheng was suddenly alert as his gaze slowly swept across the surroundings, carefully observing everything.
How is it that time has come and no one from the Star Academy has stepped forward yet? So what is the Academy trying to do by making us wait here?
At this time, someone spoke up suspiciously. These words also caused the others to detect a hint of something wrong. Long Tianqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze looked towards the location of the gate, but he realized that the gate had been closed at some point.
When did the gate close? Long Tianqing's heart stirred slightly, sensing a hint of something wrong. However, just as he was about to voice this question out, bang!
Suddenly, the lights in the room dimmed all of a sudden. Immediately afterward, a low hissing sound began to come from within the room.
Roar, roar, roar. An extremely evil aura also instantly swept through the entire room. What's the situation? How did the lights suddenly go out? Did you guys hear that one low roar? What the hell is going on?
For a while, the sudden change also made the face of one youth change slightly, and his heart was even more uneasy thinking.
Sure enough,
Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly glazed over, and he silently walked to the location of the gate. Just when Lu Sheng was ready to open the gate, he realized that the gate seemed to be locked. No matter how much force Lu Sheng used, he could not even pull the gate.
Artificial? So, this is also the Star Academy's test? Sure enough, the Star Academy's test is not that simple. An aura flashed through Lu Sheng's mind, and he instantly reacted. Roar, roar, roar.
And at this time, that low hissing sound was also instantly resounding, echoing in the small room.
Ah! What is that thing?
A cry of alarm came from within the dimly lit room. The crowd looked along with that cry of alarm, and through the dim light that had managed to come in through the window, they saw that in the depths of the room, at an unknown time, there were suddenly several extremely hideous figures that were slowly walking towards them. It was a head of a creature covered in black. The skin was pitch black, and vaguely, it was possible to see that on top of the skin of these black creatures, there was a faintly undetectable purple pattern.
Like a man, like a beast.
The appearance was extremely strange.
This is...
Long Tianqing looked at these monsters in front of him, his face slightly whitened, and said with that somewhat trembling voice.
Second order beast demon race. Long Tianqing's voice entered everyone's ears. For a while, a flash of fear appeared in the eyes of many people, while others, despite not showing fear, looked at the several beast demon race foreign devils in front of them, and their faces gradually became ugly. Roar, roar, roar. A full 5 beast demon race fey devils let out a hissing sound, and in an instant, a terrifying aura instantly erupted from their bodies, wrapped in an extremely terrifying aura. Towards this group of youths, they killed. In an instant, crisis erupted. Chapter 64 Lu Shang strikes again, you guys are eliminated. A second order foreign devil corresponded to a martial artist of the blood refining realm. Now in this room, among the 38 youths who had successfully reported, all of them were peak Qi blood realm martial artists. Although it was said that all of them were existences that had broken the upper limit of Qi and blood. But the gap between them and the blood refining realm was huge. One must know that even the most ordinary martial artist of the first level of the blood refining realm had an existence of 20 points of Qi and blood. And these 5 second stage foreign devils in front of them, above their aura, vaguely seemed to have surpassed the martial artists who had first entered the blood refining realm. One-on-one words. The probability was that no one would be a match for these foreign devils. Plus, these people, from the time they became martial artists until now, were also all still living in the middle of the Great Xia frontier, and had never seen a true foreign devil at all. Now, suddenly confronted with foreign devils whose cultivation far exceeded their own, most of them instantly revealed a look of fear. There were even people who directly rushed to the location of the gate and continuously smashed the gate. Open the door. Open the door quickly. The foreign devils have invaded. Damn it, isn't this Star Academy a top academy? Why would there be an invasion of foreign devils? Open the door. If we don't open the door, we'll really die inside. Some timid guys kept smashing the gate in an attempt to break it open. It was just that the gate seemed to have been built through special materials, and even though they had all used their Qi and blood, the gate remained motionless. For a while, those guys who knocked on the door even had a look of despair on their faces. Right in the middle of the room, there was a commotion. In the middle of the small courtyard, the white-haired youth had already returned at an unknown time. He stood behind Elderly with a smile at the corner of his mouth as he stared at the picture inside the television. This class of students, although their cultivation has come up, their hearts are still a bit poor. Elderly rubbed his chin as if he was talking to himself. Little Zhana, how many people do you think will be able to pass the examination today? Elderly suddenly spoke. After the white-haired youth glanced at the television, he said softly, no more than 10. Hey! Elderly seemed to have thought of something and suddenly sighed a bit. Obviously hundreds of invitations have been sent out, but only a handful of people have been able to pass the examination. Do you think that one day, our Star Academy will completely disappear in the river of history? Elderly looked at the television set with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. The white-haired youth's eyes suddenly became firm. It won't. As long as there is still a person in the Star Academy will never disappear. Furthermore, the Star Academy fought for the Great Xia, fought for the human race, and the Great Xia human race won't forget us. The white-haired youth's eyes gradually became pious. Elderly smiled and shook his head, his gaze falling on top of the television set. I have to say, there are still a few good seedlings. Elderly suddenly spoke in surprise. This fellow even dared to make a direct strike? The white-haired youth listened to Li Lao's words, and his gaze also fell on top of the television set. Only when he looked at the picture in the television set, his face also revealed a flash of surprise. In the middle of the room, 5 beast demon races foreign devils seemed like wolves like a sheepfold, wrapped in a terrifying aura, and instantly rushed into the crowd. Quite a few youths looked at this scene and burst back, wanting to pull away from these foreign devils. The room was really limited in space, and the bodies of the foreign devils were huge, causing so many people to be accommodated in the small space. There simply wasn't enough room for them to escape. Roar, roar, roar. The Fey Devil hissed, a red light bursting out from its eyes, filled with a tyrannical color. Immediately, it charged towards one of the youths who was running slower. No! Don't come over! That youth's face immediately changed drastically. Obviously his Qi and blood had already reached 13 points, but in the face of the second-ranked beast demon race Fey Fiend in front of him, he even forgot to use his Qi and blood. However, the foreign devil could not understand his words, and even if he did, he would not stop his hands. Only to see that a foreign devil raised his claws high, wrapped in an extremely powerful force, ruthlessly killed towards that youth.
Just as the claws were about to land on the youth's body, suddenly, a white figure instantly rushed out.
It was accompanied by a faint murmur. Luhan. Fist. Buzz buzz buzz. The golden light instantly skyrocketed. Vaguely, it seemed as if a Sanskrit sound suddenly exploded. Immediately after,
a flash of golden light suddenly appeared in the middle of the dimly lit room at first glance.
The fist aura erupted. Dang!
A fist was ruthlessly smashed onto the body of that beast demon race Fey demon.
Terrifying power was crazily vented out.
In just an instant, the body of the beast fiend, which had a cultivation level of the second stage and was comparable to the blood refining realm, had a bloody hole smashed out of it. The body of the foreign devil, ruthlessly smashed on top of the earth, letting out a burst of miserable screams.
The
youth, who had been stunned by the foreign devil, stared blankly at the scene in front of him. In front of him, there stood a youth dressed in white. The youth's face was bland and incomparable, and above his fists, there was a faint golden glow flickering.
The person was Lu Shang.
The original Lu Shang in the gate position. Just look at the gate cannot be opened. Lu Shang vaguely between. Also know that this is clearly the examination of the Star Academy. As for what exactly the test is, Lu Shang does not know. But Lu Shang in the experience of the Cloud City after that thing, for the devil, and even the existence of foreign devil, more or less as some abhorrence, naturally do not want to watch the human race died in the hands of foreign devil.
So, Lu Shang chose to take action.
The action on this side also instantly attracted the attention of the other 4 foreign devils, as well as the other youths, who froze as they looked at the white-clothed Lu Shang.
Roar roar roar.
The remaining 4-headed Fey devils were also furious as they watched their companions being crushed by a human, and one by one, they roared low and instantly killed towards Lu Shang. It was true that Lu Shang had a fleshly body that was comparable to the 4th level of blood refining, but he was also a little numb in the face of so many second-stage Fey devils killing him.
What are you still waiting for? Go!
Lu Shang let out a low roar and spoke nonchalantly. Swish swish swish. A figure instantly rushed out.
Xia Kong, Gu Yun, Yu Qian Qian, and Long Tian Xing.
The moment Lu Shang shot out, the 4 of them also reacted directly, so when those words from Lu Shang rang out, the 4 of them also shot out without hesitation.
Hula hula.
The thick iron chain slid above the earth with a crisp sound, and in an instant, only Gu Yun could be seen letting out an explosive cry. Obviously an extremely thin body, but it was hardened to pull that one thick iron chain, fiercely jerking it towards the foreign devils. Xia Kong killed towards one of the foreign devils with a big stride, his feet trampling on the earth, and the earth sent out a slight tremor. His sturdy body was like a human-sized tank, charging forward and killing one of the foreign devils. Yu Qian Qian gently tapped the pear-blossom wooden sword case behind her. Buzz buzz buzz. A crisp sword chirping sound instantly resounded, and 2 extremely small sword blades appeared in Yu Qian Qian's hands. Sword dance. Yu Qian Qian gave a delicate cry. The sword blades in her hands instantly trembled, wrapped in a stern aura, instantly killing a foreign devil. And that Long Tianqing also took a deep breath before his face turned vicious. After gently tapping the bracelet on his wrist, a small golden hammer instantly emerged, and along with the emergence of the golden hammer, a terrifying power instantly erupted. Give this young master death. Long Tianqing roared, brandishing the small hammer. He ruthlessly smashed on that foreign devil's body.
As for Lu Shang, in the moment the 4 of them acted, Lu Shang was also not idle.
The silver-colored finger tiger quietly appeared on top of Lu Shang's fist.
Lu Shang looked at the alien demon that had been heavily injured with a calm face and slowly walked towards the other party. 9 Xian Golden Body Transformation. Open.
A faint voice rang out from Lu Shang's mouth. In an instant, Lu Shang's body was as if there was a golden liquid that slowly flowed.
A terrifying aura directly filled the air. Luhan. Fist.
Golden light, above Lu Shang's fist, instantly shone, and behind Lu Shang, it was as if there was a Luhan golden body silhouette that violently emerged.
It was wrapped in an extremely terrifying aura.
Kill. Lu Shang let out a low heave, and a fist violently pushed out horizontally.
Rumble. Terrifying power instantly erupted in the entire small room. In an instant, it was declared on that beast demon clan's Fey demon that had a full second stage cultivation level.
There was only a burst of screams, only that the screams didn't last too long and came to an abrupt end. When that ray of golden light slowly faded away, the foreign devils that were originally still ferocious in their aura were completely decimated at this moment, as if they had been turned into mush. Along with Lu Sheng's success in decapitating the foreign devil, in the other few places, Gu Yun's 4 people also managed to suppress the foreign devil. It was just that it was still a bit difficult to kill it. But fortunately, along with the 5 taking the lead, the rest of the guys gradually reacted and joined in the siege of the foreign devil. After spending several minutes, it was finally possible to kill the remaining 4 foreign devils, all together. In the middle of the small courtyard, Elder Wang and Bai Ming had already come over at some point. It was just that Bai Ming was being lifted by his collar by Elder Wang as if he was lifting a chicken, his face filled with lifelessness. Exempt, the students of this term really can't do it. There are only 5 of them who dared to take a shot at the foreign devils. Bai Ming looked at the picture in the middle of the television and couldn't help but spit out. But I still have a bit of an impression of this little guy in white. He was the first one to step through my blockade and enter the gate. Bai Ming pointed out. Elderly sat on a chair and calmly watched the television, revealing a smile when he saw a few of the images. The old sword saint's heir is interesting, clearly a sword saint heir, yet he doesn't use sword techniques. This ancient tomb successor is also not bad. That tomb seal 9 revolutions, I'm afraid that he has already succeeded in 1 revolution. There is also this little barbarian is also good. There is the style of the old barbarian in the beginning. The sword fairy's disciple performance is also okay. It's this Tianlong City Yun City Lord. He directly used treasure. It seems to be a big fat sheep. There is potential. Elderly pointed at the people in the picture. Just after evaluating Lu Sheng's 5 people, the smile on Elderly's face disappeared bit by bit, gradually becoming somewhat silent. It was only after a few moments that Elderly slowly stood up, his face not looking very good. I had thought that this time how could 7 or 8 people be able to pass the examination. It seems that after so many years, so many people in Xia have already forgotten the blood and tears of the past. Elderly spoke indifferently. At this moment, even Bai Ming, who was used to brushing off his juggling skills, didn't dare to open his mouth. The white-haired youth at the side said softly, "Do we need to proceed to the next test?" Elderly glanced at the white-haired youth and snorted coldly. "What else is there to conduct? Direct elimination." The white-haired youth seemed to have already anticipated this as he nodded. "I'll do it." "Wait." Elderly called out to the youth. "Go together, just in time, and meet the students of this 49th class of ours." Elderly spoke indifferently and took the lead. The white-haired youth also smiled faintly at the sight and followed behind. Behind him, Bai Ming shrunk his neck and timidly glanced at Elder Wang. "Elder Wang, then let's." Wang Lao was still carrying Bai Ming. He looked at him and said with a smile, "This is after all Old Li's job. I won't go and join in the fun, it's you. How about giving you a task?" Bai Ming listened to Wang Lao's words, looked at Wang Lao's smiling face, suddenly felt that there was a feeling of uneasiness surfaced. "Can I refuse? What do you say?" In the middle of the room, after those several heads of foreign devils were resolved by the crowd, some people were also directly paralyzed on the ground without caring about their image, panting heavily. It was just that when they looked at the bodies of the foreign devils, there was still a color of fear surfacing in their eyes. Lu Sheng looked around and frowned slightly at the crowd's reaction. It shouldn't be. Everyone came to Tianqing City from where they were based on their own abilities. These foreign devils are just like those ferocious beasts. Why are the reactions so strong? Lu Sheng was a bit puzzled. Before Lu Sheng could think carefully, there was someone who couldn't help but speak up. "What the hell is this Star Academy up to, even using foreign devils to test us? What if something happens to us?" "That's right, for something so dangerous, at least give us a notice in advance." Listening to the words of the crowd, Lu Sheng already understood exactly why. With a faint smile in his heart, Lu Sheng didn't echo their words and just found a seat. Just when many people were filled with righteous indignation, the door slowly pushed open at this time. What met their eyes was an old man in hemp clothes, as well as the white-haired young man who had brought them to this room. The crowd had just wanted to vent out the depression in their hearts when they heard the white-haired youth speak with a smile. "Lu Sheng, Gu Yun, Xia Kong, Yu Qian Xin as well as Long Tian Xing, the 5 of you stay, as for the rest of you. Sorry, you guys are eliminated." Chapter 65 The Star People Who Died in Battle. The moment these words came out, the faces of those who were sitting paralyzed on the ground changed immediately. There were even guys with more intense personalities who couldn't help but say, "On what grounds are we eliminated? We've clearly managed to report at the Star Academy, and now you're saying that we're eliminated. Is your Star Academy so overbearing? I must sue the Martial Union. How can this kind of overbearing behavior be my Great Xia's Martial Arts Academy?" The man looked at the white-haired youth with a somewhat agitated expression, as well as the old man behind the youth.
Although it was said that after such a long time, everyone had already guessed that the existence of that foreign devil was perhaps the Star Academy's test for them. Just after hearing that they themselves were eliminated, they still couldn't help but retort. After all, they had managed to pass the examination and enter the Star Academy, and now they were reporting. As a result, they were still eliminated. If this was spread out, where would their face go? Especially for everyone present, which one of them wasn't a heavenly pride from various regions of the Great Xia, being eliminated from something like this, for them, it was a matter of losing face. However, in the face of this person's words, the corners of the white-haired youth's mouth still hung a smile, only slowly extending 3 fingers. Firstly, you failed the test of the academy, and during the invasion of the foreign devils, most of you chose to want to flee, not having the courage to fight against the foreign devils. Just this alone makes you unsuitable to become students of my Star Academy, even if your talents are outstanding. Second, as for the report in your mouth, it is merely a voucher after coming to the academy. The academy has yet to register you for enrollment, so for now, you are still not students of the academy. Third, the white-haired youth's eyes narrowed slightly, gazing at the youth who had opened his mouth earlier with an extremely calm gaze, and said indifferently, "Since you want to sue the Martial Alliance, go ahead and do it. Within the realm of this Heavenly Star City, the Martial Alliance has no qualifications or ability to govern my Star Academy. I'll place this sentence here, and you'll see if the Martial Alliance's Alliance Master dares to dictate to my Star Academy." Within the light voice, but it was filled with an extremely domineering aura. And this point was brought about by the white-haired youth, being the Star Academy. You. For a time, the youth who had opened his mouth before was somewhat speechless, facing the white-haired youth's words. He surprisingly didn't know how to retort for a time. "Alright, within half an hour, leave the Star Academy and leave Tianqing City." At this time, Elderly, who was standing behind the white-haired youth, slowly spoke. He calmly looked at the crowd in the middle of the room and said indifferently, "After half an hour, those who have not left Heavenly Star City will be dealt with according to the demon cult personnel. Don't feel that my Star Academy is overbearing. After all, in this Heavenly Star City is not as wonderful as you all imagined it to be in the back of the Great Xia. Of course, all of you are the ones who successfully reported the Star Academy. I will report your names to the Martial League and give you the qualifications to participate in today's college entrance exam." Elder Lee's voice carried a hint of coldness in it. His words were undoubtedly also a direct declaration of the fate of those eliminated. This sentence also made some people's faces look slightly better. After all, being eliminated by the Star Academy face was one thing. The most important thing was not being able to participate in this year's martial arts entrance examination. Once they missed it, there was no telling how much time would be wasted if they came back for another year. Moreover, the college entrance examination for repeaters was a compressed score, making it difficult to achieve good results amongst the college entrance examination. However, there were still people who looked at the white-haired youth and Elderly with resentful gazes. "Humph. Just leave, this Star Academy is no big deal. If you don't stay here, there's a place for you to stay." After saying that, he was directly the first to leave. The remaining people, too, sighed and left the room with a resigned face, heading towards the outside of the Star Academy. How excited they were when they came, but now how despondent they were when they left. Only after those who had been eliminated had left did Elderly and the white-haired youth's gazes fall on Lu Sheng's 5 people. He didn't know if it was Lu Sheng's illusion, but he clearly felt that Elder Lee's countenance softened slightly when he looked at his 5 people. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the examination of my Star Academy. From now on, you are a member of my Star Academy." Elderly looked at the 5 Lu Sheng people and spoke with satisfaction. The white-haired youth at the side also smiled faintly. 43rd student of the Star Academy, Zhang Tianfeng, meet all of you. The 5 Lu Sheng people also hurriedly bowed to the 2. "Follow me." Elderly glanced at the crowd before turning to leave. Zhang Tianfeng made a look at the 5 people also followed behind. Lu Sheng 5 people were naturally not stupid, they also obediently followed behind Elderly, slowly walking in a direction. Along the way, Lu Sheng 5 people are also curious to survey the surrounding Star Academy. Here is where they will live for the next 4 years. Just don't know whether they would still be able to successfully graduate after 4 years. After all, the graduation rate of the Star Academy is really low. However, Lu Sheng's heart was also a little curious. This Star Academy enrollment was so harsh, so many people, but in the end, only 5 of them managed to stay. It wasn't just Lu Sheng, the 4 Long Tianqing also had the same doubts.
Perhaps sensing the doubts of the crowd, Elderly turned his back to the five and said indifferently, "There has never been any quota restriction for enrollment in the Star Academy. As long as one is able to pass the Star Academy's examination, they will be able to become a student of the Star Academy. Your term are still considered good, only remembered a term. No one can pass the Star Academy's examination, ultimately a confiscation." When these words came out, the crowd was also a little surprised in their hearts. This Star Academy was simply showing that it would rather have no one than no one to the extreme awe. The five of them followed behind Elderly and walked through building after building, eventually arriving in a small square deep within the Star Academy. It was only when Lu Shang and the others looked at this small square in front of them that they froze. Only to see that, above the small square, there was a statue that looked like it was made of gilt, and the statue was either calmly looking ahead, or staring angrily, or with a fierce face. A golden statue looks so realistic. And underneath the statues, there were lines and lines of small words written. Before Lu Shang and the others could look carefully at the golden body statues in front of them, Li Lao's voice, however, slowly sounded at this time. "These golden bodies are all teachers or students of my Star Academy who died in battle." Chapter 66, Cast the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars with my flesh and blood. The bodies of the five Lu Shang people shook violently, and when they once again looked at one of the golden statues standing in the middle of the square, their eyes had already changed. "It has been 45 years since my Star Academy was established until now, and you will be the 45th student of my Star Academy. Within 45 years, my Star Academy has enrolled a total of 288 people, plus the former teachers, deans, a total of 372 people. Within 45 years, my Star Academy was stationed in Tianqing City, protecting the Great Xia territory, and within 45 years, not a single foreign devil was allowed to set foot in my Great Xia territory. Students killed in battle, 122, 36 teachers, 2 vice deans killed in battle, 1 dean. Among them, 19 golden-bodied powerhouses died in battle, and the golden-bodied statues above the square today are the golden-bodied powerhouses that died in battle in the Star Academy. And those students who have not cultivated to the golden body realm, teachers, their bones, have already sunk into the alien demon battlefield." Elder Li's low voice suddenly echoed in the square. Lu Shang's 5 people looked at the square in front of them in silence, and Elder Li's words echoed within their ears. For some reason, it was clear that Lu Shang was not a person from this world, but when he heard these words, it was as if his chest was blocked by something. Lu Shang's gaze fell on top of the 19 golden statues. Tu Feng, 6th student of the Star Academy, in the 60th year of the Great Xia AD, he beheaded 3 golden-bodied Fey Devils, and died in battle in Heavenly Star City. Wang Songyun, 9th student of the Star Academy, in the 72nd year of the Great Xia AD, beheaded 1 Demon King and died in battle in Heavenly Star City. Xia Qingtian, the first teacher of the Star Academy, in the 49th year of the Great Xia AD, he beheaded 9 golden-bodied foreign devils and died in battle in Tianqing City. Wuko, the second teacher of the Star Academy, in the 58th year of the Great Xia AD, he chopped off 6 golden-bodied foreign devils and died in battle in Tianqing City. Yi Zhan, the first vice dean of the Star Academy, in the 63rd year of the Great Xia AD, beheading 9 demon kings and dying in battle in Tianqing City. Xu Nang, the first dean of the Star Academy, in the 69th year of the Great Xia AD, beheading 1 demon lord and dying in battle in Tianqing City. Underneath each golden statue, the lines of small characters engraved were clearly the former deeds of these Starry Star City scholars, teachers, and deans who had died in battle. Lu Shang looked at them one by one, but he felt his heart getting heavier and heavier. Unconsciously, Lu Shang recalled what happened in Cloud City more than a month ago. The opening of the Gate of Reception, the devil called forced the opening of the interdimensional rift, wanting to use the entire Cloud City as bait to decapitate Kong Xen. But in the end, it was still Kong Xen who forcefully prevented this havoc at the cost of serious injuries and unconsciousness. If there was no Kong Xen, perhaps he himself was also in that holocaust, with a group of people in Cloud City, completely reduced to white bones. Devil cult. Fey Devil. Lu Shang looked at a golden statue in front of him and murmured, and his fists could not help but clench at this time. At the beginning of crossing over, Lu Shang didn't have much of a feeling about the existence of the Fey Devils. It was also just like what Elder Li had said, perhaps he, or even his predecessor, had stayed in the back of the Grand Xia for too long, so much so that he simply couldn't feel the threat of the Fey Devil at all. In this world, it was true that the weak were the strongest, but the existence of the Fey Devil was like a sharp sword that hung above the head of every Xia human race. A little inattention, when the sword fell the moment, the great Xia human race, too, would completely disappear into the River of Ages.
After Lu Shang saw the scene in Cloud City, came to Tianqing City, and looked at the statue of a golden body in front of him, Lu Shang realized that his own mentality seemed to have begun to change little by little. From the casualness he had before, little by little, he added a bit of sadness. Some people say that becoming a student of My Star Academy isn't a good thing because the mortality rate of students of My Star Academy is too high. There are also people who say that the Star Academy occupies the title of that #1 martial arts academy, and is really occupying a latrine. Obviously there are only less than 200 students in the entire academy, but the resources that the Martial Alliance gives to My Star Academy every year are several times that of other academies. Elder Li's voice resounded once again. The gazes of Lu Shang's 5 people also moved from that one statue to Elder Li's body. Elder Li's face was calm, but vaguely, it was possible to feel the aura of depression in Elder Li's heart. But who knows, this Heavenly Star City, My Star Academy has been stationed for 45 years, and in 45 years, not a single foreign devil has entered the Great Xia territory from my Heavenly Star City. And who knows, of the 9 cities of the Grand Xia, only my Heavenly Star City has the highest mortality rate. The frequency of foreign devil invasions is also the highest, and the foreign devil powerhouses faced are also the strongest. But despite this, the success of students, teachers, vice-deans, and deans of My Star Academy, not a single person has ever complained. Because every starman is very clear, our existence is to not let the killing in the Great Summer reappear. 100 years ago, the human race was weak. It was a martial ancestor who used their flesh and blood to forge the 9 cities of Daxia today. With the 9 cities standing, it makes it impossible for the foreign devils of the heavens to take half a step into my Daxia's territory. And My Star Academy will always have only one mission. Saying that, Elder Li slowly turned around, his face suddenly becoming incomparably serious. He stared straight at the 5 Lu Shang people in front of him and said in a deep voice, "If there is a day when the overthrow of the Grand Xia is imminent, the Star people shall go first. Perhaps, we won't see the dawn of victory for the human race, but we definitely won't see the day of the Great Xia's demise either. Because on the day of the Great Xia's demise, the entire Star Academy, all the teachers and students, will give their lives to defend against the final invasion of the foreign devils." Thud. The 5 Lu Shang people merely felt as if there was a bomb in their minds that suddenly exploded at this time. Their bodies shook violently, and when they looked at Elder Li once again, within their eyes, there was an extremely faint glow that gently wavered. And this flash of light, however, was something that even they themselves hadn't noticed. "Now, swear with me." Elder Li's stooped body suddenly became erect. Lu Shang's 5 people also unconsciously straightened their chests, following Li Lao's example and placing their right fists at the position of their right chests. "The dark night is approaching. I will transform into a star of darkness, and with my light, I will ignite the long night." Elder Li's voice slowly rang out, and the 5 Lu Shangs followed Elder Li's words and spoke them out. "The dark night is coming. I will transform into a star of darkness, and with my light, I will ignite the long night. With my flesh and blood, I will forge the great wall of heavenly stars. With my flesh and blood, I will forge the great wall of Tianqing. Protect the territory of Daxia, protect the people of the world, and guard the lights of million homes. Protect the Daxia territory, protect the world's living beings, and guard the lights of 10,000 homes." The vicissitudes, childish voice, echoed in the square. A breeze gently brushed past, blowing a tree, and the 19 golden bodies that stood above the plaza also seemed to light up a ray of golden light at this time. Chapter 67 Red Talent, Sword Dao Tongshan. That sentence seemed to have left a deep imprint within Lu Shang's heart. Is this the Star Academy? Lu Shang's eyes were slightly complicated. He looked at Elder Li's back, but he felt a few moments of depression. A few moments later, Li Lao slowly turned around, and he didn't know if it was Lu Shang's illusion, but he clearly felt that in the corner of Li Lao's eyes, there seemed to be a trace of wetness. Looking at Lu Shang's 5 people, Li Lao was silent for a moment before he said in that slightly hoarse voice, "From now on, you are already members of My Star Academy." But suddenly, Elder Li's words took a slight turn. "Even if you become a member of the Star Academy, it doesn't mean that, for the rest of your lives, you'll be people of the Star Academy." As soon as these words came out, the gazes of Lu Shang's 5 people landed on Elder Li's body with a hint of doubt. The Star Academy is a place to cultivate heavenly pride, not some gathering place for mediocre talents. In the Star Academy, you will have a 1-year rookie protection period, and after 1 year, you will be assessed with the entire Star Academy's current students. If you are at the bottom of the list, then sorry, within this year, your resources in the Star Academy will be cancelled directly. Elder Li's voice seemed to have become a few points harsher.
My Star Academy enjoys the treatment of resources above all martial arts academies in Grand Xia, but it doesn't mean that with these resources, you'll be able to muddle through. To get these resources, it's simple. Receive a mission, complete the tasks arranged by the teacher leading the class, and you will receive the points rewarded by the mission, and exchange the points for any resources. Remember, it's any. Whether it's cultivation resources, top martial arts, or top weapons, as long as you have the points, there's nothing you can't exchange for in the Star Academy. Elderly clearly carried a touch of pride as he spoke these words. Looking around, throughout the entire Grand Xia, the only one who could possess such a backbone and say such words was the Star Academy. The Star Academy, with their flesh and blood, had forged Tianqing City, one of the 9 cities of the Great Xia, and the treatment they enjoyed was unique to the Great Xia. If you are at the bottom of the assessment, then I'm sorry, during that year, you won't be rewarded any points even if you complete your tasks, and you must also complete the number of tasks specified by the Academy. Muddling through, in the middle of the Star Academy, it won't work. Elder Li's slightly stern gaze landed on the 5 people. For a moment, whether it was Lu Shang or the others, they all felt a sense of oppression at this moment. A year later, they would be participating in the examination with all the current students of the Star Academy. This meant that their opponents would be those heavenly prides who had already practiced for at least 2 years in the Star Academy. Phew! Lu Shang exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and within his eyes, there was actually a touch of anticipation surfacing. When he was in Cloud City, those geniuses in Cloud City could no longer bring enough pressure to Lu Shang. And in the Star Academy, the corners of Lu Shang's mouth rose slightly, and there was a hint of fervor in his eyes. Next, Zhang Tianfan will lead you to receive your own Star Academy's identity cards, and as new students, you will have a basic subsidy of 50 points every month. Let me remind you a little bit, the points will be your reliance in the Star Academy. No matter if you are eating or sleeping, you will need to redeem them with points. So, there are some words that I shouldn't need to remind you of. Old Li's face suddenly had a wry look emerge. As for the side, a white-haired Zhang Tian put on his face when he heard this sentence from Elderly, there was also a touch of helplessness that surfaced on his face. Coming. It's coming. This old fox had finally revealed his fox tail. For a moment, there was also a hint of pity in Zhang Tianfang's eyes as he looked at the Lu Shang 5. They probably didn't know yet that this point would be the thing that they would be most attached to during their 4 years in the Star Academy. Next, I'll give you 7 days to properly adjust yourselves, and after 7 days, the teaching of the Star Academy will begin. Elderly said, and then after giving Zhang Tianfang a look, he directly left the square. Points? Lu Shang murmured faintly. All right, follow me. Zhang Tianfang smiled faintly and waved his hand at the 5 people, then he led them to collect their identity cards. After collecting his identity card, Zhang Tianfang again led the 5 people to an extremely dense building. This is where the students of the Star Academy rest. Only if you want to rest here, you need to pay 20 points per month. If there are no points, Zhang Tianfang spread his palms and shrugged his shoulders. Then you'll need to take care of it yourself. Oh yeah, don't ever think of spending the night somewhere in the academy. Once you're caught by the wind discipline guys, you'll also be deducting points. When Zhang Tian put in the word wind discipline, even with his extremely gentle nature, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth a little. What is wind discipline? Lu Shang asked with some curiosity. Wind discipline. Zhang Tianfang pondered for a moment, then sneered. A bunch of Lu Shang touched his nose. This organization of wind discipline in the Star Academy, just how much it attracted hatred, to be able to make even Zhang Tianfang describe it as. By the way, aside from rest, you guys also need to pay points for meals. Generally speaking, a month just for meals requires 20 points. So, Zhang Tianfang smiled faintly, putting aside eating and sleeping, you guys actually only have 10 points to give free play to every month. This is also the reason why Elderly would say that points are pivotal among the Star Academy. Listening to Zhang Tianfang's explanation, the corners of Lu Shang's 5 mouths twitched slightly. So, we only have 10 points a month for joining the Star Academy? What resources can this little amount of points be used to exchange? Isn't this hilarious? Long Tianqing's brows furrowed slightly and he couldn't help but say. Just as soon as this sentence of his came out, Zhang Tianfang's face instantly turned a little cold. He calmly looked at Long Tianqing and said indifferently, so, do you think that you'll be able to enjoy the resources that the ancestors of the Star Academy have exchanged for us just because you've joined the Star Academy?
Anything, all needs to be paid for. The treatment, the status of my Star Academy, was exchanged by the teachers of the Star Academy, the elder siblings, one by one, with their own blood. What makes you think that you'll be able to enjoy these things as soon as you come in? With the bloodstains that these resources carry, can you really enjoy them with peace of mind? Zhang Tianfang's sentence was like a steel needle that instantly pierced into Long Tianxing's heart. His face was slightly pale. He had only spat out a sentence, but he hadn't expected that Zhang Tianfang's reaction would be so great. Zhang Tianfang lightly glanced at Long Tianxing before he landed his gaze on the other four people. Let's forget about it this time. I don't wish to hear such words from your mouths again. Only after saying that, did Zhang Tianfang point at the rows of buildings in front of him and said indifferently, "After you go in, each of you find a house with no one in it, swipe your identity cards to go in. I've said what I need to say. For the rest of the time, you guys make your own arrangements." After saying that, Zhang Tianfang also directly left the place. Lu Sheng 5 people looked at each other, only the other 4 looked at Long Tianxing with a hint of pity in their eyes. This guy was being used as a standout. Although Long Tianxing's face was a bit ugly, in the end, he didn't have a fit. Afterward, Lu Sheng casually found a vacant room, swiped his identity card, and then walked in. The room was huge, with more than 100 square feet. There were all sorts of living items in the room. Even though Lu Sheng didn't have any great requirements for a place to rest, he couldn't help but marvel a few times. Afterward, Lu Sheng walked into the room and sat on top of the bed, and in his mind, he couldn't help but recall the golden statue that he had seen in the small square today. Star Academy. Lu Sheng couldn't help but lie down, his hands clasping the back of his head, his eyes falling straight above the ceiling. If I don't come here, perhaps I still don't know until now that there are so many ferocious demons outside the peaceful peace of Dixia. Lu Sheng murmured faintly, his eyes couldn't help but drift towards the window. 7 days, there are still 7 days left. I will be able to exchange a red talent. I don't know what kind of talent it will be. Lu Sheng's eyes held a hint of anticipation. Time passed little by little. Soon, 7 days had passed. During the 7 days, Lu Sheng was not idle, and while cultivating, he was also understanding the subterranean dragon phaseless sword bit by bit. It was just that this martial art created by Kong Xen was just too profound. Even with the upgrade cluck, Lu Sheng still had a hard time getting started. My sword Dao talent is still really bad. In the end, Lu Sheng still helplessly gave up the cultivation of the subterranean phaseless sword, and instead began to cultivate the Jiuxian golden body transformation. It was only 7 days, but Lu Sheng's body refinement hadn't improved much. It was still at the 10th level of Qi and blood cultivation. But the upper limit of Qi and blood was raised to 16 points. After the Qi and blood reached 16 points, Lu Sheng once again felt the presence of the Qi and blood shackles, even more so this time than when the Qi and blood was 15 points. Could it be that has reached its limit? Lu Sheng sat cross-legged on top of his bed, and between his hands, the limit-breaking Dan appeared in Lu Sheng's hands. Looking at the limit-breaking Dan in his hand, Lu Sheng fell into a deep thought. It was true that the strength of one's physical body was able to raise one's upper limit of Qi and blood, but this raise was also limited. He had already successfully cultivated the 9 Mysteries golden body transformation to the 1st level, and the increase in the upper limit of Qi and blood had already reached the extreme. If one wanted to continue raising the upper limit of Qi and blood, one would either have to raise their talent or rely on the limit-breaking pill. 16 points of Qi and blood ceiling, according to what Eldest senior sister said, it's already very good. Even when Eldest senior sister was in the Qi and blood realm back then, it was only 16 points of Qi and blood ceiling. And the Qi and blood ceiling of the Qi and blood realm is a maximum of 20 points. Even the 10 saints of the Great Xia have not managed to do so, the highest of which is only the teacher, and the 2 saints of Wenwu, who have managed to raise their Qi and blood to 19 points. If I were to take the limit-breaking Dan at this time, I might be able to raise my Qi and blood ceiling to 17 points, which is already a phoenix-like existence in the Great Xia, but with the existence of the system, not being able to raise it to the limit is really a little bit of an unwillingness. Lu Sheng's eyes had a brilliant light flickering in them. If he was mediocre, Lu Sheng wouldn't be in a hurry to pursue the limit, but with the existence of the system man, if he didn't go to the limit, he was afraid that he would regret it in the future. Let's take a look at what this red talent is before making a choice. Soon, Lu Sheng's mind already had a choice. With a slight movement of his mind, the system page appeared in Lu Sheng's field of vision. Host, Lu Sheng. Cultivation, Qi and blood 10th layer 16. Martial arts, Luhan fist perfection, Jiuxian golden body transformation 1st level, subterranean dragon phaseless sword uninitiated. Martial arts talent, upgrade. Purple, Fist Master, blue, Strong Strike, white, Perseverance, green, Wanderer, white, Killing, purple, Good Luck, green. Refresh count, 10. Looking at the system page, Lu Sheng's eyes also had a ray of light bursting out. System, redeem red talent. Ding, deducting 10 refresh times, is randomly refreshing the red talent for the host, please wait. The familiar icy voice of the system rang out amongst Lu Sheng's ears. Ding, the system refresh was successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the red quality talent Sword Dao Tongshan. Sword Dao Tongshan, you are a born sword immortal's body, cultivating the Sword Dao martial arts will increase your efficiency by 100 times, and at the same time, it will enhance the host's talent by 2 times. In front of his eyes, a red glow flickered momentarily, followed by a brand new talent, which directly appeared in Lu Sheng's field of vision. In just a flash, many epiphanies immediately appeared in Lu Sheng's mind. For a time, previously, some of the doubts that plagued Lu Sheng's subterranean dragon phaseless sword, along with the appearance of the Sword Dao Tongshan talent, were surprisingly gradually resolved by Lu Sheng bit by bit. Even the feeling of the qi and blood shackles disappeared bit by bit along with the presence of the Sword Dao Tongshan. The shackles have disappeared. Can impact 17 points of qi and blood? Lu Sheng's eyes instantly had a light flickering within them. In an instant, qi and blood flowed between Lu Sheng's limbs and bones, carrying a blazing power that flowed instantly. Faint blood mist spread out from above Lu Sheng's skin, and vaguely, there was a faint pressure permeating the area. A moment later, Lu Sheng's body shook violently. The pressure instantly increased. The breath in his body also accompanied this moment and instantly skyrocketed. Qi and blood. 17 points. Chapter 68 Sword Dao Initiation, Blue Battle. Bright red blood mist continuously surrounded Lu Sheng's body, emitting an extremely overpowering aura. Qi and blood. 17 points now. Within Lu Sheng's eyes, there was a flash of brilliant light. 17 points of qi and blood in the qi and blood realm. Looking at the entire Great Xia, it was considered to be one of the top 100 heavenly prides. The appearance of Sword Dao Tongshan had caused one's talent to be forcibly upgraded by 2 times. Originally, one's own talent was boosted by a certain degree under the enchantment of the upgrade clock. And now, the addition of twice the talent was such that Lu Sheng had managed to break the upper limit of 16 points. The most important thing was, when his own qi and blood was raised to 17 points, although he could still feel the existence of the shackles, the feeling was not very strong. That is to say, if one were to speak about body refinement and raise it up again, one would still be able to raise the upper limit. At that time, taking the limit-breaking pill again, one's qi and blood would most likely reach Kong Xen's height. That is, 19 points of qi and blood. In today's Great Xia, the only ones who could raise their qi and blood to 19 points were their own teacher, Kong Xen, and the 2 saints of Wenwu. Generally speaking, 17 points of qi blood was basically already in existence that was coaxed by the major martial arts academies in Grand Xia. With an upper limit of 18 points, there was even a chance to achieve the sacred position. As for 19 points, as long as it doesn't die midway, the future is bound to be a saint position. There's also the Sword Dao talent. Lu Sheng's eyes had a flash of light flashing out, and then the cultivation method of the subterranean dragon phaseless sword appeared in his mind. This submerged dragon phaseless sword created by Kong Xen was to condense sword qi and create a sword qi submerged dragon in one's dantian. The moment the submerged dragon broke through the blockade and soared between the heavens and the earth, it had reached the consummate realm of the submerged dragon phaseless sword. And Kong Xen was also with his own creation of this submerged dragon without phase sword successfully ascended to the saint position, but also in the Great Summer 10 Saints, ranking the existence of the top 3. Just. The cultivation of the submerged dragon without phase sword is extremely difficult. Apart from Kong Xen, no one in the Grand Xia was able to successfully cultivate it. Even Kong Xen, who was now the Lord of Demon Slaying City, one of the 9 cities of the Grand Xia, had only managed to accomplish a small amount of success with the subterranean dragon phaseless sword. Prior to today, the submerged dragon phaseless sword was undoubtedly a lost cause for Lu Sheng. Coupled with the fact that Kong Xen was unconscious, there was no one to instruct Lu Sheng, making it even more difficult for Lu Sheng to get started. And now, Sword Dao Tongshan was able to make the host's cultivation efficiency increase by 100 times when practicing the Sword Dao. With such a terrifying efficiency, Lu Sheng slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind, there seemed to be a blurred figure that began to rehearse in Lu Sheng's mind. The long sword danced with the wind. Sword qi ran across the sky, like a dragon's breath, gulping through heaven and earth.
Without realizing it, Lu Shang's body was actually in the room, practicing like the blurred figure in his mind. Lu Shang casually picked up a wooden stick and used it as a sword blade, in the middle of the room, practicing. It was said to be practicing, but in reality, it was extremely simple. Draw the sword. Swing the sword. The subterranean dragon phaseless sword was the top sword martial art of Disya, and if you wanted to start it, it would be impossible without a little foundation in sword Dao. Lu Shang, to put it bluntly, was a white man with no foundation in swordsmanship, and despite the existence of the sword Dao Tongshan, he could only start from scratch, enhancing his swordsmanship foundation bit by bit. With this ordinary sword drawing and waving, Lu Shang seemed to be indulging in it. Time was also passing little by little in the midst of cultivation. If you said that the Lu Shang at the beginning, even his movements were intermittent and stiff. But now Lu Shang. The movements were already like running water, extremely silky smooth. It was as if he had formed a muscle memory. If someone was here, they would be surprised to find that Lu Shang had already been introduced to the sword path. Don't look at this sword Dao initiation is so simple. An ordinary person, if you want a sword Dao initiation, at least need to practice hard for several months to be able to do. Some of the sword Dao heavily pride might be able to do it in a few days' time, but if one wanted to be like Lu Shang, who had only used less than an hour, they would have succeeded in the sword Dao initiation. That was absolutely impossible. Phew. Afterwards, Lu Shang's movement stopped as he exhaled a long breath, and sweat had unconsciously dampened his clothes. Admittedly, practicing such a simple movement continuously for an hour without stopping, even a martial artist of the Qi and Blood realm would be a little overwhelmed. It was just that although he was tired, Lu Shang's eyes were extremely bright. Cultivating the sword Dao, although it's rather tiring, it's also able to make the Qi and Blood in the body flow continuously, strengthening the body, and it's also able to exercise the Qi and Blood. This is a new discovery. Lu Shang felt the changes in his body with satisfaction. Although the subterranean dragon phaseless sword still had not been initiated, the initiation of the sword Dao was still a considerable boost to Lu Shang's strength enhancement. The current me, if I were to break through that senior's pressure, I might even be able to walk into the gate with more ease. Lu Shang estimated his current strength, and his heart already had a bottom line. Afterward, Lu Shang lifted his wrist and glanced at the time, and then his heart was suddenly flabbergasted. Damn, I'm going to be late. At this moment, it was already 9:55 in the morning, and at 10 o'clock today, he was required to report to his class. If one was late, then points would be deducted. Points. In the Star Academy, they were hard currency. Just to eat, drink, and sleep, one would need to consume 40 points in a month, and one didn't have that many points to take to deduct. Without any hesitation, Lu Shang changed his clothes as fast as he could, and then walked towards the classroom as fast as he could. It was a good thing that during the 7 days, when Zhang Tianfang brought them to understand the Star Academy, he also told Lu Shang and the others about their classrooms. Otherwise, Lu Shang was bound to be late today. It was said to be a classroom, but it was actually a small martial arts training center. Soon, Lu Shang's figure appeared outside the classroom. At the entrance of the classroom, a young man in sportswear leaned lazily against the front door, and after noticing Lu Shang's arrival, he glanced at the time, and a touch of regret surfaced in his eyes. He smiled at Lu Shang and said, "Count yourself lucky, there are still the last 8 seconds." Hearing this sentence, Lu Shang didn't dare to slow down even more and directly took a step into the classroom. That sportswear youth shrugged his shoulders with some regret and slowly left. And above his shoulders, there was a small sign hanging. Above the sign, 2 words were engraved. Wind discipline. Only after entering the middle of the classroom did Lu Shang let out a sigh of relief. No wonder even senior Zhang Tianfang hates the wind discipline people so much. These guys, they're simply specializing in waiting for you to make a mistake and then deducting points. Every time you deduct points, it's at least 5 points, making people's flesh hurt. The corner of Lu Shang's mouth twitched, but he realized that Long Tianqing and the 4 of them were already waiting in the middle of the classroom. Upon seeing Lu Shang's arrival, Gu Yun, on the other hand, had an icy face and slightly raised his head as a greeting. As for the naive Xia Kong, he also waved his hand at Lu Shang and smiled nervously. As for Long Tianqing, he was lying on a chair with a lazy face, looking at Lu Shang's arrival and nodding slightly. Coming anon. Lu Shang responded one by one. And all of a sudden, Yu Qianshan, who hadn't been making any movements, suddenly came to Lu Shang's front, her small face frowning as if she was puzzled about something. Lu Shang was a bit puzzled, and only then did he hear Yu Qianshan's slightly surprised voice ringing out. "You've entered the sword Dao?" Yu Qianshan was obviously a bit surprised, knowing that before 7 days, she had never felt the slightest sensation of sword Dao on Lu Sheng's body. She was even doubting whether Lu Shan was the disciple of the sword saint or not. But after only 7 days of not seeing him, this Lu Sheng had even become an initiator of the sword Dao. 7 days for sword Dao initiation, this speed was already very fast. However, when Long Tianqing and the three of them heard this, they weren't surprised, instead, they looked indifferent.
They didn't know that Lu Sheng hadn't started cultivating the sword Dao 7 days ago.
It was just that for them, the sword Dao initiation was just a foundation. The three of them, all three of them, had already traveled a long way on their own Dao. Even though their cultivation levels were still a bit low, their talent and roots were unique to Grand Xia.
A fluke. Lu Sheng responded with a faint smile.
Yu Qianshan's brows knitted tightly, but they soon spread out. 7 days of sword Dao initiation was just a matter of 7 days, but she had only used 2 days to get her sword Dao initiation. Thinking of this, the look of surprise on Yu Qianshan's face dissipated. Afterwards, she returned to her position and quietly waited. Lu Sheng touched his nose. Lu Sheng was really a little confused about this little nymph's temper.
Women
are really a difficult creature to understand. Lu Sheng slightly lamented in his heart, casually found a seat and sat down, waiting for the arrival of Su Yu and their lead teacher. A few moments later, a steady footstep came from the doorway.
The 5 people could not help but look towards the direction of the doorway.
Subsequently, it was to see a bald, burly man, slowly walking in. The strong man was wearing a black undershirt. The strong muscles, but also the undershirt will support very tightly. Just looking at the strong man's body, will be able to feel that a block of muscles from the burst of power. Strong man's face is extremely serious, a pair of eyes is like the eagle's eyes, sharp and incomparable. There was even a fierce aura that spread out little by little from within the strong man's body. He swept his gaze over the 5 Lu Sheng people, and then opened his mouth. His voice seemed to be filled with a murderous aura, which was intimidating. My name is Blue Warrior, a half-step golden body powerhouse. I am your lead teacher, and at the same time, will also be the most unforgettable person among you all in these 4 years. Saying that, a hideous smile surfaced on Blue Warrior's face.
Chapter 69 The Family Master. Daxia Sword Saint. Hearing Blue Warrior's voice, the 5 people present unanimously shivered.
Looking at that Blue Strategy's slightly hideous face, a touch of bad premonition also surfaced in their hearts. Blue Warrior took in the expressions of the crowd, and a faint light flickered in the depths of his eyes. He took large strides and walked up to the high platform, his hands behind his back as he looked at the 5 people and said in a deep voice, "From now on, I will accompany you for 4 years. Provided of course that there are no accidents." Saying that, a soft expression spread above Blue Strategy's slightly grim countenance. I won't say much about some nonsense, since you have come to the Star Academy. What it represents, you should have known before. I'll only make one request. Saying that, Blue Warrior's expression gradually became a few moments of gravity. After 4 years, I hope that all 5 of you can all graduate together, instead of me bringing your ashes back to your hometown. Of course. It's also possible that you guys will bring my ashes back to my hometown. Blue Warrior's words were somewhat direct. A moment to the 5 people dry a little silent. The atmosphere was slightly condensed. Blue War smiled. What he wanted was this effect. After entering the Star Academy, the first year was all fine, but once after the second year, one couldn't just mingle in the Star Academy. Every student of the Star Academy needed to complete the tasks explained by the Academy. And these tasks, there was no lack of danger of death. It was good to give them a shot in advance. Alright, I'm done with my self-introduction, it's your turn next. Since it's a class, introduce yourselves properly, and remember, every class of the Star Academy is a team. These classmates beside you will be your closest comrades in arms for the next 4 years. You will be entrusting your lives to them. So, be as detailed as possible in your introductions. Name, place of origin, cultivation level, and so on. Blue Warrior said in a deep voice. Then he pointed to Long Tianqing and said, "Just you, look at you, this hanging hairy look, I'm not happy looking at you, you come first." Me? Long Tianqing froze. I am a hanging hair? Good guy, are all the teachers of the Star Academy so direct? Get rid of it, one is at least the young city lord of Tianlong City, how come he is a hanging hair in your Blue Warrior's eyes? The heart is certainly a little upset, but when he thought of the other party's half-step golden body cultivation, all the thoughts in Long Tianqing's heart disappeared cleanly. Standing up, Long Tianqing took a deep breath and spoke with a smile at the other 4.
My name is Long Tianqing, the Heavenly Dragon City Lord is my old man, currently at the peak of the Qi and Blood realm, with a Qi and Blood ceiling of 16 points. I don't have anything I'm particularly good at besides cultivation, if I have to mention one. That would probably be being rich. Long Tianqing grinned, and vaguely, he was able to see that in the middle of his mouth, there was a tooth flashing with a jeweled light. Well, to summarize, besides a bit of stinking money, waste one. Alright, you sit down. Blue Warrior waved his hand in some disgust. Long Tianqing's face instantly became a little stiff. But in the way of Blue War's lustful authority, he still honestly sat down. Next. Blue Warrior's voice sounded once again. Immediately afterward, Gu Yun, whose body was wrapped in chains, stood up and faintly said, Gu Yun, peak of the Qi and Blood realm, Qi and Blood cap of 17 points, specializes in strength. Teacher passed on to the old man of the ancient tomb. After saying this, he was sitting down with an icy face. Ancient tomb elder. Blue Warrior's gaze fell on Gu Yun's body, his eyes pondering. Next. Xia Kong, who was next to Gu Yun, stood up and naively scratched the back of his head with the palm that was like the size of a bushel. So what? I don't know how to cultivate, and I don't know what Qi and Blood are, but my father told me that I'm close to going to the second level of body refining. By the way, my name is Xia Kong, he. The second layer of body refining? Lu Shang, who was on the side, raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard Xia Kong's words. What did the second layer of body refining mean? Why hadn't he heard of it? Lu Shang's gaze looked towards Blue Warrior, but he realized that Blue Warrior's face was extremely flat, as if he knew. Well, sit down. Lan Zhan nodded, then his gaze landed on Yu Qianxian's body. Yu Qianxian stood up and said indifferently, Yu Qianxian, disciple of the Sword Immortal, cultivating the Sword Dao, currently with 17 points of Qi and Blood, the Sword Dao has reached great success. Sword Dao grand completion. Lu Shang was slightly surprised. In Kong Yunchang's subterranean phaseless sword, the Sword Dao realm was explained in a certain way. They were Sword Dao Initiation, Sword Dao Minor Achievement, Sword Dao Major Achievement, and Sword Dao Perfection. And once one reached Sword Dao Perfection, they would be able to comprehend sword intent. Looking at the entire Grand Xia, those who were able to comprehend sword intent were all top-notch powerhouses. What Lu Sheng didn't expect was that this little girl who seemed a bit soft and weak, had already reached Sword Dao completion. This Sword Dao talent can be described as not weak. It was also that he had the Sword Dao Tongshan talent, otherwise, if he wanted to compare himself with this little ninny, he would undoubtedly be hung up. Indeed, those who are able to enter the Star Academy, none of them are top-notch heavenly prides. Lu Sheng's heart lamented. Perhaps none of the 5 of them had very strong cultivation levels, but their potential was extremely terrifying. Gu Yun and Yu Qianxian's Qi blood ceiling of 17 points could be counted among the top 2 or 300 in the entire history of the Grand Xia. Although Long Tianqing was slightly weaker, but with a Qi and blood limit of 16 points, amongst his peers in this era, he was also far ahead of the pack. Even Xia Kong, who had no Qi and blood cultivation, had gone for pure physical body cultivation. Lu Sheng had also heard from Kong Xen that these martial artists who went for pure physical body cultivation would be incomparably terrifying existences once they broke their shackles. What about you? Just as Lu Sheng was pondering in his mind, Blue Warrior's gaze landed on Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng hurriedly stood up, and after a brief thought he blurted out. Lu Sheng, currently 17 points of Qi and Blood, Sword Dao Initiation, first level of the 9 metaphysical golden body transformations, Master Transmission. Sword Saint. The moment Lu Sheng's voice fell, a brilliant light suddenly shot out from within Blue Warrior's eyes, even as a flash of respect appeared on his face. Disciple of the Sword Saint. Not only Blue Warrior, Long Tianqing, and Gu Yun also looked at Lu Sheng with a surprised expression. Sword Saint, that was one of the 10 saints of the Great Xia. It was even a terrifyingly ruthless man with a heavy battle record against the demon god, one of the Great Xia's fixing pins. It was his disciple. Compared to the expressions of the others, Yu Qianxian's expression was somewhat intriguing. Cut. Yu Qianxian looked at Lu Sheng and couldn't help but skim her lips, as if she was somewhat disdainful in general. Blue Warrior's expression quickly regained its calmness. Just after glancing at Lu Sheng, he was glancing at Yu Qianxian again, and a look of surprise surfaced in his eyes. The disciple of a sword immortal, and the disciple of a sword saint bumping into each other, this. Blue Warrior's eyes were slightly strange, and in the end, he also coughed dryly before signaling Lu Sheng to sit down. Very well, self-introduction is over. Next, directly start our first lesson. Blue Warrior's words also caused the crowd to look back from Lu Shang's background and looked at Blue Warrior. Blue Warfare stood on top of the high platform and spoke calmly. Any martial artist, before cultivating, needs to understand the system of a martial artist. I don't care what your backgrounds are and how much you know about the system of a martial artist. But as your teacher, I naturally have to start from the beginning. Of course you can also not listen, you can walk away, but if I catch you. Blue Warrior smiled faintly, only this smile carried a hint of ghastliness any way he looked at it. Deduct points. A row of black lines fell above the foreheads of the 5 people. Good fellow, why did the people of the Star Academy deduct points when they didn't move? The people of the ING win discipline even if you are at least our teacher. Even you have to deduct points? Certainly there was some resentment in their hearts, but they also had to raise their spirits. Lu Shang is even more extremely serious, although in the mouth of Kong Xen also know a lot of things about the martial arts system. But in general it wasn't very detailed. And now that he was able to listen to Blue Warrior's explanation, he naturally wanted to listen to it properly. With the recovery of aura, martial artists were born, and with the succession of one martial artist ancestor after another, the realm of martial artists gradually became standardized and clear. If one were to make a rough division of the martial realm, it is divided into 3 stages. Blue Warrior said in a deep voice. The first stage, refining fan. Chi and blood, refining blood, 100 veins, refining organs, forging bones, shackles, and body concealment. The 7 realms are all about strengthening the chi and blood so that through the power of the chi and blood, one's own physique is beaten up, making one's own physique able to shed the realm of the mortal, so that it is able to become even more powerful. And once one breaks through the body collection, one comes to the second stage of the martial realm. Chi refining. Since the revival of aura, the heavens and earth are filled with extremely rich aura. But in order to control and use this aura, you need to remove your mortal body and continuously strengthen it, so that you can absorb the aura of the heavens and earth, and use it. And in the second stage, it is similarly divided into several realms. Spirit transformation, flying sky, golden body, nirvana, and creation. These are the 5 realms of chi practicing. Once the 5 realms of chi cultivation have been practiced to a great extent, one will be able to come to the 3rd stage of the martial arts system. Entering the Tao. There is aura in the heavens and the earth, so if you irrigate yourself with it, merge into the heavens and the earth, and comprehend the great Tao of the heavens and the earth, then you will enter the Tao. It's just that, the realm of the Tao entry stage, even I don't know, but what I do know is that in the entire Grand Xia, there are definitely no more than 2 digits of existences that can enter the Tao. Among them, the 10 saints of Grand Xia are the leaders of the Tao entry stage. Chapter 70. But I'm at the 2nd level of body refining. 7 realms of refining fan, 5 realms of chi practicing. This is the system of martial artists. Of course, entering the Tao is still too far for you guys right now. Generally speaking, as long as one is able to reach the stage of crossing over into chi practicing, one is already a mainstay of the Grand Xia. If you are able to reach the 5th realm of chi practicing, creation, one would even be qualified to become the city lord of the 9 cities of the Grand Xia. Blue Warrior's voice slowly sounded. Lu Shang raised his eyebrows slightly. That meant that Eldest sister was a realm of creation powerhouse? Hiss. Terrifying as hell. Lu Shang knew that his eldest senior sister was terrifying, but he hadn't thought that his eldest senior sister, who looked like she was only about a dozen years older than him, would turn out to be a strong person of the creation realm already. Thinking of this, a strong motivation also surged in Lu Shang's heart. What I just said is just the most common martial artist realm in Grand Xia. Outside of this common system, there are some other systems. Blue Warrior's voice continued to ring out. One of them is the body refining system that Xia Kong is currently following. The body refinement system is extremely difficult to cultivate, but once one crosses into the body refinement system, one is almost invincible in the same realm. And the body refining system is divided into 9 stages. The first to the 9th level is the limitation. The first layer is comparable to chi and blood, the second layer is comparable to refining blood, and so on. Once one reaches the 9th level of body refinement, one is able to fly through the air even with the power of their physical body. And once one surpasses the 9th layer of body refinement, one crosses into the golden body realm, just like the martial system. Among them, the 9 layers of body refining, one layer is divided into 3 realms, early, middle, and late. As for what Lu Shang just said about him having cultivated to the first level of the 9 metaphysical golden body transformation, that is, he has crossed over into the 2nd level of body refinement. Saying that, Lan Zhan glanced at Lu Shang, and there seemed to be a color of surprise surfacing in his eyes. Not only Blue Warrior, Yu Qian, Long Tianxing, and Gu Yun also looked at Lu Shang.
Sword Saint's disciple, according to reason, should be the Sword Dao talent is very heavenly pride. How this guy's Sword Dao realm is not as good as Yu Qian, but instead is the body refining extremely powerful, even beyond the cultivation of body refining Xia Kong? Being watched by the crowd, Lu Shang also touched his nose with some embarrassment. What can he do? It took the system's talent to brush up on the Sword Dao talent. Speaking of which, let me mention that the 9 Mysteries Golden Body Transformation practiced by Lu Shang is considered a first-rate body refining technique of Great Xia, and once you cultivate to the 9th level, your physical body is even comparable to that of a golden body powerhouse. Since your body refining talent is so powerful, then don't waste this talent. If you can, dual cultivate Qi and blood in body refining. When you reach the creation realm one day with both your Qi and blood in your physical body, even if you don't enter the Dao, you'll still be able to stand up to a strong person at the Dao entry realm. Lan Zhan was a little more grave as he uttered this sentence. A heavenly pride that had the chance to cross over into the Dao of initiation was definitely a treasure of the Grand Xia. Every strong person who had entered the Dao was the most powerful weapon for the Grand Xia to defend itself against the invasion of the foreign devils, and it was precisely because of them that they were able to ensure that the rear of the Grand Xia was still able to be so peaceful. Being able to produce one more Dao entry warrior was extremely important to the Grand Xia. Lu Shang nodded. His own body refining talent wasn't actually very strong, and most of the reason was still relying on the existence of kill. However, if Lan Battle had said so, he naturally wouldn't give up on the killing enhancement. Alright, that's all I'm going to say about the martial artist system. As for there being some other out-of-the-way systems, you yourselves can go to the Star Academy's library to rummage through them. Theory, that's all for today. Next. Start exclusive training. Saying that, a bad smile appeared on Blue Warrior's face. In the hearts of the crowd, an uneasy feeling surfaced. Come in. Blue Battle suddenly clapped his hands. Immediately afterward, outside the classroom, 5 figures slowly walked in. With a smile on their faces, they walked in and first greeted Blue Battle. Good day, Teacher Lan. Hello all schoolmates. The 5 people smiled, and one of them said with some fists, Teacher Blue, let's start straight away? Blue Warfare looked at the guy who spoke without any good humor and said, what are you panicking about? It's not like the points will be less for you guys. Afterward, Blue Warfare looked at the 5 Lu Shang people. They, the students of the 4th 14th session, are also your senior siblings, and you will be practicing one-on-one with them next. Of course, they will also control their cultivation to a level comparable to yours. When you have completely reached the limit of your own Qi and blood and broken through the blood refining realm, the sparring will be over. So, start. Blue Warrior smiled faintly and slowly walked over to a chair and sat down. Glancing at the 45th students, he said, what are you still waiting for? Give these underclassmen of yours a little sharpening. Hearing this sentence, at once, one of the 44th students hemmed and hawed and found Lu Shang and the 5 of them respectively. In front of Lu Shang, a youth wearing a white combat training uniform smiled and spoke. School brother, name your cultivation, I will control my cultivation to the same realm, and it won't be considered bullying, how about it? Lu Shang looked at the youth with a strange face. Qi and blood. 17 points. 17 points? I see. The youth pondered for a moment, and then Lu Shang was able to feel that the youth's breath was writhing for a while, and in the next moment, it even plummeted directly, and in the end, it stayed at the same breath as Lu Shang. It's almost time, school brother, make a move, otherwise I'm afraid you won't have a chance. The youth smiled faintly, with a touch of confidence in his eyes. Lu Shang's face became a little more strange. Senior, are you sure? The white-clothed youth patted his chest and said confidently, make your move. Swish. Along with the white-clothed youth's words, Lu Shang's figure instantly disappeared in place, and when the white-clothed youth reacted, Lu Shang was already no more than half a palm's distance away. The next moment, a faint murmur sounded. Luohan fist. Buzz buzz buzz. The golden light suddenly skyrocketed. It was accompanied by a burst of magnificent Sanskrit sounds exploding out. Dang! A fist that ruthlessly smashed into the abdomen of the white-clothed youth. Terrifying power was instantly declared. The color of the white-clothed youth's face instantly became agonized at an extremely terrifying speed, and immediately after, the entire person's body, as if it was a kite with a broken string, flew backwards towards the back with a straight hook. Dang! In the end, it smashed into the earth, smashing out a crack in the ground.
In an instant, the entire classroom became somewhat silent.
I'm sorry, senior, I'm in the middle of the second layer of body refinement. At this moment, a weak voice suddenly rang out in the middle of the classroom.
However, it was seen that Lu Shang was standing in place with an innocent face. Chapter 71 19 Points of Qi and Blood, Sword Dao Great Achievement. You lied to me.
An angry voice came from the middle of the silent classroom. The white-clothed youth fiercely stood up from the floor, looking at Lu Shang with a touch of unkindness in his eyes. However, facing the angry white-clothed youth, Lu Shang still looked at the other party with an innocent expression.
But senior, you're asking about my cultivation level. My cultivation is 17 points of Qi and Blood. You didn't ask me how much body refining I have.
The white-clothed youth, who was originally incomparably angry in his heart, was dumbfounded after hearing these words from Lu Shang.
It was as if above his chest, something was blocked. He wanted to say something, but couldn't.
According to Lu Shang's meaning, things seemed to be really like this. He himself had at least been practicing in the Star Academy for a year, and his cultivation had even reached the refined viscera realm, but now he was being taken care of by a little guy who had just enrolled in the school. This also made the white-clothed youth's heart extremely indignant. Just when he wanted to have a fit, he heard Blue Warrior's cold grunt ring out.
What are you grunting about?
After studying in the academy for such a long time, you still have a dog's eye view. If you were to fight with the foreign devils, is it possible that those foreign devils would still have to tell you their undercurrents?
Blue Warrior's gaze fell faintly on the white-clothed youth. Su Ming, deduct 10% of the mission points and spar properly next.
The moment these words came out, Su Ming's face instantly became as bitter as a melon.
Yes.
Just that he didn't dare to resist anything. This teacher Luhan, amongst the teachers of the entire Star Academy, was definitely a top 3 existence in terms of ruthlessness. And you, Lu Shang, practicing against Su Ming and the others is to hone your foundation. Practicing at the same realm's cultivation level can effectively improve your strength.
No need to hide it. Lu Shang obediently responded, yes.
Alright, Su Ming, you continue practicing with Lu Shang at the 4th level of blood refining cultivation.
Also, the rest of you, what are you looking at? Don't have anything of your own to do? Blue Warrior said without any good humor.
The 4 remaining students of the 44th session also winced when they saw this, but after having the previous experience of Su Ming, they also carefully inquired about Long Tianqing's cultivation level of them.
Afterwards, they stabilized their cultivation at the same realm as the other party and started practicing.
In the end, they were still students of the 44th year. Even after suppressing their cultivation to the same realm, that combat experience and strength was not something Lu Shang and the others could resist. Even though Lu Shang had already cultivated to the middle of the 2nd layer of body refinement, facing Su Ming, who had only suppressed his cultivation at the 4th layer of blood refinement, he was no longer able to easily knock Su Ming out as he had done before.
Instead, was suppressed the moment they exchanged blows.
Lu Shang quickly reacted to the fact that with his current battle power, it was basically impossible to defeat Su Ming. And just like what Blue Warrior had said, the main thing about letting the 44th seniors give themselves accompanying practice was to improve their combat experience, as well as their combat skills. Even in the midst of practicing, letting them touch their own limits little by little.
In the end, do break their own limits.
Perhaps I can borrow senior brother Su to hone my sword Dao. There was a light flickering in Lu Shang's eyes. If one wanted to get started with the subterranean dragon phaseless sword, the most basic thing was to achieve a small level of success in the sword Dao. Only then would one be able to barely make it to the introductory level. Right now, Lu Shang was only at the introductory level of sword Dao, and there was still a long way to go before he could reach the minor completion level. It's just that he can take this opportunity to refine himself. He could take this opportunity to sharpen his own sword Dao. Afterwards, Lu Shang asked for a practice longsword. When the longsword was in his hand, Lu Shang only felt that there was an extremely special connection between himself and the longsword in his hand. It was as if he had been using this linked longsword for a long time.
Sword Dao Tongshan, activated.
In an instant, Lu Shang waved the practiced longsword in his hand, and from the simple drawing and swinging of the sword before, he had already begun to try out other sword moves.
Horizontal, cleave, stab, and sweep.
The basic sword moves were used in Lu Shang's hands. In the beginning, even though he had already been initiated in sword Dao, he was still a bit stiff when practicing these basic sword moves. However, as time passed, this stiffness began to disappear bit by bit, gradually becoming more fluid. Without realizing it, Lu Shang entered a state of total selflessness. In Lu Sheng's world, it was as if the only thing left was the practicing longsword in his hand, swinging it tirelessly. On the other hand, Su Ming, who was practicing against Lu Sheng, was frowning more and more. When Lu Sheng had just started practicing the sword Dao, Su Ming was still very relaxed and didn't even need to activate his qi and blood. However, as time passed, and it had only taken less than an incense stick of time, Lu Sheng's sword Dao cultivation was soaring at an extremely terrifying speed. Vaguely, he had even begun to touch the threshold of sword Dao minor achievement.
This sword Dao talent.
Su Ming looked at the somewhat oblivious Lu Sheng in front of him, and there was a touch of shock quietly surfacing within his eyes. As for the blue warrior sitting on the side, although he appeared to be taking a nap, in reality, his afterglow was accurately catching all 5 of Lu Sheng's performances in his eyes.
Suddenly, blue warrior's half-squinted eyes snapped open.
His eyes landed on Lu Sheng's body, and as he looked at Lu Sheng's increasingly smooth sword strokes, a flash of surprise also surfaced in blue warrior's eyes.
This kind of flavor. This guy is going to be a small success in the sword Dao? Blue warrior's heart was slightly shaken.
One should know that before the burning of an incense stick, Lu Sheng was only a sword Dao primer, and it was still that kind of realm that was barely a primer.
But on the contrary?
In less than an incense stick of time, Lu Sheng had actually begun to touch the threshold of Xiaoqiang.
This speed, it was simply a bit terrifying.
Worthy of being a disciple of the Sword Saint, I think that the reason why the Sword Dao was weak before was that he didn't start practicing the Sword Dao.
Cloud City
is up. The Sword Saint Senior was designed to be victimized by the people of the demon sect, so he shouldn't have the time to teach this kid.
A lot of thoughts came to Blue Warrior's mind.
When he once again fell on Lu Sheng's body, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Perhaps this kid will be able to comprehend sword intent before the viscera refining realm.
Sword intent.
It was the most important existence of a sword cultivator.
Only an existence that had comprehended sword intent could be considered a true swordsman.
Just wanting to comprehend sword intent was not that simple. An ordinary swordsman who wanted to comprehend sword intent might not be able to do so in his entire life if he didn't have the chance to do so. And some slightly more talented swordsmen might be able to comprehend sword intent within 20 years. But most of the swordsmen were already above the viscera refining realm by the time they comprehended sword intent. Those who were able to comprehend sword intent before the viscera refining realm became the top swordsmen in Grand Xia. The former Kong Xen had successfully comprehended his own sword intent when he first entered the 100 Veins. Became one of the 10 saints of the Great Xia nowadays, the Sword Saint.
And Lu Sheng might also be able to walk on Kong Yunchan's old path. Thinking of this, the frequency with which Blue Warrior paid attention to Lu Sheng couldn't help but deepen a lot. First, a terrifying body refining talent, and then an even more terrifying sword Dao talent.
Any one of these two placed on a person would be worth cultivating, let alone 2 top talents that appeared on one person.
Maybe can let this guy try out that place.
A thought surfaced in Blue Warrior's mind, but he quickly shook his head. It's just that if you want to enter that place, you all need to be at least at the Sword Dao Perfection realm, and I'm afraid that this kid is still a year away from that realm before he can do so. But it would be possible to apply in advance and give this little guy a spot. Thinking of this, Lan Zhan also relaxed. Once again, he watched the performance of the other few little guys. Just compared to Lu Sheng's terrifying rate of improvement, the performance of the other 4 little guys was slightly worse. But even so, any one of the 4 of them would be a one-of-a-kind existence amongst the senior high school students in Xia. Even Long Tianqing, who had the weakest qi and blood ceiling, was extremely terrifying. In the face of the senior who had also suppressed his cultivation at 16 points, Long Tianqing was able to resist all of the other party's attacks. Although he was vaguely a bit bruised and swollen, he was at least able to fight back a bit. As for Gu Yun on the side, the chains all over his body accompanied his movements, fluttering as if they were a long steel serpent, emitting a roaring sound. This unique way of attacking also caused the senior opposite him to be somewhat unable to resist. However, fortunately, that senior was still a heavenly pride who had studied at the Star Academy for a year after all, and it only took a few minutes for him to adapt to Gu Yun's moves.
It was easily neutralized.
In the middle of the corner, holding a long sword that looked like a cicada wing, he frantically killed the schoolmate he was practicing with. The long sword whistled, and the realm of the great accomplishment of the sword Dao instantly erupted. Vaguely, one could even feel a faint layer of sword chi covering the cicada-like long sword. Under the sword chi's enhancement, although the chi blood was only 17 points, it was hardened and forced the school sister of the same realm back. It caused the other party to have to raise her cultivation to 18 points before she could barely suppress Yu Qianshen. A great accomplishment of the sword Dao could be considered a terrifying increase in battle power. However, even though this school sister was having some difficulty, there was another fellow who was even more difficult than her. On the other side, Xia Kong had a naive expression on his face as he slammed punch after punch towards the senior in front of him. There wasn't any fluctuation of chi and blood, it was just ordinary physical strength. However, it was filled with an extremely explosive power. And that senior's face was also a bit painful. He suppressed his cultivation at the peak of the chi and blood realm, about 18 points of chi and blood. However, facing Xia Kong's pure to the extreme strength of his fleshly body, it was simply impossible to resist. With every punch, it felt as if the bones in his body were about to fall apart. It was well known that people who refined their bodies were often invincible existences in the same realm. Xia Kong had already cultivated body refinement to the peak of the first layer of body refinement, and was not far from the second layer of body refinement. It could be said that even when facing a martial artist of the first layer of blood refining, Xia Kong had the power to fight, or even defeat them. In the end, that senior had also raised his cultivation to the first level of blood refining before he was able to block Xia Kong's kill. Taking in the performance of the group of youngsters, the corners of Blue Warrior's mouth also drew out an arc. This term's students are still really good. Saying that, Blue War closed his eyes. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. During this week's time, Blue Warfare didn't teach them anything, merely letting them constantly practice against the previous class senior students. It seemed like just ordinary training, but during this week's time, the progress of the five was still terrifying. After taking the limit-breaking pill one by one, Long Tianxing also managed to raise his chi blood limit to 17 points. Gu Yun and Yu Qianxian had even raised it to 18 points. As for Xia Kong, although he didn't cultivate his chi and blood, he had also managed to cross over to the second level of body refining during this week's time. It was considered to be the only guy who had crossed into the blood refining level besides Lu Shang. And the most shocking of all, of course, still belonged to Lu Shang. 1 week. It was only a week's time. Lu Shang had not only raised his chi and blood to 18 points, he had even managed to raise his chi and blood to 19 points after taking the limit-breaking pill. This kind of breakthrough immediately shook the Blue War. Even the two people, Elder Wang and Elderly, who had only appeared during the report, had appeared and felt Lu Shang's chi blood sealing with their own eyes before leaving. 19 points of chi and blood. Looking at the entire Grand Xia today, apart from the sword Saint Kong Yin Chang, there were only the two saints of Wen and Wu who were able to do so. It can be said that the upper limit of 19 points of chi blood destined Lu Shang's future path of cultivation to become incomparably easier, even ascend to the holy position. This scene also spurred the other four guys to start cultivating like crazy. Those who were able to enter the Star Academy were all top demons, and the pride in their hearts was naturally full, not wanting to be weaker than anyone else. It was just that a person's talent was determined by the heavens. Not everyone was like Lu Shang, with the existence of a system. Not only that, but even within a week's time, Lu Shang had also directly elevated from Sword Dao initiation to Sword Dao grand completion. It had directly elevated 2 realms. This made Yu Qianxian, who was also a sword cultivator, extremely puzzled. One must know that even she, as a sword immortal disciple, had taken as much as a year to go from 0 foundation to Sword Dao great achievement. And Lu Shang. This was also a big blow to Yu Qianxian. For other people's feelings, Lu Shang did not care. After arriving in the middle of the classroom, Lu Shang was plunged into contemplation. After waiting for Blue Battle's figure to appear in the classroom, Lu Shang found Blue Battle and asked the question in his heart. Teacher, is it true that the upper limit of a martial artist's chi and blood can only reach 19 points and can't be impacted to 20 points? Chapter 72 The Deserted Heavenly Pride. As early as 2 days ago, Lu Shang had already managed to raise his chi blood to 19 points. However, after Blue Warrior and the others knew about it, they urged Lu Shang to break through the blood refining realm as soon as possible, without mentioning the idea of letting Lu Shang try to raise his chi and blood limit to 20 points. This made Lu Shang somewhat puzzled. His own talent had skyrocketed under the Sword Dao Tongshan enchantment. Even now that he had raised his chi and blood limit to 19 points, the feeling of that chi and blood shackle was all but hidden. It seemed that one was still able to raise it. That was why Lu Shang didn't rush to break through the blood refining realm either, and instead tried to raise his chi and blood ceiling to 20 points. Only, even though the feeling of this shackle wasn't strong, Lu Shang was also discovering that no matter how much he hammered his own chi and blood, and how much he upgraded his physique, This chi and blood, it seemed to be stuck at 19 points, and it was hard to raise it. This made Lu Shang's heart extremely confused, so in the first hour of class today, Lu Shang found Blue Warrior and asked about the chi and blood ceiling of 20 points.
20 points of chi and blood? Didn't I tell you to prepare to break through to blood refining? Why are you asking about this?
After hearing Lu Shang's question, Blue Warrior's brows immediately furrowed together.
I want to try.
Lu Shang faced Blue Battle's gaze directly, but he did not have any fear. He himself had the existence of the martial Dao system, and nowadays, his talent had become extremely terrifying under the double boost of Upgrade Cluck and Sword Dao Tongshan.
To give an example, if talent was compared to IQ, an ordinary person's IQ was probably between 90 and 110. Einstein's IQ, however, was over 140. That is to say, Einstein's IQ, too, could not be more than twice that of an ordinary person. And while his own talent was certainly weak, even if it was weaker than an ordinary person, under the double boost of Sword Dao Tongshan, he already had a talent that was comparable to the top demons of Dixia today. Plus there was also the boost from Upgrade Cluck. One's own talent definitely exceeds that of the top Dixia demons.
Although Lu Shang didn't know exactly what level his talent had reached now, Lu Shang was able to affirm that his own talent, among all the martial artists in Grand Xia, was definitely considered to be a one-of-a-kind existence. This could be seen from the upper limit of chi and blood. The blood pressure limit, to a certain extent, was a reflection of one's talent. Blue Warrior's brows were tightly locked, as if he had encountered some great difficulty, and he looked deeply at Lu Shang before he slowly said,
"There is
no one in the world who can raise their chi blood to 20 points." The moment these words came out, Lu Shang's body trembled slightly.
No one was able to raise their chi and blood limit to 20 points? How was this possible? Since there were no 20 points, why, then, was the limit of the chi and blood ceiling labeled as 20 points? The others continue training, Lu Shan will come out with me.
Perhaps seeing through the thoughts in Lu Shang's mind, Blue Warrior told the four Long Tianqing to continue training, while he himself led Lu Shang out of the middle of the classroom. Outside the classroom, Blue Warfare looked at Lu Shang with a slightly gloomy expression. The 20 points of chi and blood limit is a kind of most extreme point that countless martial arts seniors of Dixia, after experiments, finally obtained. It is said to be the most extreme, but in reality, it has already exceeded the heights that the great Xia human race can reach. Throughout the ages, Dixia has given birth to characters like the 10 saints, and there are even those saint positions that have fallen, but do you know how many people have been able to raise their chi and blood to 19 points in the history of Dixia?
Blue Warrior looked straight at Lu Shang.
Lu Shang shook his head. Blue Battle said, counting those heavenly prides who fell halfway through, the total number of great Xia who were able to raise their chi blood ceiling to 19 points was no more than 20.
But not a single one of
those who were able to raise their chi and blood ceiling to 20 points.
You should be able to understand what I mean.
Blue Warrior said in a deep voice, a touch of majesty in his eyes. Lu Shang, I know that all of you who are gifted against the heavens are high-minded and proud, and you all want to pursue that illusory 20-point chi and blood ceiling, but what I have to tell you is that 20-point chi and blood ceilings only exist in legends.
No one can do it.
Your talent is very good, 19 points of chi and blood, if nothing happens halfway through, you are the next saint seed of Great Xia. I don't want you to be like those paranoid geniuses who go after that nebulous 20-point chi blood ceiling.
Blue Warfare's tone was slightly heavy.
For Blue Warrior, Lu Shang's talent was heaven-defying, and his future achievements were high. It was even very likely that in 10 years, or even decades, a new saint position would appear in Great Xia. Therefore, he was not willing for Lu Shang to waste his time on this.
After all, this one is a lesson from the past.
But Lu Shang's brows frowned slightly. It wasn't that Lu Shang was paranoid, but Lu Shang really hadn't felt a shackle on his current chi and blood ceiling. Even if there was, the feeling was all vague. Lu Shang's intuition told him that the 20-point chi and blood ceiling
might not really be nebulous, but real. Other people couldn't do it, but it didn't mean that he couldn't do it himself.
He himself just wanted to get some answers on Blue Warrior's body, but the answer he got now was slightly disappointing to Lu Shang.
Blue Battle looked at Lu Shang's tangled face and naturally understood his thoughts.
After a moment of slight disappointment in his heart, Blue Battle waved his hand.
Let's go, I'll take you to see someone.
With that, Blue Warfare was walking towards a direction, and although Lu Shang didn't know what the situation was, he still honestly followed behind Blue Warfare. Soon, they arrived at the playground of the Star Academy. The playground was very large, but there were no students gathered here, and occasionally one or two figures could be seen hurrying across the playground, but none of them stayed here. In a corner of the playground, next to one of the flower beds, a figure with a somewhat thin figure silently held a broom and seemed to be cleaning the surrounding area. While cleaning, that figure also raised his head from time to time, looking towards the sky, with a thoughtful color surfacing in his eyes. But soon after, it lowered its head again and continued cleaning the surroundings. This is... Lu Sheng had also come to the Star Academy for a while, but most of the time was spent either in his room or in the classroom practicing against the 14 seniors. It had never been here in the playground. He's... Blue Warrior looked at that one figure with slightly complicated eyes. My schoolmate. Of all the students in the 33rd session, the one with the most heaven-defying talent. Hearing this, a look of surprise surfaced in Lu Sheng's eyes. Those who were able to enter the Star Academy were themselves all heavenly prides from various regions of the Grand Xia, not to mention being called the number one amongst a class of students. Just why? Lu Sheng looked at that skinny figure with a look of puzzlement in his eyes. You're curious to know why he's become like this, aren't you? Blue Warfare suddenly sneered. This guy, too high-minded, in order to pursue that so-called 20 points of chi blood, do you know how much time he has wasted? 10 years. Blue Warrior's tone suddenly became a bit agitated, and when he looked at that thin figure, his eyes even carried a touch of a hateful tone in them. Blue Warrior's chest continued to rise and fall, indicating the constant rise and fall of his emotions. Obviously a generation of sacred position seeds, yet he wasted 10 years of his life in pursuit of a nebulous upper limit of chi and blood. The academy invested an unknown amount of resources in him, but in the end, ended up failing. Back when he just entered the academy, it only took him a week to raise his chi blood to 19 points, a speed similar to yours. But then, he had to pursue the limit of chi blood. Until now, 12 years have passed, and he is still at the chi blood realm cultivation level. Blue Warrior's tone was incomparably agitated, and only after expressing that depressed chi in his heart did Blue Warrior take a deep breath and re-fall his gaze on Lu Sheng's body. Now, you should understand what I mean. A look of indecision surfaced on Lu Sheng's face. Previously, Lu Sheng's heart was firm. After all, with the existence of the system, he was completely capable of attempting to impact this limit that no one could reach. However, with the reaction of the Blue Warrior, the facts in front of him were laid out in front of him. Lu Sheng's heart began to shake. For a moment, Lu Sheng even revealed a bewildered look. Blue Warfare looked at Lu Sheng. His heart was also a few points of relief. It seems that this guy is to listen to his own words into it. However, it wasn't enough. It was necessary to cut off the other party's idea of pursuing the limit of chi and blood, otherwise letting such a genius waste his time on this for nothing, that would be a loss for the great summer. After all, that step, no one can cross. Think about it yourself. I'll give you 7 days. After 7 days, I need to see you break through the blood refining realm, otherwise, deduct all your points for the next month. Blue Warrior's voice entered Lu Sheng's ears. 7 days, with Blue War's understanding of Lu Sheng's talent, it wasn't a difficult thing to do. After all, someone who had reached the limit of chi and blood, and wanted to break through the blood refining, it might just be a matter of 1 or 2 days. The reason why 7 days were given was mainly to give Lu Sheng some time to think it over. For these 7 days, I'll grant you a vacation, and report to the classroom after 7 days. After saying that, Blue Warfare left the square. Lu Sheng looked at Blue Warfare's departing figure, and there was a touch of hesitation in his eyes. After looking at that thin silhouette, Lu Sheng pondered for a moment, and then tilted his head once again. His face had become firm. He took a step towards that skinny figure. Chapter 73: The Key. Refining the body. Out of the city. Perhaps Blue Warrior was right. Even if he didn't raise himself to the 20-point chi blood limit, with his talent, in the future, as long as nothing happened midway, he himself might be able to become the new saint seed of Great Xia. From Blue Warrior's perspective, as a teacher, he naturally didn't want to watch his own student, in pursuit of that nebulous limit, follow in the footsteps of his own school brother. He was also looking out for Lu Sheng's future. It was just for Lu Sheng. He had the existence of the system, especially with his current talent, which had long since been the sole existence of all the martial artists in Xia. If one did not try to see that limit, perhaps one would regret it. The future self might also regret it. What was the point of living a new life if it was still filled with regrets? Thinking of this, Lu Sheng's heart was enlightened. It didn't matter what others thought or how disappointed they were in himself, what he had done was just not wanting to make his future regretful. While thinking this way in his heart, Lu Sheng had already arrived at the sight of that skinny figure. It was a withered middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face looked a little bit numb, and only when he raised his head and looked at the sky, some animated colors would appear. Other than that, there was only a sentence that was constantly murmured in his mouth. 20 points. 20 points. He was like a robot, his mouth constantly murmuring as he cleaned the ground in his hands. Lu Sheng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a complex color in his eyes. Senior. Lu Sheng gently opened his mouth, but after hearing Lu Sheng's words, the middle-aged man glanced at Lu Sheng and withdrew his gaze once again, as if he didn't intend to communicate with Lu Sheng. Even his pace couldn't help but quicken, wanting to pull away from Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's brows slightly knitted, and he hurriedly followed, saying aloud, "Dare I ask the senior? This 20 points of chi and blood, did you do it?" The middle-aged man's pace stalled, he slowly turned his head, and that numb face began to have some changes. In the end, it was a color of paranoia that surfaced. "Who are you? Who asked you to persuade me? 20 points of chi and blood, it's not nebulous, he exists. No one has been able to reach it, that's because of their own reasons, I can reach it. I can definitely." The middle-aged man yelled lowly, seemingly a little hysterical, or perhaps to strengthen his heart. "I can, 20 points. 20 points." The middle-aged man's head slowly lowered, and seemed to have resumed that like a robot. The broom held in his hand slowly swept the ground, and again turned his head, walking towards the front. Lu Sheng's eyes were a little complicated, he only saw a few words in the middle-aged man's body. Paranoia. Crazy. As well as firmness. 7 days. 7 days of time is the final hurdle teacher Luhan gave me. Lu Sheng murmured faintly, and surprisingly, a touch of paranoia surfaced in his eyes all the same. Then within 7 days, break through 20 points of chi and blood. Lu Sheng firmly opened his mouth, then once again looked at the skinny middle-aged man and said loudly, "Senior, you're right, other people can't reach 20 points, that's their reason. We will definitely be able to." After saying that, Lu Sheng didn't seem to have any intention of continuing to stay here, and turned around to walk in the direction of his room. However, just as Lu Sheng's figure disappeared into the square, the middle-aged man, who was supposed to be numb, suddenly let go of the broom in his hand. He looked at the direction Lu Sheng had disappeared in, and his numb face suddenly glowed with a color of vicissitude. Another person who wants to impact 20 points? It's only 7 days. This kid is still thinking too much. The middle-aged man suddenly let out a bitter laugh as he tilted his head up and looked at the clear sky, suddenly having a touch of unwillingness emerge. "It's been 13 years, why is it that I still can't catch that glimpse of opportunity?" The middle-aged man's face was slightly grim, his fists were even clenched, veins bursting out, as if he was roaring at the heavens. Eventually, the middle-aged man's expression gradually converged, his face was once again numbness emerged. He picked up the broom on the ground, again transformed into a robot, like a walking corpse, cleaning the playground. In the middle of the room, Lu Sheng held his practice long sword, his eyes sharp as he continuously swung it. The long sword whistled, and the realm of the great accomplishment of the sword Dao had caused Lu Sheng's control over the sword blade nowadays to even reach an extremely terrifying state. It could be said that even without relying on his own body refining, the current Lu Sheng was able to easily defeat an ordinary blood refining first-layer martial artist. He was even able to have a battle with a martial artist of the second blood refining layer. The sword blade was in Lu Sheng's hands, constantly waving, getting faster and faster, and vaguely, one could even only see the remnants of that streak of shadows. I don't know how long had passed, Lu Sheng's body was already wet with sweat, vaguely even able to see Lu Sheng's strong body through that wet shirt. Ho ho ho! Lu Sheng panted heavily, and a thoughtful color surfaced in his eyes. Breaking the upper limit of chi and blood, eldest sister said that it's either talent or improving one's body refining. Nowadays, my talent is definitely enough, but body refinement. Lu Sheng mused. The first level of the 9 metaphysical golden body transformation had already been cultivated extremely skillfully by Lu Sheng, and there was even a faint hint of a dark golden spot of light faintly visible on his body. This was the sign of the first weight of the 9 Xian golden body transformation. The middle of the second layer of body refinement. Could it be that one needs to raise their body refinement to the late second layer to be able to break the upper limit of chi and blood? Or maybe it's the third layer of body refinement? Lu Sheng was caught up in his thoughts. The upper limit of qi and blood was very difficult to break, and apart from talent and raising the body refinement, there was only the existence of limit-breaking pills. However, the limit-breaking Dan, for Qi Blood 19 to Qi Blood 20, had no effect at all, so Lu Sheng chose to take the limit-breaking Dan when he was at Qi Blood 18, shrinking the time it took to raise his Qi Blood. If I want to raise my body refining cultivation, apart from practicing the 9 metaphysical golden body transformation, the only way to do so is through killing.
Looks like it's still necessary to make a trip out of the city. Lu Sheng murmured. Killing.
By beheading a target, stealing the beheading target, 1/10,000th of its physical quality, and strengthening itself.
It could be said to be an extremely heaven-defying body refining talent. Give it a try. Let's see if raising body refinement to the late second layer has any effect. Lu Sheng no longer pondered. Nowadays, time was precious for Lu Sheng. If he couldn't break through to blood refining after 7 days, or if he couldn't reach 20 points of qi in blood, he would have to deduct 50 points. By then, eating and sleeping would be a problem. Blue Warrior's hand was really ruthless. However, Lu Sheng would not complain about Blue War. After all, standing in Blue War's position, it was also for his own good, not wanting to drill himself into a bull's eye, that's all. Just want to go out of the city, or let Mr. Blue agree. Lu Sheng was somewhat helpless. Heavenly Star City was one of the 9 cities on the front line, and even if one was a student of the Star Academy, if one wanted to leave Heavenly Star City, one would need permission from the Star Academy. Otherwise, it was impossible to go out. Shaking his head somewhat helplessly, Lu Sheng still chose to go find Blue Warrior to approve his leave. What? You want to go out of the city? Inside Blue Battle's office, Blue Battle looked at Suyu with a tightly locked brow, and between his eyebrows, there seemed to be a wave of anger. So, you are still not ready to give up? Blue Warrior forcibly held back the anger within him and said in a deep voice. In Blue Warfare's opinion, wasn't Lu Sheng's trip out of the city to find the opportunity to break through the 20 points of Qi blood? Otherwise, breaking through the blood refining realm from Qi and blood was just a matter of water to water, so why did he need to go out of the city? Lu Sheng didn't choose to hide it and admitted it. You. Seeing that Lu Sheng admitted it without any hesitation, Luhan Battle didn't even know what he should say for a moment, crossing his arms and walking back and forth within the office. So, you didn't listen to what I said before? In the end, Blue Warrior still couldn't help himself and growled lowly. Do you realize that you're wasting your time right now? Wasting your talent. Facing Blue Battle's anger, Lu Sheng remained calm. I know, but Mr. Luhan. Lu Sheng raised his head and faced Blue Battle's eyes filled with rage. But if I don't try, I'll regret it. I don't want me to live in regret in the future. I also ask for Mr. Lan's approval. After saying that, Lu Sheng bowed towards Blue Warrior. You. As Blue War looked at Lu Sheng's appearance, the nameless fire in his heart was cut down by a few points, and although he was still a bit angry, after a few moments of silence, he still walked over to his own desk and wrote a note of approval for Lu Sheng. Scram. Old me doesn't want to see you. Blue Warrior waved his hand as if he was a little bored. Lu Sheng smiled faintly, took the note, and again bowed to Blue Warfare. Teacher. Thanks a lot. After saying that, he took the note and walked out of the office. Accompanied by Lu Sheng's figure disappearing into the office, the anger on Luhan Battle's face instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a touch of helplessness. This guy is still really stubborn. Blue Warrior sighed. After all, it's that person's disciple, this character is still somewhat similar. An old voice slowly sounded. Blue Warrior hurriedly looked over, only to see that Elderly had appeared in the office at an unknown time. Elderly. Lan Zhan bowed to Elderly. Elderly waved his hand, glanced at the direction Lu Sheng had left, and smiled faintly. After all, he's a young man with impulse, there's no harm in letting him give it a try. Let him see the difficulties involved, and perhaps he'll know what to do. Or maybe this little guy can really make a breakthrough. Blue Warrior's eyebrows raised slightly. Really able to do it? Lan Zhan was undeniable. If 20 points of qi and blood could really be dabbled in by someone, it wouldn't be the case that so many of Disya's heavenly prides couldn't do it. Lu Sheng's talent was certainly heaven-defying. But the chances of wanting to make it that far were too small. Chapter 70 Resentful Zhao Changsheng, 20 points of qi and blood deed. On a small hill outside Tianqing City, Zhao Changsheng squatted behind a rock with a scruffy body, his gaze a little lax, but facing in the direction of Tianqing City.
His eyes had lost their light, as if he was like a walking corpse.
It's been half a month. It's been half a ing month.
Zhao Changsheng's body trembled slightly.
Half a whole month. Do you know how I've spent this half month?
Zhao Changsheng grabbed his hair that looked like a chicken's nest, and the entire person's pupils were already filled with bright red blood. The eyeballs were even bulging out, looking to a few points appalling. He stared dead on in the direction of Tianqing City, and a strong resentment surged out from Zhao Changsheng's body.
It's been half a ing month, that mother ing Wang Mu, there's not even a single message. I've been waiting here for half a ing month, you're ing playing with me, aren't you? Zhao Changsheng yelled at the canopy.
Within those resentful words, there was even more or less a hint of aggravation. Previously, in Cloud City, after being caught by Wang Mu, he was called by Wang Mu to Skystar City, saying that he was told to lurk around in Skystar City, yet waiting for his next instructions. He was hindered by Wang Mu's status and position, as well as that terrifying strength.
Zhao Changsheng could only do so obediently.
Otherwise, the fact that he had run away from the battlefield in Cloud City would inevitably be known by those bigwigs of the demon sect, and at that time, the only thing that awaited him would be death. But after arriving at Tianqing City, first being reported by the enthusiastic Tianqing crowd, and now staying in this small hill for half a month without food or drink, being able to survive until now is completely relying on the powerful cultivation to resist. But even so, under such a long period of time without food and drink, even if Zhao Changsheng had a bone-forging realm cultivation, he still couldn't carry it. Coupled with the fact that this place was very close to Heavenly Star City, even the ferocious beasts rarely appeared in this area, which made the already unbearable situation even worse. For a while, Zhao Changsheng wanted to leave. But the thought of that horrible guy Wang Mu also made him harden and suppress the thought. He could only obediently stay here and wait for Wang Mu's next instruction. Grass. When I surpass you one day, I'll hang you up and beat you for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhao Changsheng said viciously in his heart. Just as Zhao Changsheng's heart was churning, it was a sudden realization that outside the gates of Heavenly Star City, a familiar figure was reflected in his eyes.
Lu Shang?
Zhao Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly looked outside the city gates at Lu Shang, who was undergoing inspection to leave the city. Zhao Changsheng was very familiar with Lu Shang.
He could be the one who gave Bai Mo the demon entry pill.
Including the fight between Bai Mo and Lu Shang, it was all clear to him as well. I didn't expect that this guy would join the Star Academy. Zhao Changsheng gazed at Lu Shang's figure. This guy is the disciple of the old sword saint. If we can kill him, the rewards of the demon sect
are very generous.
A flash of excitement surfaced in Zhao Changsheng's eyes. As long as he was able to get Lu Shang killed, at that time, even if the people of the demon sect knew that he had fled from the battlefield in Cloud City, they wouldn't say anything.
He would even be able to get a lot of rewards.
Thinking of this, Zhao Changsheng couldn't help but lick his lips and looked at Lu Shang as if he was looking at a precious treasure. However, just as Zhao Changsheng's mind was thinking this way, a faint vibration came from his pocket. Zhao Changsheng's brows were slightly furrowed, but he still pulled out his cell phone from his pocket, only to find that Wang Mu, who hadn't sent himself a message for half a full month, had sent a location to himself.
This was followed by sending a sentence. Come to this place and wait for me. Immediately. Immediately.
Looking at this message, Zhao Changsheng's frown tightened. This Wang Mu didn't send a message early, didn't send a message late, but sent himself a message at this time. Isn't this purely messing with people's minds? On one side was the disciple of the Sword Saint, killing would be rewarded by the demon sect. On the one hand, it was the Kingswood of the demonic sect's heavenly vein. No matter which one it was, it made it hard for Zhao Changsheng to refuse. If he killed Lu Shang, he might be able to get the rewards of the devil sect, but that Wang Mu guy.
The desire to control is very powerful.
But whenever he didn't follow his words. Just thinking about this, Zhao Changsheng couldn't help but fight a cold war. And if he followed Wang Mu's words, even if he didn't get any benefits, he at least wouldn't be tortured by Wang Mu. After an inner battle between heaven and man, Zhao Changsheng finally clenched his teeth and took a deep look at Lu Shang, who had left the city. Kid, count yourself lucky. After saying that, Zhao Changsheng also retracted his gaze, glanced at the positioning on top of his cell phone, and slowly walked towards that direction.
Heavenly Jade Mountain, it's not too far away.
Zhao Changsheng murmured, his figure quickly disappearing above the mountainside. Meanwhile, Lu Shang also managed to walk out of Tianqing City with the credentials given by Blue Warrior. Looking at the wilderness in front of him, a faint blazing color also surfaced in Lu Shang's eyes.
Finally. Able to raise, killing, ah.
The corner of Lu Shang's mouth rose slightly. Ever since he came to the Star Academy, he was not allowed to step out of the Heavenly Star City easily, which in turn caused Lu Shang to lose the opportunity to kill ferocious beasts and improve his physique. Although it was said that the Heavenly Star City was a frontline main city, and there were invasions of foreign devils at all times. However, the first-year students of the Star Academy had a protection policy that wouldn't let them face this kind of danger head-on. If they wanted to improve their physique by virtue of killing foreign devils, they would have to wait at least until Lu Shang and the others had improved their strength by one more notch. And now, after having the credentials of Blue Warrior, Lu Shang was finally able to continue hunting ferocious beasts and raise his body refining cultivation.
This is my home ground.
Lu Shang looked at the empty wilderness, and a blazing color filled his eyes. His feet were slightly energized, and he rushed into this piece of heaven and earth. It was as if that fish had surged into the river and entered his comfort zone. Just what Lu Shang didn't know was a crisis that had already passed him by. 3 days later,
in a mountain range dozens of kilometers away from Tianqing City,
a figure dressed in white shuttled within the mountain range.
A faint golden light enveloped that white figure, emitting a holy aura. Vaguely, it seemed as if there was a Sanskrit sound emerging. Roar, roar, roar.
The Sanskrit sound, the roar of the beast, echoed in the mountains, rising and falling. It was just that. How it sounded, that beast roar carried a hint of misery.
Thud.
A muffled sound exploded in the mountain range. A black bear with a size of 2 to 3 meters fell straight to the ground, and in his chest, a huge bloody hole had appeared. A white figure stood quietly beside the black bear's corpse, its chest slightly heaving. A powerful Vajra bear at the 6th level of blood refining. It really is somewhat difficult to deal with. The white-clothed youth murmured, only his eyes were incomparably bright.
But
the white-clothed youth was the one who gently closed his eyes at this time. Within his body, it seemed as if there was an extremely powerful force that flowed between his limbs and bones, moisturizing his body little by little. A moment later, the white-clothed youth's body slightly shook, and a powerful aura instantly erupted from the white-clothed youth's body.
The second layer of body refinement is in the late stage.
The white-clothed youth slightly opened his eyes at this time, his eyes clear and incomparable. The shackles of the upper limit of chi and blood. The white-clothed youth murmured slightly as if he was sensing something. In the next moment, a color of ecstasy surfaced from the white-clothed youth's face.
The shackles have once again lightened. Compared to before. If one didn't purposely feel it, one basically couldn't feel the shackles anymore.
The white-clothed youth suddenly exclaimed in excitement, and within his eyes, luster constantly flickered.
Sure enough. It is indeed true.
With enough talent, in order to break the upper limit of 20 points of chi and blood, one would need to raise their body refinement.
Talent is like the quality of a bottle, while body refinement is the capacity of the bottle. Even if the quality is enough, if the capacity isn't enough, it still won't be able to fill up with that much water. And the quality and capacity required for 20 points of chi blood must both reach a certain level before it can be contained within the bottle. The white-clothed youth spoke excitedly, as if he was venting the emotions in his heart. It was only after a few moments that the white-clothed youth gradually calmed down. He looked at the black bear's corpse and gradually calmed down. It's just that the capacity brought by the late stage of the second layer of body refinement is still a bit insufficient. Could it be that we need to upgrade to the third level of body refinement?
The white-clothed youth pondered. And this white-clothed youth was clearly Lu Shang. During the 3 days out of the city, Lu Shang had hunted ferocious beasts all the time, relying on the physical enhancement brought about by the killing talent. Now, within 3 days, he had managed to raise his cultivation at the middle of the second layer of body refining to the late stage. It was comparable to a martial artist at the 7th level of blood refining. Body refinement third layer. No wonder there isn't a single person in Disya who has been able to break the upper limit of 20 points of chi and blood. Lu Shang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The cultivation of body refinement was already difficult, even for those who were exceptionally talented. It was impossible to only raise their body refinement without raising their chi and blood cultivation. Especially if one wanted to raise their body refining cultivation to the third level, it would be comparable to a 100 veins realm martial artist. This powerful body requirement alone blocked 99% of the Great Xia's heavenly pride. Coupled with the resources needed to be consumed for body refining, most people could not afford to consume them even more, and not everyone was able to be like Lu Shang,
who was able to raise his physique just by killing ferocious beasts. The requirement of 20 points of qi and blood is already known. Next. Lu Shang looked around and the corner of his mouth gradually rose slightly. Just sprint to the third level of body refinement in the middle of the last 4 days. Chapter 75 Heavenly Jedi Fan, third layer of body refinement. Tianjia Mountain. It was an extremely towering mountain peak in the direction of Heavenly Star City near the front line. In the middle of this mountain peak, black gas surrounded it, and an extremely dense and evil aura continuously spread out. Above the mountain peak, there was not the slightest bit of life. Even the trees were withered. It was filled with dead silence. In the midst of the black aura, Zhao Changsheng looked around and slowly walked towards the top of the mountain peak. Bah! Zhao Changsheng spat out a mouthful of spit and cursed. It's not good to pick any place, picking this kind of place where birds don't, and it's still so high. I haven't eaten anything for half a month, and I still have to come and climb the mountain. Grass. Zhao Changsheng muttered in a small voice, but his body was still very solid as he walked towards the top of the mountain. Soon, the black qi began to become denser and denser, and if Zhao Changsheng wasn't a member of the devil cult himself, otherwise in such a dense black qi, he would easily be eroded by it and end up dead. But even so, Zhao Changsheng wasn't a foreign devil after all, and the amount of strength he had to expend in such a dense black gas was still great. After exhausting 9 oxen and 2 tigers, Zhao Changsheng finally climbed to the top of the mountain. And at the top of that mountain, on top of a huge rock, Wang Mu, who was dressed in sportswear, was calmly sitting on top of the stone with his eyes closed tightly, seemingly cultivating something. Zhao Changsheng looked at Wang Mu, who was caught up in cultivation, and his eyes flickered slightly, but in the end, they became a little darker. Zhao Changsheng sat on the ground without any image and waited in boredom. A few moments later, that Wang Mu who had been sitting on top of the boulder slowly opened his eyes, and he looked at Zhao Changsheng with a teasing expression hanging at the corner of his mouth. I thought. This good opportunity, you would choose to kill me. Zhao Changsheng trembled and said with a licking smile, how could I? I can't wait to worship you, my lord. How could I strike out at you, my lord? Although I, Zhao Changsheng, am greedy and afraid of death, I still have great respect for you, my lord. If you say east, my lord, I will definitely not go west. Zhao Changsheng had a righteous look on his face. Ha! Wang Mu let out a soft laugh. Unfortunately, just now. You really had the chance to kill me. Zhao Changsheng's face slightly stiffened for a few moments after hearing this, but in a split second it was back to normal. My lord, you really like to joke around. I'm not joking. Wang Mu looked at Zhao Changsheng calmly. If you had just made a move, I would already be a dead man now. The smile on Zhao Changsheng's face stiffened once again. Wang Mu calmly looked at Zhao Changsheng and didn't say anything. While being watched by Wang Mu, Zhao Changsheng didn't dare to move a muscle, and a lot of sweat was secreted above his forehead. Obviously, there was no pressure whatsoever, but just a gaze was giving Zhao Changsheng a huge pressure. Hee, just kidding, why are you still scared? A moment later, Wang Mu smiled and opened his mouth. The stiff atmosphere, also at this time, instantly dissolved by a few points. Zhao Changsheng exhaled a long breath, and his heart relaxed a little. This half-month's time has been hard on you, but... Wang Mu looked at Zhao Changsheng and slowly spoke. There's a lot at stake in what comes next, and if you accomplish it well, I won't care about what happened to my untalented brother, even. Wang Mu looked deeply at Zhao Changsheng. I can let you join the heavenly vein. When Zhao Changsheng heard this, his pupils shrunk violently, only his face didn't have any color of surprise. Instead, he revealed a flash of gravity. My lord, can I ask, what are we going to do next? Zhao Changsheng wasn't a cutie. As someone from the human vein of the devil cult, he naturally knew how difficult it was to become a heavenly vein. There were 3 veins in the devil cult, heaven, earth, and human, and the human vein had a large number of people, so as long as one joined the devil cult, they would be able to become a disciple of the human vein. And if one wants to become an earth vein, one needs to be recognized by the earth vein's great figures, or even have certain abilities. As for the heavenly vein, it is even more mysterious. Since the magic sect has been established for so many years, it can only occasionally see the disciples of the heavenly vein, walking in the middle of Daxia. The degree of mystery of the heavenly vein, even for those who are also in the demon cult. Not to mention, how to become a heavenly vein. But Zhao Changsheng also knew that if he wanted to become a heavenly vein, what he had to give could be great. And what Wang Mu said, as long as this next thing that he did was done properly, he would be able to make himself a heavenly vein. Then the difficulty of this matter. Zhao Changsheng squinted his eyes, wanting to see the changes on Wang Mu's face, but he realized that Wang Mu's face was like a side of stagnant water without any fluctuations. Yes. Suddenly, Wang Mu laughed. Do you know that? Under the Star Academy in Heavenly Star City. Was suppressed by a demonic father? When these words came out, Zhao Changsheng's pupils shrunk violently. Demon father. That was an extremely terrifying existence amongst all the foreign devils. If a demon king was comparable to the human race's creation realm, then a demon elder was an existence that surpassed the creation realm and was comparable to a Dao entry powerhouse. Even if one looked at the entire Grand Xia, the number of Dao entry powerhouses could never exceed 2 digits. And underneath the Star Academy, there is actually a devil elder. Suppressed. This. For a moment, Zhao Changsheng immediately felt his mouth dry up a bit, and he suddenly laughed, only it was an incomparably ugly laugh. Can I refuse this mission? Zhao Changsheng laughed dryly. What a joke, that was the Star Academy. The top academy in the entire Grand Xia, with strong people like clouds, there was no lack of people with the combat power to kill demon elders, and this mission. Only, facing Zhao Changsheng's words, Wang Mu smiled and shook his head. What do you think? Faint words were sent into Zhao Changsheng's ears, and Zhao Changsheng's body, at this moment, stiffened. Inside a cave in the wilderness mountain range outside of Tianqing City, Lu Shang was quietly sitting on the ground, with a faint qi and blood surrounding his body, as if it was a blood-red ribbon. On top of Lu Shang's skin, there were dark golden light spots that were faintly visible. And this was the sign of the first level of the 9 metaphysical golden body transformation. 9 Shin golden body transformation has a total of 9 weights. Cultivate to the 9th weight, the whole body will be transformed into a real immaculate golden body. Just by virtue of the strength of the physical body, it is able to be invincible in the golden body realm. Looking at the entire Grand Xia's body refining martial arts, it is also considered to be the top body refining martial arts. The first weight, refining gold. Refining a part of one's own skin to produce gold spots. With the power of gold spots, shaking everything. And at the second level, it is golden skin. Refining the skin of the entire body to a golden color, the defensive power is extremely amazing, even able to resist ordinary thermal weapons. It was comparable to 100 Vane's martial artist. In these few days, Lu Shang had already hunted and killed an unknown number of ferocious beasts, and the enhancement brought about by killing was extremely terrifying. Countless amounts of fleshly power piled up in Lu Shang's body. It had already reached the peak of the second layer of body refinement. It was only one final step away from the third layer of body refinement. As long as I cross into the golden skin, I will be able to arrive at the third layer of body refinement, and by then. Lu Shang murmured faintly, and a flash of excitement surged in his eyes. The limit of 20 points of qi and blood, this was something that no one in the entire Grand Xia was able to achieve. Who? Lu Shang took a few long, deep breaths and suppressed the palpitations within his heart before he began to silently revolve the Jiu Xian golden body transformation. The surging power of the fleshly body washed under Lu Shang's skin. Crazily, it stimulated Lu Shang's skin. The skin that originally only had a few places where golden spots could be seen also became brighter and brighter at this time. Those places that were originally ordinary, even more so, began to flash with a ray of golden light. It carried a sense of holiness. Rumble. The power of the fleshly body, as if it were a rushing river, continuously flowed and washed away everything. Vaguely, it was possible to see that on top of Lu Shang's skin, there were some black stains that were secreted little by little. Those were the impurities that remained in Lu Shang's body. If one wanted to achieve the immaculate golden body, one needed to eliminate all impurities from the body. In order to achieve this, one needed to condense again and again to be able to do so. And right now, Lu Shang was only just starting out. With the passage of time, roughly 1 incense stick of time had passed. On top of Lu Shang's skin, golden spots of light began to fill in bit by bit on top of the various locations of Lu Shang's skin. Vaguely, one could even feel an oppressive feeling coming from Lu Shang's body. Immediately afterward, Lu Shang's body shook slightly. A golden light suddenly illuminated the entire cave. Lu Shang was bathed in golden light, and this golden light was clearly erupting from above Lu Shang's skin. In the midst of the radiance, Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes, which carried a touch of joy. The third layer of body refinement has become a success. The third layer of body refinement was comparable to 100 Vane's martial artist. It could be said that the current Lu Shang's cultivation level, when placed in the middle of Cloud City, even if he couldn't make it to the top, he would be able to be considered a first-class powerhouse. And Lu Shang had even used less than half a year from becoming a martial artist. Is this the feeling of the third layer of body refinement? Feeling the strong sense of power coming from between his blood and flesh, Lu Shang was a little intoxicated for a moment. Wait. The shackles of qi and blood. Lu Shang suddenly reacted, followed by the color of joy on his face becoming even more intense. The shackle sensation has disappeared. Even with full force perception, the shackles were not detected. Lu Shang opened his mouth in surprise, a flash of excitement appearing between his brows. You can start impacting 20 points of qi blood. Lu Shang this time, it took a full 10 minutes before he was able to suppress the excitement within his heart, transferring his own qi and blood, and began to impact towards the 20-point qi and blood limit. In an instant, a blood-colored energy surrounded Lu Shang's skin and flowed between his limbs and bones, silently boosting. Chapter 76 Qi and Blood Limit. Elder Wan's surprise. Click. Lu Shang merely felt as if there was a sound of a shackle being broken within his body. Immediately after. Rumble. The qi and blood in his body seemed to have suddenly become furious, and surging energy crazily rushed between Lu Shang's limbs and bones. It seemed as if it wanted to completely fill every corner of the body. It was rushing, as if it was a river. Beneath Lu Shang's skin, a blood-red glow, constantly shining, erupted with a strong aura. So much so that Lu Shang's entire person looked extremely red as if he had been scalded by boiling water. A moment later. This powerful aura, only then did it dissipate bit by bit, and the redness on top of Lu Shang's skin faded away bit by bit. In the end, it became normal. The breath, too, began to stabilize. Gradually, Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes, his breath restrained internally, and it seemed as if there was a divine light flickering in the eyes of the entire person. 20 points of qi and blood have become. A soft murmur echoed in the cave. If these words of Lu Shang were to reach the ears of others, I'm afraid that the entire Great Summer would have to set off a wave. After all, the upper limit of 20 points of qi blood. No one in the entire Grand Xia was able to achieve it. Yet, it appeared in Lu Shang's body. Sure enough, my intuition wasn't wrong. If I really give up, I'm bound to regret it in the future. Lu Shang's heart was also filled with joy as he looked around, and then at the time. It's almost time, it's time to go back. If I remember correctly. This point in time, it should be the day of the examination. Lu Shang smiled faintly and stood up, his qi and blood surged, and the dust on top of his clothes instantly shook off and fell off. The reason why Blue Warrior had given Lu Shang 7 days before was because 7 days later, it would usher in Lu Shang's first examination of their term. The Star Academy's examination didn't have any clear requirements in the first year. Even getting to the bottom was nothing. Just. The ranking of the examination, however, determines the amount of points. The first place, each month's points would be raised from 50 points to 200 points. Second place 105. Third place 100. For fourth and fifth place, the points remain unchanged. In a time period like freshman year, where there was no opportunity to receive schoolhouse missions, the rankings were a few points more important. And the ranking is very simple. Those with higher strengths are ranked higher. Third level of body refining, 20 points of qi and blood. The current me should be undefeated. Lu Shang softly murmured, his feet stepped out and disappeared into the cave. Star Academy, in the middle of the classroom. Blue Warrior stood on top of the high platform, his hands on his back, looking at the 4 long Tianqing below with a serious face. Today, the ranking examination will begin, you should all know the rules. Long Tianqing, Gu Yun, Xiaokong, and Yu Qian glanced at each other, and a strong battle intent erupted from their eyes. Understood. Then let's begin. Without any nonsense, Blue Warrior immediately announced the start. That Mr. Blue. Long Tianqing weakly looked at Blue Warfare and whispered. Lu Shang doesn't seem to be here yet. Hearing these words, Blue Warrior couldn't help but have a flash of levity emerge from his eyes. He had given Lu Shang 7 days to think about it, but Lu Shang was so good that he actually wanted to try that nebulous 20 points of qi and blood. For this reason, he had even directly found himself and granted a voucher to leave the city. This made Blue Warrior's heart slightly disappointed in Lu Shang. In Blue Warrior's opinion, instead of pursuing that nebulous 20 points, it would be better to directly cross into the blood refining realm,
with Lu Sheng's talent of 19 points of qi and blood, in the future, it would not be very difficult to cross into the Dao. As a result, he had to pursue this illusory realm just like his gifted schoolmate. This made Blue Warrior's anger great. It wasn't that he didn't want Lu Sheng to try, it was just that this realm had long since been attempted by countless people, but all of them ultimately came up with only one result. That was that it was impossible. As a teacher, he still didn't want Lu Sheng to go down this astray path. As soon as he thought of this, the color of annoyance in Blue Warrior's eyes became more and more intense. Regardless of him, if he hasn't come by the end of the examination, he will automatically be demoted to 5th place. Blue Warrior waved his hand and spoke with some annoyance. Although he was annoyed, there was more of a sense of hatred in it. The four of them glanced at each other and didn't continue to say anything, although for such a long time, the relationship between them was not bad. But in front of the points, in front of the examination, what should be competitive should still be competitive. After all, the martial arts path must compete. Immediately, Gu Yun directly stood in the center of the position, blandly looking at the three people, and became the first ringmaster. Which one of you will come first? Xia Kong heatedly smiled and took a step out. Extreme physical body power instantly exploded out. A full cultivation level of the second layer of body refinement violently stirred out. They had reported from the Star Academy, and then now, with the accompaniment of their seniors, the improvement was naturally very fast. As for Gu Yun, he wasn't the least bit weaker, and his aura of the blood refining realm instantly erupted. The iron chain on his body swung out as if it was a silver python, instantly killing Xia Kong. Xia Kong was still smiling nervously, looking at the silver python that was killing towards him. Xia Kong let out a low roar, and his burly body violently rushed forward. It was as if it was a human-sized tank. Blue Warrior sat on the side, watching this scene, and couldn't help but nod his head. Apart from Lu Sheng, a fellow who made himself a little irritated, the talent and performance of the other four little fellows were soothing to Blue Warrior. Thinking of this, Blue War's face became a little irritated again. Lu Sheng, this guy is simply a headache. Humph. Blue Warfare snorted coldly. And at the same time, at the location of the Star Academy's gate, a white figure slowly emerged. Finally. Back. Lu Sheng looked at the familiar gate, his face slightly dusty, and then he slowly stepped into the gate. Beside the gate, Elder Wang, who was wearing a security uniform, was originally taking a false sleep when he suddenly opened his eyes and saw Lu Sheng, who was dressed in black. This power of flesh. Elder Wang's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a flash of brilliant light in his cloudy eyes. Greetings, senior. Lu Sheng naturally noticed the other party and slightly bowed to Elder Wang after entering the door. Back? Elder Wang suddenly smiled, looking at Lu Sheng and said slowly. It's better to hurry up, the examination for your class has already begun. Lu Sheng froze, then quickly walked in the direction of the classroom. If he missed it, he wouldn't have any extra points for the next month off. In the Star Academy, points were everything. Elder Wang looked at Lu Sheng's back as he left and narrowed his eyes once again. The third layer of body refining. This little guy's body refining talent is really terrifying. And why is the qi and blood fluctuation in his body so strange? A puzzled look surfaced on Elder Wang's face. He clearly sensed that the qi and blood in Lu Sheng's body was extremely dense and even of high quality, which was very rare among all the qi and blood realms in the Star Academy for so many years. Generally speaking, in the qi and blood realm, the main thing was to raise the quantity of qi and blood. The more qi and blood there was, the stronger the strength would be. And after reaching the blood refining realm, while raising the quantity, it was even more important to raise the quality of the qi blood. Refining blood and refining blood, condensing qi and blood. Every time one condensed qi and blood, it would cause one's own qi and blood to improve, and at the same time, the qi and blood became more solid. It was no exaggeration to say that even a martial artist who was new to the blood refining realm would be able to easily kill 10 peak qi blood realm martial artists. It wasn't just because of the quantity of qi and blood, but more so the quality of qi and blood. Even for the weakest blood refining realm, after undergoing a qi and blood condensation, a single drop of qi and blood was even comparable to 2, or even 3 drops of qi and blood power of a qi and blood realm martial artist. This is the gap between blood refining and qi blood. However, just now, he clearly felt that Lu Sheng's qi blood seemed to have been condensed once, but his breath still stopped at the level of the qi blood realm. What's the situation? Elder Wang scratched his head in some confusion, and after pondering for a moment. Behind him, a figure identical to himself unexpectedly walked out directly. "I have to go take a look, there's something on this kid." Wang Lao hemmed and hawed and followed behind Lu Shang, while the figure that looked exactly like Wang Lao sat in the same position he had been sitting in before, not moving a muscle. In the middle of the classroom, the four of them, Long Tianqing, Yu Chanxian, Gu Yun, and Xia Kong, were panting and sitting on the ground, as if they had experienced a great battle. Yu Chanxian and Xia Kong had smiles on their faces. Only Gu Yun and Long Tianqing's faces were not so good. After a few competitions, the rankings between the four had been determined. The first place was Xia Kong. The cultivation of the middle stage of the second layer of body refinement was enough for Xia Kong to be able to defeat a powerhouse of the fourth or fifth layer of the blood refinement realm even when facing him. He was invincible in the same realm of the body refining realm. The second place is Yu Qianxian, with a cultivation equal to Gu Yun's. With the perfect sword path, she defeated him. As for the third place, it was Gu Yun. And Long Tianqing was unsurprisingly at the bottom. He had the lowest qi and blood ceiling, and was only at the second layer of blood refining today, while both Yu Qianxian and Gu Yun had already raised their cultivation to the third layer of blood refining, and were even about to break through to the fourth layer of blood refining. In comparison, his strength could only be the bottom of the list amongst the four. Blue Warrior looked at the four, his face somewhat satisfied, and then he glanced at the time, his brows slightly furrowed. Immediately, he said in a deep voice, "This examination, this." Just as his words were halfway through, a voice suddenly came out from the doorway, interrupting his words. "Wait." Only to see, Lu Shang's face was slightly flushed, standing in the doorway in a bit of a state of distress, looking towards Blue Warrior and smiling. "Teacher Lan. This time, it shouldn't be too late. Chapter 77 I'm going to hit for." A faint, smiling voice resounded in the middle of the classroom. The gazes of Yu Qianxian and the others instantly fell on Lu Shang's body, including Blue Warrior. The first time they saw Lu Shang, their eyes clearly froze for a moment. Lu Shang, back? It was only when they felt the aura of Lu Shang's body that they couldn't help but frown. The aura of the qi and blood realm. They all knew about Lu Shang's desire to sprint to the limit of 20 points of qi blood, and even more so, they knew that because of this matter, Blue Warrior was extremely hateful towards Lu Shang. As for them, although they also wanted to see if Lu Shang could succeed, just in terms of what they knew, wanting to break this limit, it was basically impossible. Even characters like the 10 Saints of Grand Xia were unable to break the limit of qi and blood, let alone Lu Shang. For a while, the eyes they looked at Lu Shang gradually took on a hint of worry. Blue Warrior had given Lu Shang 7 days to think about it, and if he couldn't break through the blood refining realm within the time of Qi Tian, points would be deducted. And now, Lu Shang's breath was still limited to the Qi blood realm. However, compared to the other four little ones, when Blue Warrior's gaze landed on Lu Shang's body, a look of surprise flashed through his eyes. He was naturally able to sense that the aura on Lu Shang's body was only at the Qi and blood realm. It was just that the fluctuation of the Qi and blood in Lu Shang's body was extremely different from the general Qi and blood realm. The Qi and blood was more solid, as well as more powerful. What's the situation? Blue Warrior's heart was a bit puzzled. Despite being a half-step golden body realm powerhouse, if Lu Shang didn't completely explode his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to see through just how much Qi blood Lu Shang had. This was also the significance of the existence of the Qi and blood detector. However, although there was some confusion in his heart, you still know to come back. Blue Warrior snorted coldly, feeling the fluctuations in Lu Shang's body that only had the Qi and blood realm's aura. Blue Warrior's heart became even more somewhat annoyed. It seems that my words fell on deaf ears. Blue Warrior's words carried a touch of grudge. Lu Shang smiled faintly, as if he didn't hear the emotions within Blue War's voice, and only spoke softly. Teacher, this examination time shouldn't be over yet, right? Lu Shang rushed here, naturally for the examination. The ranking examination. But it was the one that determined where their points belonged for this next period of time. In this place, the Star Academy, if you wanted to exchange resources, weapons, and martial arts, you would need a certain amount of points to do so. Blue Warrior swept a glance at the four and said indifferently. Now that they've all been assessed once, and we're not at their peak, do you think it's fair for them if you come over to assess them now? Lu Shang's brows knitted slightly, and then they were quickly stretched out as he spoke softly. Since this is the case, then I'll fight for by myself. Along with Lu Shang's voice slowly spat out. In an instant, the temperature in the entire classroom seemed to have lowered.
The gazes of Long Tianqing, Gu Yun, Xiao Kong, and Yu Qianshan all fell on Lu Sheng's body at once. It was even displeasure. What do you mean? You're fighting by yourself? Who is looking down on? Especially Gu Yun. Don't look at Gu Yun's cold temperament, but within that cold temperament, it also destined his inner arrogance. Gu Yun stood up, his gaze leveled at Lu Sheng, and don't you beat me first. As the words fell, the qi and blood within Gu Yun's body instantly exploded out. Rumble. The dark red qi and blood that surrounded the surface of Gu Yun's body covered over that one iron chain, and the silver iron chain, at this moment, seemed to have transformed into a dark red python. At the third level of blood refining, a full 50 points of qi and blood were constantly whistling out from Gu Yun's body, accompanied by an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Gu Yun's eyes were cold and indifferent as he stared dead on at Lu Sheng. Those who were able to enter the Great Summer Academy were all top-notch prides, and they all had their own pride in their hearts. And Lu Sheng's words had undoubtedly completely enraged them. What qualifications do you have to fight 4 people by yourself? With your qi and blood realms cultivation fluctuation? It wasn't just Gu Yun, Long Tianxing, and Yu Qianxian's faces also became a bit ugly. Although Xia Kong was naive, there was just no smile on his face now. Blue Warrior also froze when he heard these words from Lu Sheng, but he quickly recovered. Fine, since you want to fight let's do it. Blue Warfare had originally carried a hint of dissatisfaction towards Lu Sheng for wanting to disregard his persuasion and impact 20 points of blood. Now Lu Sheng was as if he was so high-strung. Blue Warfare also wanted to give Lu Sheng a lesson, so that Lu Sheng would know that he was not the only heavenly pride in this world. 19 points of qi and blood is very heavenly, but at the same time, it wasn't the only one in the Great Xia. But suddenly, Blue Warrior's words took a slight turn. He looked at Lu Sheng and said in a deep voice, "Once you fail, then your ranking is automatically lowered to 5th place, and at the same time, you should still remember the words I said to you 7 days ago." After saying that, Blue Warrior's gaze fell straight onto Lu Sheng's body. He had thought that Lu Sheng would still have to be entangled for a moment or two, but what he hadn't expected was that in the face of such a harsh request from himself, Lu Sheng unexpectedly did not have any hesitation, and immediately nodded his head, and instantly answered, "Yes." It was Blue Warrior's turn to be a bit of a no-brainer. But in the end, he was still a half-step golden body realm powerhouse, and had experienced a lot, and only changed his face slightly for a split second, before landing his gaze on the Yu Qianshan 4. You 4 heard it, someone is looking down on you, what you should do next is clear in your own hearts. If the 4 of you can't even defeat Lu Sheng alone, it would be a shame. Blue Warrior's words were undoubtedly aflame, causing the emotions of the 4 people, who were already at a rather high temperature, to be instantly ignited at this moment. Yu Qianxian glanced at Lu Sheng with an unfavorable expression and snorted coldly, "Come on." As the words fell, the sword box carried behind Yu Qianxian's back shook slightly. Immediately afterward, a small sword blade instantly detached from the sword box and landed in Yu Qianxian's hand. Wah! A sword chirping sound completely echoed in the classroom. Long Tianqing's face was slightly gloomy as he looked at Lu Sheng and said in a deep voice, "Although I'm at the bottom of this class, but Lu Sheng, you're like this, it's still too much of an insult." As he said that, the spatial bracelet in Long Tianqing's hand had a blue glow that flashed by. Immediately after, an extremely small golden hammer appeared in his hand. Treasure tool. In Grand Xia, not only were martial arts and cultivation divided into realms, even weapons were also divided into realms. They were ordinary weapons, extreme weapons, treasure tools, treasure weapons, and spirit weapons. Among them, after arriving at the treasure weapon, it was divided into the upper, middle, and lower 3 grades. At this moment, the small golden hammer in Long Tianqing's hand was a lower grade treasure tool. Don't underestimate this small hammer because it's only a lower grade, you have to know, a treasure tool, 1 out of 10 refining viscera realm martial artists would be good to have. And in Long Tianqing's hands, there was such a weapon. He, Lu Sheng, I also think you've gone a bit overboard, I won't let go. Xia Kong naively scratched the back of his head, and immediately after, that naive expression on his face slowly dissipated, and in its place, there was an extremely strong battle intent that surged out. Come, battle! Xia Kong let out a low roar, and the muscles on his body instantly squirmed, as if there was an extremely explosive power that was about to rush out from within Xia Kong's muscles. In an instant, the cultivation of the middle stage of the second layer of body refinement exploded violently. Extreme physical body strength instantly stirred. A single aura, intertwined together, emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. The entire space of the classroom was completely filled. And their goal was only one. That was Lu Sheng, who was standing at the door. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from the four, Lu Sheng's face didn't show any expression, only the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and then took a step out. Along with this step of Lu Sheng, the moment he stepped out, within the body that clearly looked extremely thin, an extreme force of fleshly body violently erupted. Rumble. Vaguely, the four Yuqian Shen merely felt that their ears seemed to be ringing with a roaring sound. It was as if waves were washing over them. This is. As for Blue Warrior, who was standing on the side, the moment he felt this force of fleshly body within Lu Sheng's body, the entire person's pupils instantly contracted. Even this half-step golden body realm powerhouse had a look of disbelief emerge on his face. Third level of body refinement. Blue Warrior's mind shook violently. He knew that Lu Sheng's body refining talent was good, and as early as 7 days ago, he was already at the mid-stage of the second layer of body refining, but Blue Warrior had not expected it no matter what. Only 7 days had passed, and Lu Sheng had directly raised his body refining cultivation to the third body refining layer. This was comparable to a strong person at the 100 Veins realm. For a moment, Blue Warrior's throat moved slightly as he swallowed his saliva. However, the more genius Lu Sheng acted, the more furious Blue Battle became in his heart at Lu Sheng's move of wanting to impact such a nebulous realm as 20 points of chi and blood. He didn't understand why Lu Sheng was so persistent when it was clearly a nebulous realm. Only, in the next moment, he understood. The aura of the third level of body refinement spread out from Lu Sheng's body. Immediately afterward, Lu Sheng once again took a step forward. This step was taken. A chi and blood that was clearly weak, but was enough to move the entire Grand Xia, instantly spread out. A full 20 points of chi and blood surrounded Lu Sheng's body, as if it was a latent dragon hibernating within Lu Sheng's body. And at this time, the corner of Lu Sheng's mouth smiled more and more intensely. Get ready, I'm going to strike. Chapter 78 Star Academy 33rd Student, Su Changqing. Along with Lu Sheng's words fell. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sense of oppression instantly roared out from Lu Sheng's body. The pressure of the third level of body refinement, that was comparable to that of 100 Veins realm martial artist. What you need to know is, 100 Veins realm martial artist, the weakest of them all, had 100 points of chi and blood. The four of them, even the strongest one, Xia Kong, is only in the middle of the second layer of body refining. There was still a gap between the third level of body refining and the 100 Veins realm. Although, they are all from the great summer of the various regions of the pride, just in the absolute realm of the suppression. Those means of theirs also seemed useless. Rumble. Rumbling sounds instantly resounded above Lu Sheng's fist. A golden-colored radiance flickered continuously. A burst of Brahma sounds spread throughout the classroom. It was accompanied by the sound of one of Lu Sheng's murmurs. Lu Ohan. Fist. Buzzing. Behind Lu Sheng, it seemed as if there was an angry eyes Vajra's silhouette floating open. An extremely terrifying power filled Lu Sheng's fist, bursting out with intense energy fluctuations. The next moment, Lu Sheng swung his fist. Fist Master instantly launched. Good luck was unleashed. Strong Strike activated. Wanderer triggered. The four talents were triggered in an instant. An even more powerful force completely blossomed in an instant. Rumble. The golden light seemed as if it was going to completely illuminate the entire classroom. Dang! A muffled sound suddenly exploded in the entire room. Immediately after, it was possible to see that the bodies of Yuqian Shen's four people were like kites with broken strings, instantly flying out upside down. Heavily smashed on the ground. Even though the ground was made of special materials, it still left a crack on the smooth ground. As for the four Yuqian Shen, they felt as if their bodies were about to fall apart. A huge force even directly surged into their bodies, wanting to completely crush their flesh and blood. Swish! Blue Warrior's figure instantly appeared beside the four, and an arcane energy surged into their bodies. It dissolved the wave of power left behind by Lu Sheng. Only after sensing that nothing was wrong with the four, did Blue Battle then fiercely look at Lu Sheng. 20 points of chi and blood. A flash of horror appeared in Blue Warrior's pupils. Just before he could make any moves, he was able to see that an old figure had appeared by Lu Sheng's side at an unknown time. It was an old man wearing a security uniform. As if he was looking at some cherished item, the old man lifted Lu Sheng's arm and quickly pinched Lu Sheng's body again,
as if he was sensing something.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
Suddenly, the old man smashed his mouth, and even at this moment, a brilliant light erupted from his cloudy eyes.
20 points of chi and blood. This realm, I didn't expect that someone would actually be able to do it.
A pale, and with a hint of excitement voice rang out from the old man's mouth. Lu Sheng froze in place. The appearance of the old man, Lu Sheng did not even have any notice. His heart tightened at the same time. When he saw the old man wearing a security uniform, Lu Sheng also gradually relaxed, still relying on the other party to pinch his body. Only after the other party let go of his hand, did he slightly bow to the old man.
Elder Wang. Lu Sheng wouldn't let the other party be how he was because he was wearing a security uniform. After all, this one in front of him was in existence that even Bai Ming, who was blocking their report, had to respectfully awe. Plus, that godly figure just now was even more shocking to Lu Sheng's heart.
Elder Wang, what brings you here? At this time, Blue Warrior also respectfully walked up. Obviously, even he, a half-step Golden Body Realm powerhouse, had to be respectful when facing Elder Wang.
Elder Wang glanced at Blue Warrior and said smilingly,
"Blue boy, you're afraid of being slapped in the face here." Blue Warfare naturally knew what the other party was talking about, and although he was a bit squirmy inside, his eyes softened slightly when he looked at the 20 points of chi and blood on Lu Sheng's body. "I take back those words I said before, the shackles of these 20 points of chi blood."
"You did it." Blue Warrior looked at Lu Sheng with slightly complicated eyes. A minute ago, he was still angry at Lu Sheng for not listening to his advice, and now
Lu Sheng had undoubtedly slapped him in the face. It was just as far as being a teacher was concerned. Blue Warrior even couldn't wait for such a slap to appear on his face more often. After all, Great Xia has this heavenly pride.
Is indeed the fortune of D Xia.
TSK, 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 this is something that no one in the entire Grand Xia has been able to do. I didn't think that it would actually allow your kid to do it. If the Sword Saint Old Senior knew about it, I'm afraid that he wouldn't know how happy he would be. Elder Wang looked at Lu Sheng with a smile, his eyes filled with excitement. A heavenly pride that broke the 20 limit of chi and blood, the future achievements.
We're all at least saint levels, right?
Or even, to surpass the saint rank. As soon as he thought of this, there was an uncontrollable smile on Elder Wang's face. Perhaps
can open the next stage of training.
As if he had thought of something, Elder Wang suddenly looked towards Blue Warrior. Blue War's eyebrows slightly knit, glanced at this moment is still lying on the ground, lifeless four little guys, face somewhat helpless.
One term with Lu Sheng.
Perhaps it was also a kind of sadness. However, after taking a deep breath, Blue Warrior nodded. "I'll apply for the next stage of training in a while." After saying that, Blue Warrior pondered for a moment, waved his hand, and an arcane and illusory force dragged the four of them, taking them to the infirmary. After being killed by Lu Sheng in seconds, it was still necessary to have a look at their bodies. It would be troublesome if they were left with any dark injuries. Afterwards, Elder Wang exchanged with Lu Sheng for a while about the situation of the 20 points of chi and blood, and after learning that Lu Sheng had broken the shackles of the 20 points of chi and blood after he had broken through the 3 layers of body refinement, Elder Wang shook his head with regret. This requirement to break the 20 points of chi and blood was really high. First of all, it was necessary to raise the chi and blood to 19 points. Secondly, it was even more important to have a physical body cultivation of the 3rd level of body refinement. This requirement could not be said to be large. Even Kong Xen, the Wenwu saints when they were in the chi blood realm, although they had also attempted to refine their bodies and raise their chi blood capacity. But they only reached the 2nd layer of body refining and gave up. After all, it was impossible to keep settling in the chi blood realm for a nebulous realm. Especially, it was extremely difficult to advance in the body refinement realm. Not everyone was like Lu Sheng, who had such a perverse talent like killing in his body, and was able to enhance his body just by killing continuously. Anyone else who wanted to cultivate body refinement would need to do it step by step and exhaust countless resources. But your kid's body refining talent is really heaven-defying. In 7 days' time, you've risen from the middle of the 2nd layer of body refining to the 3rd layer of body refining. If the martial saint knew about it, I'm afraid that he would snatch his disciple from the old sword saint's hands. Elder Wang suddenly let out a bad laugh and glanced meaningfully at Lu Sheng.
Martial saint?
Lu Sheng's heart stirred slightly. Among the 10 saints of Grand Xia that eldest sister Kong Xen had introduced to him, the martial sage was the only existence who had crossed over to the holy position with his refined body. He was the idol in the hearts of all body refining martial artists in Grand Xia.
Alright, I didn't expect that in my life. The old man would be able to see the birth of a heavenly pride that breaks the limit of 20 points of chi and blood, so I'm content in this life. Elder Wang looked at Lu Shang, his eyes were getting more and more satisfied. As for the methods and requirements for breaking the 20 points of chi and blood that you mentioned, I'll take it for the Star Academy, and for Daxia. As for the value of this information, I need to report it to the higher-ups of the Academy and Grand Xia for them to decide. How about it? Elder Wang looked at Lu Shang and inquired. This intelligence from Lu Shang was the first case of its kind in Grand Xia, and its preciousness could be imagined. Although it was said that the requirements were extremely harsh. But anything from 0 to 1 was the hardest. Now that 1 had been done by Lu Shang, the next road, on the contrary, was much better. Perhaps just because of this discovery by Lu Shang, in the future, Great Xia would give birth to the second, third, or even more heavenly pride that would break the upper limit of chi and blood. This was definitely very important information for Grand Xia. Lu Shang nodded. For this intelligence to be able to exchange points was something Lu Shang hadn't thought of, and in Lu Shang's opinion, he wouldn't have any regrets even if he took it out for free. However, if Elder Wang had said so, who would mind if the points were too little? After a brief exchange between the old and the young, Elder Wang left in a hurry. The information about the breakthrough of the 20-point limit of chi and blood naturally had to be reported to the higher-ups of the academy at the first time, and this matter could not be delayed. Looking at the empty classroom, Lu Shang's face was slightly strange. These points haven't been distributed yet? Lu Shang smashed his mouth and scratched his head, then walked in the direction of the playground. On top of the playground, the middle-aged man with a thin figure was still like a numb puppet, constantly cleaning the trash on the playground. Lu Shang looked at that figure, briefly pondered for a moment, and then walked towards the middle-aged man. Only this time. Before Lu Shang could get close to the middle-aged man raised his head violently and looked at Lu Shang. The numbness in his eyes dissipated bit by bit, and immediately afterward, a touch of madness, or perhaps ecstasy, emerged from his eyes. His body began to tremble slightly, even the arm that was holding the broom could not stop trembling. You? The middle-aged man's body shook slightly. You did it? The middle-aged man's voice carried a hint of disbelief, as well as excitement. He had been settling at 19 points of chi and blood for more than 10 years, and had wanted to raise his chi and blood to 20 points at all times, and he had even thought of many ways to do so. With regard to the study of the realm of chi and blood 20, in the whole of Daxia, apart from Lu Shang, who had already crossed into this realm, I'm afraid that he was still the only one who understood it the most. At the time when Elder Wang and the others could only feel Lu Shang's strange chi and blood, the middle-aged man was already able to confirm that Lu Shang had already crossed into this realm. Lu Shang looked at the middle-aged man, and in the midst of his somewhat eager gaze, he finally nodded. Suddenly, the middle-aged man erupted with an extremely terrifying speed, instantly rushing to Lu Shang's front. He grabbed Lu Shang's arm and opened his mouth slightly maniacally. How did you do it? How did you do it? No, sorry, Just the next moment, he also sensed that he had lost his temper, and the whole person suddenly became a bit squirmy. Only when he looked at Lu Shang with that gaze, he still carried a hint of eagerness. It was as if he was a researcher working on a research project who had been stuck on the problem for decades and finally saw a glimmer of hope. It was also as if the person who was about to drown saw a life-saving straw. Refine the body. Lu Shang slowly opened his mouth and spat out 2 words. The middle-aged man's body shook violently, and there was a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. Immediately afterward, it was as if he had figured it out, and the confusion in his eyes became clear. Body refining. What a body refining! There were tears falling from the middle-aged man's eyes, only for an expression of ecstasy to hang on his face. It was clearly 2 incompatible expressions, but they hard appeared on the middle-aged man's body. Refining the body, refining the body. I should have thought of this. So many directions. Why? Why did I ignore this direction? The middle-aged man suddenly knelt on the ground and hissed hysterically. Lu Shang looked at the middle-aged man, his eyes silent, and finally turned his body and left towards the outside of the playground. The reason why Lu Shang had come here was just a slight touch of pity in his heart as he watched the other person dwell on this issue for such a long time. The middle-aged man is talented, if you can let the other side earlier from this obstinacy out, perhaps for the Star Academy. For the great summer, not much time, will be born out of a mainstay. Wait. Lu Shang's footsteps slightly stumbled. When did he start to think for the sake of the Grand Xia, for the sake of the Academy? Lu Shang raised his head and looked at the clear sky, and eventually the touch of doubt in his heart turned into a smile that appeared on his body. It's just everything goes with the heart.
Lu Sheng murmured softly and slowly walked towards the room.
And on top of the playground, the middle-aged man seemed to have finally come to his senses from which epileptic state, as he slowly stood up and rushed in the direction Lu Sheng had left, making a solemn bow. The numbness, madness, and obstinacy on his face seemed to have been completely erased at this moment, along with Lu Sheng's 2 words. In its place was a bright smile. The sunlight above the dome of the sky waved its afterglow. It shone on his body. The 33rd student of the Star Academy, Su Chongqing. The middle-aged man tilted his head and looked straight at the blazing sun. Back! The voice fell quietly, gently echoing above the silent playground. Su Chongqing took a step by step towards a direction, which was this time. His pace seemed to be much firmer. Chapter 79, Breaking Through Blood Refining, Stage Training. X, so many points? In the middle of the room, Lu Sheng had just stopped practicing the subterranean phaseless sword and looked at his identity card. On Lu Sheng's identity card, it was clearly written Lu Sheng's points in the Star Academy. Points, 100,000. Looking at the full 100,000 points on top of his identity card, Lu Sheng couldn't help but scratch his head. So many points, don't even know how to spend them. Lu Sheng suddenly laughed. Before, he was worried that there weren't enough points, but now the 100,000 points. It was simply not too much to say that Lu Sheng had gotten rich overnight. There were only a few ways to gain points in the Star Academy. The first was the guaranteed points for each month of the first year of the Star Academy. The second is to receive the tasks issued by the school or the tasks issued by the teacher in charge of the class, and successfully complete them, then you will be able to obtain the points corresponding to the task. The third type, using money to exchange points, is about $10,000 can be exchanged for 1 point, and only a maximum of 100 points can be exchanged per month. As for the fourth type, it is to use some rare information, or a brand new martial arts techniques, submitted to the academy, after the academy to determine the value, and then reward points. The 100,000 points in Lu Sheng's identity card is the fourth type. What Lu Sheng didn't expect was that the value would be so great. 100,000 points. This was equivalent to $1 billion. But it seemed like a lot. For some powerful martial artists, $1 billion was nothing. Some of the slightly deeper martial arts families in Cloud City were able to take it out. After all, even when Lu Sheng was still in Cloud City, he was able to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars by hunting ferocious beasts, not to mention martial arts families. But for the current Lu Sheng, this points could really be a huge amount. With the points, it's also possible to purchase some weapons and resources. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up slightly. At that moment, Lu Sheng took out his cell phone and found the Star Academy's official website, and by swiping his identity card, he managed to enter the Star Academy's redemption bar. In the redemption bar, there were different categories of redemption items. After pondering for a moment, Lu Sheng found the weapons section. After entering sword in the search field, he came to the page of treasure levels. At once, dense information appeared in Lu Sheng's field of vision. Dragon Beheading Sword, lower grade treasure tool, irrigated with the blood of the dragon demon race. The sword contains a touch of the dragon demon race's aura, and has a suppressive effect on gaming some weak foreign demon races. 9-star sword, lower grade treasure tool, crafted from 9 heavily meteorite irons, containing a wisp of star power. When activated, it can unleash the power of the stars. Fiery Flame Sword, a lower grade treasure tool, tempered with 3 special flames. Within the body of the sword, it contains the power of 3 different special flames, which can release the power of fiery flames. Looking at the densely packed lower grade treasure tools about the sword category, Lu Sheng's eyes seemed to be getting blurry from looking at them. In the end, Lu Sheng purchased the lower grade treasure tool Chopping Dragon Sword after going through numerous options. After Lu Sheng's comparison, the effect of the Dragon Chopper Sword was much better than the other lower grade treasure tools, and more importantly, the Dragon Chopper Sword had a certain amount of suppression power over some of the weaker foreign devil races. The Star Academy was located in Celestial Star City, although it was said that first-year students would not enter frontline combat. But fear not 10,000, fear not, in case one encounters a foreign devil, this Chopping Dragon Sword, the enhancement of one's combat power could be great. It was just that the price of this lower grade treasure tool also caused Lu Sheng some heartache. It had cost Lu Sheng 20,000 points. 100,000 points, and 1/5 of it was directly deducted. This lower grade treasure tool is surprisingly so expensive, so where did that Long Tianqing guy get the lower grade treasure tool? Lu Sheng's face was slightly strange. He remembered that Long Tianqing's golden hammer was a lower grade treasure tool. That's just it, let's get some more resources.
Lu Shang shook his head and went to the resource exchange page. After purchasing some resources suitable for his realm, Lu Shang spent another 10,000 points. His heart was dripping blood. These points, they're simply not enough to spend. Lu Shang grimaced. Logically, with Lu Shang's realm, the resources wouldn't be able to be used so much, but Lu Shang had purchased the topmost resources that he needed for his realm. The effects were also several times that of ordinary resources, and this price naturally went up. It's just that, points are just for spending anyway, and improving your strength is the most important thing. Lu Shang took a deep breath. Then the sound of knocking came from the door. Lu Shang opened the door to his room, but he found a silver-colored iron box placed at the location of the door. So fast? Lu Shang was slightly surprised. Carrying the box back to his room, he opened it and saw a sharp sword blade lying quietly in the box. Just by looking at it, one could feel a cold aura emanating from the blade. Sharp and comparable. Next to the blade, there were bottles of resources in glass bottles. They were the resources that Lu Shang had exchanged. Is this a lower-grade treasure tool? Lu Shang's eyes lit up slightly, and as he held it in his hand, Lu Shang immediately felt as if the flow of qi and blood in his body had sped up by a few points. It's really something good, no wonder a good weapon explodes with more and more battle power. Lu Shang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Afterward, Lu Shang pulled a few more sword blossoms before he reluctantly put the longsword down. His eyes moved over to the jars. Next, we can try to break through blood refining. Lu Shang's eyes twinkled. He then took one of the bottles of pills and returned to his room, starting his cultivation. Time passed quietly like flowing water. In an instant, the moon's position had been replaced by the golden sun. The soft radiance that waved over the heavenly star city seemed to dissolve a few points of the wisps of pervasive demonic qi between heaven and earth. In the middle of the classroom, Lu Shang and the others casually sat in various positions, and the atmosphere of the classroom was slightly awkward. From time to time, the four of them, Long Tianqing, were looking at Lu Shang, who was sitting quietly in his seat, with a touch of unwillingness and even defiance in his eyes. No one spoke. Da-da-day. Familiar footsteps sounded, and Blue Warrior's burly figure appeared in the middle of the classroom. As he passed by Lu Shang, Blue Battle's eyebrows raised slightly. Broke through blood refining? At these words, Long Tianqing and the four of them couldn't help but look at Lu Shang again, their eyes slightly strange. Lu Shang quietly nodded, looking extremely calm. Lan Zhan took a deep breath, thinking that the other party was even able to break through Qi and Blood 20, this regional breakthrough to the blood refining realm wasn't too much of a problem anymore. Immediately, he walked up to the high platform, his gaze fell on the crowd, and he said in a deep voice. Gentlemen, the grinding at the beginning is almost enough, next. Begin the first stage of your training for entering the Star Academy. Chapter 80 Spirit Realm. Stage Training. Blue Warrior looked at Lu Shang's 5 and said in a deep voice, the week you guys spent before was merely a break in training that the Star Academy conducted for you. For the sake of that, it's to let you all quickly get into the rhythm of the Star Academy. In the first year of the Star Academy, although there is a protection policy, under the protection policy, there is a series of training programs. And the training requirement is for you to break through the refined viscera, or even above the refined viscera, within a year. It's no exaggeration to say that every single student who enters the Star Academy, after a year of entering the Star Academy, 99% of them become martial artists at the refined viscera realm, or even above the refined viscera realm. At this time, Long Tianqing couldn't help but ask, what happened to those students who didn't break through the refined viscera realm? Lan Zhan glanced at Long Tianqing and said indifferently, dismissed, returned to their hometowns, or stayed in the Star Academy and did what they could, or even lived in Tianqing City and became Tianqing City residents. The 5 people's bodies shook slightly. So, don't feel that everything will be fine after joining the Star Academy. Failing to meet the Star Academy's requirements, or becoming a hangman, will result in being dismissed from the Star Academy. Once dismissed, there will be no proof of school registration. Blue Warrior's words made the crowd feel the pressure. Although it was true that all of them were celestials from various parts of the Grand Xia and didn't feel that they would fail to fulfill the Star Academy's requirements. But the condition of hanging a car. Especially Long Tianqing, at this moment, he was feeling an extremely strong pressure. After all, right now, he was the tail end of the hanging car inside the Class A. For a while, Long Tianqing's breathing became a bit ragged. In order to be able to prove himself to his family, he secretly came to the Star Academy, and if he was dismissed from the Star Academy because of these 2 reasons, then where would one's face go? For a while, Long Tianqing's heart was filled with impulse.
Not only Long Tianqing, the rest of the few little ones were the same.
Only Lu Shang calmly sat on his seat, his eyes gazing at the void in front of him.
And above that void, there was a panel that only Lu Shang could see. Host, Lu Shang. Cultivation, first level of blood refining. 40.
Martial arts, Luhan fist perfection, Jiuxian golden body transformation second level, subterranean dragon phaseless sword beginner.
Martial arts talent, upgrade.
Purple, fist master, blue, strong strike, white, perseverance, green, prodigal, white, killing, purple, good luck, green, sword way of the gods, red.
Refreshing times 2.
1 level of blood refining, 40 points of chi and blood. The average blood refining realm martial artist, at the first level of blood refining, was 20 points of chi and blood, even if Kong Xen had raised his chi and blood to 19 points like this. At the time of breaking through the first level of blood refining, the chi and blood was only 38 points. Although it seemed that there was only a difference of 2 points of chi blood, but 20 points of chi blood and 19 points of chi blood breakthrough, the quality of the chi blood was all a notch different. What's more, with the realm breakthrough, the difference in chi blood would become even greater. On top of that, the number of refreshes had already accumulated twice, and Lu Shang wasn't in a hurry to refresh them. As of now, general talents, unless they were refreshed with a purple talent, the boost wasn't that great for Lu Shang anymore. On the other hand, accumulating the number of refreshes and redeeming a random red talent was the biggest boost. Not bad, the most important thing to do next is to raise your sword Dao cultivation, as well as your realm. Lu Shang's eyes narrowed slightly. The subterranean dragon phaseless sword had only just begun, it hadn't even scratched the surface of it, and there was still a need to continuously raise the sword Dao realm before he could do so. Whenever Lu Shang's sword Dao was complete, he might be able to completely start practicing the subterranean dragon phaseless sword. This sword type martial art created by Kong Xen was enough to raise Lu Shang's battle power by several notches. Just as Lu Shang was looking at the system page, Blue Warrior's voice also sounded once again.
Now, everyone follow me.
After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the outside of the classroom. A few little guys looked at each other and followed.
The crowd followed behind Blue Warrior, but they realized that Blue Warrior was actually leading them towards the deepest part of the Star Academy.
The surrounding buildings gradually became shorter, even as they gradually became empty.
Soon, an extremely empty field.
And in the center of the grounds, there was a short building quietly standing above the earth. Blue Warrior led them to the front of the building, and after swiping his identity card, the door slowly opened. Reflected in Lu Shang's and their eyes was a thing that looked like a dormant warehouse, quietly placed in the building.
This is...
The hearts of the crowd were all slightly curious, constantly surveying the surroundings.
Blue Warrior led them into the middle of the room, then said faintly.
In my Star Academy there is something that none of the martial arts academies have mastered, and we call it the Spirit Realm. The existence of the spirit realm is similar to a virtual world, but within this virtual world, it is able to simulate a special place of cultivation. For example, the grounds, waterfalls, and even volcanoes and thunder that a body refining martial artist needs for cultivation can be simulated through the spirit realm, and although it cannot achieve 100% real effect, the effect on the improvement of the martial arts path is still very significant, and what's more important is that there won't be any dangers. It's even able to simulate some special environments, such as a battlefield, such as a sneak attack, and so on.
Blue Warrior's voice entered within their ears.
A look of interest immediately appeared on the face of each little one, and as they looked at the dormant silo lying on the ground, there was a light flickering in their eyes.
And the first stage of your training is in the spirit realm.
For this first stage of training, I will customize a different cultivation plan based on each and every one of you, and I've divided this part of the training into 5 parts. When you have completely finished all 5 parts of the training, when will the first stage of training end here?
At the same time. Blue Warrior's voice paused, with a bad smile in his gaze.
The first one to complete the training will be rewarded with 1,000 points, and the second one to complete the training will be rewarded with 500 points. As for the third, fourth, or even fifth, there is no reward for points.
Now. Do you all understand? Blue Warrior's voice slowly rang out. Chapter 81 Exclusive Training Program, Blue Warrior's Frenzy. Blue Warrior's voice echoed within their ears. Now.
I will distribute your respective training programs on top of your communication bracelets, so you can read and understand them on your own when the time comes. From now on, you will stay here for a long period of time, and when you have completed the first stage of training, when you will open
the next stage of training. Blue Warrior looked at the crowd and slowly opened his mouth. Now, each find a virtual silo and prepare to enter the spirit realm. Listening to Blue Warfare's words, several people didn't have any nonsense and each found a suitable virtual silo and lay down. Lu Sheng sat inside the virtual silo and curiously looked around. However, he realized that inside the virtual warehouse, there was an extremely complex line, and even a nerve relay interface. Lu Sheng followed Blue Warrior's explanation and tied those lines to his various parts, then lay down in the virtual warehouse. After watching everyone lie down, Blue Warrior waved his hand, and a staff member quickly entered the room and began to debug and start the machine. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by a roar, the virtual silo began to slowly close. Immediately afterward, Lu Sheng felt as if there was an extremely subtle electric current that was constantly traveling between his limbs and bones. It felt as if there were countless ants that were constantly crawling on top of his own flesh and blood, itching beyond measure. Welcome everyone into the spirit realm. Suddenly, a female voice suddenly rang out in the minds of the 5 people at the same time. Lu Sheng merely felt that the image in front of his eyes suddenly became pitch black, and the sound of an electric current flowing in his ears came from time to time. The void in front of his eyes began to crumble little by little, and light reflected into Lu Sheng's field of vision. Eventually, the light in front of his eyes began to become brighter and brighter. Underneath his feet came the feeling of being on solid ground, and only then did Lu Sheng begin to curiously survey his surroundings. Only to see that the surroundings were filled with patches of yellow sand. A gust of wind gently blowing, but is wrapped in a burst of hot, faces more by that dispersed in the mid-air yellow sand constantly washing. Some hard to bear. So, my training program is... Lu Sheng's mind moved slightly and looked at his bracelet. Gently touching it, a projection appeared in front of Lu Sheng. Exclusive training program. 1. Sword Dao completion. 2. Enter the sword pool, comprehend sword chi. 3. Simulate actual battles, improve strength in actual battles. 4. Sword Tower challenge. 5. Climb sword mountain. Looking at the 5 parts of the training program that were uniquely his, Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. So, is this preparing to raise my sword Dao realm? Lu Sheng murmured faintly and couldn't help but nod in recognition. It had to be said that the training program that Blue Warfare had set for himself was still very good, and could be said to be a straightforward way to raise his own sword Dao realm. As a swordsman, or rather a sword cultivator, the sword Dao realm was extremely important. A strong sword Dao realm could make a swordsman's combat power even more powerful, and even make it possible for him to cross the battlefield. Although Lu Sheng's sword Dao realm has improved rapidly, compared to Qian Xian, who is also a swordsman, he is still lagging behind to a certain extent. However, this was also related to the length of time Lu Sheng had crossed over into the sword Dao. Yu Qian Xian had already crossed into the sword Dao for an unknown amount of time, while Lu Sheng had only been there for less than a month by full reckoning. Therefore, the first part of Lu Sheng's training requirement was for Lu Sheng to raise his sword Dao to perfection. Generally speaking, an ordinary swordsman at the blood-refining realm would be able to raise his sword Dao to perfection, and if his talent was better, he would even be able to comprehend sword intent and become a true swordsman. Sword Dao to perfection. Then come. Lu Sheng's gaze was filled with a touch of excitement. Between a slight movement of his mind, a sword blade that was extremely similar to the dragon-cutting sword unexpectedly appeared in Lu Sheng's hand out of nowhere. Worthy of being in the spirit realm, it's amazing that he was even able to simulate the dragon-cutting sword. Lu Sheng's heart was slightly surprised. No wonder Blue Warrior said that the spirit realm was one of the Star Academy's underpinnings. One must know that the dragon-cutting sword was a treasure tool. So, is it going to be in such a heaven and earth to comprehend the perfection of the sword Dao? Lu Sheng looked around and raised his eyebrows slightly. Yellow sand filled the sky around him, and even the wind was blazing hot, so it could be said that the environment was extremely harsh. Previously, when Lu Sheng practiced the sword Dao, he had practiced in a quiet environment, and had never tried this before. Give it a try. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing that slightly fickle heart, and then began to cultivate the sword technique bit by bit in accordance with the way of the subterranean dragon phaseless sword. Lu Sheng, however, realized that he was unable to achieve the same peace of mind as he had earlier when he practiced the sword inside the room no matter what. The blazing temperature stirred Lu Sheng's emotions from time to time. The yellow sand that was constantly flying was destroying Lu Sheng's progress in practicing the sword at all times. Practicing the sword in the middle of such an environment is somewhat troublesome. Lu Sheng's brows were slightly furrowed, but soon, they were stretched out. I think I know, this might be where the difficulty of the first part lies.
If I'm able to sink my heart into practicing the sword even in such a harsh environment, then the efficiency of practicing the sword will naturally increase, and in this way, the speed of reaching the sword Dao perfection will still be much faster. So, this first part, the training is still about adaptability. There was a light flickering in Lu Shang's eyes, and then he took a deep breath once again, sank his heart, and continued to start practicing his sword. Along with Lu Shang starting his own exclusive training, the remaining four, too, entered their own training rhythm. Inside the room, Blue Warrior leaned on a chair, his hands wrapped around his chest, his eyes looking straight at the screen in front of him. The huge screen was divided into 5 small screens. The performance of the 5 people was clearly displayed in front of Blue Battle's eyes through the screen in front of him. How was it? An old voice rang out. Only to see that Elderly had appeared in the middle of the room at an unknown time, standing next to Blue Battle, his gaze also falling on top of the screen. Blue Warrior first respectfully bowed to Elderly, then said with a smile, "I've made different training programs for each of them. As long as they are able to complete the 5 parts of the program, all of them will be transformed at that time, and they will be able to set foot on the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars." There was a hint of pride in Blue Warrior's words. Although, in front of Lu Shang and the others, Blue War often suppressed them in a heavy-handed, even almost demeaning manner. But all of this was just to temper their temperament. However, once there were outsiders present, Blue Battle would not hesitate to praise a few people as well. This kid, Long Tianqing, whirling talent is no match for the other 4 little guys, so his temperament is also very important. Talent certainly determines a person's upper limit, but amongst the 10 saints of the Great Xia, there are also precedents of ordinary people achieving the holy position. Lan Zhan's gaze fell within one of the screens. Within that screen, Long Tianqing was traveling between the lights and the wine, seemingly thoroughly immersed in it, his face flushed, holding his wine glass high and laughing indulgently. Gu Yun, as an ancient tomb successor, he himself has a certain inheritance already, just need to follow the steps. In the future, he can also achieve the ancient tomb elders level, but this kid's nature is really a bit too arrogant. Even Lu Shang he doesn't put it in his eyes, so we need to suppress his arrogant character. As Blue Warrior spoke, his gaze moved to another image. Within the image, Gu Yun was standing on top of the battlefield, while in front of him were densely packed soldiers in armor, while behind Gu Yun, there were just less than 100 people. This first part of Gu Yun's training, he had to face that endless number of armored soldiers. When will Gu Yun be able to learn to cooperate? When will he complete the first part of his training? As for Xia Kong, this kid has nothing to say, quenching the body is done. Blue Warrior smiled and spoke. In the picture belonging to Xia Kong, a huge waterfall, flying down, madly declared down towards the earth above. Xia Kong's stout body stood under the waterfall, still with the power that was like a galaxy pouring down on top of his body, so much so that his flesh couldn't withstand this horrifying power, and his skin cracked, revealing blood-red flesh. There's also Yu Qian, this little ninny's sword Dao talent is really good, no less than a former sword immortal, plus the fact that she herself has already perfected the sword Dao, so there's a difference between this little ninny and Lu Shang's first part. Lu Shang only needs to be perfected in the sword Dao to be able to open up the next stage of training, whereas Yu Qian, on the other hand, she needs to comprehend sword intent. A sharp glint appeared within Lan Zhan's gaze. The training program for both Yu Qian and Lu Shang is the same, except for some differences in the first part of the requirements. The training program for both of them, in a certain sense, is also uniquely a competition between their 2 swordsmen. Hearing this, Elderly glanced at Blue Battle in surprise, then spoke, "If the sword immortal knew about the training program you've developed, I'm afraid he'd have to come running over to see it with his own eyes." Blue Warrior hemmed and hawed, "I don't care about the karma between the Sword Immortal and the Sword Saint, but I do know about Yu Qian and Lu Shang's secret rivalry. They're going to be a squad in the future, so if they don't suppress those little thoughts of theirs ahead of time, it's going to be a big problem. Instead of waiting for them to form a squad and then mess things up, it would be better to get everything done in advance." In this way, an extremely fervent gaze suddenly emerged within Blue Warrior's gaze. "Perhaps I'll be able to build them into the most powerful squad the Star Academy has ever seen. Even surpassing Heavenly Condemnation." Chapter 82 Terrifying Talent, Sword Dao Perfection. The strongest squad? Elderly's expression seemed to be in a trance, as if he had thought of something through these words of Blue Warrior. He shook his head. "Let's not talk about surpassing the Heavenly Condemnation, but whenever another squad like the Heavenly Condemnation can be born, it would be a good thing for Tianqing City. Heavenly Condemnation's height is just too high." Elderly murmured, as if he had returned to the years that were once upon a time. Lan Zhan shook his head, but his eyes were firm as never before. "It will be. The Heavenly Condemnation squad certainly accomplished the Star Academy, but it's not like he can't be surpassed. Today, these 5 little guys, any one of them has the talent that, if placed at that time, would have been qualified to join the Heavenly Condemnation squad. Even Long Tianqing. Although his talent is not as good as the other 5, this son has a huge boost. Heavenly Dragon City. Heavenly Dragon City is the richest city in the Grand Xia, and the #1 chamber of commerce in the entire Grand Xia is the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce. With this son's status, if he wants to get resources, it's easy. With so many resources, even a pig would be able to break through into the flying sky with ease. And Gu Yun, the ancient tomb successor. Xia Kong, ancient barbarian bloodline. Yu Qianxian, disciple of the Sword Immortal. Lu Shang, Sword Saint Heir, is even in existence that broke the unprecedented 20-point Qi blood limit of Great Xia. The more Blue Warrior spoke, the more excited he became. If none of them can surpass the Heavenly Condemnation, then no one in the entire Grand Xia will be able to do so. Listening to Blue Battle's words, Elderly looked at the screen in front of him in silence. An existence that has broken the limits? The students of this term are really one more demonic than the other. Elderly murmured, and a light erupted from his cloudy eyes. Give them a month's time, if all of them are able to complete the first stage of training in a month's time. Then for the second stage of training, let them board the city. Elderly spoke blandly. The eyes of the Blue Warrior at the side also brightened instantly. Ascending the city. A matter that was extremely important to all the students of the entire Star Academy. The only way to be considered a true student of the Star Academy was to have experienced the ascent to the city. Yes. Lan Zhan straightened his chest at once. Elderly looked deeply at Blue Battle, pointed at the screen, and said blandly, as you know, the future of these 5 little guys is unlimited. No matter what, I'll only make one request. You say. Blue Warrior took a deep breath and spoke with a smile. Protect their safety at all costs. The trial is to be carried out, but their safety is also to be guaranteed. I know that this task is incomparably difficult, but I want to. Thunder has disbanded, but the people of Thunder shouldn't let me down. Blue Warrior's body trembled slightly as he looked at the old man in front of him. His eyes gradually became determined, and a low voice rang out from Blue Warrior's mouth. I'm already someone who died once. Last time, I disgraced Thunder, but this time, the glory of Thunder will be on me, all the way. Blue Warrior's eyes were filled with an extremely strong conviction. Elderly took a deep look at Blue Battle and patted Blue Battle's shoulder, then slowly left. Seize the moment, this next period of time. Tianqing City won't be this quiet. Blue Warrior's pupil shrunk slightly, just when he wanted to inquire about something. Blue Warrior and Elderly both seemed to sense something at the same time, their gazes swiping in unison towards the direction of the large screen. This. When Lan Zhan looked at the situation within the screen, his entire pupils jolted as if he had seen something incredible. Sword Dao consummation so soon? Blue Warrior exclaimed in shock, his voice filled with an extremely strong meaning of disbelief within it. Elderly's eyes on the side narrowed slightly, and although he acted more calmly than Blue Battle, a vague color of shock could still be seen within those cloudy eyes. Looking at the situation within the screen, Elderly did not speak for a long time before finally revealing a look of helplessness. Old Sword Saint's gaze is still as poisonous as ever. Amidst the yellow sand filled the sky. A white figure danced gently. The sword blade in his hand seemed to have transformed into a part of that figure, gently swaying between heaven and earth. Buzz buzz buzz. Between the heavens and the earth, it seemed as if there was a sword sound resounding. The yellow sand scattered between heaven and earth was swept by a sword wind, splashing out in all directions. That figure was Lu Shang. Lu Shang was holding the dragon sword simulated by the spirit realm in his hand. His eyes were incredibly calm, and the entire person seemed to have entered an extremely mysterious state. Between every move, there seemed to be a touch of extremely arcane fluctuations that gently rippled out. Suddenly, Lu Shang's body slightly shook. Immediately afterward, an extremely sharp aura suddenly roared out from within Lu Shang's body. Wah! Another sword sound suddenly exploded out. Only the dragon slashing sword in Lu Shang's hand trembled slightly, and Lu Shang's palm that was holding the long sword exerted a slight force, and immediately afterward, it was instantly thrown out. Paddle! A white sword light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, as if it had pierced through the entire heaven and earth. Gradually, that white sword light slowly dissipated. Lu Shang stood in place, his chest rising and falling. That sword seemed to have used up all of Lu Shang's strength, so much so that Lu Shang's face was slightly pale. However, underneath that pale face, Lu Shang couldn't help but outline an arc. Sword Dao perfection has finally come true. Lu Shang smiled faintly, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. Sword Dao perfection. This also meant that Lu Shang's Sword Dao realm had further advanced, and his battle power had become even more powerful, even if the current Lu Shang was also finally qualified to cultivate the subterranean phaseless sword. This sword technique, created by Kong Xen, was only qualified to be practiced by a perfect Sword Dao, and if one was less than a perfect Sword Dao, it would be very easy to go off the rails if one forcefully practiced it. And it also meant that Lu Shang had successfully completed the first part of the first stage of training. Now, it was already possible to open the second stage of training. The Sword Dao Tongxin was a red-rank talent, which was top-notch when looking at the entire Grand Xia. One must know that a blue-ranked Fist Master was enough to amaze Kong Xen. Not to mention a red-ranked Sword Dao Tongxin. Lu Shang also estimated that the purple-grade martial arts talent was perhaps the top talent in Xia, and the red talent that surpassed the purple grade. The red talent that surpassed the purple level was even a martial arts talent that was above all the top talents in Xia. Under the support of Sword Dao Tongxin, there was no one in Xia whose sword talent could surpass Lu Shang's. Perhaps the spirit realm had noticed Lu Shang's talent. Perhaps it was because the spirit realm had sensed Lu Shang's breakthrough in the Sword Dao realm. The heavens and earth in front of him suddenly collapsed. The void was transformed into a mess of data, constantly flowing, and eventually the heavens and earth changed. The yellow sand filled the sky had dissipated. What appeared in front of Lu Shang once again was an extremely silent valley. The valley was extremely quiet, and around it, there was a white mist that constantly drifted. Lu Shang had just appeared in the valley, and he was able to feel an extremely sharp aura filling the air between this heaven and earth. Even when a breeze blew, the breeze fell on top of his cheeks. Lu Shang felt as if there were countless swords and knives, gently cutting across his cheeks. Lu Shang's gaze slowly looked ahead, and then his pupils slightly shrunk. Only to see, in the center of the valley, there was an extremely calm pool of water, and above the pool of water, there were wisps of white mist. The mist that surrounded the valley was clearly evaporated from the pool water. Lu Shang was already in the realm of Sword Dao perfection, and was able to see that the white mist floating above the pool water was not a simple mist. That clearly is formed by the sword chi. The entire pool water. The entire pool of water is thick to the extreme sword chi, condensed. Sword chi. Lu Shang's eyes narrowed slightly. This was something that was not unfamiliar to all swordsmen in the slightest. If one wanted to comprehend sword intent from the Sword Dao perfection realm, one of the first steps was the need to harbor a strand of sword chi within one's body. When the sword chi reached a certain level, one would be able to use the sword chi as the basis to comprehend one's own sword intent. This point was the necessary path for a perfect Sword Dao to enter the sword intent, and at the same time, it was also the first step in practicing the subterranean dragon phaseless sword. There were a total of 9 levels in the subterranean dragon phaseless sword, and the first level was to cultivate the exclusive sword chi of the subterranean dragon phaseless sword. Subterranean dragon sword chi. When the subterranean dragon sword chi had reached a certain amount, one could step into the second level and comprehend the subterranean dragon sword intent. So, this second part of the training, is it necessary for me to harbor sword chi within my body? Lu Shang's eyebrows raised slightly, then he slowly walked towards the direction of the pool. And at the same time, in the middle of the room, Elderly and Blue Warrior looked at the scene in front of them, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Little Lana, I think the plan you made for Yu Qian, isn't it a bit too difficult? If you compare it according to this, I'm afraid that Lu Shang has already completed the 5th part, and Yu Qian has only just gotten to the 2nd or 3rd part? Elderly looked at Blue Warfare slyly after a long period of silence. The corners of Lan Zhan's mouth twitched slightly as his afterglow landed on Yu Qian's picture. At the moment, Yu Qian had already adapted to the harsh environment and started to focus on practicing her sword. It's just that it's obviously too early to comprehend the sword intent that belongs to Yu Qian. Lan Zhan had thought that Yu Qian had settled in Sword Dao perfection for quite some time, while Lu Shang had only just reached Sword Dao great success. The difficulty for the two should be about the same. But what Blue Battle hadn't expected was that Lu Shang's talent was so terrifying, and the training that he had thought to have a certain degree of difficulty was so easy for Lu Shang. Blue Warfare was suddenly somewhat at a loss as to what to say to make it better.
Chapter 83 Sword Chi. Sword Pool. It's not that Yu Qianxian's talent is not good, it's really that Lu Sheng's talent is too perverse. Yu Qianxian was able to be discipled by the Sword Immortal, naturally has its sword talent unique. And Lu Sheng. The sword talent of Lu Sheng is even more heaven-defying. Blue Warrior originally thought that Lu Sheng's sword talent, even if it was powerful, was not much more powerful than that of Yu Qianxian. Until Lu Sheng had merely used less than an hour to break through from Sword Dao Great Perfection to Sword Dao Perfection. This speed had already exceeded Blue Battle's cognizance. In Lan Zhan's estimation, it would only take half a month for Yu Qianxian to break through to the Sword Intent realm, and as long as she broke through to Sword Intent, then Yu Qianxian would soon be able to complete the 4 parts of the training behind her. Within a month, completing the 5 parts of the exclusive training was not a problem. Lu Sheng's breakthrough to perfection from Sword Dao Great Perfection was a bit faster, but the subsequent training, if there was no Sword Intent realm, the longer it would take to complete. The speed of the two should be about the same. And now, Blue Warrior was silent. For the first time, he was silent because of his miscalculation. Even once in the D Thunder squad, he had not made any estimation mistakes, but he had made a mistake on Lu Sheng. This kid is too demonic. Blue Warrior gritted his teeth. Breaking the limitations that no one from the great summer human race could reach, even if it was true, but on the contrary, the talent of the Sword Dao was so unbelievable. How can this make people live? Old Sword Saint really did find a good heir. Elderly sighed deeply from the side. Afterward, he glanced at Blue Warrior on the side and said softly, "Remember my words, this term of theirs is perhaps the most promising term of the Star Academy. At all costs." After saying that, Elder Li's figure unexpectedly disappeared directly into the room, as if he had never appeared. Blue Warrior took a deep breath and looked at the 5 images within the screen. After pondering for a moment, he found the staff and debugged Yu Qianxian's training program. Lowering the first part, from the Sword Intent realm, to the category of harboring a strand of Sword Chi. This way should be about the same progress, right? Blue Warrior leaned on the table and looked at the screen, saying with some uncertainty. For some reason, he had a premonition. Perhaps Lu Sheng would still break his own perception. Valley Sword Pool. Lu Sheng slowly walked towards the direction of the sword pool, only that the closer Lu Sheng moved towards the direction of the sword pool, that sharpness between heaven and earth appeared to be even more overpowering. So much so, Lu Sheng even felt that his skin was being scraped by this overpowering aura, causing some pain. The strength of the sword aura is too high. I obviously already have a physical body of the 3rd layer of body refinement, but facing the sword aura, I can't even grasp it. Lu Sheng's face was slightly gloomy. Sword Chi, as a swordsman's most important killing technique, was naturally extremely terrifying in its power. Although it was said that the strength of Sword Chi was determined according to a swordsman's cultivation and Sword Dao realm. But even the weakest Sword Chi's killing power was comparable to the battle power of a 100-pulse realm martial artist. Therefore, even if Lu Sheng's physical body had already reached the early stage of the 3rd layer of body refinement. However, in the middle of a heaven and earth where the Sword Chi was so dense, it was still very difficult. Comprehending Sword Chi. Lu Sheng slightly pondered for a moment. According to the records in Kong Xen's subterranean dragon phaseless sword, the best way to harbor Sword Chi into one's body was to absorb the Sword Chi between heaven and earth. To forcefully contain it within one's body. Subsequently, according to one's own will, little by little, one would refine that strand of Sword Chi within one's body. Eventually, that strand of Sword Chi would be transformed into the appearance that one wanted. In this way, only then could one be considered to have truly birthed the Sword Chi within one's body. It's just that this Sword Chi enters the body. Lu Sheng looked at the sword pool in front of him and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Incorporating such sharp Sword Chi into one's body, this kind of pain was a bit hard to accept. However, if you want to become stronger, this is the only way. Lu Sheng took a deep breath. Strongly enduring that extremely sharp sensation, he took one step out. The moment Lu Sheng stepped out with that step, above his skin, a faint golden glow immediately shone, as if a thin layer of golden gauze was draped over Lu Sheng's skin. Clang clang clang. Wisps of wind carrying subtle Sword Chi instantly landed on Lu Sheng's body. The golden skin resisted the wisps of Sword Chi between heaven and earth, and only then did Lu Sheng not suffer too much damage. But even so, as Lu Sheng's steps were taken, he was getting closer and closer to the Sword Chi.
That sharp sword chi between heaven and earth also began to become sharper and sharper. So much so that, even with the golden skin's enhancement, Lu Sheng felt a stabbing pain coming from his skin, as if he was somewhat unable to withstand this terrifying force. Phew! Lu Sheng exhaled a long breath, his brows tightly locked, and finally, after continuing to walk a few steps, he sat down at a position that was no more than 20 meters away from the sword pool. Even though the sword Dao is now complete, it's still a bit difficult to enter the sword pool. If I want to enter the sword pool, I either need to raise my cultivation level, or cultivate the subterranean phaseless sword, thus raising my sword Dao realm. Lu Sheng murmured, and there was a flash of brilliant light in his eyes. After a brief contemplation, the cultivation method of the subterranean dragon phaseless sword emerged in Lu Sheng's mind. Within his mind, there seemed to be a faint golden silhouette that began to rehearse in accordance with the way of the subterranean dragon phaseless sword. The subterranean dragon phaseless sword was divided into several realms. Submerged dragon. Entering the abyss. Exit the abyss. Dragon transformation. Phaseless. There were 5 realms. And within each realm, there are several sub-realms. Just the subterranean dragon realm is divided into 3 parts. The first part was to condense one's own subterranean dragon sword chi. The second part was to use the subterranean dragon sword chi as the foundation to realize one's own subterranean dragon sword intent. As for the third part, it was to create a real submerged dragon condensed from the submerged dragon sword chi within one's own body. When all 3 parts were completely cultivated, only then could one be considered to have reached the consummation of the subterranean dragon realm of the subterranean dragon unmasked sword. According to what Eldest sister Kong Xen had said, even cultivating the subterranean dragon realm to its completion would be enough to achieve an invincible existence under the bone forging realm. Submerged dragon sword chi? Lu Sheng murmured faintly, and after taking a deep breath, he closed his own eyes and began to silently follow the way of the submerged dragon unmasked sword, attempting to capture the sword chi between heaven and earth and incorporate it into his body. If one wanted to create sword chi, one could either comprehend it with absolute talent or capture the sword chi of heaven and earth and incorporate it into one's body in the simplest way possible. From there, polished the sword chi and created his own subterranean dragon sword chi. Chapter 84 Catfish. Reel it in. With Lu Sheng's sword Dao Tongshan talent, even comprehending heaven and earth's sword chi on his own was an easy task. It was just that in an environment like the sword pond. Capturing sword chi was obviously a bit more efficient and faster. The only difference was that the former only needed to comprehend, and wouldn't be stimulated by too much pain. While the latter, the pain of sword chi entering the body could be a bit unbearable. However, Lu Sheng didn't have any hesitation. The golden figure in his mind kept rehearsing, and in Lu Sheng's dantian, it seemed like there was an extremely strong attraction that instantly burst out. Immediately after, between heaven and earth, there was an extremely subtle sword chi that seemed to sense Lu Sheng's pull, and little by little, it detached itself from between heaven and earth. Eventually, surged towards Lu Sheng's body. This guy. In the middle of the room, Blue Warrior looked at Lu Sheng's image and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Surprisingly, did he choose to take this step of active traction? It's just that it's much more difficult to take this step. Although the efficiency has gone up, the heaven and earth sword chi isn't as docile as it was comprehended on its own. Instead, it's violent and irritable. If I'm not careful, I'll go off the deep end and break my meridians. Lan Zhan murmured, but didn't make a move. The spirit realm was a simulated world, and even if Lu Sheng died in the spirit realm, in reality, it would only be a slight blur for a while. But that real feeling would affect Lu Sheng's nerves. It was also considered to be a real experience of what it felt like to die. Therefore, even though Lu Sheng's choice was a bit reckless, Blue Battle didn't have the slightest worry, just for this choice of Lu Sheng. Was nothing more than that. After pondering for a moment, Blue Warfare inwardly stopped making comments. Every time he had commented on Lu Sheng's choice, it had eventually turned into a huge slap, slapping himself hard on the face. This time, Blue Warrior honestly didn't think too highly of Lu Sheng's reckless choices, and even wanted to make Lu Sheng suffer. However, once he thought of the miracles that Lu Sheng had created over and over again, Blue Warrior also suppressed this thought deep inside his heart. Don't say it, absolutely can't say it. Otherwise, he was going to be slapped in the face. Blue Warrior was silent, his eyes staring at Lu Sheng in that image. Pain. The moment that extremely subtle sword chi surged into Lu Sheng's body, Lu Sheng's 5 senses instantly came together. He looked extremely hideous. It seemed like he was enduring immense pain. Sword chi, in itself, was the most important killing technique of a swordsman. Sword chi itself represented the ultimate killing power. Even an extremely fine strand of sword chi was comparable to a sharp sword blade. An ordinary person, not to mention incorporating the sword chi into their body, even if it fell on top of their skin, they would be completely scratched by that sharp edge. And the sharpness of the sword chi into the body, it was constantly tearing the flesh and blood in Lu Shang's body, as if it was going to strangle that flesh and blood into mush. That is, Lu Shang had already reached the third level of body refinement, and while his flesh was powerful, his recovery power was also extremely terrifying. While the sword chi was tearing, the powerful recovery power was also continuously restoring Lu Shang's flesh and blood cells.
Tearing. Healing. Tear. Just like that, it went back and forth. Lu Shang didn't know exactly how long it had lasted. Lu Shang was merely able to feel only intense pain, to the point that his face turned pale. Above his cheeks, sweat was dense. Above his forehead, a single piece of sweat, tirelessly secreted out. It dripped down onto the ground. Only, before the sweat landed on the ground, it was completely strangled by the sharp edges that filled the sky and earth and turned into water vapor. Whew! Lu Shang panted heavily, and in the end, he was able to adapt to this terrifying tearing sensation. At the location of Lu Shang's dantian, the sword chi that was originally extremely subtle was now tearing the flesh over and over again, and the flesh continued to heal on its own. In the end, it was still forcefully incorporated into Lu Shang's own dantian. Only, the size of the sword chi was cut down quite a bit. Only 1% of its original size remained. This loss, it's too big. Lu Shang bared his teeth a little, feeling the strand of sword chi in his dantian that was only 1% of its size. If this progress continued, he would have to endure this kind of pain 100 more times before he was able to create a strand of sword chi within his body. And creating sword chi was only the first step. The next step was to make the sword chi into a submerged dragon sword chi. Only then could one be considered to have completely crossed over into the subterranean dragon realm. Indeed, after reaching the sword Dao perfection, every sword Dao realm that is raised is incomparably difficult. Lu Shang couldn't help but say with some helplessness. Even if he had the existence of the sword Dao Tongshan, after arriving at the sword Dao perfection, if he wanted to comprehend the sword intent that belonged to himself, it would still take a lot of time. After all, the only way to be considered a true swordsman was to comprehend one's own sword intent. Among the 10,000 martial artists who practice sword techniques, basically only one swordsman would be born. This is the gap between a perfect sword Dao and the first level of sword intent. It was like a heavenly gap. However, although it's a bit more tedious, but down this way, it won't take much time before I'll be able to completely incorporate a strand of true sword chi into my body. Lu Shang took a deep breath, and his face also became slightly more determined at this time. Subsequently, the subterranean dragon phaseless sword revolved once again. A traction force that was slightly larger than before erupted out of Lu Shang's dantian. And between heaven and earth, the same sword chi, which was a bit larger than the previous subtle sword chi, was also attracted by this pulling force and slowly surged towards Lu Shang's body. It seems that it won't take 100 times to be able to condense my own sword chi. Feeling the changes between the first time and this time, Lu Shang's eyes also had a flash of brilliant light within them. For a while, the inner impulse couldn't help but add a few more points. As the sword chi entered his body, a pain that was even more intense compared to before instantly filled Lu Shang's mind. In just a moment, Lu Shang's calm face was once again covered by a grimace. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The sun set in the west, and the orange-red halo, rendering the entire sky, seemed to light a fire to the dome of the sky, scorching the dome of the sky. In the middle of the room, a single virtual silo slowly opened. Long Tianqing, Gu Yun, Xia Kong, and Yu Qianqian got up from the virtual warehouse, and each of them had a look of fatigue on their faces. But behind that tired look, there was a bright light. Obviously, even if it was just one day, their harvest was complete. It was just that. Just when they were in a good mood, they realized that Blue Warrior was leaning on the table, his gaze fixed dead center on the screen. The hearts of the four were slightly stunned, but they also followed Blue War's gaze. Only when they saw the image within that screen, the pupils of the four instantly contracted. Especially Yu Qianqian. Her reaction was, moreover, the strongest one among the four. He actually went to the second stage. Yu Qianqian looked at Suyu, who was sitting near the sword pool in the picture, and could not help but bite her own red lips, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a touch of complexity. As a disciple of the Sword Immortal,
she was well aware of the karma between her master and the Sword Saint. The Sword Immortal and the Sword Saint were heavenly prides of the same era, and were also two of the most stunning swordsmen of that era. The two stunning and incomparable swordsmen competed from youth until their twilight years.
But in the end,
Sword Saint was slightly better and achieved the holy position.
He won the battle between the two.
Later, the Sword Saint took on a disciple, and the Sword Immortal took on a disciple.
The contest between the two again fell on the next generation.
When Yu Qianxian was first discipled by Sword Immortal was very happy. It was only because both of the Sword Saint's disciples were very average above the talent of the sword path. Don't look at Kong Xen is already a strong person in the realm of creation, and even as the demon slaughtering city's town guard envoy, but in terms of sword Dao, the qualification is mediocre. Although the second disciple's physique was special, he was also not a heavenly pride of the sword Dao. This makes the Sword Immortal has more than once said, Yu Qianxian will be this era, the most gifted sword cultivator, is expected to step on the road of the sword sage. However, with the news that the Sword Saint had once again taken on a disciple, through some special channels, it reached the ears of the Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal is finally going to let Yu Qianxian go down the mountain to the Star Academy, ready to let Yu Qianxian and Lu Sheng to compete on the sword path. When she first met Lu Sheng, he wasn't even a sword Dao master. At one time, Yu Qianxian felt that her teacher seemed to be a bit overworried. He was the most stunning sword Dao heavenly pride of this era. But as time passed, Lu Sheng had 7 days to get started in the sword Dao, 7 days to become a minor success in the sword Dao, and another half a month to become a major success in the sword Dao.
Until now.
It even took 1 day for the sword Dao to be perfected and enter the second part of the training, leveling himself above the sword Dao realm. More so, he was the first to enter the second part of the training. For the first time, Yu Qianxian felt a sense of despair in her heart. She vaguely felt that the gap between herself and Lu Sheng seemed to have gradually widened. Yu Qianxian looked blankly at the picture belonging to Lu Sheng in the screen, and for a while, she was actually somewhat at a loss for words. Even her heart began to shake a little. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from Yu Qianxian's side. Only to see a cold and arrogant Gu Yun enter the virtual warehouse again without hesitation and continue to start training, seemingly not intending to take a break. Gu Yun's action also caused Yu Qianxian's heart to move slightly. Suddenly, Yu Qianxian's mind recalled a sentence that the Sword Immortal had once said. Old me has fought against Kong Xen all my life and lost countless times. But old me has never conceded defeat. Old husband is a swordsman. What is a swordsman? To prove the way with the sword. My generation of swordsmen have only one sword in their lives. The sword is my destiny, why should I care about the ups and downs of others? The voice of the Sword Immortal seems to echo in Yu Qianxian's mind again at this moment. Yu Qianxian's face gradually regained its calmness, she gently patted the sword box made of pear blossom which she was carrying behind her back, and just like that ancient cloud, she once again entered the virtual warehouse. Since Lu Sheng's talent was above her own, then she would cultivate hard. If 2 times doesn't work, then 10 times harder. If 10 times doesn't work, then 100 times. My generation of swordsmen have only one sword in their lives. The sword is my destiny. I don't care about the ups and downs of others. Yu Qianxian's eyes became firm, closed the dormant warehouse and entered the virtual world. For a while, only Xia Kong and Long Tianqing were left in the room. Xia Kong looked at Lu Sheng in the screen and laughed nervously, then just like Gu Yun and Xia Kong, he also entered the virtual world once again. Long Tianqing looked at the screen in silence. With his head lowered, his eyes were slightly dark. He could not help but clench his fists. There was a time when he was the most precious young city lord of Tianlong City, with countless resources and countless asses surrounding him. He had thought that he was the most talented person in Xia. Until one day he made a bold statement that he would enter the #1 academy in Grand Xia, among the Star Academy. That day, he would never forget. Would never forget his old father who used to love him looking at him with a complicated gaze. You will be eaten when you go to the Star Academy. He was unconvinced. He was clearly the most talented person in Tianlong City, and he should have been the most talented heavenly pride in Xia. He resolutely chose to participate in the Star Academy's examination. However, as he joined the Star Academy, and looked at his several classmates, one by one, who showed their talent, Long Tianqing suddenly felt that his old man didn't seem to be wrong. He himself may have been sitting in a well and watching the sky. He couldn't forget that when he left Tianlong City,
his own old dad stood on top of the city wall and said in jocular words, "Son, if you can't make it in the Star Academy, come back, and Dad will let you chew on it for the rest of your life." That one sentence completely irritated Long Tianqing. He didn't want to be the object of everyone's ass kissing. He knew the contempt hidden deep in the eyes of those people when they were kissing their own asses. He wanted to prove himself, to prove that even if he left the Heavenly Dragon City, he was still the topmost existence in Grand Xia. Phew! Long Tianqing slowly exhaled a breath, and the layer of haze that was shrouded above his eyes slowly dissipated. A cynical smile once again hung on his face. He pressed the button of the virtual warehouse and laid in once again. A line linked to his body. Once again, he entered the virtual world. In the middle of the room, Blue Warrior's gaze slowly retracted from the top of the screen, turned his head, and looked at the crowd that had all re-entered the virtual silo, and the corners of Blue Warrior's mouth sketched out an arc. Being in an era with Lu Sheng is your sorrow, but at the same time, with the existence of this catfish of his, you guys will also surpass the heavenly prides of all the eras through the ages and become the true sea-fixing pins of the great Xia. At that time, if I haven't died yet, I will be proud of you all. Blue Warrior murmured softly, this soft tone of voice coming out from within Blue Warrior's burly body. In any case, it appeared to have a few off-key tones. Chapter 85 is so combustible. Rolled up. After roughly an hour had passed, Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes. At the location of the Dantian, the subtle sword chi had already reached 1/30th of a strand of sword chi. Although there was still a long way to go before a true strand of sword chi, it was already very much too much to have this kind of progress in such a short period of time. Lu Sheng stood up, but his gaze was fixed on the direction of the sword pool. After pondering for a moment, Lu Sheng took a step. The stern sword chi was still there, only now Lu Sheng, after experiencing the ravages of a strand of sword chi, already had enough resistance to that sharp edge between heaven and earth. So much so that Lu Sheng got closer and closer to the sword pool. This time, Lu Sheng stopped at the last 10 meters from the sword pool. This is the limit. I'm afraid that if I want to enter the sword pool, I'll have to reach at least 1/10 or even 1/5 of it. Lu Sheng estimated, then withdrew his gaze. Today is almost over, the Sword Dao realm has been raised, and the cultivation level is also vaguely on the verge of a breakthrough. Lu Sheng smiled faintly. Although today's day had sunk into the Sword Dao realm, both cultivation and Sword Dao complemented each other. An increase in Sword Dao would naturally bring about a feedback in cultivation as well. Although Lu Sheng had only just broken through the first layer of blood refining today, with the nourishment of the sword chi in his body, Lu Sheng had already captured the opportunity to break through the second layer of blood refining. In the end, it's still the Star Academy. Under this kind of training, everyone's progress will be very rapid. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng also made a slight movement of his mind and directly exited the virtual world. The virtual warehouse slowly opened, and Lu Sheng took a look at the room where only he had woken up, and couldn't help but scratch his head. Did they roll this? Lu Sheng couldn't help but wonder in his heart. But Lu Sheng didn't care. His sword cultivation for today was almost done, and he still had to rush back to break through the second layer of blood refining, so there was no need to continue to die. Anyway, there was still a long time, so there was no need to rush. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng's heart did not have any more worries. After saying goodbye to Blue Warrior, he left the room. If Lu Sheng's thoughts were known by Yu Chanqian and the others, I'm afraid I don't know that Yu Chanqian and the others would be angry and spit out blood. They originally had to roll up because of Lu Sheng's horrible progress. And Lu Sheng, after seeing them roll, even felt it was unnecessary. This gap in mentality had slowly pulled apart. The next day, the sunlight swept over Tianqing City, seemingly blowing away the depressing gloom within the city slowly by a few points. Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes from above his bed. A flash of blood-red color flashed from Lu Sheng's eyes, tinged with a few moments of joy. The second level of blood refining is up. 40 points of qi in blood. The corner of Lu Sheng's mouth rose slightly. Just the qi in blood alone was enough to be comparable to an average martial artist at the fourth level of blood refining, plus the early third level of body refining. And the sword chi in his body. The current Lu Sheng battle power was extremely terrifying. Continue practicing today and strive to be able to enter the sword pool. Lu Sheng smiled, got up from above the bed, and after simply washing up, he walked towards the cultivation room. I don't know if it was because Yu Chanqian and the others practiced too late yesterday or Lu Sheng came too early. When Lu Sheng arrived, he didn't see Yu Chanqian and the others.
However, Lu Sheng did not care. Anyway, it is an exclusive training. He came first to start his. Skillfully lying into the virtual warehouse, Lu Sheng's mind slightly moved, once again entered the virtual world. The sword pond heaven and earth once again appeared in front of Lu Sheng. And just as Lu Sheng entered the virtual world and did not have much time, inside the training room, the figures of the four Guyuns also slowly arrived. When they saw Lu Sheng, who had already entered the virtual warehouse and started practicing, the four of them fell silent. But soon, there was an identical flame that surfaced little by little within the eyes of all four. The four of them glanced at each other, and all of them could see the fervent battle intent in each other's eyes. So burning. Rolled up. A few moments later, the four of them entered the virtual warehouse and opened their own training. Time passed little by little. About 2 or 3 days had passed. Guyun's four people had also finally completed the first part of the training requirements and entered the second part of the training. In response, Blue Warrior was naturally pleased in his heart. In his estimation, if Guyun and the others wanted to pass the first part of the training, it would take 4 or 5 days anyways. But along with Lu Sheng's presence, he was like a catfish, stirring up the motivation of the 45 students. In the midst of internal roll after internal roll, in a very short period of time, the first part of the training was completed. If we continue at this pace, there might even be a real hope of completing the first stage of training within a month's time. By then, a deep color suddenly surfaced within Blue Warrior's eyes. It's also time for you to take a look at the real Heavenly Star Great Wall. Blue Warrior murmured, but his gaze couldn't help but land on the screen, in the picture belonging to Lu Sheng. Looking at Lu Sheng in the middle of the screen, a strange color emerged on Blue Warrior's face. This guy is truly demonic. Blue Warrior murmured, and underneath the color of amazement was a numbness. In the middle of the virtual world, Lu Sheng was sitting on the side of the sword pool, and at this moment, Lu Sheng was already able to withstand the sharpness between the heaven and earth of the sword pool. Although he was still unable to enter the sword pool, he was already able to sit next to it. Wisps of sword chi, under the traction force that erupted from Lu Sheng's dantian, surged into Lu Sheng's dantian bit by bit. And within Lu Sheng's dantian, the subtle sword chi began to grow bit by bit. I don't know how long it took, but all of a sudden, in Lu Sheng's dantian, the subtle sword chi suddenly emitted a crisp sword sound that reverberated within Lu Sheng's body. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the sword was like a newborn baby's first cry in this world at this moment. Lu Sheng's body also vibrated slightly along with this sword sound. Immediately afterward, Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp look flashed from within Lu Sheng's eyes. The corner of Lu Sheng's mouth slightly outlined an arc. Sword chi has finally managed to coalesce. Lu Sheng's faint murmur sounded that crisp in the silent valley. He slowly looked towards the calm sword pool in front of him. A flash of light flashed through Lu Sheng's eyes. With the sword chi's boost, might be able to enter the sword pool. Chapter 86 Unexpected Discovery, Sword Chi Quenching the Body. If Lu Sheng's words were heard by others, they would definitely be shocked. One must know that a swordsman who wanted to become a true swordsman had to have his own sword chi. Just this step. However, it was blocking an unknown number of martial artists who practiced swordsmanship. Basically, among 10,000 martial artists who cultivate sword techniques, it is already good enough for one to be born with a sword chi and become a swordsman. Plus, the time it takes to be born with sword chi is very long. Even Yuqian Shan, before joining the Star Academy, was already at the Sword Dao Perfection realm and had settled down for a long time. After joining the Star Academy, it was another nearly 1 month's time. It was only then that he managed to give birth to his own sword chi. And Lu Sheng. It had only been a few days since he had reached Sword Dao Perfection, although it was said that he had taken the second most efficient path. But what also had to be recognized was the horror of this Sword Dao talent. With the sword chi, it's considered a half step into the subterranean dragon realm. The next step is just to refine the sword chi in my body into subterranean dragon sword chi, and I'll be able to logically cross over into the subterranean dragon realm, and at that time, some of the moves from teacher's subterranean dragon unmistakable sword will be able to be used as well. Lu Sheng murmured faintly, his eyes gazing at the sword pool in front of him, and after a short breath, Lu Sheng slowly took a step forward. Zzz. Lu Sheng's foot stepped into the sword pool. Immediately, an extremely strong stinging pain instantly spread down Lu Sheng's ankle, all the way to Lu Sheng's brain. Hiss. Lu Sheng sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his face slightly pale. Even now, in Lu Sheng's body, there was already a complete sword chi, and his resistance to sword chi had increased drastically.
However, when Lu Shang stepped into the sword pool, he still couldn't bear the pain. It was as if he had stepped on top of countless sword blades, constantly embedding them in his flesh and tearing his skin. This feeling was extremely unbearable. Whew! Lu Shang exhaled a long breath, forcibly calming himself down, and a touch of determination surfaced in his eyes. Eventually, another step was taken. He completely stood in the sword pool. Wisps of sword chi, entrapped with endless sharpness, seemed to completely tear everything apart. Lu Shang stood in the middle of the sword pool, adjusting himself, silently operating the 9 metaphysical golden body transformation as well as the submerged dragon phaseless sword. The former body refining martial art was used to resist the sharp sword chi. And the latter sword martial art was used to absorb the sword chi in the sword pool. To create one's own subterranean dragon sword chi, it was not just as simple as giving birth to a strand of sword chi in one's body. According to what was said in the subterranean dragon phaseless sword, a single subterranean dragon sword chi was comparable to several times, or even 10 times, that of an ordinary sword chi. And the quality of the submerged dragon sword chi was also differentiated to different degrees. It could be roughly categorized into the 4 realms of lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and super grade. Lower grade submerged dragon sword chi was roughly 2 or 3 times the size of a strand of ordinary sword chi. Middle grade submerged dragon sword chi would be terrifying, all at least 10 times as much. As for the upper grade, it was even a terrifying tens of times. And the super grade. According to Kong Xen's records, as long as one could reach 100 times that of ordinary sword chi, then one would be considered to have reached within the realm of super grade subterranean dragon sword chi. It was just that wanting to reach this realm was not that easy. Even Lu Shang's teacher, one of the 10 saints of the Grand Xia, the Sword Saint, who had traveled the furthest in the Tao of the Grand Xia sword, had only managed to reach 90 times the level when he had condensed his submerged dragon sword chi. Although in the upper grade submerged dragon sword chi is already considered to be very terrifying, just from the super grade, there is still a distance. And super grade in the end cannot reach, even Kong Xen, this founding father also do not know, but Kong Xen clearly recorded, he has a hunch, if can create a super grade submerged dragon sword chi then. Only then would one be considered to have truly transformed into a submerged dragon, waiting for the moment when the dragon leaps into the abyss. At that time, the cultivator's physique, and even talent, would be changed. No one knew if this statement of Kong Xen was correct or not. Even a Xinhua envoy of the creation realm like Kong Xen, although he didn't have a talent for sword Dao, he had also cultivated the subterranean phaseless sword. What was created was only barely a middle-grade subterranean dragon sword chi. So, if you want to achieve super-grade subterranean dragon sword chi, you need to build it with more than 100 strands of sword chi as the root, thus turning it into your own subterranean dragon sword chi. Lu Shang's mind quickly flashed through these situations. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Shang was ready to try. Only just as he was about to try, Lu Shang discovered something different. These sword chi are actually able to strengthen my physique? Lu Shang was slightly surprised in his heart. His own operation of the Jiuxian golden body transformation was only to defend himself against these sharp sword chi, thus making himself feel better. It was just that what Lu Shang did not expect was that when he was running the Jiuxian golden body transformation, these sword chi actually seemed to be quenching his own flesh, and while it stung, his body refining technique was running even more smoothly. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Shang reacted. The cultivation methods of body refining martial artists were strange. Some used heavenly fire to refine themselves, while others used thunder to strengthen their bodies. Regardless of the way, they all used absolute power to stimulate their physique, thus stimulating the potential of the physical body through those absolute powers. This sword chi was likewise an absolute power. What one was experiencing now was a way of refining the body. Sword chi quenching the body. I didn't expect that there would be such a discovery. Lu Shang's eyebrows raised slightly, and a smirk spread across his face. But the sword chi quenching body is just a small surprise. Even without the sword chi quenching body, with the yi killing, it's still able to improve quickly. The main thing is still to create my own subterranean dragon sword chi. Or rather, a superb submerged dragon sword chi that belongs to me. Lu Shang took a deep breath, and within his eyes, there was even a sharp light that surfaced. And usually, for such a glow, it was also called ambition. Ever since obtaining the Sword Dao Tongshan talent, Lu Shang's cultivation of the Sword Dao was often extremely demanding. Otherwise, how could one be worthy of these talents in oneself?
Thinking of this, Lu Sheng slowly closed his eyes, letting the sharp sword chi continuously tear his skin, and even directly sat down.
The next moment,
the gong method revolved. Sword chi surged into his body.
Chapter 87 Bets, an old tradition.
Wisps of sword chi, pulled by the martial arts, surged into Lu Sheng's body.
Zzz.
The sound of sword chi tearing through flesh and blood was as if there were countless electric snakes.
Lu Sheng's face instantly paled for a moment, and he couldn't help but stifle a grunt.
Rao had already gotten used to the tearing of the sword chi, but the quality of the sword chi in the sword pool seemed to be a little better, and the sharper it was, the more prevalent it was.
Phew!
Lu Sheng exhaled a long breath, forcing himself to calm down, and then he refined the sword chi from the sword pool bit by bit, turning it into a part of his own sword chi.
Gradually,
in Lu Sheng's dantian, the prototype of the second strand of sword chi began to slowly emerge, and the speed was obviously not much faster compared to when Lu Sheng condensed the first strand of sword chi. After all, there was a certain amount of experience, plus Lu Sheng's current sword Dao realm had already surpassed sword Dao perfection, between data comprehension of sword intent. Moreover, the sword chi in the sword pool was thick, and the amount of sword chi pouring into Lu Sheng's body was even greater. With the addition of multiple factors, Lu Sheng's efficiency in transforming sword chi had naturally increased by quite a bit. But it was also because of this that the destruction of the sword chi that Lu Sheng had to endure was even more intense, to the point that Lu Sheng's face was pale. While Lu Sheng was silently refining the sword chi was also refining his physique little by little.
For a while, Lu Sheng's aura slowly grew in an extremely stable manner. Inside the cultivation room,
Lan Zhan leaned back in his chair and calmly gazed at the 5 people in the picture. Elder Li's figure had appeared beside Blue Warrior at an unknown time, only his gaze, nearly resting on top of the picture where Lu Shang was.
Have you already begun to temper the subterranean dragon sword chi? Elder Li slowly spoke, some surprise evident in his voice.
After all, not much time had passed. Blue Warrior nodded, a touch of helplessness filling his words. This kid's talent, I already don't know how to evaluate it. I feel that my past teaching experience, when placed on this kid, is simply a joke.
Perhaps this first stage of training, this kid will break the records of the entire Star Academy. Blue Warrior's voice carried a hint of anticipation in it.
Elder Li on the side was slightly silent for a while, but there was also a flash of brilliant light in his cloudy eyes.
Records? Elder Li murmured.
All the students of the Star Academy would go through the so-called first stage of training. Although it was said that the training was different for each and every one of them, all of them were created by their respective mentors, close to their hearts. But above the difficulty of the training, every single person was the same. In the history of the Star Academy, the fastest student to complete the first stage of training only took 21 days. At that time, it even shocked the entire Star Academy, and even alarmed the principal, who was always away from the academy, to come back and take a look. To know, most of the students of the Star Academy want to complete the first stage of training, are in a month upwards of time. The number of people who were able to complete the first stage of training in less than a month was definitely no more than 20 when looking at the history of the entire Star Academy. Not to mention the fact that it only took 21 days. Elder Li seemed to have thought of something and was silent for a long time.
The Blue Warrior on the side didn't even seem to notice Li Lao's abnormality.
It was only after a moment that Elder Li slowly raised his head and once again landed his gaze on Lu Sheng's image. It's not that easy to break that sinful disciple's record, even if Lu Sheng broke the limit of 20 points of chi blood.
After all,
at that time, that sinful disciple was already at the cultivation level of the peak blood refining realm when he participated in the first stage of training.
Blue Warrior drifted off for a moment and glanced at Elder Li, then a look of determination filled his eyes. It will be, I believe in my student. Since that traitor was able to do it, my student will naturally be able to do it as well. Elder Li. Once upon a time, just put it in the past, that incident was not your fault either.
Blue War said softly. It was just that although Blue Warrior was comforting, Elder Li didn't seem to have heard it in general, and only took a deep look at Lu Sheng in the middle of the picture, and only after a moment did he spit out a sentence.
Perhaps.
Blue Warrior didn't continue to say anything. He knew very well how much damage that incident back then had created for this old man in front of him.
Is he already ready to start condensing the subterranean dragon sword chi?
Suddenly, Elder Li changed the topic.
Lan Zhan looked over, and there was also a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The Sword Saint's subterranean dragon sword chi is the topmost amongst the swordsmen in the entire Grand Xia. Even the lowest grade of subterranean dragon sword chi is enough to sweep away most of the swordsman's sword chi. It's just that I don't know what grade of sword chi this brat is able to condense. Blue Warrior smiled. Kong Xen's reputation was very big in the entire Grand Xia, especially within the circle of swordsmen, as the number one person in the Sword Dao, and someone who had ascended to the Holy Throne. Kong Xen's master sword techniques were naturally studied by many people. Among them was the existence of the subterranean dragon sword chi. Elderly smiled, seeming to have detached himself from the previous topic. Old Sword Saint's subterranean dragon sword chi is the topmost sword chi in Great Xia. If one is able to create the topmost subterranean dragon sword chi, one's future accomplishments will surely be able to surpass that of Old Sword Saint. It's just that this topmost subterranean dragon sword chi is something that even the Old Sword Saint himself hasn't achieved. Elderly looked towards Blue Warrior and said, "How about a bet?" "What kind of bet?" Lon Battle's eyebrows raised slightly, asking with some curiosity. "Let's bet on what level Lu Shang's subterranean dragon sword chi can reach. If you win, I'll give you the Sword Demon Clan spirit bone that I've treasured for 10 years. If you lose, hey, how about 10,000 points? Elderly looked at Blue Warrior with a smirk, then again, he didn't give Blue Warrior a chance to speak. "I'll bet that Lu Shang can create a top-grade subterranean dragon sword chi." After saying that, the smile on Elderly's face became even more intense. On the other hand, the face of the Blue Warrior on the side stiffened at this time. Eyes ghostly looking at Elderly in front of him, Lan Zhan slowly said, "Elderly, you as an elder should stop staring at my points. I'm no longer a student, I'm at least a teacher now." "What words? What kind of words are you saying?" Elderly instantly became righteous. "Am I someone who misses your points? I walk the talk, how could I be that kind of shameless person? Isn't this a bet? You can choose. Besides, that Sword Demon Clan spirit bone of the old man is comparable to 70 to 80,000 points. If you win, you're bloody well going to make a good deal of money." Lan Zhan looked at Elderly, his face full of speechlessness. "The biggest probability of the damn thing was chosen by you. What did you choose for yourself?" With Lu Shang's talent, there was absolutely no way it could be as simple as lower and middle grade. As for the super grade, that is a realm that even the Old Sword Saint has not reached. Lu Shang can no longer surpass the Old Sword Saint. So, the probability of this superior grade subterranean dragon sword chi is clearly the greatest. As for what Elderly said about blood money? Blood earn a hook ate it. There is no winning rate of things, but also blood profit. This bad old man, bad. Lost oneself just wanted to comfort each other, simply cheap. Blue Warfare wanted to say something, the words came inside his mouth, but he was somewhat unable to speak. A moment later, the Blue War seems to give up resistance, Breathless said. "That's just it, who let you be an old-timer? In that case, I'll go with the superior grade. If the probability of the superior grade was 99%, then the lower grade and middle grade were 0% probability. By choosing the super grade, there was at least that 1% probability. What if he really just guessed that 1% probability?" Blue Warrior looked towards the screen where Lu Shang was, and there was more than a hint of anticipation in his eyes. And as for losing, Blue Warrior's afterglow couldn't help but glance at the other four little ones. Then there was no choice but to follow the old tradition of the Star Academy and pit from his own students. Thinking of this, Blue Battle's heart was slightly better. "Alright, it's a deal." Elderly hemmed and hawed, stroked his beard, looked at the image, and a touch of curiosity surfaced in his cloudy eyes. Can this kid really break the record? A thought slowly emerged from the depths of Elderly's heart. In the middle of the sword pool, Lu Shang quietly sat in the center of the sword pool, a strand of sword chi, tearing Lu Shang's skin. The golden light flashed, and at the same time, it was healing that one torn wound with an extremely rapid speed. Repeating this over and over again was extremely torturous. Although this feeling was extremely unpleasant, but in the midst of such repeated torture, Lu Shang's physical body breath also improved little by little. Although it was minimal, it was also extremely stable. And at this moment, in Lu Shang's dantian, there were already several strands of sword chi, quietly suspended within Lu Shang's dantian. Each strand of sword chi dispersed an extremely sharp aura. The sword chi was still continuously surging into Lu Shang's dantian, and the amount of sword chi within the dantian was also rising little by little. 3 strands. 4 strands. 9 strands. 10 strands.
All the way to 10 strands, Lu Shang's body, which had been sitting in a coiled position, trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes. Within his eyes, there was even an extremely sharp light flickering. For a moment, Lu Shang's entire person was like an extremely sharp sword blade, filled with sharpness.
10 strands.
Lu Shang murmured faintly, and a color of joy surfaced in his eyes.
10 strands.
It was already qualified to temper the subterranean dragon sword chi that belonged to himself. For Lu Shang, this was only just the beginning. With a talent like Sword Dao Tongshan, if it was only a lower grade submerged dragon sword chi, it would really be too humiliating.
Lu Shang's lowest pursuit
is comparable to Kong Yun Chang's upper grade submerged dragon sword chi.
Or even Impact Super Grade Sword Chi. Chapter 88 Dantian Too Small?
Lu Shang looked at the time, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he once again quieted his mind.
So much for
not going out until the subterranean dragon sword chi is built.
Lu Shang murmured. On the path of cultivation, the most important thing to remember was to stop halfway. Nowadays, it was the time to condense the sword chi in the dantian and prepare for the creation of the subterranean dragon sword chi. If it was interrupted at this time, the state would directly decline, and ultimately, it would not be able to achieve the most perfect situation. Furthermore, with Lu Shang's current cultivation level, even if he practiced for several days in a row, he would not feel the slightest bit of fatigue. At most, it would only be this pain of the sword chi quenching the body that got a little more intense. All of this
was also still within the range that Lu Shang could endure. Thinking of this, Lu Shang once again closed his eyes. Martial arts operation, a wisp of sword chi, once again surged into Lu Shang's body, was Lu Shang bit by bit refining, turned into Lu Shang's own sword chi.
Time was also moving little by little. Soon it was still sunset.
Wisps of fiery red light rendered the sky.
Inside the cultivation room,
one by one, the virtual silos shook slightly, followed by the hatch opening. The four Guyuns sat up straight from among the virtual silos with tired faces.
Seeing Elderly and Blue Warrior, the four little ones just wanted to greet the two of them, but their gazes couldn't help but land on Lu Shang's image.
Looking at Lu Shang still settling in the sword pool, he continued to cultivate.
The expression on the four people's faces couldn't help but stiffen for a moment.
Good guy.
Still on a roll, is it?
This voice resounded in the hearts of the four at the same time. Immediately after, the color of fatigue on the four people's faces was swept away. Once again, they closed the door of the virtual cabin and continued into the training. Originally, their progress was much slower than Lu Shang's, and now that Lu Shang hadn't even finished yet, if they finished, the gap would only grow wider.
This was not something they wanted to see.
Blue Warrior and Elderly naturally noticed the movements of the four little ones and couldn't help but look at each other with a slight smile. I have to say, Lu Shang's presence has greatly stimulated them.
Blue Warrior said with a smile.
Elderly nodded. Indeed, Lu Shang's existence is like a catfish, stimulating the cultivation atmosphere of the entire class. If it was just in terms of talent, the 45th, with the exception of Lu Shang, the talent was no different from the students of the other classes. But with the presence of Lu Shang, the catfish, and the fact that the internal scrolls have already begun, the potential of the 45th year will also be greater than that of the students from the other sessions. But there's also a drawback: if the other four little guys can't withstand the pressure brought on by Lu Shang the catfish,
it's easy to die midway, or even be completely wasted.
Elderly's vision was naturally poisonous. In a single glance, he had analyzed the pros and cons of the 45 present day.
Listening to Elderly's words, Blue Warrior's face also became slightly more grave. It seems that it's still necessary to focus on their psychology.
Elderly shook his head. Not really. When they go to the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars and get the recognition of those people, their psychological quality will naturally be over the top, so we don't have to worry too much.
Then what if they don't get their approval? Blue Warrior asked rhetorically.
Elderly's face remained unchanged as he said in extremely calm words.
Then they wouldn't deserve to be students of the Star Academy. Blue Warrior fell silent and eventually nodded. In the middle of the sword pool, Lu Shang didn't know what was happening in the cultivation room. What's more, he didn't know that because of his one thought, it had caused the entire class to begin to insidiously implode. Lu Shang only had one thought right now.
That was to continuously refine the sword chi and grow the sword chi in his body. As time passed, Lu Shang didn't know how much time had passed. Wisps of sword chi began to fill Lu Shang's dantian bit by bit, only along with more and more sword chi in his dantian, Lu Shang's dantian was even experiencing a stabbing pain.
A person's dantian was limited.
When the energy exceeded the limit of what the dantian could withstand, it was easy for the dantian to be damaged. Not to mention the sword chi, which was like this, an extremely harsh energy.
Is it already close to reaching the limit of the dantian?
Lu Shang's brows furrowed slightly. At this moment, in Lu Shang's dantian, there were only about 30 strands of sword chi. It reached the amount of sword chi needed for the middle-grade subterranean dragon sword chi. It had even barely reached the requirements for a top-grade subterranean dragon sword chi. But if one were to start building the submerged dragon sword chi at this time, one would not be able to surpass Kong Xen at that time. According to what his elder sister had said, Kong Xen's submerged dragon sword chi was more than 90 times greater. He was still a long way from Kong Xen.
Lu Shang fell into deep thought, and a moment later, a flash of light flashed through Lu Shang's eyes.
This method is a bit risky, but it's the only way at the moment. Lu Shang murmured, and immediately, the subterranean dragon phaseless sword involuntarily revolved within Lu Shang's body.
There seemed to be an invisible force that surged into Lu Shang's dantian at this moment.
The sword chi, which had more than 30 strands, seemed to have sensed the existence of this invisible force, and immediately let out a burst of crisp sword chirps. It seemed to want to resist this invisible force. Just that invisible force did not care about the resistance of these sword chi, as if it had transformed into an invisible hammer, ruthlessly smashed towards these sword chi.
The build began.
Admittedly, Lu Shang chose to directly start building the subterranean dragon sword chi. In fact, building the subterranean dragon sword chi itself was compressing the volume and quantity of the sword chi, thus raising the quality of the sword chi up. In the end, it would be built into a true submerged dragon of sword chi. Only then could it be considered as truly building the submerged dragon sword chi to completion. And as long as the volume and quantity of the sword chi was compressed, the space of one's own dantian would naturally have enough space to be able to continue absorbing sword chi.
In this way,
while continuously compressing and beating, one continued to absorb the sword chi and incorporate it into one's dantian. And so on, doing so to make more sword chi, incorporating it into the subterranean dragon sword chi.
Dang!
In Lu Shang's dantian, it was as if the sound of a hammer smashing resounded. So much so, Elder Lee and Blue Warrior in the cultivation room were even able to hear this muffled sound through the screen. Blue Battle's brows couldn't help but knit up the moment he heard this muffled sound. Can't help but start building the subterranean dragon sword chi already, but looking at this level today, it seems like there's still a long way to go from the old sword saint back then.
Lan Zhan said.
Elder Lee on the side narrowed his eyes slightly. It's barely reached the quality of the upper grade, it's just that there's also a big gap between the upper grade and the upper grade. If one were to build the subterranean dragon sword chi at this point in time, it would be a bit too fast. Could it be that the sword chi in the dantian has already reached the limit of what the dantian is capable of accommodating? Elder Lee slowly spoke.
Limit?
Blue Warrior froze and couldn't help but say, it shouldn't be, Lu Shang's talent is there, the dantian is bound to be expansive as well. How come now it looks like this dantian is not as big as the other 4 little guys?
The size of the dantian was partly dependent on the talent. But it wasn't as if there weren't people with good talent, but their dantian wasn't very large.
It was just that this problem appeared in Lu Shang's body, which made Blue Warrior somewhat unable to sit still. One must know that Lu Shang was in existence that had broken the limit of 20 points of chi in blood, so if he couldn't compare to other people because of the size of his dantian, then that would make Blue Battle a bit lost. It looks like it should be like this, the size of the dantian isn't something that can't be changed, through some heavenly materials and treasures, as well as external stimulation is also able to change the size of the dantian. It's just that Lu Shang has already started to build the subterranean dragon sword chi, so this is a bit troublesome. Elder Lee said in a deep voice. A trace of anxiety flashed across Blue Warrior's face. This was an oversight on his part. He had thought that Lu Shang's talent was heaven-defying and his dantian was naturally large, but he had never thought that something with such a small chance would happen to Lu Shang. If he had known this, he would have definitely told Lu Shang to prepare himself and raise the size of his dantian before coming to build the subterranean dragon sword chi.
And now,
the building had already begun and could no longer be stopped. In that case, Lu Shang's submerged dragon sword chi would have limited achievements. For a while, there was a haze drooping down on Blue Warrior's face, and there was a trace of self-blame hidden within that gloomy countenance.
Himself does not seem to make a good teacher's responsibility.
Hey! Just, when Lu Shang will submerge dragon sword chi build completed, old man personally go to find the old sword saint to make amends. Elder Li's heart was also a little helpless. Such a small chance of it appearing on Lu Shang's body was something that no one had expected. After all, what they didn't realize was that Lu Shang's talent was all brought about by the system. Although Lu Shang's level of comprehension had been raised, his dantian hadn't been changed, or he hadn't been given the talent to expand the size of his dantian. In this way, the current situation was created. For a while, a layer of gloom seemed to hang over the hearts of both Blue Warrior and Elder Li. Even the bet between the two, at this time, the two didn't bring it up. In their eyes, betting was nothing more than a spice for the joys of life, and could not be more important than the future of these students of Lu Shang. Only, just when the two were a little anxious in their hearts, Lu Shang, who was in the picture, unexpectedly began to absorb the sword chi in the sword pool again.
What's going on?
Blue Warrior froze as he watched this sudden scene, and for a moment, he was actually somewhat unresponsive as well. On the other hand, Elder Li, who was beside Blue Battle, had a brilliant light instantly emerge from his eyes.
Good brat! Surprisingly, he chose such an approach.
Li Lao's exclamation of surprise, so that the blue war is also from the blankness and the gradual return to the past, a flash of joy, but soon it is again is the frown knit up. Although this method is good, it can't hold too much sword chi. Blue Warrior's low voice slowly sounded. Chapter 89 Madness, Forced Expansion of the Dantian. Elder Li's brows furrowed slightly. What Blue Warrior said was correct. Although it was said that beating up sword chi was able to enhance the quality of sword chi and compress both the volume and quantity of sword chi to a certain extent. But let's not forget that the size of one's dantian was limited. Even if the sword chi was compressed, it was able to hold more sword chi. But with more and more sword chi, the space in the dantian would still be filled with sword chi, so what would happen then? It was like compressing the volume of the sword chi to 1/2. Right now, the sword chi Lu Shang had absorbed was at 30 wisps. Even with the compression, in the end, the space of the dantian would only be able to hold 60 strands of sword chi. Using 60 strands of sword chi as a benchmark, the subterranean dragon sword chi that was created was of course already considered good amongst the top-grade subterranean dragon sword chi. But there was still a gap between the old sword saint and the old sword saint.
It seems that this bet, I lost.
Blue Warrior smiled helplessly, and when he looked at the screen, there was a tinge of anxiety in his eyes. Lu Shang's talent was very good, able to break the upper limit of 20 points of chi and blood, but it was because of the size of his dantian that he was unable to create a more powerful subterranean dragon sword chi.
That would be a bit of a big loss.
After all, once the subterranean dragon sword chi was created, it could not be upgraded.
That was going to accompany Lu Shang for the rest of his life. AI.
Elder Li also sighed, his face complex, completely devoid of the joy of winning the bet. Compared to the bet, he was more concerned about Lu Shang's future and future.
In the middle of the picture,
within the sword pool heaven and earth, Lu Shang sat cross-legged in the sword pool. Wisps of sword chi surrounded Lu Shang's body, quenching his fleshly body while also being pulled by the tugging force coming from within the dantian, pulling, and eventually entering the dantian. In the dantian, the invisible sledgehammer ruthlessly smashed on top of the sword chi, compressing the original sword chi.
Dang 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 dang.
A muffled sound continuously came from Lu Shang's body. Each muffled sound carried a strong force, and the pain even exceeded the pain of the sword chi tearing through flesh and blood. Lu Shang's body, along with the muffled sounds, trembled slightly. Along with the compression of the heavy hammer, Lu Shang's face also began to turn a little pale with an extremely rapid speed.
As for the dantian, the originally full barn was already filled with extra space.
Just as these extra spaces were cleared out, there was a brand new sword chi that was slowly condensing in the dantian. Just like this, along with the passage of time, the amount of sword chi in Lu Shang's dantian became more and more.
31 strands. 32 strands. 58 strands. 59 strands. 60 strands.
After the number of sword chi in Lu Shang's dantian reached 60 strands, no matter how much that heavy hammer compressed, the space in the dantian could not be cleared out again.
The dantian had completely reached its limit. 60 strands of sword chi?
Lu Shang looked internally at the dantian within his body and murmured slightly, falling into deep thought. Now, the 60 strands of sword chi in the dantian had all been compressed to the extreme.
Now,
it was already possible to start building one's own subterranean dragon sword chi. It was just that if he only used the 60 strands of sword chi as a base to build the subterranean dragon sword chi, Lu Shang's heart was really a bit unwilling.
The space in the dantian
Lu Sheng pondered, and from time to time there was a light flickering in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something.
It seems that has reached its limit.
Inside the cultivation room, Elderly and Blue Warrior stared at the screen, not shifting a moment. At this moment, the canopy was already drenched in ink, turning it into a pitch black. The only thing that remained was a single star, sporadically dotting the dome of the sky, emitting a faint glow.
The night was already midnight.
The other virtual pods had already opened. The 4 little ones had eventually reached their limits and had to go back to rest. Lu Shang was the only one who was still immersed in the virtual world, relying on the existence of the sword pool to create his own subterranean dragon sword chi.
60 strands of sword chi is actually pretty good already.
It was only after a while that Blue Warrior slowly opened his mouth, his face somewhat helpless. Looking amongst the swordsmen of the entire Grand Xia, those who can achieve 60 times sword chi are all phoenixes in existence, even the sword immortal. Back then, the quality of his sword chi was only 70 times more than that. The old sword saint is already the ear of all the swordsman executives in Daxia. Wanting to surpass the old sword saint is not that easy, perhaps. Our hopes for Lu Sheng are set a little too high. Blue Warrior spoke softly, but the words were still filled with a trace of helplessness. Elderly fell into deep thought before he was raising his head, his gaze slightly complicated as he looked at Su Yu's picture. That's just it, when this little fellow is finished, I will personally go and find the old sword saint to make amends. The old sword saint sent his disciple over, but because of the Star Academy's negligence, he forgot about the situation of the Dantian, and this is, after all, still a problem of my Star Academy.
Elderly sighed.
Blue Warrior was silent for a moment. I'll go as well, I'm his mentor, and at this point, I also have a responsibility that I can't shirk.
For a while, both of them became a little low.
It was as if there was clearly a rare diamond in front of them, but due to their own negligence, some impurities and cracks appeared in the diamond. This would be very difficult. The entire atmosphere of the cultivation room, at this moment, seemed to have become somewhat depressing. Only, this depressing atmosphere didn't last too long, when suddenly, the two seemed to have sensed something and raised their heads violently to look at the screen.
Wait, he's going to. Blue Warrior's voice exploded violently.
His pupils contracted violently at this time, as if he had seen something shocking.
This brat is so reckless. Elderly's eyes also sank violently, a hint of anger hidden in his voice.
Only to be seen, in the middle of the picture. It was clear that the Dantian had already reached its limit and was unable to absorb any more sword chi. However, Lu Sheng was sitting in the middle of the sword pool, and an extremely strong tugging force unexpectedly erupted from his Dantian once again.
Wanting to absorb sword chi again.
It was like a balloon that had already been filled with air and was unable to continue expanding.
You are at this time again injecting air into it. Then there is only one thing that can happen. Either it gets bigger again, but there is a certain limit. Either directly blow up.
Although it is said that the Dantian is not the same as a balloon, the Dantian has a certain degree of ductility and can withstand more, but it also has a certain danger. The size of the Dantian, in addition to the natural size, want to change the size of the Dantian only 2 ways. Either with the help of the special energy of some heavenly materials, expanding the size of the Dantian.
Either to stimulate the Dantian with a stimulating force, thus making the Dantian larger.
Generally speaking, the former was relatively mild.
And the latter,
unless it was to the last resort, very few people would choose such a way. After all, stimulating power, in itself, represented a portion of destructive power, and once such power was not grasped well, it was easy to injure one's Dantian. The Dantian was extremely important to a martial artist. Once one's cultivation had reached the 100 veins realm, one would need to use chi and blood to pass through one's 100 veins, thus opening up the veins of one's entire body. Preparing for chi practicing afterwards. Once one had reached chi practicing, one would need to pour the Dantian through the veins of one's entire body and into one's own Dantian.
If the Dantian was damaged, then one would not be able to store spiritual chi in the Dantian.
Although it was said that many people might not be able to break through refined fan and arrive at the realm of chi practicing.
But for a demon like Lu Sheng, what if something went wrong with the Dantian?
Then it would really be more trouble than it was worth. Therefore, when they saw Lu Sheng continue to absorb the sword chi, the hearts of both Elderly and Blue Warrior were suddenly hanging in the air. With Lu Sheng's talent, even though he wouldn't be able to achieve the sacred position with the sword Dao in the end, entering the Dao was all but a foregone conclusion. However, if the Dantian was destroyed and the foundation was damaged, then it would be a bit troublesome. So much so, the two men's faces, at this moment, both became somewhat gloomy.
Can we terminate the spirit realm? Elderly said in a deep voice. Blue Warrior's face was unsightly, and he couldn't help but say, the spirit realm can be terminated, but right now, Lu Sheng has already begun to simmer down the subterranean dragon sword chi, so if it is terminated at this time, it will be easy to interrupt Lu Sheng's training, and at that time, in case those sword chi that are simmering riot. Blue Warrior didn't finish. In the current situation, if the spirit realm was interrupted, the consequences would be even more serious than Lu Sheng forcibly stimulating the Dantian. That is to say, the current situation could no longer be stopped. For a moment, Elder Li's face became even more ugly. He stared at the picture in the middle of the screen with a deadly stare, and both of his fists couldn't help but clench at this time. Damn it! There was a flash of fury on Elder Li's face. Lu Sheng was really a bit reckless. Although it was said that 60 times the sword chi was not as good as the old sword saint, but looking at the whole of Duxia it was already very good. Why must he trap himself in danger just for the sake of impacting better? Li Laosum cannot figure out, but now can only look at Lu Sheng's destiny. Li Lao looked at Su Yu in the picture with a complicated face and could not help but murmur. Kid, you better not have any problems. Li Lao's voice was filled with a touch of worry. Although the Blue Warrior on the side did not say anything, the color of worry on his face also remained strong. Within the sword pool, wisps of sword chi merged into Lu Sheng's skin and eventually surged towards the direction of the Dantian. The Dantian, which had already reached its limit of capacity, instantly trembled with the appearance of new sword chi. A sharp pain instantly filled Lu Sheng's mind. Even though Lu Sheng had already endured an unknown amount of pain, at this time, this pain that was like a spasm still made Lu Sheng unable to stop himself from screaming miserably. Chapter 90 Crazy. 100 strands of sword chi. Pain. Intense pain madly stimulated Lu Sheng's brain. The tearing of the sword chi was transferred from the flesh and blood to the Dantian. The pain was even more directly increased by tens of times. It was as if it was like someone was holding a knife and constantly stimulating above your nerves. It was simply worse than death. Lu Sheng violently opened his eyes, but he saw that his eyes were already covered with blood-red threads. The entire person's face was also hideous at this moment. Who? Lu Sheng's breathing began to become intense and rapid. So much so that Lu Sheng's body began to spasm wildly, and he couldn't even control his body anymore. However, along with the influx of sword chi, the Dantian unexpectedly expanded bit by bit at an extremely slow, but visible to the naked eye, speed. It's working! Lu Sheng's eyes instantly became bright. Although the pain was real, that Dantian expansion was also real. In this way, it might actually be possible to expand the Dantian to the point where it can withstand more sword chi. Within the scarlet eyes, there was a touch of madness that surfaced. Lu Sheng's body shook slightly, and a wave of fortitude arose from within Lu Sheng's body. Talent, fortitude. This talent that was rarely able to manifest itself, at this moment, finally glowed with a luster that belonged to him. The perseverance talent was, in a certain sense, a passive talent. In normal times, you don't even feel that you have mastered such a talent. However, with the emergence of the crises you encounter, the difficulties you encounter, this kind of talent, however, will give you a resolute heart without even realizing it. The heart is like a rock. Lu Sheng's breathing gradually became calmer as he closed his eyes once again. The pain was still there. But at this moment, Lu Sheng's state of mind had already become calmer. The subterranean dragon phaseless sword was in motion. An extremely terrifying tugging force instantly erupted from Lu Sheng's Dantian. This traction force had even exceeded the previous one by several times. The sword chi that was pulled in also began to become more numerous. First, a wisp of sword chi was pulled into Lu Sheng's body before, but now was 2 wisps, 3 strands, even 4 strands of sword chi. ZZZ. The sharp sword chi, weaving in and out of Lu Sheng's body. If one stared at Lu Sheng's body at this time and looked closely, one would be able to see that Lu Sheng's skin, which was slightly reflecting a golden glow, seemed to be shining a few points brighter at this time. The physical body was getting stronger. And at the same time, Lu Sheng's Dantian was also stretching out in an even faster manner along with the appearance of more and more sword chi. Space being created inch by inch. Wisps of sword chi, which entered the narrow space, were again completely smashed up by that invisible force. Compression was carried out. In an instant, in Lu Sheng's Dantian, the amount of sword chi began to slowly increase. 61. 62. 79. 80. Only one incense stick of time had passed, and at this moment in Lu Shang's dantian, the number of sword chi had already reached 80 strands. Just when the 80 strands of sword chi surged into Lu Shang's dantian, the speed of that dantian's expansion began to decrease, and it seemed that it was no longer able to continue supporting the expansion of the dantian. The sword chi now can no longer continue to stimulate the dantian. Sensing this situation, Lu Shang's brows couldn't help but knit slightly. 80 strands of seemed to already be the limit of his own dantian. And at this moment, in the middle of the cultivation room, Elderly and Blue Warrior both stared intently at the picture in the screen, and as they watched Lu Shang's aura become more and more powerful, their tense bodies also relaxed a little. It seems that the situation doesn't seem to be very bad. Blue Warrior's face reluctantly revealed a smile. He reached out his hand to wipe his forehead, but he realized that the sweat that swept down had already wet his arm. The sweat was cold. This crazy move of Lu Shang had already caused Blue Warrior to not be able to help but sweat coldly. It was simply crazy. But fortunately, the current Lu Shang didn't seem to have any problems. This was what made Blue Warrior breathe a sigh of relief. A smile appeared in front of Elderly's face. This little guy, he's really crazy, that's sword chi. With his cultivation at the blood-refining realm, wanting to withstand the pain of this kind of sword chi tearing through his dantian is bound to be impossible without a tough heart. Blue Warrior nodded. Expanding the dantian with irritating power, aside from the risk of the dantian not being able to withstand it, it was more important to look at the cultivator's heart. But where there was the slightest weakness in the heart, there was a possibility that it wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of pain and directly go off the deep end. At that time, the consequences would be even more unbearable than if the dantian was shattered. However, as of now, it seemed that the situation was developing quite well. 80 strands of sword chi, it's already very good. Looking at the entire Desia's swordsmen, including that historical top sword chi, there are definitely no more than 10 people who can reach the level of 80 times sword chi. It has even surpassed the current day sword immortals. With such a foundation, in the future, even if he is unable to surpass the old sword saint's attainments above the sword Dao, he is definitely a top swordsman infinitely close to the old sword saint. Elderly forced a smile and said slowly. Lan Zhan nodded. This foundation, it was already very good. Of course, if there were heavenly materials and treasures to expand Lu Shang's dantian a bit more, then it would be even better. It was really a bit of a pity. Lan Zhan's heart couldn't help but feel slightly emotional. Unfortunately, 80 strands of sword chi is basically the limit of the safe range of Lu Shang's dantian space, so if it continues to expand, it will be troublesome. Blue Battle suddenly said. Upon hearing this remark from Blue Battle, Elderly first froze, then looked at Blue Battle. At this time, Blue Battle seemed to have reacted as well, raising his head and meeting Li Lao's gaze. Continue expanding? These 4 words resounded in the minds of the 2 men, followed by a bad premonition that could not help but surface in their minds. This guy. 1T continue to expand his dantian, right? The hearts of the 2 men sank violently at this time, and then quickly looked at the picture in the screen. Only to see. In the screen, Lu Shang, who was sitting in the middle of the sword pool, his body had already regained its calmness. It didn't look like it had any intention of continuing to expand. Only the next moment, an even more terrifying traction force erupted from Lu Shang's dantian. That invisible traction force seemed to have transformed into an extremely terrifying large hand that instantly stirred the entire sword pool. In an instant, the originally extremely calm sword pool instantly became violent at this time. Wisps of sword chi jumped crazily in the sword pool. It was as if it was a fish in the middle of a lake that had been stimulated, constantly scurrying about. And that big invisible hand was extremely overbearing. It directly took a handful of sword chi in the sword pool, instantly gripped it in its hand, and hardened it into Lu Shang's body. What does he want? Inside the cultivation room, Elderly suddenly let out a low roar, his face jealous, and a flash of anger surfaced in his pupils. Why don't you know enough? 80 strands of sword chi is already very good, why does he still want to expand his dantian? Doesn't he know that his dantian has already exceeded the safe range? If this continues, if he is not careful, his dantian will be completely shattered. Elderly almost roared as he spoke. Originally, when he saw that Lu Shang had stopped expanding his dantian, he was still slightly relieved inwardly, but now, Lu Shang's madness had simply surpassed Li Lao's imagination. Blue Warrior suddenly pressed Li Lao's hand, his eyes deadpan on the screen image, and shook his head. We can't interfere with the spirit realm, now we can only look at Lu Sheng's own choice. The final result, how in the end, we are not Lu Sheng after all, who knows, but... Blue Warrior took a deep breath, suppressing the flash of worry in the depths of his eyes, and then said in a deep voice, I choose to believe in my student. Listening to Lan Zhan's words, Elderly also calmed down a little bit, only that there was still a touch of unwillingness on his face. This brat is simply too impetuous. In the end, Elderly only uttered this sentence, and then did not open his mouth again. However, he still looked at the screen with an extremely nervous expression. And within the spirit territory, Lu Sheng was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the insistence. The hegemonic invisible hand, which had been pushing large handfuls of sword qi, ruthlessly stuffed into Lu Sheng's dantian. It was madly injected into the dantian. Lu Sheng's dantian began to tremble madly, as if it was about to be unable to withstand this extremely intense force. Lu Sheng's face became hideous again at this moment. Give me in. Lu Sheng roared lowly, his voice resembling that of a hysterical beast. Rumble. An extremely violent rumbling sound came from within Lu Sheng's body. The dantian trembled crazily. However, within the dantian, the amount of sword qi increased instantly. 81. 82. 95. 96. The dantian expanded with difficulty, and the sword qi increased little by little until it reached 97 strands. At this moment, Lu Sheng's brain was so chaotic that he seemed to be somewhat unable to distinguish everything. There was only one thought in his mind. Continuously incorporate the sword qi to achieve superlative sword qi. And because of this one thought, another strand of sword qi surged into the dantian. 98. The sword qi increased in an extremely slow manner, and with each additional strand, the pressure that the dantian had to endure became even more terrifying. 99. When 99 strands of sword qi surged into the dantian, Lu Sheng even felt that the dantian was about to shatter in the next moment. Not enough. It's not enough. The last strand of into me. In the middle of the sword pool, Lu Sheng roared. The large, invisible hand was instantly waved. A strand of sword qi was forcibly integrated into Lu Sheng's dantian at this moment. 100 wisps. Chapter 91 Subterranean Dragon Sword Qi, Becoming. Lu Sheng's dantian was in the middle. 100 strands of sword qi were quietly lurking in the dantian. At this moment, Lu Sheng's dantian had already returned to calm. But within that calmness, there was an extremely oppressive aura that spread out bit by bit. Buzzing. Inside Lu Sheng's body, it seemed as if there was a crisp sword chime echoing out. In a flash, Lu Sheng's body trembled slightly at this moment. Immediately after, the dantian that was like the surface of a calm lake, at this moment, was erupting with an extremely terrifying fluctuation. As if a storm of sword qi was raging madly in the dantian. Now. Can start hammering. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, his eyes were scarlet, but within those scarlet eyes, there was a touch of delight that surfaced. Lu Sheng revolved the subterranean dragon phaseless sword, and an invisible force slowly condensed in Lu Sheng's dantian. Immediately afterward, it transformed into an invisible heavy hammer, and smashed down fiercely against the 100 strands of sword qi in the dantian. Thud. A muffled sound resounded completely, as if it had set off a wave, causing the entire sword pool to become extremely intense at this moment. And at the same time, in the middle of the cultivation room, all that remained on the faces of both Blue Warrior and Elderly were endless looks of horror. A half-step golden body realm. One was even beyond the general existence of a golden body. At this moment, was all completely shocked by the scene in the picture. 100 strands. Blue Warrior felt as if his mouth had become a little dry, and couldn't help but gulp, his pupils all filled with the color of shock, as well as disbelief. The power on the side looked at this scene, a rare ripple on his old face, but in the end, it was also filled with that color of shock. This son is demonic to the extreme. Elderly took a deep breath before slowly uttering these words. 100 strands of sword qi as a benchmark. No one in the entire Grand Xia was able to achieve this. Even the old sword saint, who was the reigning head of the great Xia sword Dao today, had never reached the realm. Just like the limit of 20 points of qi and blood, which no one has ever been able to achieve, the limit of the sword path also appeared in Lu Sheng's body. Perhaps
Elderly seemed to have thought of something, and there was a flash of light in his cloudy eyes. On his aged face, there was even a flash of excitement, so much so, that his face became a little rosy for a few moments at this moment.
Elderly took several deep breaths before he was able to suppress the flash of excitement within him.
No, I must inform the dean of this son's information. Elderly spoke excitedly. Only in the next moment, Lan Zhan's words were like a pot of cold water that was directly poured on Elderly's head.
Cough cough, Elderly, that what? That bet. Blue Warfare gave a dry cough and looked at Elderly with some embarrassment.
Blue Warfare had a bad smile on his face, and there was also a smile floating open in his eyes. The excitement on Elderly's face instantly dissipated for a few minutes, and when he looked at Blue Warrior, there were even rows and rows of black lines hanging down above his forehead. In the end, he touched the ring on his finger with some heartache. The ring flashed with a blue light. Immediately after, a white jade-like bone finger appeared on Li Lao's body. Within the bone finger, an extremely tyrannical sword chi fluctuation filled it. Vaguely, the space around the bone finger seemed to be being torn apart by this sword chi, and a depressing aura surfaced, enveloping the space of the cultivation room. Here! Elderly threw that bone finger to Lan Battle without any good humor. Only the moment he threw it out, a heartbroken look also surfaced in Elderly's eyes. That was the sword bone of the sword demon race. The sword demon race was an extremely top-tier race amongst the foreign devils, and were even born swordsmen.
And sword bone.
Only the top sword demon race people can be born. Compared to the golden pill that Kong Xen had given Lu Shang before, the sword bone in front of him was even more precious. The sword bone of the sword demon clan was the best resource for a swordsman. It was able to greatly substitute the swordsman's comprehension of the sword Dao, and if it could be refined and turned into its own bone, it was even able to enhance the swordsman's sword Dao talent.
As well as chi and blood.
Generally speaking, the only way for a martial artist to strengthen their own bones was to reach the bone forging realm. The existence of sword bones, however, could enable a martial artist, in advance, to temper their own bones, enhancing the quality of chi and blood while performing a bone quenching. And after reaching the bone forging realm, the bones would be quenched again, and by then, the strength of the bones would also surpass that of the strongest in the same realm.
The foundation would also become even stronger. It can be said that is definitely a top-notch resource. Rowley, who was a powerhouse that surpassed the golden body level, was extremely fleshed out. He.
Blue Warrior let out a bad smile, and without hesitation, he collected the sword bone of the sword demon clan.
Thanks, Elderly.
Elderly glanced at Blue Warfare without any good humor, and then his face gradually became serious. Lu Shang's existence, you should know what it means, with his talent.
Maybe.
Hearing Elderly's words, Lan Zhan's face gradually became serious as well. He spoke softly, "Don't worry, Elderly, as long as I'm still alive, no one will be able to hurt Lu Shang."
Having received Lan Zhan's promise, Elderly then nodded.
"I'm going to find the dean. During this time, you watch over these little guys."
Lan Zhan nodded.
Elderly then hurriedly left the cultivation room. Blue Warrior's gaze also moved back to the screen above the screen, among the images belonging to Lu Shang.
The corners of Blue Warrior's mouth drew out an arc. Little guy. Did a good job.
Blue Warfare wrapped his hands around his chest, and the smile on his face was thick to the extreme.
In the middle of the sword pool,
Lu Shang was quietly sitting within the sword pool. The sword chi within the sword pool at this moment seemed to have completely failed to bring Lu Shang the slightest bit of pain. And in Lu Shang's dantian, an invisible heavy hammer fiercely smashed towards the sword chi in the dantian. The direction and strength of the smashing seemed like it was trying to mold the 100 strands of sword chi.
Thud thud thud. Accompanied by a muffled sound.
The sword chi and Lu Shang's dantian fused together bit by bit.
Gradually.
Under the power of the heavy hammer, the sword chi changed towards an extremely strange shape. I don't know how long had passed.
In Lu Shang's dantian, the 100 strands of sword chi fused together. In the end,
it turned into a shape that looked like a scaly dragon, quietly suspended in Lu Shang's dantian. The subterranean dragon sword chi
became a success. Chapter 92 Sword Bone.
A sword chi scaly dragon was quietly lurking in Lu Shang's dantian. The dragon's eyes were tightly closed. However, there was a pressure, if any, that spread out from the body of that one sword chi Jiao dragon. So much so that the sword chi around Lu Shang, at this moment all seemed to be subjected to the pressure from the depths of the soul. It didn't dare to approach Lu Shang's body, forming a vacuum.
Subterranean Dragon Sword Chi, it's done.
I can be considered to have completely crossed into the submerged dragon realm. Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved out. Each different realm of the subterranean dragon phaseless sword had a different supporting sword martial skill. The previous Lu Shang, despite having a lot of points, had not purchased any sword technique martial arts in the Star Academy. It was because the subterranean dragon phaseless sword had a matching sword technique. The subterranean dragon phaseless sword is the #1 sword martial art in Grand Xia. The accompanying sword martial arts were naturally the best in the Grand Xia. There was naturally no need for Lu Shang to spend points to exchange martial arts. And once he crossed into the subterranean dragon realm, it also meant that Lu Shang had the capital to cultivate these sword technique martial arts.
The next
thing I'm going to do is to see a blowout in my strength. Lu Shang's eyes were extremely bright.
Under the tempering of the sword chi,
my body refinement cultivation has also reached the limit of the early third layer of body refinement, and it won't take too long before I'm able to reach the middle third layer of body refinement.
After feeling his body refinement cultivation, the look of joy on Lu Shang's face became even more intense.
The sword chi quenching of the body was certainly painful, but the enhancement of the body refining was also terrifying. It was like this current effect in general. Above the speed of enhancement, it had even compared to the effect of killing. It was just that unlike killing, one only needed to follow the steps and kill the target to be able to obtain the enhancement of one's physique.
There wouldn't be any feeling of a bottleneck.
As for the sword chi quenching, after reaching a certain level, that is, after the physical body reached a certain strength, the effect of the sword chi quenching would be weakened.
Eventually, enhancement would also disappear. Currently, it was such a situation. Not bad.
The corner of Lu Shang's mouth rose slightly, and he immediately stood up from the sword pool.
Wow!
The sword chi in the sword pool tore through the surrounding space, but as if it was afraid of Lu Shang, it did not dare to continue to approach.
This second part of the training.
Lu Shang murmured and slowly looked ahead. Perhaps sensing the thoughts in Lu Shang's heart, the narrow valley in front of him suddenly shook, as if there was a supreme existence that, at this moment, hardened and tore the valley apart. In the deepest part of that valley, there seemed to be an extremely tiny crack slowly emerging. Light passed through the crack and was reflected into Lu Shang's eyes.
Part 3. Simulated actual battle.
There was a flash of anticipation floating in Lu Shang's eyes, but in the end, Lu Shang did not cross over towards that crack. Instead, with a slight movement of his mind, he chose to exit the spirit realm.
Bang! Inside the cultivation room,
the virtual silo slowly opened, and Lu Shang sat up straight from the virtual silo.
Phew!
Breathing in the fresh air outside the virtual warehouse, Lu Shang also felt that his entire body was refreshed.
Coming out? Blue Warrior's voice entered Lu Shang's ears at this time.
Lu Shang hurriedly walked out from within the virtual silo and made a slight bow to Blue Battle.
Teacher.
For Blue Warrior, Lu Shang was still relatively respectful, before perhaps Blue Warrior had been angry with himself, but that was entirely because Blue Warrior didn't want him to dwell on that limit realm. Everything, too, was for his own good. Therefore, Lu Shang not only wouldn't have any bad emotions towards Blue War, but instead, he was more respectful towards Blue War.
You kid. Is considered to have completely opened my eyes. Blue Warfare looked at Lu Shang and spoke with a smile.
You take this. With that, a finger bone filled with a sharp aura slowly hovered in his hand. He threw that one finger bone to Lu Shang.
This is...
At the sight of that finger bone, Lu Shang's pupil shrunk slightly, and on it, he sensed a familiar aura.
The Sword Demon Clan.
The aura emanating from above the golden den of the Sword Demon Clan that Kong Xen had given himself last time was exactly the same as this finger bone in front of him. A Sword Demon Clan sword bone is the best resource for a martial artist at your stage. Although it is said that your subterranean dragon sword chi has reached a realm where no one has ever been before, if it is combined with the Sword Demon Clan sword bone, it will also have an unexpected effect.
Blue Warrior explained with a smile. Lu Shang took a deep breath and pushed the finger bone out. It's too precious, I can't have it.
Although, Lu Shang's heart was filled with greed for this finger bone. However, Lu Shang also knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch under the sky, and when one accepted a gift from someone else, the karmic consequences that arose would be a source of anxiety for his future self as well. Before, Kong Xen had given it to herself, and it didn't matter if she took it. After all, that was his own senior sister, his own family. And Blue Warrior hadn't gotten to the point where he was Lu Shang's family. Blue Warrior looked at Lu Shang's appearance, and there was a touch of relief in his eyes. Under such precious resources, he was still able to curb his greed. This alone was enough to represent Lu Shang's heart. Take it if you're told to, this thing isn't mine anyway, I reckon that old man is willing to give it to me also because of your face. If I were to swallow it, even though I want it, but with his shamelessness, I reckon I'd be lucky if he didn't give me small shoes. Saying that, Blue Warrior yawned and stretched, and was leaving the cultivation room. It didn't care about Lu Shang's withdrawn finger bone. Teacher Blue. Lu Shang looked at Blue War's back as he left, and there was a slight touch in his heart. Looking at a finger bone suspended above midair, Lu Shang was silent for a moment before finally placing it into his spatial bracelet. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he left the cultivation room and returned to his bedroom. Bedroom, bed. Lu Shang sat cross-legged on the bed and couch, adjusting his state to the peak. The subterranean dragon phaseless sword then slowly operated. The chi and blood in his body was also accompanied by a wave of waves as the martial arts operated. After such a long time in the sword pool, Lu Shang had not only made a breakthrough in his body refining, but even his chi and blood cultivation seemed to have touched the bottleneck of the next realm. And now, what Lu Shang wanted to do was to refine his chi and blood and break through his cultivation to the third level of blood refining. Between the movements of his mind, the chi and blood flowing between Lu Shang's limbs and bones, constantly hammering away. Chapter 93, Crazy Boosts, is Part 4 so simple? Faint red blood mist drifted around Lu Shang. It exuded a pressure if nothing else. On top of Lu Shang's skin, a faint red color flowed gently, as if there was lava raging in his body. So much so, the temperature of Lu Shang's body surface had risen a few points at this time. Suddenly, Lu Shang's body shook slightly, and immediately afterward, he opened his eyes. The clear eyes, however, had a color of joy emerge. The third layer of blood refining is up. Lu Shang gently murmured, and within his body, there was also a powerful aura that filled the air. Third layer of blood refining, 80 points of chi and blood. Just this chi and blood alone was comparable to an ordinary martial artist at the 8th level of blood refinement, and even then, because of the situation of breaking the 20-point chi and blood limit. The quality of Lu Shang's chi and blood was even more powerful than a martial artist at the 8th level of blood refining. It could be said that just in terms of chi and blood cultivation, Lu Shang had already surpassed ordinary martial artists at the 8th level of blood refining. Coupled with a physical body that was infinitely close to the middle of the third layer of body refining, the current Lu Shang's battle power could be considered extremely powerful. There's also the subterranean dragon sword chi, as well as. Lu Shang's eyes had a flash of light gently flickering within them, and immediately afterward, Lu Shang's mind moved slightly, and a finger bone that looked like white jade appeared in front of Lu Shang's chest. The finger bone was suspended in midair, emitting a stern aura. Sword Demon Clan sword bone? Why didn't the system react this time? Lu Shang murmured, a little puzzled in his heart. Previously, when faced with the Sword Demon Clan's Golden Dan, the system had created a strong intention to devour it. This time, when faced with the Sword Demon Clan Sword Bone, which was far more precious than the Sword Demon Clan Gold Pill, the system did not have the slightest reaction. Could it be that the level or the energy is not enough? Lu Shang pondered. The benefits of upgrading the system were undoubtedly many, especially the chance of refreshing it, but as it stood now, upgrading the system wasn't that easy. Lu Shang whirled around and clicked on the system page. Host, Lu Shang. Cultivation, blood refining third layer. 80. Martial arts, Luhan fist perfection, Jiuxian golden body transformation second level, subterranean phaseless sword early subterranean realm. Martial arts talent, upgrade. Purple, Fistmaster, blue, Strong Strike, white, Perseverance, green, Prodigal, white, Killing, purple, Good Luck, green, Sword Dao Tongshan, red. Refresh count, 4. The number of refreshes had accumulated to 4, and with another month or so, he would be able to redeem the red talent again. Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Shang's mouth rose slightly. There's still time for the rest, so let's refine this thing first. Lu Shang looked at the sword bone of the Sword Demon Clan suspended in front of his chest and licked his lips, and there was even a light flickering in his eyes. Immediately, chi and blood surged and instantly roared out from Lu Shang's body, directly wrapping the Sword Demon Clan sword bone in front of him. Little by little, it was refined. Several days later. Inside the cultivation room. Lan Zhan looked at the screen in front of him. Within the screen, there were 5 images, and they were clearly the 5 little ones from the 45th year. At this moment, whether it was Gu Yun, or Yu Qianqian and the others, all of them had successfully passed the second part of the training and entered the third part.
As for Lu Shang,
Lan Zhan's gaze moved to the screen belonging to Lu Shang. While the others had already just entered the third part of the training, in front of Lu Shang, a pitch-black stone tower had already appeared. The fourth part, the Sword Tower. Admittedly, in just a few days' time, Lu Shang had already passed the third part of the actual combat training.
In fact, the actual combat training was not something difficult for Lu Shang.
Back in Cloud City, Lan Linglong had let Lu Shang fight with the ferocious beasts in the countryside in order to exercise his combat abilities. Coupled with the later appearance of the disaster of the Gate of Reception, Lu Shang had even fought against the true powerhouses of the demon sect. Even more, in order to be able to come to the Star Academy, Lu Shang had even survived in the wild for more than a month. With such a foundation, Lu Shang's practical combat experience was naturally very rich. Therefore, even though the actual combat training was the third part of the training, it wasn't too difficult for Lu Shang. As long as Lu Shang wanted to, he would only need 1 day to pass the third part of the training. The reason why he had only just stepped into the fourth part of the Sword Tower training. It was only for Lu Shang to check for gaps and make up for his shortcomings in actual combat. Only after completing everything did Lu Shang step into the fourth part of the Sword Tower training. But even then, he had directly thrown Yu Qianqian and the others off by 1 part. Fifth layer of blood refining, submerged dragon sword chi, mid-third layer of body refining. Hiss. Blue Warrior looked at Lu Shang in the middle of the screen and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. He rubbed his temples, but the shock within him still caused a wave to rise in his heart. Lu Shang's progress was simply too fast. Just less than 10 days after the first stage of training had begun, he had broken through from the beginning blood refining realm to the current blood refining 5th layer. A full 120 points of chi and blood was even more than most of the martial artists in the blood refining realm. Even those demons whose chi and blood ceiling had reached 19 points were no match for Lu Shang in the same realm. The body refinement that was extremely difficult for all martial artists to cultivate, in Lu Shang's body, it seemed that he couldn't detect the slightest bottleneck. He had already reached the middle of the 3rd layer of body refinement, comparable to a martial artist of the 4th layer of the 100 veins. Such a terrifying chi and blood in body refining, as well as the more and more solidified subterranean dragon sword chi. Even if Lu Shang had a 3rd stage foreign demon standing in front of him, Blue Warrior wouldn't worry about Lu Shang having any problems. This guy is just too demonic. Blue Warfare grimaced for a while, and when he looked at the images of the other 4 little ones, there was already more than a hint of worry in his gaze. Lu Shang's existence, for them. The pressure is a little too great. Blue Warrior also had a bit of a headache. It wasn't the first time he had taught students, but the students he had taught before were certainly all heavenly prides, and there was a gap between the students. But the gap that had opened up between Lu Shang and these little guys was really a bit too big. Perhaps, pressure could promote one's progress, but when the pressure was too great, it was even possible to directly destroy one's confidence. It seems that after that level at the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars is over, the 5 of them, they'll have to train separately. Lan Zhan exhaled a long breath, his face somewhat helpless. Training separately was generally about accomplishing tasks. The only students who would be exposed to this subject were those who had reached the sophomore year of the Star Academy, but because of Lu Shang's existence, it made it so that these 45 students had to be exposed to this subject in advance. I don't know if it's good or bad. In Blue Warrior's heart, he was deeply worried. And at this moment in the spirit realm, Lu Shang stood in front of the Black Stone Tower, and he was able to clearly feel an extremely stern aura coming from within the tower. This kind of aura was extremely familiar to Lu Shang. Sword Chi. It was just that compared to the Sword Chi in the Sword Pool, the Sword Chi in this stone tower seemed to have some other things in it. This feeling was like life. Lu Shang's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the Black Stone Tower in front of him. The Black Stone Tower had a total of 9 floors, and Lu Shang's part of the task was to start from the first floor of the stone tower, ascend the sword tower, and walk above the 9th floor. In this way, only then could he be considered to have completed the 4th part of the training. After briefly thinking about it, Lu Shang took a step out and pushed open the door of the sword tower. Creak! The thick stone door slowly pushed open, and in an instant, an even more severe aura instantly roared out from the first layer of the stone tower, directly wrapping around Lu Shang. It was as if there were countless swords and knives that landed on top of Lu Shang's skin. If it was the previous Lu Shang, facing this wave of sword chi, perhaps it would still be extremely difficult. But now Lu Shang With that sharp sword chi falling on his body, Lu Shang walked towards the stone tower as if he didn't feel anything. The first floor of the stone tower was empty. What was there was merely the sharp sword chi that permeated the first layer between heaven and earth. So, the training of the stone tower is sword chi? Lu Shang had some doubts in his heart. In theory, the first stage of training, the 5 parts, should be more and more difficult the further it went. Why, the feeling that this stone tower gave himself, although extremely overpowering, did not bring Lu Shang the slightest pressure. If this doubt of Lu Shang's was known by Blue Warrior estimated that he would want to get Lu Shang killed. The existence of the sword tower itself was to sharpen a swordsman's sword chi. Thus, the quality of the sword chi would be enhanced. And Lu Shang's subterranean dragon sword chi was the topmost sword chi in the entire Grand Xia. It was 100 times the quality of ordinary sword chi. Coupled with the existence of the sword bone of the sword demon clan, although Lu Shang hadn't completely refined the sword bone yet, after these few days of abrasion, the power of the sword bone that had been abraded out was also enhancing the quality of the subterranean dragon sword chi little by little. So much so that Sword Tower's quenching of the submerged dragon sword chi even seemed insignificant. Naturally, it couldn't bring any pressure to Lu Shang. It was just that Lu Shang was not aware of this. After feeling the sword chi on the first level, Lu Shang walked towards the second level without hesitation. It was just that when he reached the second level, although the sword aura had become a bit more severe, the oppressive feeling that Lu Shang had thought about in his heart still didn't appear. Lu Shang continued to climb. 3rd level. The 4th layer. The 8th layer. All the way to the 9th layer. When Lu Shang's figure appeared at the 9th layer, finally, the sword chi in that 9th layer finally brought a hint of pressure to Lu Shang. It was just that this pressure. Lu Shang's body slightly shook, and the subterranean dragon sword chi roared out from his dantian. In an instant, the pressure, if any, instantly dissipated. And along with the dissipation of the pressure, the stone tower began to tremble slightly. Immediately after, it turned into a data mess and slowly disappeared. Lu Shang's face carried a hint of innocence as he looked suspiciously at the heaven and earth in front of him. Lu Shang pursed his lips and looked at the broken sword tower world, a fact that Lu Shang felt was a bit mysterious, but had to admit was in front of Lu Shang. The 4th part of the training seems to have passed? Just this? In Lu Shang's heart, countless question marks surfaced. This 4th part of the training, why is it so easy? Lu Shang scratched the back of his head, suddenly having an unreal feeling. And in the middle of the training room, Blue Warrior looked at the image belonging to Lu Shang, and also had a somewhat helpless look emerge. This guy only has one last sword mountain left. Blue War suddenly felt that the plan he had made for Lu Shang was not a little too simple. What was important to know was that both the sword tower and the sword mountain were meant to hone a swordsman's sword chi, thus allowing a swordsman to, in turn, be able to better comprehend sword intent. Only after comprehending sword intent could one be considered to have walked onto the right path of a swordsman. The subterranean dragon sword chi that Lu Shang had created in the sword pool was too heaven-defying, so much so that the sword pagoda's refinement couldn't do much for Lu Shang. In that case, this sword mountain's grinding isn't much of a problem for Lu Shang. Blue Warrior rubbed his chin. This has only passed less than 10 days, he won't pass straight through, right? Blue Warrior couldn't help but think so. Just as soon as this thought came out, Blue Battle couldn't help but shiver. 10 days to pass the first stage of training. This speed. Not to mention the history of the Star Academy, Lan Zhan even estimated that such a ruthless character might not be able to appear in the next 100 years. It's just a matter of passing, let's just pass, this guy is a demon, if we continue to press on, it'll be detrimental to his growth instead. Blue Warrior shook his head and let out a bitter smile. The sword tower heaven and earth dissipated bit by bit. All around Lu Shang, there was a blanket of white. A moment later, other colors poured into this white heaven and earth, as if there was an invisible painter, using different colors of brush and ink, constantly outlining something within this white heaven and earth. A moment later, the heaven and earth changed. A mountain peak that looked like a sword blade appeared in front of Lu Shang. The mountain peak plunged into the sky, seeming to completely pierce the entire dome of the sky, and the white mist that surrounded the mountain peak seemed to cover the entire mountain peak with a layer of white light veil. Lu Shang gazed gently at the mountain peak in front of him, but he saw that on top of the mountain peak, there were actually quite a few sword blades inserted. Is this the sword mountain? Lu Shang gently murmured, and a curious look surfaced in his eyes. Lu Shang took a step towards the mountain peak in front of him, and walked into the mountain peak that looked like a sword blade. Lu Shang just walked into the mountain peak. In front of Lu Shang, a broken sword blade was stuck in front of Lu Shang. Perhaps sensing Lu Shang's arrival, that worn-out sword blade gently swayed and burst out a crisp sword chirping sound. Buzz buzz buzz. The sword chirped, and in the next moment, there was a blurred figure that appeared in front of Lu Shang.
Chapter 94 Blue Warfare, I knew it.
This is... Lu Shang looked at the strange blurring silhouette in front of him, and his brows furrowed slightly. Just before Lu Shang could react, the blurry figure that had just appeared had already killed towards Lu Shang. In the hands of that blurry figure, there was an extremely sharp sword blade that instantly emerged. The appearance of that sword blade was the worn-out sword blade that was stuck on the ground in front of Lu Shang. Lu Shang's heart suddenly flinched. He couldn't think too much and instantly thrust out a fist horizontally. The golden light instantly skyrocketed. Luhan fist. In an instant, it was as if a magnificent Sanskrit sound had exploded. Boom was directly killed on the body of that blurred figure. Only, what made Lu Shang somewhat surprised was his own fist fell on the body of that blurred figure, but as if it did not cause too much damage to the other party in general. That figure only slightly paused. It was once again killing towards Lu Shang.
No effect?
Lu Shang's brows knitted slightly, and his entire brow seemed to have turned into a Chuan character.
Sword Mountain.
Void. Lu Shang's mind was instantly running at this moment.
Suddenly, it seemed as if he had seized something.
Between the slight flip of his palm, the dragon-cutting sword appeared in Lu Shang's hand.
Clang. Drawing the sword.
A crisp sword sound echoed out completely. In just a split second, the dragon sword flashed with a burst of cold aura and killed the blurry figure in front of him with a straight hook. A sharp aura suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Between the flashes of sword light, the dragon's slashing sword had already ruthlessly landed on the body of that blurry figure.
Puffing.
This time, the dragon's slashing sword landed on the body of the blurred figure, and finally, a real feeling was transmitted. The extreme power instantly strangled that blurry figure. It really worked.
Lu Shang's eyes lit up.
The Sword Mountain was bound to be related to the way of the sword. The moment the Luohan fist did not cause any damage to the blurry figure, Lu Shang had an epiphany. Perhaps only the sword Dao was able to inflict damage on the opponent. And now that he took a look, it was true. However, along with that blurred figure gradually turned into pieces, there was a white airflow that came out from the body of that blurred figure.
It directly entered Lu Shang's brow.
Lu Shang simply felt that in his mind, there seemed to be some memories that surged into the depths of his brain. So much so, Lu Shang just like this, stood still, motionless. It was only after an incense stick had been burned that Lu Shang gradually came back to his senses. His face had a touch of surprise, but after the surprise, it was ecstasy that surfaced. After these sword shadows are defeated, they will actually transfer their sense of the sword Dao to my body. Lu Shang looked at the worn-out sword blade that was still stuck horizontally on top of the earth, and after a moment of contemplation, he made a slight bow to that worn-out sword blade. This worship was a gift from the ancestors of the sword Dao. And that sword blade, which seemed to have sensed Lu Shang's movements, was clearly a dead thing, but at this time, it gently swayed and emitted a crisp sword chime, seemingly responding to Lu Shang in general. Lu Shang raised his head and looked at the unattainable mountain peak, and on top of it, there were many sword blades inserted in different places. With the epiphanies of these sword Dao forefathers, perhaps. There was a brilliant light appearing in Lu Shang's eyes. Immediately, he took a step in the direction of the nearest sword blade.
Inside the cultivation room,
Blue Warrior looked at this scene and raised his eyebrows slightly.
Found it?
These sword blades are all good stuff. It's just a pity that the sword mountain simulated by the spirit realm isn't a real sword mountain after all.
Blue Warrior shook his head.
I hope that this last part of the training will allow your subterranean dragon sword chi to become even more powerful, and then,
comprehending the sword intent, will also be able to become even faster.
Lan Zhan smiled, his gaze gradually becoming deeper.
Outside Tianqing City, on top of a small hill,
Zhao Changsheng stood on top of the small hill, looking at Tianqing City in front of him without saying a word.
His face was a little complicated.
After the exchange with Wang Mu, he finally realized why he had been discovered by the people of Tianqing City. Those so-called Heavenly Star residents were actually retired soldiers of the Heavenly Star City Guard. There was even no lack of students who had been eliminated from the Star Academy. What they had experienced was definitely rich, and if there was anything wrong with them, they would be discovered by these enthusiastic Heavenly Star residents.
Once he was discovered, what awaited him would also be the pursuit of Heavenly Star City. When he thought about being discovered, Zhao Changsheng couldn't help but clench his teeth. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Changsheng sat on the ground like a deflated ball, and he pulled out a compass-like object from his pocket. On top of the compass, there was a purple pattern that was imprinted on it. It seemed to be engraved with some kind of annoying pattern, and that pattern was a bit unnerving to look at, as if it was watching some kind of terrifying existence. Demon Dignity. Zhao Changsheng glanced at the compass in his hand, and then looked at the Tianqing city that was traveling to a short distance away, and there was some helplessness in his eyes. This trip is clearly a dead end. Zhao Changsheng murmured softly. However, after a brief moment of disorientation, there was also a flash of ruthlessness that surfaced within Zhao Changsheng's eyes. He should have been a dead man a long time ago. Zhao Changsheng gritted his teeth, and in the depths of the eyes that were filled with the color of ruthlessness, there was even a touch of resentment that surfaced. The great summer human race. I poo. It's just a bunch of self-serving villains. Zhao Changsheng let out a low roar as if he was venting his anger. A moment later, his face became as normal again. A white stone appeared in his hand, and along with the appearance of this white stone, a thin layer of white light enveloped Zhao Changsheng. He took a step towards that Heavenly Star City. However, as he approached the Heavenly Star City, the people of the Heavenly Star City didn't seem to have noticed his presence. Even though Zhao Changsheng had already walked to the side of the guards, the other party still didn't look half aware of it. Seeing this scene, Zhao Changsheng was sort of relieved. Although this Wang Mu guy is crazy, the things he gave are good things. Zhao Changsheng said, then lightly walked into the middle of Tianqing City. Arriving at the inn where he had stayed before. Looking at the grandpa who reported himself was sitting on the counterboard, whistling and watching the worn-out TV screen he giggling. Zhao Changsheng resisted the urge to give this old thing a hammer and walked up the stairs. Arriving at the room where he lived before. Carefully opening the door, after looking at the uninhabited, he also let out a sigh of relief. Next, just wait here for the signal. Zhao Changsheng said softly, then stood above the balcony and looked towards the front. And from the balcony of this room of his, he was just able to see the Star Academy not far away, and even able to take in the entire Star Academy. This time, there was a flash of light gently flickering within Zhao Changsheng's eyes. Inevitably, I will make you Great Xia suffer heavy losses. Time passed little by little. Another week had already passed. Inside the cultivation room, Blue Warrior looked at the screen, but his brows were slightly knitted, as if there was something that he didn't understand in general. What exactly does this guy want to do? Blue Warrior murmured suspiciously. Only to see that in the middle of the screen, Lu Shang had already walked to a position that wasn't much farther away from the top of the mountain, and the blurry figures in front of him had just appeared before being killed by Lu Shang with a sword strike. He received the memories of those blurry figures. After a brief moment of stagnation, Lu Sheng surprisingly didn't continue walking towards the peak of the mountain, but instead circled around and found another sword blade stuck on top of the mountain peak, awakening the blurred figures within the sword blade, and then killed them as if they were in the same place. Although it's said that defeating the spirits of these sword blades can obtain their sense of the sword Dao, but under the simulation of the spirit realm, these spirits' sense of the sword Dao is only for sword Qi. Blue Warrior spoke in doubt. It would be fine if it was Yu Qian Shan, but what does Lu Shang want with so many sword Qi realm epiphanies? His subterranean dragon sword Qi itself is the topmost sword Qi, and other than the epiphanies left behind by the old sword sage at the top, the other epiphanies should be useless things to him. Why? Blue Warrior murmured and narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Lu Shang. Now, 17 days had passed since the first stage of training. He had thought that it would only take Lu Shang a day or two to pass the Sword Mountain trial. But what he hadn't expected was that Lu Shang had wasted so much time on top of the Sword Mountain. So much so, that now, Gu Yun and the others had come to the fourth part of the training, and were even about to pass the fourth part of the training and enter the fifth part of the training, which was the same as Lu Shang. Lu Shang was still lingering in the middle of this fifth part of training. In these 7 days, Lu Shang had already absorbed the Sword Dao enlightenment from the sword blades in every position of the mountain peak behind him. But with so many epiphanies, not to mention whether they could bring Lu Shang an improvement, such a complex mixture of insights could easily confuse a person's mind. The essence of the Sword Dao epiphanies were memories, and with so many unfamiliar memories, it was easy to confuse one's mind about reality. Generally speaking, the swordsmen who climbed the Sword Mountain were looking for those sword blades with similar characteristics to their own to challenge, so as to absorb their Sword Dao sense. But Lu Shang was different.
this was clearly a gourmand who wanted all the sword Dao sensations.
Could it be that he wants to use this to comprehend sword intent?
A thought slowly surfaced in Luhan Battle's mind.
Only just as this thought surfaced, it was snuffed out by Blue Battle.
Impossible, sword chi sensations can still be a distance away from sword intent. Even more sword chi sensations can't allow Lu Sheng to directly comprehend sword intent. Blue Warrior shook his head, and within the eyes that looked at the screen, there was more and more some puzzlement.
This kid. According to this progress of his going on, I'm afraid it's not good to break the record of the Star Academy.
Blue Warrior scratched his head, and he wondered if he shouldn't remind Lu Sheng not to waste too much time in other places. It was just that once he thought of Lu Sheng breaking the limit of chi and blood earlier, as well as after condensing 100 times the mass of the subterranean dragon sword chi, Blue Warfare also gave up on this idea. He always felt that he would be slapped in the face if he advised.
It's just that, don't bother, this kid's thinking just isn't a normal person. Blue Warrior muttered.
And at this moment, in the middle of the Sword Mountain, Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes after absorbing a swordsman's sword Dao sense once again.
So that's how it is, Lu Sheng murmured softly.
Slowly tilting his head up, he looked in the direction of the top of the mountain.
I seem to understand. What sword intent is called?
Lu Sheng's voice echoed above the mountain peak.
The corners of his mouth were also slightly outlined at this time. It's just that if I want to outline my innermost thoughts, I still lack some opportunities. As well as pressure.
Lu Sheng moved his body bones, which made a sound like popping beans. As the Sword Mountain Teacher is the great Xia Sword Saint, I think that he also once left his own sword Dao enlightenment on top of the Sword Mountain. Lu Sheng faintly smiled, then immediately took a step in the direction of the mountain peak. Along the way, there were fewer and fewer sword blades stuck across the mountain peak. The moment the spirits of those sword blades came out, Lu Sheng merely gently drew his sword, and the sharp sword light had already decimated those spirits. Wisps of chi flow, or rather, sword Dao sense poured into Lu Sheng's mind. This time, Lu Sheng's pace did not seem to be hindered, but instead, with those sword Dao insights pouring into Lu Sheng's mind, his pace did not stop.
It still continued to walk towards the top of the mountain. I knew it. I knew it.
Inside the cultivation room, looking at Lu Sheng's completely different appearance from before, Blue Battle was instantly agitated.
I knew this guy's thinking couldn't be described as normal. If I advise him again, I'm going to get hit in the face again. Blue Battle was excited as if he had some afterthoughts.
It's a good thing old me is shrewd, or else I'd be slapped in the face again.
Blue Battle's face was flushed with excitement. It's just.
It was only after a moment that Blue Battle calmed down and looked at Lu Sheng in the picture, a spectator's look emerging in his eyes.
Fighting a young teacher.
You kid don't know if you have the courage to draw your sword.
Blue Warrior smiled, a look of anticipation surfaced within his eyes. In the middle of Sword Mountain,
Lu Sheng walked towards the top of the mountain step by step. Step by step, it seemed slow, but his footsteps were extremely solid. Even though the more the sword blade spirits above them became stronger, they still could not stop Lu Sheng's footsteps. A blurry figure was cut down by Lu Sheng, and even the subterranean dragon sword chi within Lu Sheng's body was not mobilized.
In the end,
when Lu Sheng didn't know how many steps he had taken, he finally stepped on top of the mountain. And on top of the mountain, an extremely ordinary-looking alloy longsword was quietly stuck on top. Chapter 95 Lu Sheng vs. Junior Kong Xen. The seemingly ordinary alloy longsword was silently inserted on top of the mountain. The summit of the mountain was a large area, but in the middle of this vast area, there was only one sword blade that was stuck across it. It was the alloy longsword in front of him. A longsword into the top of a mountain was not something that anyone could do. Sword Mountain, in a certain sense, had a special plot for the swordsmen of the entire Grand Xia. Only those who had a high level of sword talent, as well as high attainments in sword Dao, were qualified to place their sword blades on top of the Sword Mountain. And the location of the Sword Mountain, the closer it was to the top of the mountain, then it also represented the degree of this person's talent and attainments of the sword way, amongst all the swordsmen of Great Xia.
Long sword into the top of the mountain.
This in itself also represents that this person's talent and attainments in the Dao of the sword are already at the pinnacle of the Great Xia.
And this honor could only be achieved by the current Great Xia Sword Saint.
Teacher. Lu Sheng looked at the ordinary alloy longsword on top of the mountain and suddenly smiled. A gentle breeze slowly blew above the mountain top, as if it was awakening something. Suddenly, the alloy longsword that was quietly stuck on top of the mountain was gently swaying at this time.
Wah!
The crisp sound of the sword was like the hissing of a dragon, which violently reverberated above the entire mountaintop. In an instant, an extremely terrifying storm of sword chi raged above the entire mountaintop. The sharpness of the sword chi even surpassed the sword pool that Lu Shang was in before. Gradually, beside that alloy long sword, a blurred figure slowly emerged. Vaguely, it was possible to see that blurry figure, which seemed to be the appearance of a young boy. With sword brows and starry eyes, a pair of eyes were blurred, but it was still possible to see that within those blurred eyes, there seemed to be stars flowing in the sky.
The teenage swordsman stood quietly beside that alloy longsword, not moving at all.
However, there was an extreme sense of oppression that whistled out from the teenage swordsman's body.
Inside the cultivation room, Blue Warrior looked at Lu Shang's image, and a look of anticipation surfaced in his eyes.
Historically, the fifth part of the training that I set up for students practicing the sword Dao only requires them to reach the top of the mountainside, and they can pass.
It's just that I didn't expect you, this kid, to walk to the top of the mountain.
This collision between teacher and disciple has never happened before.
Blue Warrior murmured softly.
Kid, your ambition is a bit big. I just don't know if the skills you have on this body support you to have such a big ambition.
Blue Warrior murmured, but his eyes were gazing straight at Lu Shang in the middle of the picture.
On top of the mountain, sword chi was strewn across the sky, replacing the clear wind. Lu Shang gazed at the young swordsman in front of him with a calm face, letting that extreme sense of oppression come towards him. This place is not a real sword mountain after all. It was just a sword mountain simulated by the spirit realm. Now the shadow of this teenage swordsman in front of him, his strength is only at the peak of blood refining.
And Lu Shang
has already reached the middle of the third layer of body refining. It was comparable to 100 Veins' fourth layer martial artist. Just despite this, Lu Shang did not underestimate the young swordsman in front of him. After all, the teenage swordsman in front of him was his master teacher from his youth. As a great summer sword saint, even the young period of Kong Xen, the battle force is also very terrifying. Do not look at only the breadth of the peak of the blood refining, but to really fight. I'm afraid that a martial artist of the 100 Veins realm may not be his opponent. Thinking of this, Lu Shang also took a deep breath and worked hard to adjust his state to the peak moment. This was followed by looking squarely at Kong Xen in front of him and gently speaking.
I also ask teacher to help me enter the way of the sword.
Lu Shang's voice fell gently. In an instant, the teenage swordsman seemed to have sensed something, and a hint of a smile was mixed between his eyebrows. The teenage swordsman gently raised his palm, and the alloy longsword that was stuck horizontally on top of the earth fell into his hand. With the long sword in his hand, the teenage swordsman seemed to have transformed into a real swordsman, and above his entire figure, there was an extremely stern aura that suddenly erupted.
In an instant,
on top of the mountain, sword chi was strewn across the sky, killing opportunities were everywhere. It was like an abyss, filled with irresistible power.
At the same time,
Great Xia Imperial Capital, a mountain range not far from the Imperial Capital. A thatched cottage stood quietly at the foot of the mountain. In the thatched hut, an old man was quietly lying on top of the bed, without the slightest bit of chi on his body. As if he had already died. Just suddenly, the old man, who was like a dead body, violently opened his eyes. Within the turbid eyes, there was a brilliant light that instantly shot out. Immediately afterward, the old man sat up straight from the bed, his eyes fiercely looking towards a direction. A moment later, the old man slowly withdrew his gaze. He looked at his own body and eventually revealed a bitter smile.
Is it time to use these things after all?
The old man murmured, a touch of helplessness in his words. And just at this time, the door of the thatched hut was pushed open, and a woman with a plump figure slowly walked in. And behind the woman, there was a gentle woman standing. You old devil, you finally woke up. If you don't wake up, I'm going to go to the altered demon space and look for the life and death grass. The woman with a plump figure blankly glanced at the old man and said without any good humor. While behind the woman with a gentle face smiled, her beautiful eyes gently bending like a crescent moon. Teacher, you finally woke up. During this period of time, the medical sage senior has been missing you a lot. As soon as these words came out, the woman with a plump figure instantly blushed and stretched out her finger, poking it at the gentle-faced woman's face. You little ninny, you know how to look toward your teacher, and you don't know how to help me. The old man looked at the scene in front of him and was first stunned, then laughed. This old bone of mine isn't going to waste so many resources. If I use these resources, I might even be able to cultivate a new saint of the Grand Xia out. The old man looked towards the gentle-faced woman. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for that little senior brother of yours doing something, the old man wouldn't have been able to wake up so quickly. The gentle woman was first stunned, then revealed a look of surprise.
Teacher, you know about the news of your little senior brother?
Speaking of which, after not seeing you for such a long time, I'm also a bit hung up on junior brother.
Admittedly, the gentle woman in front of her was Lu Shang's second senior sister, Lan Linglong.
The old man, naturally, was the great summer sword saint Kong Xen. As for the plump woman, she was also one of the great Xia Ten saints, the saint of medicine.
Oh?
I have heard about this closed disciple of yours from Linglong's mouth during this period of time. What did he do?
Surprisingly, he was able to make you sense it?
The healer saint sat on a side chair and asked with some curiosity.
Lan Linglong also looked at Kong Yunchang with a curious expression.
Kong Yunchang smiled faintly, his gaze once again cast towards a certain direction as he spoke softly.
This disciple of mine is fighting the me of that era. Above the top of the mountain.
Sword chi streaked across the heavens and earth, a strand of sharpness that seemed like it was going to completely tear apart the entire heaven and earth. The teenager Kong Yunchang held the alloy longsword in his hand, and his entire person was like a ghost, instantly killing Lu Shang. The speed was so fast that even though Lu Shang was still at the third level of blood refining and at the middle of the third level of body refining, he was facing the Kong Yunchang in front of him.
Surprisingly, he almost didn't react.
The dragon sword quietly entered his hand.
Block! Clang!
The sound of metal clashing resounded out, and the tremendous force, however, caused Lu Shang's body to take several steps backwards.
However, it wasn't over yet.
That teenager, Kong Yunchang, seemed to have no emotions at this moment as he crazily launched his sword at Lu Shang. Rather, during this period of time, after the first stage of training, Lu Shang's attainments on the sword Dao were already very good, and even the subterranean dragon sword Qi had already been built. However, facing that teenager Kong Yunchang's attack like a raging storm, Lu Shang could only be passively beaten. Moreover, this was still based on Lu Shang's physical body, which was already at the level of the middle third layer of body refining. It could be seen how terrifying the teenage Kong Yunchang was back then. Lu Shang's eyes, filled with the color of gravity, for a moment, unexpectedly could not find a way to break the game, only able to face the sword shadow like a raging storm. At this moment, that teenager Kong Yunchang, as if a sea of ocean, and Lu Shang, just this sea above a lonely boat. So depressing. Lu Shang gritted his teeth. This was the first time that Lu Shang had felt a sense of oppression among his peers since he had been practicing for such a long time. Regardless of whether it was in Cloud City before, or among the Star Academy, no one of his age had ever been able to give Lu Shang such a strong sense of oppression. But in front of him, on the body of this teenager Kong Yunchang, who had been simulated through the spirit realm, he felt a sense of oppression for the first time.
Teacher's sword Dao attainments are truly terrifying.
Lu Shang couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. He already had the red talent, sword Dao Tongshan, but facing Kong Yunchang, he could still only take a beating. It could be seen how terrifying Kong Yunchang really was. Of course, it wasn't that Kong Yunchang's sword Dao talent surpassed sword Dao Tongshan, but Lu Shang's time practicing sword Dao was too short, and even his cultivation time was too short. All told, it had only been less than a year since Lu Shang had crossed over to the present. And the Kong Yunchang of that period had been practicing the sword since he was a few years old. Regardless of experience or attainment in the way of the sword, even in the same realm, Lu Shang couldn't compare to Kong Yunchang. But this was exactly what Lu Shang wanted to see. Within Lu Shang's eyes, there was a touch of madness emerging. The first stage of training that Blue Warrior had set for himself was actually to improve his sword Dao attainment, and being able to create his own sword Qi was already considered to have completed the first stage of training. As for sword intent, generally speaking, a swordsman needs to reach the viscera refining realm to be able to comprehend sword intent. So in the first stage, the spirit realm simulated no matter if it was a sword pool, sword tower, or sword mountain. They all stayed at the sword Qi stage. But Lu Shang wasn't going to do that. It was hard to have such a cultivation opportunity, so naturally, he had to make good use of it. Since he had already created the subterranean dragon sword Qi, why didn't he comprehend the subterranean dragon sword intent in one go? It was just that in order to comprehend the subterranean dragon sword intent, not only did it require a long period of accumulation, but it also required enough pressure. The accumulation of time, Lu Shang from the previous sword mountain various seniors, has long been completed. Now what is missing is just the extreme pressure. And the pressure
Junior Kong Xen had also brought enough pressure on himself. Both factors had converged. Then now. Lu Sheng took a deep breath and let his heart gradually calm down. Still relying on the young Kong Xen's killing attack that was like a raging storm, Lu Sheng's inner self remained still. Subterranean Dragon Sword Intent. Subterranean Dragon. Subterranean Dragon into the abyss. At this moment, Lu Sheng's heart is extremely calm, and everything in the outside world seems to be unable to shake Lu Sheng's heart in the slightest. Unconsciously, Lu Sheng even closed his eyes as he resisted Kong Xen's killing attack. What does he want to do? Inside the cultivation room, Blue Warrior froze as he watched Lu Sheng's movements, followed by an incredulous thought surfacing from his mind. Blue Warrior's breath began to blaze. Sword Intent. He is trying to comprehend the subterranean dragon sword intent. How is this possible? Blue Warrior stared at the screen with a deadpan expression, his eyes filled with shock. That's right, defeating those swordsman spirits before was to accumulate enlightenment, and now he's facing the old sword saint from his youth. This guy. How did he dare? Blue Warrior could not help but exclaim. And at this moment on top of the mountain, Kong Xen's attack remained the same, without the slightest feeling of stopping because Lu Sheng was comprehending the sword intent. It was just that. Between that extreme raging storm, Lu Sheng's aura was gradually becoming overpowering. It was as if it was like a diamond in the rough that had been molded bit by bit under countless carving knives. Suddenly, Lu Sheng, who had originally closed his eyes, opened his eyes at this moment. The corners of Lu Sheng's mouth drew an arc. The submerged dragon enters the abyss, I think. I've realized it. Lu Sheng murmured softly. Along with his words, a skyrocketing sword intent roared out from Lu Sheng's body. Roar, roar, roar. Vaguely, it seemed as if one could hear the hissing roar of a scaly dragon above the mountaintop, suddenly resounding out. Submerged dragon sword intent. Becomes. The so-called submerged dragon, into the abyss and dive, out of the abyss and the wind and clouds change. The place of the abyss is unfathomable, and the Kong Xen in front of me is also unfathomable, just like the abyss. Lu Sheng, on the other hand, is a submerged dragon. Quietly lurking under the abyss, but when the submerged dragon comes out of the abyss at that moment, is enough to stir the wind and clouds of heaven and earth. The dragon sword in Lu Sheng's hand gently emitted a sword sound. Lu Sheng looked calmly at the young Kong Xen in front of him, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Teacher. It's my turn. As the words fell, the white figure whistled out. And that teenager Kong Xen also smiled faintly as he took a step forward. At this moment, the top sword Dao prides of the two eras instantly collided together. Chapter 96 4th Generation Dean, Lin Xian. A dull sound echoed out from the top of the mountain. Vaguely, only the sound of a dragon hissing and a sword roaring could be heard. The top of the mountain is already dusty. In the screen, it is even more difficult to see the appearance in that picture. So, this kid really did it? Inside the cultivation room, Blue Warrior looked at the screen that was blocked from view by the dust and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. That crisp hissing of an augur dragon and the sword intent that rose up to the sky. It was clearly the appearance of having comprehended sword intent. Lan Zhan fell into silence. An 18-year-old body refining third layer mid-stage, blood refining third layer, 100 times submerged dragon sword chi, comprehended submerged dragon sword intent, and broke the chi and blood 20-point limit of heavenly pride. Surprisingly, it just appeared in front of him. One must know that these several factors, no matter which one of them, when placed on any person's body, would be able to be considered a genius. And now, these several factors, unexpectedly appeared in the same person's body. This was somewhat terrifying. Thinking of this, Blue Warrior's breathing also began to become a little short. Such a heavenly pride, if he could grow up. Blue Warrior didn't even dare to imagine what Lu Sheng would be like once he grew up completely. A new saint of the Grand Xia? Or perhaps an existence that surpassed the great Xia new saint? Or is it an existence that is enough to lead the entire great Xia human race to destroy the foreign devils? But no matter which one it is, it's all vital to the great Xia. Thinking of this, Blue Warrior again couldn't help but direct his gaze at Lu Sheng in that image. Gradually, the dust gradually dissipated. A white figure was revealed. The teenager was dressed in white clothes, holding the dragon-slaying sword as he stood quietly on top of the mountain. And in front of the white-clothed teenager,
the figure of the teenager Kong Xen had already become blurred, as if just a gentle blow of the wind would be enough to make him completely disappear between this piece of heaven and earth. Lu Shang calmly looked at the junior Kong Xen in front of him, while that junior Kong Xen seemed to reveal a smile, gently watching Lu Shang. A moment later, that junior Kong Xen's figure slowly dissipated, eventually turning into a white stream of air that surged into Lu Shang's mind. Lu Shang's body trembled slightly and closed his eyes. This is the enlightenment of Kong Xen. Roughly 1 incense stick of time had passed before Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of sharpness flashed from the depths of Lu Shang's eyes. This first stage of training has come to an end. Lu Shang murmured softly. Perhaps the entire spirit realm heard these words from Lu Shang, and suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled slightly as a crack suddenly tore through the entire heaven and earth. Everything in front of him turned into a data mess and disappeared between the heavens and the earth, and the entire heaven and the earth was left with nothing but white. The first stage of training ended there. Lu Shang's mind moved slightly, and his consciousness also directly withdrew from the spirit realm and returned to reality. Bang! The virtual cabin door slowly opened, and Lu Shang sat up straight from inside the virtual cabin. Just after sitting up straight, Lu Shang felt the gaze of Blue Warrior. However, he saw Blue Warrior staring at himself with a complex face for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. It took 17 days to successfully complete the first stage of training. Congratulations to you, Lu Shang, for breaking the record of all the students in the entire Star Academy who have participated in the first stage of training. Blue Warrior looked at Lu Shang with a touch of cheerfulness in his eyes. Even though Lu Shang's demonic degree moved Blue Warrior, when all was said and done, Lu Shang was also his own student, and his own student was able to achieve such a good result. He, as the teacher leading the class, was naturally honored as well. However, Lu Shang did not have too many emotional fluctuations regarding these words of Blue Warrior. After defeating the young Kong Xen's comprehension also benefited Lu Shang greatly. Especially now that he had just comprehended the subterranean dragon sword intent, and those comprehensions were enough for Lu Shang to stabilize the subterranean dragon sword intent that he had just comprehended. Blue Warfare naturally saw Lu Shang's current situation and said softly, "Make your own arrangements for this period of time. I'll summon you after the other 4 little guys finish the first stage of training." Hearing Blue Warrior's words, Lu Shang also nodded and prepared to leave the cultivation room. Only just as he got up, he heard Blue Battle's voice ring out again. "Take this time to stabilize properly, perhaps. There will be someone who wants to meet you." Someone wants to see himself? Lu Shang froze and was somewhat surprised in his heart. He looked towards Blue Warrior, but Blue Warrior didn't seem to want to say anything more and just waved his hand at himself. Despite the deep doubts in his heart, Lu Shang didn't dwell on it too much and walked towards his dorm room. Blue Warrior looked at Lu Shang's back as he left, then moved his gaze above the other virtual pods inside. When these 4 little guys come out, I'm afraid the pressure will be even greater. And just as what Blue Warrior said at this moment, when today's training ended, after Gu Yun's 4 people realized that Lu Shang had already completed the first stage of training. One by one, they became even more silent. Without even saying a word, they returned to their dormitories. Only on the second day, they came even earlier. Being in the same class, they watched others complete the first stage of training so quickly, while they were still stuck in the 4th part of training. The pressure on them naturally pulled full. Such a heavy pressure was also something that made Blue Warrior afraid that they would be stimulated by the pressure and thus do something radical. But the good thing was that what Blue Warrior was most worried about didn't happen. Under the pressure, the 4 little guys trained even harder, so much so that the training time originally required was also decreasing. Of course, this was all an afterthought. At the same time, in the mountains outside the Great Xia Imperial capital, the 3 of them, Kong Xen, were sitting outside the thatched hut, and the mild sunlight waved down, illuminating the people lazily. The medical sage glanced at Lan Linglong and said with a smile, "Why don't you let Linglong, this niece, be my mantle? She doesn't have any talent above the sword path. Isn't it a waste to stay here with you? Might as well become my heir. This little ninny and I are very much in sync." Kong Xen glanced at Lan Linglong, but sighed. "No way." The medical sage immediately furrowed his brows and chided, "What can't be done? You just know how to play with swords. Linglong, this niece is simply blind for following you. It's not easy for old mother to find so many things to cure you, so it's not okay to make such a request?" Looking at the somewhat enraged medical saint, the smile on Kong Xen's face turned a few degrees more bitter. "It's not that I won't allow it, but Linglong's body has other responsibilities. Saying that, when Kong Yunchang looked at Lan Linglong, there was a hint of apology in his eyes. As if she had thought of something, the medical sage reached out her hand and put it on top of Lan Linglong's wrist, and soon her face became somewhat silent. However, as if Lan Linglong just didn't see the change in the two men's complexion, she just smiled gently. It was as if she was a white bunny. AI. The medical sage sighed, and the eyes looking at Lan Linglong also had a hint of complexity in them.
Nei-san, it's hard for you.
The medical sage spoke softly, and surprisingly, there was more than a hint of apology in his words as well. Lan Linglong smiled faintly and picked up the book that was placed on top of her legs, flipping through it with a serene expression. It didn't seem to affect her mood in general. For a while, it seemed as if silence had fallen between the three of them. It was not known how long had passed before Kong Yunchang seemed to sense something and let out a surprised voice.
Ha! Lan Linglong and the medical saint looked towards Kong Yunchang.
However, they saw a bright smile on Kong Yunchang's face.
Good brat.
I didn't expect his sword Dao talent to be so heaven-defying. As soon as Kong Yunchang said these words, Lan Linglong instantly knew who Kong Yunchang was talking about.
Lan Linglong looked at Kong Yunchang curiously. Teacher, is it news about junior brother?
Kong Yunchang smiled and nodded, dispelling the previous silence, and said aloud, the great summer sword Dao, there is a successor. The medical sage's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise after hearing this sentence. The person who could make Kong Yunchang say such words was someone she had never seen before.
Even the current Dixia sword immortal, among all the swordsmen in Dixia, the existence whose attainments in the Tao of the sword were second only to Kong Yunchang's, hadn't made Kong Yunchang utter such words. This kid actually defeated the splash of divine soul that I left behind on the sword mountain only. Immediately afterward, these words from Kong Yunchang even set off a wave of shock in the medical saint's mind. What? He defeated the divine soul you left behind? The medical saint let out a cry of shock, and the same color of surprise surfaced in her beautiful eyes. One must know that the wisp of divine soul of the Kong Yunlong realm that remained on top of Sword Mountain had been there for decades, but no one had ever been able to defeat it. And now. But. The medical sage's brows frowned slightly. I didn't sense any changes on the side of the Sword Mountain. Kong Yunchang stroked his beard and spoke with a smile. It's not Sword Mountain, it's just a spirit realm simulation, but even so. This kid's attainment of the Tao of the sword amongst swordsmen of all eras of the same age, it's still overwhelming. Not bad, not bad. Really good. Ha 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 ha. Kong Yunchang laughed out loud, his entire person looking extremely cheerful. It's just a pity that the demon sex brat came in a real hurry, otherwise I would have been able to teach him for a while, and when that time comes, perhaps his attainments in the Tao of the sword will be able to be even more powerful. Kong Yunchang suddenly sighed. Lan Linglong sat on the side, and as she heard Kong Yunchang praising Lu Shang, a smile was also drawn on her face. I knew it, junior brother is the best. The medical sage looked at Kong Yunchang with some envy. You old man, your luck is really good. First it was that girl Kong Xen, then it was Linglong Niz, and now you have an additional sword Dao heavily prized as a disciple. I really don't know what to say. Kong Yunchang hemmed and hawed. It can't be helped, I'm a person who has always had a poisonous vision. As he spoke these words, Kong Yunchang was also a bit vain. Regarding Lu Shang's sword Dao talent, he didn't know anything about it. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Shang had defeated the divine spirit above the sword mountain in the spirit realm this time, he really didn't know anything and might not even be able to awaken it this time. Previously, Lu Shang's discipleship was only because Lu Shang's heart was good, and his talent in boxing was also relatively good, and he had made up his mind to be silent, so he might as well cultivate some excellent seedlings for Daxia. But who knew this Lu Shang's body actually has such a sword Dao talent? Of course, all of this, Kong Yunchang wouldn't say anything. The great summer sword saint, after all, wants a face. In the Star Academy, Lu Shang's bedchamber. Lu Shang was sitting on top of his bed, and the dragon cutting sword was gently suspended in mid-air, emitting a wisp of sword chi. The entire room was filled with an astonishing sword intent. Vaguely, it even carried a depressing aura. Lu Shang's breathing was extremely calm, and with every breath, that astonishing sword intent seemed to be becoming more solid. Not knowing how long had passed, Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes. The first stage subterranean dragon sword intent is finally solidified. Lu Shang smiled faintly. The current Lu Shang's means were extremely terrifying. First order sword intent, 100-fold subterranean dragon sword chi, the middle third layer of body refinement, the third layer of blood refinement, plus some of the means of the subterranean dragon phaseless sword.
Even if Lu Sheng faced a martial artist above the 4th layer of the 100 veins, he would dare to fight. The chi and blood cultivation is still too low, so there's still some time left. Seize the time to raise your chi and blood cultivation.
Lu Sheng murmured.
Admittedly, Lu Sheng's chi and blood cultivation was a bit low, and in order to be able to hit the chi and blood limit, Lu Sheng had wasted some time. Don't look at Gu Yun and the others in the first stage of training. Their speed was not as fast as his own, but their cultivation level was far beyond Lu Sheng's. Even the cultivation of both Gu Yun and Yu Qianxian had already reached the 7th or 8th level of blood refining. It was estimated that they were both able to impact the peak of blood refining when they came out of the first stage of training. Although he was above them in terms of battle power, there was still a huge gap between himself and them in terms of blood refining cultivation alone. Lu Sheng stood up and prepared to exchange his points for something. It was just that Lu Sheng had just opened the door to his dormitory room, but the entire person's sweaty hairs were shrugged up at this time.
Who? Lu Sheng let out a low heckle, his body had sword chi slowly condensing, and one hand also involuntarily tightened its grip on the dragon sword that was placed on the side. Lu Sheng's gaze was fixed dead ahead. Only to see in the living room above the sofa, a middle-aged man wearing a Chinese mountain suit is sitting quietly above the sofa. Perhaps sensing Lu Sheng's gaze and hearing Lu Sheng's rebuke, the middle-aged man slowly turned his head and looked at Lu Sheng.
A gentle smile hung at the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth. Introduce yourself to the 4th generation Dean of the Star Academy, Lin Xian. Chapter 97 Problems, Responsibility, The Great Wall of Heavenly Stars. Lu Sheng was stunned when he heard this.
The Dean?
Although it was said that he had come to the Star Academy for such a long time, Lu Sheng's knowledge of the Star Academy was only some annoying wind discipline, his own classmates, and Blue Battle, Elderly, Elder Wang, and the rest of them. Even by Ming and Zhang Tianfang, who he had met at the beginning of the school year before, they hadn't seen each other for a long time.
As for the others, don't recognize.
However, before leaving the cultivation room today, Lan Zhan had said that there would be someone who wanted to meet him. Perhaps it was the guy in front of him. As for the other party's identity, Lu Sheng didn't have any doubts. The person who could so easily enter the Star Academy and ignore the identity verification to enter his room was not a simple commodity. If the other party wanted to be unfavorable to him, he wouldn't have a chance to resist. Moreover, Lu Sheng didn't feel that he had offended anyone. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Sheng simply sat directly on top of the sofa opposite Lin Xian and spoke softly.
Is there something that the dean has come for this time?
Looking at Lu Sheng's unperturbed appearance in the face of danger, Lin Xian's face also had a flash of appreciation emerge. Not bad, to be able to remain calm at this time, this mentality is commendable. Lin Xian complimented. The corners of Lu Sheng's mouth twitched slightly. He was tempted to say, with a strength like yours that was able to easily enter his chambers, even if he wanted to resist, he wouldn't have much of a chance, would he? What about my coming this time? I also want to take a look at the student who broke my Star Academy's record. What kind of student is he?
At the same time,
Lin Xian looked at Lu Sheng and said with a smile.
Wanted to ask you a question.
What question?
Lu Sheng was a little curious.
The smile on Lin Xian's face suddenly tightened with a bit of seriousness as he said in a deep voice, if one day, a foreign devil descends on the Grand Xia, when everyone is no match for the foreign devil, what will you do?
Lu Sheng froze.
This sudden question caused Lu Sheng to be somewhat unresponsive for a moment.
What would one do when the Fey devil descended?
Lu Sheng froze. He had thought about what questions Lin Xian would ask, such as his own background, and questions about the limits of his chi and blood, or even comprehending sword intent or something like that. But he hadn't thought at all that Lin Xian would ask such questions.
So much so that the current Lu Sheng actually didn't know how to open his mouth.
Lu Sheng's heart was in a daze. If the foreign devils descended, what would he do? Would he dodge the pursuit of the foreign devils, or would he remain on the front line with those soldiers who fought on the front line and engaged the foreign devils?
Lu Sheng was silent.
At this time, for a moment, he couldn't even find that one answer in his heart. Lin Xian looked at Lu Sheng's appearance and smiled faintly. You don't need to rush to answer me on this question. Wait until you return from the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars before you tell me your answer. Lu Sheng returned to his senses and looked at Lin Xian, puzzlement on top of his face. What kind of place is the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars? Lu Sheng vaguely felt that this Great Wall of Heavenly Stars might be related to the Heavenly Star City, or even the Star Academy. But before this, Lu Sheng had never heard of it. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he softly said, place that is shrouded in darkness at all times. Lu Shang's body shook slightly.
Do you know why I asked that question just now? The depth on Lin Xian's face dissipated, and that gentle smile reappeared on his face.
Lu Sheng shook his head. Lin Xian slowly said, "The answer to this question will affect the arrangements that the Academy will make for you after you return from the Celestial Star Great Wall."
This is also a test? Lu Shang asked doubtfully.
Lin Xian shook his head. "It's not a test. From the moment you open the first stage of training, you'll be students of the Star Academy.
It's just that every student of the Star Academy has different responsibilities. And the responsibility they have to bear is the answer to that question."
Lin Xian looked straight at Lu Shang and spoke softly.
"Are you ready to take on that responsibility?" Lu Shang was once again silent.
From the time he crossed over until now, Lu Shang rarely felt that he was carrying any mission or responsibility. But from the moment of the Cloud City and the Demon Cult Rebellion, Lu Shang felt that he had a responsibility that belonged to himself, vaguely above his shoulders. That was the responsibility that every martial artist needed to carry. But that feeling was not very obvious. And now that Lin Xian had suddenly brought this up, it was something that had caught Lu Shang off guard.
"This question, you don't need to answer me right away either, it's still the same sentence, everything will be answered for me after you return from the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars. At that time, everything is clear."
Lin Xian smiled.
"At that time, I will come back to see you again."
After saying that, Lin Xian didn't seem to intend to continue staying here, and there were arcane fluctuations on his body that gently spread out. Immediately, under Lu Shang's gaze, Lin Xian's silhouette was like that of a bubble, dissipating bit by bit and eventually disappearing out of thin air into Lu Shang's field of vision.
Responsibility?
Looking at the place where Lin Xian had disappeared, Lu Shang remained immersed in contemplation. He raised his head, and there was even a touch of confusion in his eyes.
What is responsibility? Why did everything become clear after going to the Heavenly Star Great Wall?
What is this Heavenly Star Great Wall?
Again?
One by one, the questions could not help but echo in Lu Shang's mind. After a long period of silence, Lu Shang stood up from the sofa, found his communication bracelet, and clicked on the official website of the Star Academy. On it, after spending 10 or 20,000 points to exchange for quite a few blood refining realm resources, Lu Shang's face then rippled.
Whatever responsibilities, whatever problems, as long as you become stronger, you'll naturally be able to take on these responsibilities. All the problems will also be solved.
Lu Shang smiled gently. Soon, the sound of the doorbell came from the doorway. Lu Shang pushed open the door to his room and brought in the silver-colored box, and what was contained inside was clearly the cultivation resources that Lu Shang had exchanged. The Great Wall of Heavenly Stars is going to be there, but I guess it's not right now. Since that question needs to wait until I get to the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars to be able to know, there's no need to waste time on these questions now.
The only thing that can be done is to improve my strength.
Is the root of everything? Lu Shang murmured, and then took out a bottle of pills from the box. After taking one, Lu Shang sat cross-legged on top of the bed. The subterranean dragon phaseless sword slowly operated, silently refining the resources and enhancing his own chi and blood bit by bit.
Chapter 98 Lu Shang, There's a Dog. Time passed little by little.
10 days had passed since Lu Shang had completed the first stage of training. During these 10 days, Lu Shang did nothing but cultivate. The 10,000 points exchanged for cultivation resources had also been consumed by Lu Shang in these 10 days.
However,
in the end, Lu Shang was relatively happy.
Inside the bedchamber,
Lu Shang was sitting on top of his bed, and a faint blood mist surrounded Lu Shang's body, as if a hideous blood serpent was wrapped around his body.
An extremely strong sense of oppression permeated the air. In an instant, Lu Shang's body slightly shook. Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying aura instantly spread from Lu Shang's body, instantly filling the entire dormitory. Blood refining. 6th layer now.
Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes, and a dark red glow flickered within Lu Shang's eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. The 6th level of blood refining. The chi and blood had even reached a terrifying 140 points. One had to know that an ordinary blood refining realm martial artist, even if he had cultivated to the peak, would only have 100 points of chi and blood. Lu Shang's 140 points of chi and blood could even be comparable to an ordinary martial artist who had just entered the 100 Veins realm. Lu Shang exhaled a long breath of turbid air and stretched out on top of the bed.
Click.
The bones of his body made a sound like popping beans.
The current me doesn't know how much battle power I can achieve.
Lu Shang's eyes leaped with desire. Subsequently, Lu Shang's mind moved slightly. The system page, too, appeared in front of him.
Host, Lu Shang. Cultivation, 6th level of blood refining. 140.
Martial arts, Luhan fist perfection, Jiuxian golden body transformation 2nd level, submerged dragon phaseless sword mid-submerged dragon realm.
Martial arts talent, upgrade.
Purple, Fistmaster, blue, Strong Strike, white, Perseverance, green, Prodigal, white, Killing, purple, Good Luck, green, Sword Dao Tongshan, red.
Refresh count, 6.
4 more refreshes to go before I'll be able to redeem the red talent. Lu Shang's eyes narrowed slightly. Almost 28 days, almost there.
Lu Shang murmured.
Then stood up, and after briefly washing up in the restroom, he sat down on top of the sofa and prepared to take a rest. Just before Lu Shang could rest for too long, on his cell phone, a message came.
3 o'clock in the afternoon, gather in the classroom.
Lu Shang glanced at it and realized that it was a message sent by Blue Warrior.
Have the others already passed the training?
Lu Shang's eyebrows raised slightly.
So, the first stage of training is over. What subjects are in this second stage of training? Lu Shang was a little curious.
Just the subjects in the first stage had brought such a great improvement to himself, so what kind of surprise would the second stage of training bring to him? Lu Shang stood up, stretched his waist, and greeted the sunlight coming through the window with a hint of anticipation in his eyes.
3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Lu Shang came to the classroom early. Speaking of which, this classroom hadn't been visited for a long time, and there was some dust on the floor. Lu Shang had nothing to do, and while others had not yet come, he just wanted to clean the classroom, but he saw a young man dressed in white, walking in with an expressionless face. And the moment Lu Shang saw that youth, the expression above his face became stiff. Just because. Above this youth's right arm, there was something like an identity nameplate hanging, with 2 words inscribed on it.
Wind discipline. Grass.
Lu Shang cursed in his heart, and a bad premonition surfaced from Lu Shang's heart. Sure enough, the expressionless youth in white clothes had a smile on his face the moment he walked into the classroom. It was just that this smile carried a feeling no matter how you looked at it. Hee, senior, your classroom isn't clean. The white-clothed youth suddenly looked towards Lu Shang, who was holding a broom, and said with a smile. According to the 3rd rule of the Star Academy school rules, if the classroom is not clean, 100 points will be deducted. Of course, I see that school brother is also ready to clean, and none of us from Wind Discipline are that insensitive, so let's do it this way. The white-clothed youth took out a pen, and again took out a small book from his pocket, and wrote something on it. Give you a 9.9 discount, just give 99 points. Support swipe card. Saying that, he pulled off a piece of paper from the top of the small cup, as if it was a check, and handed it to Lu Shang. After that, another thing like a POS machine was taken out from somewhere and stared at Lu Shang with a smile on his face. Lu Shang looked at this white-clothed youth and couldn't help but grit his teeth a little, but in the end, he still resisted the urge in his heart to beat them up. The people from Wind Discipline were annoying, but whenever they caught the slightest bit of them they had to deduct some points down from your body.
What? You say you don't have enough points?
Sorry, the Wind Discipline people can directly from the background to see your points, there is no false, even if it is really not enough. Fengji is also able to find something for you to do, thus allowing you to earn some points and be exploited by them again. That's right, this is Wind Discipline.
The Wind Discipline of the Star Academy.
First cut, the Dean licensed.
More importantly, you still can't beat the people of Wind Discipline.
Generally be able to become the Wind Discipline of people are a grade among the strongest few guys. Of course, these people will only be in the sophomore and junior, and even the senior selected. The juniors take care of the juniors take care of the sophomores, and the sophomores take care of the freshmen. One layer down, absolutely subdue you comfortably.
As for the senior,
sorry, there are always some unsuspecting old men inside the school, specializing in staring at the Big Four students' pit.
This is the Star Academy.
Lu Shang gritted his teeth and took a few deep breaths, although it is said that 100 points is nothing for Lu Shang, but what you have to know is that 100 points can all be enough for a student to eat and drink for 2 months off.
This is equivalent to 2 months of low-income insurance being taken away. Who can be willing?
However, in the end, Lu Shang honestly swiped the points. Hee, school brother seems to be a refreshing person, we should meet more often in the future.
After the white-clothed youth pitched 100 points from Lu Shang, he smilingly patted Lu Shang's shoulder. Only then did he leave with a satisfied heart. God, meet more often, make it seem like I'm more familiar with you. Lu Shang could not help but curse in his heart. Watching the people of the Wind discipline leave, Lu Shang still honestly began to clean the classroom hygiene. Do not ask why the inspections still need to clean. They've done this kind of thing quite a few times. Sure enough, right after Lu Shang had honestly cleaned the classroom, the white-clothed young man poked his head in from the classroom door again. Looking at the already spotless classroom, a look of regret appeared on the white-clothed youth's face. Senior, we meet again. The regret on the white-clothed youth's face flickered away as he rushed at Lu Shang and greeted him, then left the classroom again. Lu Shang stared at the white-clothed youth's back and took a deep breath. Damn, if it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't beat you, I would have gotten you killed sooner or later. Lu Shang cursed in his heart. He didn't know whether it was on purpose or not, but after the white-clothed youth had left, they arrived one after another. Looking at the spotless classroom, the four of them gave Lu Shang the highest level of cheers. But regarding the matter of Wind discipline, they didn't seem to know about it and didn't mention it. Lu Shang had the intention to find them even, but when Lu Shang opened his mouth, all four of them looked at the nose and mouth, as if they couldn't hear Lu Shang's voice. Even the most honest one, Xia Kong, was like this. A bunch of dogs. Lu Shang couldn't help but curse. However, very soon, Blue Battle's figure appeared in the middle of the classroom, and Lu Shang just didn't mention this matter anymore. Blue Battle glanced at the classroom and raised his eyebrows slightly. The classroom is quite clean, it deserves praise. The corner of Lu Shang's mouth twitched slightly. Clean? 100 points for that. Cough, cough, cough. Blue Warrior coughed, then his face straightened. First of all, congratulations to all of you for successfully completing the first stage of training. Among them, Lu Shang broke the Star Academy's record with 17 days, rewarded with 2,000 points. Yu Qianshen, with 26 days, completed the first stage of training. Although it didn't break Lu Shang's record, it did break the old record from before, rewarding 1,000 points. Gu Yun, Xia Kong, the same. As for Long Tianqing, with 27 days, he completed the first stage of training. Although he was at the bottom inside the class, he still held the record. No punishment will be done, and 500 points will be awarded at the same time. Blue Warrior's voice resounded in the middle of the classroom. Long Tianqing's face was somewhat bitter. He had become the bottom again. Don't look at the fact that he held the record of the Star Academy, but he was at the bottom of the class, especially compared to Lu Shang's time, which was a difference of 10 days. For a while, Long Tianqing's heart, too, was somewhat desperate. Being in the same class as Lu Shang was truly a torture. I know what's in your hearts, but I just want to say one thing. Blue Warrior's voice continued to ring out at this time. His face was incredibly serious. Regardless of how much time you've spent on your first stage of training, this is only your current temporary achievement. At the end of the day, you guys are only little guys at the blood refining realm right now, and on the path of the martial Dao, you're only small children learning by the skin of your teeth. The path of the martial Dao is long. It's not that if you take the lead, you'll definitely be able to surpass everyone. Back then, it only took me 30 days to complete the first stage of training, but I still became a half-step golden body powerhouse. Saying that, Blue Warrior's gaze landed on them, and his voice became slightly softer. Your talents are still above me, even I can make it this far, your future and potential is even more so. I don't want my students to be presumptuous. Remember, you are my Blue Warrior's students. At the same time, are also the best students of the Star Academy. Blue Warrior's voice was like a magical sound that instantly reverberated in the minds of the several little ones. For a while, Long Tianqing's somewhat dim eyes, along with this sentence from Blue Warfare, gradually had a light flickering in them. Seeing this scene, Lan Zhan also let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Long Tianqing, the young master of Tianlong City, wouldn't be able to withstand so much pressure and slack off a bit. Alright, the matter about the first stage of training ends here. Regardless of your grades, there are more training and tasks waiting for you in the future. I know that Lu Shang's results are demonic. Do you all tacitly agree that your future selves can't compare to Lu Shang? Blue Warrior spoke again. As soon as these words came out, the four of them, Gu Yun, Yu Qianshen, Xia Kong, and Long Tianqing, could not help but look at Lu Shang, and all four of them had a different kind of light flickering in their eyes. While Lu Shang's face became a bit strange when he heard this sentence. Bad, becoming a villain. Lu Shang touched the tip of his nose somewhat awkwardly and lowered his head, not caring about the gazes of the other four. And now, Blue Warrior stood on top of the high platform with his hands behind his back, and there was a glint of light flickering in his eyes. "We'll open the second stage of your training." The moment these words came out, it instantly attracted everyone's eyes to Blue Warrior's body, including Lu Shang. The second stage of training? What would it be like? There was a sense of eagerness in everyone's eyes. Blue Warrior took it all in and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "I know that you're all very curious about what this second stage of training actually is. But before the second stage of training begins, I can only tell you that this stage of training has nothing to do with natural strength. This stage of training, the test, is your true heart." Original heart? The five little guys froze as they listened to Blue Warrior's words, and their eyes became a bit bewildered. Original heart? What the hell? What's so great about this original heart? The crowd didn't understand, and Blue War didn't seem to explain anything, just throwing out 5 red pills and placing them one by one on top of their palms. "Later on, I will lead you to a place. That place is more dangerous. Before you go, take this elixir first." Lu Shang was somewhat curious as he pinched this red elixir, and after listening to Blue Warrior's words, he also took the elixir without hesitation. At that instant, Lu Shang felt as if there was a warm current that slowly flowed down his throat and into his limbs and bones. The warmth was like being in an underfloor heating room. "So teacher, where exactly are we going?" Long Tianqing asked with some curiosity after taking the elixir. The remaining 4, too, looked at Blue Battle at this time. A trace of a complicated look surfaced in Blue Warrior's eyes, and his voice seemed to have become a little hoarse at this moment. "A place where all Star Academy students must go." Chapter 99 Retired Veterans. The Gate of the Star Academy. Blue Warrior stood at the gate and seemed to be exchanging something with Elder Wang, who was wearing a security uniform. "I didn't expect that so soon. There would be another little one going to the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars." Elder Wang seemed to have thought of something and lamented. Blue Warrior laughed. "Actually, according to the previous pattern, we would at least wait until they had completed the true second stage of training before letting them visit that place. But this term's little guys, their talent is truly terrifying." Blue Warrior couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The record of 27 days of training in the first stage of the Star Academy hadn't been broken for a long time. And in this term, with the exception of Long Tianqing, surprisingly, all of them had broken this record. Even Long Tianqing was equal to this record. Although, most of the 4 Long Tianqing had accelerated their training because of Lu Shang's presence. It was only under strong pressure that they were able to do this. But what also had to be recognized was that without absolute talent, even if they were given even more pressure, it would be impossible for them to make it this far. As for Lu Shang, there was even less to say. Breaking the limit of qi and blood, surpassing the old sword saint's record, and even comprehending the sword intent that only a viscera refining realm martial artist could comprehend at the first stage. These 3 points, any one of them, placed on a single person would be the ultimate demon. Not to mention 3. That's what the words say, but I'm afraid that, with these 5 little guys, someone's heart will be unsuitable for the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars. Elder Wang sighed, a tinge of worry in his cloudy eyes. The smile on Lan Zhan's face also disappeared bit by bit. It seemed to be pondering something. A moment later, there was a flash of light in his eyes again, and Blue Warrior spoke softly. "It won't be, I believe in them. They will definitely be able to get the recognition of the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars." Blue Warrior murmured, but in his eyes, there was an incomparable confidence in Lu Shang and the others. Elder Wang looked at Blue War's confident eyes, and in the end, he did not say anything, but only silently looked in the direction of the interior of the Star Academy. "Coming." Elder Wang spoke softly, and Lan Zhan also looked in the direction of the interior of the Star Academy. Only to see that the 5 little ones were walking together, slowly walking towards the location of the gate. "Greetings, Elder Wang." When the 5 arrived at the gate, they first bowed to Elder Wang, followed by another bow to Lan Zhan. "All good children." Elder Wang looked at the 5 and said with a smile. "Alright, you guys go do your thing, old man still has to guard the door. This salary, it's not good." Elder Wang smilingly walked towards the security room on the side. Seeing this, Lan Zhan laughed before leading the 5 of them, and then walked towards a direction of Tianqing City. "Depart." Blue Warfare waved his hand. The 5 people followed behind Lan Zhan and looked around with curious faces. In the surroundings, there were quite a few vendors that were doing business. From the looks of it, there was no difference from an ordinary city on the mainland. The only difference was Each and every one of these people who appeared to be vendors had a touch of fury on their bodies, more or less hidden. From the looks of it, it wasn't any ordinary people. Speaking of which, you guys haven't officially seen the entire Heavenly Star City since you joined the Star Academy for so long. Blue Warrior said as he walked with the 5 little ones in tow. The 5 looked at each other and nodded. Since joining the Star Academy, they had spent their time either in cultivation or in specific training. They hadn't even stepped out of the Star Academy. Aside from the time when he had first arrived in Heavenly Star City, he had briefly taken a look at the ethos of Heavenly Star City, and then there had been no other opportunity to do so. And now, following behind Blue Warrior, it was only then that he could be considered to truly take a look at the ethos of this 9 frontline cities of the human race. As the 9 frontline cities of Great Xia, the most important purpose of Tianqing City is still to defend against the invasion of foreign devils. It's just that every city is different, some of them are garrisoned by people from the military, and ordinary people are not qualified to enter them. And in Heavenly Star City, aside from the military, the Martial Alliance, it's my Star Academy. It's also the only one amongst the 9 major cities that has a martial arts academy sitting in it. Blue Warrior explained. It was just that what he said was already known to everyone. But within Heavenly Star City, there is another part of the population. Blue Warrior said. Lu Sheng's eyebrows slightly raised as he softly said, "Is it these Heavenly Star residents? Why are they residing in Heavenly Star City?" This had always been a question that confused Lu Sheng. As a frontline city, Heavenly Star City itself needed to place people from the demon sect to cause trouble in it, so by all rights, it should be strictly guarded like any other frontline city, preventing ordinary people from entering it. However, on the contrary, there was still the category of Heavenly Star residents in the Heavenly Star City. This made Lu Sheng a little confused. Could it be that the people of Heavenly Star City were not afraid that among these so-called Heavenly Star residents, there were shadows of the devil cult? Listening to Lu Sheng's question, Blue War lightly smiled. Regarding this question of yours, first of all, we have to explain, these Heavenly Star residents, in the end, what kind of ingredients are they? Saying that, Blue War stopped his steps, and the 5 people behind him also stopped their steps. However, they were looking at Blue War in puzzlement. Only Blue War did not look at them, but casually pointed at a bun seller's boss and said with a smile, "You come and explain your identity to these little ones." That boss also smiled as he listened to Blue Battle's words and looked at Lu Sheng and the others. "These are the new students of the Star Academy, right?" Hee, I didn't expect that so soon, I would be going to that place again." Blue Warrior smiled and opened his mouth. "What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Come and have a few buns, and tell them your identity by the way." "Okay, Lu." The boss hurriedly wrapped a few buns and handed them to Blue Warrior, then looked at Lu Sheng's 5 people. Only at this moment, the boss's face became incredibly serious. The boss straightened his chest, clenched his right hand into a fist, and slammed it heavily on his chest, his gaze hard and serious as he spoke. "Centurion of the 9th phase of the Heavenly Star Army, Zheng Ernie reports to Sir." Lu Sheng's 5 people's hearts shook slightly as they listened to their boss's slightly solemn voice. Heavenly Star Army? Before they could react, the Blue Warrior on the side was similarly solemn, his right fist slamming on top of his chest. Star Academy, 32nd student, Sky Star Army 8th Stage 102nd Regiment Leader Blue War. Blue Warrior let out a low chortle. Only within that low chortle of his, there was an aura of soldiering that slowly echoed out. The two looked at each other before they solemnly lowered their hands. Then they laughed. "Alright, you sell it slowly, the money for this bun, find the Star Academy to ask for it." Lan Zhan laughed and continued walking towards the front. A flash of shock appeared on the faces of Lu Sheng's 5 people. These Heavenly Star residents are surprisingly all people from the Heavenly Star Army. Only, they were all retired from the Heavenly Star Army. No wonder. Lu Sheng murmured faintly. No wonder Heavenly Star City was able to be like any other ordinary city with residents living and doing business. It turned out that these residents of Heavenly Star City were all retired from the Heavenly Star Army. With such a screening of identity, it was possible to largely weed out the shadow of the demon cult. After all, before becoming a member of the Heavenly Star Army, there was a need for an identity screening in itself. And if one wanted to reside within Heavenly Star City, it was likewise necessary to undergo an identity screening. Under the 2 screenings, it was not an easy thing for the demon cult to infiltrate and become a resident of Heavenly Star. Moreover, even if the people of the devil cult infiltrated, but surrounded by retired Heavenly Star Army soldiers, it would be easy for him to be discovered by others if he wanted to do something bad.
Once discovered, then what awaited the people of the demon cult would also be the most merciless strikes and purges from the Heavenly Star Army. The 5 of them reminisced, and by the time they came to their senses, Blue Battle had already walked a long way away. They hurriedly followed. Blue War seemed to have sensed that the 5 of them had followed, and while eating a bun, he said without looking back, in fact, apart from the people of the Heavenly Star Army, there is also a portion of the residents who are some of the students of the Star Academy who did not pass the examination, and who voluntarily reside in the Heavenly Star City. That's not much to go on. The components are similar to these retired soldiers, all of them wanting to remain in Heavenly Star City.
Long Tianqing pondered for a moment, and somewhat couldn't help but ask, but what are they staying in Heavenly Star City for? Since they have retired from the military, is it not good to return to their hometowns? With their achievements on the battlefield, wouldn't they be able to lead a better life after returning to their hometowns?
Just as Long Tianqing said, these retired soldiers could also clearly return to their hometowns, and their treatment was definitely higher than that of Tianqing City. Coupled with their martial realm, becoming teachers in some schools, or even joining the city defense force, the Martial Alliance, as well as setting up a martial family, all of them were far better than living in Heavenly Star City.
Why, yet, did they want to stay in Heavenly Star City?
Moreover, it was still so dangerous here. In case of a large-scale invasion by foreign devils, by then, the entire Heavenly Star City would be affected.
This is not a wise choice. Hee, you haven't entered the military, you don't know what being on the front line means for a soldier. Blue Warrior suddenly sneered.
He stopped himself and looked at the 5 people.
For a soldier. For a true soldier, the best end is undoubtedly to die in battle.
Any retired soldier is unwilling. They always feel that they still have the strength to fight against the foreign devils and guard their homeland, but yet according to the military's regulations, once they have suffered a serious injury, or after they have lost all of their limbs, they have to be retired from the military.
They had to retire.
From the moment they became soldiers, what was in their hearts was never themselves, but the entire Grand Xia. Even though some of them have very poor talent, or even a lifetime of not being able to cross over into the blood-refining realm, they were willing to use their own feeble strength to defend against the invasion of the foreign devils.
For what? Isn't it for the 10,000 families behind them?
Now that they've retired, that steadfastness in their hearts remains undimmed. They still want to carry their swords to the battlefield, but they're forced to retire. And staying in Tianqing City, they might face the danger of a foreign devil invasion, but at the same time, this danger is what they desire. For most of them, if they kill as many foreign devils as possible, then their own descendants, their own friends will have to endure one less crisis. I can say without exaggeration that when there is a crisis in Heavenly Star City, these people will not hesitate to take up arms and become reserves for the defense of Heavenly Star City.
This is the meaning of their existence. Blue Warrior's voice entered the minds of the 5.
The 5 people's bodies trembled slightly, and there seemed to be something in their minds that was gently buried in the depths of their minds. Lu Shang looked around at the peddlers who were constantly yelling and the pedestrians who were walking. Suddenly, he thought of the martial arts family of Cloud City. That group of people who were considered corrupted by most people, even by the demon sect, were the ones who stepped forward in the moment of crisis in Cloud City.
How could Cloud City's martial arts families be any different from these Heavenly Star residents of Heavenly Star City?
Perhaps it was also because of them that the Heavenly Star Army of Heavenly Star City was able to be as assured as Kong Xen was at that time, leaving the rear to them, right?
Lan Zhan deeply glanced at the 5 people, then once again walked in a direction.
Only this time, no one spoke, and the 5 seemed to be immersed in those words that Blue War had said earlier. Gradually, they seemed to have traveled from the Star Academy, across the entire Heavenly Star City, with the surrounding Heavenly Star residents gradually diminishing. In their place were barracks that were gradually filled with a solemn aura, as well as a team of Heavenly Star Army that walked around the streets. Soon, they were able to see the towering city wall, blocking their vision, and vaguely, they were even able to see, beyond the city wall, the pitch-black heaven and earth. The black mist, like a black tentacle, wanted to spread into the Heavenly Star City. However, it was blocked from the outside world by the lofty city wall. Blue Warrior led the 5 people and slowly arrived under the city wall of Heavenly Star City. Here was another city gate of Heavenly Star City. Just different from the city gate that Lu Shang and the others came through before, this city gate is specially prepared for foreign devils. Once the foreign devils invade, there will be countless Heavenly Star Army that will pass through this city gate and give the foreign devils a grueling blow.
Yo, Captain Blue, this time you're the one who brought the rookies.
Suddenly, on top of the city wall, a veteran soldier seemed to recognize Blue Battle and opened his mouth with a smile. Only when he smiled, he was revealing those withered yellow teeth.
Blue Warfare smiled brightly. Old traditions, after all, can't be forgotten. Open the city gates, always let these little guys have a look at the real world. The veteran soldier on top of the city wall hammed and hawed. The old soldier yelled, and the gates of Heavenly Star City slowly opened. Chapter 100 has a good ride. Rumble. The heavy city wall gates slowly pushed open. In an instant, the black airflow that had been isolated from the city wall seemed to have found a vent, frantically burrowing in towards the middle of Tianqing City through the space of that gate. This contraption that nourishes devil cubs also wants to enter my human race's territory. Above the city walls, that old soldier let out a strange laugh. It really doesn't know what it's about. Accompanying the fall of his words, the surroundings of the city wall's gate suddenly had a golden radiance that instantly shone. The golden pure light seemed to have a purifying power, and those black air currents were swallowed by that golden light before they could even pass through the space of the gate. In the end, they were unable to cross into the Heavenly Star City in the slightest. Hoo. Outside the city walls, the wind was howling, seemingly the roar of that black demonic chi. However, the surrounding Heavenly Star Army did not care, as if they had already gotten used to its hissing long ago. The old soldier pulled out his ears and bent down from above the city wall, smiling at Lu Shang and the others. Little dolls, about to take a look at the real world, are you afraid? Lu Shang's gaze moved to the location of the city gates, looking at the ever-raging demonic aura, as if it was like a raging gale howling, and took a deep breath. The word afraid has never appeared inside my dictionary. Lu Shang spoke blandly. As the veteran listened to Lu Shang's reply, he raised his eyebrows slightly with a hint of surprise, and eventually grinned. After all, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Old. I am really old. The veteran soldier lethargically leaned on top of the city wall, but his gaze was looking nowhere. Seeing this, Blue Warrior smiled at the old soldier and said, "Old brother, I'll treat you to a drink when I come back." The veteran waved his hand. "What's the point of drinking or not drinking? Just have a safe trip." Blue Warrior smiled faintly and didn't say anything more as he looked towards Lu Shang's 5 people, his face gradually becoming serious. "Next, we will walk out of Tianqing City and completely cross into the alien demon battlefield. Who among you is afraid to come forward now? Once we enter the alien demon battlefield, we will live or die unknown." The moment these words came out, several people's brows frowned slightly. However, very quickly, this frowning brow was stretched out. If one doesn't even dare to enter the battlefield, what kind of martial artist is that? Gu Yun spoke blandly, taking a step out and standing beside Lan Battle. Xia Kong nervously scratched his head and smiled, not saying anything, and took the same step out. Above Yu Qian's small face, a touch of determination surfaced, and she softly said, "Teacher taught me that the sword in my hand is used to kill foreign devils." After saying that, Yu Qian took a step forward. For a moment, the gazes of the crowd fell on Lu Shang and Long Tianqing. A flash of hesitation flashed across Long Tianqing's face, but soon it was a clench of teeth, and he said fiercely, "Little master doesn't know how to write the word fear. Isn't it just the foreign devil battlefield? Just go in." Saying that, he took a step out. As for Lu Shang, after Long Tianqing took a step out, it was without hesitation that he similarly took a step out and said softly, "Let's go, teacher." Looking at the 5 people's performance, Lan Zhan nodded in satisfaction. Then with a wave of his hand, he let out a loud laugh. "Go, depart." After saying that, he led the 5, and was walking towards the gate beyond. On top of the city wall, a single Heavenly Star Army looked towards the 6 people of Blue Warrior, and the veterans who had been incomparably lazy before now stood themselves up straight at some point. Their faces gradually became solemn. When the 6 walked to the center of the gate, the old soldier suddenly slammed his fist heavily on top of his chest. "The Heavenly Star Army would like to wish you all a safe journey." Accompanied by the old soldier's words, above the city wall, above the road, a single Heavenly Star Army stopped their hands and neatly landed their fists on top of their chests, their gazes leveled at the Blue Warrior 6. "Wish a safe journey." A wave of sound rolled out, as if propelling the 6 people's pace, and completely disappeared the 6 people's figures into that pitch-black heaven and earth. Above the city wall, the old soldier looked at the figure of the 6 people, disappeared into the dark heaven and earth, slowly withdrew his gaze, once again lethargically leaned on top of the city wall, overlooking the entire Heavenly Star City, and let out a soft murmur. "This is already the 45th year, right? I also don't know how many classes of students will be able to completely drive the foreign devils out of the Blue Star." The veteran's eyes carried a hint of bewilderment. Within the pitch-black heaven and earth, the temperature, it seemed, was swallowed up at this moment. As Lu Sheng walked within this piece of heaven and earth, vaguely, he was only able to see Gu Yun and the others beside him, as well as blue warfare in front of him. Other than that, there was no more sight to be seen. Extremely cold, even Lu Sheng's physique of the middle third layer of body refinement couldn't help but fight a cold battle. This ghost place is too cold. Lu Sheng couldn't help but open his mouth. Only, just as his entire body was freezing cold, there was a stream of warmth within his body that gently flowed, dispersing the touch of coldness within his body. This is the elixir that I ate before? Lu Sheng was somewhat surprised. It was only at this time that Lu Sheng was able to realize why Blue Warrior had let them take that one elixir in advance. Without that one elixir, just walking between this side of the world would be enough to make them freeze into little cuties. It was simply too cold. Above the Fey Devil battlefield, demonic auras are rampant. These demonic auras are the source of the Fey Devil's existence, filled with the power of evil. The reason why you guys feel cold is because the demonic auras are assimilating you bit by bit, wanting to assimilate you into the Fey Devil. The pills I gave you have the ability to stop the assimilation of demonic energy, and this is the reason why you are able to walk in this part of the world. Blue Warrior's voice slowly came from the front. The five of them glanced at each other. Although they had studied at the Star Academy for such a long time, they had never known that demonic chi even had such a capability. And the Blue Warrior in front of them seemed to be able to read their inner thoughts clearly, and suddenly laughed. Hee, there are some things that can't be known just because they've been taught in a classroom. The only way to know is to experience it for yourself. Long Tianqing winced and looked around, but he was only able to see the black pressurized piece. He couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Teacher Luhan, I don't know where exactly this second stage of our training is going to take us. Could it be that it's not letting us fight alien demons in the alien demon battlefield? Blue Warrior's body paused before his voice came out in a ghostly voice. The place we're going to is a place where you guys can learn and cultivate in peace, and it's because of the existence of that place that the lights of all the houses are on after Heavenly Star City. And we call it the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars. Chapter 101 Answers. The Great Wall of Heavenly Stars. Upon hearing these 4 words, Lu Sheng's body trembled slightly, and his pupils couldn't help but contract for a moment. Lin Xian, who had appeared in his dormitory room earlier, had mentioned these 4 words. The question he had asked himself was for him to answer him after he returned from the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars. At that time, Lu Sheng still didn't know what this Heavenly Star Great Wall really was, and now he was going to, was the Heavenly Star Great Wall. What exactly is this Heavenly Star Great Wall? Why must the Dean make me answer his questions after I return from the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars? Why is it that Teacher Luhan and those previous Heavenly Star Army, and even retired Heavenly Star Army soldiers, all had complicated expressions when these 4 words were mentioned? A single doubt surrounded Lu Sheng's mind, but it catalyzed the curiosity within him. Maybe. Wait until we get to the Great Wall of Heavenly Star, everything will be known. Lu Sheng thought so in his heart. After the words of Blue Warrior fell, the group seemed to fall into silence. Each of the 5 Lu Sheng people seemed to have different thoughts surfacing in their hearts. They were walking in the darkness of the world, as if they were a group of ascetics, walking slowly, but no one opened their mouths. It was as if apart from this demonic gas-infested heaven and earth, not even any sound existed. But it was precisely because of this that the brows of Lu Sheng's 5 people were also furrowed. Why is this place so quiet? Isn't this the alien demon battlefield? Why can't we see a single Fey Devil even though we've been in here for such a long time? Lu Sheng's 5 people couldn't help but open their mouths and ask Blue Battle. Instead, in response to the 5's questions, Blue Warfare merely threw down a light sentence. You'll know when you arrive at the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars. But it was precisely because of this one sentence that was wildly stimulating the curiosity within the 5. The more Lanzhan said this, the more the level of curiosity in the hearts of the 5 of them about the Heavenly Star Great Wall was rising. Gradually, it was unknown how long they had been walking. Finally, in the midst of the pitch-black heaven and earth, they vaguely seemed to see a long silhouette. That silhouette, within the pitch-black heaven and earth, was incomparably dazzling. Above that long silhouette, there seemed to be something orange-red floating, as if it was a lantern. The orange-red lantern emitted a faint light, barely gifting the pitch-black heaven and earth with a few points of light. This was also the reason why they were able to see this long outline. Is there the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars? Lu Sheng couldn't help but fix his eyes on it and murmured faintly. The group of people walked towards the location of that long silhouette, and the closer they got, the weaker the light was, the more brilliant it became.
Even vaguely, it was as if they could really see a great wall standing in the middle of this dark sky and earth. Just when they walked to the distance of less than 100 meters away from the Great Wall, Lusheng 5 people's pupils were violently shrunk at this time. The extremely dilapidated-looking wall stood quietly above the earth, and even everywhere they could see that various parts of the wall were missing an opening. Before, the faint orange-red light they had seen was the light of the fire on the wall, similar to that of a beacon tower. A figure stood silently on top of the city wall, as if it had been transformed into a sculpture. The city wall was very high, even surpassing the walls of Heavenly Star City. The walls spread out so far that one could not even see the end of it at a glance. It was as if it had truly formed a great wall, blocking the invasion of the foreign devils. As they stood behind this great wall, they were even able to hear, from beyond the great wall, a sound that sounded like the hissing of wild beasts coming from it. This is the Heavenly Star Great Wall. Blue Warrior's voice slowly entered their ears. The bodies of the crowd trembled slightly, their gazes once again aghast. Only to see, on top of that wall, there seemed to be mottled bloodstains. The bloodstains did not know how long they had remained on top of the wall, as if they had already fused together with the wall. In front of them, there is a long step. Along this step, is able to climb the great wall in front of them. But I don't know why, the 5 of them looked at the steps in front of them, but they felt a sense of oppression. It seemed that climbing the wall would have something heavy and heavy, pressing on their bodies in general. At this time, Blue Warfare, who had been standing where they were heading, slowly turned his body. His face became unprecedentedly serious. The Celestial Star Great Wall is the first line of defense of Celestial Star City guarding the Great Xia frontier. This place is also the most dangerous line of defense. Not only does it have to defend against the invasion of foreign devils all the time, it even has to fight against the presence of demonic chi. A martial artist, even with the blessing of the pure heart pill, would not be able to stay in the middle of a foreign devil battlefield for a long period of time unless he reaches the chi refining stage, and only then would he be able to fight against the demonic aura with the aura in his body. And every martial artist at the refined mortal stage needs to take the pure heart pill to be able to barely stand in the middle of the alien demon battlefield. But once one stays here for a long time, there is also the danger of being assimilated. Therefore, the guards of the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars basically have to be replaced once a month. But even so, from time to time, there are soldiers who can't carry the erosion of the demonic aura and have to exit the Heavenly Star Great Wall, thus retiring from the military. Many of the Tianqing residents within the Tianqing city clearly appear to be able-bodied, but they have to retire because of this. Their bodies can no longer withstand the erosion of the demonic chi, and once they continue to stay here, they will be transformed into foreign devils. Therefore, every soldier on top of the Heavenly Star Great Wall, from the moment they stood on this Great Wall, they were overdrawing their lives to become the first line of defense against the invasion of foreign devils. Blue Warrior's voice was like a flat thunderstorm, constantly exploding in the minds of the 5 people. So, don't think that the world is beautiful. The reason why you guys enjoy a lot of resources and enjoy a lot of education is because in the real front, there are people carrying the weight for you. In the midst of the unseen darkness, there is always someone who holds up that faint light and tears the darkness out of the night. Now, Blue Warrior slowly took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I declare that the second stage of training for the 45th students of the Star Academy officially begins. The second stage of training test subject is boarding the city. In front of you, there are a total of 100 layers of steps. As long as you are able to ascend above 50 layers of steps, you have passed the second stage of training. However, before you ascend the city, I must say one thing. Blue Warrior took a deep look at the 5 people, with a hint of gravity in his eyes. Once you ascend the city, even if you don't even go up to the 50th floor, on your bodies, you will all leave a karma with the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars, and this karma is the responsibility you need to bear. If you don't want to leave this karma behind, you can give up now. I won't blame you for anything. The right to choose is ultimately in your hands. For a moment, Blue Warrior's words also caused the 5 to look at each other in disbelief. There was a hint of hesitation in the gazes that looked towards that step. Ascending the city, to think that it would still taint oneself with a hint of karma? Is that so mysterious? Although it is said that with the realm of the 5 of them, the distance from the so-called karma is still a little too early, but Blue Warrior also said that this piece of karma is the responsibility that they have to bear for today's ascent to the city. As for what the responsibility is, in fact, when they saw this lofty Tianqing Great Wall, they already understood. For a while, silence fell amongst the 5. Blue Warrior wasn't in a hurry either, just quietly waiting for this group of little ones to make their choice. this test for ascending the city. In the previous training programs of the Star Academy, it was often not until the students had broken through the 100-pulse realm that they were allowed to come. But the talent of these 5 little guys was simply too demonic, causing the higher-ups of the Star Academy to change their plans and let them come to the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars earlier. Right in the midst of a burst of silence, there was suddenly the sound of chains scratching the earth. Only to be seen, Gu Yun took the lead and walked out. As a Daxia person, I want this responsibility, I Gu Yun to bear it. Saying that, Gu Yun took a step out and walked directly towards that long flight of steps. When Lan Zhan heard this, a smile appeared on his face as well. With a hint of encouragement in his gaze, he watched as Gu Yun slowly walked towards the top of the steps. The moment Gu Yun stepped onto the first step, Lu Sheng was clearly able to see Gu Yun's body tremble slightly. It seemed as if there was some extremely arcane energy that suddenly landed on top of his shoulders. Realm and Gu Yun's legs both bent a little at this time. However, very quickly, a force of qi and blood surrounded Gu Yun's body, hardening that arcane energy. He continued to walk towards the top of the steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Soon, Gu Yun was walking directly above the 10th floor. I don't know anything about karma or not, but I know that if a foreign devil descends, I'm going to make a move. At this time, Xia Kong also walked out. He naively scratched the back of his head, and finally followed Gu Yun's steps, slowly walking towards the top of the steps. Blue Warrior nodded slightly, and the color of encouragement in his gaze became even more intense. At this time, Yu Qian, who hadn't said anything all along, also at this time, silently walked out. She didn't say anything, just the two of them and Xia Kong, side by side, walked up the steps to the city. This is all going up. If I still stay at the back, it's really a bit humiliating. Beside Lu Shang, Long Tianqing suddenly laughed. Originally, Long Tianqing's body had always had a lethargic aura, but at this time, that lethargic aura on his body suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was a touch of sharpness. That old man in my house, I guess, although he gave me a comfortable life, but he also chanted in my ear every day. Long Tianqing pulled out his ears as if he was somewhat careless. Once this foreign devil descends, my good days will come to an end. Young master me, I don't want to give up this good life. After Long Tianqing finished speaking, he rushed at Lu Shang, who was on the side, and smiled heatedly. I'll go up first. After saying that, Long Tianqing took a step out and followed Xia Kong and the others, slowly walking towards the top of the Heavenly Star Great Wall. As Lan Zhan watched the actions of the four, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a smile. Regardless of whether or not they could ascend above the 50 floors of steps, but in terms of their current heart, they were already a qualified student of the Star Academy. What was a student of the Star Academy? The Star Academy was rooted in the Heavenly Star City and guarded the Heavenly Star City. This was something that every student, teacher, and even the higher-ups of the Star Academy had to do. From the moment they joined the Star Academy, on their bodies, they already had responsibilities that belonged to them. As Lan Zhan watched the backs of the four people climbing, he slowly moved his gaze and landed on Lu Shang's body, who had never moved his feet. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, but he did not open his mouth to avoid making some changes in Lu Shang's thoughts. Lu Shang looked at the great wall of heavenly stars in front of him with a calm face, as well as the four people who were continuously climbing, and his heart was already a bit confused. To be honest, Lu Shang didn't have much of a sense of belonging to Grand Xia. He himself was a person who had traveled across the world, and he might have a sense of family and country, but it was definitely not directed towards Grand Xia. His understanding of the Grand Xia, as well as that trace of sentiment, was only a trace of the memories left behind by his predecessor. Lu Shang never felt that he was a saint or a holy mother or anything like that. Once there was an existence that threatened his life, Lu Shang would instinctively choose how to avoid such danger, even if someone died by his side. It's just that. As Lu Shang stayed in this world for a longer and longer period of time, the glimmer in Lu Shang's heart began to change. Here he was, starting to have a home. Started to have people who took care of him. Started to have the urge to fight for others. He was here and saw a lot. Saw that the devil cult disregarded the life and death of a city of people just to force Kong Xen to abolish himself. Saw that when danger came, those martial arts families did not hesitate to step forward and stand in front of all the ordinary people. Seeing the soldiers rooted in such a harsh environment, just for the sake of the world behind them that was full of light, where there was peace and security for years and years, and where all the families were illuminated. Suddenly, Lin Xian's voice resounded once more within Lu Shang's mind. If one day, a foreign devil descends upon Grand Xia, when everyone is no match for the foreign devil, what will you do? Have you
Done the preparation to take on the responsibility you need to take on? Two questions that constantly resounded in Lu Shang's mind. Lu Shang lowered his head as if he was in deep thought. A moment later, Lu Shang tilted his head up again, and the trace of confusion in his eyes had dissipated, and in its place was a touch of resolute color. I think I have my answer. Lu Shang murmured softly, and slowly walked up towards the top of that 100 tier of steps. Chapter 102 Ask the Heart Steps. Lu Shang had finally taken that step. The moment he took that step, his true heart had already been proven. As Lan Zhan looked at the figures of the five, the smile on his face finally stopped. His eyes became incomparably soft, as if he was looking at his own children. Little ones. From now on, we are comrades in arms. Ah. Blue Warrior murmured softly, but there was endless tenderness in his eyes. This emotion that should not have appeared on an iron-blooded strong man, after all, it was difficult to hide it surfaced. When Lu Shang's steps landed on the first level of steps, in an instant, Lu Shang merely felt that before his eyes, there seemed to be a blurry picture that surfaced. In the black heaven and earth, countless strange and weird monsters crisscrossed between the heavens and the earth. They stirred up the heavens and earth, destroying everything. Countless broken limbs and arms were scattered chaotically on top of the earth, and blood seemed to have become the only tone of the picture in front of them. The thick smell of blood filled the air between heaven and earth, piercing the nose to the extreme. And in the ears, can even hear a miserable cry, screams, endless. Lu Shang's heart trembled slightly, and surprisingly, there was also a feeling of sadness within his heart that was involuntarily mobilized. This. Lu Shang gazed at the image in front of him, and his eyes couldn't stop becoming somewhat fishy red. This group of mongrels. Ah! Lu Shang roared lowly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at those foreign devils. Lu Shang hadn't never seen a foreign devil before, but like the picture in front of him, the appearance of foreign devils descending, and the living souls were in ruins, Lu Shang had never seen it before. Only from the memory of his predecessor, through the description of some textbooks, he had some vague understanding. On the first day of the foreign devil's arrival, the entire blue planet was devastated. It was called the catastrophe of the blue planet. In front of his eyes, the real and incomparable picture constantly provoked Lu Shang's emotions, as if he wanted to ignite that touch of anger in Lu Shang's heart completely. Who? Lu Shang's breathing, between them, became somewhat rapid. But in the end, he still closed his own eyes, not daring to continue looking at the real picture in front of him. Even when Lu Shang closed his eyes, that real and incomparable picture seemed to be imprinted in his mind, constantly surfacing. He saw a foreign devil that looked like an eagle swept across the dome of the sky and instantly swooped down after spotting a target. On top of the wilderness earth, it accurately bit down on a baby that was no more than 2 or 3 months old, ignoring the cries of that baby's parents, and with those sharp claws and teeth, it tore that baby apart hard and swallowed it. Fresh blood splashed the entire heaven and earth. The sound of grief resounded throughout the entire earth. Lu Shang's heart trembled slightly. However, in the next moment, the scene turned. He saw a city that hadn't built any walls, and a hideous crack suddenly split above the sky dome, just like the crack that had appeared above the sky dome of Cloud City some time ago. Along with the crack, countless foreign devils descended, and they hideously rushed into the city, crazily slaughtering the humans in the city. Smoke dispersed and buildings shattered. This forest, which was made of reinforced concrete, instantly collapsed under the onslaught of countless foreign devils. Underneath one ruin, it was unknown how many human corpses were buried. Some of them were old men who should have been enjoying the joys of heaven. Some of them were teachers who were nurturing their gardeners. Some of them were brand new souls that had just been born into this world. However, at this moment, everything has been shattered. Even to the point that some of them didn't even know what had happened until they died. And those culprits were still on top of those ruins, crazily eating away at their corpses with a look of enjoyment. Lu Shang's body, at this moment, trembled a little. He couldn't imagine how desperate those people at that time were. Even when this scene appeared in this era, how desperate the great Xia human race would be. If he himself was that group of people, how desperate he would be. Lu Shang felt that his body could not stop shivering, not only because of the fear brought about by the descent of that foreign devil, but more still that touch of anger. Those foreign devils, using the human race as food, were disgusting. It was also infuriating. They are all damned bastards. Lu Shang hoarsely opened his mouth, a strong color of anger filling his voice. He held back the anger in his heart as he slowly walked towards the top of the steps. And along with him continuing to walk towards the higher ground, the speed of the picture flow began to accelerate, and soon, the picture changed once again. In the middle of a temporary shelter, a sturdy middle-aged man was holding a broken battle sword in his hand, sitting quietly at the entrance of the shelter. All around, it was pitch black. It seemed that even the light of the bright moon in the sky was shrouded in darkness. Roar, roar, roar. A hissing sound suddenly resounded between the heavens and earth, and a pair of scarlet eyes surfaced in the blackness. They looked at the middle-aged man who was sitting at the entrance like a statue, and a strong greed filled their scarlet eyes. In the next moment, the owner of those red eyes madly rushed towards the middle-aged man. And the middle-aged man who had been sitting quietly at the entrance stood up violently, his eyes were filled with rage, and the battle sword in his hand fell fiercely. "Human Xiao Wuji is here, you and other scum, how dare you step forward?" The middle-aged man roared, his chi and blood flowing throughout his body as he resolutely killed his way into the crowd of foreign devils. Lu Shang's mind echoed that middle-aged man's voice, and his inner trembling became even greater. That middle-aged man's cultivation was not very high in Lu Shang's opinion, at most he was just at the beginning of the blood-refining realm. But his name was extremely familiar to every great Xia human race. Xiao Wuji, the firstborn martial artist of the human race. The origin of Xia was taken from Xiao Wuji's surname. It was he who created the martial artist path, allowing more human races to find the only weapon to fight against the foreign devils in the era of aura recovery. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, his body was still trembling. Obviously the picture in front of him was not as tragic as before, but for some reason, Lu Sheng was able to feel an extremely sad emotion in it. It seems that the deepest part of his bloodline, there is something, at this moment, broken in general. Lu Sheng continued to walk toward the front, the more toward the front, Lu Sheng is also feeling, his shoulders above the heavy, seems to have what invisible power, fell on his shoulders. Soon, the picture changed again. On top of a dilapidated city wall, a middle-aged man in armor was sitting quietly on top of the wall, his feet hanging in the air, and the entire body of the person was already shrouded in blood. From afar, it looked like a bloody man. Even his breath, at this time, had become incomparably shriveled. It seemed that only a gust of wind was needed to completely obliterate him. At his side, there was a soldier who looked equally incomparably miserable, their bodies shattered, and some of them even had only an arm and a leg left. Yet they still stood resolutely on top of the city wall. Obviously, that flesh and blood had all reached their limits, but the eyes of each and every one of them were gleaming with a murderous aura. They looked at the dome of the sky, as if above the dome of the sky, there was something that made all of them angry. Even the light of a grain of rice presumes to compete with the white moon. Today, he gives you destruction. Above the dome of the sky, there were suddenly endless black clouds rolling around, filled with an extremely oppressive aura that seemed to want to completely destroy everything. In an instant, an extremely terrifying black arm suddenly probed down from above the heavens, grasping towards the dilapidated city wall. The extreme sense of oppression even caused Lu Shang, the viewer, to be unable to resist having a soul-deep trembling. This is Demon God. Lu Shang looked at the huge black arm above the dome of the sky, and his heart sank violently. Demon God. The most powerful existence among the foreign devils, with a strength far above the 10 saints of the Grand Xia, even Kong Xen, who was in the top 3 of the 10 saints' battle power, had only given the other party a mere hint of threat when facing the devil god. Instead, Kong Xen was heavily injured by the demon god and had to retire for many years. It could be seen how terrifying the demon god really was. It was only that the demon god had not appeared many times above the history of the great Xia human race, and every appearance had been recorded. And this one appearance. Lu Sheng's gaze couldn't help but fall on top of the dilapidated city wall. He sat on the edge of the city wall, his feet dangling in the air on the body of a middle-aged man. He is. Lu Sheng's heart trembled slightly. Facing that terrifying attack, none of the soldiers on top of the city wall had an expression of fear on their faces, there was merely a sense of relief. Finally, the figure sitting on the edge of the city wall slowly raised his head, his eyes were crystal clear, as if it was a pool of extremely clear water. Bah! The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth and suddenly grinned. He slowly stood up, a long spear appeared in his hand at an unknown time, the red tassel on top of the spear was broken, vaguely, only a few extremely thin red threads could be seen. Above the tip of the lance, it was even covered by mottled bloodstains, filled with an extremely dense fury. Ha ha ha, today, I, Mu Chang'e, was able to get a glimpse of the true sign of the demon god, and I can be considered to have made a contribution to the great Xia human race. It's just that. Mu Chang'e suddenly lowered his head and gently stroked the bloodstained lance in his hand, revealing a smile. If I can chop off one of your arms, I think it would be even more exciting. As the words fell, Mu Changa suddenly tilted his head and grinned, revealing snow-white teeth. Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying power instantly emerged from Mu Changa's body, and behind him, there seemed to be a vast path of the Great Tao slowly spreading out. Mu Changa stood on top of that vast avenue, his entire person bathed in golden light, as if he were a god, holding a long spear, desiring to poke through that dome of the sky. In an instant, the two terrifying forces had already clashed together, and the entire picture instantly became white. Lu Shang's mind, however, was still recalling the words of that Mu Changa. Mu Changa, the first saint of the human race. Lu Shang murmured softly and slowly closed his eyes. If Xiao Wuji was the first martial artist of the human race who started the path of martial arts, then Mu Changa was the first existence of the great Xia human race to ascend to the holy throne. Nowadays, the martial arts system practiced by the great Xia human race was what Mu Changa, the first saint of the human race, had researched and formulated on his own. Lu Shang felt that the responsibility above his shoulders became heavier and heavier. Even his breathing became a little short. Lu Shang once again took a step forward. The image in front of him slowly dissipated. The view of the steps was also bit by bit reimagined into Lu Shang's vision. Lu Shang glanced around, but he was surprised to find that he had already walked up to the 50th level of steps without realizing it. At Lu Shang's side, the four people, Gu Yun, Xiao Kong, Long Tianqing, and Yu Qianqing, likewise came back to their senses at this time. The five of them glanced at each other, and they were all able to see the flash of silence within each other's eyes. Obviously, all the images from before, they had already seen. And underneath the steps, a smile appeared on Blue Warrior's face as he watched the figures of the five appear on the 50th floor of the steps. Have you passed the questioning heart? Then this second subject's examination is considered passed. All of them passed. I think Elder Wang and the others would be very happy if they knew about it. Lan Zhan murmured with a smile, and the softness in his eyes became even more intense. In the end, it's still the little ones. I don't know, you will be on the first few floors, carving your names. Within Lan Zhan's eyes, a hint of anticipation surfaced. Steps engraving names. It was something that every star scholar, or rather, every person who passed through the inquiring heart steps, had to do. The higher the engraved steps were, it also represented his ambition, which was even more lofty. Of course, it didn't mean that just because you had higher aspirations, you would be able to carve your name on top of a higher step. There was a certain amount of pressure to be able to inscribe your name on top of a higher step. This pressure does not come from strength, but from potential. When the steps think you are qualified to leave your name here, then you are qualified to leave your name here. If the steps think you are not qualified, then sorry. Even if you were an existence that had ascended to the holy position, it would be impossible for you to do so. This inquiring mind steps itself was created by a former great Xia sacred position. Yu Qianqian and the others, at least they were all able to carve their names above the 75th floor, so what about you? With your talent and potential, how many more layers will you be able to carve your name above? Blue Warrior gazed at the voice of Lu Shang among the five, murmuring faintly. The color of anticipation in his eyes grew more and more intense. Chapter 103. It's not that difficult. Gentlemen, I'll go first. On top of the 50th level of steps, Gu Yun suddenly opened his mouth, just as before, when he was the first to step onto the inquiring heart steps. None of the four Lu Shang people objected, only silently looking at Gu Yun. Gu Yun gazed at the questioning heart steps in front of him, took a deep breath, and the chains wrapped around his body clattered. Afterward, he took a step forward. Only, there was no change in Gu Yun as he stepped onto the 51st step, and immediately, he continued to take a step towards the steps above. 52. 53. 54. It was only after he had reached the 65th floor that Gu Yun was able to feel what seemed to be an extra trace of pressure on his body. Gu Yun took a deep breath, and the qi and blood in his body swept out in an instant. The qi and blood at the peak of the 9th level of blood refining surged instantly. Admittedly, after passing the first stage of training, Gu Yun had also raised his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of blood refining. Only half a step away, he would be able to cross over into the 100 veins realm. This cultivation speed was already very heaven-defying. One had to know that a month ago, Gu Yun was only at the 4th or 5th level of blood refining, and in less than a month's time, he had risen 4 or 5 minor realms. This speed was already terrifying. Get lost. Gu Yun let out a low roar as if he was rebelling against that invisible pressure.
The iron chains on his body fluttered under the augmentation of his chi and blood, as if they were a hideous and rampant silver snake, constantly slapping and bringing the space around him. The desire was to disperse the pressure that had been added to his body. Immediately, he continued to take steps. 66. 67. All the way to the 70th floor. Obviously, there were only a few layers of steps, but it caused Gu Yun to feel a tremendous pressure, and his body could not help but tremble slightly at this time. There was a hint of stubbornness in Gu Yun's eyes, as if he was showing his determination to someone. Another step was taken. That pressure, even more massive. Second step. The pressure was like a tidal wave, pressing towards Gu Yun as if it wanted to make Gu Yun stop there. However, it was as if Gu Yun did not notice anything. The stubborn color in his eyes seemed to have become the dash of motivation in Gu Yun's heart, bit by bit, driving Gu Yun towards the higher steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Gu Yun seemed like a stubborn mountaineer, wanting to completely conquer that mountain peak under his feet. It was just that mountain climbers would eventually exhaust their strength. Gu Yun's body trembled even more intensely. In the end, Gu Yun stood at the 89th floor, never able to continue taking his own steps. Who? Gu Yun looked around, but he realized that above the location of the steps he was on, there was a blur of names inscribed, some of which were even extremely familiar to Gu Yun. Suddenly, he seemed to see something and smiled. Teacher. I'm going to surpass you. Gu Yun smiled brightly. This was the opposite of the shade-like appearance that Gu Yun had displayed before. In this moment, it was as if he had become a proud child. In the end, he took another step. 90 levels. After taking this step, the clothes on Gu Yun's body were all wet with drops of sweat, and it was possible to see his, well-honed muscles underneath those clothes. Immediately, he operated the chi and blood in his body, and bit by bit, he carved his own name on top of that 90th floor's steps. Star Academy, 45th student, Gu Yunlu. After doing this, Gu Yun straightened his body, and at this moment, that pressure that surrounded Gu Yun came and went quickly. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. A ray of golden light surrounded Gu Yun's body and eventually surged into his body. Immediately afterward, Lu Sheng and the 4 of them were able to feel the chi and blood within Gu Yun's body, as if it had been strengthened, and in an instant, it had directly broken through the shackles of the 9th level of blood refining, becoming even more powerful. 100 veins. Under those golden radiance, Gu Yun unexpectedly managed to break through to the 100 veins realm. Little by little, the surging chi and blood flowed through one of his veins, unblocking his body, and in the end, an impurity from his body was expelled. 100 veins realm passed through 100 veins in order to remove body impurities. After doing all this, Gu Yun slowly turned around and looked at the 4 Lu Sheng people below. It's your turn, I'll be waiting for you at the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars. Saying that, Gu Yun took a step out and unexpectedly broke through the power of the inquiring heart steps directly and landed on top of the stretched out Great Wall. It's my turn. Next to Lu Sheng, Yu Qianxian suddenly had a flash of brilliant light in her eyes. With one step, she instantly crossed several steps. Her petite body seemed to contain a great strength as she continuously climbed upwards. 65. 70. 75. 85. In less than a minute, Yu Qianxian arrived at the 85th floor of the steps, and at this moment, she seemed to have exhausted all the strength in her body. Desperately resisting a certain kind of extremely mysterious energy, just like Gu Yun just now, she stubbornly walked towards the higher position. 86. 87. Yu Qianxian was still climbing, until she reached the 89th floor. Yu Qianxian's body, at this moment, seemed to have become hunched over for a few moments. Behind her back, the sword box made of pear blossom wood gently trembled, bursting out an extremely strong sword chi. Surrounded by sword chi, it seemed to give Yu Qianxian even more powerful strength. It supported Yu Qianxian to continue walking towards the front. 90 floors. After reaching this level, Yu Qianxian's body trembled even more, but the stubbornness in her eyes was even more intense. She turned her head and glanced at Lu Sheng behind her, as if she had made up her mind about something. Another step was taken. 91 layers. Surpassing Gu Yun's achievement. At this moment, it seemed as if she was feeling a great deal of pain, but she still gritted her teeth and took another step. 92 layers. Up to this point, Yu Qianxian finally stopped her steps, with a hint of unwillingness in her eyes, yet she knew that she had reached her limit. On the 92nd floor, the number of names became even less. Yet, at this time, one more name appeared. 45th Star Academy, Yu Qianlu. Just like Gu Yun before, when the name was engraved on top of the inquiring heart steps, a golden light surrounded Yu Qianqian. In the end, Yu Qianqian also managed to reach the 100 Veins realm and walked up to the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars. This thing is still able to raise your cultivation. Next to Lu Shang, Long Tianqing looked ahead, and in his eyes, there was even a bright light flickering, somewhat eager to try. I'll go first. Xia Kong, who was on the side, let out a simple smile, and his sturdy body immediately took a step towards the front. Xia Kong was also considered an oddball among the five. He was also the only martial artist among the five who did not have a qi and blood cultivation. But on the contrary, this person's body refining talent was extremely heaven-defying. One must know that even Lu Shang was only able to ascend to the mid-third layer of body refining in such a short period of time under the blessing of the killing talent. While Xia Kong was able to break through to the early stage of the third layer of body refinement after the first stage of training was completed. The gap between him and Lu Shang was only one small realm. Coupled with the fact that Xia Kong was born with divine power, Lu Shang might not be able to suppress the other party with his body refining cultivation alone if he didn't use his own qi and blood cultivation, as well as a series of undercards. Thud. Xia Kong took one step, but it caused the entire inquiring mind steps to tremble slightly. On his face was just a simple smile, seemingly unaffected by anything. In a flash, he had directly arrived at the 90th floor. Why, I think I can still continue to move forward. Xia Kong murmured, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. However, very soon, Xia Kong continued to take a step forward. Is this big guy so terrifying? Even Yu Qianqian and Gu Yun can only hover around the 90th floor, Long Tianqing couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Only to be seen, Xia Kong went up step by step. Eventually, it stopped at the 95th floor. 95 layers. It even surpassed heavenly pride like Yu Qianqian and Gu Yun. Even Blue Battle below the questioning heart steps couldn't help but be surprised as he watched the scene, but Blue Battle seemed to have thought of something and smiled faintly. In the end, it's the ancient barbarian bloodline, with a heart that's as pure can be. On top of this asking heart step, it's considered to have a certain advantage. Blue Warrior shook his head and couldn't help but open his mouth with a smile. Above the 95th floor, golden light surrounded Xia Kong's surroundings, and little by little, it merged into his body. A moment later, a powerful force of flesh rushed out from Xia Kong's body. Third intermediate body refinement layer. In just a moment, it was a direct breakthrough of a small realm. Feeling the increase in his physical body power, Xia Kong merely gave a simple laugh and waved his hand at the two people behind him, Lu Shang and Long Tianqing. Immediately, he took one step and disappeared above the questioning heart steps. No, I can't help it, even this big guy can walk to the 95th floor, I just can't believe it. A touch of envy surfaced in Long Tianqing's eyes. Immediately, he directly took a step forward towards the top. Lu Shang, who was behind him, smiled as he watched Long Tianqing fall without any hurry. What exactly is this questioning heart steps? Testing? Lu Shang's heart was somewhat curious, but also just peacefully and quietly watched Long Tianqing's movements. In the end, Long Tianqing was still a tiny bit short, and in the end, just above the 88th floor, he stopped. There was a trace of regret on Long Tianqing's face, but when the golden light shone on his body, the regret on Long Tianqing's face also disappeared cleanly. Under the nourishment of the golden radiance, Long Tianqing's cultivation instantly broke through from the previous peak of the blood refining realm, directly to the 100 Veins realm. His cultivation level skyrocketed. Old Lu, it's your turn. Long Tianqing hemmed and hawed, waved his hand at Lu Shang behind him, and then he also took a direct step out and left the questioning heart steps. For a time, on top of the questioning heart steps, only Lu Shang was left, standing quietly on top of the 50th floor. And underneath the questioning heart steps, Blue Warrior's gaze was fixed on Lu Shang's back. Xia Kong, 95 floors I was not expecting, but how much distance can you, this fellow, walk out on top of the questioning heart steps? Blue Warrior murmured, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The last 50 floors? On top of the steps, Lu Shang looked at the steps in front of him, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Within his eyes, it was as if there were stars in the sky, filling them with a profound and mysterious aura. Only to be seen, Lu Shang slowly took his steps. In an instant, he directly crossed from the 50th floor to the 60th floor. The moment Lu Shang stepped onto the heart inquiry steps, Lu Shang immediately felt as if there was an invisible power flowing through his body. It was as if it was surveying something. Lu Shang's brows furrowed slightly, and although this invisible force flowed through his own body, it did not bring the slightest amount of pressure to Lu Shang.
Is this the test of the inquiring heart steps? It doesn't look like it's very difficult. Lu Shang was a bit strange.
However, when he thought that Yu Qianchen and the others had shown no difficulty when they were on the previous levels of the steps, he did not care.
Immediately, Lu Shang took another step.
This time, he directly crossed from the 60th floor to the 70th floor. The invisible power flowing in his body seemed to have deepened, but it still didn't bring the slightest pressure to Lu Shang.
Another step was taken. 80 floors. Still no pressure. Another step. 90 floors. Still no pressure.
When Lu Shang walked to the 90th floor, although the invisible force within his body had deepened a lot, Lu Shang did not feel any pressure at all.
What's the situation? Lu Shang was a little puzzled. Looking at the situation of Gu Yun and the others before, even Xia Kong had more or less reacted when he reached the 90th floor. Why didn't he have any reaction at all?
Lu Shang was puzzled, but the pace of his feet did not stop.
One step forward. 95 floors. Hiss.
At this moment, underneath the questioning heart steps, Blue Warrior couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air when he saw that Lu Shang had easily arrived at the 95th floor.
Moreover, looking at Lu Shang's still extremely relaxed appearance, a thought also surfaced in Blue Battle's mind. This inquiring mind steps wouldn't be broken. Blue Warfare's expression was somewhat odd.
And just as Blue Warfare's expression was odd, Lu Shang's steps had already been taken once again.
96. 97. 98. 99.
Soon, Lu Shang's figure was already standing above the 99th floor.
And at this moment,
Lu Shang also finally felt that invisible force within his body, the oppressive feeling it brought.
This feeling has finally arrived. Lu Shang's eyes lit up. But it's not enough.
Lu Shang murmured, and along with the fall of his murmur, his footsteps once again stepped out.
100 floors.
Some people in Chapter 104 scored full marks because the paper only had full marks.
This 100th floor. Beneath the questioning heart steps, Blue Warrior's entire pupil couldn't help but contract as he watched Lu Shang's body appear on the 100th floor. Immediately afterward, an ecstatic emotion filled Blue Warrior's mind.
He looked excitedly at that white figure, and both of his fists couldn't help but clench at this time. There were only 3 people who were able to walk up to the 100th floor of the inquiring heart steps, looking at the entire Grand Xia. And these 3 people were all the true prides of the Great Xia. 2 of them had now become one of the 10 saints of the Great Xia.
As for the last person, there was a flash of darkness in Blue Warrior's eyes.
However, it was soon restored to an excited expression, and as he looked at the white figure above the 100th floor, he eventually couldn't help but laugh openly.
And what should be known is
that 10 years have passed since the last one left his name on the 100th floor.
Now, it had appeared again. And it was still his Blue Warrior's student.
If he wasn't still at the Great Wall of Heavenly Stars, he would have wanted to directly tell this good news to Elderly as well as some of the higher-ups of the Star Academy.
Good brat. It really didn't let me down.
Lan Zhan laughed out loud, took one step and disappeared under the inquiring mind steps. Lu Shang's paw landed lightly on top of that 100th floor. In an instant, Lu Shang clearly felt that within his own body, that invisible force suddenly seemed to have increased by tens of times compared to the 99th floor. The pressure that had not been felt before, at this moment, fell on Lu Shang's body in unison.
Who?
Lu Shang's breathing became a bit disorganized, but within his eyes, there was a touch of unprecedented brightness that flickered gently.
This is what makes it interesting, ah.
Lu Shang smiled blandly as his gaze fell above the location of the 100th floor. One could only see that above the location of the 100th floor, there were only 3 names that were imprinted above.
Great Xia, Kong Yun Chang.
Within the short 5 words, it was filled with an extremely ethereal aura, as if it was a reckless swordsman walking in the world of men, and between every stroke, it was filled with a wild, reckless aura.
Teacher.
Looking at those 5 words, a smile appeared on Lu Shang's face. The location of the 100th floor, with Kong Yun Chang's name, Lu Shang wasn't very surprised. After all, when looking at the entire Great Xia 10 Saints, his own teacher's battle power could be counted among the top 3.
More importantly, Kong Xen had once told Lu Shang.
Half of the Great Xia 10 Saints were already over 200 years old. As for his own teacher, although he looked like an old man nowadays, it was only because the demon god had been heavily injured. Kong Xen's true age was actually less than 100 years old. Among the 10 saints of the Grand Xia, Kong Xen's age was considered very young. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Kong Xen's talent was, even surpassing many of the existences that had ascended to the holy throne. Lu Sheng smiled faintly and then moved his own gaze towards the name next to him.
Star Academy, Lin Xian.
At the sight of this name, Lu Sheng's pupils shrunk violently.
Lin Xian.
If Lu Sheng remembered correctly, the current principal of the Star Academy who came to his dorm room a few days ago was also called Lin Xian.
So did the principal also walk to this 100th floor?
Lu Sheng was slightly surprised in his heart. Although he and Lin Xian had only met once, Lu Sheng also knew that anyone who wanted to become the principal of the Star Academy was not a simple person. One must know that above that small square in the Star Academy, there was the statue of the first principal of the Star Academy.
That was an existence that was capable of killing a demon supreme.
In other words, Lin Xian was at least comparable to a demon elder, that is, an existence that had transcended creation and succeeded in entering the Tao. This strength was even more terrifying than that of his own elder sister. Moreover, looking at Lin Xian's appearance, he seemed to be very young as well, able to become a Tao entry powerhouse at this age and leave his name on the 100th floor.
I'm afraid that Lin Xian's name will be amongst the holy positions in the future.
Lu Sheng felt more and more how terrifying the gold content of this person who was able to leave his name on the 100th floor was. Afterward, Lu Sheng then landed his gaze on the name of the last person on this 100th floor.
35th student of the Star Academy, Wang Mu.
Looking at this unfamiliar name, Lu Sheng was a bit bewildered.
Wang Mu? Who was this?
At least, Lu Sheng had never heard of it. But because of this, Lu Sheng's heart also had a doubt emerge. To be able to leave a name on the 100th floor of the inquiring mind steps, both Lin Xian and Kong Xen were both top-notch Xia powerhouses, even with great reputations. One was the great Xia sword saint, and the other was the fourth principal of the Star Academy.
Instead, it was this Wang Mu.
Himself had never heard of it. Moreover, he himself was a student of the Star Academy, and this Wang Mu was merely 10 terms higher than himself, so it wasn't so bad that he hadn't heard of it.
Strange. Lu Sheng shook his head and simply didn't bother to think so.
Anyway, when the time came, he would know if he asked Blue Warrior. However, after reading the names of the three people, Lu Sheng was somewhat disheartened. The pressure of these 100 floors was certainly powerful, but it wasn't enough to make Lu Sheng stop in his tracks. Lu Sheng even felt that if this power was a few times stronger, he might even be able to withstand it.
Unfortunately,
there were only a total of 100 floors to this questioning heart steps.
Going up. There is no more. Lu Sheng suddenly remembered a saying. Some people score full marks because he did it. And there were people who scored full marks because the paper only had full marks. Was this situation he was in now the second kind? Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile in his heart. It's just that, 100 floors is 100 floors. Lu Sheng shook his head, and his gaze landed on the blank 100th floor. The mind moved slightly. Qi and blood was injected above his index finger, and Lu Sheng used his index finger, with the power of his qi and blood, to gently write his name above the position on the 100th floor. 45th student of the Star Academy, Lu Sheng. And along with the name imprinted on top of the location of the 100th floor, in an instant, there seemed to be a golden radiance around the space that surfaced bit by bit. It was extremely similar to what Gu Yun and the others looked like before. Coming.
The corners of Lu Sheng's mouth rose slightly. Gu Yun and the others had successfully crossed over to the 100 Veins realm under the elevation of the golden light.
Then himself was able to reach what realm under the elevation of these golden lights?
In Lu Sheng's heart, there was also some anticipation.